clearly awakened an extremely rare dual class profession. Yet your classmates mock your profession as worthless, with some even suggesting you just go find a construction site and start hauling bricks, simply because in this bizarre, invaded world, everyone undergoes a profession awakening at the age of 17. Some awaken combat professions, able to defend their homes and fight against enemies. Others awaken enhancement professions, capable of amplifying and assisting in battles. But you awaken the most useless life profession, and your only option is to work at a brick factory making bricks and tiles. What they don't know is that you also awakened a demolitionist profession. The two professions can perfectly merge. You become a unique dual-class profession in this world. You can create a nuclear bomb just by grabbing a handful of dirt. At this moment of awakening, the classmates who were just shocked below were already laughing uncontrollably. A rare dual-class profession, and your second profession is a demolitionist. This is because the only use of a demolitionist is to produce explosives for construction and roadwork, which consumes a lot of resources. In this era where everyone awakens, it's not suitable for leveling up by fighting monsters at all. You do have some skill, but it's like a brush without bristles. With the awakening ceremony ending, Class 3 to 2 awakened 10 combat professions, 15 enhancement professions, and the rest were life professions, with the best being your good buddy Yang Xiaohua's paladin. From then on, everyone's paths quietly changed. After awakening their professions, it decided everyone's future paths. For life professions, everyone would enter society early to support their families, while enhancement professions could apply to regular universities. Combat professions could apply to professional combat academies for further studies. However, to enter the professional combat academy, you need to reach level 10 within 2 months, then undergo a unified assessment based on the secret realm scoring. The class supervisor, Old Yuan, began to explain what comes next. 2 months later, after reaching level 10, all professions will undergo a unified assessment, and outside the city, there are plenty of low-level wild monsters to level up on. Returning to your clay figurine shop to find your sister, who is also a clay artist, you brought some clay materials and copper pens and dove into your room. You opened the online shopping mall, purchased the materials needed for explosives, retrieved them from your online space, and began your experiments. With each failure, you gradually figured out the patterns and finally created a fist-sized explosive, naming it Little Tadpole. Your skill proficiency slowly increased, and with that thought, you continued to get busy. An hour later, a notification interrupted you. Production failed, insufficient mental power. Looking at the 30 or so explosives in your hands, you had to pause for now. It seemed that improving both proficiency and mental power was equally important. Proficiency allowed you to create more complex items, while mental power enabled you to sustain your efforts longer. Just as you were pondering, your good buddy Yang Xiaohua messaged you, "Bro, what kind of name is this? Patrick Star isn't very cultured. Let's go level up in the wild tomorrow." After casually replying okay, you listed the explosive you just made on your clay online shop for 1,000 copper coins. After all, this was your first creation. The next morning, outside the Zhengnan city gate, many people were forming teams to go out. You and Yang Xiaohua had also agreed to meet here early. Not far away, the class beauty Fang Ro saw Yang Xiaohua and smiled, inviting him. "What a coincidence, let's team up together." It's said that Yang Xiaohua initially wanted to agree, as more people meant more strength, but upon learning she didn't want to include you, he decisively refused. Yang Xiaohua had only one condition: they could team up, but he had to be included, brother. Originally, everyone wanted to throw teaming requests at Yang Xiaohua, but upon realizing he had to bring along you, the liability, everyone left in disdain. Left with no choice, the two of you teamed up, as there were several places outside the city for newbies to level up, filled with many low-level monsters. You both set your sights on the weakest slime, and with many people leveling up outside the city, you could only slowly venture deeper. Finally, you spotted a lone slime. "Let's get him." Yang Xiaohua charged forward with a wooden stick without hesitation. After a while, he checked and saw the slime's 100 health bar had barely dropped below half. Breathless, he retreated, realizing that each attack only dealt 2 damage, meaning he would need to hit the weakest slime 50 times. Just as he was about to charge again, you stopped him and said, "Let me give it a try." Yang Xiaohua stood there. "Bro, you have no gear and no combat skills. Let me handle it. I may have weak attacks, but I have thick skin. Don't worry, I have a big surprise for you." You then pulled out a little tadpole from your pants and threw it at the slime. "My intention." The tadpole-sized explosive hit the slime's head directly, followed by a loud explosion. The slime was instantly shattered into pieces, and the ground even created a large crater. With experience and material acquisition rates increased, both you and Yang Xiaohua stood frozen in place, astonished. Is it really that powerful? All the way, you wanted to test just how powerful the bomb was. Upon encountering monsters, you would use one shot. Even level 5 strong monsters were taken down in one hit. Are the bombs made by Chu that powerful? It's known that siege bombs are quite difficult to make and are much weaker. Demolitionists primarily use them for construction and road work. As you continued throwing bombs, you and Yang Xiaohua quickly leveled up to level 2, gaining 5 attribute points to distribute freely. After thinking for a moment, you allocated 1 point to Constitution, 1 to Agility, and 3 to Energy. Normally, it takes a 5-person team a day to reach level 2, but you both reached it in just an hour. This was mainly because the two of you were sharing the experience from killing monsters quickly, resulting in high efficiency. You suggested going to fight some more, noting that there weren't enough targets here, which felt like a waste of bombs, and you only had 15 tadpoles left. So you directly had Yang Xiaohua gather the monsters together for a combined bombardment. The two brothers may not be the brightest, but their execution was very strong. They got to work immediately. Yang Xiaohua started using his shield to look for nearby monsters, taunting them, "Hey, come here. I'm your grandpa. Come bite me," as he waved his fingers at the low-level monsters. When several monsters gathered together, you would pop out from the bushes and throw a little tadpole at them. This cycle continued 14 times, and you finally leveled up again. Feeling great now, at this rate, you could probably reach level 10 in a month, completely meeting the requirements to enter the Combat Academy. Once you hit level 10 and learned the skill to control clay, you would be able to perform precise demolitions. Checking the time, it was already 3 p.m., and your ammunition supply was running low, so you were preparing to head back. Suddenly, a beam of white light descended from the sky not far away, shining down and forming a pillar of light on the ground. Could it be the random field dungeon mentioned in the books? Both of you showed expressions of surprise, as the chances of a random dungeon appearing were very small. Inside, there would be elite monsters, and a treasure chest might randomly drop, which could contain equipment. The two approached and began checking the information. Dungeon Slime Paradise, recommended level 5, recommended party size 5. Bro, the difficulty seems a bit high. Level 5 recommended for a party of 5, Yang Xiaohua hesitated. You were delighted, such an opportunity couldn't be missed. After discussing, you decided to craft some tadpoles on the spot, use up the remaining materials, along with the leftover copper coins in Yang Xiaohua's pocket money. You opened the online shop, and as your mental strength increased, you quickly created 100 tadpoles. The two entered the dungeon without looking back. Inside the slime paradise, it resembled a small prairie, though the map was quite small. Here, slimes appeared in large groups. A typical level 5 team would likely hesitate to deal with too many at once. They needed to pull monsters and eliminate them in batches. For you, this was like paradise. Sending a tadpole over would instantly crush a whole group. Yang Xiaohua was in charge of finishing off the slimes that weren't completely killed, using her thick skin to draw the monsters while also healing herself with holy light. They blasted their way through and quickly leveled up to 6. At the end of the dungeon, a giant slime appeared before them, towering at least as high as a floor. The panel displayed information about the slime, Elite Slime King, level with 10,000 health, skills include charge, split, and heal. The enormous Slime King seemed to be asleep, lying still on the ground. This slime had a splitting ability. If they didn't kill it in one hit, it could become a problem. It could potentially split into many smaller slimes and also had healing capabilities. The two didn't rush to eliminate the elite monster but instead discussed strategies. If it split into too many, it could become troublesome, as they were just 2 people and might get surrounded. You thought for a moment and suggested, "Then let's go all out." Yang Xiaohua asked, "What does all out mean?" You took out the remaining 20 tadpoles from your backpack. "You take 10, I take 10, and we'll blow them up together." "What if we don't kill it?" "If we don't kill it, then we run first." "That's settled then." Following your suggestion, you both took off your clothes and wrapped them together, turning them into a large makeshift bomb. With your bare arms and holding the bomb, you cautiously approached the Slime King, soon reaching a distance of 30 meters away. Given your current strength, this distance was suitable for throwing the bomb. With a glance, Yang Xiaohua immediately understood the plan and threw the bomb. To prevent any chance of not killing it, both of you ran toward the exit without looking back. Ding! Level up! A notification sound left you both stunned in place. Turning your heads to look, you saw the damage numbers jumping, -2,500, -2,520, a total of 20 hits. The Slime King had a total health of only 10,000, meaning 4 bombs would be sufficient. Wow, the damage overflowed. You felt a bit pained, each one was worth 64 copper coins. That was insane, a one-hit kill. Yang Xiaohua was completely stunned. 1 bomb actually dealt 2,500 damage. You killed the elite monster, the Slime King, earning 6,000 experience and obtaining the green equipment, the Slime Crown, with 6 attribute points to allocate. You received a small red flower worth 1 point, leveled up the slime crown, and gained 5 attribute points to allocate as you wish. You completed the slime paradise in 30 minutes and 14 seconds, receiving an S rating and a reward of a golden treasure chest containing the slime crown. Rare equipment type, accessory, level requirements, none, boosts physical defense, mental strength, and constitution. When hit by physical attacks, it will reduce a certain amount of damage. What a good item! You were thrilled and immediately equipped it. A shining golden crown appeared on your head, looking quite cool. Wow! Yang Xiaohua drooled with jealousy. You smiled slightly and said, "Next, let's open the golden treasure chest." Ha! Yang Xiaohua was stunned again. What golden treasure chest? Isn't it a silver one? After comparing, they realized they had received different chests. Yang Xiaohua opened her treasure chest and found a basic gem that could be embedded in equipment, while you opened a high-level holy light beam worth hundreds of thousands of copper coins. You silently looked at Yang Xiaohua, thinking, "Damn, how did he get so lucky? What is this? Wow, I almost kneel before you." Yang Xiaohua exclaimed, "This is a high-level holy light beam, the exclusive skill of paladins and priests." As a result, their friendship took another step forward, evolving from brothers to something akin to father and son. After leaving the dungeon, the two rushed toward Jiangcheng. They had reaped a bountiful harvest today, leveling up 7 times in a day and obtaining great items. Soon, the two returned to Jiangcheng, taking the bus home to their respective families. Upon returning home, your sister Mutingting happily hummed a tune while serving dishes. "Wow," you exclaimed. You noticed a brand new virtual reality headset on the table. You remarked, "Sister, did you rob someone? One can't expect pearls from a dog's mouth." "Guess what happened today?" "What happened?" you asked while eating. "Sister, today a big spender bought all the figurines from our shop." Mutingting was in a great mood. "We made over 30,000 from that 50,000 sale, including that lousy tadpole you made." Just as you were about to open the packaging of the virtual headset, Mutingting immediately stopped you. Hey, don't open it yet. Promise me something first. You have to agree to go to engineering college and later work as a demolition expert. That was Mutingting's plan. After witnessing your skills, she felt being a clay artist wasn't suitable for you. You smiled slightly and said, "Then I'll just be a clay artist." Mutingting retorted angrily, "You have no talent. No one would buy what you make." "Didn't someone buy something today? I dare you to bet, if I can sell my stuff, you won't mention this again, okay?" Mutingting immediately agreed, "Okay." You and your sister took some copper coins and headed into your room. With the remaining 5,000 copper coins, you crafted 50 tadpoles and listed 10 for sale, thinking, such a good item shouldn't go unsold. You listed another 10 tadpoles in your shop, raising the price to 2,000 copper coins. As soon as they were listed, a big spender on the other end bought them immediately. As you explained, Mutingting finally understood. "Oh my god, a clay bomb that can one-shot monsters below level 10? You're a genius for combining 2 life skills to create something new. But you're just a life profession, you have no combat skills." You explained, "The clay artist's level 10 exclusive skill is clay manipulation. I believe I'll have combat abilities by then." Mutingting's eyes lit up as she realized it was indeed the case. After thinking for a long time, she was very worried but ultimately respected your choice. The level 10 exclusive skill for clay artists is clay manipulation, while the level 20 exclusive skill is to imbue clay with properties. Combined with bombs, you might really be able to fight. As for level 30, no clay artist has yet reached that level. Perhaps you can, and your sister will fully support you. With your sister's support, your daily life became grinding monsters in preparation for the War Academy assessment. With the boost from the tadpoles, defeating low-level monsters was as easy as cutting vegetables. You also brought your sister along, as you had been close since childhood, and leveling up would help strengthen her. 10 days later, after killing the last wild boar, a glow of level up appeared, and your sister Mutingting also reached level 10. This meant they had progressed quite quickly. They achieved this in just 20 days instead of the usual 2 months. Next, it was time to head to the Career Advancement Center. Your eyes were filled with anticipation. Professionals can advance every 10 levels to gain an exclusive skill. For clay artists, their exclusive skill is clay manipulation, which will allow them to shine in assessments and competitions. Back in the city, the 3 of you headed straight to the Advancement Center, all filled with excitement. At the Han State Jiangcheng Career Advancement Center, this is a benefit provided by the government. Professionals at levels 10 and 20 can receive advancement stones for free. We're all level 10 and here to advance. You approached the workbench and stated your purpose. You were led inside by the staff. Then, at another workbench, you displayed your level information and received the advancement stone. Because you were dual-classed, you received an extra stone. Once inside the room, you crushed an advancement stone, and it transformed into countless glowing points like fireflies. The lights surrounded you and then entered your body. Using the advancement stone, you successfully advanced your profession from clay artist to junior clay artist. Your base attributes significantly increased, and you gained the exclusive skill of clay manipulation, which uses mental strength. You can manipulate clay within a radius of 100 meters. After successfully advancing, all attributes increased by 10 points, and you gained an additional skill. Strength increased from 4 to 14, agility from 14 to 24, and mental strength from 31 to 41. Constitution increased from 14 to 24. Advancing indeed worked. All attributes increased by 10 points. If you advanced as a demolitionist next, wouldn't that be amazing? This way, your attribute points would be comparable to combat professions. But you wondered what the exclusive skill for demolitionists would be. With that thought, you immediately crushed the second stone. Indeed, your attributes increased again upon advancing. You successfully progressed from demolitionist to junior demolitionist, significantly boosting your base attributes. You gained the exclusive skill remote detonation, allowing you to control explosions within a 100-meter range. Strength increased from 14 to 24, agility from 24 to 34, mental strength from 41 to 51, and constitution from 24 to 34. Woohoo! Dual professions are amazing. These were your current attributes. You felt confident you could now take on challenges with your bare hands. Wow, this level 10 demolitionist skill is top-notch. When you noticed remote detonation, your eyes lit up. This meant you could detonate the bombs at will, without needing to throw them. Combined with clay manipulation, you could achieve precise strikes. Leaving the advancement center, the three of you were in great spirits and decided to go out for a nice meal to celebrate this first step toward success. Yang Xiaohua immediately agreed to eat at the Shaxian Hotel. After level 10, efficiency in outdoor leveling drops significantly unless you're brave enough to venture further from the city. However, the wilderness is fraught with danger, with bosses potentially appearing at any time. Eliminating a whole team is easy for them. The map-clearing teams sent by the government handle this. For the level 10 advancement, Paladin Yang Xiaohua contacted 2 life professionals online, offering to help them level up for 10,000 copper coins each to earn some extra cash. He then took his 2 teammates to fight slimes. Battling lower-level monsters incurs experience penalties. A level 10 facing a level 1 monster only earns 1 experience point. But that didn't matter, as his goal was to help Yang Xiaohua improve her skill proficiency and earn some money along the way. As for you, you had started working tirelessly on skill proficiency, using materials, 1 white basic clay and 2 basic C1 explosive powders. You successfully crafted a tadpole-style bomb. Your clay proficiency increased by 1, and your demolition proficiency also increased by 1. Leveling up life skills is quite simple. You just need to keep crafting. Each successful attempt grants a bit of proficiency. You've been making bombs every day for 20 consecutive days and are close to a breakthrough. Your current clay proficiency is 1000, allowing the skill to upgrade to ultimate. Your demolition proficiency is also 1000, permitting that skill to upgrade to ultimate as well. Finally reaching the ultimate level, your next step was to craft new clay bombs. Now that you were level 10, you had the skill to manipulate clay to move it. So you set your sights on creating small spiders for their stealthiness. After many attempts and failures, you finally managed to create clay spider bombs. Though their power was a bit low, their quantity made up for it. In a month's time, you crafted 10,000 small spider bombs, and your proficiency finally reached the advanced level. The next milestone required 100,000 proficiency, but for now, you had to set that aside. What you needed most was to boost your mental strength. Through experimentation, you found that 1 point of mental strength could control 1 small spider. Currently, you had 51 mental strength, but controlling 51 at once was a bit challenging, and your mental strength would quickly deplete. So, you needed to pair it with some equipment. Thankfully, with the support of the big spender, every time you listed items for sale, they would be snatched up immediately. You opened the online shopping mall and searched the trading hall, discovering that equipment to boost mental strength mainly consisted of accessories, with rings being the most effective. After some thought, you adorned yourself with 20 rings on your hands and feet, boosting your mental strength by 200. You also checked the mounts in the trading hall, but they were too expensive, all priced in gold. In the end, you gritted your teeth and bought the latest model of the Great Wall Cannon vehicle, with only 5 days left until the assessment. Early the next morning, you left the novice area, heading southwest towards the Wind and Rain Hills. The hills contained wild monsters of levels 10 to 20. Few ventured here since those at sufficient levels would rather level up in dungeons, and those not leveled up would struggle against the monsters. You had no such worries, you could easily one-shot them. Arriving here, your goals were not only to improve your skill proficiency but also to level up. You moved like a reaper, constantly harvesting the lives of monsters, one-shotting them all the way. Before you knew it, night fell, and you decided to take a break. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared on the ground, and a woman slowly emerged from the darkness. You immediately became alert as the clay spiders you had set up around began to move into position, forming an encirclement. If anything seemed off, you would quickly surround her with the clay spiders and detonate them. Who are you? Can you help me? The woman looked at you. I'm sorry, I'm just a level 10 novice and can't help you. You chose to refuse, knowing that someone appearing here at this hour must be extraordinary, especially considering the skill she demonstrated, one you had never even heard of. Ha, a level 10 novice? How could you possibly be here in the wind and rain hills? The woman clearly didn't believe you and introduced herself. My name is Zhu Miao Miao, a student at the War Academy. Are you really not willing to lend a hand? You shook your head, saying, my skills are too limited. Please leave. Zhu Miao Miao replied, I can offer you a reward. What if I said I'm willing to give you a legendary skill book? You immediately blurted out, I admit I spoke a bit loudly just now. Could you repeat that? You were stunned, your eyes filled with disbelief. An orange legendary skill book? That was something you couldn't even buy in the trading hall. Such legendary skill books typically sold for sky-high prices. You felt like she was trying to trick you. I can't believe you just happened to have one. No need to trick you, Zhu Miao Miao said as she took out a skill book and tossed it into your hands. The skill book was titled Flying Swallow Technique, Legendary, with a learning requirement of level 10 and no prerequisites. It ignored class limitations and permanently increased agility by 100 points. Wow, this is truly a legendary skill book. You were completely taken aback. This is too outrageous, and I can actually use this skill book. To prevent any unexpected surprises, you immediately chose to use the skill book. You actually learned it right away? Zhu Miao Miao asked in surprise. Is that not allowed? Of course, I can. Zhu Miao Miao bit her lip and said, I have a task entrusted to me. Can you help me now? You replied with a smile, of course. I don't know what I can do for you, but since I've learned the skill, I'll help. If I can't help, I can't do much about it. When faced with danger, I'll prioritize my own safety. It's simple, just adapt as needed. Zhu Miao Miao walked toward you, and the next second, she transformed into a shadow that merged with your own. You were surprised again by this skill and turned to look at your shadow, which appeared unchanged. Hey, what's going on? Can you clarify? The shadow didn't respond, it was as if the girl had vanished. Am I dreaming? You rubbed your temples, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. Could she be running from someone? Sure enough, after a short while, the sound of hooves approached, and a group of professionals on black steeds hurried towards you. Upon seeing you, several of them dismounted and approached. Judging by their attire, there was a mage, 3 warriors, and a ranger, a full team of 5. They seemed to be of a decent level and well-equipped. A sneaky scar-faced warrior squinted at you and asked, have you seen a woman around here? Feigning confusion, you frowned and replied, what woman? The scar-faced warrior asked again if you had seen her. Hearing the commotion, you continued shaking your head, opting to act as if you knew nothing, playing the role of a pure passerby. The scar-faced warrior dismissed you with a wave and walked away, followed by the other 4. Watching them leave, you felt a sigh of relief as the 5 of them began to fade into the night. Suddenly, one of the rangers turned back and shot an arrow at you, aimed straight at your head. You instantly used the flying swallow technique, flipping aside to avoid it. Seeing his sudden attack blocked, the ranger shouted, this kid has been on guard against me. He's suspicious, capture him alive. Bro, I'm not a problem, you said while backing away, swiftly summoning small spiders from the ground. The ranger chuckled, if there's no problem, how could you dodge my arrow? What's the deal? Where's that woman? You shook your head, feigning helplessness. Bro, I really don't know anything about any woman. I'm just a passerby leveling up here. In the dead of night, with all of you here, how can I not be scared? I had to be cautious. The scar-faced warrior sneered, dismissing your reasoning. Kill him first, ask questions later. The ranger drew his bow, and the warriors charged toward you with their weapons drawn. What's wrong with these people? You sensed trouble. These guys were completely lawless, trying to kill you outright. Don't they know there are laws in this world? Professionals are not allowed to kill each other, or they would face judgment. Wait! You shouted. The group stopped, and the scar-faced warrior said, what? You think you can lecture us? You're still young, don't go down the path of crime. They laughed heartily, saying, in the wilderness, there are no cameras. Who would know if we killed you? You pointed at the bright moon in the sky and said, people do things, and heaven is watching. There are deities just 3 feet above us. The scar-faced warrior scoffed, we are protected by the Almighty God. What gods? Are they stronger than our almighty God? With a slight smile, you said, prepare to die. Have you ever heard that villains often perish from their own words? In fact, you were using words to buy time, drawing their attention. Meanwhile, the clay spiders had already crawled onto them. We have bugs on us. What the hell is this? The scar-faced warrior and his companions suddenly realized something was off. But in the next second, the clay spiders received their command and detonated all at once. The 5 were instantly thrown into chaos by the explosion, their health plummeting. Each of them suddenly had a thin cut on their necks, blood gushing forth. They clutched their necks and collapsed, not even realizing how they died. It was Zhu Miao Miao. While they were distracted by you, she appeared from behind and swiftly sliced their necks with her dagger. Everything happened in an instant. You were slightly dazed by the sight of death. This was your first time witnessing a murder. You looked at Zhu Miao Miao in shock. Who would have thought that such a cute girl could kill and then act as if nothing had happened? Zhu Miao Miao laughed and said, those were dark professionals, cult members. I'm a student at the Combat Academy and accepted a bounty to eliminate them. It's legal and serves the country. You sat by the campfire and asked, what are dark professionals and what is a cult? Dark professionals are those who were created during the dark times. You can think of them as humanity's enemies, Zhu Miao Miao explained. You nodded, roughly understanding, and were about to leave. Wait. However, Zhu Miao Miao clearly had no intention of letting you go. She seemed to have something else in mind. What else is there? Zhu Miao Miao smiled and said, I came to Jiangqing for a bounty task. There were not just those 5 cultists. There's another team we haven't eliminated. I invite you to join me in taking them out. I saw your small spider bombs earlier. You would be very useful. Could I refuse? You frowned slightly, not wanting to get involved in such messy situations. Those people were level 30 and above. How could a level 10 shrimp like you handle them? Zhu Miao Miao smiled and said, of course, you can refuse. I'm not a cult member. I won't force you to do anything. You cupped your hands in a bow and said, the road is long and steep. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Zhu Miao Miao looked regretful, waving a book in her hand. What a pity. I was also going to give you another legendary skill book. You turned again, looking serious, and raised your right hand. Actually, the skill book doesn't matter to me. I just enjoy helping others. I must deal with cultists. I refuse to coexist with evil. This girl before you clearly had an extraordinary background. A legendary skill book would be a lifetime treasure for an ordinary person, but to her, it was as common as cabbage. I can show you the information first, Zhu Miao Miao said with a slight smile, sharing the item details with you. The skill book was titled Disguise Technique, with a learning requirement of level 20. Its effect consumed a small amount of mental strength and could add a layer of color to creatures and items, creating a disguise effect. It ignored learning requirements and increased mental strength by 100 points. This was the level 20 exclusive skill of the combat profession, Puppet Master. Zhu Miao Miao explained, originally, this skill book required the puppet technique to be maxed out before you could learn it, but this one has no such requirement. You can learn the skill directly. Its purpose is to color puppets for disguise. I think your clay could benefit from it as well. This is incredibly useful. You were overjoyed. This skill was perfect for you. If you could apply a layer of black disguise to the clay spiders, they would be even harder to detect in the dark. Zhu Miao Miao held up 3 fingers, her smile bright. Promise me 3 conditions. First, help me deal with the cultists. Second, you're a high school senior, right? I want you to get accepted into the Jiangzhou Qingfeng Combat Academy. Third, once you're there, join my team. You understood her intentions. Zhu Miao Miao was a student at the Qingfeng Combat Academy and valued your potential. However, even if you were accepted into Qingfeng Academy, you would still be a first-year student. But you can skip grades. If you rank first in the year-end test, you can advance directly to the second year. How many people are in the team now? You're really overestimating me. Not yet. We'll form the team once you join. You felt this girl might be a bit unreliable, but for the legendary skill book, you had no choice but to agree to her terms. Deal. After reaching an agreement, the 2 of you tidied up and set off. I have a great wall cannon, you said, taking out your own vehicle. Don't embarrass yourself, Zhu Miao Miao said with a disdainful look. Then, she waved her hand, and a massive black panther appeared as her mount. Alright, I guess people are bound to compare, and goods are bound to be judged. Razer Canyon is a treacherous place. Leaving the wind and rain hills and traveling another 100 miles brings you to Razer Canyon, where few idle professionals dare to venture so far from the city. This perilous environment is a haven for cultists and dark professionals. Razer Canyon typically hosts monsters of around level 20, but here appeared a level 40 boss, the Shadow Reaper, known for its soul harvesting abilities. 2 teams of 10 cultists had come to eliminate it. They had been attacking the boss for 2 days and nights, and its health was nearly depleted, with some targets to take down. The cultists were so focused on fighting the boss that they completely overlooked you and Zhu Miaomiao, who had already sneaked up beside them. What's the plan now? You turned to Zhu Miaomiao, only to find she was no longer beside you. Hey, where are you? Hey, she really just adapted and ran away. You checked the information and saw the boss's health was dropping at a rate of 100 points per second. It was about to die. You wouldn't have enough time to grab both the person and the monster, so you decided to go for the monster first. You controlled the clay spiders to swiftly rush over, and they quickly climbed onto the creature. The creature was engaged with the cultists and didn't notice the maximum damage coming instantly. It was said that the best spots to attack were the eyes and joints since they were the weakest. So you controlled 20 clay spiders to crawl onto the boss's vulnerable areas, which didn't seem to have any weaknesses. After determining the positions, you controlled 25 spiders to slowly approach the 5 cultists. You kept an eye on the boss's health, planning to steal the kill. 5,370 health, 2,330 health, 910 health now. Art is explosion. When the boss's health hit 910, you detonated 20 bombs at once. Boom! The monster collapsed, and you killed the boss, the Shadow Reaper. You gained 100,000 experience, received a purple item, and collected materials, including the soul heart, which leveled you up. Wow, 100,000 experience? My experience bar is completely full. You leveled up twice in a row, and a series of notification messages made you ecstatic. On the other side, after 2 days and nights of grinding, the berserker finally killed the boss, laughing as he exited his berserk state and returned to normal height. However, he soon showed a puzzled expression. What's going on? Where's the loot? Did you receive anything? I didn't get anything, came the response. It's strange, we clearly killed it, so why is this happening? The 5 of them were baffled, having received no loot notifications. Boss, what is that white stuff on you? What stuff? You have it too. It looks like a spider. How dare you insult me, it's just like a spider. No, I meant the white stuff on you looks like a spider, like a cartoon. The group was puzzled. Not only had they not received any loot, but they also had strange bugs on them that they had never seen before. They hurriedly tried to brush them off. In the next moment, boom, the spiders exploded, sending the group flying. Damn, someone stole our boss. The berserker quickly regained his composure and shouted, and the others reacted, asking, what happened? The ranger and mage in the distance were the first to suffer. Shu Miaomiao stealthily approached and, after the explosion, launched a devastating attack, instantly killing them. Oh no, it must be that thief. The berserker, not in a good state, quickly took some medicine and re-entered his berserk state, while the other 2 warriors prepared for battle. However, their health was already in poor condition, and their bodies had entered a fatigued state. They were in a dire state after battling the boss. Next was Zhu Miaomiao's solo performance. She appeared behind one of the warriors, moving like a ghost as she wielded her dagger, quickly dispatching the remaining threats. Alright, the job's done. I need to return to the academy to report, Zhu Miaomiao said, preparing to leave Qingfeng Academy. With that, she leaped away, quickly disappearing from view. Hey, please take me out of this hellhole. You shouted at Zhu Miaomiao's disappearing figure. After a few breaths, Zhu Miaomiao's voice echoed from afar, saying, just adapt and find your way out. It took you a full 3 days to finally walk out of Razer Canyon. You left the hills and sped toward Jiangcheng Experimental High School. Today was the official assessment day, and students graduating this year gathered on the playground. As all the students finished counting, they prepared to board the bus. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Yuan, said after taking attendance, wait, teacher, someone hasn't arrived yet. Yang Xiaohua immediately raised his hand. Mr. Yuan asked, who? Mr. Yuan hoped for more students to show up for better results, but he frowned and said, if I remember correctly, Mugu awakened as a life profession. What's he doing here? This assessment is for the Combat Academy, not a regular university. As he finished speaking, the classmates laughed out loud. Yang Xiaohua is so funny. Even if a life profession reaches level 10, there are no combat skills either. What's the point of joining in with a life profession? I've never heard of a life profession being able to pass the assessment. The monsters in the assessment dungeon are all level 5. Going in would just be seeking death. Class teacher Old Yuan also frowned. All the students from each class have arrived by now. This is wasting everyone's time. My Yang Xiaohua pleaded, Teacher Yuan, please be sure to wait a little longer. Old Yuan said it's not that I'm not waiting. Although there are no rules prohibiting referencing life professions, isn't this a joke? Gradually, the students began to grumble a bit, wondering why they hadn't left yet and what they were waiting for, hearing that someone hadn't arrived. Who are we waiting for? Such a big deal, so many people waiting for him. One of them seems to be from class 32, someone called Brother Mu, still a vocational student, What an international joke. Vocational student, waiting for him to do what? Bullshit. Vocational student can get into Qingfeng Academy. I'll eat shit upside down. That is the strongest academy in Jiangzhou. To be admitted to Qingfeng Academy, one must challenge the difficult level assessment dungeons. Our school has hope, but it is probably only Thunder Mage Dang Yuanjie. The students are discussing and expressing their dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a series of honking sounds erupted, and a large off-road vehicle rushed through the school gate, charging onto the playground, with a stylish design, cool rims, and shining headlights, incredibly eye-catching. Wokeo Changchun Pao, the latest model of outdoor off-road vehicle. Which rich second generation is this? Is he from our school? The students' eyes are all wide open, looking at Changchun Pao with envy. However, I saw that the Great Wall Cannon had directly arrived at the position of Class 32, stopped the car window, and slowly came down. A handsome guy wearing sunglasses took off his sunglasses and said, "Sorry, I just rushed back from Razer Canyon," making everyone wait for a long time. The words fell and the entire venue was shocked. Returning from the Razer Canyon, what kind of international joke is this? Is the Razer Canyon a place that beginners can touch? Who is this person? This waist is impressive. But Yang Xiaohua from Class 2, Year 3 recognized it immediately. Isn't that my brother Mu? When did brother Mu start driving a Great Wall Cannon? Why does it feel like the two of us suddenly aren't in the same world anymore? I've been working hard to upgrade my career, toiling for more than a month, and I've only earned over 40,000, while brother Mu has already started driving a Great Wall Cannon. Brother Mu, you finally made it. I almost thought you wouldn't be able to come. Yang Xiaohua's anxious heart is finally at ease, and she shouted excitedly. When the words fell, the classmates in the class were shocked. Upon closer inspection, it really was Brother Mu. Isn't Brother Mu an orphan? How did he suddenly become so wealthy? Could it be that his father at home is a hidden rich man who secretly left to cultivate him, waiting for him to develop a hard-working character before coming out? The student's imagination is very rich, and they start to wildly brainstorm. With your arrival, the bus heading to the testing area also departs on time. The examination location in Jiangzhou is in a place outside the city called the Map of the Wilderness City. Hundreds of years ago, this was still a place where humans lived. With the emergence of the secret realm, many zombie monsters poured in. Later, professionals rose up, the military swept through here, and the sealed secret realm became a dungeon. A level 5 low-level dungeon is only responsible for assessment purposes. As the 10 high schools in Jiangcheng arrive one after another, the assessment officially begins. The rules for clearing the dungeon are that if you withstand 5 waves of zombies, it is considered a successful clearance. Each student will be given a return item, which can be used immediately to choose to leave in case of danger. Based on the duration of endurance and the difficulty of the dungeon, a dungeon evaluation will be given. Each major combat academy selects students based on evaluations. Students with higher rankings can enter better academies. However, the experimental high school you are in has been at the bottom year after year, which has led to a decline in student quality, resulting in a vicious cycle. This year, Principal, our class's Thunder Mage Dang Yuanjie has a great opportunity, said Su Chang, the head teacher of Class 6 at Experimental High School. If Dang Yuanjie is admitted to Qingfeng Academy, I feel that my chances of competing for the position of grade director this year are very high. Principal Wang nodded happily and patted Su Chang's shoulder, saying, "Very good, the position of grade director has opened up." Hi, that Class 2 of Year 3, Director Old Yuan coughed twice and said to the principal, "Our class has 2 students who have a great chance of being admitted to Qingfeng Academy." As Su Chang's competitor, Old Yuan immediately spoke up. Principal Wang happily said, "Yang Xiaohua from your class indeed has great potential. Who is the other one?" Old Yuan hurriedly said, "It's that pastoral song." Principal Wang frowned at the painting of the pastoral song. "I know it's that dual career student, but both of his careers are in everyday jobs. How is that possible?" The teacher also joined in with a wave of cold sarcasm. "No one has high hopes for your career in life." As the main person in charge announced, the students began to enter the copy entrance one after another, and the display screen started showing each student's choice. Suddenly a student shouted that someone was chosen, and it quickly became difficult. Another student shouted that there was someone chosen, a nightmare level, the genius talent practitioner from Tianyu High School, Puppet Mage, Su Tianhua. The entire audience was in an uproar. Even the enrollment teachers from the top 10 battle academies looked over one by one. Are this year's batch of students so strong that someone actually chose a nightmare-level dungeon? Although Zombie Kingdom is just a level 5 low-level dungeon, the atmosphere is easy, ordinary difficulty, nightmare hell. As the difficulty selection increases, the difficulty of clearing the level rapidly increases, and the number of monsters multiplies. With the student's choice, 5 nightmares have already appeared. because there are too many geniuses this year, more than in previous years. On the side of experimental high school, Principal Wang is starting to feel a bit anxious. Originally, he thought his school could win 1 or 2 spots at Qingfeng Academy, but now it seems very unlikely. The students entered the instance one by one, and soon it was the turn of the last one. Most of the experimental high schools choose the ordinary level, until Deng Yuanjie entered and chose the nightmare level. The scene was lively for a moment but then became cold, because there were not many people left. This year, too many people chose the nightmare level, and everyone has become numb. Quickly, it's your and Yang Xiaohua's turn to enter the instance. Yang Xiaohua looked at you and quietly asked, "Brother Mu, it's a bit competitive this year." How to say you smiled and said of course it's choosing hell, and it can also let Deng Yuanjie steal the spotlight. Yang Xiaohua nodded, saying that Muga was right. With your clay bomb, choosing a nightmare is just too weak. He said it and walked in without looking back. You followed closely behind. Both of them chose hell level difficulty. Above the entrance to the dungeon, the display screen immediately showed the information of the two, Yang Xiaohua Hell, Muge Hell. At this moment, all the top 10 high school students in Jiangzhou have entered, and only 50 students from the experimental high school have not entered, making the scene relatively quiet due to the small number of people. But there was still a student who noticed the change on the screen and thought, "What the hell, did these two guys make the wrong choice? Why did they choose hell?" As the words fell, the remaining students all looked over, and then everyone was dumbfounded. I wonder how they chose hell. Is that something a person can pass through? Don't mention the students. At this moment, even the university president who was originally sitting in the chair, as well as the admissions teachers from various combat academies and the people from the education bureau, have all stood up. Everyone stand up. It's that exaggerated. Originally, the principals of various schools and the enrollment teachers from the combat academy were still seated. Even though many chose the nightmare difficulty today, they were merely surprised. But this time, almost everyone stood up, their faces filled with shock. Someone actually chose hell. Hardly anyone has ever been able to select the hell difficulty in the zombie kingdom. The first wave of zombies reached a terrifying 160. The second wave, 320. The third wave, 640. The fourth wave, 1280. The fifth wave reached an unimaginable 2560. Even level 20 professionals wouldn't dare to challenge it recklessly. Even dual class or hidden classes wouldn't help. Not to mention that this dungeon has seals that will restrict equipment and items above level 5. 10 years ago, the dual class Yan Xuanying and Yan Sheng from Long Country, who were born in Jiangzhou, also participated in this assessment, and they challenged the hell level. But they only lasted through the third wave, and they were already the top scorers in Jiangzhou's college entrance examination. Could it be that Jiangzhou is about to produce such talent again? All 10 combat academies took it very seriously. Which school is this from? Principal, come over here. The director of the Jiangzhou Education Bureau immediately waved. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang of the experimental high school stepped forward. "Director, it's from our school." All eyes in the venue turned to look. This made Principal Wang feel a bit of pride. How many years has it been? He has always been a relatively humble presence here. The director excitedly asked, "What's the situation with these two students?" Principal Wang replied, "Director, Zhang Xiaohua is a holy knight." The director felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. A holy knight challenging hell difficulty? That's impossible. What about the other one? Not only was the director disappointed, but the enrollment teachers from the combat academy were also let down. A holy knight is indeed impressive, but it's just a tank support role. They thought it was a hidden class, and now they felt foolish for being excited. Principal Wang continued, "The other one is a dual class." What? Everyone's eyes lit up. A dual class? How come they hadn't heard any news about this? The rarity of dual classes is greater than that of gifted classes. It can rival hidden classes, because they have more skills, and each time they level up, they gain more attribute points than ordinary professionals. This is something that can lead to early admission, a coveted existence for all combat academies. Principal Wang awkwardly smiled, but it's a dual life class. Everyone was left puzzled. What the heck? Long Country finally produced another dual class, and it turned out to be a dual life class? What use is that? Now the director of the Education Bureau was very disappointed. This isn't a joke. What if the two of them choose hell difficulty and accidentally die in the dungeon? This is nonsense. These two students are treating the assessment as a joke. Even if they choose hell difficulty, they won't survive the first wave. Their score would be worse than choosing difficult, even worse than normal. Yeah, it seems these two students are just playing around. What a waste of excitement. The enrollment teachers from various combat academies looked somewhat disappointed, while the high school principals were gloating, saying the two were just fooling around. The scoring for the Zombie Paradise is F B A S S corresponding to points 2/5/10/20/30/50/100/200/400. The dungeon difficulty is divided into easy, normal, difficult, nightmare, hell. Each increase in level doubles the points. At hell level, points are multiplied by 10. If they choose hell difficulty and can't even get past the first level, they would probably get an F, and even multiplied by 10, that would only be 20 points, which is less than the points earned from an easy dungeon. After all, clearing an easy dungeon could probably earn an A rating, which is 50 points. Director, I'll head down first. Principal Wang also left the stage in great embarrassment. Soon, everyone shifted their attention, brushing the incident aside as if it were a joke. The first batch of students entering the instance was about to come out. Zombie Paradise. The first group of students had nearly made it to the second wave. Some students had already exited, and the screen began displaying scores. Wang Air Easy Second Wave Instance Rating Seed 20 points. Susan Duo Easy Second Wave Instance Rating Seed 20 points. Shanghai Normal Second Wave Instance Rating C 40 points. Li Bo Normal Second Wave Instance Rating C 40 points. As soon as the students came out, they began to complain, "This instance is way too hard, so many zombies, my legs went weak from fear." Yeah, the monsters aren't cute at all, not even as cute as slimes. It's easy to fight one-on-one, but it's easy to get surrounded. I'm a warrior and can't attack from a distance. This is really unfavorable for warriors. Don't even mention it, I'm a mage, and halfway through I ran out of mana, had to run while recovering, and ended up crashing into a pile of zombies. The second wave is the limit. I really don't know how anyone can hold out for the third wave. Priest, I'm poisoned, hurry and cure me. Ah. Some students shouted as soon as they came out, clearly having been bitten by zombies and forced to leave the instance, or they would die inside. The first batch that came out was quite poor, looking as disheveled as could be. Soon, more and more students like this emerged. Most could only hold out for 1 or 2 waves before they couldn't take it anymore. These could only enter regular combat academies and couldn't get into the 3 major academies of Jiangzhou. At this moment, Fang Ro, who had entered the instance the latest, also came out. So dangerous, luckily I'm just a priest, I can get extra points. Fang Ro looked pale, she hadn't even made it through the first wave on normal difficulty, hurriedly leaving after killing 2 zombies, earning only an F rating, 4 points. However, as a priest, she had the chance for extra points. At least she could get into a slightly less prestigious combat academy. When she looked up at the big screen, she was stunned. What's going on? Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua, choosing hell, truly overestimating themselves. It would be better if they died in there. They better die in there. Holding out through the third wave in the instance was already quite impressive. If it were on nightmare level, making it to the third wave would be extraordinary. Su Tian from Tianyu High School, a gifted puppet mage, had chosen the nightmare level and had already made it to the second wave. Entering the instance of Zombie Paradise, the terrain inside was a massive city. There were no living beings in the city, only zombies. It was practically a zombie nation. It was said that this planet once had humans living on it. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, the entire planet fell. This instance was set in a city on that planet. I should be able to rank in the top 3 in this college entrance exam. I even have a chance to aim for first, Su Tian thought confidently. As soon as he entered the instance, just before the first wave of zombies arrived, he immediately began to observe the terrain and found a dead end. This dead end was about 3 meters wide, with only a long passage. No matter how many zombies there were, they could only enter from the entrance. The puppet mage's innate skill, puppet technique, 1. Unique innate skill that can charm monsters to become your puppets. His level 20 orc puppet, Ripper, was blocking the entrance with its massive body. Ripper was about 2 meters tall, wielding a 2-handed axe, continuously chopping and splitting the heads of every zombie that tried to break in. The zombies' weakness was their heads. As long as you chopped off their heads, they would undoubtedly die. Bang bang bang, the axe kept chopping, the zombie's head was cleaved off. At the same time, the puppet master Su Tian was continuously casting magical attacks in the passage. That's right, the puppet master could not only control one puppet but also cast spells like an ordinary mage, making him a perfect blend of offense and defense. However, after a while, he gave up. Controlling the puppet while casting spells consumed too much mental energy. He was only level 11, and his mental capacity was limited. Forget it. I'll just rely on the puppet for effective kills. Zombies have low attack power, mainly relying on corpse poison, and my puppet has thick blood. If it dies, it dies. I can just make another one next time. Eliminating zombies and clearing the nightmare. It's just a matter of time. The puppet master Soo-Taeon blocked the entrance of the alley, continuously slaying zombies. This was a good strategy, but relying solely on the puppet to chop down zombies was too slow. Before the second wave of monsters was finished, the third wave appeared. As a result, the pile of zombies outside the alley grew denser and denser. Then, something strange happened. The zombies, trapped outside the alley, began to turn on each other, devouring one another. Zombies that ate the brains of other zombies would become stronger. Cultivating poison. The original level 5 zombies began to level up. One larger male zombie was the first to eat the brains of 2 other zombies, and then it became powerful, with no other zombies able to stop it. Level 6, 7, 8. Until it reached level 18, this zombie had grown to 3 meters tall, all muscle, wielding a utility pole as a weapon. What the hell? At this moment, Soo-Taeon realized something was wrong. An 18-level zombie had appeared outside. He saw the zombie charge in and start fighting with the orc puppet, the Ripper. The Ripper was already affected by corpse poison and had taken many bites from other zombies, leaving it at half health. It could handle ordinary zombies, but not high-level ones. Coupled with attacks from other zombies, after several rounds of fighting, there was a loud crash, and the Ripper fell to the ground, dead. Crunching sounds came from the zombies' mouths, juices flowing. The Ripper was quickly torn to shreds by the zombies. Then, the zombies surged into the narrow passage like a tide. Is this the end? Soo-Taeon felt unwilling, but still crushed the return stone. The next second, he appeared at the entrance of the dungeon. As Soo-Taeon appeared, the scene erupted in excitement. Soo-Taeon Nightmare 3 waves rating A points 50 times 8 is equal to 400 points. Look, Soo-Taeon is out. My god, he's so strong. He actually cleared 3 waves on Nightmare difficulty. This score is already first, 400 points. The students on the scene were all amazed. They couldn't even withstand 3 waves on normal difficulty, and they had no idea how Soo-Taeon managed to do it. Truly, comparing people makes one die. 400 points, currently in first place. Soo-Taeon looked at his score above. Last year, 400 points could get into the top 10. However, he couldn't let his guard down. He entered relatively early, so he came out early as well. He didn't know if there would be any dark horses later. At least, that Phantom Ranger Wang Hai from the same school had a chance to surpass him. Zombie Paradise, Nightmare level. At this moment, the Phantom Ranger Wang Hai was standing on the roof of a 3-meter-high building. His strategy was different from Soo-Taeon's. He chose to shoot quickly from the rooftop, eliminating monsters rapidly. Of course, don't think that being on the roof was completely safe. If he chose a roof that was too high, the monsters would lose their target and wander around the city. Once the zombies scattered, it would be hard for him to kill them. He could only choose a roof that was 3 meters high, allowing the zombies to see him and gather around. At a distance of 3 meters, the zombies would pile up together and then climb up. On the roof, there were 2 Wang Hai. Whether shooting arrows or casting skills, they were indistinguishable from one another. One of the Wang Hai was his shadow clone. With the shadow clone, he had easily dealt with the second wave. The third wave soon appeared, 320 of them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Hai kept shooting arrows, each one hitting its mark. Every arrow precisely struck the zombies' heads. The zombies kept falling. Draw the bow, shoot the arrow, draw the bow, shoot the arrow. The cycle continued. The high-frequency shooting caused his novice wooden bow to collapse. He quickly took out another novice wooden bow. A few times, zombies nearly climbed up to the roof, but Wang Hai skillfully resolved the crisis. Half an hour later, he completely eliminated the third wave of monsters. The fourth wave was coming. 640 of them. The number of zombies doubled again. He persevered and shot down over 200 zombies. At this moment, the duration of the shadow clone was also up. This is as far as I can go. I really don't know who can clear this nightmare level dungeon. It feels completely impossible. After Wang Hai shot a few more arrows and eliminated a few more zombies, he crushed the return stone. The next moment, he appeared at the dungeon entrance. Wang Hai Nightmare 3 waves rating A points 60 times 8 is equal to 480 points. The points of the Shadow Archer Wang Hai were higher than those of the puppet mage Soo-Taeon, because he reached the fourth wave and killed more zombies. Look, the record for first place has been broken. It's the Shadow Archer Wang Hai, 480 points. So awesome, he reached the fourth wave but didn't completely clear it. The students gasped in amazement, and the atmosphere became lively again. The principal of Tianyu High School was overjoyed to see this scene. Their school had 2 students in the top 10 this year. Wang Hai might just hold the first place. The students continued to come out one by one, and the scores of those who persisted to this point began to rise, most falling within the range of 60 to 100 points. Suddenly, the appearance of one person astonished everyone. Lin Qingqing hard rating SS points 200 times 4 is equal to 800 points. When the 800 points appeared, the crowd erupted. Wow, a dark horse has appeared. Even though it's a hard difficulty, she got an SS rating. How did she get an SS rating? Even if she cleared it, it would only be an A rating. How could she get such a high score? She must have cleared it at an extremely fast speed to achieve this rating. The students on site were surprised. It turned out there was such a way to play. Challenging lower-level dungeons but getting an SS rating was also a path. But how did Lin Qingqing get the SS rating? Soon, the students kept inquiring, and the news they received left them astonished. What? Lin Qingqing is just an ordinary warrior class? Wow, I'm also a warrior class. Why am I not that impressive? Hard to imagine. Maybe her skills are just better. You don't know. I heard her family is wealthy. The students speculated and discussed randomly. Lin Qingqing walked back to the line from the dungeon. She seemed like a lovely girl stepping out of spring, her eyes reflecting the sunlight like morning dew, bright yet somewhat shy, and when she smiled, 2 pear blossoms bloomed. She was famous yet not famous in school. She was known as the school beauty, but very low-key, never socializing with classmates, so not many people knew her. But that didn't stop her from being the school beauty. Lin Qingqing looked up at the big screen, her score in first place. Many classmates around were quietly discussing her. Only the warrior Lin Qingqing knew clearly what she had experienced in the dungeon. Relying on herself, she definitely couldn't achieve an SS rating to clear it. The reason she could clear it was because of a certain item. An item that had no level and wouldn't be sealed by the dungeon. The C1 tadpole-shaped explosive given to me by my cousin is indeed powerful. 200 bombs are enough to help me quickly clear the difficult dungeon. Lin Qingqing thought to herself. That's right, Lin Qingqing's cousin was the wealthy Lin Wanqing, who had cleared the light rain figurine shop. Upon learning that her cousin was participating in the academy assessment, she immediately sent 200 C1 tadpole-shaped explosives. Lin Qingqing herself was quite impressive, and with the C1 tadpole-shaped explosives, she quickly cleared the difficult dungeon and achieved an excellent score of 800 points. This year's top scorer is mine. Lin Qingqing smiled slightly, overwhelmed with joy. Entering Qingfeng Academy as the top scorer came with extraordinary benefits. 800 points. That should be the top score this year, right? Pretty much, last year's top score was 500 points. Then 800 points is almost guaranteed. It's already 300 points higher than last year. Both students and teachers present thought so. Lin Qingqing also believed she was secure in her position to become the top scorer of Jiangchang. But soon, another dark horse emerged. Miwen from Yutsai High School appeared, setting a new record. Miwen Nightmare rating SS score 200 times 8 equals 1600. When the score of 1600 appeared, the admissions teachers from various academies stood up again. This year's surprises were just too many, with talented professions emerging one after another. Moreover, someone had quickly cleared the nightmare-level zombie paradise and received an SS rating. Was another brilliant generation about to arrive? The so-called brilliant generation refers to a period in the world when, after a certain time, a wave of talent emerges. During this period, geniuses appear one after another, and countless powerful new blood emerges. The overall strength of the world significantly increases. The last time this happened was 30 years ago, when that generation of newcomers almost became the main force in the world's resistance against the myriad races. And it seemed to be happening again. This meant that humanity was one step closer to victory in the struggle against the myriad races. It's too competitive, too competitive. I thought 800 points was the limit, but now there's a big shot with 1,600 points. Why is it so competitive this year? My God, 1,600 points, what kind of genius is that? How did she do it? She's just a priest. Miwen, my goddess, so strong. Goddess. You might not know, but Miwen is the daughter of the Mi group in Jiangchang. The Cullinan that arrived here today was driven by her. I heard her family tailored a set of level 1 purple gear just for her. No wonder she could clear the nightmare with an SS rating. I could do it too. You wish. She's a dark priest, which is why her family invested so much. Only the group healing spell of a dark priest can clear it quickly. Miwen's sudden emergence completely overshadowed the other geniuses. 1,600 points were far superior to those with scores in the 4 or 500s. Has everyone been overshadowed? Lin Qingqing couldn't help but look at Miwen. She thought she was secure as the top scorer, but then another dark horse appeared. After that, no one else achieved a higher score. The talented professions from various schools also emerged from the dungeon. Chennan Nightmare rating 8 score 60 times 8 equals 480. The fierce sorcerer Chennan ultimately only received 480 points. In the past, he could rank in the top 3, but this year he could only make the top 10. Tianjing Nightmare rating 8 score 50 times 8 equals 400. This was another high school's talented profession, the Wandering Knight, with a score of 400. Professionals from various schools began to appear one after another. The experimental high school was also growing anxious. Before long, the Thunder Mage of the experimental high school, Deng Yuanjie, emerged from the instance. Deng Yuanjie at Nightmare rating B score 30 times 8 equals 240. Deng Yuanjie looked somewhat disheveled after appearing, with a bite wound on his arm from a zombie. The school immediately called for a priest to deal with the corpse poison. What a pity, only got a B rating. Deng Yuanjie sighed. Indeed, challenging the Nightmare was too risky. If he had chosen the hard difficulty, he might have scored higher. Not bad, Yuanjie. Given the situation, you still have a chance to make the top 10. Su Chang, the homeroom teacher of Class 6, comforted him. While speaking, his gaze occasionally darted towards old Yuan, the homeroom teacher of Class 2. Deng Yuanjie nodded and looked at the large screen above. 1. Miwani Nightmare rating SS score 200 times 8 equals 1602. Lin Xingxing Hard rating SS score 200 times 4 equals 803. Wang Hai Nightmare 3 Waves rating 8 score 60 times 8 equals 484. Zhennan Nightmare rating 8 score 60 times 8 equals 485. Sutianan Nightmare 3 Waves rating 8 score 50 times 8 equals 406. Tianjing Nightmare rating 8 score 50 times 8 equals 400. 10. Deng Yuanjie at Nightmare rating B score 30 times 8 equals 240. Among the top 10, there were 6 gifted professionals and 4 ordinary professionals. As a gifted professional, he ranked last, which was indeed a bit embarrassing. However, he had entered the instance later, and everyone who should have come out had already done so. He was currently ranked 10th. If nothing unexpected happened, he could make the top 10 and get into Qingfeng Academy. Yuanjie. Fang Roro leaned over and said gently, "Don't worry, you will definitely make the top 10. Our school is the last to enter. I've observed that most of the other schools that haven't come out yet chose easier instances, so their scores can't compare to yours. Most of our school's people have come out, only 2 haven't." Fang Roro thought Deng Yuanjie had good potential and was looking for an opportunity. She was indeed beautiful, making Deng Yuanjie feel a bit flustered. Deng Yuanjie nodded. "I wonder who the 2 are." Fang Roro scoffed. "It's 2 from our class 2 who are overestimating themselves, choosing hell difficulty. Isn't that just asking for death?" Deng Yuanjie was taken aback. What? Someone chose hell? He had entered the instance faster than Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua, so he was unaware of this news. He quickly looked up and indeed saw it. In this assessment, someone actually dared to choose hell difficulty. That meant facing a terrifying 160 zombies right from the start. Even if they were lucky enough to pass, they would only get an E rating with 5 points. Then, the nightmare difficulty score would be multiplied by 10, resulting in just 50 points. The difficulty of the first wave was equivalent to the third wave of the hard level. It would be better to tackle the hard level, which would yield 20 times 4 is equal to 80 points. Moreover, it was nearly impossible to achieve a higher rating in hell difficulty. With so many monsters in the first wave and time being tight, they might not find a suitable place to kill monsters, leading to failure and possibly death inside. Then I'm safe. Deng Yuanjie smiled slightly. He had been worried that the paladin Zhang Xiaohua would push him out of the 10th place, but that fool chose hell mode, so there was no chance for him. As for Li Chen, a life profession, what was there to worry about? As time passed, this assessment was nearing its end. More and more students emerged from the instance. Most scored between 20 and 200 points. Gradually, almost everyone had come out. But the assessment was not completely over yet, as 2 people had not emerged. What's going on? Why hasn't it ended yet? Wow, look at the big screen. There are still 2 people in the instance. Are they the last ones to go in? They should be out by now. Wait, look closely at their difficulty level. They are on hell difficulty. What? Someone chose hell difficulty? That's so tough. Students began to notice something was off. Since everyone else had gone in earlier, they hadn't realized this. It was only when they came out that they saw someone had chosen hell difficulty for this assessment. Time ticked by, yet these 2 still hadn't emerged. This meant there were 2 possibilities. First, there were more monsters at hell difficulty, making it harder to defeat them quickly. Second, they might have died in the instance. Do you think these 2 students could have died in the instance? This year, no student has had an accident. It can't be. There's a possibility, after all, there are too many zombies at hell difficulty. If they get surrounded, they might not have time to use the return stone. Even the teachers from the experimental high school began to worry. They won't have an accident, they will definitely come out. Old Yuan frowned, usually honest, but now he was a bit angry as he shouted, "You all should be more optimistic. if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything. The other teachers were taken aback by old Yuan's outburst and fell silent. You too, no matter what your scores are, you must come out. The homeroom teacher, old Yuan, silently prayed. At this moment, he no longer cared about scores or promotions. He just hoped the two students would be safe. Hell-level zombie paradise. Damn, what bad luck. Zhang Xiaohua had just entered the instance and hadn't even found a good position before being surrounded by the first wave of zombies. This was the difficulty of hell-level instances. The first wave alone had a terrifying 160 zombies. It was easy to get completely surrounded, and once that happened, the only option was to leave. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was a paladin and immediately activated the slow aura. Once the slow aura was activated, the originally slow-moving zombies became as sluggish as snails. Although Zhang Xiaohua also slowed down, the zombies were even slower. Taking advantage of this, Zhang Xiaohua used the tadpole clay bomb to blast a bloody path. He then charged out. He arrived at a basketball court in an abandoned school. The court was surrounded by iron railings and barbed wire. The zombies could only enter through the entrance. Zhang Xiaohua stood guard at the entrance of the basketball court, continuously throwing clay bombs outside. Boom, boom, boom. This C1 tadpole-shaped clay bomb used 2 packs of explosive powder and could instantly kill level 10 monsters. Killing level 5 zombies was a piece of cake. With Zhang Xiaohua's high attribute points and strength, the bombs he threw flew out like cannonballs, fast and powerful. He didn't even need to aim for the zombies' heads. One throw would take out a whole group. Even if a few managed to slip through, a single hammer blow from Zhang Xiaohua would splatter their brains. Soon, the first wave of zombies was cleared. Then, the second wave of 320 zombies attacked. Once again, they were all killed. The third wave of 640 zombies came. Using the same tactic, he continued the slaughter. By the time the third wave was completely wiped out, Zhang Xiaohua had run out of clay bombs. However, he still had plenty of stamina and could keep killing on his own. But the speed of killing zombies was slow. After all, he was just a paladin. After killing over 100 zombies, the zombies began to surround him. That's enough. If I don't leave soon, I'm going to get bitten on the butt by a zombie. Zhang Xiaohua crushed the return stone and chose to leave. In the next second, Zhang Xiaohua appeared at the instance entrance, and his score appeared as well. His arrival caused a stir among everyone. The man who returned from the Hell instance. Zhang Xiaohua Hell rating S score 100 times 10 is equal to 1000. Because of his fast monster farming speed, although he didn't clear the level, he still received an S rating, ultimately achieving a score of 1000. He ranked second. Wow, wow. Zhang Xiaohua just came out of the Hell dungeon. This is incredible, 1000 points, another dark horse. An S rating in Hell difficulty, how strong is that? The students were all buzzing with excitement. There were too many dark horses this year, their minds were a bit muddled. In previous years, even over the past decade, the highest score was around 500 points. This year, 2 students had already surpassed 1000 points. The paladin scored 1000 points in the Hell level zombie paradise? How is that even possible? I can't imagine. Indeed, it's unimaginable. This year's students are all creating miracles. Teachers from various combat academies were all astonished. Based on their experience, this shouldn't be a score that a paladin could achieve. The paladin was just a support in tank, not suited for soloing dungeons, so they would add points at their discretion. But this was already 1000 points, adding more would be even more absurd. He actually came out alive and scored 1000 points. The most upset was Deng Yuanjie, who was originally ranked 10th. With Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, he was directly pushed out, and Qingfeng Vocational College only had 10 spots in Jiangcheng. So, he could only go to the second-ranked Gaoshan Combat Academy. Damn it! The difference between first and second, though only 1 rank apart, was a world of difference in resources. Only students from Qingfeng could represent the top tier of Jiangzhou. No one would remember the second, only the first would be remembered. Is Zhang Xiaohua really that amazing? Fang Roro felt a pang of jealousy upon seeing Zhang Xiaohua's score. Students from the same school and class were all filled with envy and resentment. Ah, Zhang Xiaohua, not bad, very good. The happiest was old Yuan, who rushed over and hugged Zhang Xiaohua tightly. Tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. It had been years since anyone from Qingfeng Academy had emerged, and now one had appeared with a high score of 1000. Teacher Yuan, composure, composure. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, yes, composure. Old Yuan finally let go, but not before glancing at Class 6 head teacher, Su Chang. Look, you think you can compete with me? You're too green. Class 6 head teacher Su Chang looked off into the distance, pretending not to see, feeling extremely awkward. By the way, has Li Chen not come out yet? Zhang Xiaohua looked around but didn't see Li Chen's figure. Yeah, he hasn't come out yet. I'm really worried. The head teacher Old Yuan said anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua was fine. Li Chen was just a life profession. Surely nothing bad had happened? Oh, then I understand Xie Ji's thoughts. Zhang Xiaohua smiled slightly. He plans to completely clear the zombie paradise. What? You're not joking, are you? Old Yuan's breathing became rapid. Clearing the hell-level zombie paradise, is that really possible? How could that be? Clearing hell difficulty is a concept that means an SS rating. The base score for an SS rating is 200 points, plus the hell difficulty times 10, that's 2000 points, definitely the top scorer. In the future, if the students succeed, he could bask in the glory. He could brag about this for the rest of his life. Of course it's possible. Zhang Xiaohua said with a faint smile, let the bullets fly for a while. He believed that with Li Chen's ability, clearing the level was just a piece of cake. Now, there was only one student who had not come out of the assessment. It was truly the center of attention. Everyone was staring at the entrance of the teleportation portal, waiting for the last student. At this moment, more students believed that since they hadn't emerged yet, they probably wouldn't, because the hellish difficulty had unleashed the fourth wave of zombie monsters, a terrifying 1280 of them. Hell difficulty, zombie paradise. The sky was shrouded in thick gray haze, with sunlight barely managing to penetrate, casting mottled and weak shadows that added an unreal pallor to this desolate land. Surrounding them were collapsed buildings, with weeds growing amidst the broken walls, unable to conceal the former splendor and the current desolation. The wind carried a bone-chilling cold, weaving through the shattered streets, emitting a wailing low moan, as if it were the last elegy of this city. All around were countless zombies, pressing in like a black cloud. They were densely packed, staggering like an army, their skin rotting, their hollow eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty light, as if they were messengers from hell. This place feels familiar. Li Chen stood atop a statue in the center of the city, on a sculpture of a deer. This was the spot where he had just appeared, looking down from a height, but it felt somewhat familiar, reminding him of Earth before his crossing. Although he had never been to this city, he still remembered the term Deer City. Li Chen dared not think too deeply. If it really was as he imagined, could this truly be Earth? Were those he once called family and friends still alive? Roar! 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 Countless zombies surged from all directions, like a tide. This was already the fourth wave of the zombie tide, reaching a terrifying 1280. As far as the eye could see, it was all zombies. Indeed, after entering the instance, Li Chen had killed the first 3 waves of zombies right here. All were instant kills. Although the instance had sealed his 10 rings, leaving him with only 57 points of mental power. If he were a mage, mental power would be linked to magical power, reducing damage. But Li Chen was different. The strength of his mental power did not affect the power of his clay bombs. His clay bombs were crafted from his life profession. A decrease in mental power merely meant fewer clay spiders he could control. Li Chen waved his hands, and 50 clay spiders scattered down like snowflakes. Those clay spiders crawled towards the zombies' mouths. As these zombies walked, they all roared with their mouths open, allowing the clay spiders to easily crawl inside and explode. Ka! A series of explosions erupted. The heads of 50 zombies instantly burst open like watermelons. In an instant, 50 zombies were killed. Experience plus 60, experience plus 60, experience plus 60. Clay control proficiency plus 1, clay control proficiency plus 1. Remote detonation proficiency plus 1, clay control proficiency plus 1. It must be said, this instance had a lot of monsters. It was simply a great place to level up and improve skill proficiency. Li Chen was not afraid of the number of monsters, he feared their strength, so this place was perfect for him. Accompanied by the wails of zombies and their collapse, more zombies surged in like a tide, filling the gaps. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, blood, and decay, making it suffocating. Is this really that place? Forget it, put away unnecessary thoughts and focus on grinding monsters. Art is explosion. Ka! Another round of explosions, 50 monsters killed in an instant. Every strike resulted in the instant kill of 50 monsters. Li Chen stood quietly atop the deer statue, unyielding, relaxed and at ease. 1280 zombies were a disaster for other practitioners. But for him, they were just experience-giving trash. Half an hour later, the fourth wave of zombies was completely exterminated. At this time, Li Chen's skill proficiency and experience had also leveled up. Level up, gain 5 attribute points, freely assign. Your clay manipulation level has risen to intermediate. Your remote detonation level has risen to intermediate. Li Chen immediately allocated all the attribute points. Still 1 strength, 1 agility, 2 spirit, 1 constitution, balanced development. Panel. Level, 14, 0. 0%, strength, 23, agility, 133, spirit, 59 plus 200, constitution, 37, dual soul, unique talent automatically adapted. you can integrate explosives into clay models to create special clay bombs. Skills: Clay Mastery, Advanced, Demolition Mastery, Advanced, Clay Manipulation, Intermediate, Remote Detonation, Intermediate, Flying Swallow Technique, Beginner, Clay Mastery, Advanced. Use clay to create clay models. Demolition Mastery, Advanced. Use powder to create basic C1 explosives. Clay Manipulation, Intermediate. Use mental power to manipulate clay actions within 300 meters. Remote Detonation, Intermediate. Set a command to control detonation within a 300-meter range. Flying Swallow Technique, Beginner. Light and agile, graceful as a swallow, swift as the wind, gentle as the forest. Materials: white basic clay *99999. Basic C1 explosive powder *999. Items: C1 clay spider bomb *3000, flamestorm magic scroll, one-time use, heart of gluttony, wealth, 10 gold coins, not bad, skills have improved, now clay manipulation and remote detonation have reached 300 meters. However, my flying swallow technique level is a bit low, still beginner. What if? A bold idea suddenly struck Li Chen's mind. At that moment, the fifth wave of zombies finally appeared. 2,560 zombies surged towards Li Chen. Flying Swallow Technique. Li Chen left the high point, descending like a swallow, jumping into the tide of zombies. If someone saw this, they would surely think he was crazy. However, in the next second, he was like a horse trampling a swallow, constantly stepping over the heads of zombies, moving, their heads becoming his footholds. With 133 points of high agility, combined with the Flying Swallow Technique, Li Chen could now traverse through the sea of corpses without a single leaf touching him. Meanwhile, clay spiders fell like snowflakes. Flying Swallow Technique Proficiency +1, Flying Swallow Technique Proficiency +1, Flying Swallow Technique Proficiency +1. The proficiency of the Flying Swallow Technique rapidly increased. However, this passive skill is quite special. To reach intermediate level, it requires 30,000 proficiency points, which is indeed a bit exaggerated. It seems he needs to improve day and night. Li Chen executed the Flying Swallow Technique, his left foot and right foot continuously stepping on the heads of zombies, like practicing on plum blossom stakes. The fast zombies couldn't react in time before he had already passed far away. The martial artist's movement skill is passive, consuming only stamina. Countless clay spiders, like white snowflakes, fell behind him, each one drilling into the mouths of the zombies, and these low-intelligence monsters completely ignored them. In their eyes, there were only living beings, devouring all living things. Before long, Li Chen evenly scattered the clay bombs into the mouths of every zombie, leaving none behind. Then, he stepped onto a wall, flipped over, and with a few jumps, gracefully landed on a 5-story building. It's time to witness the moment of miracles. Li Chen began to feel excited. If he could instantly kill all the zombies at once, what kind of evaluation would the dungeon give him? Art is explosion. Ka! Boom! 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 It was an extremely spectacular scene. All the zombies' heads exploded at the same time, instantly showering the sky with blood and flesh. 2560 zombies, all killed in an instant. Countless messages flooded in: experience +30, experience +30, experience +30. Clay manipulation proficiency +1, clay manipulation proficiency +1. Remote detonation proficiency +1, clay manipulation proficiency +1. After all, they were low-level monsters, and the experience gained after leveling up became less. But with so many zombies killed at once, Li Chen still received 76,000 experience points. The experience bar rose by 30%. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Hell-level zombie paradise. Completion time 1 hour 20 minutes. Received SSS rating. Congratulations, you are the first person in the world to clear the Hell difficulty zombie paradise. You will receive a special reward. The reward is being calculated. Ha! There are rewards for the dungeon? Li Chen was a bit surprised. He had never heard of rewards for this assessment dungeon. So, only clearing the Hell difficulty and achieving an SSS rating would grant rewards? You have gained the favor of the will of the zombie planet. Reward enhancement. Based on your current situation, the reward is being calculated. You have obtained a legendary item, the first apple, a miracle bestowed upon the world by the Earth Mother and the God of Nature, containing endless knowledge, wisdom, and the power of life. Consuming it permanently increases all 4 attributes by 30 points. What does it mean to be favored by the will of the zombie planet? The first apple? Legendary. Wow, such a good item. Li Chen's eyes lit up. A permanent increase in base attributes would be something countless people would fight over if sold. But how could Li Chen sell it? He directly picked it up and took a bite. As the apple entered his stomach, Li Chen felt a warm current flowing through his body. He felt warm all over, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. After a moment, this feeling slowly faded. All 4 attributes increased by 30 points. Level, 14, 0. 0%, strength, 53 agility, 163 spirit, 89 constitution, 67 in its place. He felt a significant change in his physical strength, rejuvenated. Previously 100 points in agility, now increased by another 120 points, a total of 220 points, equivalent to 44 allocated attribute points. I am now level 14, and my raw attribute points are comparable to a level 50 professional. So, is this the direction I should develop in the future? Li Chen couldn't help but reflect. He had no combat skills. The only means of combat was the clay spider bomb, which was still too lacking. Therefore, he should focus on increasing his attribute points to become stronger. This was indeed a good path. Of course, Li Chen did not think he was invincible. After all, although legendary items were rare, others could certainly obtain them as well. Others would also increase their attribute points, but that was for the future. His current attributes should be considered relatively high. Strange, the dungeon has been cleared. Why haven't I been sent away yet? Li Chen was puzzled, still standing in place. Generally speaking, after clearing a dungeon, the challenger would be automatically teleported out. Just as he was wondering, a transparent panel appeared before him. The will of the zombie planet invites you to watch a segment. Do you agree? What is this? Li Chen's mind raced with guesses. Perhaps it was indeed so. He did not hesitate and chose to agree. The next second, the panel's light changed dramatically. A breathtaking scene slowly unfolded before his eyes. On the screen, there was a blue planet. Humans inside lived and worked in peace, smiling and happy. With the arrival of a group of humans from other planets, they began to unleash the zombie virus, and the planet started to collapse, rapidly turning gray. The sky was no longer the familiar clear blue, but was shrouded in thick gray haze, sunlight unable to penetrate, as if the entire world was enveloped in a layer of death's breath. On the ground, the once vibrant green vegetation had vanished, replaced by desolation and decay. The once prosperous cities had turned into a sea of ruins, skyscrapers toppled, and the streets were littered with broken walls and debris, all signs indicating that this place had undergone an unprecedented catastrophe. Even more chilling was the fact that humanity now existed in another terrifying form: zombies. They had pale skin, hollow eyes, driven by instinctual desires as they wandered across this barren land, searching for the scent of the living. Earth had become a zombie planet. Eventually, that group of humans from other planets opened a portal, allowing the zombie planet to attack the blue star. When the scene ended, Li Chen fell into a deep silence. He roughly understood what had happened. A group of evil humans had turned Earth into a zombie planet to attack the blue star, and the will of the blue star had given rise to professionals to resist. Earth was gone, and he was likely the only Earthling still living in this universe. Li Chen felt an immense rage and a deep sense of loneliness. So, the will of Earth sensed me and gave me a reward upgrade. Damn it, who are these evil humans? Could it be that this group is driving the myriad races to attack the blue star? Li Chen furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with anger, fists clenched tightly. The will of the zombie planet issues you a special mission. Save Earth. There are still some human sparks hiding in shelters on this land. You will descend as a hero to save them and restore civilization to the planet. Mission level, level 50 mission difficulty, catastrophic mission reward, unknown. The will of the zombie planet hopes you will return to this instance at level 50 to save the planet. Do you accept? Are there still survivors? I accept. Li Chen chose to accept without hesitation. Whether for the reward or for his former home planet, Li Chen chose to accept without a second thought. This was something he, as an Earthling, had to do. Thank you. Li Chen felt as if he heard a voice from the starry sky. The voice was like a mother, gentle and lone. In the next moment, the scenery before him changed. He was teleported out of the instance. Li Chen appeared outside the instance, still immersed in the scene he had just witnessed. And with his appearance, the entire place fell silent. Only the sound of each other's breathing could be heard, as if a pin could drop. Because, on the big screen, Li Chen's name had already entered the leaderboard at number 1. Li Chen Hell rating SSS points 400 times 10 equals 4000 perfect score. Full marks in the Academy assessment. Clearing a Hell difficulty instance with an SSS rating, 4000 points. Such a result was simply record-breaking. Throughout history, even hidden professions and dual-class players had never achieved such a score. Everyone seemed to think they were seeing things, many rubbed their eyes and continued to check. But it remained the same, Hell SSS rating, 4000 points. Silence, an immense silence. The silence lasted a full 5 minutes before it was finally broken. A roar like a tsunami erupted. The sound was enough to pierce the clouds, echoing through the abandoned city. My God, what is happening? The highest difficulty, the highest rating. Is this even human? Full marks, 4000 points. Wow, I only got 20 points, he got 4000 points. The gap between us is 200 times. No, even if there were 200 of you, you couldn't clear Hell. at least 2,000 times. This is simply a prodigy level figure, a big shot. Li Chen, I love you, I want to be with you and have babies. Wow, our Jiangcheng has produced a peerless genius, invincible. Ah! The students shouted like crazy, calling out to Li Chen. At this moment, there was no envy or jealousy, only admiration. When someone is very close to you, you may feel envy and jealousy. But when someone is like a god, all that's left is worship. No equipment, no props to boost. A level 10 novice breaking through a hell-level dungeon is a godlike existence. All the recruitment teachers from the top 10 battle academies had their eyes wide open, mouths agape, standing up in disbelief, watching all of this. The dungeon cannot be wrong. It is the power formed by the will of the blue star planet. So, a prodigy-level practitioner has truly appeared. Hey, is this the principal? A student from Jiangcheng has cleared the hell-level zombie paradise and received an SSS rating. Yes, you heard that right. Hey, principal, a genius has emerged. No, a super genius. Someone cleared it with full marks. Yes, good. I guarantee to complete the task. It's true, principal. Good. I will do my utmost, at all costs, to bring this student over. Okay, good. I'm going to recruit him right now. Should I offer legendary level items to entice him? Alright, I'm on it. The recruitment teachers from various battle academies immediately contacted their principals. The responses they received were astonishingly uniform. At all costs, bring this student to the school. Some lower-ranked academies were even willing to offer legendary items to entice him. Make way. Don't rush. What are you doing? Damn, I'm first. Don't crowd me. Don't fight over him. Such talent should only be wasted at my Qingfeng Academy. What nonsense, is my Gaoshan Battle Academy inferior? Ridiculous. Old second for 1,000 years, how dare you speak, this student is mine. This person, I, from Lushui Battle Academy, have to secure him. The recruitment teachers from the 10 academies rushed towards Li Chen's direction, fearing that if they were slow, he would be snatched away. The scene instantly descended into chaos. The recruitment teachers from the battle academies were frantically vying for him. The students present watched in astonishment. Usually, students choose schools first. The schools then consider admission based on rankings and career situations. But for Li Chen, all 10 battle academies in Jiangzhou were scrambling. But it makes sense, after all, he cleared it with full marks. Li Chen, I am from the Earth Battle Academy, sincerely inviting you to join our school, directly entering the rocket class, equipped with the best teachers to guide you. We have a unique gravity training room in all of Jiangzhou to enhance martial artists' skill training speed. If you are willing to come, you will have unlimited access all year round. Look at me, I am from the Fire Battle Academy. If you are willing to come over, our master-level forging teacher can craft you an epic weapon. Our school's advantage in weaponry is unmatched. Star River Battle Academy, sincerely inviting you. Our school can provide you with a high-level pet egg, plus a mount. As long as you enroll, we will immediately grant you a scholarship. The best standalone villa dormitory will be provided, and tuition will be completely waived. Li Chen, I am from the Gaoshan Battle Academy's recruitment team. Although Lushui Academy ranks only 5th in Jiangzhou, we have the best faculty and a complete nurturing system, with 15 types of martial artist skill manuals. If you are willing to come over, our school is willing to reward you with a legendary level item, equipment, or skill book. Please consider it. 10 enrollment teachers surrounded Li Chen, each stating their conditions. Some offered pet eggs, some weapons, some armor, some mounts, and others unlimited access to the gravity training room. The conditions were truly varied and dazzling. However, after listening to the series of conditions, it seemed that the highest offer came from the Gaoshan Combat Academy, which was a legendary level item, equipment, or skill book as a reward. Qingfeng and Gaoshan Combat Academies were recognized as the first and second in Jiangzhou. Gaoshan Combat Academy had been ranked second for years, striving to compete for the first place. Therefore, they offered the best conditions to attract this student. If they could secure this once-in-a-century student, they would surely be able to compete with Qingfeng Academy for the top spot in Jiangzhou. Li Chen listened quietly, not in a hurry to agree. From the beginning, his goal was Qingfeng Combat Academy, so he was waiting. Sure enough, Qingfeng Combat Academy, as the top in Jiangzhou, made their appearance last. The enrollment teacher was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Ping Chuan. Ping Chuan stated the conditions. Hello, I am Ping Chuan, the enrollment teacher from Qingfeng Combat Academy. If you are willing to come over, our school is also willing to offer a legendary level item or equipment as a scholarship. Our school is the best in Jiangzhou. You should understand that choosing Qingfeng means choosing the future. In order to prevent students from being taken by Gaoshan Combat Academy, Qingfeng Academy offered the same conditions, and being the top school, they believed the other party would not refuse. The reputation of a person, the name of a tree, the same goes for schools. Hello, Teacher Ping. I choose Qingfeng. Li Chen made his choice directly, opting for the best academy. Very well, I believe you will be glad for today's choice in the future. Ping Chuan extended his hand and shook hands with Li Chen. Congratulations on becoming a member of Jiangzhou Academy. Please follow me to sign the contract. Thus, the two went to the enrollment point of Qingfeng Academy to sign the contract in advance. The other enrollment teachers showed disappointment upon hearing this. Sigh, Qingfeng Academy takes away the best students every year. Yeah, how are we other academies supposed to survive? We can only try to recruit other students. What profession is this student? How did he score 4,000 points? Yeah, I'm curious about that too. Let's check. The academy teachers had been busy recruiting and had overlooked Li Chen's profession. Now, a teacher checked the database of this batch of students on their phone. They were shocked upon discovering that this student was not a special profession but a life profession. How could a life profession score 4,000 points? There must be something fishy. Zhang De, a teacher from Gaoshan Academy, looked over and found that the student had already signed the agreement with Qingfeng Academy. Feeling a bit schadenfreude, he walked over and said with a smile, Ping Chuan, even old horses can stumble sometimes. You were so busy signing contracts that you didn't have time to ask about this genius's profession, did you? Ping Chuan smiled. What does it matter what profession he is? If he can score full marks in the assessment dungeon, it proves his ability and potential. No, Zhang Di said, why not ask him? You might be surprised. They were old acquaintances, and with the conversation reaching this point, Ping Chuan could only look at Li Chen. Li Chen, what is your profession? Li Chen replied honestly, to be honest, I am a dual life profession, teacher. The contract we just signed won't be invalid, will it? Ping Chuan was clearly taken aback. He had signed a student who was a life profession? Although it was a dual life profession, it seemed no different from a single life profession, just an additional means of making a living. But why did he clear the hell-level dungeon with full marks? This is indeed intriguing. He took out his phone and began to carefully examine Li Chen's profile. His dual professions were clay artist and demolition expert. One was for working with clay, and the other was for demolition safety. These two professions didn't seem to have any connection, did they? Ping Chuan couldn't figure it out, took a deep breath, and said, since I have signed a contract with you, I will execute it regardless of the situation. You will receive a legendary item from our school, but sooner or later, your methods will be revealed. I would like to see them, is that okay? After he finished speaking, Li Chen nodded, of course, please enlighten me. The enrollment teachers, who were originally preparing to return to their positions, immediately gathered around again. Most of them were aware of Li Chen's dual professions and were very curious, wanting to explore further. The students also turned their gazes in that direction. Who wouldn't be curious about how a dual profession player could clear the hellish difficulty of the zombie paradise and even received an SSS rating? As a result, all eyes in the room were drawn to Li Chen, who instantly became the center of attention. I hope nothing goes wrong. The homeroom teacher of Class 2, Old Yuan, was quite nervous. He felt that Li Chen might have used some method to clear the challenge, but he also hoped it wouldn't be exposed and that he could get away with it. But now, with a public verification, if something went wrong, it would blow up. Don't worry, Old Yuan, Brother Xiao will definitely amaze everyone. Noticing the homeroom teacher's anxiety, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. To be honest, he also wanted to see what kind of astonishment would arise when Li Chen's clay bombs were revealed to the world. I will summon a level 20 summon beast, the Silverwind Wolf, to compete with you. I will seal all the effects of my equipment, but even so, my attributes will make this wolf very strong, enough to rival a level 30 monster. But you don't need to defeat it. Just showcase your combat methods. The enrollment teacher from Qingfeng Academy, Ping Chuan, said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a magic circle appeared on the ground. The next moment, a giant wolf, standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder, slowly emerged. Although Ping Chuan was an ordinary mage, he specialized in summoning. The level 20 Silverwind Wolf, boosted by its own attributes, had stats comparable to a level 30, and the opponent was just a student who had just participated in the assessment. The crowd around them quickly stepped back, clearing a space. Go! With a command from Ping Chuan, the Silverwind Wolf charged towards Li Chen, moving as fast as a silver streak. Yet, Li Chen stood still, relaxed and at ease. To him, the Silverwind Wolf's speed didn't seem fast at all. Just as the Silverwind Wolf was about to swing its massive claws and tear Li Chen to shreds, not so fast. Li Chen sidestepped and dodged, executing the swallows technique, swinging like a pendulum, flipping and jumping to create some distance. The 100 clay spiders in his hand were casually flung onto the Silverwind Wolf, sticking to it. Because they were all white, no one noticed those tiny white spiders the size of thumbs. The dodging and clay bomb release skills honed in the dungeon now came into play. Swallow's technique. Ping Chuan was astonished. This technique was precisely the martial arts skill of their Qingfeng Academy. He never expected to see it in a freshman. But relying solely on the swallow's technique wouldn't cause any damage to the Silverwind Wolf. Just as the Silverwind Wolf missed its attack and landed on the ground, crack, Li Chen detonated the clay bombs. 100 bombs exploded simultaneously at various parts of the Silverwind Wolf's body. The wolf was instantly blown to pieces, vanishing into light in the air. The massive explosion also created a strong wind, stirring up dust and smoke, blinding everyone present. Yet, they were also shocked by the earlier scene, witnessing an unprecedented combat method. What exactly just happened? How was the Silverwind Wolf eliminated? Li Chen just happened to fall from the sky, standing effortlessly and comfortably. Teacher, is this okay? With the Silverwind Wolf being instantly killed, the scene fell into a profound silence. At this moment, no one doubted that this dual-life professional had cheated to win. He easily dodged the Silverwind Wolf's attack, shouted "Ka" while in the air, and the Silverwind Wolf, also airborne, vanished without a trace. This kind of combat method was simply unheard of and unseen. Regardless of the combat profession, one must release skills to attack monsters. Yet Li Chen did not make a move. He seemed like a deity. He merely uttered a single word. A summoned beast comparable to a level 30 monster exploded on the spot. How the hell did he do that? Absurd. Simply absurd. In an instant, the entire venue erupted with a thunderous roar. Wow, so cool. What kind of combat method is this? Is he a god? Can he kill monsters with just a glance? How did the Silverwind Wolf die? Why did it self-destruct? So cool. Li Chen, I want to date you. I'm Su Linju, Li Chen, let's be friends. So awesome. How did he do that? I'm so anxious. I want to know. The students below were shouting in a chaotic frenzy. Many girls began frantically trying to add Li Chen as a friend. It wasn't just the students, even the principals of various high schools and people from the education department had no idea what had just happened. But the enrollment teachers from the combat academies saw the truth. They were teachers who guided students, rich in combat skills and experience. How could they not see it? Just now, this student named Li Chen, while dodging the Silverwind Wolf's attack, released some thumb-sized white clay spiders into the air. Those little spiders were clearly controlled by Li Chen, flying to the weak points of the Silverwind Wolf's body, such as the abdomen, throat, and chest. As Li Chen shouted "Ka" to send the detonation signal, those clay spiders exploded simultaneously. This was something that combined clay and explosives. The two unrelated life professions of clay master and demolition expert perfectly fused at this moment, developed flawlessly by this student. He actually created clay bombs. Then, using the clay master's level 10 advanced skill control clay and the demolition expert's level 10 advanced skill remote detonation, he made the clay spiders produce pinpoint explosions, thus using them as combat skills. A genius, an unparalleled genius. To elevate two life professions to such new heights is already quite rare. But he was not just that. His combat method flowed like water, having already mastered this peculiar combat style, able to use it flexibly. In a way that was hard to detect, he killed the Silverwind Wolf in an instant. This student's genius did not lie in how powerful his profession was. It lay in his mind, which was too clever. How did he think of that? Ping Chuan, Zhang De, the enrollment teacher from Gaoshan Academy, said unwillingly, "Congratulations, you've recruited a special genius." He felt so distressed. He initially thought the other party had recruited the wrong student, but the result was unexpected. Li Chen was not just a genius, he was a special kind of genius. Who knows how far this dual life profession can go in the future? In any case, it won't be too bad. Geniuses should be at Qingfeng Academy. Ping Chuan said lightly, as if everything were only natural. Don't celebrate too early. It's still uncertain which of our two academies will come in first this year. I just received news that our school in Licheng has recruited a hidden profession student who scored 3,000 points in the assessment. Let's wait and see. After saying that, Zhang De waved his hand and left unhappily. With the assessment over, the next step was the enrollment phase for the various battle academies. Each academy set up enrollment points, and students chose the schools they could apply to based on their rankings, lining up to register. The top 10 students had teachers from various schools recruiting them. Although Qingfeng Academy ranked first, the top 10 were not all taken by one school. For instance, Gaoshan Battle Academy attracted several students in the top 10 with higher scholarships. On the Qingfeng Academy side, as long as they ensured that the top 5 were not snatched away by their old rival, Gaoshan Academy, it would be fine. Zhang Xiaohua, who scored 1,000 points and ranked third, was also unsurprisingly courted by various academies, feeling quite pleased with himself. He ultimately chose Qingfeng Academy, joining Li Chen's academy. Ping Chuan also offered Zhang Xiaohua favorable terms, including an epic-level weapon. Soon, Zhang Xiaohua signed the enrollment contract with Ping Chuan. "We're brothers now. Awesome." Zhang Xiaohua was very happy, high-fiving Li Chen in celebration, beaming with joy. "Ha!" Seeing this, Ping Chuan was slightly taken aback and asked Zhang Xiaohua, "Can you tell me how you got an S rating in the nightmare-level dungeon?" Zhang Xiaohua stuck out his tongue. "Teacher, that's a secret." After saying that, he pulled Li Chen away. "Oh no, I've been tricked by these two kids." Ping Chuan suddenly felt deceived. With their relationship so good, Zhang Xiaohua, a paladin, achieving a score of 1000 must be closely related to Li Chen. It was likely that he used some kind of clay bomb from Li Chen to get such a high score. There was no need for him to offer an epic-level weapon as a condition to recruit. "Forget it, the contract is signed, I can't go back on it." Ping Chuan shook his head helplessly. It seemed he would have to make a request to the assessment officials in the future. Clay bombs must also become items sealed for entering dungeons. Otherwise, if Li Chen sold clay bombs, the assessments would be in chaos. Who would have thought that not long after, Li Chen, relying on his own strength, forced the officials to specifically change the rules for the assessment dungeons. It was truly unprecedented. "Ha, that was so satisfying, Xiaogu. Did you see the expression on the enrollment teacher's face just now? Ha, I got an epic-level weapon for free. Awesome." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Originally, with his abilities, getting into Qingfeng Academy was already a bit of a stretch. And now, not only did he get into Qingfeng Academy, but he also received a scholarship from the school, a purple weapon. It should be noted that purple weapons cannot be obtained from monsters. They need to be crafted by master-level enhancement profession blacksmiths, which is very expensive. "I told you long ago, at the peak of the world, where I am, you are too," Li Chen said irritably. "Do you think I'm joking?" The two chatted and laughed as they returned to their class in the experimental high school. Most of the students in the school entered general battle academies. Thunder Mage Deng Yuanjie looked at the two with mixed feelings. He could have entered Qingfeng Academy. However, ranking 12, he received no special treatment. He ultimately chose the second-ranked Gaoshan Battle Academy, which offered certain conditions that could help him grow. Weighing the options, he still felt Gaoshan Academy was more suitable for him. Deng Yuanjie looked at Li Chen and said, "Li Chen, you are indeed very impressive, but it's only temporary. In the early stages, you might rely on some tricks, but in the later stages, it will depend on solid strength. I hope you don't fall behind. We will have the chance to compete." He had already shifted from looking down on Li Chen to viewing him as a rival. Li Chen smiled and said, "All right, I'll be waiting." Young people are naturally competitive. After all, they were classmates in the same school, so Li Chen didn't want to embarrass him too much. Next, it was time to wait for the enrollment to completely finish. After returning home to pack his bags, Li Chen would be able to report to the Battle Academy tomorrow. He was already looking forward to life at the Battle Academy. During this time, girls from various schools kept coming over, wanting to add Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua as friends, but Li Chen rejected them all. However, Zhang Xiaohua was undeterred and added a whole bunch of girls as friends. "Take it easy." Li Chen shot her a disdainful look. Women would only slow down his draw. "What do you know? Without girls, life would be so dull and boring," Zhang Xiaohua said. Suddenly her eyes lit up. A very beautiful girl was walking towards them. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her hands together, mischievously asking, "Are you here to add me as a friend? Move aside." The girl directly pushed Zhang Xiaohua aside and came in front of Li Chen. Before the girl could speak, Li Chen said, "Sorry, I don't add friends." The girl replied directly, "Hello, Li Chen, my sister wants to meet you." This girl was none other than Lin Qingqing, who ranked third in this assessment. Lin Qingqing also scored 800 points with the clay bomb, just like Zhang Xiaohua. Speaking of this assessment, the top three were all related to Li Chen's clay bomb. Li Chen was taken aback. "Your sister is?" Lin Qingqing replied, "Cheng Tian." "Cheng Tian is your sister, so you are also?" Li Chen realized that this was the big spender who had bought all his clay bombs. If it weren't for her buying spree in the early stages, he wouldn't have had so much money to purchase materials to make tens of thousands of clay bombs. Facing a big client, it was indeed necessary to meet. "That's right, thanks to you, I was able to achieve a good ranking." Lin Qingqing smiled gently and said, "By the way, my sister's real name is Lin Wanqing. I wonder if you would be willing to meet her." "Mr. Patrick Star?" Just when Li Chen was dealing with the Silver Wind Wolf, Lin Qingqing recognized him. The Li Chen in front of her was the creator of the clay bomb, Patrick Star. She immediately contacted her cousin, who replied to introduce her. "Lin Wanqing, such a familiar name." Li Chen squinted, reminiscing about the name. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiaohua instantly reacted, excitedly exclaiming, "My god, is that the prodigy Lin Wanqing? The one who ranked third in the National Mid-Level Battle Academy competition last year? What kind of professional can be called a prodigy? That would be someone who has achieved a ranking in the National Professional League, attracting everyone's attention. Across the 12 states of the country, with hundreds of mid-level battle academies, geniuses abound, and those who can break through in the league and enter the top 3 can be called the pride of heaven. Summoner Lin Wanqing is indeed a prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom. With a team competition ranking of third in the nation, she entered the highest institution, the Zhangzhou Longhun Advanced Battle Academy. Li Chen had also watched the National League videos from last year, where the professionals were terrifyingly strong, with dazzling skills, back and forth, truly shocking. It was said that the level 40 genius students could contend against level 60 professionals. In front of some real experts, level seemed not so important. "That's right, that's my sister," Lin Xingqing said with a smile. "It really is her." Li Chen nodded. "It's an honor to meet a prodigy." Being able to meet such a talented student, Li Chen felt he should be able to learn something. Lin Xingqing smiled and said, "It's settled then." They added each other as friends to contact each other anytime. After Lin Xingqing left, Zhang Xiaohua excitedly said, "Xiaogu, even the prodigies want to meet you. Your luck with girls is unstoppable. You have to take advantage of this." Li Chen gave him a chop with his hand. Eat your head." Next came some trivial matters. Waiting for all the students to finish their exams at the Battle Academy, the Director of Education briefly mentioned the important points to note for the future, such as arriving at the academy on time. Students from various schools boarded the buses one after another. Li Chen drove off in his great wall cannon, leaving everyone envious in his dust. The next day came quickly. The assessment at Zhangcheng Academy saw students achieving full marks, dominating the front page of the news. Shock! A once-in-a-century genius appears in Jiangcheng, passing the assessment with full marks. Jiangcheng rises. A mysterious professional breaks through the nightmare-level zombie paradise. A hidden profession, the spellcaster, appears, spells that can kill in an instant. The mind master appears, capable of making monsters self-destruct with mental power. The whole city is in an uproar. Experimental high school students are being frantically snatched up by major battle academies. Li Chen was somewhat speechless. Had he suddenly become a celebrity? Also, what on earth was a hidden profession? What was a spellcaster? What was a mind master? Shouldn't they adhere to some professional ethics and stop spreading false reports? He casually clicked on a post, and it was filled with overwhelming comments. "I was there at the time, so strong, killing monsters with spells. No wonder he could pass. Who is this Li Chen? Which school is he from?" "From Sanshui High School. Li Chen is my buddy. I've even had dinner with him. I've been to a brothel with him. We're tight." "What brothel? Can you discreetly share the location, bro?" Private message. "Don't talk nonsense upstairs. How could my boyfriend go to that kind of place?" The comments from netizens were all over the place, with all sorts of bizarre claims. In any case, Li Chen suddenly had many more brothers, friends, and even a girlfriend. While the heat is on, I should quickly register my Douyin account. Who knows, if I gain more followers, I might get advertising deals and make money. Li Chen immediately opened his phone and registered a Douyin account. He felt that he might not be able to sell clay bombs in the trading market anymore. Once his professional characteristics were announced, the government would likely take action. Clay bombs were everyday items that non-combat professions could buy, making them easy to cause destruction. What if some student bought a clay bomb and blew up the school? How would he explain that? Damn! What the hell? I registered as Li Chen, and it's already taken. Li Chen tried to register his Douyin account but found the name was occupied. He then tried Genius Li Chen, Experimental High School Li Chen, Full Marks Li Chen. All were taken without exception. Besides that, there were also imposters like Mind Master Li Chen and Forbidden Spell Master Li Chen. These fakes had garnered quite a few followers, some with thousands of fans. Damn it, so shameless. Li Chen couldn't help but curse. In the end, he had no choice but to register under the name Invincible Patrick Star. Then he wrote in his bio, "The real genius Li Chen, no fakes." He then posted a video claiming to be the real Li Chen. However, hardly anyone paid attention. It seemed that the path to becoming an internet celebrity was clearly not going to work out. "Xiao Xiao, you're famous now." Li Weiyu excitedly rushed over, holding her phone. She had woken up early to see all the news about her brother. "I knew it already, sis. Mom and Dad in heaven would be proud of you." As she spoke, tears welled up in Li Weiyu's beautiful eyes, and she choked up. She was happy for her brother's success. The Li family had produced a top scholar, the top scholar of Jiangcheng. No, the top scholar of Jiangzhou. Sis. Li Chen had never seen his sister so emotional. This was family affection. "I'm fine." Li Weiyu wiped her tears and forced a smile. "In the future, when I'm not by your side, you have to take good care of yourself, okay? And if you like any girl, don't miss out. Yeah, I know. Li Chen nodded, knowing that his sister was reluctant to part with him. The siblings had always depended on each other and had never been apart. This time, he was heading to Jiangzhou's Hanchang. Hanchang was the capital city of Jiangzhou, quite far from their hometown. He really wanted to take his sister with him, but unfortunately, the Dragon Kingdom had regulations that prohibited ordinary citizens from changing their residence without permission. Unless he achieved certain accomplishments and made contributions to the country in the future, it wouldn't be possible. Sister, once I officially become a member of the Legion, I'll take you to Hanchang. I'll go make you dinner. You don't need to cook today, I'm taking you to meet someone. Ha, is it her? When Li Weiyu learned that the talented Lin Wanqing was the wealthy patron of their shop, she was very excited. In the afternoon, Li Chen rested in his room while Li Weiyu busied herself all afternoon, thoughtfully packing his luggage and clothes. By evening, the two of them drove to the banquet with their sister. The most prestigious private kitchen in Jiangcheng, Fengyang Pavilion. Fengyang Pavilion was not open to the public. Those who could enter were all dignitaries and noble families, and ordinary people might not have even heard of it. However, Lin Qingqing was able to easily book a luxurious private room here. This showed that the Lin family had considerable influence in Jiangzhou. Although Lin Wanqing was far away in Jiangzhou, she could arrive in Jiangzhou within a day, which surely required a flying mount. Li Chen arrived at Fengyang Pavilion based on the message from Lin Qingqing. This was a private venue in a luxurious villa area. The interior decoration was not overly extravagant but rather had an ancient charm, giving a unique ambience. Mr. Li Chen and Miss Li, please this way. The staff immediately led them into the private room. The room was already filled with exquisite dishes, many of which Li Chen had never even heard of. A table full of food could be the income of an ordinary person for half a lifetime. Sitting at the table were two beautiful women. Li Chen had already met Lin Qingqing. The other one was likely the renowned Lin Wanqing from the Dragon Kingdom's talented list. Lin Wanqing had a pair of bright black eyes that seemed to see into the depths of people's hearts, with gentle curves at the corners resembling peach blossoms. She wore a black long dress, exuding a mature beauty, and her faint smile gave a very approachable feeling. This was quite different from her appearance in the video, where she wore a scarlet robe and had a commanding presence. In reality, she had a big sister vibe. Lin Wanqing stood up and waved. Hello, if I'm not mistaken, you are the currently popular prodigy of Jiangcheng. And this next to you is Yu Fengfen. You two look quite alike. Are you siblings? After saying this, she took Li Weiyu's hand and sat down. Originally, Li Weiyu, being an ordinary person, felt very nervous about meeting a talented woman, but Lin Wanqing's gesture of holding her hand eased her tension immediately. Hello, I'm Li Weiyu, and this is my brother Li Chen. Li Weiyu relaxed a bit and introduced herself. Weiyu, what a lovely name. I absolutely love your figurines. Really? Really, especially that one of the cute dog, it's so adorable. The two chatted about figurines as if they were long-lost best friends, engrossed in conversation. They completely left Lin Qingqing and Li Chen on the side. Li Chen could only engage in small talk with Lin Qingqing. He learned that although she ranked third in this assessment, she felt she had taken shortcuts by using clay bombs. Therefore, she ultimately chose not to go to Qingfeng Academy but to Gaoshan Academy instead. However, Gaoshan Academy was not far from Qingfeng, and she said they could visit each other when they had time since they were both from Jiangzhou, making them fellow townsfolk. During their casual chat, it was confirmed that Lin Qingqing's family indeed had some influence in Jiangcheng, with the local Lin group's background. She also shared some special news with Li Chen, saying that he should be mentally prepared as the training in various combat academies would become stricter, seemingly involving some significant changes. What exactly happened, she wasn't very clear about, only knowing this matter. Li Chen felt that befriending these influential people had its benefits. His channels for information were too limited, relying solely on the internet for updates. But one must understand that by the time internal news becomes public knowledge, a long time has already passed. When the world undergoes upheaval, the upper echelons often receive news first. Many times, information cannot be bought with money. Li Chen always remembered that this was not an ordinary world, but one fraught with crises. Blue Star faced invasions from myriad races, and the crisis had not been resolved. Stability was merely temporary. The four of them chatted while eating for quite a while, nearly 2 hours. Li Weiyu and Lin Wanqing had already bonded and become good friends. During the meal, the four added each other as friends. It was then that Lin Wanqing remembered the main business and looked at Li Chen with a smile, saying, "By the way, Li Chen, let's make a deal." "Li Chen, let's make a deal," Lin Wanqing said with a smile as she looked at him. "What kind of deal?" Li Chen sensed that the other party had spent a whole day traveling a long distance, and it surely wasn't just to meet him. There must be a purpose. "I want the exclusive purchasing rights to your clay bombs, Lin Wanqing said with a slight smile. Actually, you should have noticed that your clay bombs cannot be sold casually, right? That's right. Li Chen tightened his grip on the wine glass. My clay bombs are items made from a life profession, so they can enter the assessment instance without being sealed. And probably, the items made by life professions that have powerful damage capabilities are unique. I suspect their entry into the market would cause a certain impact. There are restrictions on trading. Life professions cannot purchase combat-related items. However, life professions do not have this rule. Although his bombs belong to life items, they can unleash tremendous power. If they entered the market, it would definitely cause social unrest. At that time, the national level would surely come knocking. Yes, perhaps your sudden appearance hasn't allowed the relevant departments to react yet, but I believe soon, the school will notify you about this matter. Lin Wanqing swirled her wine glass and took a sip of red wine. Your appearance might just have a certain impact on the world order. Her gaze fixed on Li Chen, slightly flickering. After using Li Chen's clay bombs, she knew how useful they were. Perhaps in the future, Li Chen would become a key figure on the battlefield of myriad races. Of course, he was still a novice now, and it didn't matter if he was unaware. Li Chen awkwardly smiled. I'm just a level 14 rookie. To think I could impact the world order is really too much of a compliment. Lin Wanqing laughed. You'll understand once you get there. She stopped there and continued, back to the point. The Tianhu team formed by the Zhengzhou Longhun Academy has official backing, so you don't need to worry about the selling rights. You can sell your clay bombs to me, and I will take them all. After saying this, Lin Wanqing took out a certificate for forming a team. It bore the official seal of the Ministry of Defense of the Dragon Country, proving her official background. Li Chen was somewhat surprised. Can an academy team really obtain this? Curious, are you? Lin Wanqing smiled. Actually, once you reach the level of a high-tier combat academy, you are no longer just a student. You'll understand once you get there. Li Chen nodded. Okay, our previous collaboration was quite pleasant. We can definitely continue working together. However, as for the exclusive purchasing rights the implication was clear. If I give you the exclusive rights, there should be some benefits, right? Lin Wanqing smiled gently and proposed a condition that the other party could not refuse. I can provide you with higher grade explosive powder. Li Chen was slightly taken aback. In fact, he had checked online before. Higher grade explosive powder was classified as a prohibited item. Lin Wanqing explained, C1 explosive powder comes from the Disaster Apocalypse dungeon in Bear Country, and you can buy it freely. But C2, and even C3 higher grade explosive powders, are found in high-level secret realms, which are very dangerous, but manageable for our Tianhu team. I will lead my team to farm it and then provide it to you at civilian prices. Of course, I will also buy back the clay bombs you make at a high price, which is good for both you and me. How about it? Deal. Li Chen did not hesitate at all. Based on their previous transaction and this meeting, Lin Wanqing seemed quite reliable. She even showed him the official certificate of her team, full of sincerity. Obtaining C2 and even C3 explosive powder was of great significance to him. Moreover, he had no better trading partner, so he had no worries. Pleasant cooperation. This meeting ended with both parties very satisfied. When he returned home, it was already quite late. Li Chen dove into his room. Thinking about his limited stock, he began to make C1 clay spider bombs. Production successful. Item obtained, C1 clay spider bomb, creator, Patrick Star, clay mastery skill proficiency +1, current clay mastery proficiency 1257/100000, demolition mastery skill proficiency +1, current demolition mastery proficiency 1257/100000. Time ticked by, and his stock of bombs continued to grow. In fact, Li Chen had thought about it. Now that his clay and bomb skills had reached a high level, he could definitely make some other clay bombs. But after careful consideration, he still felt that the clay spider was the best. The low damage could be compensated by quantity. More importantly, the spider had 8 legs, walked steadily, and could move vertically. Because it was small, it wouldn't be easily discovered. The current clay spider bomb could cover all bases. One trick could conquer all. Suddenly, a message chimed. You have received 30 gold coins from equipment shop Xiao Wu. So fast, the equipment I got from the boss in the canyon has been sold. On the way back, passing by a Wu family equipment shop, Li Chen had stored and sold all the equipment he had obtained last time, as they were useless to him. He actually sold for 30 gold coins, equivalent to 300,000. Adding the 10 gold coins he earned from the last boss, he had a total of 40 gold coins. No wonder they say professionals make money quickly, with dedicated gold farming teams. Of course, money is spent just as fast. At this moment, Li Chen saw a message from Sunny Day. Sunny day, just received C2 explosive powder from a friend, a total of 30 packs, 1 gold coin per pack. If you don't have money, you can owe it first and offset it with the payment. Patrick Star, I have money, let's settle it now, I don't want to calculate. Sunny day, okay, waiting for your good stuff. Patrick Star, okay, Sunny day has gifted you C2 explosive powder *30. Li Chen immediately clicked on the friend's avatar and sent over 30 gold coins. The gold coins he just received were down to 10. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh, this C2 explosive powder was too expensive. But he couldn't bargain. She had already said that the secret realm that could produce this material was very dangerous, and if the price was too low, others wouldn't be willing to farm it. But then again, 1 gold coin per pack was too expensive. Li Chen suspected that Lin Wanqing must have made a little profit from it. But it didn't matter. Where there was profit, there was expenditure. He wanted to bring it all home. Li Chen planned to make C2 bombs on the spot and sell them back to Lin Wanqing. After some thought, Li Chen spent 99,900 copper coins at the trading hall to buy a set of intermediate clay, costing 100 copper coins each. Acquired white intermediate clay *999 wealth, 100 copper coins. He had completely become a pauper. Li Chen took out the intermediate clay and C2 explosive powder from his backpack. The stability of the advanced clay was higher, with a slightly milky white color, generally used by sculptors for their sculptures. Meanwhile, the C2 explosive powder emitted a dangerous aura. Li Chen felt that if he accidentally triggered an explosion, he would definitely be done for. Damn, this profession is a bit dangerous. After some consideration, Li Chen decided to make a C2 tadpole-shaped firecracker, which could only be used by clay masters among the clay spiders. To make it more stable and prevent explosions, Li Chen planned to make the firecracker larger. Using larger clay and the same explosive powder would reduce the unit density. This way, it would only explode under severe vibrations, reducing the risk of self-detonation. After so long of crafting, Li Chen had gained more insight into making clay bombs. Soon, a firecracker the size of 2 fists was completed. Materials consumed: white intermediate clay *2, primary C1 explosive powder *2. Crafting successful. Acquired item: C2 tadpole-shaped firecracker. Creator: Patrick Star. Effect: causes a massive explosion after triggering vibrations, dealing significant damage. Clay Mastery Skill Proficiency +5. Current Clay Mastery Proficiency 1262/100000. Demolition Mastery Skill Proficiency +5. Current Demolition Mastery Proficiency 1262/100000. In one breath, Li Chen made 15 of them, using up all the C2 explosive powder. He then gifted 10 of them to Lin Wanqing, keeping 5 for himself as a trump card. Sunny day, you made them so quickly, how much? Patrick Star, this thing isn't available on the market, hard to price, how about 10 gold coins each? Sunny day, you're making 8 gold coins just by moving your fingers. Do you really think gold coins grow on trees? Too expensive, I can only offer 3 gold coins at most. Li Chen was left speechless. Bargaining wasn't supposed to be like this, it was practically breaking the bank. After some thought, he realized that he was indeed making 8 gold coins just by moving his fingers, which was 80,000 copper coins, enough for an ordinary person to live for over a decade. It was indeed outrageous. Patrick Star, let's each take a step back, for gold coins each, how about that? Sunny day, how about this? I'll check the goods first to see if it's worth it. Wait a moment, I'll reply in a bit. About half an hour later, you received 40 gold coins from Sunny day. Sunny day, the goods are okay, just barely. Let's set the price like this from now on. Li Chen suddenly felt a sense of loss. The other party paid so readily, the power must be considerable. Patrick Star, let's call it even this time. Next time it's 6 gold coins each. Sunny day, alright, fine, you really know how to do business. Meanwhile, in a low-level dungeon, Lin Wanqing looked at the boss she had just blown up for 20,000 health points and couldn't help but exclaim, that's outrageous. A 6 gold coin item dealt 20,000 damage to the monster. A one-time level 50 magic scroll would probably only deal that much damage. But making a magic scroll is difficult. This level costs 10 gold coins each. This deal is really damn worth it. Fortunately, this guy was born in the Dragon Kingdom. If he were in the enemy camp, we would have to find a way to take him down. Sister, I'm leaving. At the entrance of the community, Li Chen waved goodbye to his sister. Safe travels. Stay safe. Li Weiyu rushed over and gave Li Chen a big hug. Until the younger brother walked far away, he reluctantly returned home. Outside the north gate of Jiangcheng, the scene today was quite shocking. The super-large flying mounts from various battle academies were quietly waiting here. The cloud-winged giant dragon, adorned with shimmering metallic scales, had a wingspan of up to 200 meters. When its wings spread, it resembled a dense forest, while the green spirit-wood giant eagle looked as if it were a small mountain, and the snow-white aurora pegasus. These magical creatures, which could only be seen on television in the past, came into view. Such super-large flying mounts were impossible to purchase on the market. Only official forces could possess these transport-type behemoths. In this world, monsters were everywhere in the wild outside the city, and transportation relied solely on flying mounts, as land travel was very slow and dangerous. Wow, it's so big, it's too exaggerated. Are we really riding these today? It's so flashy, I want to record it with my phone. Students streamed out of the city gate, each one astonished and wide-eyed. It feels like the creatures from the classic of mountains and seas. Li Chen marveled, thinking that the true power of these mounts was probably unimaginable. What is the classic of mountains and seas? Zhang Xiaohua, who somehow had money to spare, was equipped with a full set of level 10 gear. Clad in silver armor, with a mighty black hammer in his left hand and a silver round shield in his right, he truly looked like a knight, imposing and dignified. I told you, you wouldn't understand. Li Chen was too lazy to explain and asked, why didn't you bring a suitcase? Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the gear in his hands. Do you see me with hands to carry a suitcase? Li Chen, Teacher Pingchuan is over there, let's go over. The two walked over and greeted the enrollment teacher, Pingchuan. The mount behind Pingchuan was small, much smaller than the flying mounts of other academies, only a small-sized, colorful 7-colored divine bird. Because Qingfeng Academy only recruited 10 people, only the elite. Other battle academies admitted about 30 to 100 students. Pingchuan looked at Li Chen and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Then he turned to Zhang Xiaohua, frowning slightly. Only level 10, what are you doing with that gear? You'll transition past it quickly, and you'll need money for more things later. Most equipment, once worn, became bound and could not be resold. So equipping gear in the early stages was not cost-effective. Teacher Pingchuan was also kindly reminding him. Hearing this, Li Chen felt embarrassed. Fortunately, he had hidden the 10 rings, or how would the other party feel upon seeing them? Zhang Xiaohua smiled slightly, patted his chest, and the armor clanked. Anyway, it's not expensive, I need to keep up the momentum. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Pingchuan said helplessly, take it off and put it in the system backpack. It adds to your weight. Such low-level heavy armor weighed easily over 200 pounds, and since Qingfeng Academy only had small mounts, it would definitely affect speed. Alright, Zhang Xiaohua stood still, and soon the armor and gear on him disappeared one by one. The result? He was left bare, wearing only a pair of floral shorts. This guy had nothing underneath, treating the armor as outerwear. Zhang Xiaohua, teacher, I didn't bring luggage, I plan to buy some in Hancheng. Pingchuan could hardly bear to look. You should put something on. Li Chen. The two climbed onto the 7-colored divine bird, which had a base strapped to its back, with 12 seats arranged in 4 rows, 3 in each row. Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua arrived early and took the first row with a good view, fastening their seatbelts. Xiaoge, help me fasten it. I can't do it. Zhang Xiaohua pleaded, as the armor he wore was too thick, making it difficult for him to move his hands. This was the downside of heavy armored frontline warriors and knights. Wearing high defense armor sacrificed some agility. Li Chen, feeling helpless, tried to help him. As a result, it was found that the armor was too thick, causing the seatbelt to not reach the buckle. You useless piece of junk, you might as well take it off. Oh! In the next moment, Zhang Xiaohua was again bare-shouldered, wearing only a pair of floral shorts. Pervert! At this time, the second-ranked Dark Priest Mi-Wen also arrived. After cursing, she ran to the last row to sit down. Zhang Xiaohua, unable to maintain his cool, he felt utterly embarrassed. Li Chen could only take out a piece of clothing from his suitcase and hand it over, but Zhang Xiaohua was a bit larger, and when he put on Li Chen's clothes, they were stretched tightly, looking quite ridiculous. One by one, the 10 members of Qingfeng Academy boarded. The others included Puppet Mage Su Tian, Phantom Ranger Wang Hai, and Fear Warlock Shen Nan. This year, half of the students from Jiangcheng who got into Qingfeng Academy were from gifted professions, significantly more than in previous years, proving that the competition was fierce this year. Everyone exchanged simple greetings, saying they would look out for each other since they were all from Jiangcheng. Some even cheered, saying Jiangcheng produced a state champion, bringing honor to the place, and so on. A few looked at Li Chen, each with different thoughts, some wanting to attach themselves to him, others looking down on him. Soon, everyone was present, and Pingchuan said, "Buckle up, it's time to take off." Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. In this world, there were no airplanes. For most people, flying was a rare opportunity, often unattainable in a lifetime. Screech, the 7-colored divine bird screeched and flapped its wings, soaring straight into the sky. The thrill was even more intense than riding a roller coaster, instantly flying to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Holy crap! Oh my god! Despite his large size, Zhang Xiaohua screamed the loudest. Sitting in the front, his face was blown out of shape, and in his panic, With a loud rip, Li Chen's clothes burst open, leaving him bare-shouldered again. Looking down, the view from 10,000 meters high was indeed terrifying, and everyone closed their eyes. Only Li Chen found it particularly amusing. In his previous life, he had ridden roller coasters many times and flown on planes often, but this was his first time on a windowless aircraft. At this altitude, Li Chen couldn't help but feel exhilarated, and he couldn't resist reciting, "The great rock rises with the wind, soaring straight up 90,000 miles. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. This line of poetry was truly striking. What the heck, how could Li Chen be so talented? As the verse was spoken, everyone felt a surge of heroism rising within them. They couldn't help but open their eyes, facing their fears. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, "Xiaoge, how come I never noticed your talent before? Not becoming a poet is such a waste of your gift. Li Chen, please call me artist." Everyone. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Numbers indicating health loss appeared above everyone's heads. -1, -1, -1. What's going on? I'm losing health. Phantom Ranger Wang Hai frowned and shouted. Because the temperature at 10,000 meters was extremely low, and he was a full agility archer with a weak constitution, he was already slowly losing health. Ping Chuan laughed and said, "Your constitution is too low. We're already at 20,000 meters, and the temperature has dropped below zero. Miwen, please heal everyone." Dark Priest Miwen nodded, "Okay, teacher." Then, healing spells accurately landed on each person's head. Healing spells were the basic healing skills of priests, like a wave of green mist. They didn't restore health instantly but provided a slow, continuous recovery. The mist settled on them, making their bodies feel warm, and their health began to slowly increase. Health was linked to strength and constitution attributes. 1 point of strength gave 5 health, and 1 point of constitution gave 10 health. Li Chen now had 53 strength, 67 constitution, and 935 health. He already had high attributes and health. Why don't I have any? Zhang Xiaohua felt he was still losing health, puzzled. "Mi Wen, I won't heal a pervert." Zhang Xiaohua. Everyone. Zhang Xiaohua, so you can only heal, right? The paladin's holy light spell heals little but instantly. Clearly, everyone's health was full. He still cast holy light on each classmate's head, but he didn't heal me one. Zhang Xiaohua, just to spite you, I won't heal you. It'll drive you crazy. Mi Wen, childish. Everyone. The journey in the sky became much more enjoyable with their bickering. Time seemed to pass quickly. An hour later, the divine bird began to lower its altitude, revealing a brand new super-large city. Jiangzhou Center, Handu. Jiangzhou, Qingfeng Professional Combat Academy, Conference Hall. In the conference hall, there was a large screen displaying various data about this year's new students. This time, 1,000 students were enrolled, coming from 100 cities in Jiangzhou. The most eye-catching was Li Chen, ranked first with 4,000 points, from Jiangcheng. Ranked second with 3,000 points was Han Ling, a hidden class player from Langcheng. These were the top 3 students in this school's assessment. The quality of this year's students is quite good. They truly are a brilliant generation. A first-year teacher looked at the data above and couldn't help but sigh. A high starting point doesn't guarantee future achievements. How many geniuses end up blending in with the crowd? And how many ordinary players catch up later? Too many. Principal Li Changfeng spoke up. Now that the battlefield of the myriad races is becoming increasingly fierce, our human race has suffered heavy casualties. The higher-ups have indicated that the Combat Academy should focus more on practical training rather than just superficial strength data. As his words fell, the conference room fell into a bit of silence. Indeed, as the war situation developed, the circumstances grew worse. Many students who went to join the legions from various academies found it hard to adapt to the battlefield, suffering severe injuries. Some even developed a fear of battle, having the strength but unable to exert it. In contrast, some students with steadfast will and diligence, who didn't seem outstanding based on surface data, performed exceptionally well on the battlefield. This year is a brilliant generation, and they are also the new main force of the future battlefield of the myriad races. They must be well nurtured. We cannot let down the reputation of Qingfeng Academy. Principal Li Changfeng said, "Have the entrance examination proposed last time been set up?" The first-year grade director stood up, named Wang Yan, a middle-aged man known for his extremely cold demeanor and strictness, often referred to as the living king of hell. The students he brought out performed remarkably on the myriad races battlefield. The living king of hell had just stepped down from the 3rd year and was promoted to this year's grade director due to the principal's attention. Wang Yan reported, "Principal, 3 tests have been set up, which are..." After the report, the teachers present were all surprised. One teacher said, "The 2nd and 3rd tests are quite good, testing observation and perseverance respectively. But isn't the first test of courage a bit too much? It might leave a psychological shadow on the students." Wang Yan coldly replied, "If they can't even handle this level of test, they might as well roll back early to avoid embarrassing themselves on the battlefield of the myriad races in the future. Principal Li Changfeng nodded. All right, it's settled. Wang Yan nodded and stood up, walking towards the door. It's time to give the sheltered flowers a good lesson. The other teachers couldn't help but frown. It seemed this year's students were in for a tough time. This living king of hell is a master of illusion. He can really create illusions that resemble hellish scenes, making life worse than death. Meanwhile, the large screen in the conference room switched to surveillance footage to observe the students' performance. Above Hanchang, the seven-colored divine bird. We've arrived. We're in Hanchang. What a big city. The students from Shangjiang City, seeing such a large metropolis for the first time, were astonished, much like Lu Laolao entering a manor. The city walls towered 1,000 meters high, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Inside, skyscrapers stood tall, traffic flowed like a river, and one could see transparent tracks in the sky with suspended trains speeding by, along with numerous flying vehicles above. It had a distinctly sci-fi cyberpunk feel. This was due to the abundance of high-tech talent in the city, which allowed it to thrive. The lack of personnel flow between cities created a significant technological gap. Soon, everyone spotted a massive academy, surrounded by high walls, resembling a castle in the city, with a seven-colored divine bird slowly descending. Suddenly, its descent accelerated. The divine bird let out a mournful cry, as if injured, unable to flap its wings, and began to plummet vertically from the sky. It's going to crash. What's happening? Li Chen looked ahead, but the teacher Ping Chuan, who had been in front, had vanished. Before he could react, they had already hit the ground. With a thunderous crash, Li Chen felt intense pain, as if he had been smashed into a pulp. Then, his thoughts plunged into an abyss. The next moment, when he opened his eyes again, the world had changed. The sky turned blood red, the sun had disappeared, replaced by a red moon, the ground was desolate, and the air was thick with the scent of sulfur and scorched earth. Each breath felt like it was burning his lungs, suffocating him. Li Chen got up from the ground and looked around. The divine bird was gone, and the people around him had vanished. Not far away, there was a blood-red river, with countless hands clawing their way out, yet unable to escape, emitting wails that sent chills down his spine. What the hell? Did I end up in hell? Li Chen muttered to himself, wondering how a simple school day had turned into this nightmare. Xiaohua, where are you? Li Chen shouted into the void, but all he received was an empty echo. Suddenly, he spotted a tree and a dry well across the river. Beside the well, Zhang Xiaohua lay motionless on the ground. Xiaohua, wait for me, even if we die, we'll have each other on the road to the underworld. Li Chen immediately headed in that direction. There was a wooden bridge spanning the river, only a centimeter above the water's surface. Eat. As soon as he stepped onto the bridge, countless waterlogged hands turned towards him, reaching out like a hellish abyss. Great compassionate Avalokiteshvara, help me vanquish these demons. Li Chen quickly scattered a handful of clay spiders and dashed towards the opposite bank, the hands reaching for the clay spiders instead. Demon, die. Crack. Boom, boom, boom. Those terrifying white hands were blown to pieces, and the blood river turned even redder. Indeed, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Li Chen felt reassured and rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua. Just as he was nearing her, another strange phenomenon occurred. With a chilling, low growl, a skinless, blood-red four-legged monster slowly crawled out from the depths of the dry well. Every inch of its muscles and veins was exposed, even the beating heart was visible. Its long, twisted arms ended in sharp claws, and its eyes, devoid of eyelids, were laid bare, with a ghostly green light burning in its pupils. Is this place really hell? Li Chen frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of self-doubt. Although it was terrifying, it felt somewhat contrived. How to put it? It was like the haunted houses he had visited in his past life, those commercialized scares. He had been to so many haunted houses that he had become somewhat immune, even able to interact with the NPCs. While he was deep in thought, the monster suddenly pulled out a pair of scissors. The monster spoke ominously, "Young man, is this pair of scissors that can cut through hell yours? Li Chen? There's this kind of interaction too? Why not ask if I dropped golden scissors or silver scissors? This is so fake, it must be a special performance arranged by the school." "No, I dropped white scissors." Li Chen rubbed his hands together, conjuring a clay bomb shaped like scissors, and tossed it into the well. "Oh, sorry, I dropped it again. Can you help me pick it up?" The monster paused for a moment, clearly taken aback by this bizarre maneuver. It hesitated for a few seconds before diving back into the well. Ka! A huge explosion erupted from the well. "Xiaohua, are you still alive?" After dealing with the monster, Li Chen rushed over. He helped the person lying on the ground, who he thought was Zhang Xiaohua, to his feet. To his surprise, it was not Zhang Xiaohua at all. The head belonged to a grotesque creature, with a face full of wrinkles and a mouth full of teeth, grinning menacingly at him. Go to hell. Li Chen took out a C1 tadpole-shaped clay bomb and stuffed it into its mouth. With a swift movement, he performed a backflip to create distance. Ka! Boom! The monster exploded into pieces. In the next moment, Li Chen felt himself waking up. He actually opened his eyes again. It was bright outside. The school appeared before him. He was now standing at the school gate. His classmates from Jiangzhou, including Zhang Xiaohua, were still alive, but they stood frozen like puppets, eyes tightly shut, expressions pained. Clearly, they were still trapped in the illusion, unable to escape. In front of him were two people, teacher Pingchuan and another middle-aged man, staring at him. Pingchuan smiled and said, "Congratulations. You have successfully passed the illusion test." Li Chen chuckled. Just as he guessed, it was all fake. The middle-aged man was the illusionist Wang Yan, who looked at Li Chen in surprise. "Can you tell me why you didn't take the scissors? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to escape from hell and will be trapped there forever?" This was the rule set for the students in the illusion. As long as one took the scissors, they could cut through the illusion and leave. The premise was having the courage to approach the monster and dare to take the scissors. Wang Yan thought to himself, anyone who could do this had passed the courage test, but this guy didn't follow the script at all? Li Chen awkwardly smiled. "Mainly because your hell is too fake. It's not even as scary as a haunted house, there's no sense of immersion. Promise me, next time make it more realistic, okay? Wang Yan? Pingchuan?" This left Wang Yan feeling somewhat insecure. Fake? Where was it fake? He had spent a lot of effort, going through numerous materials to create this scene, and previously, it had scared cultists to death in the secret realm. To think this kid saw through it and just breezed through. So is this guy brave or cowardly? Wang Yan pondered for a while and ultimately felt that the other party should still be considered brave, having the time to contemplate the authenticity of hell, and he passed through quickly, although many students were still on their way. But if nothing unexpected happened, he should be the fastest to pass the first test. You passed, go wait at the playground. Oh, Li Chen walked through the school gate. Immediately, second-year students arranged by the school came to greet him. "Hello, Junior, this way please." A sweet-looking girl led Li Chen towards the playground. As they walked, the girl asked, "Junior, impressive. You actually cracked the living Yama's illusion so quickly. What's your name?" "Li Chen." "Jiangzhou top scholar?" The girl suddenly looked at Li Chen with more interest. "Full marks in the secret realm. I didn't expect it to be you, but you look quite weak. Let's add each other as friends." Li Chen. The other party's name was Bear Baby, and Li Chen added her as a friend. She took Li Chen to the playground and then left. Li Chen waited on the playground, taking a look at the school environment. The school environment was truly impressive. The playground was particularly large, about the size of 10 football fields, with mountains and water, no running tracks, resembling a scenic area with beautiful views. Other places didn't look like a school but rather a tourist attraction. In the distance, there were several villas, likely the students' dormitories. The teaching buildings were also massive venues. After waiting for a long time, he noticed a second person approaching. "Xiao Ge, I'm here." Zhang Xiaohua rushed over with bare arms, waving hurriedly. "Quick, give me a piece of clothing, I've been laughed at terribly." Li Chen took a set of clothes from his suitcase and said irritably, "You've worn out several pieces of clothing." Zhang Xiaohua smiled awkwardly, put on the clothes, and began to recount his earlier experience. "Damn, I thought I was dead, that I had entered hell." Li Chen asked curiously, "How did you get out?" Zhang Xiaohua replied, "I was originally too scared to go over, but seeing you on the other side, I thought I'd rather die with my brother. In the end, I remembered my grandfather's method, took off my inner pants and covered my head to ward off evil, then ran all the way to your side. There was a dry well, and just as a monster crawled out, I smashed its head with one blow, then went to help you, but you were also a monster, so I smashed you again." Li Chen. Goodness, Zhang Xiaohua really didn't play by the rules. The monster didn't even have a chance to speak before he was killed. Damn, that scared me to death. This illusion is too real. Yeah, I thought I had entered hell. As time passed, more and more people arrived at the playground. Many had pale faces, clearly still immersed in the earlier scene. Only 3 people from Jiangcheng had come, the others had not yet awakened. About 200 people gradually gathered on the playground. These 200 were the ones who passed the level, while 800 had not. This courage test required first, the bravery to cross the river to save important people, and second, the courage to obtain the items to break the illusion from the monsters. It wasn't particularly difficult. Yet, 800 people still failed to pass. Most of those 800 were too scared to move. Useless, all useless. Wang Yan was very dissatisfied with this result, cursing as he led the remaining 800 people to the playground, with a few others from Jiangcheng among them. Mi Wen's face was pale, and her body was still trembling slightly. The other boys were only a bit better. Zhang Xiaohua, with his big mouth, saw an opportunity to mock. "Me1, so timid? You're a dark priest. Maybe you should change to a timid priest." Unexpectedly, this seemingly cold girl burst into tears. It seemed she was only strong on the outside, but still a little girl on the inside. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Zhang Xiaohua, being the fool he was, had never seen such a scene and was at a loss, hurriedly going over to comfort her. "Whoa whoa." To his surprise, Mi-wen hugged his shoulder and cried, "Ha, this kid even found love?" Li Chen couldn't bear to watch the scene and turned to look elsewhere. Well, many girls on the playground were crying and wiping their tears. Li Chen began to understand the school's intentions. The professionals weren't playing house, they had previously been sheltered flowers, and this was a wake-up call. The king of hell stood at the front, shouting loudly, "Listen up, from the moment you enter Qingfeng, remember that you are no longer students, but warriors. Warriors fighting for Longhua. The scenes you will face in the future may be even more desperate than today. This is what we will face in the future. If anyone is scared, it's not too late to back out." As his voice fell, the cries on the playground gradually faded away, but no one chose to leave. After all, they were professionals, and those who made it this far were not lacking. This year, the school has specially prepared 3 trials for you. Don't blame yourself for bad luck. This is the first time in history that you can earn credits right at the entrance. I announce that those who just passed the trial will receive an additional 100 credits. As soon as the words fell, the venue erupted with surprised voices. The points in the academy held great significance. Everything relied on points. Points could buy many things that couldn't be purchased outside. As long as the points were sufficient, one could even buy legendary level equipment and items. 100 points was quite a lot. It could purchase a level 20 purple item. Hearing this news, those who passed the trial felt secretly pleased. Meanwhile, those who did not pass were somewhat frustrated and planned to press on. They prepared to face the second trial. The first trial had been too sudden, and many people hadn't realized it was a test. Wang Yan said, "I am very pleased that today a student was able to see through the flaws of the illusion, which shows his keen observation skills." As soon as he finished speaking, all the students were astonished. It was incredible that someone could see through the illusion. Zhang Xiaohua looked around, trying to find out who it was. Eventually, his gaze landed on Li Chen, as he was the first to pass. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, "Xiaogu, it can't be you, can it?" Li Chen replied calmly, "Indeed, it is I." Instantly, countless gazes turned towards Li Chen, filled with admiration. The effect of showing off was perfect. At that moment, Wang Yan shouted, "So, the second trial tests your observation and discernment skills, which will be essential in the future. I will release 1,000 level 3 monsters, poison arrow frogs, along with 10,000 illusionary, poison arrow frogs. Killing a monster earns you 10 credits, while killing an illusionary poison arrow frog deducts 10 points. Remember, credits can go into the negative. For today's 3 trials, those who end up with negative points will not qualify to enter Qingfeng. The school will arrange for you to go to other academies. The trial begins. Use your eyes and wisdom to discern." After explaining the rules, Wang Yan waved his hand, releasing 1,000 poison arrow frogs. The frogs immediately began to jump around chaotically, scattering all over the playground. There was no need to worry about safety. Level 3 monsters posed no threat to these students. The students quickly lay down on the ground, carefully observing the appearance, size, and patterns of the poison arrow frogs. They had to pay attention, otherwise, they might be eliminated on the first day of school. It was hard to believe how strict Qingfeng Academy was this year. Quack, quack, quack. Zhang Xiaohua, with his butt in the air, lay on the ground, observing intently. He then looked up at Li Chen and asked, "Xiaogu, aren't you going to look?" Li Chen replied nonchalantly, "Just a little trick." Zhang Xiaohua's eyes widened. Could it be that Xiaogu had already seen through it? At that moment, all the students were lying down, observing seriously. Only Li Chen stood with his hands behind his back, standing out from the crowd. Li Chen enjoyed this scene. It felt as if all the students in the school were prostrating before him. Of course, this was just a fantasy. His hands were already snowing like snowflakes, and the clay spiders were spreading out. After giving the students 3 minutes to observe, Wang Yan waved his hand, and the number of poison arrow frogs instantly increased by 10,000. Those frogs also jumped around chaotically, quickly blending into a mass. After waiting a while, once the illusionary and real monsters were thoroughly mixed together, indistinguishable from one another, Wang Yan spoke, "You may begin." The illusion he simulated was almost identical to the poison arrow frogs, but with slight differences that could be discerned, which tested their observation skills greatly. At this moment, All the students were trying to differentiate. Pingchuan laughed and said, "Who do you think will win this time?" "It could be Zhang Hai. I think it will be Han Ling. Zhang, you might also have a chance." Other first-year teachers also began to speculate based on their professions. That one named Li Chen has a great chance. Wang Yan's gaze fell on Li Chen, holding him in high regard. To be able to see through his own secret realm, this person is not simple. But Wang Yan noticed that Li Chen stood still, seemingly indifferent. This kid isn't observing seriously. How can he distinguish anything? Wang Yan frowned slightly, dissatisfied. Well, he already scored 100 points, so he doesn't have to worry about being eliminated. He has no ambition at all. It's really disappointing. Soon, the first student attempted. He punched a poison dart frog to death, only to find that the frog exploded into a pile of ink. This meant it was an illusion, and he lost 10 credits. Damn, this is too hard. With someone losing points, the other students dared not kill recklessly. A correct answer would only yield 0 points, while a wrong one would deduct 10 points, resulting in negative scores. The saying goes, it's better not to act than to make a mistake. The students on the field kept observing, but still couldn't discern the difference. This was harder than killing zombies in a dungeon. Poor observation skills and timid. Wang Yan on the stage frowned slightly, very dissatisfied with the situation. Could it be that the test he set was too difficult? It shouldn't be. His illusionary poison dart frog had double eyelids, while the real poison dart frog had single eyelids. Can't they see such an obvious difference? Indeed, they couldn't. Who would pay attention to the eyelids of a poison dart frog? Everyone was focused on observing the patterns, but they couldn't distinguish the differences in the patterns at all. The students on the playground wailed, "I can't tell, I really can't tell. This question is too hard, I really can't do it. No wonder he's the living king of hell, our class is really out of luck. Hey, what are those things?" Suddenly, the students discovered small white spiders walking on the ground, spreading out. That's right, this was Li Chen's method, countless small spiders constantly moving. They saw a poison dart frog extend its tongue and swallow a spider whole. The students frowned, unsure what this was about. After a while, a student shouted, "The ones that eat bugs are real." Indeed, the illusionary frogs were just illusions and couldn't eat anything. All the students suddenly realized and immediately planned to take action. You've discovered it. But unfortunately, it's too late. Li Chen smiled faintly, raised his right hand, and squeezed. Art is an explosion. Ka. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions echoed across the playground, unending. 10,000 points, in hand. Students? What's going on? Why did it self-destruct? Wouldn't that mean they wouldn't get a single point? The teachers on stage were all dumbfounded. What was happening? Only the informed Ping Chuan said, "This kid is really clever. Those are his clay spiders. Being eaten means it's a real poison dart frog, and he just needs to remotely detonate them. He's truly exceptional." Wang Yan, who set this test, was also dumbfounded. This works? This test was meant to assess observation and discernment skills. This was clearly taking shortcuts. The 10,000 points given by the academy were all taken by him alone. This kid is completely playing by his own rules. The entire audience of students, including teachers and even the school leaders in the conference room, were shocked by this scene, unable to calm down for a long time. Because throughout history, this method had never appeared. Regardless of the profession, it was always about skills and physical abilities to confront the enemy. Yet the clay bomb achieved precise strikes. This could already be considered a teaching accident. What does it mean for all the new students' scores to be taken by one person? 10,000 points. An ordinary student might take 3 years to achieve this score. On his first day of school, he matched what others might achieve in 3 years of effort. After the student scored 10,000 points, what should he do if he starts to slack off? Wang Yan frowned tightly. This question tests observation skills. This. Ping Chuan laughed and said, "Teacher Wang, a bug eating a frog can also be considered an observation skill, right?" This student utilized his professional characteristics to find a way to solve the problem, which is also a manifestation of observation skills. After hearing this, Wang Yan suddenly realized, "You're right, I was too focused on the aspect of using one's eyes. In fact, utilizing biological characteristics can also be considered wisdom. This kid is not simple." As he finished speaking, he began to announce loudly, "The test is over." Li Chen killed 990 poison arrow frogs, scoring 9,900 points. The score will be displayed on the big screen. As he finished, the scoreboard appeared on the big screen in the playground. Li Chen was far ahead, ranking first with exactly 10,000 points. In fact, Li Chen only killed 990 poison arrow frogs. The other 10 were killed by 9 girls. This test was very friendly to the girls. Some quickly discovered that the illusion frogs had the characteristic of double eyelids and began searching for double eyelid illusion frogs. However, before they could kill a few more, they were all slaughtered by Li Chen. After seeing the score panel, the students became agitated. Why is that? I also discovered it and was just about to take action. Li Chen? That top student from Jiangcheng? How did Li Chen manage to do this? Why can he strike so accurately? Damn it, Li Chen, you're simply leaving no way out for the other students. Yeah, even if you can do it, you should leave some for the other students. Let me give you a piece of advice, leave a line for others, so you can meet again in the future. The students looked at Li Chen as if he were an enemy. After all, given enough time, they would definitely be able to discover the differences and earn points. But Li Chen took all the points for himself. Cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. This instantly drew the wrath of the crowd. Today the weather is so clear, everything I wish for can come true. Li Chen was indifferent, whistling and humming a tune, feeling quite happy. 10,000 points, I wonder if it's enough to buy a legendary skill book. The other students' eyes were blazing with anger, but they had no choice. This guy was just too infuriating. Zhang Xiaohua gave Li Chen a thumbs up. Xiaogu, awesome. Li Chen pressed down with his right hand. Low profile, low profile. The few from Jiangcheng were speechless. Is this low profile? It's way too high profile. At this moment, as Wang Yan began to announce the rules for the third test, everyone stopped paying attention to Li Chen and focused on the next test. The next test is perseverance. Only with unyielding perseverance can one go far on this path. At the school's Qingyun Mountain, there are a total of 300 steps to reach the top. The rules are simple. The higher you climb, the better. 50 points will be deducted for climbing below 100 steps. Climbing to 100 steps will not deduct points. Climbing to 150 steps will add 10 points. Climbing to 200 steps will add 50 points. Climbing to 250 steps will add 100 points. Reaching the top. Although it's unlikely anyone can reach the top, I still want to say, reaching the top is 1,000 points. If you have the ability, go for it. A student asked, Teacher, can we use equipment and props? Wang Yan smiled and said, any means are allowed, as long as you can still use them. The competition begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the students rushed towards Qingyun Mountain, which was not far to the right. The mountain was not high, ordinary people could climb it, let alone professionals. But everyone dared not let their guard down. It definitely wouldn't be that simple, especially for those students who hadn't earned any points yet. They desperately needed the scores. Zhang Xiaohua followed Li Chen, walking leisurely. Their scores were already enough, so they wouldn't be eliminated, naturally feeling relaxed. On the stage, Wang Yan looked again in the direction of Li Chen, murmuring to himself, I admit you have a bit of cleverness, and your observation skills are strong, but this level is the real test. This is a challenge I spent half a year setting up. No tricks can be played here. When the students arrived at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, they found that their equipment and items were sealed, just like when they participated in the Academy's assessment instance before. Not only that, some tried and found that even their skills were sealed. These professionals were practically like ordinary people. This was the work of a sealing mage, who had set up a sealing barrier here. This kind of barrier affected low-level professionals like them. The students could only rely on their physical attributes to climb up. The steps of Qingyun Mountain were long, about 10 meters wide, accommodating many people. In a short while, the students in front had already climbed quite high. At this moment, the leisurely Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua had just stepped onto the first step. Zhang Xiaohua climbed several steps in succession. This feels quite easy. Li Chen nodded. Indeed, it's very easy, but there must be something off. The two climbed 70 steps in a row and began to feel a bit tired. It shouldn't be, with my attributes, how could I feel tired? I know, this step must have increased the effect of gravity. Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat from her forehead and sat on the step to catch her breath. Not far away, on the upper steps, many students were also sitting and resting. There is indeed a gravity effect. Li Chen had already noticed this, but he had another strange point. He was level 14. Higher than Zhang Xiaohua's level 11. His attributes were higher because he had eaten the first apple. His strength was 53, and his constitution was 67. Although he was a life profession, his attributes completely overwhelmed Zhang Xiaohua. But why did he also feel tired at the same time as Zhang Xiaohua? If it were an ordinary student, it would be hard to notice this, but Li Chen was different. His level was high, and his attribute points were high, so he was more sensitive to it. Something's off. Li Chen stood up and walked down the mountain. Xiaogu, you just climbed up with great difficulty, why go back down? I want to try. Li Chen walked down a dozen steps. With each step, he carefully sensed. Then, he felt the subtle difference. Sure enough, there was a problem. With each step down, his body felt lighter. With each step up, his body felt heavier. But his attributes were higher than Zhang Xiaohua's, so he should have felt tired later. However, the actual situation was that both of them felt tired at the same time. So, Li Chen walked back and said, I think I've figured it out. This step should be a kind of item that adjusts according to each person's physical condition. Zhang Xiaohua, not very bright, didn't understand. Li Chen explained, if I'm not mistaken, for every step you climb, the pressure added to your body increases by 2%. No matter how high your strength and constitution are, it doesn't matter, even with 10,000 strength, the pressure added to you will still increase by 2%. Everyone is treated equally. It's a true test of willpower. After breaking it down, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood. I get it. So in this level, warriors with high strength attributes and mages with low strength attributes are both bearing the corresponding pressure of their own attributes, treated equally? Exactly. Oh my. Zhang Xiaohua began to count on her fingers. 100 steps means bearing 200% of your own pressure. 200 steps means bearing 400%. 300 steps means bearing 600%. It's impossible to reach the top. That's about it. Anyway, the higher you go, the harder it gets. Li Chen smiled slightly, but reaching the top isn't without a chance. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Xiaogu had come up with another idea. Take me with you. Of course. Adoptive father. Ugh, I'm so tired. We must be under a lot of pressure. Yeah, the closer we get to the top, the stronger the pressure. Hang in there, we have to make it to the top. Students who can come to Qingfeng Academy are not ordinary. Everyone gritted their teeth, climbing step by step. After about half an hour, all the students had painfully reached the 100th step. Some students could no longer hold on and sat down at the 100th step, gasping for breath. About half of the students were resting there. After a moment, some continued to climb, taking a couple of steps before resting again. Look, someone has already reached the 150 steps. With a student's exclamation, everyone looked ahead. It's Zhang Yu, the top scholar from Maple Leaf City. He's amazing, very impressive, but he's a warrior class, so he should have an advantage. Wow, there's someone in front of Zhang Yu. It's Han Ling, the top scholar from Lang City. The two were fiercely chasing each other with sheer willpower. Han Ling was the top scholar from Lang City, and Zhang Yu was the top scholar from Maple Leaf City. Although both were melee-related professions, they knew in their hearts that the uniqueness of this mountain treated everyone equally. There were no shortcuts, it was all about perseverance. Both were drenched in sweat, completely soaked. Zhang Yu, you're strong, no wonder you scored 2,100 points, but unfortunately for you, I scored 3,000 points. The first place is mine for sure. Han Ling gritted his teeth and stepped onto the 200th step, nearly collapsing. He was currently bearing 400% of his own pressure. One misstep, and he knelt on the ground. I won't lose to you. Zhang Yu, using all his strength, stepped up several steps and also reached the 200th step. Respectable opponent, I acknowledge you, but surpassing me is impossible. Han Ling stood up again, struggling to climb higher. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Zhang Yu was also unwilling to back down and climbed up to catch up. The heights they reached left everyone else far behind. They had distanced themselves from the third place. Coming from different places, both were geniuses in their respective regions. Here, there was a sense of mutual admiration, as if they had become acquainted through competition. Hey, have you noticed? The guy who scored a perfect 4,000 in this academy assessment didn't come. Han Ling said, forcing a smile as he struggled to walk. Damn it, he took first place in the first two assessments. Zhang Yu said angrily, feeling very unwilling. Both of them had passed the first round, scoring 100 points, but in the second round, they didn't score a single point. That guy, Li Chen, had taken all the points for himself, leaving no credits for the other students. Zhang Yu turned his frustration into motivation, clenched his fists, and caught up with Han Ling, saying, I've investigated Li Chen. He's a dual life profession, a clay master and a demolitionist. This guy has a bit of cleverness, combining clay and explosives. No wonder. So that little white spider earlier was his clay bomb, eaten by the poison dart frog and then detonated. I get it now. Taking shortcuts. Han Ling climbed a few more steps, reaching the 230th step. Exactly, it's taking shortcuts. That little brat is infuriating, but in this round, he's left far behind by us. To put it bluntly, he's just a life profession, he won't go far. He might gain some advantage in the early stages with his clay bombs, but not in the later stages, Zhang Yu said without holding back. He was a gifted profession, a frenzied tiger druid, an extremely rare class. Druids are somewhat similar to paladins, belonging to a hybrid profession that includes tanking, healing, and damage. However, druids are slightly inferior to paladins in terms of defense, and he was a frenzied tiger druid, naturally possessing a fierce tiger transformation form. After transforming, his combat power is stronger than that of an ordinary druid in bear form. You're right, in this round, only you are worthy to be my opponent, Han Ling said proudly, his gaze sharp. He is a hidden class Voidwalker mage. The talent class adds a talent prefix. The hidden class adds a class prefix. Voidwalker is the class prefix, starting with 2 unique skills related to the hidden class, transforming into a Voidwalker. Voidwalker, unique hidden trait, possesses skills. 1. Voidwalk, consumes mental energy to blink. 2. Void distortion, the location where you blink creates spatial distortion, causing damage. In addition, he can also learn mage skills, with limitless potential. As a hidden class user, he naturally looks down on others. But at this moment, Zhang Yu, who can keep up with him, makes him serious. He has already regarded this Zhang Yu as a competitor. As for that Li Chen, he is nothing remarkable, just taking shortcuts. Come on, let's see who is stronger. Exactly, let's have a duel between men. The two, full of spirit, shouted loudly. They took off their shirts and continued to face the stairs, charging forward. Not bad, these 2 students are impressive. Their perseverance is strong. Wang Yan and the school teachers praised as they watched the surveillance footage. Students with strong determination and grit are exactly what they want. Besides the 2 of them, a few others reached the 200th step. As for the other students, they were far behind. Some students reached the 150th step, got 10 points, and then gave up. But fortunately, most were around the 150th step. With the same endurance, some can reach the 200th step, while others can only manage a little over 100 steps. This is the gap in perseverance. Ping Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Director Wang, your hard work over the past 6 months has not been in vain. In the future, this test can also be used to assess upper grade students. That's right, this is set up for the entire school, Wang Yan said seriously. I will propose to the principal that every year, students must undergo a test of perseverance. Only those who reach the top are worthy of being students of Qingfeng Academy. Ping Chuan smiled awkwardly. Reaching the top might be a bit difficult. According to your statement, the top is already under 6 times the pressure of oneself, which is like an ordinary person carrying 6 times their own weight to reach the top. Too hard. Wang Yan said, that's right, although there are some discrepancies, it can be understood this way. But I believe someone will achieve it. More and more students from Qingfeng Academy will reach it. Ping Chuan sighed, I'm looking forward to it. I wonder who will be the first to reach the peak. Second-year students Hu Hongba, Yu Fei, or Zhu Miaomiao, or third-year students Shi Yuanji, Zhou Renshi. These few have a great chance. In any case, this round probably won't have anyone reaching it. After all, they are students who haven't been tested. Wang Yan nodded slightly. This group of flowers just out of the greenhouse definitely can't do it. Otherwise, this checkpoint of mine would be a failed work. As he spoke, Wang Yan suddenly frowned while staring at the surveillance video. He saw that at the 100th step, 2 people were sitting and resting. One of them was Li Chen, the one he was paying close attention to. After all, this kid ranked first in the previous 2 rounds. I thought he could achieve 3 distinctions. What a pity. Wang Yan shook his head, disappointed. Although he has some cleverness, his perseverance is too poor. He doesn't want to climb any further after just 100 steps. This round relies solely on perseverance. Nothing else will work. What can he do? Ping Chuan smiled and said, the perseverance is a bit lacking. I really want this student. If he joins my class, I will nurture him well. Wang Yan, pondering, replied, if you nurture him into a waste, it's better to leave him in my hands. I can refine his character. Ping Chuan, well, who can compete for someone that the living King Yan has set his sights on? The other first-year teachers felt somewhat helpless upon hearing this. In fact, everyone wanted Li Chen. It was just that his perseverance was a bit lacking, which could be improved. But once the living King Yan had made his choice, there was no way to compete. The test continued. There were still 20 minutes left until the end. On the steps of Qingyun Mountain, at the 100-step mark, Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua sat still, having been there for quite a while. Climbing to the 100 steps didn't deduct points, but it also didn't add any, so it was a safe position. Xiaoge, are we really not going to climb higher? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the steps. They had completely fallen behind everyone else. Li Chen countered, even if we climb, can you reach the top? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. According to your calculations, reaching the top would require withstanding 600% pressure. It's definitely impossible. Li Chen chuckled, if that's the case, what's the point of continuing to climb? Only 10 points for reaching 150 steps, 50 points for 200 steps, and 100 points for 250 steps. Too little. I'm not interested. Indeed, with his 10,000 points, how could Li Chen care about a few points? Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua's face changed dramatically. Xiaoge, are you aiming for the 1,000 points at the top? Li Chen leisurely hummed, easier said than done. If we're going to climb, let's aim for the highest. Zhang Xiaohua continued, step by step higher. Truly good brothers. They complemented each other beautifully. Xiaoge, I knew you could do it. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, excited, knowing Xiaoge must be plotting something crazy. Who knows? They might really succeed. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the time, anxious. but there are only 18 minutes left. Can we make it? Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the work of chopping wood, Li Chen smiled. As long as I succeed, I can reach the top in 5 minutes. Zhang Xiaohua grew more curious. Xiaogu, what method are you using? Tell me, I'm itching to know. Li Chen smiled. Actually, I already tested it. My living item clay hasn't been sealed. Living items are really useful. Since no living professions had entered the combat academy, neither the levels nor the assessments prohibited living items. Therefore, Li Chen had found a little loophole. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, so, you're making a big clay spider, and we'll write it up? Wrong, Li Chen laughed. It's not a clay spider. I just tested it. The step floor should be a prop that has gravitational attraction to the human body. Even if we sit on a clay spider, we would just get squished. Plus, skills are also banned, so I can't control the clay spider at all. Indeed, the skill to manipulate clay should have been categorized under combat skills and was unusable. But fortunately, Li Chen discovered that he could still use his living skill to make clay. Zhang Xiaohua asked, then what should we do? Li Chen replied, but I've tested it. This floor prop has a limited effective range. As long as we're 1 meter above the floor, we'll be free from the increased gravity effect. So, I will make a ladder in the shape of a 7, and we'll climb directly to the top. As long as we use the Pythagorean theorem, we can calculate the length and height of the ladder. I've already figured it out. Now I just need to make the ladder. Li Chen drew a rough sketch on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. In front of Xiaogu, his IQ might only be enough to wipe the floor. Xiaogu, will it succeed? I'm not sure either, but we can only try. Anyway, we're at 100 steps, either we don't lose points, or we score 1,000 points. Let's take a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Xiaogu is amazing, Li Chen said while making a ladder. To ensure the ladder's stability, Li Chen used intermediate clay. He had already failed once before, and whether he succeeded or not depended on now. With only 10 minutes left until the end of the exam. Material consumed, white intermediate clay *500, crafting successful, item obtained, 7-shaped long ladder, creator, Patrick Star, it worked. Quickly help me hold it. Li Chen took out a huge ladder from his backpack, and Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly helped to support it, aligning one end with the steps at the top of the mountain and placing the other end on the steps below. Xiaogu, will the ladder fall? No, as long as it's secured. Li Chen took out some primary clay to use as an adhesive, firmly sticking the end of the ladder to the floor and the ladder itself, giving it a push. It was very sturdy. Now it's simple. As long as you stay 1 meter away from the ladder, it won't collapse under you, otherwise, it won't hold. But at this 100-step position, there's 100% pressure. We can't jump high. Zhang Xiaohua tried to jump, only reaching half a meter. Without this pressure, jumping 2 meters would be no problem. It's very simple. Li Chen pulled out a 1-meter-high lump of clay and climbed on it. Then he climbed up the ladder, successfully. Zhang Xiaohua followed closely. Once he stood on the 1-meter-high clay lump, he felt all the gravity disappear. The effective range of these stairs was indeed only 1 meter. Let's go, straight to the top of the mountain. The two began to climb the ladder at a rapid pace. In no time, they reached the very top, at the same height as the peak of Qingyun Mountain, then crawled sideways, reaching the summit in less than 3 minutes. The plan succeeded. 1,000 credits were within reach. At the 275-step position, Han Ling and Zhang Yu were already so exhausted that their vision was blurry. They had to bear 500% pressure here, and they had reached their limit. You're doing well, but I've hit my limit. This is where it ends for me. The two admired each other's efforts, but they had both reached their limits and could no longer climb. They gave up the struggle and lay down on the 255th step, looking up at the sky. Suddenly, they both saw a white ladder in the sky. 2 people were climbing the ladder. Han Ling rubbed his eyes. A ladder? Am I too tired and hallucinating? Zhang Yu slapped himself. Ouch, it's not a hallucination. I see it too. The two sat up in unison, watching closely. Wow, they were shocked to see that there really was a ladder. Li Chen was already almost at the top. I'm reporting this. Someone is cheating. Damn, someone climbed over with a ladder. Soon, others on the stairs also noticed the situation. They had worked hard to climb the mountain, and someone actually used a ladder to get over. Where did that ladder come from? Where did such a long ladder come from? Yeah, and it's a 7-shaped ladder. It's just perfect. Could it be that it was made on site? It's really possible. Look at this ladder. It seems to be made of clay. I know who it is. It's that top student from Jiangzhou, Li Chen. One of his dual life professions is a clay master. Why hasn't his skill been sealed? I guess only combat skills were sealed. His crafting skills slipped through the cracks. This is a loophole. I'm reporting this, teacher. I want to report that someone is cheating. The students were completely stirred up, each shouting loudly. At this moment, Li Chen had already reached the summit, becoming the first man to do so. I've made it. I'm the first. Ha, I'm second. Zhang Xiaohua also laughed as she jumped down from the ladder. There was no pressure here, making it feel exceptionally relaxed. At the top of the mountain, there was an octagonal pavilion and a stone tablet. The tablet was clearly meant for recording names, and Li Chen unceremoniously picked up a carving knife to engrave his name at the very top of the first row. Zhang Xiaohua followed suit and wrote her name as well. After finishing these tasks, Li Chen stood at the top of the stairs and shouted down to the people below, "The view from up here is really great. What are you all doing down there? Don't you want to see the scenery?" The people below erupted in frustration, each one exasperated. But there was nothing they could do. They couldn't come up since Li Chen had already taken the ladder away. "I'll fight you. You're simply shameless." Han Ling and Zhang Yu, who were at the 260th step, had originally given up, but in a fit of anger, they charged up a few more steps. Unfortunately, after just a few more steps, they were exhausted. Ha 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 ha. Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua stood with their hands on their hips, laughing and mocking them. "You two just wait," Han Ling said, exasperated. "I've been waiting here," Li Chen replied with a smile. "Come over if you have the guts." Han Ling, "Come down if you have the guts." Zhang Xiaohua, "Come up if you have the guts." Li Chen, "Are you two just parroting each other?" Zhang Yu, "Just wait, I'm coming up to take you down." Under the encouragement of Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua, in the end, Han Ling and Zhang Yu really did push through the pressure and made it up with only a few steps left to reach the summit. "You wait, I'm coming up to get you," Han Ling and Zhang Yu shouted, panting heavily, just a few steps away from the top. Despite being mocked, they somehow overlooked the pain brought on by the pressure. Wow, they really made it up? Li Chen quickly nudged Zhang Xiaohua. "It's your turn." "Okay." Zhang Xiaohua immediately cast the slow aura. "You guys better not come up." Indeed, the seal at the top had disappeared, allowing skills to be used. Once the slow aura was activated, it instantly covered the two geniuses, Han Ling and Zhang Yu. "What's going on? Why does it feel like we're moving slower?" That paladin activated the slow aura. Damn, they were already struggling to move. After being hit by the slow aura, their speed became as slow as a snail. They were just a few steps away, and without the interference of the slow aura, they might have truly reached the top. But, at that moment, time was up. "Time's up, the test is over. Everyone, descend." The voice of teacher Wang Yan echoed from below. At the same time, the seal and pressure on the mountain were completely lifted. Ah! Zhang Yu and Han Ling went crazy on the spot, utterly collapsing. They were so close. Just a little bit. They could have reached the top and scored 1,000 points, but those two up there had ruined it. "You wait for me. I won't rest until I get my revenge." Han Ling and Zhang Yu exchanged glances and descended together. They couldn't deal with them now. There would be plenty of opportunities. It was just a matter of life and career. They definitely couldn't fight. When the time came for the big competition at school, they would teach those two brats a good lesson. Shameless, how can you win in such a way? Is Li Chen here to make jokes? Openly cheating, and he still gets to the top. This student should be criticized. He's taking shortcuts. In the conference room, this scene had shocked the school leaders. The school leaders expressed their opinions, stating that he should not be allowed to win this round. No worries, no worries. Principal Li Changfeng smiled and expressed a different opinion. This year we've recruited 2 lively characters. However, that's a good thing. It almost motivated those 2 students to reach the top as well. Competition brings vitality, after all, to prevent the students from being lifeless. The principal is right. Yes, it's not good for the students to be lifeless, they lack energy. It's just like the catfish effect. Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua are the catfish. The old principal spoke, and the other leaders nodded in agreement. Alright, let's disperse. I have a good understanding of this year's new students. I'm quite optimistic about this batch. Perhaps they can bring a surprise to our Qingfeng Academy. Li Changfeng stood up and left the conference room. The other school leaders stood up to see him off. Take care, principal. On the school playground, Wang Yan was somewhat dissatisfied with Li Chen's way of winning, but he felt helpless. After all, he had indeed said before that any method could be used. The seal for adding life skills required a lot of materials to implement, which was unnecessary. Therefore, when he had people set up the sealing barrier, he overlooked the factor of life professions. That was his own issue. Moreover, he had also explained the situation to the principal, who did not oppose it. So, this score still had to be given. The endurance assessment has concluded. Our school has a clever student who used his intelligence to become the first to reach the top. I hope he can remain clever. When Wang Yan said this, he shot a fierce glare at Li Chen. To be honest, he did not like opportunistic people. Instead, he was more optimistic about Han Ling and Zhang Yu, who almost reached the top as well. Shoo! As he finished speaking, the new students of the entire school began to boo, clearly dissatisfied with Li Chen's actions. Wang Yan continued, however, the other paladin, Zhang Xiaohua, relied on the abilities of others to reach the top and even hindered others from doing so, not awarding any score. Good, that's great. What a relief. Awesome. Let that little fatty be arrogant. Everyone applauded in satisfaction with this decision. Only Zhang Xiaohua looked somewhat uncomfortable, as if wearing a mask of pain. I am still very happy today. Not a single student has been eliminated. Next, you will have 3 days of rest, and after 3 days, class divisions will take place. The assessment is over, and you will receive corresponding scores. The roll of credits is significant. You will know soon. The grade director, Wang Yan, briefly explained and then let the life teacher take over. Each student received a student card, which contained credits. Li Chen's student card had an abundance of credits, 11,000 points. The other students, however, were in a dire situation, most ranging from 0 to 100 points. Then the life teacher took everyone to assign dormitories. The dormitories were small villas, with 4 students per room. The environment was quite decent. But after inquiring, Li Chen learned that he could spend credits to enter the villa area. It cost 50 points per semester, which wasn't particularly expensive but also not cheap. Generally speaking, only upperclassmen had credits to enter the villa area. Without hesitation, Li Chen chose to spend 50 points to live in the villa area. As his close friend, Zhang Xiaohua naturally followed along. Sorry, we won't be squeezing into the dormitory with you guys, haha. Before leaving, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but loudly mock them. This completely provoked the crowd's anger. Beat him, so infuriating, beat him, kill those two. All the newly enrolled first-year students grabbed weapons and chased after them. This is bad, Xiaoge, the wind is tight. Seeing the situation was not good, Zhang Xiaohua immediately planned to drag Li Chen to escape. Little did they know, when they turned around, Li Chen had already disappeared without a trace. Hey, wait for me. Soon, the two of them ran off and vanished. The other students wanted to chase after them, but the life teacher rushed over immediately, shouting, "What are you doing? Is this lawless? The academy does not allow anyone to use their professional abilities to fight among themselves. Violators will be penalized and lose credits." Only then did the chasing students stop, almost getting caught up in that mess again. They thought this farce was about to end. Little did they know, the life teacher was also one who loved to stir the pot. The life teacher added, however, challenges can be initiated. If there are any grievances, you can issue a challenge and resolve it fairly in the arena. As soon as the words were spoken, all the students' eyes lit up, especially Han Ling and Zhang Yu, who had already decided to use the momentum of Li Chen, who had taken the top spot in 3 categories, as a stepping stone to establish their own reputation in the first year. They exchanged glances, both understanding each other's intentions. Han Ling looked at Zhang Yu and said, "Leave Li Chen to me, and you can take care of Zhang Xiaohua." Zhang Yu frowned and replied, "No way, Li Chen is mine to fight. Stop arguing, let's decide with rock paper scissors." Alright, fair enough. The two played rock paper scissors, and in the end, Han Ling won. Great, I'll fight Li Chen, and you take Zhang Xiaohua. Han Ling smiled proudly. I'll let him know the power of the Voidwalker Mage. He'll realize that his title as the top scholar of Jiangchang is just a hollow reputation. Fine, I accept the bet and will concede this round to you. Zhang Yu shrugged helplessly. I'll reluctantly teach that Zhang Xiaohua a lesson, so he knows what it means to be humble. That night was particularly lively. After the start of the school year, students returned to the dormitory one after another from their hometowns. In a standalone villa, Xiong Pan excitedly said, "Have you heard? A new student made a big splash today and became famous. Even more than you did back then." Xu Miao, standing beside her, asked in surprise, "How famous?" Xiong Pan and Zhu Miao were both second-year students who had rented a villa together during their first year, and their relationship was quite good. Xu Miao was one of the few friends with whom Xiong Pan could have a conversation. When Xu Miao entered the academy last year, she also did so as the top scholar, but due to certain reasons, she received challenges from top scholars all over the place during her 3 days of rest. She single-handedly swept away all the other top scholars from different cities and became famous. He's even more impressive than you. He became the public enemy of the grade right after entering the school. Xiong Pan explained, this year, the school set up 3 tests, and right at the start of the semester, students could earn points. The first test was a courage test, falling into hell, and that guy came out in less than 2 minutes. The second test was an observation test, distinguishing illusions, and he scored a whopping 9,900 points. The third test was a perseverance test, climbing Qingyun Mountain, and he made a ladder out of clay to climb up, earning another 1,000 points, becoming the first person in our school to reach the top, almost driving the living king of hell mad. Haha. Not only that, but all the new students were also infuriated by him. making him the public enemy. Xu Miaomio was taken aback. Clay? Is that person named Li Chen? Xiong Pan was surprised. Oh, how did you know? Oh right, the top scholar of Jiangcheng, Li Chen, is quite famous, so it's not surprising you know. It really was him. Xu Miaomio smiled slightly, realizing she had inadvertently encountered a great teammate, with full marks in the academy assessment and first place in all 3 tests. Such achievements would be highly sought after by various combat academies. Xiong Pan smiled and said, by the way, I even hosted this student and added him as a friend. His name is Patrick Starr, and he's quite handsome, just my type. Indeed, this Xiong Pan was the girl who had taken Li Chen to familiarize him with the environment and to the playground. She was Xu Miaomio's roommate. Xu Miaomio didn't really hear what Xiong Pan said, but murmured, I didn't misjudge him, this person is mine. Xiong Pan raised her eyebrows in surprise. Miao, are you trying to steal him from me? I finally found a cute little puppy I like. Xu Miao replied, Pfft, who wants to steal him from you? I'm planning to bring him over as a teammate to form a small team and prepare for the national competition in 2 years. Qingfeng Academy is a mid-tier combat academy, and students have 3 paths after graduation. First, they can be assigned to various cities as defense personnel, which is the worst option. Second, they can join the Academy's Legion and become grassroots combat personnel. Third, they can continue their studies and enter a high-tier combat academy, crossing social classes to become top figures in the world. Most students will take the first or second path. Only outstanding students will consider the third path. However, the third path to enter a high-tier combat academy is not based on exams or assessments, but on competitions in strength, participating in the national competition and standing out among countless mid-tier combat academies nationwide. Ah! Xiong Pan exclaimed in surprise. She looked as if she had discovered a new continent, completely stunned. Xu Miaomio said irritably, What are you shouting about? Xiong Pan replied, I didn't expect you, Miao, to plan to participate in the competition. Xu Miaomio said, I just didn't mention it. Xiong Pan continued, Then why didn't you form a team in your first year? In your first year, Hu Hongba and Yu Fei, the 2 team leaders, both extended olive branches to you. In her first year, Xu Miaomio neither formed a team nor accepted anyone's invitation. Everyone thought it was a pity that Xu Miaomio had no intention of entering a high-tier academy for further studies. And now, she actually said she wanted to form a team? Xu Miaomio said, Hu Hongba and Yu Fei. I don't think much of them. Xiong Pan was surprised. They are the 2 strongest teams in the second year. Entering the national competition is a sure thing, and they will definitely get into a high-tier academy. Xu Miaomio shook her head. Just entering the national competition? That's a bit lacking. Xiong Pan's eyes widened. Could it be? You want to dominate the nation? Xu Miaomio nodded slightly. That's right. That's her personality. Either don't participate. If she participates, she must dominate the nation and be number 1. Hiss. Xiong Pan gasped. Then you need to hurry up. I've heard that many second-year team leaders have already gone to recruit this batch of first-year geniuses. The hidden profession Han Ling and that Zhang Yu have all been invited. To advance to the national competition, some second-year seniors, if they haven't found suitable candidates, will deliberately leave 1 or 2 spots open in their teams for new students. Especially outstanding students grow very quickly. They can reach second-year levels in the first semester of their first year. They can showcase their strength in the year-end competition and apply to skip a grade. But this is limited to skipping from 1 to 2 because this stage is when geniuses pull away from ordinary people the fastest. In the later stages, the speed will slow down. Xu Miaomio said, I'm planning to recruit Li Chen. I think he won't refuse. Xiong Pan said, if you recruit Li Chen, other new students who have grievances with him probably won't come. You need to think it through. Li Chen is just a lifestyle profession. He definitely won't be strong later on. Plus, you haven't even formed a team yet. Even if you add Li Chen, that's only 2 people. You still need 3 more. At this point, Xu Miaomio also felt a bit of a headache. Most second-year students have already formed teams, and there aren't many suitable candidates. Xiong Pan continued, moreover, you missed the first-year competition and lack team points. You can only form a team to earn points starting from the second year. You almost need to win every match to qualify for the national finals. I'm not worried about the school's competition, I can handle it alone. Xu Miaomio thought for a moment and said, if it really doesn't work, we can find 3 people to make up the numbers and just hold on for now. After saying that, she looked at Xiong Pan. If there really is no one, you can join us too. Xiong Pan appeared a bit excited. Really? Are you really willing to include me? But I'm so bad, no one wants to team up with me. Xiong Pan also wanted to join a team and participate in the competition. Unfortunately, her skills were too poor, she was just an ordinary warrior. This led to her always being left out, becoming a marginal figure. Because of this, she was able to become roommates with Xu Miaomio, who was also relatively reclusive and on the fringes. It's just making up the numbers. Why are you so excited? Thank you, meow meow, love you. Don't be so cheesy, I can't take it. If I team up with Li Chen, I'll have a chance to form a CP. You must bring him over. At night, many teams were recruiting members. The most people went to Han Ling, but they were all driven away by a glance from Wu Hongba. The captain of the Solitary Swan team found Han Ling. Han Ling, the Solitary Swan team invites you to join. You might not be able to gather the best members if you reorganize, so why not join us? We are already complete, just missing one person. Currently, even with only 4 members, the Solitary Swan team is still first in points among the second years, and entering the national competition is a sure thing. Your addition will help the team go further nationally. Han Ling pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. I will join. After all, his goal was also the Advanced Combat Academy. Joining an existing team was the best choice. Hu Hongba nodded slightly. You will become the ace of the team. Han Ling asked, is there anything you need me to do? Hu Hongba replied, it's simple, complete a year's growth within 6 months. Then gather a few people to secure a top 3 position in the mid-year first-year competition, and you will be able to skip a grade and move to the second year. Han Ling smiled and said, that's easy, I got it. Thus, Han Ling chose to join Hu Hongba's Solitary Swan team. On the other side, Zhang Yu joined the second-ranked team, the Flying Speed team. Several other talented students also accepted invitations from the second year. These students contacted each other privately, knowing that the teams would disband later. They decided to unite and form a temporary team, serving as a springboard to enter the second year. This temporary team would likely be the strongest in the first year. Strangely, Li Chen, who scored full marks in the college assessment and entrance exam, did not receive any team invitations. Perhaps after the captains inquired, they found out about his dual life profession and did not think highly of it. Only Zhu Miaomiao, who had not yet formed a team, had invited the still infant stage Li Chen even before enrollment. The students in the dormitory area were all aware of the second-year recruitment situation. On the other side, Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua, who lived separately in the villa area, were completely unaware of these matters. The two were currently jumping around, exploring the villa. It must be said that the school's villa was too luxurious. The 50 credits spent were worth it. The villa had 3 floors. The first floor had a hall, a reception room, a projector, a kitchen, a laundry room, a garage, and a swimming pool. The second floor was the living area, with 5 rooms, each having its own bathroom. Li Chen estimated that this villa was probably provided for teams. Someone like him, who lived in a villa for just 1 year, likely wouldn't have one. The third floor had a study, a media room, a gym, and a recreation room. This is so awesome, this is the life of the rich. The two lay on the soft sofa, watching a movie with the projector and drinking red wine. While watching the movie, Li Chen glanced to his left and found Zhang Xiaohua looking absent-minded, seemingly chatting with someone through the friend system. Hey, who are you chatting with? No, I'm just a bit tired. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and quickly slipped up to the second floor. Something's not right. Could it be that Miwon really has a crush on this guy? Li Chen was somewhat speechless. It shouldn't be. How could she like someone like Zhang Xiaohua? Didn't Miwon call him a rogue? Are young girls really that easy to fool now? Li Chen thought for a long time but couldn't make sense of it, so he decided to stop thinking about it. He sent a message to his sister, telling her that he had settled in and to not worry. His sister replied, telling him to study hard and not to worry about her. Soon after, Li Chen received a new message. The senior he added during the day, Xiong Baobao, messaged him, asking if he was around. Li Chen replied, not here. Xiong Baobao seemed taken aback for a moment. After a while, she sent another message, what are you doing? Li Chen replied again, taking a shower. After that, the conversation died, and he remained single by sheer force of will. Then another new message came in, and seeing it was from Miao Zai, Li Chen immediately clicked to open it. Miao Zai, impressive, becoming a celebrity on the first day of school. Patrick Star, you're too kind, senior. You're not bad either. I've seen your posts on the school forum, the top player, specializing in taking down cultists, and always hunting solo, ranked first on the leaderboard. Li Chen had just used his phone to log into the school forum with his student ID to check on Zhu Miaomiao, and indeed found that this girl was extraordinary. She was a lone wolf, unbeatable in one-on-one combat. What surprised him was that she wasn't a gifted class. She was just an ordinary rogue, which was somewhat astonishing. The way to earn points in school mainly relied on accepting tasks. She specialized in the most difficult task of taking down cultists, ranking first in points. Miao Zai, alright, enough flattery. Let me ask you, have any other captains tried to recruit you? Seeing this message, Li Chen was a bit surprised. What was going on? Second-year students recruiting first years? Why hadn't anyone approached him? However, Li Chen naturally wouldn't reply truthfully. He wanted to showcase his importance. Patrick Star, of course, several captains have tried to recruit me. But I'm a man of my word. Since I promised you before, I turned them all down. Miao Zai, I see you're after my legendary skill book. After all, no one else could offer me such conditions. You have good taste. Patrick Star, hee hee. Miao Zai, but your actions today have also brought some risks. The quality of this year's freshmen is surprisingly good. Many might be pulled into second-year teams. Those who get recruited will likely form a temporary team to compete in the grade competition, and you'll have trouble teaming up with others if you make enemies. Patrick Star, when soldiers come, I'll block them. When water comes, I'll cover it. It's just a bit of hardship, no big deal. I'll take action. Miao Zai. At that moment, Zhu Miao Miao, lying on her bed, was stunned. She didn't expect Li Chen to be so cocky, but I really like it. There's no disdainful attitude, nor the confidence to dominate the nation. She needed a teammate like that. After hesitating for a while, she replied to Li Chen, I'll wait for you in the second year. Your wait will be worth it. I am worth it. Zhu Miaomia was completely speechless. Chatting with this guy always felt strange. She closed the chat box and silently stared at the ceiling for a long time. In fact, she hadn't planned to enter the Advanced Academy through team competitions. She intended to go solo. Unfortunately, the weight of solo competitions was too low, and they garnered little attention. Professionals always had to rely on teams. Even if he could win first place in the national competition and enter the Advanced Academy, without a team, he ultimately wouldn't go far. Until she saw Li Chen and his amazing use of clay bombs. It made her instantly think of forming a team and competing in team matches. Perhaps to others, a life as a professional might not seem promising. But Zhu Miaomiao didn't think so. She believed that anything was possible. It was this belief that had allowed him to rise from an ordinary thief to where he was now. Zhu Miaomiao murmured to herself, I hope Li Chen's arrival can form a super team. The next morning, early in the day, Li Chen was lost in a beautiful dream when he heard the sound of things being rummaged through in his room. Damn, am I being robbed? Li Chen jumped out of bed, ready to launch a clay bomb. But when he looked, it was Zhang Xiaohua, this kid, rummaging through his suitcase. Xiaohua, what are you doing? Brother Xiao, I didn't bring any luggage. I'm looking for a piece of clothing to wear. Oh, after a moment, Li Chen frowned. If you're looking for clothes, why did you make my luggage a mess? Zhang Xiaohua replied, I want to find a cool outfit. Li Chen. Zhang Xiaohua, brother Xiao, your taste is terrible. All your clothes are ugly. Li Chen. If he weren't a brother who had been through trials, Li Chen would have already thrown a clay bomb at him. Brother Xiao, how about this outfit? Zhang Xiaohua picked out Li Chen's most expensive set of clothes, a white polo shirt and jeans. However, it was tight on his chubby frame. Li Chen, looks good. Anyone will definitely like it. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned red. Brother Xiao, how did you know? What the heck? This guy can blush? Li Chen was speechless. I know how many roundworms you have in your belly. Zhang Xiaohua, do you have a razor? I want to shave. Li Chen kicked him. Get lost. The two started to wrestle. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the villa door. Li Chen, Zhang Xiaohua, come out. I want to challenge you. Come out and accept my challenge. Li Chen, come out. Let me see how much weight this Jiangzhou champion has. The two pushed open the window and looked outside. Good heavens, dozens of people had gathered outside. There were men and women, each waving challenge letters and shouting. This was a complete encirclement? It must be because the two of them had topped the rankings yesterday, which stirred up everyone's opinions. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned pale. What should we do? Li Chen, simple, you go and drive them away. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Who would be bored enough to accept a challenge? Isn't dating more fun? Li Chen, the key is, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the villa. Zhang Xiaohua panicked. Brother Xiao, no way, my first date in life can't just go down the drain like this, right? Li Chen patted his shoulder casually. Don't worry, I'm here. Zhang Xiaohua was touched. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Thank you for taking everything for me. I believe you can defeat them all. Li Chen replied irritably. What are you dreaming about? I'm not fighting. I've run out of clay bombs. What am I supposed to do? Zhang Xiaohua, then what should we do? Li Chen, the mountain man has his own clever plan. Zhang Xiaohua, what clever plan? Li Chen, I'll go negotiate. You sneak over the wall and run. Zhang Xiaohua, unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, I won the championship in Southeast Asia in 1974 for free fighting, and in 1980 I defeated Thunder Dragon, nicknamed Clay Muscle Man. Li Chen swaggered down from the second floor, his voice arriving before he did. However, not a single person could understand what Li Chen was saying. Dare to challenge me, brother Xiao? Just you guys? Zhang Xiaohua followed behind, preparing to sneak out over the villa's wall. Li Chen walked to the front of the courtyard, not opening the door, standing behind the iron gate. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. These students were all top performers from various places. Which of the top 10 students from different regions didn't have a temper? Who do you think you are? Come out, accept my challenge. Come out, let's meet on the arena. The students outside immediately erupted, shouting in unison. Very good, very bold. Li Chen spread his hands. But with so many of you, who am I supposed to fight? The crowd was taken aback. Indeed, they hadn't expected so many to challenge Li Chen. They couldn't all attack at once, that wouldn't be fair. Li Chen smiled and said, how about this, you all compete among yourselves first, choose the strongest, and then fight me in 3 days. The crowd quieted down, thinking it was a reasonable plan. However, suddenly a student saw through the trick. Damn it, that's nonsense. In 3 days, school will officially start. Who has the time? The crowd realized the truth. With only 3 days left of school break, Li Chen was too cunning. Li Chen awkwardly smiled, realizing not everyone was foolish. He had to say, how about this, you choose a representative. Alright, the students outside gathered to discuss. At first, they argued back and forth, but eventually, their opinions converged, and they gradually quieted down, clearly having made their choice. Han Ling stepped forward. I am the representative, accept my challenge. After saying that, he slipped a challenge letter through the crack of the door. Li Chen smiled slightly. Sorry, I don't accept. Han Ling? The crowd? You've already taken off your pants, and you tell me this? What a joke. Li Chen, you coward, useless. I look down on you, if you have the guts, accept. Are you even a man? The students shouted in frustration. Li Chen smiled slightly. No one said I had to accept a challenge, right? The crowd fell silent. It was indeed true. Han Ling asked, are you not concerned about your reputation? Li Chen waved his student card. What's reputation worth? Can it be eaten? It's better than my student card with over 10,000 credits. I can live in a big villa. The crowd gritted their teeth but had no way to respond. This guy was infuriating. Why bring that up? And flaunting his 10,000 credits student card, how annoying. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already sneaked over the wall. But he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he was worried about Li Chen and secretly observed from a distance. Who would have thought? Li Chen suddenly shouted, Xiaohua, why don't you run? You're just watching the fun. If you love watching so much, why not eat some watermelon? The crowd turned around and saw Zhang Xiaohua. Damn, I've been set up. Zhang Xiaohua took off running with all his might. Don't run! All the students, seeing they couldn't do anything to Li Chen, chased after Zhang Xiaohua. Soon, Li Chen's villa was completely quiet. He stretched lazily and returned to his room. Finally, I can take a good nap, damn it. Zhang Xiaohua ran wildly, with students relentlessly pursuing him. His speed was definitely not as fast as those behind him. It was only a matter of time before he got caught. At a critical moment, around a corner, Miwen used her skill Speedfire on him, and with the increased speed, Zhang Xiaohua ran like the wind, quickly disappearing from sight. Miwen followed him to the agreed location, and the two met. Zhang Xiaohua grinned. Miwen, thanks to you. Miwen glanced at him. Can't you accept a challenge like a man? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. TCH, I'm not going to stoop to their level. Saying that, he directly reached out and grabbed Miwen's hand. You pervert. Miwen's face turned red, wanting to break free, but Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't let go, holding on tightly. This was something Li Chen had taught him. When dealing with girls, you had to be persistent. I am a pervert, so what? Zhang Xiaohua displayed a rogue-like attitude. Perhaps the young lady had only ever seen well-behaved men before, and it was her first time traveling far and meeting such a man that made her fall for him? In any case, the love story between the rich girl and the underdog was born just like that. The underdog also has his spring. Zhang Xiaohua pulled Miwen's hand. Let's go shopping. Miwen asked, how do we get there? Zhang Xiaohua replied as a matter of course, we take the bus. Miwen shot him a glance, waved her left hand, and a Cullinan appeared. A high-end vehicle, a luxurious off-road Cullinan that could withstand attacks from level 30 monsters. Zhang Xiaohua was completely stunned. What was going on? What kind of family did Miwen come from? What's wrong? Scared? Miwen raised an eyebrow slightly, a bit disappointed. Since childhood, whether male or female classmates, everyone had been cautious around her, keeping their distance. In fact, she sometimes wanted to make friends, but there was always a sense of distance. It was because of her family's background that she was treated differently by others. Give it to me. Zhang Xiaohua reached out. What? Miwen was slightly taken aback. The keys, give them to me. I'll drive. Zhang Xiaohua put on a manly demeanor. How can I let a girl drive? What am I afraid of? I, Zhang Xiaohua, am a man destined to follow brother Xiao to the pinnacle of the world. A little Cullinan can't scare me off, no way. It can be said that a fool has his own blessings. This phrase was casually said by Li Chen, but Zhang Xiaohua truly believed it, and believed it 100%. Niwen blushed and handed the car keys to Zhang Xiaohua like a little girl. Boom! With the roar of the vehicle, the love story of the underdog and the rich girl began. Inside the villa, Li Chen sneezed, feeling something was off. Perhaps it was because Zhang Xiaohua wasn't around, making it too quiet. Damn Zhang Xiaohua, forgetting friends for the sake of love, hasn't sent me a message all day to report on the situation. Forget it, I can't be bothered with him. I might as well take advantage of this 3-day break to replenish my ammunition stock. Material consumed: white primary clay *1, primary C1 explosive powder *1, crafting successful. C1 clay spider bomb, creator, Patrick Star, clay mastery skill proficiency +1, current clay mastery proficiency, 1258/100000, demolition mastery skill proficiency +1, current demolition mastery proficiency, 1258/100000. Thus, Li Chen did nothing every day but make clay bombs. He was different from other professions. Combat required preparation in advance. These 3 days were extremely dull. Li Chen crafted clay spider bombs at a rate of 20,000 a day, and after 3 days, he had made 60,000, which should last him a long time. His life skills were almost maxed out. During this time, those students who had been clamoring for a challenge came by once or twice. After Li Chen ignored them, they gradually lost interest. As for Zhang Xiaohua, he was out early and back late, dating me one all day. This guy really was lucky. Of course, Li Chen was still happy for his brother. On the evening of the 3rd day, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the villa, looking as if something big had happened. What's wrong? Did you get dumped? Pa, you crow's mouth. My relationship with Miwen is just fine. Zhang Xiaohua explained, something big did happen, and it's about us. It turns out the 3 days given by our school weren't for resting, but were specially arranged for students to communicate and get to know each other, to form teams. We've been isolated in the villa area, completely out of the loop. Li Chen asked, huh? Zhang Xiaohua continued, if we want to enter the Advanced Combat Academy in the future, we need to start forming teams and earning points from the first year. Those classmates secretly organized a social gathering, and they almost formed their teams. Xiaowen was isolated because she was too outstanding and had just learned this news, which she told me. Li Chen laughed and said, I think it's Miwen who got isolated for getting too close to you. Zhang Xiaohua replied, that should be the case. What should we do? Li Chen chuckled, what's the rush? Stay calm. In fact, he had guessed this point too. Otherwise, why would Zhu Miaomiao from the 2nd year want to team up with him? Zhang Xiaohua said, what do we say now? All the good teammates have been taken away. Li Chen asked, does Miwen want to team up with us? Zhang Xiaohua patted her chest, of course, we will never be apart. Li Chen said, that's simple then, you and I, plus Miwen, makes 3 people. We can just grab 2 more to fill the numbers. Zhang Xiaohua replied, Xiaogu, our team already has 2 healers. If we grab 2 more, isn't that just giving away points? Besides, I estimate others wouldn't want to team up with us, right? Li Chen said lightly, if we can grab them, we will. If not, then it's 3 against 5. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, so confident, no wonder he's my Xiaogu, but we really can't grab anyone. That night, Zhang Xiaohua contacted a few classmates from Jiangzhou. Phantom Ranger Wang Hai, Fear Warlock Chen Nan, all politely declined. They all said they had formed suitable teams and suggested she look for others. There was no choice but to wait and see later. But it wasn't without opportunities. Teams weren't set in stone. Before the teams were fully fixed in the 2nd year, it was still a period of adjustment. If the adjustment wasn't good, the captains could choose to swap members. After a 3-day break, class assignments began. The class assignment was quite simple, with a total of 30 classes, where students and teachers chose each other. There wouldn't be any deliberate separation. If students requested, teachers generally wouldn't refuse. Every teacher was strong, all former excellent students of the academy. At the same time, teachers wouldn't teach students too much knowledge. They would only arrange some overall tasks, assign phase tasks, and even do tasks together with the students. The Battle Academy, to be precise, wasn't a school but a place to train warriors. At most, each teacher's philosophy on training students would differ slightly. At 9 in the morning, all the new students gathered on the playground. Those who formed teams would basically report to the same teacher. Li Chen said, Xiaogu, what do we do? Li Chen replied, let's go to teacher Pingchuan. Miwen said, then I'll go too. Although Ping Chuan was the admissions teacher, he was also a teacher for this cohort. Since the other teachers weren't very familiar, they chose someone they knew. As soon as Li Chen walked over, teacher Ping Chuan waved from the other side. Ping Chuan said, "Welcome to class 2 of year 1. Li Chen replied, "Teacher, we were just planning to join your class." Ping Chuan patted Li Chen's shoulder. "Even if you went to another teacher, they would take you. I've already given them a heads up, you're pre-selected by me." "Huh?" Li Chen said. After that, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua. "You little rascal, you tricked me during admissions, and now you're here to repay me?" Ping Chuan was referring to the special scholarship given to Zhang Xiaohua to win her over after the academy's assessment ended. Zhang Xiaohua patted her chest. "I must repay." Then, Ping Chuan looked at me one, which surprised him. He didn't expect this shadow priest to come as well, a good profession with great potential. Ping Chuan said, "You 3 go report to the class. After everyone arrives, I will give a lesson, and then everyone can officially start their training." "Okay, teacher." The 3 of them left, heading towards the classroom in the teaching building. Li Chen went to class 2. "Are you going?" "I'm not going. Being in the same class as him would be a disaster." "Seriously, who goes to class 2? Anyway, it doesn't matter which class it is, it's better not to be with him." The news of Li Chen going to class 2 quickly spread, and the new students who heard the news all avoided class 2, clearly still haunted by the incident a few days ago where they lost 10,000 points. As a result, class 2 had no one to choose from. Soon, Ping Chuan tragically discovered that after waiting for half a day, no one came over. What the? Is the aftermath of choosing Li Chen this severe? Ping Chuan had thought that after choosing Li Chen, other students might be unwilling to come, but he never expected the aftermath to be this big. That was because Ping Chuan still didn't know that the news of challenging Li Chen being ignored had completely made Li Chen famous, albeit in the opposite way. "Hey, student, come here for a moment, over here." Ping Chuan planned to take matters into his own hands and pull someone in. "Teacher, please spare me." To his surprise, as soon as he shouted, that student ran away faster than a rabbit. After half an hour of effort, Ping Chuan hadn't managed to recruit a single student. "This is bad, I've only recruited 3 students, and at this rate, we won't even be able to tackle a high-level dungeon." Ping Chuan was quite speechless. It should be known that some large dungeons require 20 to 30 people to clear. It needed a whole class to tackle it. What could he do with just a few people? However, in the end, because Ping Chuan's side had too few people while other classes had too many, the teachers from other classes forcibly sent over 10 students. Those 10 students looked unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Finally, they managed to gather a class of 13 people. Class 2. All the students entered the classroom, which felt a bit empty. Ping Chuan first had everyone introduce themselves to get to know each other. Then he began his own introduction. "Hello everyone, I will be your teacher, Ping Chuan. For the next 3 years, I will lead you in your cultivation." "Hello, teacher." Zhang Xiaohua was very enthusiastic, immediately standing up and shouting, "Applause." Clap clap clap. Except for Li Chen and the other 3, the other 10 students were unwilling to be here. Therefore, the applause was weak. Ping Chuan was unfazed, smiling slightly as he said, "Students, you must be a bit confused as to why I use the term cultivation. You might be thinking, shouldn't we be leveling up by fighting monsters? If you think that way, you're very mistaken. Because this world has bugs." The reason he used the term bug was his own understanding. It was a personal way of teaching his students, a style. As soon as he said this, the originally lazy students suddenly became serious. One student raised their hand. "Teacher, are you saying this world has bugs?" Ping Chuan was very pleased with this situation, nodding slightly. "That's right, the world has bugs, which are loopholes we can exploit to improve ourselves." "What bugs?" Li Chen also asked in surprise. Ping Chuan smiled slightly, took out some chalk, and began to draw on the blackboard. He then explained, "This is our blue star. Originally on the brink of disaster, Blue Star uses the will of the planet to resist in a data-driven way. We humans can awaken as professionals, gaining unimaginable power. All of it is the embodiment of the planet's will. In reality, humans themselves have the potential to become stronger. Even ordinary people, if they specifically train in running, can become running experts. If they train in swimming, they can become swimming champions. If they train in weightlifting, they can become weightlifting champions. Humans inherently possess the ability to strengthen themselves. This is the purpose of your cultivation, which is to gain attribute points without leveling up, to acquire skills without skill books. Everything is obtained through your own efforts in cultivation, and this is the bug of this world, called cultivation. Hiss. The students present were all shocked upon hearing this. It was the first time they had heard such a truth. Everyone couldn't help but feel invigorated. If they could gain extra attribute points, they would become stronger. Ping Chuan continued, "Do you know why the academy requires you to level up 10 levels in 2 months? Because you are 17 years old, and reaching level 10 is the best stage for cultivation. At this time, your attributes are not high, your bodies have not yet fully developed, and combined with training, this is the fastest moment to enhance your attributes. Li Chen raised his hand. Teacher, I'm already level 14. What about that? Ping Chuan, what? You're level 14? Li Chen nodded. Ping Chuan was somewhat surprised. It was already quite difficult for students to level up 10 levels in 2 months. Li Chen had actually reached level 14, completely exceeding expectations. Li Chen continued, I also have quite a few attribute points. Does cultivation still have an effect? Ping Chuan asked. How high? Li Chen thought for a moment. About as high as level 50. Ping Chuan, everyone. What the? He's only level 14, and his attribute points are comparable to level 50? How did he do that? So impressive, envy and jealousy. The classmates suddenly felt a bit envious. How did Li Chen manage that? No wonder this top scholar from Jiangzhou could clear the academy's assessment dungeon with full marks. But that was where it ended. With such high attribute points, the improvement in cultivation would be very slow. Ping Chuan said, Li Chen, your situation is a bit special. I'll talk to you privately later. Now, let me assign the first phase of everyone's cultivation content. In the first phase, each person will choose a body technique skill to start practicing. The martial artist skills are secret techniques compiled by martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom. It is very difficult to acquire these skills through self-cultivation. Out of 1,000 people, it is hard to find even one who can master them. But it doesn't matter, learning some evasion techniques from them counts as success. Whether you are a mage, warrior, or priest, learning more evasion techniques can help you deal with many unexpected situations. Additionally, entering the school's gravity chamber to practice martial artist skills under high load is also a form of training that can enhance certain attributes, a double benefit. This is why professionals from the academy are stronger than idle professionals, because our attribute points are inherently higher than those of the same level. We possess better combat skills. The first month of school, the beginner gravity chamber is completely free, but after a month, using it will require credits. The training period is 1 month, and after that, all first-year students will face a very harsh test, so do not be negligent. Cultivation is actually more arduous than fighting monsters in the wild, but the rewards are also great. This is your chance as ordinary people to surpass others. How many unnoticed ordinary professionals have surpassed gifted ones during this stage through their own efforts? You reap what you sow, understand? The originally indifferent students were completely ignited. The students shouted in unison, understood. The sound was deafening. In this class, apart from Zhang Xiaohua and Mi Wen, the rest were all ordinary 8 major professions. Li Chen was even just a life profession. This overall strength was considered quite good in other schools. But at Qingfeng Academy, ranked first in Jiangzhou, it seemed particularly ordinary. It could be said to be the worst class in the first year. However, with Ping Chuan's inspiring speech, everyone was fired up. The school provided 3 free martial artist body technique skill manuals. They were Swallow Body Technique, Flowing Cloud Body Technique, and Dragon Soaring Body Technique. The Swallow Body Technique emphasizes being light and agile like a swallow, suitable for rangers and thieves. The Flowing Cloud Body Technique is about stillness within movement and movement within stillness, suitable for priests and mages. The Dragon Treading Technique emphasizes explosive power and instant acceleration, making it suitable for warriors, knights, and druids to close the distance against highly agile enemies. The students received a manual based on their respective professions. This manual cannot be shared and must be practiced individually. Higher-level martial arts manuals require credits to purchase. However, generally, no one buys them because most people simply cannot succeed in practicing them. Learning even a little is extremely beneficial. Very well, the training begins now. From here on, it depends on your own perseverance. In 1 month, if you can increase your strength and agility attributes by 5 points, that will be considered a success. Ping Shan shouted, dismissed. Zhang Xiaohua, stand up. Goodbye, teacher. Ping Shan, everyone. This guy thinks he's the class monitor? As everyone received their martial arts skill manuals, they were all very excited and quickly headed towards the school's gravity room, soon disappearing from sight. Li Chen, stay behind. Ping Shan kept Li Chen back. Once all the students had left, the classroom became very quiet. Ping Shan said, Li Chen, can you show me your panel? I need to customize a plan for you to get stronger. Sure, teacher. Li Chen felt quite grateful. To be honest, aside from the clay bomb technique, he didn't know how to develop further. Relying solely on the clay bomb was too one-dimensional. Last time, facing the cultists, the warrior's roar had caused the clay bomb to explode prematurely. He was lacking a complete set of combat skills compared to others. Having an experienced teacher customize a plan was definitely the right choice. Li Chen opened his panel and shared it with teacher Pingshan. Name, Li Chen. Profession, Junior Clay Master, Junior Demolitionist. Level, 14, 30. 0%. Strength, 53. Agility, 163. Mentality, 89 plus 200. Constitution, 67. Skills, Clay Mastery, Junior. Demolition Mastery, Junior. Clay Manipulation, Junior. Remote Detonation, Junior. Flying Swallow Technique, Junior. Clay Mastery, Advanced Use Clay to create clay models. Demolition Mastery, Advanced Use Powder to create basic C1 explosives. Clay Manipulation, Advanced Use Mental Power to manipulate clay actions within 300 meters. Remote Detonation, Advanced Set a command to control detonation within 300 meters. Flying Swallow Technique, Junior Light and Agile, graceful as a swallow, swift as the wind, gentle as the forest. After carefully reviewing, Pingshan showed a look of surprise. Your attributes are indeed very high, absurdly high. You even have an additional Flying Swallow Technique skill. Did you use a legendary skill book? That must have increased your agility by 100 points. But even so, your attributes shouldn't be this high. You must have used something of legendary quality. Li Chen nodded and explained that he had used a legendary skill book and received special rewards from the dungeon, of course omitting details about the special mission. Zombie Paradise can yield such rewards? Pingshan was even more surprised because even higher level dungeons that received an SSS rating wouldn't drop legendary items. Legendary items are so rare that even he didn't possess any, their emergence would cause a sensation. He never expected that Li Chen would already have two. Soon, Pingshan regained his composure and said, Li Chen, very good. You already have a solid starting point. Your future is limitless. But what I'm about to say, you must remember. Okay. Li Chen listened very attentively. Pingshan spoke earnestly. You are different from others. In the early stages, you will indeed gain some advantages with the clay bombs, but later on, if you do not improve your combat abilities, without combat skills, you will eventually fall behind. Li Chen nodded. So what should I do? Ping Chuan said, it's simple, become a super strong martial artist. Li Chen asked, super strong martial artist? Ping Chuan nodded, that's right, a super strong martial artist learns various passive skills of a warrior, not just limited to movement techniques, but also those combat skills. The reason I don't say warrior is that you can't learn the warrior's martial techniques, so you can't be considered a full warrior. But with your clay manipulation skills, combined with the warrior's passive skills, you can continue on the path of a professional. After hearing this, Li Chen suddenly understood. In fact, he had thought about this before, but not very strongly. However, after listening to teacher Ping Chuan's guidance, he realized the path ahead of him. Ping Chuan smiled and said, also, because you don't have combat skills, you save time that would have been wasted on improving skill proficiency, allowing you to focus on practicing warrior skills. Now that you already have a movement technique, you can directly practice the combat skill manuals of a warrior. And do you know what the level 20 advanced skill for a clay master is? Li Chen shook his head. I don't know, there's no introduction online. Ping Chuan said, the level 20 skill, Clay Hand, allows you to create clay in combat and imbue it with properties. Li Chen's eyes lit up. If that's the case, combined with super strong martial arts, he could indeed go further on the professional path. Ping Chuan smiled and said, as I said, first use your credits to exchange for the warrior manuals. The beginner gravity chamber is no longer sufficient for you, your attributes are too high, and the training is not very meaningful. You need the intermediate gravity chamber to improve your attributes a bit. However, it requires credits to use. But it doesn't matter, you have plenty of credits. Li Chen asked, teacher, how much can I increase my attributes through training? Ping Chuan smiled, actually, you can only increase about 10 points in strength and agility, and that's not guaranteed. This might be the limit for humans. Li Chen was speechless, only 10 points? That's not very exciting. Ping Chuan said irritably, if I didn't say it like that, how would those little brats be motivated to practice their movement techniques? The real effectiveness comes from the movement skills. The attribute increase is just a bonus. Li Chen. One must admit, Ping Chuan really put a lot of effort into making his students stronger. Teacher, I'm leaving now. Li Chen said his goodbyes and left. Ping Chuan nodded slightly, watching the figure of Li Chen leave, murmuring, Li Chen, I hope you can walk this path. Then our dragon country will have one more combat sequence. There are also many talented individuals among the life professionals. They just lack an opportunity. I hope that through hard work, life professionals can also step onto the path of combat professionals. This will not only alleviate the problem of cultists constantly emerging but also increase the combat power of the dragon country. Hello, I would like to ask, How many credits is a legendary skill book? After leaving the classroom, Li Chen went directly to the academy's treasure pavilion. Behind the teaching building of Qingfeng Academy, there is a large facility with 3 floors, encompassing everything from equipment shops, weapon shops, gem shops, forging shops, to skill shops. It's like a large commercial guild. But here, everything is traded with credits, not money. Many items cannot be bought in the market, which is the foundation of Qingfeng Academy. At this moment, Li Chen was inquiring at the skill shop. The staff in the skill shop was a chubby man, who exclaimed, "Young man, you want to buy a legendary skill book? You look like a first-year student. Can you afford it?" Li Chen smiled. "Whether I can afford it or not, won't you know once I say it? Although I am just a freshman, I have 10,000 credits." "Ha, didn't expect that, did you?" The chubby man said, 100,000 credits. "Li Chen, I can't afford it." "Fatty, Li Chen, why is it so expensive? I heard from others that ordinary students can only earn about 10,000 credits after 3 years. Who can buy 100,000 credits? This must be a scam." "Fatty, what do you mean by scam?" "Li Chen, isn't this a scam? Even if students graduate, they can't gather 100,000. "Fatty, it's not enough, but you can join the Academy's Legion or apply to stay part-time as a teacher to guide students. You can still earn credits. One day you can buy." Li Chen. So that's how those teachers at the school came to be. No wonder some teachers look so young. They were students who stayed behind. "Forget it. I don't want it anymore." Li Chen gave up on the idea of buying the legendary skill book. "Do you have any martial artist skill manuals?" "Fatty, you're a first-year student. The school provides free movement techniques that you haven't practiced enough. Look, they're all here. By the way, let me tell you, martial artists gain a passive skill every 10 levels. It's not that higher levels are necessarily stronger, it just makes the martial artist more well-rounded. Each book requires years of practice, and if you can master even one, you're considered a genius. You can't bite off more than you can chew." After saying that, he took out a catalog listing various martial artist manuals. Shadow Blade Technique, Level 20 Martial Artist Sword Passive Skill, 50 points Unmatched Dominance Blade, Level 20 Martial Artist Knife Passive Skill, 50 points Mountain Shattering Fist, Level 10 Martial Artist Fist Passive Skill, 20 points Heavenly Tiger Leap, Level 20 Martial Artist Movement Passive Skill, 50 points Flower Picking Finger Technique, Level 40 Martial Artist Hidden Weapon Finger Passive Skill, 200 points Sun Chasing Dragon Spear, Level 20 Martial Artist Spear Passive Skill, 50 points. There are about 15 types of martial artist manuals in total. The points required are not too many, mainly, they are skill manuals that rely on self-cultivation, not items, just copies. However, this also reflects the foundation of Qingfeng Academy. A slightly inferior combat academy might have 5 types, while some only have 1 or 2. Li Chen began to think. In terms of movement techniques, his swallow movement is indeed quite agile, but it lacks a bit of explosiveness, so he decided to take the Level 20 movement manual, Heavenly Tiger Leap. As for sword techniques, they look cool, so he would practice. The knife technique is also good, he would refine it. The fist technique could also be practiced. The spear, the king of all weapons, must be practiced. The flower picking finger technique is the only high-level martial artist skill. It must be practiced. Soon, Li Chen made his decision. "Li Chen, teacher, give me 1 copy each of Shadow Blade Technique, Unmatched Dominance Blade, Mountain Shattering Fist, Heavenly Tiger Leap, Flower Picking Finger Technique, and Sun Chasing Dragon Spear." Fatty? He was stunned. It was the first time someone bought 6 martial artist skill manuals in one go. For an ordinary person to master even one is considered a genius. Currently, in the school, he heard that a second-year student named Zhu Miaomiao had mastered the free swallow movement, while the others had not. Moreover, most people only practice movement techniques to evade monsters. No one has ever spent time practicing other attack-type manuals. With that spare time, they might as well improve their combat skill proficiency. What a weirdo, truly a weirdo. And as a first-year student, where did he get so many credits? Suddenly, Fatty remembered a recently famous student. "Fatty, you must be Li Chen, the one with the dual life profession?" Li Chen nodded. "Looks like I'm quite famous." Fatty smiled slightly. "If it's you, it makes sense. After all, you don't have combat skills and don't need to improve skill proficiency. So good luck to you." A total of 420 credits. "Li Chen, can I get a discount?" Fatty, "Absolutely not." Li Chen. Submitting the student card, with a beep, 420 credits disappeared. Adding the 50 credits for renting the villa, a total of 470 credits was spent. Li Chen started the semester with 11,000 points, leaving him with 10,950 credits. Just leaving the treasure pavilion, he ran into teacher Pingchuan head-on. It was obvious that he had come specifically to find him. Pingchuan smiled and said, you've chosen the right martial artist skill manual, haven't you? Li Chen nodded and mentioned the skills he had chosen. So many? Ping Chuan said, as the saying goes, you can't chew too much at once, learn them one by one. Li Chen laughed, I understand, teacher. The reason I chose 6 is to remind myself that I still have a long way to go and cannot be complacent. Ping Chuan nodded in satisfaction. It's great that you think this way. By the way, I've processed your scholarship application. It's a legendary item, as stated in the enrollment agreement. But based on your situation, I took the liberty to help you choose. You won't blame me, will you? Li Chen replied, I won't, teacher. I trust your choice. When someone treats you sincerely, others can feel it. Although he didn't know why, Li Chen could sense Ping Chuan's special care for him. Letting him choose randomly surely wouldn't be as good as having an experienced teacher make the selection. Well, that's good. This is your scholarship. With that, Ping Chuan presented Li Chen with a legendary item. Ping Chuan has gifted you a legendary accessory Martial Spirit Jade, legendary, equipment type, accessory, equipment level, 60, equipment requirement, none, basic information, constitution plus 50, agility plus 100, spirit plus 300, legendary attributes, 1. No equipment requirements, 2. Increased efficiency in martial artist skill proficiency. When Li Chen saw this equipment, his eyes lit up completely. A top-tier item, the best of the best. Not only did it increase many attributes, but it also had no equipment requirements. High-level equipment with the no equipment requirement feature was already worth a fortune. Not to mention, it also had the effect of enhancing martial artist skill proficiency. What Li Chen didn't know was that the school had indeed promised to give some outstanding students legendary items to attract them. However, they usually provided level 20 legendary items. This one was level 60. Something that should never have been given to Li Chen. It was only because Ping Chuan took on the pressure and guaranteed it with his reputation that he managed to obtain it. The school considered that the owner of this equipment had once been Ping Chuan's teacher. A level 60 martial artist had died in the secret realm. This martial spirit jade was something Ping Chuan had insisted on obtaining. Teacher, is this really for me? It feels like it's beyond my level. Li Chen was a bit overwhelmed. This equipment is only suitable for low-level martial artists. High-level martial artists can't use it. However, the entire Dragon Country hasn't produced a martial artist profession in 20 years. Ping Chuan sighed deeply, looking at Li Chen, and smiled. What's suitable is the best. I think it's very suitable for you. Go ahead. Thank you, teacher. Li Chen accepted it. It was a beautiful jade pendant hung on a red cord. The texture was warm and delicate, with a color as gentle as spring water. The most eye-catching feature was the dragon soaring pattern carved on the jade pendant. The dragon twisted and coiled, its head held high, eyes wide open, bright and spirited, as if it could see through all things in the world, seemingly looking at him. Li Chen took off a ring accessory and put on this legendary martial spirit jade. Attributes changed. Name, Li Chen. Profession, Junior Clay Master, Junior Demolition Expert. Level, 14, 30. 00% Strength, 53 plus 50 Agility, 163 plus 100 Spirit, 89 plus 480 Constitution, 67 with 60 level equipment already equipped. Li Chen has become terrifyingly strong. Ping Chuan smiled and said, Go ahead. Don't waste a single second. Teacher Ping, I will not let you down. Li Chen bowed deeply and walked towards the training building. Watching Li Chen's back, Ping Chuan remained silent for a long time, murmuring, Li Chen, I hope you can carry on. Teacher Mu Changbai's will break through the shackles, and let the Dragon Kingdom give birth to another martial artist. The Dragon Kingdom hasn't seen a martial artist in a long time. The training building is where students practice their skills. It is divided into 2 areas. The first is the gravity room, used for training martial artist skills. The second is the simulation room, which can simulate various monsters, allowing students to improve their skill proficiency and master the timing and combinations of skill releases. Li Chen arrived at the first floor of the training building. He found a group of students arguing loudly. You don't really think you can practice martial artist skills, do you? Too naive. If you have that much free time, it's better to practice your skills properly. I'm glad I didn't go to class 2. That teacher isn't very good either. In the hall, students from class 5 and class 2 were arguing. Zhang Xiaohua was with a group from class 2, preparing to enter the gravity room. When the students from class 5 saw Zhang Xiaohua, they began to mock her. Each teacher has a different teaching philosophy. Some believe that practitioners should focus on practicing skill releases, improving proficiency, and mastering the timing of skill releases. Although practicing martial artist skills involves learning some techniques and gaining a bit of attributes through training, in the later stages of a practitioner's career, any piece of equipment provides hundreds of attributes, making the small gains from training negligible. As for learning martial artist skills, the chances are too slim, even hundreds of people might not produce one successful case. Ping Chuan's philosophy is to take advantage of the students' low attributes to practice martial artist skills and see if they have the talent to succeed. Even without talent, gaining some evasion techniques is still good, and the extra attributes are a bonus. Ping Chuan believes that through practice, students can enhance their resilience, master themselves, and open their minds. They should not be limited to the power of their profession. Their own strength is also a form of power. Having martial artist techniques that they comprehend, combined with professional skills, is the true path. However, there are few teachers with this teaching philosophy, most rely on skills. In the face of mockery, aside from Zhang Xiaohua, most of the students in Class 2 remained silent. They were already at the bottom level, forcibly assigned by other teachers. I see, you're afraid that you won't be able to practice and will be laughed at, Zhang Xiaohua retorted. When we in Class 2 succeed, you'll just be envious. The leader of Class 5, Han Xiaoqi, laughed heartily. How can there be fools who really think they can learn martial artist skills? Even 1 in 1,000 might not succeed. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Then among those 1,000 people, could it not be me? Han Xiaoqi sneered. You really have been fooled by your Class 2 teacher Ping Chuan. I've already investigated. Ping Chuan is also practicing martial artist skills himself. If he hasn't succeeded, how can his students? Don't deceive yourselves. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua and the others fell silent. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to refute it and even fell into doubt. Could it be that teacher Ping Chuan was wrong? Don't you know the saying, the student surpasses the master? Who says if the teacher can't succeed, the student can't either? At that moment, Li Chen walked over, his voice loud and clear. As a student, he would not allow Ping Chuan to be looked down upon by other students. Ha ha ha. Han Xiaoqi laughed and said, who did I think it was? Isn't this the top scholar from Jiangzhou, Li Chen? Thanks to you, if it weren't for you being a guiding light, I would have almost ended up in that trashy class too. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua glared angrily, looking ready to fight. Who are you calling trash? Do you believe I can take you down right now? He could say that, but Class 2 at Shaoan, how could they be insulted? Han Xiaoqi replied, I'm talking about your Class 2, all trash. Don't think just because you have a top scholar from Jiangzhou you can act high and mighty. I see this scholar must have a reputation. He doesn't even dare to accept a challenge. Han Xiaoqi also entered Qingfeng Academy as a top scholar, coming from Tanqi City, so he naturally had some arrogance. I'll take you down. Xiaohua, don't be impulsive. If you hit him, you'll get a demerit. Li Chen reached out to stop the furious Zhang Xiaohua. He then looked at Han Xiaoqi and asked, what's your name? Han Xiaoqi shouted, Han Xiaoqi, what about it? Not convinced? Come at me. Han Xiaoqi, huh? Li Chen stepped closer, his aura pressing down. In this world, you rely on strength to survive, not on how loud you can shout. Yelling like that just makes you look like a clown. Han Xiaoqi sneered, come on, let's have a fight. Li Chen replied calmly, you think you're something special, don't you? Look at what you have on you. What? Han Xiaoqi looked at himself. The moment he did, he broke out in a cold sweat. Unbeknownst to him, his body was already covered in dozens of clay spider bombs, densely packed. No joke. As soon as Li Chen gave the order, he would probably be blown to bits. Han Xiaoqi's tone instantly trembled. You call this a sneak attack? If you have the guts, come at me properly. I was careless just now, I didn't dodge. The once arrogant Han Xiaoqi was instantly suppressed by Li Chen. The students from Class 5 couldn't help but wipe their brows in cold sweat. The control of those clay spiders was too exquisite, appearing and disappearing at will. It seemed this top scholar from Jiangzhou was not just a name, they had underestimated him. The students from Class 2 felt a sense of satisfaction. Although Li Chen wasn't particularly likable, they were all from the same class. Now you know fear? Li Chen smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. The clay spiders crawled down his legs and returned to his hands. Han Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted, but he still stubbornly thought, it's just because my level is low. If I were higher, your clay bombs wouldn't even break through my defenses. Since you look down on our martial skills, fine, I'll give you a chance. Li Chen said calmly, 1 month from now, on the arena, I won't use clay bombs, I'll defeat you using only martial skills. Zhang Xiaohua pulled Li Chen aside and whispered, Xiaogu, isn't this a bit risky? If it were a normal arena fight, he wouldn't worry. But without using clay bombs, he felt a bit uneasy. After all, Xiaogu didn't have combat skills, and it was unlikely he could master them in a month. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively, indicating it didn't matter. His attributes were already very high. This time he had also obtained a level 60 legendary equipment. Even if he couldn't master it in a month, his attributes would still crush Han Xiaoqi. Not to mention he had long learned the flying swallow technique through a legendary skill book. With over 200 points in agility, the flying swallow technique put him in an invincible position. Upon hearing this, Han Shaoqi sneered, "With you, can you master martial skills in a month? If you can, I'll call you dad. See you in a month." After saying this, Han Shaoqi took his classmates and left for the simulation room. Meanwhile, the students from Class 2 began to worry about Li Chen. After all, they were all from the same class. If they lost, Class 2 would become a joke. "You all practice hard and don't let outside distractions interfere." Li Chen looked at his classmates and said, "I believe in Teacher Pingxuan's teaching methods. Since we are in Class 2, we must unconditionally trust our teacher, understand?" The students nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiaohua gave a thumbs up. The scene just now was really cool, especially the part where Han Shaoqi was so scared he was trembling yet still putting on a brave face. It was hilarious. "Alright, let's go practice on our own. My attributes are relatively high, so I need to go to the intermediate gravity room on the second floor. Time is money, and every second counts, so everyone hurriedly left. Zhang Xiaohua, Mi Wan, and the other classmates went to the gravity room on the first floor. The gravity room was a 20 square meter space that could be activated with a student card. Once activated, the low-level gravity room would adjust the gravity to 1 to 5 times based on the user's attributes. Only under such gravity conditions could practitioners effectively train. Because practitioners' attributes surpass those of ordinary people, training like an ordinary person would yield no results, making it a futile effort. Li Chen, on the other hand, went to the intermediate gravity room on the second floor, which cost 1 point for an hour, but it could adjust the gravity to 6 to 10 times. Li Chen needed 7 times the gravity to train effectively. He had to find a way to learn a martial artist's skill within a month and defeat Han Shaoqi. And so it was. The news of Li Chen's challenge to Han Shaoqi quickly spread throughout the school. "Have you heard? That coward Li Chen accepted the challenge." "I heard, and it seems Li Chen was the one who initiated it. It's really surprising. I thought he would always be a coward." "Don't kid yourself. That Li Chen even said he wouldn't use clay bombs and would rely on martial artist skills to defeat Han Shaoqi. That's a bit overconfident, isn't it? Han Shaoqi is the top student from Tianqi City, a gifted practitioner. What does he have to rely on?" "That's true. If he used clay bombs, he might have a chance, but without them, it's definitely hopeless. Learning a martial artist's skill in a month is just a fantasy." Students at the school were buzzing about this matter. Everyone was looking forward to this arena challenge to see just how capable Li Chen really was. Naturally, the news also reached Han Ling and Zhang Yu, who ranked higher in the school. The two were currently eating in the cafeteria when Zhang Yu rested his chin on his hand and said, "Old Han, do you think Li Chen can really master a martial artist's skill?" Han Ling pondered. Martial artist skills are independent skills of the special profession martial artist in Manhwa. This skill is quite unique. It doesn't grant practitioners any abilities but rather a series of moves and routines input into their minds. With their powerful attributes, they can achieve the effect of using a feather to lift 1,000 pounds. Martial artists have organized these moves, and even ordinary people have a chance to learn them. I've heard that some high-ranking officials' children start practicing from a young age, and after 5 or 10 years, they have a high chance of mastering them. Zhang Yu said, "But Li Chen shouldn't belong to that category. He comes from an ordinary family and probably didn't have early exposure. Yet he boasts that he will defeat Han Shaoqi with martial artist skills in a month. Do you think that's possible?" Han Ling frowned slightly. "A month is not enough time. I've inquired, and there's only one person in our school who has managed to master the free movement martial artist skill, the swallow technique. It's Xu Miaomiao from the second year. Everyone else has failed. As far as I know, Xu Miaomiao has some connections with Principal Li Changfeng, and only by starting to practice from a young age can one reach such a level." Zhang Yu asked, "So, does that mean Li Chen is bound to lose in this competition?" Han Ling replied, "That's about right. If he hasn't started practicing, he won't feel the difficulty until he tries. I practiced for a while just now and found it too hard. Martial artist skills require deep and extensive practice over many years. He might be able to master it, but it would take too much time, which isn't worth it." Zhang Yu asked, "Then do you think we still need to practice martial artist skills?" Han Ling said, "Of course we need to practice. If we can learn some basics and techniques, it will make us much stronger than other practitioners at the same level. Not to mention training in the gravity chamber, which can also help us develop some attributes. Although they may seem insignificant, they are still somewhat helpful. However, we can't spend too much time on this. We need to focus on improving our skill proficiency and releasing techniques." Zhang Yu smiled slightly. "You're right. I almost understand Li Chen's intention now. He doesn't have combat skills, so he doesn't need to improve his skill proficiency. Therefore, he is burning his boats, forcing himself to find a way out relying on martial artist techniques." Han Ling laughed. "I think so too, but ideals are beautiful while reality is harsh. Let's wait a month and see the show, to see how Han Shaoqi defeats Li Chen and pulls this top scholar of Jiangzhou down from his pedestal." Zhang Yu sighed. Ah, what a pity. If I were the one to challenge him, I would definitely press Li Chen down and rub him into the ground. Han Ling laughed heartily. No worries, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Zhang Yu nodded. Old Han, you're right. There are too many opportunities. Haha, and so it was. The news of the duel between Li Chen and Han Shaoqi became a topic of conversation over tea and meals. The students dissatisfied with Li Chen all hoped he would be defeated. Li Chen had scored full marks in the academy assessment, and he was first in all 3 tests since the start of school. From this performance, he was undoubtedly a peerless genius. However, many people looked down on him based on his methods. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot, and a tall tree catches the wind. It was quite satisfying to see a genius being pulled down from his pedestal. In the intermediate gravity chamber, Li Chen was unaware that the challenge he initiated had already stirred up waves among his peers. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the Huan Shan fist. Li Chen already possessed a martial artist technique for body movement but lacked a damaging technique. He chose Huan Shan fist because it was the simplest skill among martial artist techniques. If he couldn't even master this, there was no need to practice the others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Li Chen was bare-chested and drenched in sweat. Under 6 times the gravity, every movement was significantly slowed down, and his muscles were getting a substantial workout. So hard, so hard. After practicing non-stop for a day, Li Chen gained nothing. All he felt was exhaustion. Fortunately, his physical condition was decent enough to endure. Looking back now, he realized that his challenge during the day was indeed somewhat careless. To master a martial artist technique in just a month was almost a pipe dream. What exactly is missing? Li Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, deep in thought. The manual contained only techniques and routines, but Li Chen always felt something was lacking. Martial artist techniques were like the moves displayed by ancient martial arts masters on Earth in his past life. In terms of physical fitness, he was definitely not lacking now. On Earth, he would have been an invincible existence. But why did he always feel something was missing during his training? What is missing? Li Chen got up and paced back and forth in the gravity chamber, contemplating, thinking, and thinking again. Li Chen was someone who liked to use his brain. When faced with a problem, he wouldn't get stuck in a rut. Instead, he would find ways to open his mind and seek strategies. His motto was, as long as the mind doesn't decline, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Everything has its tricks. Just then, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he murmured, it does seem a bit different. This martial artist technique has only techniques and routines. But in reality, ancient martial arts masters on Earth, when practicing martial arts, not only have techniques and routines but also martial arts mental methods. The so-called mental methods are actually the insights, states, artistic conceptions, and experiences of the creator when they were developing the martial arts. And the martial artist profession on this blue planet is directly inputted. Martial artists learn directly, so what is written down are only the moves and routines, without any heart techniques or insights. Li Chen suddenly realized, exclaiming, what I'm missing is the heart technique. As soon as he finished speaking, something miraculous happened. The martial spirit gem in Li Chen's chest unexpectedly emitted a blue light. It was as if it had a life of its own, acknowledging Li Chen's thoughts. Why is this equipment emitting such an anomaly? Li Chen couldn't believe what he was seeing. Generally speaking, equipment has no spirit. It is just equipment, without consciousness. Yet his martial spirit gem seemed to be responding to his questions. This had already surpassed the realm of legendary equipment. This is truly a treasure. Li Chen was astonished, then began flipping through the movements in the manual, contemplating the heart technique. The mountain shaking fist, as the name suggests, uses human strength to shake the mountains. It requires an unstoppable momentum, a spirit that can shock the mountains. As soon as he finished speaking, the martial spirit gem flickered again, as if it recognized Li Chen's thoughts. From then on, whenever Li Chen thought of something incorrect, the gem would stop flickering. Thus, Li Chen began to communicate with the gem, as if it possessed a soul. Time ticked away. 5 hours passed, and it was already midnight. Li Chen suddenly stood up, having confirmed the heart technique for the first move of the mountain shaking fist. The heart technique is not fixed text. As long as one can express the artistic conception that the creator intended to convey, it counts as a heart technique. The same heart technique, even if understood by different people, will yield different insights. This is also why different people studying the same martial art can end up with different results. The mountain appears. This is the first move of the mountain shaking fist, with a slight shift in footwork, the form resembling a mountain. The mountain appears, strength gathers in the heart, energy sinks into the dantian, the momentum is like Mount Tai. Li Chen suddenly punched out, whistling through the air, adjusting his breath, gathering strength once more, and swinging his fist again, as if he were the mountain, immovable as a mountain, exuding the might to shake the mountains. This feels right, this is the correct way to cultivate. Once Li Chen got into the zone, he couldn't be stopped and continued to practice. Another 8 hours passed, and Li Chen felt completely exhausted before slowly stopping. At that moment, the system displayed a series of messages, presenting the changes within him in a data-driven manner as the will of the blue planet. You have felt something. The mountain shaking fist is rapidly improving. With the enhancement of the martial spirit gem, your mountain shaking fist is making great strides. The dual soul ability is in effect. Your cultivation speed is double that of others. You have mastered the first move of the mountain shaking fist. Li Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes, filled with joy. So, his guess was correct. The difficulty in learning martial arts was due to the lack of understanding of the heart technique. With the help of the martial spirit gem, he had completed the shaping of the heart technique. Subsequently, the legendary attribute of the martial spirit gem increased his cultivation speed. Finally, he didn't expect that the dual soul talent would also play a role. The first move of the mountain shaking fist is complete. Unknowingly, Li Chen had been practicing for over 30 hours. He had practiced through the night and it was now the morning of the next day. Fortunately, Li Chen had a high constitution, with 67 points in physique. Others definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. So tired, so empty. Li Chen immediately left to have a big meal at the academy cafeteria. The cafeteria operated on copper coin currency, and students who could come here were never lacking. Fried sauce noodles, hot dry noodles, beef noodles, soup dumplings, large meat pies. Li Chen spent a full 100 copper coins to eat 5 portions of breakfast, wolfing it down until he was full before returning to the villa. When he got back to the villa, Zhang Xiaohua had just woken up. "Xiaogu, don't push yourself too hard," Zhang Xiaohua said with a hint of concern. "If it really doesn't work out, when the time comes for the arena competition, you can just use clay bombs. This is your profession. There's no need not to use it." He was worried that Li Chen would feel too much pressure facing the challenge a month later. The martial artist's skills were already difficult to master, and only one person in the entire school had succeeded. Working so hard, it wouldn't be worth it if his body broke down. Li Chen smiled slightly. "Don't worry about me, you should take care of yourself. By the way, how did your practice go yesterday?" Zhang Xiaohua replied, "I practiced in front of the martial artist's skill manual all day, but I didn't feel anything at all. I'm starting to doubt if teacher Pingchuan is just fooling us. Should I just practice skill proficiency instead?" Li Chen said, "You need to trust teacher Pingchuan. Just practice and let me see." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "I only learned a few moves, look." After saying that, he suddenly moved his feet. He performed a snake-like evasive maneuver. This was the dragon rising technique, suitable for knights, capable of instant acceleration. But the appearance was too comical. It looked like a worm with a scruffy beard, wearing a lewd smile. Li Chen was speechless. Li Chen said, "I suggest you shave, it's hard to look at." Zhang Xiaohua retorted, "What do you know? No one likes me like this, it's manly." Li Chen was left speechless. Sometimes, Li Chen really doubted whether Miwen had poor eyesight. How could she possibly like Zhang Xiaohua? "Watch how I perform the flying swallow technique." Li Chen leaped back, like a flying swallow, hanging in the air for a long time before lightly landing. The difference was immediately apparent when compared to Zhang Xiaohua. "Wow, that's amazing!" Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in surprise. "Your technique looks impressive, much better than mine. How did you practice? Any tips?" Zhang Xiaohua still didn't know that Li Chen possessed the flying swallow technique. If he did, he would probably be so envious he'd spit blood. Li Chen said, "Actually, it's quite simple. When you practice the dragon rising technique, imagine yourself as a dragon, and it will improve your efficiency." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Really?" Li Chen nodded. "Don't tell anyone, it's a secret." Zhang Xiaohua nodded foolishly, believing him. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't believe it. Imagining oneself as a dragon to master martial artist techniques? That was too absurd. But in reality, the effect was quite average, it was too rough. The mental method wasn't that simple. Li Chen could only achieve this with the help of the martial spirit jade. Coupled with the legendary attributes of the martial spirit jade and the dual soul talent, he could achieve results quickly, but Zhang Xiaohua definitely couldn't. However, Li Chen felt that having something was better than having nothing. Imagining oneself as a dragon could be considered a rough mental method, and it would at least allow him to practice a few moves. "Xiaogu, I'm going to the gravity room to train." Encouraged by Li Chen, Zhang Xiaohua was revitalized and planned to continue his training. "Remember, don't say anything reckless. Got it? Absolutely confidential." After Zhang Xiaohua left, Li Chen returned to his room to rest. It must be said that after becoming a professional, with the boost from attribute points, he surpassed ordinary people. After a night of training, he completely restored his energy by the next morning. However, Li Chen felt that training still required a regular lifestyle to be more effective. In the following days, Li Chen woke up at 7 every morning and spent time in the gravity room, returning to the villa to rest at 10 in the evening. Aside from eating in the cafeteria, he spent all his time practicing martial artist skills. With the help of the martial spirit Jade, his martial artist skills progressed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. One morning, Li Chen had already practiced the 5th form of the Regret Mountain Fist. You feel a sense of accomplishment. The Regret Mountain Fist is rapidly improving. With the support of the martial spirit Jade, your Regret Mountain Fist is advancing by leaps and bounds. The dual soul talent is in effect. Your training speed is double that of others. You have mastered the 5th form of the Regret Mountain Fist. Long periods of high-intensity training have improved your attributes. Strength +2, agility +1, constitution +2. Wow, my attribute points really increased. Teacher Pingchuan wasn't lying. Li Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. This was equivalent to the attributes gained from leveling up. After long hours of training in the gravity chamber, his muscles had been continuously honed, and his body naturally improved. The worlds would then datify this information, presenting it in the form of attribute points. In fact, this wasn't a bug of the world, but rather the result of his own hard work. With this positive feedback, Li Chen put even more effort into practicing the Huan Shan Fist. The clay bomb was his main technique, and with his super strong body technique, he couldn't help but anticipate how strong he would become in the future. News of Li Chen's dedicated training quickly spread among his classmates. Have you heard? That top scholar from Jiangzhou spends every day in the gravity chamber practicing martial arts. I've heard, it seems he's even in the intermediate gravity chamber. This guy might actually achieve something. No, it's because his attributes are too high, making the lower-level gravity chamber ineffective. His attributes are that high? No wonder he passed the assessment with full marks. It's all thanks to his high attribute points. In 20 days, Jiangqing's top scholar Li Chen will face off against Tianqi City's top scholar Han Shaoqi in a duel. Who do you think will win? Of course, it's Han Shaoqi. That Li Chen said he wouldn't use clay bombs. What combat power can a lifestyle profession have? He'll definitely lose. In the cafeteria, students whispered among themselves, generally favoring Han Shaoqi. After all, he was quite famous, the top scholar of Tianqi City, and a very strong individual. It's showtime, brothers. Han Shaoqi has set up a duel platform and is challenging top scholars from multiple cities. The first match is today. Let's go watch. Wow, there's a good show to see. Hurry up. Top scholar versus top scholar, interesting. Just in time to see Han Shaoqi's strength, a student hurriedly said, and soon, upon hearing the news, other students put down their bowls and rushed towards the school's martial arts arena. At the academy's martial arts arena, this was the platform for students to challenge each other. The arena was built from super steel, extremely tough, able to withstand any skill attack below level 50. On the platform, while taking lives was prohibited, practitioners could freely showcase their combat skills, hone their fighting techniques, and settle grudges. The school had medical personnel and priests stationed at the arena year-round to treat injured students, and if any accidents occurred, teachers would step in to halt the duel. At this moment, Han Shaoqi was engaged in a fierce battle on the platform with another top scholar from Xi'ang City, a warrior named Zhuodong. Han Shaoqi was using his fists, while Zhuodong wielded a two-handed greatsword. The weapons of the warrior profession were not fixed. They could equip two-handed greatswords, one-handed swords, dual one-handed swords, knives, guns, axes, hammers, and more. Each weapon had its own advantages and disadvantages. The two-handed greatsword had great power and high damage but a low attack frequency. The one-handed sword had a fast attack frequency but lower damage, allowing for more flexibility and the option to equip a shield. Dual one-handed swords attacked even faster but sacrificed some defense. Knives had medium damage and defense, making them quite balanced. Guns had a wide attack range but were relatively weak in defense. Axes had high attack power but also weak defense. Hammers had high critical damage and strong armor penetration but were similarly slow in attack. With a variety of weapons available, warriors would choose one at the start. They would then allocate points according to the weapon's characteristics, learn related skills, and build a combat system that suited them. However, Han Shaoqi was using a very rare weapon, fist weapons. Very few warriors would choose fist weapons. Although the attack frequency was higher than that of a two-handed sword, the attack range was too short, which was a significant drawback. This is because he is a gifted class, Iron Fist Warrior, possessing a special passive ability. Iron Fist Unmatched, passive after equipping fist weapons, your agility increases by 30%, attack frequency increases by 30%, and there is a certain chance to inflict a stun effect. Han Shaoqi is such an agile warrior. Facing Zhuodong's powerful attacks, he continuously uses roll to evade the attack range, relying on his high agility to maneuver around Zhuodong. Roll is a dodging skill that may awaken at level 10 for warriors. It consumes a certain amount of stamina and allows the user to roll quickly on the ground to avoid attacks. Clearly, Han Shaoqi's proficiency in rolling is very high. He dodges Zhuodong's attacks multiple times in succession. If you have the ability, fight me instead of running around. Zhuodong is somewhat frustrated, having not even touched his opponent yet. As you wish. Suddenly, Han Shaoqi seizes the opportunity to strike, swiftly moving to Zhuodong's right side, while the latter's heavy sword leaves him unable to defend in time. Bang! 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 With one punch landing, followed by several more. The punches rain down like a storm, hitting Zhuodong. Although the damage isn't high, the attack frequency is extremely fast. Just as Zhuodong intends to counterattack, he suddenly feels dizzy and unable to move. This is the stun effect triggered by Han Shaoqi's passive, Iron Fist Unmatched. The top student of Sunset City, Zhuodong. You scored 1500 points in the Academy assessment, 500 points higher than me, but it's nothing special. You're just relying on your long weapon to have a slight advantage over some weak monsters. When you meet me, your true form is revealed. Taking advantage of the stun, Han Shaoqi's fists rain down like a torrential downpour. His fists move like the wind, at an incredible speed. They are both level 10 professionals, and many do not have a complete set of decent equipment, so during the duel, they generally only use weapons without other gear. In this stun state, without any stun resistance attributes, there is simply no way to resist. Unexpectedly, Han Shaoqi's stun passive triggers again, continuing the one-sided beating. Zhuodong's mouth spills blood. After being hit for 5 seconds, he finally breaks free from the control, swinging his greatsword to push back his opponent, creating some distance and gaining a moment to breathe. Not long into the fight, Zhuodong is already at a disadvantage. He is also a gifted class greatsword warrior, but he is at a significant loss against the Iron Fist warrior. Wow, is Han Shaoqi really this strong? Both being gifted classes, Han Shaoqi's combat skills are more refined. He must have invested a lot in agility. His speed is too fast. Zhuodong can't even touch him. The situation on the stage leaves the students astonished. Although they are both warriors, the release of skills and attacks requires a lot of technique. Details determine success or failure, and Han Shaoqi has completely triumphed. Old Han, if you were to face Han Shaoqi, what do you think would happen? At this moment, Zhang Yu, watching from below the stage, looks at Han Ling and asks, I would finish him off in 3 rounds, Han Ling replies casually, having absolute confidence as a hidden class. It's not that simple. Zhang Yu frowns slightly and says, Han Shaoqi is too suited for fighting against professionals, even if you have void walking. Based on our last sparring session, every time you use void walking, the mental energy cost doubles, right? After forming a team, the two often spar privately, with each having their victories. Zhang Yu has naturally noticed Han Ling's flaw. Han Ling, as a hidden class void walker mage, can walk through the void and teleport instantly. However, the mental energy cost doubles with each use. Han Ling smiles slightly. You figured it out. That's indeed the case. So I will finish Han Shaoqi in 3 rounds. Dragging it out is not beneficial. Zhang Yu boasts, I'm different. I can transform into a wild tiger and easily take down Han Shaoqi. Zhang Yu is a wild tiger druid, capable of transforming into a standing tiger warrior, and after transforming, his attack, defense, and agility. Comprehensive improvement. Han Shaoqi chuckled. It's just like that. It's hard to say, your tiger transformation doesn't last long. After all, we are both late bloomers in our professions. This Han Shaoqi really has some skills. But let's not talk about that. The match is about to determine a winner. Unknowingly, the two had become good friends. They both looked up at the stage. On stage, Zhuodong was already battered and bruised. Defeat was only a matter of time. With a charge, Han Shaoqi knocked the already exhausted Zhuodong down, followed by a beautiful uppercut that left Zhuodong unconscious on the ground. The audience fell silent, not expecting that Han Shaoqi, also a gifted profession, would defeat someone with even higher assessment scores than him with absolute dominance, thoroughly defeating him. Trash! Han Shaoqi stepped on Zhuodong's head, looking down at the audience with arrogance. Listen up. The title of the strongest warrior in the first year is mine. Anyone who disagrees, come at me. So arrogant. They were all classmates. Was it really necessary to step on others like this? Zhuodong had already lost and was unconscious. Yet he stood on someone else's head. But no one in the audience responded. Han Shaoqi's displayed combat power was indeed too strong. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua was also watching from below the stage. Upon hearing the news, he rushed over first to check on Han Shaoqi's situation to report back to Li Chen. But seeing this situation, Zhang Xiaohua clearly found it hard to watch. Han Shaoqi, get your foot off him. Can you show some decency? Zhang Xiaohua shouted loudly. Isn't this Zhang Xiaohua? Han Shaoqi recognized Zhang Xiaohua, who had argued with him last time, and smiled, not satisfied. Come up and give it a try? I'll give you a chance, no rest, just fight you. Fight your mother. I'm a knight, I won't fight. Zhang Xiaohua immediately refused. He knew that a knight would definitely be at a disadvantage against a warrior, not to mention he was a paladin, more of a support type. TCH. Han Shaoqi sneered, no problem, a month later, I'll beat your brother Li Chen into a pig's head. I hope you won't back down then. Just you wait. Zhang Xiaohua glared at him, almost jumping up to teach him a lesson. Xiaohua, don't be impulsive, you're not his opponent. Fortunately, Miwen timely pulled Zhang Xiaohua back, preventing him from going up. However, at this moment, other warriors could no longer stand by. Han Shaoqi claimed he wanted to become the top warrior of the year, and they didn't dare to speak up. Even Zhang Xiaohua, as a knight, had spoken up for Zhuodong. If the other warriors remained silent, they would truly become spineless. Han Shaoqi, get your foot off. Tomorrow I'll fight you. You want to be the top warrior? You're still far from it. A warrior standing at 1.8 meters tall shouted loudly. He was also a top student from the same city. Those who entered Qingfeng Academy were all top 10 from various places, except for those top students who were poached by other schools with heavy investments. In Jiangzhou, nearly 90 out of 100 cities had top assessment students in Qingfeng Academy. Each place had different assessment dungeons, some suitable for warriors, so there were quite a few warriors as well. Alright, I was planning to issue you a challenge tomorrow anyway, see you then. Han Shaoqi smiled slightly, having achieved his goal, and finally released his foot. He intended to challenge the warriors one by one to establish his reputation as the top warrior. Zhuodong's classmates hurriedly went up to help him down and took him to the medical room for treatment. Thus, this farce finally came to an end. By nightfall, the reputation Han Shaoqi had built had already spread. I didn't expect Han Shaoqi to be so fierce. His academy assessment score isn't even that high. It seems that students with low scores aren't necessarily weak. Every place has different circumstances. Yeah, but to be honest, Han Shaoqi was really a bit excessive today, even stepping on Zhuodong's face with his foot. I heard that in a month, the top scholar of Jiangzhou, Li Chen, is going to have a match with Han Ling. If it's just the two of them, I hope Li Chen wins. I think so too. Although Li Chen is annoying, he only plays little tricks, while Han Shaoqi's actions are truly disgusting. It's a pity. From today's situation, it seems almost impossible for Li Chen to win, not to mention he said he wouldn't use clay bombs, which is like cutting off his own arm. Li Chen can't win at all, he might even be trampled by Han Shaoqi. Sigh, just think about it, the top scholar of Jiangzhou being trampled, he really won't dare to show his face in public anymore. Let's mourn for Li Chen for a minute. As the public enemy of the school, Li Chen could never have imagined this. Han Shaoqi's even worse behavior shifted everyone's disdain towards him. The level of disgust was far greater than that for Li Chen. After all, Li Chen only used his words and had never insulted a classmate's character. In comparison, Li Chen seemed much more likable. Xiao Gu, something's happened, something big. At night, Li Chen returned to the villa to rest from the gravity room at 10 p.m. Zhang Xiaohua was waiting in the hall, watching TV, and was very excited to see Li Chen come back. What's the rush? Take your time. Li Chen leisurely took a bottle of coconut water from his backpack and sat down on the sofa. What time is it, and you're still so relaxed? Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, didn't you hear any news today? What news? Not yet, gulp gulp. After practicing in the intermediate gravity room all day, Li Chen was in a state of exhaustion. He tilted his head back and drank the coconut water, which was made by a culinary professional and could only be consumed in a non-combat state, slowly restoring his stamina. Today, Han Shaoqi fought against the top scholar of Xi'an City, Zhuodong. Guess what happened? What happened? Both are gifted professions, one is an iron fist warrior, and the other is a great sword warrior. In the end, Han Shaoqi completely dominated Zhuodong. The one with the sword couldn't beat the one with the fists? Exactly. Han Shaoqi is an agile warrior, very flexible, and has learned the rolling skill. Zhuodong couldn't even touch him. Next, Zhang Xiaohua described the battle scene of the day in detail. It was evident that they were true brothers. Zhang Xiaohua looked worried, concerned about Li Chen's challenge in 20 days. Xiaogu, stop being stubborn. Let's just use clay bombs to take him down. Zhang Xiaohua believed that if Li Chen used clay bombs, not to mention one Han Shaoqi, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match. But Xiaogu was too proud, insisting on defeating Han Shaoqi with martial skills. How could that be possible? Han Shaoqi was too strong, with high skill proficiency and excellent timing in attacks. Zhang Xiaohua had watched the entire match attentively today. He felt that if he were that warrior, he would probably lose too. Li Chen laughed. It's just Han Shaoqi. Why are you so worried? have you forgotten what I told you? Zhang Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. At the peak of the world, if I am there, you are there? Li Chen patted his head. If I am there, you are there. After saying that, Li Chen slowly stood up and swung a fist. Bang! His fist rubbed against the air, creating a sonic boom. The power of the 5th level of the Huan Mountain Fist was already evident. This is the power of martial skills. All martial skills are passive. With the enhancement of passive skills, the ordinary attacks of a warrior deal more damage than those of other professions. The damage of a profession's ordinary attack is determined by strength and agility attributes. Generally, 1 point of strength yields 1 point of damage. However, with the enhancement of martial skills, a warrior's ordinary attack can yield 2 or even 3 points of damage from just 1 point of strength. This is the remarkable strength of the special warrior of Longwa. Of course, it's not to say that warriors are inferior to martial artists. The main output method of martial artists relies on basic attacks. Warriors possess various combat skills and can unleash higher damage. For example, when a warrior uses the skill slash, 1 point of strength can produce an effect of 3 points of strength, and at higher levels, there are even more powerful skills. However, Li Chen has not fully mastered the mountain punch yet. The true power of it can only be known once he has completely learned it. But just showing a glimpse of it is enough to astonish Zhang Xiaohua. Wow, Brother Xiao, what's going on? Have you been practicing combat martial arts? That's right. The 10th level martial art mountain punch. Didn't Han Shaoqi use his fists? Then I'll defeat him with my fists. Brother Xiao, can you really defeat Han Shaoqi? Zhang Xiaohua asked, somewhat incredulous. That guy's innate profession is Iron Fist Warrior, and his fists are quite formidable. Yet Brother Xiao wants to use his fists to defeat him. That's simply unbelievable. I am the Emperor of Xiao, destined to suppress all enemies in the world. Li Chen said, standing with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly. Brother Xiao, when it comes to showing off, I admire you the most. Your words are so eloquent. Now Zhang Xiaohua was completely reassured and no longer hesitant. In 20 days, Han Shaoqi would undoubtedly be defeated. As for the martial arts techniques, Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe Li Chen could learn them all in a month. But he would definitely learn some skills. With agility and boxing techniques combined, he would surely win. With that, Zhang Xiaohua went back upstairs, lay on the bed, and started chatting with me when on his phone. Just as Li Chen was about to go upstairs to rest, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, he found it was Teacher Pingchuan, and he immediately invited him in. Li Chen, you are too impulsive. Teacher Pingchuan opened with a tone of reproach. He had just learned that Li Chen had challenged Han Shaoqi to a duel and intended to use martial arts techniques to defeat him. After understanding the reason, Pingchuan knew that Li Chen had clashed with students from other classes due to his educational philosophy, which warmed his heart. However, this was indeed a bit impulsive. Pingchuan said earnestly, martial arts techniques require years of practice to have a certain chance of mastering. You are too anxious, a month is simply not enough. Li Chen had a life profession and plenty of time to practice martial arts techniques. Pingchuan had finally encountered a student who could wholeheartedly pursue martial arts techniques. If this failure led to a blow to his confidence and caused him to abandon this path, Li Chen was about to speak. Pingchuan continued, I know you did this for me, acting on impulse to issue a challenge. How about this? Leave this matter to me. I'll find a reason to take the class into the secret realm a day early and cancel the duel. You can fight Han Shaoqi later when you have the opportunity. This way, you won't lose face. This was the strategy Pingchuan had thought of before coming. Young students are often hot-blooded and care about their reputation. It would be better to wait until Li Chen truly mastered martial arts techniques before fighting. Right now, it was absolutely not feasible. In a month, Li Chen would not be able to defeat Han Shaoqi. He would definitely be defeated. Teacher, don't say anything. Reflect on it. You have already turned down so many challenges before. Why couldn't you resist this time? Do you know what the consequences of losing are? Li Chen shook his head. Pingchuan said, the scholarship I applied for you, the martial spirit jade, is extremely precious and cannot be taken out. I only managed to get it from the school with my personal guarantee. If you fail in the duel, the school will think your potential is not great and may revoke it. This was what Pingchuan was most worried about. Losing the level 60 legendary item, the martial spirit jade, would significantly decrease Li Chen's potential. Teacher, can I say something? Pingchuan then realized he had been a bit hasty. Go ahead. Li Chen said, Teacher, if I can learn the martial artist skills, can I defeat Han Shaoqi? Pingchuan thought for a moment and replied, of course, that's possible. Your attributes are already very high, and you know a martial artist's movement technique. If you learn a martial artist's attack skill, you would at least have the strength of a level 20 martial artist. A level 10 martial artist only has 2 passive skills, but you can't succeed. Even with the enhancement of the martial spirit jade, you won't be able to learn martial artist skills in just a month. I estimate it will take at least half a year. Li Chen smiled and said, Teacher, there are still 20 days left. How about giving me a chance? If I can't learn it, I'll just use clay bombs to defeat Han Shaoqi. I won't talk about integrity. In any case, I won't lose. In fact, Li Chen had already placed himself in an invincible position. It was just a matter of whether to use clay bombs or not. If he couldn't win, he could just be a bit shameless. Well, Ping Chuan showed an awkward expression and helplessly laughed. You are indeed a bit shameless, haha. Yes, Li Chen was already somewhat cunning. He had cheated during the school tests. Did he really mean he wouldn't use clay bombs? It seemed he had overthought it. Alright, since you think this way, I can rest assured. Ping Chuan smiled, stood up, said a few words to Li Chen, and then took his leave. It was clear that Ping Chuan genuinely valued Li Chen as a student. Watching teacher Ping Chuan's back, Li Chen thought to himself that he must not disappoint the others' expectations. Although martial artist skills become harder to practice as time goes on, there were still 20 days left, and he had to succeed in mastering the Huanshan fist. The school had been quite lively during this time. Just the day after Han Shaoqi defeated Zhuodong, he faced off against another city's champion warrior in a duel and won again. One must admit he had some skills. In the following days, Han Shaoqi would challenge someone every few days, achieving 5 consecutive victories and defeating 5 champions, making quite a name for himself. Moreover, Han Shaoqi was extremely arrogant, humiliating his opponents after each victory. He even claimed he would defeat Jiangzhou's champion Li Chen by the end of the month. As a result, the duel between Li Chen and Han Shaoqi became a hot topic among everyone. Have you heard? That Han Shaoqi has defeated 5 city champions. He is indeed a bit impressive, and he uses boxing gloves, which is quite rare. That's his talent. His iron fists are invincible, enhancing agility and causing dizziness. If you get too close, it's hard to deal with him, giving him a huge advantage in one-on-one fights. Yes, this guy is too suited for the arena. No one dares to accept his challenges now. Several people have suffered internal injuries from him and need to rest for several days. Poor Jiangzhou's champion. Why did he have to accept Han Shaoqi's challenge? He really kicked a steel plate this time. The end of the month is coming soon. There will be a show to watch. Almost all the students believed Han Shaoqi would easily defeat Li Chen. Even some classmates from class 2 couldn't help but worry for Li Chen. There were only 10 days left until the end of the month. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Li Chen was sweating profusely in the intermediate gravity chamber. The air around him seemed to solidify with his breath. His eyes were like torches, shining with brilliance. He slowly regulated his breathing, each breath accompanied by the surging energy within him, with air currents faintly swirling around him. Huanshan Fist, 8th style, swallowing mountains and rivers. With a deep and powerful voice, Li Chen suddenly stomped his feet on the ground, causing the steel floor to tremble slightly, as if even the earth was changing color. He swung his fist, and the wind from his punch howled, creating a roar that tore through the air. Where his fist passed, the air seemed to be ripped apart, leaving visible ripples. Under various enhancements, Li Chen diligently practiced, making rapid progress. Your hands feel hot, and the Hanshan fist is quickly improving. With the enhancement of the martial spirit jade, your Hanshan fist is advancing rapidly. With the dual souls working together, your training speed is double that of others. You have mastered the 8th form of the Hanshan fist. Long periods of high-intensity training have improved your attributes. Strength +2, agility +2, constitution +2. I've done it. Training in the gravity chamber at high intensity really does enhance attributes if a martial artist's skills improve. What a pleasant surprise. Li Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. His attributes were getting higher and higher. The most crucial part was that he had now practiced the Hanshan fist to the 8th level. If he could reach the 10th level and fully master it, then under the feedback of the planetary will, his panel would display this skill. Time for a break. I've been training for 10 hours straight. Li Chen pressed the switch, turning off the gravity in the chamber. Instantly, his body felt lighter, and all his muscles relaxed. On the ceiling of the gravity chamber, there was a black gravity stone the size of a grinding disc, which provided the gravity. It was said that this gravity stone was mined from the Tianhuang Demon Star secret realm. The gravity on Tianhuang Demon Star is 50 times that of Blue Star, and when professionals enter, their strength is severely restricted. Even a mage's spells would have their range greatly reduced due to the gravity. The walls of the gravity chamber were made of steel, and one wall was polished smooth like a mirror, reflecting a person's image. The change is significant. Li Chen looked at himself in the mirror. His sword-like brows slanted into his temples, and his eyes sparkled with a star-like brilliance, sharp yet profound. Long periods of high-intensity training had transformed his aura. His muscle lines were as if meticulously sculpted by the finest craftsman with an axe, each muscle perfectly distributed across his body. Not overly exaggerated, yet embodying the beauty of strength. With each gentle rise and fall of his breath, he exhibited a restrained yet powerful vitality. The attribute points gained from leveling up could make one stronger, but they wouldn't change a person's physique. Even a big fat man could become a nimble fat man if he allocated all his points to agility, but his own training would change his physique. Li Chen felt there was more to it than that. Most importantly, long-term training had made him more aware of his strength and more familiar with his body. Although he hadn't added many attribute points, it greatly aided his strength improvement. This Hanshan fist becomes harder to refine as I go on. Only 10 days left. Time is tight. From now on, I'll reduce my rest time by another 2 hours. The super stamina replenishing sun water I bought at the trading post, 1 gold coin per bottle, though expensive, has an excellent effect on restoring stamina and alleviating mental fatigue. Saying this, Li Chen took out a bottle of golden water from his backpack and drank it down. This was the sun water purchased to extend his training time, made by a professional potion master, and it was costly, 1 gold coin per bottle. Generally, it was used by professionals during battles to restore their condition. Ordinary students would certainly not be so extravagant. Mainly, as a student, Li Chen indeed had money. That's why he could drink sun water to replenish his stamina while training. Li Chen had previously bought a total of 10 bottles, and this time he simply bought another 10 for backup. After the purchase, he was left with only 20 gold coins. When Li Chen ran out of money, he thought of the big shot Lin Wanqing. Why hasn't Lin Wanqing produced the C2 explosive powder yet? I'm running out of money to spend. Besides Lin Wanqing, I don't know who else can provide this material. Li Chen complained a bit but didn't disturb Lin Wanqing. He decided to wait a little longer. At that moment, the avatar of a friend in the chat box bounced, and upon opening it, he saw it was Zhu Miao Miao. Miao Miao, I heard that in 10 days, you're going to fight a gifted profession Iron Fist warrior in a ring, and you won't even use clay bombs? Starfish, yeah, so what? Miao Miao, do you know how long it took me to master 2 martial arts techniques? I started at 10, and it's been 6 years. I only mastered the swallow technique last year. My family even prepared a legendary skill book for me, worried I wouldn't be able to learn it. You think you can learn it in a month? That's impossible. Starfish, what? I checked the information. You only know the swallow technique, right? Turns out you know another martial art. Impressive, senior. Miao Miao, remember to keep it a secret. This is my trump card for the competition. Shouldn't your focus be on canceling this match as soon as possible? It's meaningless and won't earn you any points. Starfish, you don't understand men. We must act on our words and follow through. Miao Miao, dying for face and suffering in silence, good luck to you. Soon, Zhu Miao Miao's avatar turned gray, and she logged off. Even Zhu Miao Miao, a teammate who believed in him, didn't think he could defeat Han Shaoqi without clay bombs. The more this happens, the more I need to master martial arts techniques, Li Chen murmured. Otherwise, relying solely on clay bombs is too one-dimensional and too easy to counter. Super strong body techniques combined with clay bombs are the way to go. Immediately, Li Chen threw himself back into training. Don't be fooled by his usual playful demeanor. When he got serious, he showed remarkable perseverance. Xiaowan, how's your flowing cloud technique practice this month? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. Zhang Xiaohua returned from the gravity chamber and was walking me when back to the girls' dormitory. The student dormitory was a 6-story small Western-style building, with 2 people per room, which was quite decent. However, compared to the credit rental system, it fell far short. Although Miwen's family was wealthy, credits couldn't be bought or sold. Students could only earn them themselves. No one could help. Just okay, I've only learned a few dodging moves. Miwen seemed troubled, slightly furrowing her brows as she said, I also added 1 point to strength and 1 point to agility. In a month, this level of achievement was indeed lacking. If she had gone out to fight monsters and level up, she would have grown much faster. But the academy didn't just focus on leveling up and increasing attributes. While that could indeed quickly enhance strength, how to use that strength effectively was what the school emphasized. I'm about the same. I only added 1 point to strength. Zhang Xiaohua didn't notice Miwen's situation inside. I feel like this month has been a bit wasted, but luckily my aura skill doesn't require monsters to improve proficiency. I can practice and improve at the same time. That's the benefit of aura skills. In just a month, Zhang Xiaohua had already upgraded her slow aura to advanced. You're really smart. Miwen, like a little girl, let Zhang Xiaohua hold her hand as they walked along the school path. This drew the envy and jealousy of many students. How could Zhang Xiaohua, of all people, manage to attract such a beautiful girl, especially one with the gifted profession of dark priest? Then I'll head back. Bye-bye. Miwen returned to the dormitory entrance, smiled sweetly at Zhang Xiaohua, and waved. Bye. Zhang Xiaohua excitedly waved back and then left. She quickly disappeared from sight. Watching Zhang Xiaohua's figure, Miwen sighed deeply. At first, she only thought Zhang Xiaohua was the only boy brave enough to approach her. She intended to just interact a bit, to feel what it was like to be in a relationship. Unknowingly, she was drawn in by his carefree personality. Gradually, she really started to like Zhang Xiaohua. However, her family also got the news and immediately asked her to break up with Zhang Xiaohua. The family had already arranged for her. They required her to marry a young master from another family after graduation. Niwen wanted to refuse, but she didn't know how. After all, her family had always given her the best since she was little, fulfilling all her needs. They even spent a large sum of money to buy her talent elixirs to enhance her chances of gaining abilities. With so much sacrifice from her family, how could she just follow her own whims? Before she had even tasted the sweetness of love, she had to bear the bitterness of life. In the end, Niwen wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and sighed deeply. Is my fate really not something I can choose for myself? At 9 o'clock in the evening, after Zhang Xiaohua returned to the villa, she found that Li Chen was still not home. This situation had been going on for more than 10 days. What's up with Xiaoga? He hasn't been home for over 10 days. He doesn't even reply to my messages. Tomorrow is the arena match with Han Xiaoqi. Could it be that he hasn't mastered his martial arts yet? Filled with worry, Zhang Xiaohua decided to search for him personally. She first went to the second floor of the gravity building, looking for the intermediate gravity rooms. However, all the doors to the intermediate gravity rooms on the second floor were closed. The soundproofing was excellent. No matter how hard she knocked on the doors outside, no one inside could hear her. With no other choice, she went to the school cafeteria, which was open 24 hours. She didn't find him, but she ran into Han Xiaoqi, who was eating in the cafeteria. Oh, isn't this Zhang Xiaohua? Han Xiaoqi put down his food and stood up to block Zhang Xiaohua's path. Along with Han Xiaoqi were two classmates, both tall and strong, who had recently joined him as teammates due to his fearsome reputation. Birds of a feather flocked together. These two teammates also looked quite intimidating. Other students might have been scared off instantly. However, Zhang Xiaohua's personality was just like Li Chen's, fearless. Many students around who were eating also came over to watch. Zhang Xiaohua, have you made any progress in the gravity room every day, or is it still the same? I see no change, haha, Han Xiaoqi mocked. What does it have to do with you? Move aside. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to respond, but the three in front of her wouldn't let her pass. Han Xiaoqi laughed. You're quite arrogant, huh? What can a paladin like you be arrogant about? Zhang Xiaohua sneered. Good dogs don't block the way. Han Xiaoqi angrily retorted, damn it, you dare to call me a dog? Do you believe I'll beat you up? Zhang Xiaohua was not to be outdone. It's useless for you to act tough here. If you have the guts, fight me in the arena tomorrow. I'll witness my brother turn you into a pig's head. With that, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly pushed past the three and swaggered away. Xiaoga, I've already thrown down the gauntlet. Don't mess it up tomorrow. After walking a few steps, Zhang Xiaohua glanced back out of the corner of her eye. They didn't follow her, huh? They were scared off by my momentum. They ran away. Watching Zhang Xiaohua leave, one of Yang Xiaoqi's teammates wondered, where did this Zhang Xiaohua get her courage? Another teammate said, with that much confidence, could it be that Li Chen really mastered his martial arts? Put. Yang Xiaoqi replied dismissively, I haven't seen Li Chen for half a month. He hasn't even shown up in the cafeteria. He probably got scared and dropped out. The other teammates chimed in, that's really possible. Ha ha ha. On the other side, in the gravity room, the reason Li Chen didn't go to the cafeteria to eat was that he had no need to. Consuming sun water could instantly replenish his stamina, and then he would gradually recover his strength. At this moment, he was practicing his punches with bare arms, having already reached the 9th level of the Hanshan fist. Success was almost within reach, but he had been stuck on the 10th level for a full 5 days without breaking through. The arena duel is tomorrow. What exactly is wrong? The 10th level of Hanshan fist, where heaven and earth become one, yet I cannot break through. Li Chen practiced his punches while pondering, and suddenly his mind became chaotic. That's how people are. The more anxious they are, the more disordered their thoughts become, making it harder to achieve their goals. He practiced, and a whole night passed. Until dawn broke, the sky turned a fish belly white, and it was already 7 a.m. Li Chen remained indifferent, without any clues. I can't rush. Li Chen sensed that something was off with his state and hurriedly sat down on the ground, taking deep breaths to calm himself. On the ground, the white, constantly moving clay spider also came to a halt. Indeed, every time Li Chen practiced his punches, he would try to multitask. While practicing his fist techniques, he would also control the clay spider. This way, when facing an enemy in the future, he could attack from two fronts, catching the enemy off guard, and while using physical techniques, he could divert their attention, making it even harder for them to notice the clay spider's presence. Little spider, how should I break through? Li Chen felt restless and picked up a clay spider bomb, playing with it in his hand. The spider was soft yet firm, cute in its own way, but no one would expect that beneath its harmless appearance, its power was not small. Ha! Suddenly, Li Chen's brow furrowed. Clay is originally a useless thing. Explosive powder, when taken out alone, can only be used for engineering. But if I combine clay and explosive powder, I can turn decay into the miraculous. The secret of Hanshan Fist is in its techniques. The first 9 forms cultivate my fist intent and momentum, and the 10th form is called Heaven and Earth Become One. Li Chen suddenly realized that the 10th form was not a single move. Instead, it was about integrating all the learnings from the previous 9 forms, achieving a comprehensive understanding. As this thought emerged, the long-lost brilliance of the martial spirit gem shone once again. Yes, that's it. Li Chen immediately got up and began to practice his punches. This time, he merged the fist techniques, intent, and momentum into one, transforming himself into a giant that could shake mountains. Boom, 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 the wind from his punches howled, and Li Chen's body crackled with sounds. It was the legendary thunderous roar that appeared when an internal martial arts master reached the pinnacle. An hour later, after completing all the movements, Li Chen finished beautifully, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Your hands feel hot. Hanshan Fist is rapidly improving. With the enhancement of the martial spirit gem, your Hanshan Fist is making great strides. The dual souls in one body are at work. Your training speed is double that of others. You have mastered the 10th form of Hanshan Fist. You have completely learned the martial artist skill Hanshan Fist, enhancing your attributes. Strength +5, agility +5, constitution +5. I did it. Li Chen opened his eyes and checked his panel. Name, Li Chen. Occupation, Junior Clay Master, Junior Demolition Expert. Level, 14, 30, 0%, Strength, 62 + 50 Agility, 171 + 100 Spirit, 89 + 480 Constitution, 76 Skills, Clay Mastery, Demolition Mastery, Clay Manipulation, Remote Detonation, Flying Swallow Technique, Hanshan Fist. Clay Mastery, Advanced use clay to create clay models. Demolition Mastery, Advanced use powder to create intermediate C2 explosives. Clay Manipulation, Advanced use mental power to manipulate clay within a radius of 500 meters. Remote Detonation, Advanced set a command to control explosions within a radius of 500 meters. Swift Swallow Technique, Passive Beginner. Light and agile, graceful as a swallow, swift as the wind, gentle as the forest. Mountain Shattering Fist, Passive Beginner. Unmatched strength, thunderous might, capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, unstoppable like a bamboo split. Your normal attacks will unleash 1 to 5 times the power and agility attributes based on the fist technique, depending on the situation. Once this skill is thoroughly mastered, it will also be digitized and appear on the panel. In 1 month, I spent 570 credits, a full 570 hours. I didn't waste a single minute. Starlight doesn't ask about the traveler, and the heavens don't disappoint the earnest. Li Chen pushed open the heavy door of the gravity chamber and walked out slowly, his gaze resolute. The month's time had come. The Boxing King returns. Have you heard? Today is the arena showdown between Han Shaoqi and Li Chen. Yes, it's today. Let's go see the excitement. I wonder who is stronger, the top scholar of Jiangzhou or the top scholar of Tianqi City. It must be Han Shaoqi. He has consecutively defeated the top scholars of 5 cities. Very impressive. Li Chen is no pushover. He is the top scholar of Jiangzhou, a master of clay bombs. But he said he wouldn't use clay bombs. Can you believe that? How can he fight without clay bombs? He's just a lifestyle profession. We'll find out when we go see. All the first-year students had nearly reached the end of their month of training. Everyone had gained quite a bit, except for those in Class 2 who were training in the gravity chamber. Most other students had advanced their combat skills to an advanced level. As the month came to an end, everyone naturally relaxed and went to see the excitement. Thus, students could be seen everywhere in the school, heading towards the arena. The arena was packed today, bustling with people, quite lively. Not only first-year students, but many second and even third-year students had come to the arena. Suddenly, a tall and strong man walked into the venue, instantly attracting the attention of many students, who quickly made way. Who is this person? What a big presence. You don't know? That's Hu Hongba from the second year, captain of the Lone Swan team. His team has only 4 members, but they have a high win rate against 5, making them the top team in the second year, aiming for the national competition. Impressive. Why is he here? Even the second years are joining in the fun. Just as everyone was marveling, a few more high-year students entered. What a handsome senior. He must be from the second year too. Just his aura makes him feel extraordinary. Wow, even the second-ranked Feiqi team is here. Captain Yufei and his teammates are all formidable characters. Soon, some students recognized him. It was Yufei from the second year. These were all celebrities in the school, and students naturally kept themselves informed. After that, many more students arrived, not just from the second year, but also strong characters from the third year. Hu Hongba and Yu Fei from the second year. Shi Yuanji and Zhou Renshi from the third year, already famous students, captains of strong teams about to participate in the national competition. No one expected that today's arena match would be so eye-catching. As these impressive students entered, the students in front naturally made way for them to watch the match from the front. However, then someone walked out, capturing everyone's attention. Even the strong ones from the second and third years turned to look. She actually came too? Hu Hongba, captain of the Lone Swan team, frowned slightly. I really didn't expect her to come. She never joins in on such excitement. To her, any single challenge arena is just trash. The captain of the flying squad, Yu Fei, couldn't help but be surprised. It's her. The third-year students, Shi Yuanji and Zhou Renshi, also showed expressions of astonishment. This left the first-year students puzzled. Why did these second and third-year seniors show such surprise at the sight of a little girl? They saw a girl who looked about the same age as a first-year student, or even a bit younger, walking in through the main entrance. However, the strong figures from the second and third years all displayed a serious attitude. It's her, I know who she is. A first-year student whispered, she's Zhu Miaomiao, the top thief in Qingfeng Academy's single challenges. Both Hu Hongba and Yu Fei have been defeated by her, and even third-year students have suffered losses at her hands. Is she the invincible in single challenges Zhu Miaomiao? Why does she look so young? You don't understand anything. She's specially recruited. She became a professional at 14, even though she's just an ordinary thief. Those with gifted professions can't last more than a few moves against her. She's incredibly powerful. I've heard that too. The tasks she takes on at school are all extremely dangerous ones, hunting down cultists. She has countless lives on her hands. Wow, so impressive. But she doesn't seem to have any killing intent. She looks so sweet. You don't get it. If a killer can be recognized, are they still a killer? Shu, keep it down, or she'll hear you. Shu Miaomiao, dressed in a black tight outfit, was petite and graceful. As she walked, her steps were light and swift, heading towards the arena. Almost everyone moved aside to avoid her. Even the strong figures from the second and third years were no exception, because they had all, to some extent, been defeated by Zhu Miaomiao. Thus, the area around the arena clearly formed three zones. The first was Zhu Miaomiao at the front, with no one daring to approach her. The second was the group of second and third year students, which was relatively empty. Finally, there were the ordinary first-year students, densely packed at the back. Today's atmosphere was quite grand, almost resembling a formal competition. Not only that, but many first-year teachers also came to watch, including the teacher from Class 2, Ping Chuan. Ah, great, so great. Han Xiaoqi was very excited to see so many people, especially since there were quite a few celebrities from the school present. He couldn't help but clasp his hands and say, "Thank you all for coming, seniors." However, an awkward situation arose. None of the second or third year seniors paid him any attention. Many didn't even bother to look at him. These upperclassmen were actually there to see Jiangzhou's top student, Li Chen. The dual life profession entering Qingfeng Academy was quite special. They also wanted to witness the clay bomb techniques. As for Han Xiaoqi, he did have some skills, but he didn't catch their eye. Han Xiaoqi felt embarrassed and lost face. Despite being arrogant in the first year, he was much more subdued in front of these upperclassmen. He didn't dare to get angry and could only seethe in frustration. Where's Li Chen? Why hasn't he come yet? We agreed to compete today. Doesn't he have any sense of time? Zhang Xiaohua was also at the arena, shouting, "Don't worry, he'll be here soon." Han Xiaoqi. Thus, all the students in the venue silently waited. At that moment, Li Chen was at a critical breakthrough point, so he naturally couldn't come. After waiting for more than half an hour, he still hadn't arrived. Could it be that Li Chen is afraid of fighting? It's really possible. If he doesn't come, it will really become a joke for the school. The students below began to grow impatient. A few third graders were already showing signs of wanting to leave. Han Xiaoqi saw this and thought, this won't do. It was hard-earned opportunity to show off, and he couldn't miss it. So he looked at Zhang Xiaohua. "Zhang Xiaohua, hurry him up, quick." Zhang Xiaohua was also quite helpless. He had called, sent messages, and Li Chen seemed to have disappeared. "Don't rush, wait a bit longer, he'll be here soon. We've already waited half an hour. I think he doesn't dare to come and face me." "You're talking nonsense. With your level, my brother would crush you. Let's wait another 10 minutes. If he doesn't come, it means he doesn't dare, and Li Chen loses." After some negotiation, Han Xiaoqi finally decided to wait another 10 minutes. Soon enough, 10 minutes passed. Li Chen was still nowhere to be seen. "That waste doesn't dare to face me. Since he doesn't dare to come, then this match counts as my win. The top scholar of Jiangzhou is nothing but a coward." Han Xiaoqi was very impatient and didn't plan to wait any longer. directly announcing the result. "You're talking nonsense." Seeing the situation was not right, Zhang Xiaohua jumped onto the stage to buy some time. "I'll play with you first. If you can't even beat me, don't even think about beating my brother." Han Xiaoqi was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "Interesting, I'll give you a chance." Since Li Chen didn't dare to come, he would beat his brother into a pulp. Fighting a holy knight against a warrior, isn't that self-humiliation? A knight can still put up a fight, but a holy knight, with support skills, needs some mental power, and other attributes will be weaker. Yeah, the holy knight is a support class, not suitable for one-on-one. This guy really has a sense of loyalty. The students below whispered among themselves. Knights are heavy armored frontline tanks, with stats of 1 strength and 4 constitution. The holy knight is a support and tank, with stats of 1 strength, 2 mental power, and 2 constitution. Facing a warrior, there was no advantage to be had, not to mention Han Xiaoqi had already defeated 5 top scholars, all of whom were formidable local warriors. Zhang Xiaohua was bound to lose. Indeed, Zhang Xiaohua also felt he couldn't win against the opponent. As soon as he got on stage, he activated the slow aura. Goodness, this slow aura had already reached a high level. Not only the people on stage, but even those below were affected. Slow aura, high level, continuously consumes mental power, causing enemies within a 30-meter radius to have their movement slowed by 30%. This guy is really disgusting. In the viewing area, Zhang Yu and Han Ling recalled how a month ago, this guy had caused them to miss the summit in the 1,000 points, and it was still fresh in their minds. "You're really disgusting. Don't you know that activating the aura affects you too?" After Han Xiaoqi's speed was slowed, even his voice became slower. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. "I know, so what?" Activating the slow aura was not a loss for him at all. He hadn't even added agility attributes, so both his attack speed and movement speed were very slow. In the same amount of time, Han Xiaoqi could throw 10 punches, while Zhang Xiaohua could only manage 3 strikes. So after the slowdown, Han Xiaoqi could only throw 6 punches, reducing 4 punches. Zhang Xiaohua could only strike 2 times, reducing 1 punch. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua's disadvantage could be slightly mitigated. But even so, Han Xiaoqi's agility advantage was still significant, as his class talent increased agility by 30%, which offset the slowdown. In contrast, Zhang Xiaohua's class talent was particularly effective against undead units, which was practically useless here, putting him at a disadvantage. Han Xiaoqi had fought several matches and was experienced. He quickly suppressed his opponent and began to unilaterally beat Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua also discovered that the evasive techniques the teacher had them learn were indeed useful. He successfully dodged a few times, but the speed of his opponent's punches was simply too fast. After being hit repeatedly, he felt dizzy and unable to fight back. Waste! Han Xiaoqi seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. Zhang Xiaohua felt his head buzzing and hurriedly retreated, planning to use a healing spell on himself. Han Xiaoqi would not allow him to heal so easily. With a charge, he interrupted Zhang Xiaohua and knocked him to the ground, rolling him over several times. "Get back! You're too weak. Let Li Chen come." Han Xiaoqi showed no intention of humiliating Zhang Xiaohua. They were simply not on the same level. "I haven't lost yet, come again." Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't win, as a paladin, he was tough and resilient, getting back up once more. He couldn't fall before Li Chen arrived. He still needed to wear down his opponent's stamina. "Then let's fight until you admit defeat," Han Xiaoqi said fiercely and charged again. The scene that followed was brutal. Zhang Xiaohua was continuously knocked down, only to get back up again. "Damn, this is tragic. I can't watch anymore. It's just one-sided beating. This guy still won't admit defeat. He's a tough nut." The students below couldn't bear to watch. It was too pitiful. But Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have an indomitable spirit. Even though he couldn't win, he kept getting up, earning their respect. In the end, he was on the verge of collapse. If this continued, it could lead to serious injury. Several teachers hurriedly stood up, intending to stop the match. Holy light! Zhang Xiaohua found an opportunity and healed himself a bit. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer just fighting for Li Chen. No one expected that the seemingly cheerful Zhang Xiaohua could unleash such ferocity. Once he got serious, no one could stop him. His fighting spirit was fully ignited as he roared, "Come on, I haven't lost yet. Today, either you kill me or I kill you. Are you crazy? If I kill you, I'll be afraid of getting punished." Han Xiaoqi shouted angrily and charged forward, using all his strength to deliver a double-fisted blow right to Zhang Xiaohua's chest, knocking him off the stage. Bang! Zhang Xiaohua was slammed to the ground, completely unconscious. The classmates were astonished. That punch was no joke. It nearly killed him. Xiaohua! Niwen rushed over anxiously, quickly casting a healing spell on Zhang Xiaohua. "Why are you throwing your life away?" Niwen was completely shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's fierce spirit today. She never expected this side of him existed. A domineering side. Originally planning to break up with Zhang Xiaohua peacefully, Mi-wen now felt a twinge of doubt in her heart. She had genuinely started to fall for this man. Hurry and save him, he's about to die. Not just Mi-wen, other students who were priests also began casting healing spells. The teachers provided by the school rushed over to heal him as well. Fortunately, there were many students watching the match today, and dozens of priests acted simultaneously. Zhang Xiaohua, barely hanging on, was pulled back by countless healing spells. And the reason Han Xiaoqi felt so fearless was that he knew with so many priests present, Zhang Xiaohua could not possibly die. Boring. The match is over. I win. Come back in 10 years after training. This is a waste of time. Han Xiaoqi chuckled, planning to leave since his reputation had been established. You think you can just leave after hitting someone? At that moment, a reprimanding voice rang out. It was none other than Li Chen. After breaking through in the gravity room, he had rushed over without stopping. He had just arrived at the door. I saw my brother Zhang Xiaohua being knocked off the stage. Li Chen's face darkened, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. It's Li Chen, he's here. He really came. I thought he wouldn't dare. If our brother has been beaten like this, how can we face the future if we don't show up? If both of them get knocked off the stage by Han Xiaoqi, that would be interesting. Instantly, the onlookers began to whisper among themselves. Although Li Chen had arrived with great momentum, winning a one-on-one fight wasn't just about that. Mi-wen, how is Xiaohua? Is he okay? Li Chen walked over to Xiaohua, asking with concern. The teacher checked on him just now. He's fine, just unconscious. He just needs to rest, Mi-wen said, her face full of worry. Please take him back. I need to deal with Han Xiaoqi first. After saying that, Li Chen slowly stood up and walked toward the arena. Can he win? Mi-wen was also worried about Li Chen, but she still picked up Zhang Xiaohua and left. For a professional, this wasn't a big deal. As Li Chen walked forward, the crowd silently parted to make way. Li Chen reached the front of the arena and jumped up. He looked at Han Xiaoqi and said coldly, "What you did to Zhang Xiaohua, I will return in kind." Han Xiaoqi chuckled, unwilling to back down. Come on, just so you know, no play bombs allowed. I said, what you did to Zhang Xiaohua, I will return in kind. Li Chen replied flatly. The implication was clear. He intended to defeat his opponent with his fists. Ripping his shirt apart, Li Chen twisted his neck and loosened his muscles, preparing to unleash his full strength to bring his opponent down. His muscles were clearly defined, showcasing a perfect physique with a set of abs. This was the result of his time spent in the gravity chamber. The students below couldn't help but be amazed at how well he had trained. Interesting. Han Xiaoqi smiled faintly. He also tore off his shirt, revealing his impressive muscles. No one expected Han Xiaoqi to have such an exaggerated physique beneath his clothes. The moment he removed his outerwear, his muscular contours were astonishing. His body resembled a sculpture honed by storms, each muscle containing explosive power. His chest muscles were like two solid rocks, firm and prominent, while his 8-pack abs were arranged like rivets on a battleship, strong and powerful. The veins on his arms were clearly defined, undulating with every subtle movement, as if alive. Li Chen, do you think a month of training can surpass me? Han Xiaoqi clenched his fists. I've been doing strength training every day since I was 5, day in and day out, year after year. You ordinary students only have 5 strength before your job change. But I, before my job change, had my attributes tested and they were already at 20 strength. Not to mention, I haven't been idle this month. You probably don't know, but I've also been in the intermediate gravity chamber. I just haven't practiced useless martial skills, but I haven't slacked off on strength training for a moment. He looked at Li Chen with disdain and shouted, how are you going to fight me? Ha, tell me, what gives you the audacity to boast about defeating me? As soon as he said this, the students in the audience were shocked. They didn't expect Han Xiaoqi to be such a person. He had been training in strength since childhood, preparing for his job change day after day, year after year. No wonder he could continuously defeat the top students from other cities. Although he was an agile warrior, his strength was no less impressive. Every professional has their own trump card to some extent. For example, Zhu Miaomiao, if you think she's just an ordinary thief, you're very mistaken. She knows 2 martial skills. Moreover, relying solely on her swallow technique combined with her superb skills, she is invincible in one-on-one fights. Not to mention, she has another martial skill that she hasn't yet revealed. And then there's Han Xiaoqi before me. When you think he is just an agile warrior, you are mistaken. At this moment, Han Xiaoqi has already revealed his trump card. Years of strength training have allowed his power to far exceed that of ordinary people even before his class change. A month in the intermediate gravity chamber has not stopped his strength training. Practicing martial skills in the gravity chamber increases attributes, and just focusing on strength training can also enhance power, he has compensated for some of his power deficiencies with his own efforts. At this time, the senior students in the audience could not help but pay attention to Han Xiaoqi. It seems that Han Xiaoqi's ability to defeat those top students is not because they are weak, but because he is too strong. An agile warrior with considerable strength has a significant advantage in one-on-one combat. Is this Li Chen really not going to use clay bombs? The third-year powerhouse Shi Yuanji couldn't help but frown slightly. In his view, this was clearly an impulsive and unwise move. Since this is his profession, why not use it? I heard that Han Xiaoqi mocked the martial skills as useless and questioned the training methods of Class 2's teacher Ping Chuan, which is why he accepted this challenge, said another third-year powerhouse, Zhou Renshi. No one said martial skills are useless, it's just not cost-effective, Shi Yuanji said, looking at the stage. I also considered practicing martial skills, but after 6 months, I found it wasted too much time, so I gave up. I really don't know where Li Chen gets his courage, Zhou Renshi also remarked. Although they mainly came to witness the clay bombs, they were now captivated by this special arena match and wanted to see the outcome. As for the second-year side, a girl had appeared next to Zhu Miaomiao without anyone noticing. Go for it, Li Chen. A sweet-looking girl, Xiong Pan, was cheering for Li Chen. She then looked at Zhu Miaomiao and asked, Miaomiao, do you think Li Chen will win? Zhu Miaomiao shook her head slightly, pondering. It's hard to say, we'll know once we see. Last time in Razer Canyon, Li Chen had used clay bombs to deal with high-level cultists. So, Li Chen is not weak. But without using clay bombs, Zhu Miaomiao did not believe Li Chen could win. Not far away, the captain of the flying squad, Yu Fei, was staring at Zhu Miaomiao, thinking, it seems like Zhu Miaomiao has some purpose for coming this time. It's too unusual, Zhu Miaomiao wouldn't care about this level of duel. Not only Yu Fei, but also Gu Hong, the captain of the first squad in the second year, had similar thoughts. Just as they were contemplating, the battle on stage had already begun. Zhangzhou's top student, today I will pull you down from your pedestal. Han Xiaoqi charged forward, using charge to be the first to rush out, shedding the disguise of his outer clothing, his muscles bulging like a charging tank. Just you? Li Chen smiled faintly. If you dare to let me get close, you're dead. Han Xiaoqi chuckled and had already rushed to Li Chen's front. The warrior's charge skill creates a knockback and stiffness effect, serving as a means to close the distance. The greater the power, the better the stiffness effect. And with his high agility and fast movement speed, Li Chen would definitely not be able to dodge. Just when everyone thought Li Chen was going to take this charge head-on, Li Chen stepped on his right foot, his hands spread like a flying swallow, and he effortlessly sidestepped to the left, easily avoiding the charge. This is the flying swallow technique. Li Chen not only possesses the flying swallow technique but also has an impressive 271 points in agility. How could he possibly be touched by Han Xiaoqi? This is impossible. Han Xiaoqi was taken aback and then exclaimed, I didn't expect you to have actually learned a few moves, but without this move, how will you defend yourself? After saying that, he immediately turned around to use the skill, Thunder Strike, expending a large amount of stamina to unleash a lightning-fast blow that, if it hit, would reduce the opponent's movement speed. This is a level 10 warrior skill that Han Xiaoqi has already trained to an intermediate level. Just when he thought that with such a swift attack speed, Li Chen would be unable to dodge, Li Chen effortlessly evaded again, sneering, slow, too slow. To think you can defeat me like this is a pipe dream. Li Chen's words deeply wounded Han Xiaoqi's pride. As an agile warrior, he couldn't even land a hit on Li Chen. After all, he was just a life profession, without any skills. You were lucky just now, but now you're not so lucky. Han Xiaoqi was completely enraged, charging at Li Chen and attacking relentlessly. However, Li Chen remained calm, dodging each attack with ease. Swallow's movement proficiency +1, Swallow's movement proficiency +1, Swallow's movement proficiency +1. Li Chen just wanted to test the practical application of the Swallow's movement. In reality, the effect was excellent. What the hell? What's going on? Why can Li Chen always dodge his attacks? Is that the Swallow's movement? Did he learn the Swallow's movement? It must be so. He has completely mastered it. Otherwise, he couldn't keep dodging. My God, Li Chen has learned the Swallow's movement. With one person's shout, the entire audience of students was shocked. There really was someone from another profession who learned the Swallow's movement as a skill. How could this be possible in just a month? Only Zhu Miaomiao and Ping Chuan remained relatively calm. They had known this all along. Li Chen learned the flying swallow movement from a legendary skill book, but defeating Han Xiaoqi solely with the swallow's movement was still impossible. Li Chen needed another offensive martial skill. Otherwise, without the clay bomb, how would he defeat his enemy? Damn it! Why can't I touch him? Han Xiaoqi on stage was becoming increasingly agitated. Could it be that he really learned it? As the saying goes, the onlooker sees most of the game. The people below could see that Li Chen had definitely learned the swallow's movement. But until now, Han Shaoqi still couldn't confirm whether Li Chen had mastered it. He kept telling himself that it was definitely a coincidence. Next time he would definitely hit him. Enough playing around, it's time to end this. Li Chen made a beautiful retreat, no longer toying with his opponent. Come on, let's have a proper duel like men. Han Shaoqi's words were suddenly cut off, because in the next second, Li Chen had already appeared in front of him, delivering a powerful punch, the fourth style of the Shattering Mountain Fist. With immense penetrating and destructive power, it could easily break through solid stone and penetrate metal. This attack unleashed 6 times the damage of Li Chen's own strength attribute. At this moment, Li Chen's strength was 62, definitely not low for a practitioner of the same level. Han Shaoqi crossed his fists to block in front of his chest, but was sent reeling back, spitting blood from a single punch, severely injured. He widened his eyes in disbelief at the immense power behind Li Chen's fist. "You actually learned a martial skill," Han Shaoqi exclaimed in terror. As soon as he said this, a huge uproar erupted among the audience. While he couldn't see the movement technique, the damage definitely spoke volumes. The opponent had definitely learned a martial skill, and had a very high strength attribute. "Impossible, this can't be," Han Shaoqi shouted angrily, charging forward again. Swinging his fists, he thought that if he could knock Li Chen out, he would still have a chance. However, Li Chen dodged with his movement technique, and then delivered another strike with the 9th style of the Shattering Mountain Fist intent like a mountain, which could only unleash 3 times the damage of his own strength. But this was a defensive move. As Han Shaoqi swung his fists continuously, it felt like hitting a massive mountain, unable to break through, and he was pushed back, realizing he was no match for Li Chen. As Li Chen was about to attack again, Han Shaoqi showed a look of terror. After several consecutive attacks, his whole body ached, and his health was in a very unhealthy state. If this continued, he would be beaten to death. Han Shaoqi immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Wait, I admit defeat." In the arena, as long as one side admits defeat, the match must stop. But how could Li Chen let his opponent off just because of a single admission of defeat? "I already said, however you hit Zhang Xiaohua, I will return it the same way." Li Chen remained unmoved, taking a swift step forward and unleashing Shanha Pushui, delivering a punch that howled through the air, directly striking Han Shaoqi's chest. There was a crack, the sound of bones breaking. He flew out like a broken sack, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious like Zhang Xiaohua. In this match, Li Chen crushed the seemingly invincible Han Shaoqi with 2 martial arts techniques. The entire venue was stunned, falling into a long silence. The arena was silent. Who would have thought that a life profession could defeat a combat profession? And to do it with fists, defeating an Iron Fist warrior. Absurd, simply too absurd. Li Chen won? Yes, he won. Not only did he win, but he won with his fists. Hiss, too absurd. Damn, he really learned 2 martial arts techniques. Who dares to say martial arts techniques are trash again? I'll twist their heads off. It's not that martial arts techniques are trash, it's that Li Chen is a genius. Learning 2 martial arts techniques in a month, is that something a normal person can do? The students were completely shocked. This duel was a one-sided crushing. This battle was undoubtedly a battle for fame, a battle for recognition. After this battle, Li Chen would be the top student of the first year. From this moment on, no one would dare to underestimate this top scholar from Jiangzhou. This dual life profession holder had immense potential, and he hadn't even used his clay bomb techniques to win. If he had, Han Shaoqi probably wouldn't have lasted a single round. A monster has truly emerged from the first year. Third-year student Shi Yuanji couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he's not in our year, otherwise, he would definitely become a rival. Beside him, Zhou Rinshi laughed. Don't underestimate yourself. If you show your full strength, you're also terrifyingly strong. Come on, we still have to deal with the national competition this year. That's true, today was indeed a spectacular performance. Shi Yuanji smiled slightly, but if they want to advance to the national level, they have a long way to go. There are plenty of talented monsters at the national level. Soon, the group of third-year students left the arena. Oh no, I miscalculated. Second-year student Hu Hongba regretted after watching the match. I should have recruited Li Chen into our team. I didn't expect this life profession to be so strong. The vacant spot in his team had already been given to the hidden profession Voidwalker, Han Ling. The same thought crossed the mind of the team leader of the flying squad, Yu Fei. We should have recruited Li Chen into the team. This guy's talent is evident in martial arts techniques. If he can keep learning martial arts techniques, then there's not much difference from the Yi warrior profession. Having one more warrior in the team would be incredibly powerful. But unfortunately, a missed opportunity is a missed opportunity. Who knows which second-year team will be lucky enough to recruit this talent. We won, haha, we won. Awesome, Li Chen. On the other side, Xiong Pan shouted loudly, waving at Li Chen. Not bad. Shu Miaomiao also nodded slightly in acknowledgement towards Li Chun. Seeing this scene, Wu Hongba and Yu Fei both felt a jolt. Shu Miaomiao seemed to know that Li Chen. Oh no, she wouldn't be thinking of forming a team and bringing in Li Chen, would she? If that's the case, then this year's situation could become unpredictable. The two felt their thoughts racing, already sensing the presence of a crisis. Shu Miaomiao was an absolutely invincible presence in the individual competition. If she formed a small team and brought in Li Chen, these two have become a strong presence in their second grade class. Hu Hongba and Yu Fei exchanged a glance. The first and second teams of the grade both felt a sense of crisis. Hu Hongba looked at the other. I know what you're thinking. Yu Fei replied, I know what you're thinking too. It should be like this. Hu Hongba said, but there's no need to worry too much. Even if they are strong, they are just two people, while our team of 5 has already been formed. Yu Fei smiled faintly. That's right, my team has Zhang Yu, completing the last piece of the puzzle. This year, I will compete with you for the top of the grade. Hu Hongba laughed, then bring it on. The two, both rivals and friends, left the conference hall with their teammates. He has really trained this well, great, just great. The teacher of Class 2, Ping Chuan, watched the scene unfold, and all the students in Class 2 were ecstatic. Li Chen's performance proved that Ping Chuan's teaching method was correct. Warriors, this proves my guess was right. There are indeed geniuses in life professions. As long as Li Chen goes further, I can get more official support. Ping Chuan was very excited. Although he had the enhancement of the martial spirit jade, relying solely on one piece of equipment wouldn't solve much. What mattered was still his own effort. Li Chen did it. While Ping Chuan was in a state of excitement, he suddenly noticed Han Shaoqi lying on the ground like a dead dog. He hurriedly shouted, Quick, someone help Han Shaoqi, he's dying. The whole place was in awe, but only Han Shaoqi lay on the ground, ignored. With Ping Chuan's shout, they finally noticed someone lying on the ground. Ping Chuan wasn't really concerned about Han Shaoqi. It was just that if someone was beaten to death, Li Chen would probably face disciplinary action and expulsion. Just like that, the students were looking forward to the arena competition in January, ending in this way. The news spread quickly, shaking the students. Soon after, the school's higher-ups were also shaken. Qingfeng Academy had produced such a figure, worthy of attention. This was also Li Chen's goal. He didn't plan to hide his strength, showing a certain level of ability to gain the academy's attention and receive more resource allocation. In the school office, Principal Li Changfeng personally met with Ping Chuan. Ping Chuan, you've taught a good student. Li Changfeng smiled. Another student has emerged from the school who has mastered martial arts techniques, and to do so in such a short time, mastering 2 skills, it's unimaginable, truly unimaginable. Actually, it's only 1 skill. Ping Chuan explained with a smile. He had already learned the swallow body technique before his training, using a legendary skill book. Oh, that's still impressive. Li Changfeng said in surprise. But how did he get a legendary skill book? There's only one in Jiangzhou, in Miao Miao's hands. Huh? Could it be that Miao Miao gave it to him? Ping Chuan laughed. It's quite possible. I see he has some connection with Zhu Miao Miao. Li Changfeng sighed. That makes sense. Mastering 2 skills in a month is too outrageous, but learning 1 skill in a month is also outrageous. I didn't expect Miao Miao to connect with Li Chen. They wouldn't be forming a team, would they? I've always said that professionals need to rely on teams to go further. On the battlefield, even the strongest individual power is limited. This little girl has finally figured it out. Shu Miao Miao is Li Changfeng's niece, so she naturally receives a bit more care. After saying that, Li Changfeng added, You should nurture this student well. If he can go further, your proposal might be adopted by the officials. Ping Chuan nodded. Li Changfeng then said earnestly, By the way, there's one more thing to tell you. News has come from above, requiring that Li Chen's clay bombs not be allowed to enter the market, as this thing has some dangers and can easily be exploited by ordinary people, causing social unrest. You are responsible for talking to Li Chen about this matter. If he encounters difficulties, the school will provide some support. Additionally, if he is willing to sell clay bombs, the school's military group will accept them all. Of course, I do not wish for Li Chen to become someone who solely manufactures clay bombs. He can actually go much further. And you should convey this point as well. If he only makes clay bombs, Li Chen is likely to become a logistics worker similar to its specialized profession. For example, potion maker, blacksmith, enhancer, and so on. But Li Chen has already shown combat talent, so there is no need for him to be reduced to such a logistics role. Moreover, it seems that only in his hands can the clay bombs unleash greater power. After all, other professions cannot manipulate clay or remotely detonate explosives. I think so too. Ping Chuan nodded slightly in agreement. Li Chen possesses strong combat talent, and if he were to become a logistics worker, it would truly be a waste of talent. Fortunately, he does not seem to have that intention. Meanwhile, on the other side, after finishing the arena competition, Li Chen returned to the villa. Zhang Xiaohua was still in a coma, but after the priest's treatment, she should be fine. When she wakes up, giving her a bottle of sun water should be enough. Upon Li Chen's return, Miwan, who was taking care of her, took her leave. Tomorrow, the entire school would enter the secret realm. Li Chen planned to use the last afternoon to supplement his bomb types. Previously, his mental power was too low to control flying clay. Now, with the martial spirit gem, his mental power reached 89 plus 480. It was time to give it a try. C1 flying bird, let's try this first. Soon, Li Chen entered a state of frenzied research. After all, the clay demolitionist was his trump card. Training martial skills was to enhance his physical techniques, to fill in his shortcomings, so he wouldn't be helpless when someone got close. After a month of intense training, he had mastered the martial skills. Relying solely on himself, he could defeat an Iron Fist warrior. If he added clay bombs to the mix, Li Chen had no idea who at the same level could be his opponent. Consumed white primary clay *3, primary explosive powder *3 production successful obtained item. C1 Flying Bird Clay Bomb, creator, Patrick Star. C1 Flying Bird Clay Bomb, a clay bomb that causes moderate damage upon detonation. This was the formula Li Chen developed for the most suitable flying bird clay bomb. 5 clays plus 3 explosive powders. The damage produced by the clay bombs he made was not related to his mental power. The damage entirely depended on the amount of explosive powder. Previously, the clay spider used 1/3 of a pack of explosive powder, causing 300 damage. However, this flying bird clay bomb used 3 packs of explosive powder, causing 3,000 damage, 10 times more. The C1 flying bird clay bomb was about the size of a pigeon. In fact, it could be made larger. Li Chen had tried it, but once made, controlling it consumed too much mental power. For every increase in size, the mental power required for control rose geometrically. Moreover, the larger the clay bomb, the more mental power was needed for remote detonation. If it became too large, he might not even be able to detonate a massive amount of explosive powder, rendering it a dud. It seems that in the future, equipment should focus on enhancing mental power. This was still under the condition of having the martial spirit gem. Without this equipment, it would be impossible for him to control 5 clay birds flying simultaneously. Flapping, 5 clay birds flew around in the air and returned to Li Chen's hands. Because controlling the birds to keep flapping their wings consumes too much mental power. Controlling clay to fly in the air and controlling clay to move on the ground consumes mental power on completely different levels. But the role of the clay birds is still significant, and their damage is high. However, they lack concealment. After all, these white clay birds look too fake and can easily be spotted, so they can only be used against monsters. If I could get a disguise technique in the future, I could disguise them. Li Chen began to immerse himself in making C1 clay bird bombs. After an hour, he managed to produce about 100, which was his limit. The clay birds aren't concealed enough and consume a lot of mental energy, but their damage is high. And the clay spiders have strong concealment but low damage. Is there a way to meet both conditions? Li Chen began to ponder, continuing to think. Good things take time, after all. After a while, Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He had indeed thought of something new. That was the earthworm. If he could make clay earthworm bombs, they could burrow underground and then suddenly appear beneath the enemy's feet, satisfying both damage and concealment. The only drawback might be their slow movement. He would need to predict the enemy's landing spot in advance. Without hesitation, he set to work on this idea, starting to develop the clay bombs. The more types, the better, suitable for various situations. Soon, the first clay earthworm was completed. It consumed 3 packs of basic clay. He created a half-meter-long, thumb-thick clay earthworm. Then, Li Chen tried it out in the flower bed of the villa's yard. It worked, but it was quickly destroyed. The main issue was that the white basic clay wasn't hard enough and was easily damaged. After some trials, Li Chen used intermediate clay to make the clay earthworm. He then found that it was too hard, making the earthworm not flexible enough. I won't be defeated so easily. Li Chen continued to experiment. Half an hour later, he finally found a solution. He just needed to use intermediate clay for the head and tail of the earthworm and basic clay for the body, which preserved the hardness of the drill while ensuring the body's flexibility. The clay earthworm was a success. Next was to make the earthworm clay bomb, which Li Chen named the Earth Dragon. Consumes intermediate clay *1, basic clay *2, explosive powder *3, production successful, item obtained, C1 Earth Dragon Clay Bomb, creator, Patrick Star. C1 Earth Dragon Clay Bomb, a clay bomb that causes moderate damage upon detonation. Li Chen tried it out. The Earth Dragon Clay could move through the soil. However, its movement speed in the soil was only 1/5 that of the clay spider, making it relatively slow, and it couldn't encounter granite underground. After that, he spent another hour making 100 Earth Dragon clay bombs. We've got everything, in the sky, on the ground, and underground, all set. Li Chen felt a bit fatigued and rubbed his head for a short rest. Then, he glanced at the sofa. Zhang Xiaohua was still asleep. It seemed this guy had really been beaten badly. Knock, 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 the door sounded. No need to look for me, I'm not joining a team. Ha, it's Teacher Ping, please come in, Li Chen said as he opened the door. After the competition today, many people came to form a team with Li Chen. There were second-year and first-year students, which was quite annoying. When he opened the door, he found it was Ping Chuan. Ha, Li Chen, not bad, not bad. As soon as Teacher Ping entered, he praised Li Chen profusely. He expressed that Li Chen had a talent in this area and encouraged him not to waste it and to keep moving forward. Li Chen nodded in agreement, saying it was thanks to Teacher Ping's good guidance. After some pleasantries, Ping Chuan got straight to the point. I'm here today not just to praise you, but also to discuss something. The national level has learned about your situation and has instructed the school that your clay bombs cannot enter the market. Do you understand this? As expected, it had come. Li Chen was already mentally prepared, smiling as he nodded and said, I understand. It's for social stability. That's good to hear, Ping Chuan replied. However, your clay bombs can be sold to official institutions, whether it's school legions, national legions, or high-level teams, all are possible. The school legions will accept them unconditionally. But I don't want you to spend too much time on this. In fact, improving your strength will allow you to earn money faster in the future than selling things. I understand, completely, Li Chen nodded. He had planned to focus on enhancing his own strength, selling things only if he needed money. Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask if the school has C2 explosive powder materials? Li Chen was still thinking about C2 explosive powder. Clay bombs made with C2 level explosive powder could cause more damage with a smaller volume. You really need this, huh? But, we actually don't have any. Ping Chuan shook his head. First of all, this is a controlled item and is not allowed to circulate. Moreover, C2 explosive powder comes from high-level secret realms, which are tackled by higher-level academies or legions. Our Qingfeng Academy is only a mid-level academy and isn't qualified to participate in the of high-level secret realms. Of course, if that secret realm is ever ed and the planetary will transforms it into a dungeon, it would be easier to obtain this material, but for now, it's not possible. The secret realm is a world that invaded Blue Star. If this secret realm is cleared, the passage will unilaterally close and become a dungeon for Blue Star's professionals to farm experience and materials. It seems that getting this C2 explosive powder is indeed difficult. He could only rely on Lin Wanqing. Got it, teacher, I will do as you requested. Get some rest early. Tomorrow we officially enter the secret realm. Your temporary team only has 3 people, see if you can find 2 more from other classes. After giving these instructions, Ping Chuan left. Li Chen felt there was no need to find anyone. He could handle the work of 3 people himself. Why let others share the spoils? Zhang Xiaohua as the meat shield, Niwen as the healer, and himself as the damage dealer, forming a solid triangle was just fine. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was still asleep, Li Chen, with nothing to do, sent a message to Lin Wanqing to check on the situation with the C2 explosive powder. At that moment, Lin Wanqing, who he hadn't contacted in a long time, sent a message. Sunny day, wait a moment, our team encountered a bit of trouble after arriving at this secret realm. One teammate was seriously injured, and the team has temporarily halted all actions. Patrick Star, huh? It wouldn't be because of me, right? That would make me feel guilty. Sunny day, it has nothing to do with you, it's a long story. As a first-year student, you should be entering the secret realm soon, so be careful. Just a reminder, pay special attention to cultists. There have been more and more cultists flooding into various secret realms recently, and the situation isn't good. My teammate was injured because of a struggle with a cultist team. Patrick Star, okay, thanks for the reminder. The C2 explosive powder can wait, you take care of yourself too. Ending the chat, Li Chen couldn't help but feel alarmed. Were cultists this rampant now? Sunny Day's team had ranked 3rd in the national competition, after all. It seemed he needed to be more cautious when entering the secret realm. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua finally woke up, her eyes opening groggily. Xiaoge, am I still alive? Of course, you're alive. With your tough skin and thick flesh, how could you be easily killed? What happened? Did you win? Do I even need to say? I avenged you. I beat them down with my fists, just like what happened to you. Ah, Zhang Xiaohua let out a cry of frustration. What on earth did I miss? Li Chen said irritably, stop talking nonsense. Quickly let me know you're safe. The little girl is quite worried about you and has been crying. Don't show off next time, it's embarrassing. He. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately went upstairs to send a message to Mi Wen. After a busy day, Li Chen also returned to his room to rest. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua came to find Li Chen with a bitter expression. "What's wrong? Did you eat shit?" "Xiao Gu, I broke up." "Woo woo." Zhang Xiaohua looked utterly despondent. "Is it because I embarrassed myself too much today?" Earlier, when he contacted me when, she had suggested a peaceful breakup, saying that they weren't suitable for each other and that she planned to switch teams and wouldn't team up with them anymore. Li Chen frowned slightly. That shouldn't be the case. Clearly, from Mi-wen's demeanor today, her concern for Zhang Xiaohua was written all over her face. It was definitely genuine. Why would she suggest a breakup? That means, with the experience of living two lives, Li Chen quickly guessed the reason. It was something he could figure out with his toes. This situation could only mean that Mi-wen's family was behind this decision. Mi-wen came from a good family, was beautiful, and had a promising career. Her family must think Zhang Xiaohua has no future and look down on him. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Xiaogu, what should I do? I don't want to live anymore." Li Chen replied, "You damn." Zhang Xiaohua continued, "Let me die." Li Chen gave him a light smack on the head. "Stop talking about dying. Go back to sleep first. I'll talk to her, maybe it will help." "Really? Xiaogu, if you can make Xiaowen change her mind, I'll be yours in life and yours in death. Get lost." After kicking Zhang Xiaohua out of the room, Li Chen added Mi-wen as a friend. Truly, worrying about his brother's problems was exhausting, and now he had to deal with relationship issues. If it weren't for Zhang Xiaohua, Li Chen wouldn't bother with this mess. Soon, Mi-wen accepted the request. "Starfish, Mi-wen, there's something I don't know if I should say." "Mi-wen, go ahead." Starfish, sometimes, in life, missing out means a lifetime. In a daze, it feels like a different world, and regrets can't be expressed. After sending this message, there was clearly silence on the other end, likely in a state of conflict. This was right, further confirming Li Chen's guess. At this moment, he needed to press the advantage. "Starfish, I know it's because of your family that you have to choose to give up this relationship. Am I wrong?" "Mi-wen, how do you know?" Li Chen was speechless. He could have guessed it with his butt. This is how dramas play out. "Starfish, if Zhang Xiaohua wins first place in the national competition 2 years from now, enters a high-level academy, and makes a name for himself on the genius list, would your family still oppose it?" "Mi-wen, that might be possible, but it's not easy to achieve." "Starfish, it is possible. I've already teamed up privately with Zhu Miaomiao, the top player in the second year. The strongest from the first year and the strongest from the second year teaming up, doesn't that have enough value? We still need one more person, you can join." This was what Zhu Miaomiao had discussed with him after the morning competition. They decided to team up. But the problem was, they still needed 3 more teammates. Li Chen insisted on including Zhang Xiaohua, and Zhu Miaomiao agreed. She said she would also look for suitable candidates, and if she couldn't find anyone, she would bring in Xiong Panpan. But even so, they still needed one more person. For the last spot, Zhu Miaomiao asked Li Chen to find a talented player from the first year. Li Chen had already planned to bring Mi-wen into the team. Her talent as a dark priest, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, was very suitable. At this moment, Mi-wen fell silent again. Clearly, there should be hesitation in making a choice. It can be felt that Mi-wen is an obedient girl who has never dared to defy her family's orders. Li Chen decided to deliver a final, decisive blow. "Patrick Star, by choosing to join, you will gain love, friendship, championships, glory, and a better future. If you don't join, you can only become your parents' puppet, ultimately regretting it for life. Make your decision, join or refuse. Regardless of whether it can be realized, let's draw the big pie first." Li Chen believed that the other party would not refuse. He had shown his prowess today, proving his strength as the top student in his grade. Sometimes, strength speaks for everything. Moreover, there was also the top student from the second year, Zhu Miaomiao. This combination was indeed heart-stirring and hard to refuse. After a long while, news finally came from that side. "Mi-wen, I join." Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded in persuading her. As the saying goes, it's better to destroy a temple than to break a marriage. "I must have accumulated immense merit. Oh, Xiaohua, you should thank my ancestors for 8 generations. Was it really that easy for me?" The next morning, all the teachers and students gathered. First, second, and third year students all stood on the playground, with each class arranged neatly in their positions. When Mi-wen and Xiaohua met again, it was a bit awkward. However, Mi-wen took the initiative to say they should start as friends and not be too close. She was worried that if her family found out, they would intervene forcefully. Her family must have bribed spies at the school. Even so, this was enough to make Xiaohua beam with joy. He patted his chest and declared, "Xiaowen, don't worry, no matter what, even if I die, I will dominate the nation and become the #1 team in the country." From then on, Zhang Xiaohua set his first goal in life. I believe you. Mi-wen nodded slightly, non-committal. In fact, dominating the nation held no appeal for Mi-wen. She just wanted to be with Zhang Xiaohua. Li Chen was left speechless. Hey, you two are all lovey-dovey. Have you considered my feelings? My love life is still unresolved. Xiao Gu. Mi-wen nodded slightly at Li Chen, expressing her gratitude. You are the captain, and Xiaohua and I will listen to your orders from now on, so please take care of us. Li Chen nodded, and the trio's team was initially solidified. At this moment, the principal had been speaking on stage for quite a while. The gist was that the academy's training was about to officially begin, and once they entered the secret realm, they needed to be cautious, unite in friendship, help classmates, blah blah blah. Finally, Principal Li Changfeng waved his hand, enter the secret realm. Li Chen had thought that the academy's mages would open a portal for the students to enter the secret realm. In reality, the academy's teachers began to cast spells. A massive teleportation array appeared in the sky, enveloping the entire academy. Then, as if an earthquake had struck, the ground shook violently. Following that, the enormous teleportation array flickered with light. Xingfeng Academy, located in the center of Han City, vanished without a trace, becoming a flat piece of land. In the next moment, the scenery changed. The entire academy building, along with all the students, was teleported away. What the hell? Li Chen couldn't help but be astonished. So this is how you enter the secret realm. You are now in the secret realm world ice and snow cloud star world danger level, subwolf level current world, 36. 15% tip, after completely conquering the world, the secret realm will break the two-way teleportation channel and be transformed into a dungeon by the will of the blue star, granting substantial rewards. Tip, the current world is too dangerous for you, please be cautious. At this moment, Xingfeng Academy was situated in a world of ice and snow, with cold air and a snowy landscape. They found themselves in a place resembling a military base, surrounded by tall walls. Apart from their Xingfeng Academy, neighboring institutions like Gaoshan Academy and Lushui Academy, and other academies have also sent their students over. Inside the base, many professionals equipped with fine weapons were busy or looking over with smiles. These individuals were once students of the academy, now they are Legion warriors. After graduation, they joined the Academy's Legion to continue fighting for the Academy. Each Academy is responsible for exploring the secret realm world while training talents. It takes a few years at least, or up to 10 years, to strive for conquering the secret realm world. If they do not do this, monsters will invade Blue Star through the entrances. Only by thoroughly conquering these worlds can they cease to be a threat to Blue Star and instead become dungeons that enhance the overall strength of human professionals. This is the mission and purpose of the Battle Academy. Is it about to begin? Li Chen murmured. Not just him, all the first-year students were filled with excitement. The battle is about to start. Principal Li Changfeng stood at the forefront, beginning to explain the content of this training. The secret realm is an entire planet invading Blue Star. This secret realm world, named Ice and Snow Cloud Star, covers an area of 110 million square meters, with temperatures year-round at -10 degrees, and in some places even below -100 degrees, where water freezes instantly. The world difficulty is classified as subwolf level, having been explored for 2 years, with a current progress of 36%. The Dragon Kingdom has dispatched a total of 10 mid-tier academies. Of course, the main force in conquering the secret realm world is not the Academy's students, but the Academy Legion formed by graduated students. Bringing students here is to train them and make them stronger. However, relying solely on the Academy to conquer an entire world is not enough. Many freelancers will also participate, coming to the secret realm to grow stronger. The so-called freelancers are those who either did not join an academy after changing jobs, or did not join the Legion after graduation, or dropped out for various reasons. They choose to cultivate themselves and grow stronger alone, and there are quite a few of such individuals. Additionally, it is not just the Dragon Kingdom participating in the secret realm, the entrances are distributed worldwide, and other countries will also get involved, making encounters possible. The Huaxia region, South America, Northern Europe, the Indian region, and the Eastern region. The school reminded everyone that the Northern European region is friendly with the Huaxia region. However, the teleportation points of each country are very far apart, making encounters difficult. Although it is hard to meet people from other countries, students should remain vigilant. The allied country of the Huaxia region, Bear Country, is a friendly nation, so they should be polite. Furthermore, there is a contribution system for conquering the secret realm. The country with the highest contribution will ultimately claim the dungeon, enhancing the overall strength of that nation. After explaining all this, the principal handed over the management to the heads of each grade. All first-year students assemble. First-year head Wang Yan called the first-year teachers and students together, his expression stern. From this moment on, you are no longer students of the academy, but warriors fighting for the Dragon Kingdom, fighting for honor. You can now freely form temporary teams and register. The Secret Realm training lasts for 3 months, and the monsters in the Secret Realm will drop a material called Energy Crystal. Submitting 10 of these to the Academy can be exchanged for 1 credit. 1 credit can be exchanged for 1 gold coin, but gold coins cannot be exchanged for credits. This is also a competition. After 3 months, the top 3 teams with the most energy crystals will receive rewards. In fact, first-year students were not supposed to come to the sub-wolf level Secret Realm. It was Wang Yan who suggested that this year's students were of good quality, and going to a lower-level Secret Realm would not provide much training value, hence they came to this level of Secret Realm. Alright, that's all I have to say. Teachers, distribute the supplies. Wang Yan glanced at everyone, lingering a moment longer on Li Chen, before turning to leave. The teachers of each class began to assign tasks and distribute supplies. 1 map per person, 1 return stone, and 1 academy badge. We are located in the Dragon Kingdom base, where a peak tower is established, allowing access to functions like the trading hall, but it won't work if you're too far away. Your first task is to organize your equipment within the stronghold. Equipment and weapons can be purchased with money or credits. However, level 10 is just a transition. It's recommended that you buy with gold coins. I don't need to elaborate on how to obtain gold coins and credits, just farm monsters. Additionally, our Academy students assist the Academy Legion in solving secret realms. In the base task line, there are many assistance tasks released by various legions. You can take them, but be sure to act within your capabilities. As the teacher finished explaining, everyone received their supplies, a map of the ice and snow cloud star, and a return stone. These were all items crafted by enhanced professions. The map was also updated in real time and could display one's current location. Li Chen opened the map and took a look. He was positioned at the very bottom of the map, in a corner. The bright areas of the map showed 36%, with many icons on it. Clicking them would display the current area's situation and monster distribution. The other 64% was completely black, indicating unexplored areas. It really is a world. Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The other 2 items were the return stone and the academy badge. Both were made by enhanced professions. The return stone could be used 10 times to return directly to the recorded location, the Dragon Kingdom base. The academy badge could be pinned to the chest to confirm identity. Once worn, it was easy to tell which school a student belonged to. For example, the badge of Qingfeng Academy was a beautiful design of blue and white, featuring a cloud pattern, with a gentle breeze flowing. Soon, students from various academies began to take action. Some left the base directly to hunt monsters and farm materials, while others accepted tasks within the base. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised to see high school classmates from other schools. Oh, isn't that the Thunder Mage Dang Yunjie from Gaoshan Academy? This won't do. Who is that? Oh my, it's that girl Feng Ruru. She's in this secret realm too. I won't save her this time. Zhang Xiaohua chattered non-stop. Hey! Li Chen shot a glance at Mi Wen to see her expression. Upon seeing Mi Wen's unusual expression, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly explained, Xiaowan, let me explain, Feng Ruru is a green tea. Next, Li Chen went to register a team within the academy. Only by registering a team could they qualify to participate in this month's competition. Teams that submitted energy crystals with high rankings would earn team points. Additionally, the top 3 teams would receive extra rewards. First-year students would definitely compete for this reward. Hello, I would like to register a team. Li Chen arrived at the Academy's team registration office. The staff member said, sure, please tell me the team name, and I'll check for duplicates. Li Chen replied, Xiao. The staff member was slightly taken aback. Just 1 character? That name won't do. How about you choose another? Li Chen asked. Why not? Is it a duplicate? The staff member replied, not exactly, but mainly because when you participate in the competition, the host will announce, ladies and gentlemen, next up is the highly anticipated Xiao team. Do you think that sounds good? Li Chen. It indeed didn't sound good. The prestige was gone. Then let's call it the Wolf Warriors team. Duplicate, choose another. Dawn team? Duplicate. Super God, super strong, invincible, peerless. All duplicates. Classmate, didn't you do your homework before registering? You can check online. Hurry up, don't waste time. There are others waiting in line. Li Chen made one last struggle. Art? Wait, let me think. Bang! The staff directly stamped the document. Stop thinking, there's no time. Let's call it the Art Squad. No duplicate names. Team members Zhang Xiaohua and Mi Wen, right? Take your certificates. Next, the staff stamped the document and handed the certificate directly to Li Chen. What kind of person is this? Li Chen walked out of Qingfeng Academy, still in a daze. On the other side, Zhang Xiaohua and Mi Wen also came out of the task center. The two were working separately. One registered the squad, while the other was responsible for taking on tasks. Zhang Xiaohua said excitedly, Xiaogu, is the registration done? What's the name? Li Chen replied, Art Squad. Zhang Xiaohua, me one? We are a combat profession squad, and your name is Art? Are you kidding? Li Chen shot them a look. Do you have any objections? Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen shook their heads in unison. No, the boss has the final say. That's more like it. It doesn't matter, it's just a name. Strength is what matters most. Li Chen looked at Zhang Xiaohua. What task did you take? Zhang Xiaohua smiled slightly. If we're going to take a task, let's take the toughest one. I got the only S-level task for first years. You should have seen it at the task center. Those classmates, including students from other schools, looked at me in surprise, shocked. Hee, wait until we complete the task and give everyone a surprise. Is that so? Miwen shrugged, expressing her helplessness. She couldn't stop it earlier. Li Chen, as expected of you, only you could do this. Most students from other academies usually start leveling up near the base. After all, most students are only level 10 at this moment, with weak combat power. They level up, get some good equipment, and then consider taking on tasks. Even the stronger first-year squads only dare to take C-level tasks. But Zhang Xiaohua went straight for the big one, taking an S-level task right off the bat. Although it's a first-year task, most people might only consider it in the second half of their first year. Who starts school and takes on an S-level task? Moreover, this task was left over from last year's first-year students, a task that no one wanted to touch. If no one takes it, the task center might downgrade it to a second-year level. Of course, if it gets assigned to second-year students, it won't count as an S-level task. The task center at the academy base determines task levels based on grade to encourage students to challenge themselves. Wow, I heard a first-year student took on an S-level task. Who is it? So bold. Doesn't he know there's a penalty for failing tasks to prevent students from taking on random tasks? Who else could it be? It's Zhang Xiaohua, the one hanging out with Li Chen. I guess Li Chen got tricked by Zhang Xiaohua. No worries, anyway, Li Chen has plenty of credits. Losing some credits for failing a task is no big deal. Not just a little, that's an S-level task. It'll cost 1,000 credits. Truly a young bull not afraid of tigers, unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Shoo, keep it down, those few are just standing there in a daze. Huh? Want to team up with them? Better not, you might lose your life. The news of Zhang Xiaohua taking on the SSS level task quickly spread, and all the students at Qingfeng Academy knew about it, as the base had the Pinnacle Tower, where everyone could communicate through the friend system. Among the first years, there was a super strong team. The team was composed of 1 hidden profession and 4 gifted professions. All 5 members of their team were recruited by second-year seniors. Thus, they formed a temporary squad to challenge the top 3 in their grade, preparing to skip a level. It was the team formed by Han Ling and Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu said angrily, I thought our team would be invincible after taking a B-level mission, but who knew someone would take an S-level mission? Whose team is it? Han Ling frowned. Who else could it be but Li Chen? Zhang Yu exclaimed, damn it, it's him again, stealing all the limelight. Han Ling replied, don't worry, wait until he can't complete the mission and gets slapped in the face. Does he really think S-level missions are that easy to take? The mission center only allows teams to take missions one by one to prevent students from randomly accepting tasks. This S-level mission will hold him up for 3 months. If we complete a few more, we'll surpass him. Zhang Yu laughed. That's right, old Han is clever. Once we reach the second year, you'll become a rival, a formidable opponent. Han Ling rolled his eyes. Enough chit-chat, let's upgrade first, and start taking missions after reaching level 15. With that, the strongest team used the teleportation array and disappeared from the base. The teleportation array was set up by the Legion mages. Many points were lit up on the map, saving a lot of travel time. Thus, Li Chen took on the S-level mission and once again became the new topic at Qingfeng Academy. Not only at Qingfeng Academy, but many students from other academies also slowly spread the news. At this moment, Li Chen's artistic team of 3 was sitting in a milk tea shop at the base, drinking milk tea to warm themselves up, sharpening their tools for the work ahead. They weren't drinking ordinary milk tea, but fiery flower tea, made by the enhanced profession of milk tea master at the base, capable of retaining heat for 10 hours to withstand the cold. It wasn't expensive either, 100 copper coins a cup, and Li Chen was treating. Xiaohua, share the mission with the team. Okay. Legion Base Year 1 mission, clear the Windchill Ice Soul Stronghold mission level, S-level Stronghold monsters, Ice Soul Wolf Beasts, Ice Soul Bear Beasts, Ice Soul Demon King monster levels, 20-30 mission content. Completely eliminate the Windchill Ice Soul Stronghold located in the extreme cold, defeat the Ice Soul Demon King, and remove its threat to the surrounding areas. Mission deadline, 1 month mission reward, 1,000 credits failure penalty, deduct 1,000 credits. Li Chen frowned slightly and looked at Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen, saying, if we fail the mission, who will pay for the credits? The two silently looked at Li Chen. The implication was clear, who else but you? No one else has credits, only you do. Li Chen. Zhang Xiaohua, hee. Miwen smiled and said, Captain, if we really fail, I don't have any credits, but I can contribute 300 gold coins to cover your loss. That was more like it. Li Chen nodded slightly and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua. What about you? Zhang Xiaohua replied, can I pay in meat? Li Chen. I really want to hammer you. Li Chen said, enough of this, since we've accepted the mission, let's just get it done. Zhang Xiaohua asked, Xiaogu, are we going to fight monsters to level up first? Li Chen replied, fight? No way, time is tight, and the mission is heavy, let's go straight to the mission. Ha! Miwen was a bit surprised. They were only level 10, how could they take on this mission? Only Zhang Xiaohua knew that Li Chen could already fight monsters above his level. The clay bomb damage was fixed, and he must have researched better things by now. Li Chen instructed, you two, go get a set of level 10 equipment, focusing on defense attributes. I'll wait here for you, and then we'll set off. Zhang Xiaohua asked, Xiaogu, aren't you going to get equipment? Li Chen extended his hands, revealing 9 rings. Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? All the equipment is rings? It is well known that equipment is divided into helmets, armor, belts, weapons, shields, shoes, gloves, and jewelry. Each person can wear a total of 10 pieces of equipment. The first few types can only be worn one at a time, but accessories can be worn freely. But who in their right mind wears 9 rings? The main issue was that Li Chen's weaponry was useless. Increasing attack power and magic attack power did not affect the damage of his clay bombs. Therefore, pairing accessories to boost mental strength was the best choice. Zhang Xiaohua said, Xiaogu, 9 rings, and there's still 1 piece of equipment? Li Chen pointed to the pendant around his neck, this one. Zhang Xiaohua scoffed, you're so girly. Li Chen retorted, get lost. He hid his accessories, it was indeed a bit girly. Damn it. Why couldn't he show off cool gear like other combat professions? Soon, Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen were both equipped with level 10 gear. Zhang Xiaohua scored 100 points at the start of school. It only took 1 credit to exchange for 1 gold coin. That was enough to buy a full set of level 10 blue equipment. After changing into the gear, Zhang Xiaohua completely resembled a knight. Clad in silver heavy armor, wielding a silver hammer in one hand and an iron shield in the other, he looked quite impressive. Miwen had long prepared a set of top-notch level 10 purple gear, wearing a fitted white robe and holding a ruby wooden staff, looking very beautiful. In contrast, Li Chen was dressed in a floral shirt and floral shorts, wearing flip-flops. He looked nothing like a professional. Xiaowen, you look so beautiful, Zhang Xiaohua said, gazing at Miwen with a lovesick smile. Ahem. Li Chen coughed a few times. During the monster hunting team, no dating allowed. Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes. Got it. Miwen also lowered her head, her face flushed, and whispered, listening to the captain. Li Chen. Clearly the captain. But why did it feel like he was the third wheel? Before long, the three arrived at the base's teleportation array. The teleportation array was very large, covering an area of 100 square meters. As long as one stepped into the beam of light, the teleportation function would be triggered. With the arrival of Li Chen and the others, they instantly attracted a lot of attention. Mainly because of Miwen, her top-notch gear was particularly eye-catching. Then there was Li Chen. Who the hell wears flip-flops as a professional? Entering the teleportation array felt like stepping into another void space. Above the space, a map appeared. Many green dots on it represented possible teleportation locations. As the captain, only Li Chen could choose, and the other team members would follow the teleportation. However, the task location Li Chen needed to go to the Windchill Soul Stronghold could not be directly teleported to. Instead, they had to first reach the Ice Snow Prairie teleportation point 18 and then walk over. Teleport to Ice Snow Prairie teleportation point 18, Li Chen selected. The three instantly vanished. The next second, they appeared in another place. This was an Ice Snow Prairie, with no accumulated snow. The barren land was frozen and cracked, as if it could freeze stones. Looking around, the entire world's tone was a dull white. Breathing in, one could feel the icy air. The temperature of -20 degrees instantly sent a chill down their spines. The Ice Snow Prairie teleportation point 18 was located at the edge of this area, with very few visitors, belonging to a dangerous zone. Moving further ahead, crossing the Windchill Soul Stronghold, the map showed a black area beyond, belonging to regions not yet explored by the Legion. After all, it was an entire planet, and human resources were limited, requiring time. Roar! As soon as they landed, 3 large pythons, covered in white scales and measuring 5 meters long and as thick as a barrel, slithered quickly towards them, flicking their tongues. Be careful. Monsters. Zhang Xiaohua and Mi Wen had just landed and were completely caught off guard, their faces changing dramatically. Go! Li Chen flipped his hands, skillfully conjuring 3 C1 flying bird clay bombs, which flew towards the 3 white pythons. The 3 large pythons opened their massive mouths and swallowed the flying birds whole. Crack! Boom! 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 The sound of explosions echoed through the heavens and the earth. Kill the cold earth white python. Experience plus 500 times 3 materials obtained. Energy crystal *1. Cold earth white python gallbladder *1. Cold earth white python poison fang *2. Cold earth white python skin *3 times 3 due to the mode set by Li Chen. The captain obtains all materials, which all go into his backpack. The spoils will be sold collectively later, with profits split among the 3. However, these materials aren't worth much, just a few dozen copper coins. But the energy crystals obtained can be exchanged for academy credits. 10 energy crystals can be exchanged for 1 credit, and 1 credit can be converted into 1 gold coin. These 3 energy crystals are equivalent to 30 silver coins, or 3,000 copper coins. An ordinary person's monthly salary is only about 3,000 copper coins. One can see how great the benefits of the Combat Academy are. The state almost heavily subsidizes students. Students can easily earn credits, convert them into money, and become wealthy among ordinary people. However, almost no one would do that, because credits are more important than money. Credits can buy many things in the academy that cannot be bought outside. Is it really over just like that? This was the first time Mi Wen witnessed Li Chen in action. A look of disbelief appeared in her beautiful eyes. Shock, complete shock. It seems Mi Wen is also a genius. Back then, during the Academy's assessment of the Zombie Paradise instance, she challenged the Nightmare difficulty, received an SS rating, and scored 1,600 points, becoming the second in Jiangzhou, with scores only behind Li Chen. This time, she truly witnessed Li Chen's real strength. 3 flying birds gracefully soared out, and then with a command from Li Chen, he instantly killed the 3 monsters, which were probably around level 20. This is the captain, a pleasing sight to behold. Perhaps, under Li Chen's leadership, Zhang Xiaohua could really enter the national competition. That was close. Li Chen smiled and said, "That monster was level 15, I'm only level 14, and you 2 are only level 10. If it had latched onto you, it would have been very dangerous, so be careful." After saying that, Li Chen summoned 2 C1 flying birds again. One flew onto Mi Wen's head, and the other landed on Zhang Xiaohua's head. The C1 flying birds firmly stuck to the 2 of them. Li Chen explained, "These 2 flying birds will stay with you. If you encounter danger, I can help you resolve the crisis immediately." Mi Wen nodded, slightly excited, and said, "Captain, I understand why you named the team the art team." Li Chen was taken aback. "Why?" Mi Wen admired. "Your method of killing just now was as pleasing as art. Really, it was the first time I saw such a magnificent technique. Not bad. You have a good sense of art." Li Chen laughed heartily, because art is an explosion, huh? Mi Wen smiled slightly in agreement. She felt that the atmosphere in this team was too harmonious, making it very comfortable to be around. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Xiaogu, I have a question." Li Chen replied, "What?" Zhang Xiaohua pointed to her head. "Why did you put the flying birds on Mi Wen's shoulders?" Putting the birds on my head feels a bit strange." Li Chen said, "This is called standing out from the crowd, being unique." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "What does that mean?" Li Chen explained, "It means making you look impressive, fully taunting, attracting the monster's firepower. I'm the damage dealer, Mi Wen is the healer, and neither of us can take damage, you are the tank." Zhang Xiaohua gave a thumbs up. "That makes sense. You're the one facing the iron-fisted warrior head-on, and you tell me you can't take damage. Well, okay, you really can't take damage. Xiaogu wears 10 rings, although his physique is high, his defense is too poor. Defense mainly relies on helmets, armor, gauntlets, and other equipment. Without resistance, even with a lot of health, it's just a health pack. But then again, Xiao Ji's high physique definitely won't get one shot. With the swallow's agility, there was almost no need for her to take special care of herself. Xiaogu needed to consider dodging monsters, dealing damage, and commanding the team. Meanwhile, she only needed to hold the front. "Captain, let me take charge of leading the way next," Mi Wen suggested. "Also, I want to train my commanding skills." In fact, during the past month of training at the academy, the teacher had announced in the group that there were often lectures by teachers at the academy that could be attended for free. Li Chen was immersed in martial arts training, so he had automatically ignored this matter. Mi Wen had taken a few auxiliary courses. In a normal team, the auxiliary role acts as the commander on the battlefield. This is because the auxiliary needs to pay attention to the battlefield and the teammates' conditions at all times, ready to assist and observe the entire scene, making it the most suitable role. Your suggestion is excellent. let's go with that, Li Chen immediately agreed. The team needed to start working on their cooperation at this point. Moreover, he wasn't suited to be the commander, he needed to focus entirely on controlling the clay bombs and couldn't afford to be distracted by other teammates. Zhang Xiaohua asked, "What about me, Captain?" Li Chen replied, "Besides being a meat shield, what else can you do?" Zhang Xiaohua, Niwen, ha, that's so true. Zhang Xiaohua, and so it was. Next, Niwen took on the role of navigator, responsible for leading the way. It must be said that girls tend to be more meticulous. Niwen would plan the best route based on the terrain on the map. Along the way, they encountered a few scattered monsters, levels 15 to 20. Other teams would need to cooperate to deal with these monsters. Li Chen could easily handle them using his C1 clay spider. The speed of resolution was astonishingly fast. This was mainly because Li Chen's damage was unrelated to his level. The damage from the clay bombs he created was fixed. What determined Li Chen's upper limit, besides the clay bombs themselves, was his control ability. The stronger his mental power, the stronger his control ability. During this time, both Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen leveled up to level 11. However, leveling up became increasingly difficult as they progressed. Li Chen clearly felt that his experience bar was rising very slowly. After walking for most of the day, he had only gained 5%. If his speed was this slow, one could imagine how hard it was for other teams. Up ahead is the Wind Chill Ice Soul. After a day of travel, the trio finally arrived at the Wind Chill Ice Soul. Li Chen understood why this place was called Wind Chill Ice Soul. The temperature suddenly dropped to around minus 40 degrees. This area must have once been a very large lake, now completely frozen over, possibly with the lakebed turned into a massive ice block. There were no trees or plants around. As far as the eye could see, it was all ice, uneven, with some areas forming small icebergs. Li Chen tried to see if his C1 Earth Dragon could drill into the ice surface, but it was too hard. "Be careful, this is already the mission location," Li Chen warned, involuntarily shivering. "What kind of place is this?" "It's way too cold." Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her hands together, realizing it was futile. One must know that at minus 40 degrees, water freezes instantly. If an ordinary person were here without any warm measures, they would have frozen to death long ago. The group also began to lose health, experiencing 5-5. In the context of the blue stars while being digitized, human vitality could also be presented in intuitive data. If health dropped to 0, it meant true death, with no chance of resurrection. Healing spell. Miwen immediately cast a healing spell to restore everyone's health. Plus 200 plus 200 plus 200. The healing spell continued to restore health. "Wow, your healing spell is impressive. All the top-notch equipment wasn't wasted." Li Chen exclaimed in surprise. "This way, we don't have to fear freezing to death in this cold place. Only level 10 equipment can be bought with money. For higher level gear, we still need to rely on credits. We have to forge a set of top-notch equipment at the academy," Niwen said. Qingfeng Academy is the top academy in Jiangzhou, and the enhancement profession teachers there are incredibly skilled. The equipment they forge is unmatched outside. We still need to earn more credits. This is the advantage of coming to Jiangzhou's top Qingfeng Academy. Only major powers can cultivate formidable enhancement professionals. The academy's military corps in Jiangzhou is also the best, producing a lot of top-quality materials, which in turn cultivates good blacksmiths and enhancers. "Be careful," Miwen suddenly shouted. "Monsters ahead, Ice Spirit Wolf Beasts. There are quite a few, about 10. Ice Spirit Wolf Beast, level 20 Secret Realm Monster, health, 5,000. Skills, Ice Spirit Armor, Ice Spirit Poison, run first. There are too many monsters, we could easily get surrounded," Miwen shouted. "Once surrounded, it would be troublesome. There's a small hill over there for cover, let's go there." The three immediately ran towards the small hill. This way, they wouldn't be attacked from both sides. "Xiaohua, you go up front, I'll support you with buffs." Upon reaching the hill, the three stood with their backs to it, facing the pack of wolves. The 10 Ice Spirit Wolves could only attack from the front. 2 of them launched the first attack, with Zhang Xiaohua standing at the forefront. She sheathed her weapon and took out the prepared two-handed shield. "Oh whoa!" The 2 Ice Spirit Wolves lunged at her, biting the shield and triggering the Ice Spirit Poison skill, causing Zhang Xiaohua's health to drop by a third. She entered a frostbite state, frost appearing on her body, rendering her immobile. The attack from the Ice Spirit Wolves wasn't high, but the accompanying negative skills were troublesome. Healing spell. Dispel. Light of Resilience. Miwen immediately healed Zhang Xiaohua, then cast the Priest's Dispel skill, followed by the Light of Resilience, which significantly boosted defense for 30 seconds. "Alright, I can hold on," Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed joyfully, then shouted, "Come on, you little brats, try to bite me." Judgment. Zhang Xiaohua used the knight's judgment skill, learned from a purchased skill book. A large iron hammer fell from the sky, stunning one ice spirit wolf beast and greatly reducing the defensive pressure. They held out for almost half a minute. The other ice spirit wolves also joined the fray, charging towards them. Group healing spell. Miwen cast the group healing spell, now upgraded to advanced. It created a circle with a diameter of about 30 meters, covering all monsters and teammates. As a dark priest, while healing his teammates, he could also damage the opposing monsters. -100, -100, -100. All the ice spirit wolves began to lose health continuously. Such high damage. Li Chen couldn't help but be amazed. No wonder Miwen received an SS rating in the Academy assessment. Roar! The ice spirit wolves behind leaped into the air, pouncing towards Zhang Xiaohua. Now's the time. Everyone, retreat. Li Chen's gaze sharpened as he spoke loudly. In fact, while they were fleeing earlier, he had already set up many clay spiders. By the time these wolves surrounded them, each wolf had about 10 spiders on it. One clay spider dealt 300 damage, and detonating them could cause 3,000 damage. He originally needed to wait a bit longer. But now that Miwen had supplemented the damage, he could trigger the explosion early. However, he could only deal with the wolves that were farther away. The ones too close could harm his teammates. The three understood what he meant and immediately retreated. Crack! At Li Chen's command, the 10 wolves leaped into the air and exploded. Boom boom boom, 10 wolves were instantly killed. Now, they only needed to deal with the 2 wolves in front of Zhang Xiaohua. You think you can just yell at Grandpa? I'll smash you. Zhang Xiaohua immediately switched to a one-handed shield and one-handed hammer, launching a flurry of strikes at the wolf. 303030. Poor Zhang Xiaohua, without any combat skills, could only rely on basic attacks, dealing very low damage. 2002002000. Miwen was also casting healing spells from the back, dealing significantly more damage than Zhang Xiaohua. A full set of purple gear was no joke. Mountain punch. Li Chen dashed to the right side of the wolf beast. 300 with a single punch, he killed one wolf on the spot. Another wolf lunged at Li Chen, and he immediately used the swallows technique to create distance, punching it back while tossing out 2 clay spiders and then detonating them. Boom! The last ice spirit wolf beast exploded into dust. All the ice spirit wolf beasts were slain. As expected, the combination of clay and martial arts techniques is the way to go, Li Chen thought to himself. If I'm not engaged in close combat, I can kill monsters at will. But if they get too close, it becomes troublesome. If I rely solely on clay, once a monster closes in, I can't use a lot of explosives, or I might blow myself up. My bombs don't distinguish between friend and foe, and their power is so great that I could end up killing myself. Kill Ice Spirit Wolf Beast, experience plus 1000 times 12 materials obtained, Energy Crystal *1, Cold Earth White Python Gallbladder *3, Ice Spirit Wolf Fang *2, Ice Spirit Wolfskin *1 times 12. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, "Wow, Xiaogo, how is your unarmed damage higher than mine with a weapon?" This was simply outrageous. After all, Li Chen was just a life profession. Li Chen smiled and said, "Of course, I learned the martial arts technique Mountain Punch, which can unleash 1 to 5 times the damage. Just now, I used 5 times." Zhang Xiaohua started counting on her fingers, 300 damage. 5 times. How much strength does Xiaoge have? My math isn't great. Let me calculate. Miwen shot a disdainful glance at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You don't even need to calculate, it's 60 strength." Zhang Xiaohua? What kind of attribute is that, 60 strength? Unless all the attribute points were put into strength. Miwen also showed a shocked expression. No wonder the captain could defeat that Han Xiaoqi. This was too absurd. "Don't be surprised, I'm just a life profession without combat skills," Li Chen said with a slight smile, standing with his hands behind his back, giving a casual profile. Zhang Xiaohua. What the hell, no combat skills? Martial arts techniques don't count as skills? And how did he achieve such ridiculous attributes? Xiaoge was too shocking. Forget it, he's a brother, better hold on tight. Not good, there's danger. Suddenly, Miwen's expression changed dramatically. She felt the ground vibrating slightly. It was the sound of a pack of wolves running together, causing a resonance. The explosion just now was too loud. It probably attracted the wolf pack. Sure enough, countless wolves appeared in the distance, 10, 20, 50, 100, 300, the numbers kept increasing. This is bad. Even Li Chen's expression changed. If they had to face such a terrifying pack of wolves, they had no chance of winning. How could there be so many Ice Spirit Wolf Beasts? Is this really an S-level mission? A full 1,000 Ice Spirit Wolf Beasts. This had turned into a wolf tide. It was as if all the beasts in this outpost had gathered together. A small team definitely couldn't handle such a beast tide. At least 20 teams, forming a 100-person large group, would be needed to fight. Shoo! Keep it down, let's retreat slowly. The three of them began to back away slowly towards the small hill. Li Chen regretted not being able to create a large clay flying bomb to soar into the sky and perform a pinpoint explosion, instantly wiping out all 1,000 monsters. Wouldn't that be wonderful? At this moment, the three of them were hiding behind a small hill, not daring to continue fleeing. The view here was too open. If they were discovered, they would definitely be caught. Captain, let me try to use Mind Light on your clay bird. Saying this, Miwon directed her skill, Mind Light, at the bird on her shoulder. Mind Light, active skill, after activation, continuously consumes mental energy, granting vision of the unit. You even have Mind Light? Li Chen's eyes widened slightly. This teammate he summoned was impressive. Mind Light was a top-tier skill for priests at level 10, extremely rare, priced at 300 gold coins. An ordinary student might not obtain this skill book until their second year. Miwon smiled slightly. Well, I have all the level 10 skills that can be bought with money. Problems that can be solved with gold coins are not problems. Li Chen, simply extravagant. Miwon exclaimed happily. It works, I have the vision of your clay bird now. This was a purely supportive skill. After a priest cast Mind Light, in addition to their own vision, they could also gain the vision of their teammates. However, it consumed a significant amount of mental energy. For every additional point of vision, a stronger mental capacity was needed to multitask. Miwon said, this skill is too overpowered for me. I can only control one vision right now. Captain, send the bird out to see the situation. Due to insufficient mental energy, Miwon lost her own vision in front of her, but she had the vision of the clay bird. Okay. Li Chen immediately controlled the clay bird, flying it out of the mountain and into the sky. A little higher, a bit to the left. I see it. Miwon stopped speaking and began to focus on the situation over there. Hey, those wolf beasts don't seem to be coming towards us? The wolf pack was not charging at them but maintained a formation. In the middle was a huge ice spirit wolf, which appeared to be the leader of the pack, leading the wolves. The wolf king lowered its head to walk on the ice, sniffing at something. Suddenly, it paused and roared. Then, the pack of wolves surged forward, starting to dig at the ice with their tough, sharp claws, breaking through the resilient surface as if they were digging for something. Strange, what are these wolves doing? Miwon was somewhat surprised by this scene. Zhang Xiaohua asked quietly, Miwon, what's wrong? Miwon replied, this pack of ice spirit wolves is digging into the ice, going deeper and deeper. So strange, they seem to have intelligence. Li Chen said, yes, the creatures in the secret realm are different from those in dungeons. They are beings from a certain planet, and having intelligence is normal. They must have a purpose. Could they be searching for treasure? Treasures? Where are the treasures? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua instantly jumped up in excitement. Shu, keep your voice down, or we might attract the wolves and not even know how we died. Li Chen shot Zhang Xiaohua a look. Got it. Zhang Xiaohua awkwardly smiled. Sorry, I got too excited. After observing for a while, Miwon whispered, Captain, those wolves haven't noticed us at all. Should we escape? Or? Li Chen replied, let's wait and see what those wolves are doing. Okay. They patiently waited for another 10 minutes. Li Chen asked, Miwon, how's the situation? Miwon said, the wolf pack is digging the passage deeper. I can't see what's inside. Li Chen asked, how far are the wolves from us? Miwon estimated and said, about 1,000 meters away. Li Chen said, what a pity, my control over the clay and remote detonation has a range of only 500 meters. It's too far to use. Miwon asked, should we keep waiting? Although she was currently acting as the commander of the team, the decision-making still rested with the captain. Li Chen said, wait, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Okay. Miwon continued to observe the situation. The birds flew above, watching. The wolf pack was digging pits one after another. The entrance of the hole seemed to be getting deeper, and more wolves were going inside. About 30 minutes had passed. Out of 1,000 wolves, nearly 100 had entered. This indicated that the depth of the hole was probably several hundred meters. At this moment, Miwon felt her mental energy depleting, and she was on the verge of collapse. She was about to release her mental light to take a short break when suddenly, a change occurred. There were vibrations, sounds of fighting, and wailing coming from the hole. It seemed that monsters had appeared inside, battling the ice spirit wolves. Miwon couldn't see what was happening inside the hole, but she could clearly see what was happening outside. On the vast ice surface, a strange creature began to emerge, resembling a worm, about the length of an arm. Its entire body was a white worm, with no eyes, only a round mouth and a circle of sharp teeth. The hard ice seemed to be non-existent under the worm's sharp teeth. The worms moved as if they were swimming in water, surging onto the ice in large numbers, heading towards the wolf pack. The number of worms increased, densely packed, making one's scalp tingle. The wolf king roared, and all the wolves charged at the worms. An ice spirit wolf could crush a worm with a single swipe, but more worms swarmed onto the wolf, tearing at its flesh and chewing. In the blink of an eye, the wolf was reduced to nothing but a skeleton, devoured completely. Crash! The ice surface trembled, and something even more terrifying happened. Like a tide, thousands of worms surged out from the ice, making one's scalp tingle. Awah! The ice spirit wolf king suddenly realized something was wrong, howled in despair, and tried to flee with the remaining wolves. But soon, a wave of worms broke through the ice in front of them, surrounding them. The next scene was thousands of worms appearing, flooding into the wolf pack, like being battered by a huge wave. When the wave receded, only bones remained. Even the wolf king was reduced to bones. The entire beast tide of 1,000 ice spirit wolves was thus annihilated. My God, Mi-Wen whispered. What on earth were those worms, and why was there no mention of them in the mission? Wasn't their task to kill the ice spirit demon king? Why were there such things here? Had the mission changed unexpectedly? Run, hurry, and run. After witnessing all this, Mi-Wen's face turned pale, and she nearly vomited. Everything that had just happened ended in just a few breaths. She forced herself to watch it all and released her mental light. Her vision returned to her body, and she felt a wave of nausea. This was a sign of mental exhaustion. She needed to rest immediately. Run, Xiaohua! Quickly carry Mi-Wen, Li Chen said without asking for reasons. Just by looking at Mi-Wen's face, he knew something terrible had happened. What is this? Zhang Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed. Beneath their feet, there were some disgusting worms. They twisted like bamboo shoots after rain, emerging from the ice layer. Hurry and run, no time for nonsense, Li Chen shouted, and Zhang Xiaohua immediately carried Mi-Wen and ran in the direction they had come from. Dragon soaring technique. Zhang Xiaohua realized the situation was dire. In a moment of crisis, he suddenly executed the dragon soaring technique, and it actually had some effect. It seemed that teacher Ping Chuan's teachings were right. In a critical moment, agility could indeed save lives. Zhang Xiaohua's speed surged explosively, increasing the distance between him and the worms. Go! Li Chen used the swallow technique, leaping into the air. Clay spiders fell from his hands like snowflakes. Captain, we can't explode, Mi-Wen weakly shouted as Zhang Xiaohua turned back. If an explosion attracted the insect type from earlier, the three of them would surely have no place to be buried. Can't explode, huh? Just as he was about to detonate, Li Chen suddenly stopped. In the blink of an eye, the clay spider was swallowed whole by those insects, which seemed to have an exceptionally strong digestive ability, immediately regurgitating a black, viscous liquid from their rear ends. Clearly, it had been digested. However, there weren't many of these insects, only about 5. Then, I'll just play with you. Li Chen used the swallow's body technique to easily dodge the insect's attacks. Finding an opportunity, he punched one of the insects. 6-2 The insect was knocked away but did not die. It was too light, and the Huanshan fist couldn't exert its full power. Ice-eating insect, level 5 secret realm monster, health, unknown, skills, unknown, undiscovered monster, attributes can be known after observation and killing, just a level 5 monster? Li Chen was slightly taken aback but didn't dare to linger. He had to be cautious until he understood the situation. Catching 2 to take back and test their attributes. Go! Li Chen waved his hand, summoning a 3-meter-long, massive clay centipede. This was just a clay model, not a clay bomb. The specific ratio of explosive powder to clay still needed multiple experiments to determine. It was Li Chen's next artistic creation. It was also the largest single ground clay work he could currently control with his mental power. The clay centipede instantly wrapped around 2 ice-eating insects, and under Li Chen's control, it continuously compressed and tightened, forming a spherical shape. Under the strong pressure, the 2 insects inside were completely immobilized. Li Chen grabbed the clay centipede and ran towards Zhang Xiaohua. With 171 points of high agility, he quickly caught up. Then, Li Chen took out another centipede, wrapping one end around Zhang Xiaohua and the other around his waist, directly pulling Zhang Xiaohua to increase their speed. The 3 of them sprinted. Soon, they left the icy surface of the Wind-Chill Ice Soul stronghold and returned to the snowy grassland. Zhang Xiaohua was panting heavily, and Mi-Wen's face didn't look too good either. The 2 quickly took out their recovery potions and sat down to take them. Let's rest for a bit. Li Chen suggested they take a break, unfolding the clay centipede. The centipede unfurled, its body already riddled with bite marks, and those insects seemed to have grown larger. Crack! Li Chen controlled 2 clay spiders and detonated them directly. This time, after killing the monster, he obtained information about it. Ice-eating insect, level 5 secret realm monster special, health 300, skills, bite, ice-eating, digestion, crystallization, evolution. A level 5 monster actually has 5 skills? This mission seems to be quite extraordinary. Legion Base. Inside the High Mountain Academy, in the principal's office. Principal, there's a situation. A young knight in armor spoke. We found a key point in the strategy for the Ice and Snow Cloud Star. This young knight was a former student of High Mountain Academy. He now worked for the Academy's Legion as the captain of the High Mountain No. 900-man team. Principal Bao Yaxuan of the High Mountain Combat Academy said, "What key point? The nebula nesting mother insect, killing one gives a 0.5% world progress point." The young knight captain, named Dong Hao, continued, "During the advance of the base Legion Alliance, we discovered a monster called the nebula nesting mother insect. This mother insect should have started as just a level 5 insect but possesses an evolution skill. It must have accidentally evolved continuously, evolving into the nebula nesting mother insect. The mother worm can continuously split and reproduce, creating a massive number of worms that are quite difficult to deal with. However, the rewards for killing the mother worm are very generous. There's a chance to drop a brand new enhancement skill book called Fission. After consecutively killing 3, 1 dropped. The Qingfeng Legion had the highest contribution and got it from Qingfeng Academy. I've heard that the enhancement skill book Fission has a very strong effect. If attached to Fireball, it can split into 2 fireballs in mid-air. If attached to Holy Light, it can heal 2 people simultaneously without losing effectiveness. The so-called enhancement skill books are a very rare type of special skill book. Enhancement skill books can designate a specific skill and add a special effect, becoming an enhanced version of that skill. The splitting effect is indeed a good thing. Principal Bao Yaxuan rubbed his temples. Qingfeng Academy, that old rival. For so many years, Gaoshan Academy has always been suppressed by Qingfeng Academy. Zhangzhou's second place will always be Gaoshan Academy. The young knight Dong Hao whispered, "Principal." At that time, the battle situation of the Legion Alliance was very intense. A small team under my command discovered that this mother worm is likely not just the main body, the real super mother is deeper down. 3 mother worms escaped from the battlefield, and we kept tracking. They are located at these 3 positions. As he spoke, Dong Hao displayed a map and pointed to 2 locations. One was in the open map, the Wind-Cold Ice Soul Stronghold. The other 2 were deeper, unexplored, in the dark areas of the map. Dong Hao tentatively asked, "Principal, should we report this to the base?" Reporting to the base means that all 5 combat academies can participate, and Dong Hao clearly wanted to monopolize it. He really wanted that skill book. If it dropped, it would be a huge help to him. Principal Bao Yaxuan asked, "What level of difficulty is the mother worm?" Dong Hao replied, "The difficulty isn't high. As long as the number of splitting ice worms isn't too many, it's quite manageable, about Legion A level. For students, it's roughly an S-level task for third-year students. However, the small worms that split from the mother will devour surrounding monsters. If they devour too many, the mother worm will keep splitting, and when the number reaches a certain level, it becomes an SSS level task. But actually, it's not too bad. The small worms are only level 5 monsters, just numerous. As long as there are enough people, they're not hard to deal with." Principal Bao Yaxuan asked, "How many people can your Legion mobilize?" Because the Legion Alliance has recently been tackling a large plane, dealing with high-risk bosses, while other stray monsters and small bosses can be handled by students. The main task of the Legion Alliance is to push for the conquest of the entire world. Therefore, they cannot act arbitrarily and must be commanded by the base commander. Dong Hao said, "Most are engaged in battle. I can send out 5 teams. Bao Yaxuan said, "How about this? You lead 5 teams to deal with the 2 deeper ones. The closer one, report to the base to form a task and assign it to the third-year students for conquest." Dong Hao said, "Principal, we shouldn't let outsiders benefit from our own resources. Although this monster isn't strong, the rewards are rich. Why not make it an internal academy task for our own students to handle?" Bao Yaxuan replied, "But if we don't report it, the base won't update the task. If other students take on tasks in this area and happen to encounter this location, it could lead to unexpected situations." Dong Hao smiled and said, "What a coincidence, I've already checked. This Wind-Cold Ice Soul Stronghold has a first-year S-level task. This year's first-year students are all new from the first half of the year. There's absolutely no way any students will take it, so you don't need to worry about that." After finishing, Dong Hao added, "Principal, the 4th team leader of Qingfeng Academy, Sikong Jun, has already obtained this skill book and is getting stronger. I can't keep up. The Legion Grand Competition is coming soon, and I must get this skill book. 3 mother bugs have a chance to drop a skill book. If I get this skill book, I'm confident I can surpass that Sikong Jun in the competition. If the 2 I killed didn't drop anything, but this one did, and it got taken by students from other academies, it would be a loss." Bao Yaxuan nodded, "Alright, let's do it your way. You go notify the school's task department to issue an internal S-level task for the 3rd year, kill the mother bugs. If a skill book drops, submit it to the academy, and we'll buy it at the price of a legendary skill book. The skill book can be exchanged for 100,000 credits. If it really drops, you can just use 100,000 credits to buy it." Dong Hao smiled and nodded, "Okay, I'll take care of it right away. The Battle Academy is such a complex entity, training students and legions. As the legions and students grow stronger, they continue to serve the academy, generating a continuous stream of resources to train future students and warriors, forming a virtuous cycle. And so it goes. Within the Gaoshan Academy, an S-level task for the third year was issued. The task has a certain chance of yielding 100,000 credits. Many strong teams were eager to try. These third-year strong teams are not inferior to the Legion teams, and some are even stronger. After all, the legions are made up of ordinary graduates. The truly top-notch students advance to higher-level academies. Of course, the academy won't suffer losses either. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, there are only 10 high-level battle academies. For every talent cultivated, the upper echelons will allocate resources as rewards to the academy. Soon, nearly 30 teams from Gaoshan Academy set out on their journey. Since the last encounter with the ice-swallowing bug in the frosty cold ice soul, and learning about the terrifying insect tide that could devour 1,000 wolves, Li Chen and his companions have not set foot there again. Although the task is important, life is even more important. Now, even though they are stuck on the task, there are still 3 months left. As long as they can find a way to complete this task in 3 months, it wouldn't be a loss. Li Chen's team simply stayed in the snowy grassland to grind monsters and level up. They could also obtain some energy crystals to exchange for credits and participate in competitions. Moreover, the monsters here are more numerous than they had imagined. The snowy grassland is a training ground for level 20 students. First-year students, being newcomers, cannot come here, and second and third-year students look down on it, so other academy professionals are rarely seen. However, occasionally, some freelance teams come to hunt monsters. In the Legion base, there is also a social freelance association. Freelance teams from society can apply to come in and assist the Legion in battle. Those freelance teams, upon seeing the academy badges on Li Chen and his companions, would avoid them, trying to minimize any interaction. Battle Academy students are ultimately stronger than idle professionals. But for some reason, Li Chen noticed that more and more freelance teams have been arriving here recently. About 5 or 6 5-member teams have come. Some of them know each other, but they all keep their distance from Li Chen's academy team. Bang! With the sound of an explosion, 6 Frosty Earth White Pythons were taken down in one go. Kill Frosty Earth White Python, experience plus 500, times 6, materials obtained, energy crystal times 1, Frosty Earth White Python Gallbladder times 1, Frosty Earth White Python Venom Fang times 2, Frosty Earth White Python Skin times 3, times 6. Zhang Xiaohua drew the monsters, Niwen provided damage and healing, and Li Chen delivered the final blow. The trio's cooperation became increasingly skilled, and their monster grinding speed was very fast. However, after a day of fighting monsters here, Li Chen's experience bar only increased by 15%. The total experience bar reached 50%, which is really slow. The teams harvest 120 energy crystals and a pile of materials. It must be said that in terms of leveling up, the places conquered by the legions in the secret realm have fewer monsters than dungeons, making leveling relatively slow, far less efficient than leveling up in dungeons. But the only benefit is that energy crystals can be exchanged for credits. Moreover, the monster drop rate here is extremely high. Defeating some minor monsters can occasionally yield level 20 blue equipment. What's up with these freelancers? Why are they all rushing over here? Zhang Xiaohua saw several small teams of freelancers approaching from a distance. When things seem unusual, there must be something amiss, Li Chen pondered. They definitely aren't here just to level up. If it were just for leveling or farming materials, they would go to dungeons, not secret realms. Miwon agreed. Once a secret realm is fully conquered, it becomes a dungeon in Blue Star, allowing for repeated monster farming and faster leveling. The only difference is that the drop rate of monsters in secret realms is very high. What might take 100 runs in a dungeon could appear in just 10 runs in a secret realm. Li Chen nodded. Exactly. The main purpose of freelancers entering secret realms is to pick up the scraps. Either they are looking for unaddressed bosses, or they are after bosses that escaped from battlefields where legions are fighting. These bosses might be in a weakened state, making them easier to kill, with a high drop rate. However, for unaddressed bosses, the base will directly issue tasks to academy students to handle, leaving no room for freelancers. So there's only one possibility: a boss that escaped from the battlefield. These freelancers must have some kind of information channel to have learned about this. After such an analysis, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Why don't we ask a freelancer?" Li Chen replied, "Do you think they would easily share such information?" Miwon added, "Captain, I have a hypothesis, but I'm not sure if it's correct." Li Chen encouraged, "Speak boldly, our team has no rules. Everyone can express their opinions freely." Li Chen's personality was very easygoing, and so was Zhang Xiaohua's, creating a harmonious atmosphere in the team. Miwon felt that the artistic team was quite good after spending time together. What was most feared was when some teams had internal conflicts, heavy grievances, and at critical moments, they would falter, with betrayals of teammates being quite common. A team that cannot trust its members, no matter how strong, cannot go far. Miwon nodded. Is it possible that the ice-devouring insectide we encountered in the Wind Coal Ice Soul is what they are trying to find the boss for? After saying this, Miwon added, I attended a class before where the teacher talked about monster behaviors. The appearance of beast tides is often due to their leaders, and the emergence of insect tides likely has a similar reason. The leader of the insect tide should be a mother insect, and that mother insect is probably the boss these freelancers are looking for. Ah, that makes some sense. Li Chen frowned slightly, then his eyes lit up with excitement. I think I know where the boss is. Where? Zhang Xiaohua and Miwon asked in unison. That day, the wolf pack was digging through the ice layers, not to find treasure, but to search for the mother insect. Li Chen pointed to the ground and added, this ice-devouring insect has a skill called digestion. It probably feeds on monsters. The existence of the insect swarm affected the survival of the ice soul wolves, leading to a conflict between the two, and ultimately, the wolf pack was wiped out. In this case, the insect swarm must have become even stronger. With this explanation, the thought process suddenly clicked. Hiss! Zhang Xiaohua gasped. Xiaogu, are you really this smart? Miwon laughed. We three really figured it out. Li Chen chuckled. This is what you call 3 cobblers equal 1 Zhuge Liang. Zhang Xiaohua asked, who is Zhuge Liang? Li Chen replied, you're too slow. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Miwon added, actually, I don't understand either. Li Chen. However, at this moment, all three were in very high spirits. With so many professionals searching, the rewards from that mother insect would surely be substantial. To deal with the mother bug, we must first tackle the terrifying swarm of bugs. Thinking of this, the three of them couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Even someone like Li Chen, a clay bomb specialist, couldn't possibly handle so many ice-eating bugs at once. If surrounded, the only outcome would be a pile of bones. Xiaogu, what should we do now? Zhang Xiaohua said with a headache. That mother bug is not easy to deal with, and our S-level mission is stuck here. It's really frustrating. Of course, we need to find a way to kill the mother bug. Wealth and danger go hand in hand, Li Chen replied. However, I still need to think of a plan. But we know the exact location of the mother bug, so there's no rush. We've been fighting for a day and a night, and we're all tired. Let's head back to the base to rest and regroup. Zhang Xiaohua expressed his concern. What if the boss gets stolen while we rest? Fate will come when it's meant to, and it won't be forced when it's not. Li Chen turned his back to everyone, crushed the return stone, and vanished from the spot. Xiaogu is really something, so suave even when leaving, Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, then grabbed Miwon's hand and crushed the return stone. Little did he know, holding onto a teammate's hand could save a usage of the return stone. In the next moment, the three appeared at the teleportation array in the base city. They then walked together towards Qingfeng Academy. However, after just a few steps, they were stopped by a young knight in armor. Miwon, what a coincidence. I was just about to head out for a mission. The knight, Dong Hao, smiled as he approached Miwon. However, when he saw Miwon standing close to two boys, his expression suddenly darkened. The young knight's name was Dong Hao. He was a soul knight, a very powerful class. He was the captain of the 4th Regiment of the High Mountain Academy Legion and the second son of the Dong family in Jiangzhou. He had achieved a commendable 23rd place in the national competition 2 years ago and was well known on the talented list. Originally, he could have entered a higher-level combat academy, but High Mountain Academy kept him on as captain. Miwon was the daughter of the Mi family in Jiangzhou. In order to collaborate with the Dong family, the two families planned a marriage alliance. Although they were not yet engaged, there was a verbal agreement. Seeing Miwon standing close to two boys made him feel displeased. Who is he? Dong Hao glared at Li Chen with a hostile look. This student looked handsome. Could he be pursuing Miwon? Li Chen? What's going on? Why is he looking at me? He is my captain. Is there a problem? Miwon replied irritably. She had known Dong Hao since childhood but only regarded him as an older brother. Recently, upon learning that her family intended for her to marry Dong Hao, she developed a sense of resistance. Captain? No problem then. Dong Hao knew that team formations didn't distinguish between genders, so it was indeed hard to say anything. Let me introduce myself. I am the captain of the 4th Regiment of the High Mountain Legion. He walked towards Li Chen and said in a commanding tone, Kid, even though you are from Qingfeng Academy, you need to remember that Miwon is not someone you can pursue. Your statuses are worlds apart. keep your distance, understand? Li Chen was slightly taken aback but quickly grasped the situation. This man was probably the one arranged for a marriage alliance with me when by her family. However, with that tone, Li Chen wouldn't let it slide. Li Chen replied, I am the captain, and he is a team member. She is a priest. Should I keep my distance from him? Are you saying that when monsters attack, I shouldn't protect her? You dare! Dong Hao didn't expect this kid to talk back to him, the captain, and immediately shouted in anger, if she loses even a single hair, you're dead. Zhang Xiaohua, still unclear about the situation, stepped forward, Me One, I'll protect you. Who the hell are you to meddle? Dong Hao frowned slightly. The atmosphere between them instantly became tense. A crowd of students quickly gathered around to watch the commotion. Dong Hao's brow twitched. He was a Legion commander, and now 2 first-year freshmen had the audacity to challenge his authority. How could he endure this? You two are looking for death. Suddenly, a wave of soul pressure descended. This was a special skill, a mental attack technique. Of course, Dong Hao did not use his full strength, otherwise, it would be bad if someone got killed. He only applied a slight punishment to establish his authority and make them recognize the gap in their strength. The soul pressure came crashing down like a mountain. Zhang Xiaohua immediately lost his balance, knelt on the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of skill is this? Li Chen felt as if he had fallen into the deep sea, with immense pressure from all directions, rendering him completely immobile. Fortunately, his mental strength and physique were both high, so he managed to withstand it and did not end up injured like Zhang Xiaohua. Dong Hao, what are you doing? Miwen shouted angrily, this is the Legion base. You use combat skills on your classmates, aren't you afraid of punishment? Ha! Dong Hao sneered, let them know what real strength is. 2 inexperienced kids dare to talk back to me. They really don't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. As a Legion commander, his status allowed him to disregard many rules. As long as he didn't cause a death, who could say anything to him? What's going on over there? It's Dong Hao, the commander of the 4th Legion, clashing with some students. I heard it's a love dispute, big news. The crowd of onlookers grew larger. What was happening? Why was the commander attacking students? Soon, many recognized the identities of a few individuals. Oh my, isn't that our school's first-year genius Li Chen? Li Chun from Qingfeng Academy? The top scholar of Jiangzhou this year? Yeah, he's from our academy, really impressive. Defeated a soldier barehanded. I didn't expect him to be in such a predicament now, unable to move at all. Aren't you stating the obvious? How could a first-year freshman compete against a commander of such a high level? Truly Li Xiao, so arrogant, as if he took on an S-level task for first years. It's Xiaoyao, have you not figured it out? Who cares, it's just the 3 of them, and they took on an S-level task. But they probably kicked a steel plate. How did they offend the commander? The crowd of onlookers continued to grow, whispering among themselves. Among them were many of Li Chen's former classmates, like Deng Yuanjie and Feng Ro. Naturally, Dong Hao overheard these conversations. He paused slightly and looked at Miwen, saying, your team took on an S-level task for first years, and the task location is Fenghan Ice Soul? So what? Miwen replied angrily, quickly lift the skill, you're violating the law. Among professionals, using skills to harm each other was against the law. Dong Hao paid no attention to Miwen. Instead, he turned to Li Chen and said, give up that task. The task location had already changed. The mother bug of the nebula nest was in that position, but he did not report the update to the base, nor could he disclose it. Dong Hao maintained a high and mighty posture, continuously using his skill to suppress Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua, teaching them a lesson. Miwen shouted, Dong Hao, are you listening to me? Let go, or I'll take action against you. Dark healing technique. Miwen cast a healing spell on Dong Hao to inflict damage, but this amount of damage was negligible for a high-level knight. Dong Hao looked at Li Chen and said, did you hear that, kid? Li Chen laughed, you say to give up, so I should just give up? Who do you think you are? Although Li Chen couldn't move, the other party clearly wasn't using full strength. They certainly didn't expect that Li Chen was equipped with a level 60 legendary item and 9 rings, with a mental point as high as 569. At this moment, the C1 clay dragon he had secretly released had already burrowed underground and suddenly emerged, wrapping around Dong Hao's feet. Legion commander, be careful, there's a clay bomb under your feet. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. It was Fang Ruru, who was currently in another academy but happened to be in this secret realm as well, and she was delighted to see Li Chen in trouble. At the same time, she was aware of Li Chen's methods, so she was very attentive and was the first to spot the clay dragon breaking through the ground. Dong Hao, alerted, quickly looked down and indeed found something. 2 white, large worm-like creatures were about to entangle him. He immediately jumped up, and the clay dragon followed closely behind. However, with this warning, it was no longer so easy for the C1 clay dragon to wrap around Dong Hao's feet. it could only take advantage of the distance before it widened. Crack! Li Chen detonated the C1 clay dragon in advance. Boom! Boom! The two clay dragons exploded, and a tremendous sound echoed, shaking the air. Although Dong Hao dodged this attack, he was still pushed back by the shockwave. As a result, that mental control skill was lifted. I'll fight you. Once Zhang Xiaohua was able to move, she charged at the opponent, looking for death. Dong Hao used his soul control skill again, and the pressure came crashing down, regaining control. Crack! But Li Chen's flying bird appeared in front of Dong Hao at some point and detonated again. Although it didn't cause much damage, Dong Hao was interrupted once more. My goodness, what a miraculous technique! Is this really a first-year student? The onlookers were instantly astonished. It was too exaggerated. This was just a first-year student, yet he seemed capable of exchanging blows with a Legion commander. Very well, you've touched my reverse scale. Dong Hao was thoroughly enraged and planned to use his true strength. Everyone couldn't help but sweat for Li Chen. He had completely provoked the other party. How could a first-year student possibly be a match for a serious Legion commander? Then let me see how powerful your Dawn University commander's reverse scale is. At that moment, another group of people appeared, striding over. These people were also Legion warriors, each wearing the emblem of Qingfeng Academy on their chests. It turned out that a student from Qingfeng Academy had reported the situation here. The 4th Regiment commander of the Qingfeng Legion, Sikong Jun, received the news and rushed over immediately. No matter who was being bullied, how could they sit idly by when their own academy students were being harassed by another academy's legion? The situation on the scene changed instantly. The Gaoshan Legion and the Qingfeng Legion both brought people and confronted each other. Sikong Jun, do you dare to stop me? Dong Hao glared angrily and said coldly. With so many students present, being made to look so foolish by two freshmen, where would he put his face as a commander when he went out later? Why wouldn't I dare? Sikong Jun, the 4th Regiment commander of the Qingfeng Legion, shouted, as a Legion warrior, you actually laid hands on a student and even used skills to bully our Qingfeng Academy students, treating us like soft persimmons? As soon as he finished speaking, the Legion warriors from Qingfeng Academy stepped forward one by one. To be honest, Li Chen felt a bit moved. He didn't know Sikong Jun, yet the other party came out to speak for him. If you dare to bully our Qingfeng Academy students, then let's fight. Sikong Jun, we still have an account to settle from last time. You're quite bold, coming to my door. Come on, brothers, let's go. Who's afraid of who? The two commanders instantly clashed, and their teammates were all aggressive. But it was impossible for them to actually fight. Both sides had their reservations. At this moment, staff members from the Legion base came over and shouted, "What are you doing? Is this a place for you to fight? Whoever dares to act will face a military tribunal." Of course, this was a threat meant for the students present. When the state needs personnel, those at the level of Legion commander, as long as they don't make serious mistakes, will generally only receive verbal education and warnings. Seeing this situation, Dong Hao's teammates hesitated. They didn't want everyone to be punished because of Dong Hao alone. "Commander, why don't we just let it go?" One teammate persuaded Dong Hao. "If it really escalates, then the mother bug." Another teammate agreed, "Yeah, Commander, the priority now is to get that fission skill book to enhance your soul skills. By then, we won't have to fear Sikong Jun." Dong Hao thought for a moment and felt the same way. There was no need to waste time here. The skill book was crucial. For warriors at their level 40 stage, the equipment was honestly quite similar. Each piece of equipment was crafted with a lot of time spent gathering materials, meticulously forged by artisans, and it was hard to improve further. What they lacked was skills. A good skill was too important. The fission effect was exactly the skill Dong Hao, as a soul knight, needed. After weighing it all, Dong Hao declared, "Sikong Jun, I can't be bothered to waste time with you today. Next time at the Legion competition, I will defeat you myself." Sikong Jun chuckled, "Don't speak too confidently." "Humph." Dong Hao snorted, then waved his hand and led his teammates away, with about 5 teams following him toward the teleportation array. Before leaving, he shot a fierce glare at Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua. "I will remember you." In the next moment, the 5 teams vanished into the teleportation array. The farce came to an end. "Thank you, Commander," Li Chen said to the commander of the 4th Legion, Sikong Jun. He was grateful for the rescue today, otherwise, it would have been a big loss. "It's a small matter," Sikong Jun smiled and said, "I've heard of you, the top student from Jiangzhou this year, using clay bombs. I saw it just now, indeed impressive, the future looks bright. But don't be too proud, compared to real professionals, your methods still lack a bit. The road ahead is long, keep it up, young man." Li Chen nodded. "Yes, thank you for the guidance." Sikong Jun smiled friendly at Li Chen. Then he turned and left, stepping into the teleportation array with his teammates. Let's go back to the academy and rest. Li Chen watched Si Kong Jun leave, then turned to leave as well. On the way, Li Chen glanced at Fong Ruru. It was she who had just reminded Dong Hao. This woman was really hard to deal with. He would have to teach her a lesson when the opportunity arose. Right now, the entire academy had moved to the base in the secret realm. Naturally, they could return to the academy. However, there were very few people in the academy now. Most were out in the secret realm fighting monsters. I'm sorry. Miwen felt very guilty. She hadn't expected Dong Hao to be this kind of person. As a result, her dislike for Dong Hao increased. It's fine, we're on the same team, Li Chen said with a smile, appearing indifferent. A good team would stick together until graduation, compete in national contests, and even enter advanced academies, becoming a highly synchronized group. Li Chen wanted to build such a team, and now the chemistry among the three was already beginning to show. Yes, we're on the same team, Miwen nodded vigorously. After that, they parted ways, with Miwen heading back to her dorm to rest. Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua returned to the villa to rest. Although the potions made by the alchemist could replenish stamina and mental energy, people do get fatigued. They had been fighting monsters in the wild for 2 days and nights. If they didn't get a good sleep, they would enter a state of fatigue, and their mental energy would quickly decline. Moreover, Li Chen also needed to take this time to think about how to deal with the mother bug boss. Li Chen lay on the bed, resting while contemplating. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with a good solution. That swarm of insects was indeed far beyond their capabilities. No, there must be a way. As long as our thoughts don't decline, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Li Chen shook his head, dismissing the idea of being unable to clear the level, and continued to think. Half an hour later, he finally had a glimmer of an idea. Capture the thief first, capture the king. If we can lure those swarms away and enter through the passage dug out by the wolf pack, directly kill the mother insect boss, and then use the return stone to leave, that might work. As for the mother insect boss, I have C2 tadpole bombs. I wonder if that can take it down. Lost in thought, Li Chen unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, after a night of rest, Li Chen felt refreshed. His mind was clearer as well. Soon, he realized that his plan from yesterday still had some drawbacks. The most critical step was that he didn't have a bomb powerful enough to deal with the boss. If that wasn't resolved, no matter how good the previous plan was, it would be useless. An email? Suddenly, Li Chen noticed a message on his panel. He opened it to find it was from Lin Wanqing. Sunny day, you should be outside the secret realm base, so I can't contact you. I have an urgent situation and need to go out to carry out an important mission for about 3 months. Once I enter, I won't be able to contact you. Unfortunately, I don't have more of your clay bombs, but I managed to get a batch of C2 explosive powder from someone else, so I'll trade it to you first. When I come back, just give me an equivalent amount of clay bombs. Email extractable, C2 explosive powder *300. My sunny day sister, you finally delivered the crucial supplies. This is truly a timely help. Li Chen was so happy he almost jumped out of bed. C2 explosive powder *300. He would need to pay her 300 gold coins. He sold his C2 clay tadpoles to her for 6 gold coins, with a cost of 2 packs of explosive powder. Spending C2 explosive powder *100 would cover the 300 gold coin cost. The remaining C2 explosive powder *200 would be his. He could use it himself or continue making clay bombs to sell to Sunny Day, earning 600 gold coins. But he certainly didn't need to earn that much. He would keep some for himself. Moreover, Lin Wanqing said she was going on a mission and wouldn't be back for 3 months, so there would be no way to contact her. This meant he could overdraw and use the 300 packs of explosive powder for himself. Got it. Li Chen furrowed his brow, formulating a better plan in his mind. Li Chen's small team of 3 gathered at the school gate. Captain, what's the plan? First, we level up. After last night's contemplation, Li Chen felt that the reason it seemed so difficult was mainly because the 3 of them were too low in level. Therefore, it felt like they were facing numerous challenges. If they could reach level 20, many problems would be easily resolved, and they would find more solutions. After advancing to level 20, they would gain advanced skills, significantly increasing everyone's strength. I think so too. Miwen nodded in agreement with Li Chen's view. They had fallen into a misunderstanding, thinking that since they had received an S-level mission, they should complete the S-level task first. In fact, that was unnecessary. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Exactly, the task deadline is a month, so there's no need to rush. Li Chen smiled and said, as long as we spend a few days leveling up to 20, it will be much easier to deal with that mother insect. Miwen looked surprised. Captain, did I hear you right? Leveling up to 20 in just a few days? That's impossible. Generally speaking, During these 3 months of Secret Realm training, most students can reach level 20, but you say in just a few days. That's too difficult. Indeed, it is difficult. Li Chen smiled slightly and said strategically, but it shouldn't be too hard now. Do you remember what happened yesterday? As soon as he finished speaking, both of their eyes brightened slightly. You mean? Miwen seemed to have guessed Li Chen's thoughts. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, looked confused and said, what exactly is the plan? I'm dying to know. Do you remember that day? The wolf pack. Li Chen began. There should be about 1,000 ice soul wolves gathered together, trying to eliminate those ice-swallowing insects, and we obtained 2 pieces of information from that. Zhang Xiaohua asked, what are the 2 pieces of information? Li Chen replied, the first piece of information is that the mother insect behind these ice-swallowing insects must have just arrived at the ice soul region, otherwise, the wolf pack would have been wiped out long ago. Therefore, I speculate that we just happened to witness their first conflict. I see. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Li Chen continued, the second piece of information, according to the mission display, is that this area has 3 types of monsters, ice soul wolves, ice soul bears, and ice soul demon kings. The ice soul demon king is a boss, but let's not talk about that for now. Besides that, there should also be a large group of ice soul bears. Zhang Xiaohua asked, so what? Li Chen smiled and said, as long as we find a way to gather the ice soul bears together and lure them into the traps I've set up in advance, then hit them with a big attack, we might just level up to 20. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes widened in amazement. This is brilliant. Brother Xiao definitely wants to create a massive explosion, right? That's right. Just as you think. Li Chen smiled and said, to set up such a large-scale explosion, I need time, and it can only be done in a certain area, so the monsters must be very concentrated. Miwen frowned slightly and said, but the key point is this, how can we get the ice soul bears to gather as closely as the last wolf tide? That's a big problem. Relying on manpower to lure them won't work. Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Yes, I can lure 5 monsters, but if you ask me to lure 500, that's like sending me to my death. Brother Xiao, you don't want to see your brother die, right? Of course not. Li Chen shot Zhang Xiaohua a glance. If you die, who will be the meat shield in the future? He. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his head. Look, what is this? Li Chen took out something from his backpack, about the thickness of an arm and half a meter long, with a round mouth and rows of sharp teeth, its body resembling a worm, a creamy yellow with gray spots. It was none other than the ice-swallowing insect. Li Chen had made it overnight, lifelike, and even used colored pens to paint it creamy yellow and highlight the gray spots, making it look just like an ice-swallowing insect. Zhang Xiaohua was startled. What the heck, is this an ice-swallowing insect? You kept one? Not just one. Li Chen pulled out another one. More? Zhang Xiaohua was astonished. How can your backpack hold monsters? What a fool. Miwen shot a glance at Zhang Xiaohua. This isn't a real ice-swallowing insect. It's made of clay by the captain, right, Captain? Miwen was much smarter, catching on quickly. That's right. Li Chen nodded. The reason the wolf pack gathered was due to the Wolf King's call. The Wolf King is also intelligent and understands that these insects will devour them, so they will eventually be eaten away, which is why they gathered to deal with the insects. If we make good use of this, we can gather the bear pack together and eliminate them. If the bear pack is devoured by the insects, those insects will become stronger, making them even harder to deal with later. So, we first deal with the bear pack. This way, we can level up and prevent the insects from becoming stronger, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After hearing Li Chen's plan, Zhang Xiaohua was completely impressed. Other professional monsters have to be fought one by one. Too many monsters can be deadly. Only Li Chen, with his life profession, can play like this. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed excitedly, let's go, set off. Li Chen replied, wait, let's clear out the materials on us first. There's too much. As a life profession, Li Chen's backpack not only had to hold clay and explosive powder but also various clay bombs. Plus, there were all sorts of messy materials dropped from monsters these days. With a 30-slot backpack, it was almost full. So, the 3 of them first went to the selling shop in the Academy's shopping building. They sold all the materials and junk equipment they had collected from monster hunting. They made 6,000 copper coins. The 3 split it evenly, each getting 2,000 copper coins. The main highlight was the 120 energy crystals. After handing them in, they received 12 credits, which they also split, giving each of them 4 credits. Li Chen's current credits, 10384. I remember this competition's project is the quantity of energy crystal materials. The top 3 can earn team points and additional rewards. Let's check the school playground. We should be ranked first now. right? Zhang Xiaohua suggested, and the three headed to the playground. There was a large screen on the playground displaying the points of each first-year team. 1. Void Team, Captain Han Ling, 660 energy crystals. 2. Ruthless Team, Captain Yin Nanbao, 390 energy crystals. 3. Wind and Cloud Team, Captain Lepu, 370 energy crystals. 4. Moongazing Team, Captain Huang Han, 260 energy crystals. 12. Art Team, Captain Li Chen, 120 energy crystals. What the hell? What's going on? We're not even ranked first? Zhang Xiaohua was a bit surprised when she saw the ranking. Their team's monster hunting speed had been quite fast. In just a few days, the Void Team had actually collected 660 energy crystals, ranking at the top, leaving the second place behind by more than 200. Even the Iron Fist warrior Han Xiaoqi's team was ahead of them. Li Chen was also slightly surprised, then said, "They're all top 10 students from various places. How much difference can there be? Plus, the Void Team is very strong. They must all be students who are about to advance to the second year." The three were watching the rankings when, coincidentally, Han Ling's team was also on the playground. Captain Han Ling walked over with a smile. "Oh, so this is the famous art team, huh? Not doing so well, only ranked 12th. Zhang Yu crossed his arms and laughed. "I heard you took an S-level mission. You must be dumbfounded, right? One mission has you stuck. We just finished a B-level mission and are about to head out for the second one. Our credits are rising fast." After he spoke, the other team members laughed mockingly. The Void Team established by Han Ling was indeed very strong. They used some method to level up to level 15 in just 2 days and completed the B-level mission, ranking first in energy crystals. "Sorry." Li Chen smiled slightly, shaking his student card. "I earned over 10,000 credits on the first day of school. I don't even know how to spend it. Sigh, I can't spend it all. It's impossible to spend it all." 10,000 credits, a score that ordinary students would take 3 years to earn. Even if they took missions quickly, it was impossible to reach that score in this 3-month secret realm training, not even a tenth of it. Han Ling, Zhang Yu, the faces of the two instantly turned the color of pig liver. It was simply heart-wrenching. Han Ling said irritably that 10,000 credits of yours was plundered from the points allocated to all students by the academy. How can you still have the nerve to say that? Every time this was mentioned, everyone was very upset. The 10,000 points were originally a benefit meant for everyone, but they were all taken by Li Chen alone. Zhang Yu chuckled. "Anyway, you guys are bound to lose this time. In this energy crystal points competition, our Void Team has secured the first place. You have no chance." "Oh." Li Chen lazily waved his hand, dismissing the comment, and left with his teammates. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. They won't be laughing for long. As long as that plan succeeded, first place was guaranteed. Seeing the art team leave gracefully, the members of the Void Team gritted their teeth in anger. They shouldn't keep bringing up the past when they started with 10,000 points. How infuriating. Not long after, Li Chen and his two companions stepped into the teleportation portal, arriving at the Ice and Snow Prairie teleportation point No. 18. As the scenery changed, they found themselves in the icy expanse. What's going on? The three of them suddenly froze in place. What was happening? The situation before them seemed problematic. This Ice and Snow Prairie No. 18 was unusually crowded today. A few days ago when they came, they hadn't seen a single person along the way. But today, there were so many people, at least 300 by their estimate. In the distance, there were likely even more. Farther away, many freelance teams were battling monsters, including students from various schools, though their numbers were few, along with some other individuals. "Wow, there are foreigners over there, blonde and blue-eyed." Zhang Xiaohua pointed to the distance where a team was fighting a frosty white python. The members of that team clearly had different skin tones from the Dragon Kingdom people. One of the female mages was particularly beautiful, with fair skin and light yellow hair that swayed like willow branches in the wind. She was tall and well-proportioned, even taller than Mi Wen. "Those are people from the Bear Kingdom," Li Chen said with a smile. "They are a friendly nation in the same region as us. Didn't the principal say we should be polite to friendly nations? Let's go over and say hello." Zhang Xiaohua replied, "You just think they're pretty." Li Chen retorted, "Come on, you don't understand anything. We're going to gather intelligence." The three of them walked towards the foreign team. As they approached, the team noticed Li Chen and his companions. "Hello," Li Chen greeted with a friendly smile and waved. "Hello," the blonde, blue-eyed captain waved back with a smile, indicating friendliness. The Huaxia region is primarily composed of the Dragon Kingdom, and people from the Bear Kingdom learn the Dragon Kingdom's language from a young age, gradually showing signs of assimilation. Many children there are almost losing their native language. Aside from the difference in skin color, there's no barrier to communication. It was clear they were also students from an academy, wearing their school badges on their chests. Li Chen curiously asked, "Your teleportation point must be far from here. how did you end up here? Don't you know? The blonde captain hesitated. He was unsure whether to share the information about this place with the team. However, the beautiful girl beside him smiled sweetly and said, actually, there's nothing to hide. There are so many people here already. What's the difference with one or two more teams? Besides, this is their territory. Li Chen laughed. Long live friendship. This was Li Chen's little scheme. Asking those Dragon Kingdom people might not yield any information. On the contrary, these foreigners might be a bit more cautious since they were on someone else's turf. The pretty long-haired girl smiled. We actually found a treasure map while farming monsters, and the coordinates of the treasure map are right here. In 3 days, a treasure monster will appear here. We spent a month getting here. Who would have thought so many people would come for this treasure coordinate? Li Chen nodded. I see. Treasure monsters often randomly appear in the secret realm world. These treasure monsters are divided into gold coin treasure monsters, equipment treasure monsters, and skill treasure monsters. The gold coin treasure monster drops gold coins directly when defeated, until it is killed. The other two types yield equipment and skills upon defeat. Knowing the coordinates of these treasure monsters relies on treasure maps. Any monster in the secret realm has a certain chance of dropping a treasure map. Treasure monsters are also classified by level. Lower level ones have a low drop rate, possibly yielding only 1 or 2 maps. The coordinates are known to just 1 or 2 people. Higher level treasure monsters have a higher drop rate for treasure maps, thus attracting more people. From the current situation, it seems that this treasure monster is not of low level. This is also why the girl from the bear country is willing to share this information. With so many people already here, it doesn't matter if 3 more know. Thank you for sharing such important news, Li Chen said with a grateful expression. May the friendship between our two countries last forever. The pretty girl smiled and replied, yes, may the friendship between our two countries last forever. Very official, very polite. This was Li Chen's first interaction with a foreigner. Soon, the two teams parted ways. The 3 of them headed towards the direction of the wind chill ice soul. The continuous snow-capped mountains and glaciers were covered with a thick layer of ice, crystal clear, resembling enormous crystals. Between the glaciers, deep ice cracks could occasionally be seen, like scars on the earth. On the ice surface, icicles and ice cones of varying sizes were scattered. It was hard to imagine how massive this lake was before it was completely frozen. Upon re-entering the wind chill ice soul, a bone-chilling cold swept over them. So, does this mean our previous guesses were all wrong? Miwon pondered for a long time before speaking. They had originally thought those people were here to hunt the bosses that escaped from the battlefield. Now it seemed they were just here to fight treasure monsters. It was a complete misunderstanding. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, our guess wasn't wrong. It should be a case of mistaken identity. There are still mother bugs here, and bosses that escaped from the main area. After all, if they were monsters from here, they would have wiped out the wolf pack long ago, wouldn't they? That's true, the two agreed. Zhang Xiaohua then asked, so, are we going to fight the treasure monsters? Li Chen smiled and said, of course we will, but we still have 3 days. Let's stick to the plan and level up first. Now that they had this information, there was no reason not to go. However, the current priority was to deal with the Ice Soul Bear Beast pack and level up. It would be even better if they could find the Ice Soul Demon King and take care of it. Captain, let's take a detour. We already know the location of the Mother Bug boss. As long as we avoid that area, there shouldn't be any major danger. Miwon pointed to the map and traced a route with her finger. This route almost circled around the perimeter of this stronghold. Alright, let's do that. Miwon, your command skills are getting better. Li Chen nodded in agreement. The 3 then proceeded according to the plan. If any danger arose, they could immediately retreat from this large ice lake. If they weren't mistaken, the ice-swallowing worm could only drill through glaciers using its ice drilling skill and couldn't burrow into the ground, so if they escaped the glacier's range, the danger would be minimal. Oh, there are people here too. While detouring according to the map, Li Chen suddenly noticed the presence of other small teams. Miwen, investigate and see what those people are up to. Okay. The two immediately used their combined technique, Clay Bird plus Mind Light. The bird flew towards those people, circling above them. No one paid attention to the little white bird that appeared in the sky. After gathering enough information, Miwen dispersed the Mind Light. Captain, it's not just one team. There are several 5-person teams here, and judging by their equipment, they should all be third-year students. They seem to be looking for something, and besides that, they all had a common characteristic. What characteristic? Li Chen asked. They are all from Gaoshan Academy, Miwen said. Gaoshan Academy? Just hearing that name makes me furious, Zhang Xiaohua said. He recalled the pain of being suppressed by the commander of the Gaoshan Legion, Dong Hao. How detestable. Once he became stronger, he would definitely seek revenge. That's strange, Li Chen mused. There was only one mission at this location in the mission center, right? Why were there so many third-year students from Gaoshan Academy here? So, Miwon analyzed, they are still here to look for the motherworm. Apart from that, there's no other reason to come here. Li Chen looked in that direction and smiled. The guess is not wrong. Gaoshan Academy, well, having them here will help us draw fire, so we can execute the plan with peace of mind. This is the S-level mission location, Wind Cold Ice Soul. On the ice surface, one of the teams from Gaoshan Academy was walking across the ice. The motherworm is hidden too deep. Where could it be? I don't know, let's search. Hey, Hwayu team, you're here too, let's search together. As they spoke, the two teams ran into each other and agreed to search together. The members of the two teams began chatting with each other. The reward credits for this mission aren't much, but why is it classified as an S-level mission? I heard that the motherworm has a chance to drop a skill book called Fission. The commander of the 4th Legion is determined to get this book. If we obtain this book and submit it to the academy, we can get 100,000 credits. That 100,000 credits is out of Commander Dong Hao's own pocket. A Fission skill book? I've never heard of it. This is the first time I've heard of it. It's a brand new skill book. But 100,000 points, that's too expensive. Even legendary skill books are priced like that. Just a reinforcement skill book, is it really necessary? Yeah, after clearing this world's secret realm, the country with the highest contribution will get this dungeon, and it can be farmed repeatedly. It won't drop that much. Yes, after all, it's not a legendary skill book, although it's a reinforcement skill book, it's just of ordinary level. You don't understand. The Legion Grand Competition is coming up soon. The 4th Legion commander wants to achieve good results this time. This skill book should be very beneficial for him. The two teams chatted as they walked. Suddenly, a teammate noticed something was off. Brothers, be careful, there's a monster on the ground. A swallowing iceworm emerged from the ground and charged at the group. Damn, it's a subterranean creature. No wonder we couldn't find it. A ranger immediately knocked an arrow and shot. A single normal attack hit perfectly. 800 The arrow pinned the swallowing ice worm to the ground, killing it instantly. The level 35 ranger was somewhat surprised and muttered, "What the heck? Just a level 5 trash monster?" Another teammate laughed, "If it's just this level, then we can kill as many as we want. It's nothing to be afraid of." However, just as the two teams were feeling relaxed, suddenly, the ice surface beneath their feet crumbled into powder. What's going on? Two teammates in the back, a mage and a priest, fell directly into a large pit. It turned out that the swallowing iceworm had dug a big hole underground as a trap. The ice layer above was also devoured, causing people to fall down. In the pit, there were swarms of swallowing iceworms, frantically tearing at the two. 1111. The mage sensed something was wrong as his health kept dropping. He immediately cast shield, a blue shield appearing around him. Under the protection of this skill, he could use mental power to replace the loss of life force. The fallen priest immediately cast a healing spell on himself. Logically, level 5 monsters shouldn't be able to break through the defenses of a level 35 character, but the damage caused by these ice-eating worms was actually real damage. Although the damage was minimal, the sheer number of these worms was astonishing, like maggots in a cesspool, countless and uncountable. They were losing health at a rate of 100 per second. However, being a level 35 professional with top-tier equipment, even the fragile mage and priest had health exceeding 3,500. Not to mention, both had defensive skills. It's fine, we can hold on. Let's jump out first. The two teammates who had fallen into the pit prepared to leap up, but something strange happened. The bodies of the ice-eating worms rapidly swelled, increasing their damage, devouring some magic, and soon evolved a new skill that inflicted bleeding and freezing effects, rendering the two professionals immobile. Even more dangerously, the ice layer beneath them was being consumed rapidly. The depth of the ice cave was increasing, and they were getting further from the surface. The two mages also felt that something was increasingly wrong. Quick, save them! The teammates above continuously cast spells, instantly killing these worms. But the worms seemed endless. For every batch they killed, another would come. This made the teammates above too afraid to jump down to rescue them. They could only provide cover fire from above. "Help me!" The voices of the two grew fainter, eventually sounding as if they had fallen into an abyss. "Oh no! Quick, call for help!" A green flare shot into the sky, bursting into brilliant light. This was a signal flare from the Mountain Academy, used to call teammates to form a large group. In broad daylight, who is setting off fireworks? Is there some celebration? In a certain place in the cold wind, Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the sky. Li Chen was speechless. "Have you ever seen anyone set off green fireworks for a celebration?" Zhang Xiaohua replied, "Could it be green?" Li Chen. Miwon said, "That's a signal flare, used to form a large group. When a single team can't handle a powerful boss, they will form a larger group. Students from the second year and above at the academy have these signal flares. However, once a large group is formed, it can involve dozens of people, making loot distribution difficult. Therefore, the loot obtained must be sold, and the profits distributed based on team contribution. Zhang Xiaohua said, "So, that mother worm boss was discovered by those Mountain Academy students?" Li Chen shook his head. "No, the location of that signal flare is far from where we found the boss. They must have encountered a worm tide and then faced danger, sending out the signal flare for help." Zhang Xiaohua sighed, "I never expected those worm tides to be so powerful that even high-level third-year students need help. My goodness." Li Chen smiled. "Since they fired the signal flare, it means there are quite a few third-year students from the Mountain Academy here. They will go help, and that gives us our chance." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "What chance?" Li Chen replied, "This signal flare attracts firepower, gathering all the teams, and the path dug out by the wolf pack will go unnoticed. For the time being, the boss's presence won't be found, which reduces our obstacles, and we can work openly." Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, "Right. The worms are attracted, making it easier for us, and now we can focus on dealing with the bear pack. How wonderful." Li Chen also hadn't expected his luck to be this good. They were worried that while dealing with the bear pack, the ice-eating worms would interfere with their good fortune. But now that someone was drawing fire, the ice-eating worms wouldn't trouble them. These students from the Mountain Academy were like a timely rain, a living bodhisattva, helping them block the bullets with their lives. Li Chen said, "Let's get to work quickly." Zhang Xiaohua, "All right." The two of them took their pickaxes and began to dig into the ice layer. Sure enough, not a single bug discovered them during this time. This pickaxe is a tool used by professional miners. If it can break through hard mountains, it can certainly be used to dig through ice. According to Li Chen's plan, they would dig a large pit here, then use clay for support, and build a layer of ice over the pit with water, creating a trap. Once they attracted the bear pack over, they would break the ice layer, and all the bears would fall into the pit. Waiting for them would be the big explosion Li Chen had prepared. These ice spirit bears were level 25 monsters, difficult to deal with. So to solve them all at once, they had to use a special method. While digging, Li Chen laughed and said, "I call this move a large art exhibition, inviting these bears to participate. Digging and digging in a little garden, digging out a big pit to send you home." Zhang chuckled and said, "Xiao Ge, you're simply a genius, coming up with such a sinister tactic." Li Chen retorted, "You don't understand anything. This is called all's fair in war. I'll join too." Miwen took out a pickaxe and joined in. For ordinary people, digging a large pit in this hard ice surface, a pit 300 meters long and wide, and 10 meters deep, would be a pipe dream. But the three of them were professionals. It wasn't difficult, it just took time. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours passed. The three of them didn't stop at all. After 12 hours, they had dug a pit 300 meters long and wide, and 10 meters deep. It was about the size of 3 football fields and 3 stories high. "Wow, finally done digging, I'm exhausted." Zhang Xiaohua collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat. "Now we're comparable to excavators." Li Chen also sat on the ground, wiping the ice-cold sweat from his forehead. The main issue was that the broken ice blocks they dug out became a kind of waste material, useless ice blocks. This material could be directly stored in their backpacks and then destroyed. If it weren't for skipping the step of hauling away the ice blocks, it would have been very difficult to dig such a large pit in 12 hours. The time would have at least tripled. "You two take a break, I'll start setting up the trap." Li Chen tilted his head back and drank a bottle of sun water to replenish his stamina and mental energy. He then began to manually craft square clay bombs on site. Consumed white primary clay *5, primary explosive powder *5, crafting successful, obtain item. See 1 square clay bomb, creator Patrick Star, see 1 square clay bomb, detonation will cause medium damage. These square clay bombs are not firecrackers, they need to be detonated remotely. The shape is the easiest to mold into a square, consuming less mental energy and having great power. One uses 5 packs of explosive powder and can deal 5,000 damage to monsters. Since he couldn't detonate large bombs all at once, he arranged these square clay bombs in a matrix. By detonating just a few key points in the bomb matrix, all the bombs could be set off simultaneously. Therefore, these square clay bombs were suitable for traps. Li Chen said, "Once you're rested, start placing the traps, with each square clay bomb spaced 3 meters apart, up, down, left, and right." This was Li Chen's estimate. The power of 5 packs of explosive powder would cover an area of about 9 square meters, allowing for full fire coverage. "No problem, Captain." Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen quickly began to act. While others fought monsters head-on, their team spent time setting traps in advance. To be honest, Miwen and Zhang Xiaohua were a bit excited. "Everyone, the situation has changed." Li Chen suddenly spoke up. "What's wrong, Captain?" Zhang Xiaohua asked. Li Chen began to calculate. The area of this big pit is 90,000 square meters. According to this method, we need 10,000 bombs. I need to spend 5 packs of explosives for 150 copper coins, and 5 packs of clay for 20 copper coins, so the cost of 1 bomb is 170 copper coins, and for 10,000 bombs, the cost is 7 million copper coins, which is 1,700 gold coins. I can't bear this cost alone, can I? Wait. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly froze. So, we have to spend money to fight monsters? We need to spend 7 million copper coins? Oh my, 7 million copper coins. Even if we kill these ice spirit bears, we won't earn it back. Li Chen awkwardly smiled. What else? Should my materials just appear out of thin air? And I just realized that the materials I prepared are somewhat insufficient. Li Chen had exchanged his last 19 gold coins for materials yesterday. Now he found it was simply not enough. If it were normal monster hunting, he would have enough gold coins to spend. But if we play this kind of tricky strategy, the financial cost is indeed quite high. Zhang Xiaohua said, I only have 2 gold coins on me. How about? Forget it? This is too expensive, really not worth it. We can level up slowly by fighting monsters. Li Chen said, but the pit is already dug. Are we just going to waste our effort? Zhang Xiaohua, sigh, if we have to blame someone, let's blame our poverty. Just as the two were entangled in their dilemma, Miwen spoke up. Miwen smiled, it's okay, I'll cover this cost. If a problem can be solved with money, is it still a problem? Being able to level up quickly, this money is worth spending. Li Chen, I feel so embarrassed. There's no way around it. His financial backer, Lin Wanqing, was on a mission and couldn't be contacted for a short time. He could only take advantage of this little financier. The reason Li Chen only spoke halfway through was exactly this. Zhang Xiaohua leaned over and whispered, Xiao Good, you wouldn't be doing this on purpose, would you? Li Chen replied irritably, what do you mean on purpose? We're all on the same team, we are rice grains. Miwen chuckled, alright, you two stop acting. Just say it directly if you need money in the future, we still have some. Miwen was certainly not a foolish girl with too much money. She realized that following Li Chen would indeed allow for quick leveling up. So what was a little money? Li Chen, perspective, see, this is perspective. Zhang Xiaohua, I feel like I'm being kept. We need to go back to the base to buy materials first. Will this trap be discovered? Miwen suggested. How about we seal the top of the trap first? Li Chen nodded, this suggestion is good. Let's seal the top first, then leave a small hole, and we'll go out later. How do we seal the top? Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the huge 10-meter deep pit. How do we get out? I was prepared. Li Chen first took out 10 pillars, each 10 meters high, and stuck them vertically into the ground. Then he took out a 10-meter-long clay ladder, and the 3 of them climbed out one by one. After that, he took out a large object measuring 300 meters in length and width, and 2 centimeters thick, resembling a giant gypsum board, and laid it on top. Because of the 10 supporting pillars, it was still quite sturdy. One corner of the gypsum board had a hole for easy access later to continue setting up the trap. Next, Li Chen took out a bag of mineral water and poured it over the giant clay gypsum board. After a while, this water would freeze into ice, making it indistinguishable from an ice surface. These items were all prepared by Li Chen in advance. He had planned ahead. It was evident that when Li Chen spoke halfway through about not having enough materials, he indeed did not have enough, and he also lacked money. He was too embarrassed to ask Miwen for money, so he put on a little act. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was unaware of this. Miwen figured it out but pretended not to know. Alright, by the time we come back from the base, this water should be frozen. Then let's head back to the base first. The 3 took out their return stones. The base had a spire tower, and only there could they use the trading function. However, what they didn't know was that while Li Chen and the others were setting traps, a major incident was occurring. At the Legion base, in the conference room, 5 academy principals were seated, with the deputy commander in the main seat. Students from the Mountain Combat Academy had returned to report. 2 third-year students had died, and several teams had been injured and retreated. The news quickly reached the Legion base. Principal Bo, what you're doing isn't fair, said Li Changfeng, the principal of the Qingfeng Academy, who spoke first. The returning teams are all your Mountain Academy students, which indicates that you set up a task internally. Our Legion base has regulations that such tasks must be submitted to the task center for the training of all students. Principal Bao Yaxian of the Mountain Academy remained silent, feeling quite frustrated. He indeed had some selfish motives, but he hadn't expected the task to be this difficult. It was likely already at the 3rd-year SSS level, no, even harder than that. The other schools, seeing Bao Yaxian in a tough spot, couldn't help but gloat. Alright, this isn't the time to blame anyone. The key is to solve the problem, said the deputy commander of the Legion base. This Nebula Nest Mother Bug is just a simple level 30 boss, yet it has defeated over a dozen third-year teams. What exactly is going on here? Let's analyze it. The conference room fell into a slight silence. The nebula nest mother bug was indeed not strong. Why had it caused the deaths of 2 students? Even though split bugs were only level 5 monsters. It must be the terrain. It has to be the terrain, Li Changfeng, experienced, analyzed. According to the descriptions from the returning students, there used to be a large lake there, which later froze into glacial flatland. If a large number of monsters were once frozen in that lake, it would explain everything. As soon as he said this, the other principals nodded in agreement. What Principal Li said is very true. This possibility is quite high. The monsters in the lake were frozen, and then consumed by the mother bug, allowing it to continuously split and produce ice-swallowing bugs. Look, this map is very large, indicating that the lake was once vast. If that's the case, the number of small ice-swallowing bugs produced could reach a terrifying number. When the number of ice-swallowing bugs reaches a terrifying level, qualitative changes will occur from quantitative changes. The deputy commander of the base slightly nodded. Principal Li's analysis is correct. It seems this task has exceeded the students' capabilities and needs to be handled by the Legion. However, Commander Zhang has already led the Academy's Legion to advance on the front lines and cannot spare any hands. But this place cannot be ignored. If any professionals accidentally enter, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. The overall progress of advancing into the secret realm world relies on the large Legion, the 5-army alliance. The scattered problems in the rear are generally solved by students, but the issue is that this mother bug has already surpassed the students' abilities, and the Legion is currently unable to spare any hands. Li Changfeng said, "We should update the task and let the students handle it. It counts as a form of training." Principal Liu of the Flowing Water Combat Academy said, "In terms of rating, this task's difficulty has already exceeded the third-year SSS level. No team can solve it alone. How can we issue this task?" "It's simple," Li Changfeng thought for a moment and said, "In fact, these small ice-swallowing bugs are only level 5 monsters. They aren't very strong. First-year students can handle them. It's just that there are a lot of them. So, we can issue a material collection task. The materials dropped by the ice-eating worms will be purchased at a high price within a limited time." As soon as this high-level material collection task was announced, countless students would surely choose to hunt ice-eating worms to make money, which would help resolve the insect tide problem. Principal Liu chuckled, "That's a good idea. With this, there are 15,000 students across the 5 academies in 3 grades. Even if 10,000 students go, it will create a crowd and solve the insect tide issue. As for who gets the nest motherworm, that will depend on their own abilities." Li Changfeng replied speechlessly, "Principal Liu, your analogy is quite clever." Principal Liu laughed heartily. The deputy base commander nodded. "All right, let's do it this way. I will arrange for someone to immediately release the task." The meeting is adjourned. The meeting concluded. The high-priced material collection task quickly reached the task center. A regional notification was sent out, urging students to pick up the task. The 5 principals left one after another, immediately issuing S-level tasks in their respective third-year classes, urging them to find ways to kill the nest motherworm, with extremely generous rewards. After all, everyone wanted to compete for the Fission Enhancement Skill Book. Soon, the entire military base was buzzing with excitement. Every professional's message panel received the regional message. Notification: the task center has updated new material tasks, which do not occupy task quotas. Students from all academies, please go to the base task center to pick up the tasks. Notification: the task center has updated new material tasks, which do not occupy task quotas. Students from all academies, please go to the base task center to pick up the tasks. As the notifications appeared, basically all the students resting at the base rushed towards the task center. At this moment, Niwen had already spent 200 gold coins to purchase materials and handed them over to Li Chen. She even gave an extra 30 gold coins worth of materials, which made Li Chen sigh, feeling grateful for having a family behind him. Many enhancement and life professions needed support from such families to rise. The 3 then went to a ramen shop to enjoy warm ramen. This warm ramen could slowly replenish stamina and provide a warming effect. After a while, the 3 received news from the base. The task center has a material task that doesn't occupy task quotas. Something's up. The tasks at the task center were assistance tasks provided by various legions, all small tasks meant for students to hone their skills. To prevent a single team from taking all the tasks, each small team could only take 1 task. Now that such an announcement was suddenly made, it surely indicated a major event. "Xiaohua, you and me will go to the task center and see what's going on. I'll stay here eating ramen and making clay bombs." "All right." Zhang Xiaohua immediately took Niwen to check the task center. 20 minutes later, they returned. "Xiao Ge, there really is something. Look at this task." After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua shared the task with the team. Legion Base 1 to 3 year task. Clear the Windchill Ice Soul base of the insect tide, task level, F level, kill monsters, ice-eating worm, monster level, level 5, task content. In the extremely cold land of the Windchill Ice Soul base, a large number of ice-eating worms have appeared. Eliminate the ice-eating worms to remove their threat to the surrounding areas. Task time limit, 1 month, task reward, submit 1 ice-eating worm's stomach pouch to receive 100 copper coins. Failure penalty, none. From the task description, this was a material collection task. Simply put, it was a money-making task. Killing a level 5 monster could earn 100 copper coins, which was practically giving away money. The true purpose of the task was probably not to obtain these worthless materials, but to encourage students to clear the insect tide. Oh, what a coincidence, it's right at the Windchill Ice Soul, and it's still about killing ice-eating worms, Li Chen said in surprise after reading the task details. Isn't that right? I was puzzled at the time, but later I found out. Zhang Xiaohua whispered, I heard that 2 third-year students from Gashan Academy died, and many others from different teams were injured. It must have alarmed the base, which is why they issued this material collection task. Wow, that's intense. Li Chen was also surprised. Third-year students are probably all level 35 by now, with excellent equipment and skills, yet they still fell to the tide of swallowing ice insects. It seems that last time everyone returned safely from there, they really escaped with their lives. Then let's set off too, Li Chen said as he stood up. Are we going to hunt swallowing ice insects? Zhang Xiaohua asked. Li Chen stated, no, first we'll farm ice spirit bears. Swallowing ice insects seem like they can earn some money, but it's unnecessary. The real value lies in the mother insects behind them. Let's level up first, get a set of level 20 equipment, and then see if we have a chance to kill the mother insect. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Xiaogu, you're absolutely right. The 3 of them quickly reached an agreement and set off immediately. They entered the teleportation array. They arrived again at Ice and Snow Prairie No. 18. This time, the Ice and Snow Prairie was even more lively. There were already many professionals waiting here for treasure monster bosses. Now countless students appeared, making the crowd even larger. Fortunately, they all hurried towards the Windchill Ice Spirit stronghold, not noticing anything unusual. Wow, there are so many people, it feels like there are thousands. Almost all the informed students from 3 grades of 5 academies are here. Especially the first-year students, most of them came to make money. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. Not every student had a way to make money like him, or came from a wealthy family like me. They all relied on themselves to earn. Most of the first-year teams had leveled up to the range of 12 to 14, and Li Chen saw many classmates among them. Students from the 5 academies gathered here. It seemed everyone was secretly competing to see who could kill more swallowing ice insects. However, Li Chen did not follow the main group to hunt the swallowing ice insects. Finding an opportunity, the 3 of them sneaked away. They took a detour around the map and arrived at the trap setup location. The water above the trap had completely frozen, almost like an ice surface. If they hadn't marked it in advance, they wouldn't have found it. They crawled through a small hole into the bottom of the trap, and the 3 of them divided their tasks. 2 set up bombs while Li Chen continuously crafted bombs by hand. Swallowing ice insects are too low level, they don't add experience, let them fight among themselves. Li Chen looked at the trap gradually filling up and smiled slightly. It's time to give the ice spirit bears a little shock. After spending 5 hours, the clay bomb matrix was finally completed. At the bottom of the 90,000 square meter pit, 10,000 square clay bombs were neatly arranged. Once the monsters were attracted to the ice, they would detonate the supporting pillars of the ice surface, causing all the monsters to fall in. Then, Li Chen would detonate 20 bombs at specific locations within the bomb matrix to trigger all the bombs, creating a large-scale art exhibition. Done! Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands, placing the last bomb in the southeast corner. The 3 climbed the stairs back up and completely sealed the trap. Next, they needed to attract the ice spirit bears over. When they arrived, Li Chen noticed that there were no monsters in this nearby area, and further away was a glacial valley where the bear monsters might already be gathering. Captain, let's get started. No rush, sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of wood, my skill proficiency still needs a bit more. Saying this, Li Chen dropped 10 clay spider bombs and controlled them on the spot. Then, he detonated them. These clay spider bombs are small, consume little mental energy, are low cost, and improve proficiency quickly, making them the best items for enhancing skill proficiency. Clay manipulation proficiency plus 10, current clay manipulation proficiency 9800/10,000, remote detonation proficiency plus 10, current remote detonation proficiency 9800/10,000. Congratulations, Clay manipulation has reached ultimate. Clay manipulation, ultimate using mental power, controlling clay within a distance of 1000 meters. Congratulations, remote detonation has reached ultimate. Remote detonation, ultimate using mental power, controlling detonation within a distance of 1000 meters. After continuously using clay manipulation for this period, the skill proficiency finally reached the ultimate level. Li Chen said, "Alright, my clay manipulation has reached the ultimate level, and the control distance is now 1000 meters. We can start." Zhang Xiaohua was astonished. "Xiao Ge, it's only been a month since school started, and your skills are already at the ultimate level? That's too fast." Li Chen explained, "Because each clay spider I release counts as a proficiency gain, and I release 20 to 30 at a time, of course, it's fast. Plus, this is my only means of attack. After all, it's a life profession, unlike combat professions that have many skills to upgrade, so the speed naturally can't keep up. Rise. The saying goes, the higher you stand, the further you can see." Flapping, the birds flew into the sky, working with Miwen's mental light to begin the search. Miwen, due to insufficient mental power, could only control the bird's vision, while everything in front of her was a blur, letting Zhang Xiaohua guide her by the hand. This map was vast, and deeper in was a frozen plant cluster, with enormous floating plants in the water that looked like ice sculptures, and even the waves were solidified. It seemed as if this large lake had been frozen in an instant. After searching for about 10 minutes, they found the location of the ice valley. This ice valley appeared to be a massive stick that fell from the sky, cutting through the lake's surface, creating a low valley as the lake froze. Before setting traps, Li Chen noticed that some bear beasts were gathered here, so he speculated that this should be their gathering point. Sure enough, as Li Chen guessed, they encountered almost no monsters along the way. All the bear groups were concentrated in this ice valley. Above the ice valley, white birds quietly observed everything below. "It really is gathered in this valley," Miwen said upon seeing the scene below. "Captain, your guess was spot on." Li Chen smiled slightly, strategizing from within, winning from 1,000 miles away. "I just thought one step further." Miwen nodded slightly and continued to observe. Below the ice valley, the ice soul bear beasts were about 3 meters tall when lying down, extremely massive. There were densely packed, nearly 2,000 ice soul bear beasts. In addition, at the back, there were actually 1,000 ice soul wolf beasts. It seemed that many of the wolf beasts had not followed the Wolf King last time. This time, they must have fully realized the impending crisis. In front of these bear beasts and wolf beasts, there was a giant ice soul bear king, which should belong to the elite monsters. And at the very front, there was a gigantic monster standing 8 meters tall. This monster resembled a centaur, with the lower body of a horse and 4 legs, while its upper body held a large axe with a fierce expression, roaring as if saying something. All the other monsters were lying on the ground. Ice Soul Demon King. Miwen was slightly startled. She hadn't seen this creature last time, but the current situation was quite clear. The Ice Soul Demon King was the king of this generation, summoning all the monsters from the entire base, including the remaining wolf beasts. It seemed they wanted to completely deal with the ice worm. If they did not concentrate their strength, they would eventually be devoured by the ice worm. The mother worm would completely take control of this map and become the new king. Monsters would also fight among themselves. Great, isn't this exactly the task we need to accomplish? Li Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. This was excellent, so he decided to take them all at once. Captain, they should have gathered by now. The Ice Soul Demon King's roar must have given them orders to locate the mother worm. This is the perfect moment. Good, let's move. The three began to search for hiding spots, 1,000 meters away from the canyon, allowing for a controllable distance of 2,000 meters. If the distance wasn't sufficient, they would immediately move to the next hiding place. The hiding spots had already been set up by Li Chen when he arrived. They were glacier fortresses made of clay, which looked like ordinary glaciers unless examined closely. With that, Li Chen dropped 30 clay ice-eating worms to the ground. The ice-eating worms moved, lifelike, crawling towards the ice valley. Legion Base. Oh no, how did this S-rank mission end up with Li Chen? Ping Chuan, a teacher from Class 2 of the first year at Qingfeng Academy, was sweating anxiously. It was known that such missions could only be undertaken in the second semester of the first year. They had just started school, and now they were taking on such a mission. Wasn't that courting death? Moreover, he had just received news that there was a problem at the Wind-Cold Ice Soul area. A large number of ice-eating worms had appeared there, making the mission more difficult than a third-year SSS mission, prompting the involvement of students from 3 schools. Coincidentally, the location of Li Chen's S-rank mission was precisely at Wind-Cold Ice Soul. If they encountered a tide of worms during the mission, it would be disastrous. No, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Ping Chuan immediately sought out the grade director, Wang Yan, to explain the situation. Upon receiving this news, Wang Yan frowned. This is indeed a problem. The 3 members of Li Chen's team are likely to be in danger. However, that kid Li Chen is quite clever. There's no need to worry too much. Ping Chuan was still very concerned. He has some cleverness, but a tide of worms can't be dealt with just by being smart. Director, how about I go personally and bring him back? Wang Yan frowned and said, this is a test. How many students die here every year? Can we, as teachers, protect them for a lifetime? When they go to the battlefield in the future, can you protect him then? Ping Chuan replied, but this time is different. This mission has encountered unforeseen circumstances, and the mission center has overlooked this point. We can't let the base's negligence lead to students' deaths. Please, Director, approve my trip. Teachers are not allowed to participate in students' missions. The Academy's goal is to train warriors, not to cultivate flowers in a greenhouse. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Yan sighed, this is a special case, it won't be a precedent. Thank you, Director. After expressing his gratitude, Ping Chuan turned and left, not daring to waste any time. Li Chen, you three must survive. Roar! In the ice valley of Wind-Cold Ice Soul, the Ice Soul Demon King let out a roar that echoed through the valley. Its roar issued commands for all the wolf beasts to search for the mother worm's location. The wolf beasts had very sensitive noses and could smell the scent beneath the ice. However, at that moment, 30 ice-eating worms appeared at the entrance of the valley. These ice-eating worms had been painted by Li Chen, making them look incredibly lifelike. With the sudden arrival of the ice-eating worms, the valley instantly fell silent. Just as they were about to search for the ice-eating worms, the enemy had come knocking. How audacious! This tense atmosphere quickly spread, penetrating the cold air. The Demon King suddenly stopped its deafening roar, its nostrils flaring slightly, and its eyes, shimmering with a ghostly light in the icy cold, abruptly turned towards the valley entrance. A primal alertness to an unknown threat surged within it. The ice-eating worms had issued a challenge. A blatant challenge. The wolf beasts, who were about to leave, immediately halted. Their ears perked up, tails taut, and noses were sniffing incessantly. The scent of these ice-eating worms seemed not quite the same. But before the wolf beast could express anything, a flash of anger crossed the Ice Soul Demon King's eyes. Its massive body slowly stood up, emitting a deep and authoritative roar. Roar! 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 Its roar signaled the entire army to charge. Thud thud thud, all the monsters sprang into action, rushing towards the direction of the ice-devouring worms. With all beasts unleashed, the ground shook. A team led by the terrifying Demon King burst forth from the valley. At this moment, the ice-devouring worms began their performance. It was as if they had received some silent command. They started moving rapidly in a strange formation towards a certain direction. Each step seemed so calm and unhurried, yet filled with deadly allure. It was as if they were declaring war. A fierce battle was inevitable. Meanwhile, the trap's creator, Li Chen, hid behind a glacier disguised by clay and water, quietly observing everything. They do have some intelligence, but not much, Li Chen said with a cold smile. The moment the Ice Soul Demon King and its beast horde stepped into the trap would be their demise. Xiaoge, it seems to have really succeeded, Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, ready to jump up in excitement. Don't rush, don't pop the champagne yet. Li Chen led the three of them to the next hiding spot immediately. Because Li Chen's control range was only 1,000 meters, they had to keep moving to maintain control over the ice-devouring worms. Fortunately, the monstrous army's target was the ice-devouring worms right in front of them, completely oblivious to their presence. But everything has its limits. Suddenly, a bear beast at the back turned its head and looked to the left, just in time to catch sight of Li Chen and the others. It paused slightly, as if sensing something was off. Li Chen's expression changed. Oh no, we can't let it discover us. If they were found out, all their efforts would be in vain. Don't panic, I'll handle it. Zhang Xiaohua immediately began to channel the skill, judgment, saying, Niwen, fusion technique. Okay. Niwen quickly released the two enhancement skills, Light of Power, and Silent and Soundless, applying them to Zhang Xiaohua. Light of Power enhances the strength of oneself or a teammate, lasting 30 seconds. Silent and Soundless assists oneself or a teammate, making the next skill release silent. After being enhanced twice, Zhang Xiaohua's judgment was ready, and she released it. Judgment summons an iron hammer from the void, stunning the target and dealing a small amount of damage. The longer the charge time, the farther the release distance, the longer the stun duration, and the stun time is determined by strength, significantly enhanced against monsters. This was a knight's control skill, with very low damage, mainly for control purposes. A hammer descended from the sky, striking the head of the ice soul bear beast that had spotted them, knocking it out silently. The stun duration, enhanced by power, lasted for 5 seconds. Moreover, it made no sound, and the surrounding bear beasts did not notice. The bear beast fell to the ground, unconscious, and was soon left behind by the main force. No harm done. Li Chen continued to control the ice-devouring worms, rushing towards the trap. He precisely directed the ice-devouring worms, making slight adjustments to ensure all these monsters could enter the trap. The ice-devouring worms reached the center of the trap, with the monsters following closely behind, getting nearer and nearer. Soon, the ice-devouring worms arrived at the edge of the trap. Gradually, almost all the monsters gathered above the trap. It had to be said, these monsters were quite foolish. Even now, they had not realized that the ice-devouring worms were fake and were still relentlessly pursuing. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. All the monsters were in position. Now's the time. Li Chen smiled slightly. Let you taste something new, snap. Boom. Li Chen first. The clay bombs exploded, destroying the clay pillars. As the pillars were blown apart, the ice surface rumbled and collapsed in an instant. Thousands of monsters fell into the pit below. Large art exhibition, snap. Li Chen quickly detonated the bomb matrix again, igniting 20 clay bombs among them. Boom, boom, boom. As the bombs detonated, the surrounding bombs also exploded. The explosions spread rapidly, and then everything detonated. Li Chen couldn't detonate a large number of clay bombs all at once, but he could create a bomb matrix to cover the area with firepower. Boom, 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 boom. A tremendous shockwave surged from deep within the ground. Accompanied by a series of dense and rapid boom sounds, it felt as if all the thunder in the world converged here, weaving a symphony that shook the soul. 10,000 shells awakened like a giant beast, instantly breaking free from their restraints. Their anger and power were released to the fullest at that moment. Flames shot into the sky, and the dazzling light instantly illuminated the surroundings. The originally dim sky was dyed a fiery orange-red. A massive shockwave spread wildly from the pit, kicking up dust and sending debris flying, as if even the air was trembling. This was not just an explosion, it was like a catastrophe of nature. Amidst the deafening roar, the shrieks of monsters mixed with the crashing sounds of rocks colliding, intertwining to form a heart-pounding, terrifying melody. Everything around seemed so fragile at this moment, bowing down and succumbing to this destructive force. At the same time, countless notifications flooded in like a screen refresh. Kill Ice Spirit Bear. Experience plus 2000, materials obtained, Energy Crystal *3, Ice Spirit Bear Gallbladder *1, Ice Spirit Bear Skin *3, Kill Ice Spirit Bear, experience plus 2000, materials obtained, Energy Crystal *3, Ice Spirit Bear Gallbladder *1, Ice Spirit Bear Skin *3, Kill Ice Spirit Wolf, experience plus 1000, materials obtained, Energy Crystal *1, Ice Spirit Wolf Fang *2, Ice Spirit Wolfskin *1, Kill Ice Spirit Bear King, experience plus 20,000, obtained, Energy Crystal *100, Bear King's Heart, material, Bear King's Gallbladder, material, Bear King's Skin, material, Bear King's Armor, level 20 green gear, Bear King's Helmet, level 20 green gear. Countless notifications filled the information bar, scrolling rapidly. Level up, gain 5 attribute points, freely distributable, level up, gain 5 attribute points, freely distributable, level up, gain 5 attribute points, freely distributable. Killing over 2,000 Ice Spirit Bears and more than 1,000 Ice Spirit Wolves in one go. The Ice Spirit Bear is a level 25 monster, while the Ice Spirit Wolf is a level 20 monster. They were far above Li Chen and the others' levels, representing a significant level-up kill. Moreover, with a single strike, over 3,000 high-level monsters were killed. The experience gained from the explosion caused several of them to level up 6 times. Li Chen jumped directly from level 14 to level 20, with an additional 80% experience. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohua and Mi Wen both reached level 20. This meant they could initiate their second career advancement. This feels amazing, so amazing. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed excitedly, jumping straight from level 12 to level 20. They were probably the fastest level-up players in the world. It really worked. The captain is indeed impressive. My goodness. Mi Wen's face was filled with disbelief, having killed over 3,000 monsters in an instant. Even high-level professionals probably couldn't achieve such a feat. Using traps to hit monsters and then executing a unified kill. Absolutely a genius. Only Li Chen could accomplish this. A regular life profession like a demolitionist absolutely cannot achieve this. It's impossible to set up such a trap without clay. Even if it could be done with great effort, the demolitionist would be too weak. After all, it's just a life profession. However, Captain Li Chen, through practicing martial arts techniques, gained powerful agility, combined with high attribute points, allowing him to contend with monsters. This is also what sets him apart from other life professions. After leveling up, the few quickly allocated their points. Li Chen also added his attribute points, further enhancing his stats. Name, Li Chen, Profession, Junior Clay Master, Junior Demolitionist, Level, 20, 90. 0%, Strength, 68, Agility, 177 plus 100, Mentality, 101 plus 480, Constitution, 82 plus 50, as usual, 1 Strength, 1 Agility, 2 Mentality, 1 Constitution, for balanced development. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar echoed. The smoke-filled pit bottom collapsed down by 10 meters due to the explosion. The height of the pit now reached 20 meters. Below the pit, the Ice Soul Demon King let out an angry roar. It never expected that its army would perish at the hands of just a few humans. This boss is still alive, Captain, take him down. Zhang Xiaohua shouted urgently. The three looked down and spotted the 8-meter-tall centaur monster, the Ice Soul Demon King, with its axe glowing ominously. Ice Soul Demon King, Level 20 Secret Realm Boss, Health, 285000/300000. Skills, Demon Axe / Frost Assault, Ice Armor. The Ice Soul Demon King suddenly leaped, its jumping power formidable. It seemed ready to jump directly out of the pit. Punishment. Zhang Xiaohua immediately unleashed the skill punishment. A massive iron hammer fell from the sky, smashing down on the Ice Soul Demon King's head, sending it crashing back down. Boom! The Ice Soul Demon King landed heavily on the ground again. Its attacks were primarily melee, and being at the bottom of the pit, it could only take hits without fighting back. The boss isn't dead yet, let's all output. Li Chen quickly released 5 C1 flying birds towards the boss. Boom boom boom. The flying birds exploded, sending the Ice Soul Demon King tumbling. -2000, -2000, -2000, -2000, -2000. What high defense! Li Chen marveled, each C1 flying bird only dealing 2000 damage. The Ice Soul Demon King roared in anger, releasing a defensive skill. A circle of ice shields spun around it, greatly enhancing its defense. Li Chen unleashed C1 flying birds again. -1500, -1500. With the enhanced defense, the damage was further reduced. This boss can't get up. We'll slowly wear him down, Miwen commanded. Xiaohua, you just focus on using punishment against him, don't let him climb out of the pit. Once he does, it'll be hard to deal with. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, leave it to me. Thus, every time the monster tried to jump out of the pit, Zhang Xiaohua would release punishment to smash it back down. Dark Healing. Miwen aimed at the Ice Soul Demon King and cast a healing spell. Under the enhancement of her talent, the healing turned into a toxic blessing. -300, -300, -300. Miwen analyzed, my healing doesn't have much effect, that ice shield should enhance physical defense. Li Chen replied, that should be the case. My bombs should be considered a type of physical damage, but not entirely physical damage. It's somewhat similar to magical skills causing physical damage. Zhang Xiaohua laughed, there's still 260,000 health left. We'll wear him down. I guarantee he won't be able to climb out, hee. And so, the following time was just the Ice Soul Demon King taking hits without any chance to retaliate. If it managed to crawl out, it would be quite troublesome. After all, although Zhang Xiaohua had reached level 20, she had not yet advanced or changed to level 20 equipment. She definitely couldn't withstand the monster's output. Fortunately, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't climb out. Every time it attempted to jump out, it would be knocked back by Zhang Xiaohua's punishment. However, it's really consuming my clay bombs, that's all money. Li Chen felt a bit pained. The cost of one C1 flying bird clay bomb was 100 copper coins. Each time he used it, it was 5 at once, costing 500 copper coins. This profession was really money consuming. Although defeating the boss was only a matter of time, Li Chen planned to save a bit, try to break through from the inside. As he spoke, in addition to releasing C1 flying bird to attack, he also summoned the clay spider and clay dragon. The clay spider landed below, climbing up the boss's body, then burrowing into its ear. The clay dragon crawled up the boss's body, under Li Chen's control, and drilled into the skin of the swallow. Art, so to speak, is not only a profound ocean of emotions but also a brilliant symphony of wisdom and inspiration. It transcends the mundane constraints of the world, soaring between the vastness of the universe and the soul with endless imagination as its wings. Li Chen spoke lightly, then continued, clay is a sword, communicating the soul above the blank, allowing all things in the world to feel the most essential tremor and resonance of life. This was a passage filled with philosophical language about art and the soul. Miwen and Zhang Xiaohua were captivated by Li Chen's words, their eyes widening slightly. In their eyes, the captain seemed like a carefree scholar from the heavens. He then said lightly, art, so to speak, is an explosion. Ka! Boom boom boom. A muffled explosion sounded from within the Ice Soul Demon King. It let out a painful wail, its expression extremely pained. 900900900. Clay Spider, 90009009000. Clay Dragon, indeed, the internal explosion not only bypassed the defenses but also tripled the damage. This round of attacks directly took away 60,000 health points from the Ice Soul Demon King. It left it in a state of extreme agony, struggling on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, "Wow, how did the bomb's power suddenly become stronger?" Li Chen replied lightly, "Because I found its pain point." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "What pain point?" Li Chen said, "The Buddha says, cannot speak, cannot speak." Zhang Xiaohua? Following Li Chen's terrifying damage, the monster's health rapidly decreased. Soon, it was almost depleted. Zhang Xiaohua squinted to observe closely and quickly discovered the captain's clay was either drilling into the boss's ear or burrowing into the skin of the swallow. Then it exploded inside. How could it not deal a lot of damage? Was this really the pain point you found? Be a person. Zhang Xiaohua felt a tightness in her chest and shivered. Fortunately, they were brothers. Amatba. Bang! With the final explosion, the Ice Soul Demon King fell to the ground in agony and died. Although it was dead, it also felt a sense of relief. Kill boss monster Ice Soul Demon King, experience plus 50,000 loot, Ice Battle Shield, level 20 purple gear, Ice Battle Armor, level 20 green gear, Red Jade Guard Cloak, level 20 green gear, Frost Shield, level 20 purple skill book, gain 3 gold coins, gain materials, Energy Crystal asterisk 300, Ice Soul Crystal level up, gain 5 attribute points. Freely distributable after killing the boss, Li Chen leveled up again, reaching level 21. Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen did not level up, as their levels were already lower than Li Chen's. Moreover, it seems that this time's harvest is quite substantial, having obtained a purple skill book. The drop rate of this secret realm boss monster is indeed very high. Panel, allocate points. Name, Li Chen. Occupation, Junior Clay Master, Junior Demolitionist level, 2101. 0%, Strength, 69 Agility, 178 plus 100 Spirit, 103 plus 480 Constitution, 83 plus 50. After allocating the attribute points, Li Chen opened his backpack to tally this time's gains. Team Loot, Energy Crystal asterisk 8500, Ice Spirit Bear Gallbladder asterisk 2300, Ice Spirit Bear Skin asterisk 6900, Ice Spirit Wolf Fang asterisk 2100, Ice Spirit Wolf Skin asterisk 2100, Heart of the Bear King, material, Gallbladder of the Bear King, material, Skin of the Bear King, material, Armor of the Bear King, level 20 green gear, Helmet of the Bear King, level 20 green gear. Ice Frost Battle Shield, level 20 purple gear, Ice Frost Battle Armor, level 20 green gear, Red Jade Guard Cloak, level 20 green gear, Frost Shield, level 20 purple skill book. Li Chen shared the loot in the team channel. Li Chen spoke up, "Take what you can use directly, and for the rest that are useless, I'll sell them off, and we'll split the gains. Then I won't be polite." Zhang Xiaohua directly took the Armor of the Bear King, level 20 green gear, Helmet of the Bear King, level 20 green gear, Ice Frost Battle Shield, level 20 purple gear, and Ice Frost Battle Armor, level 20 green gear, as he could use all these pieces of equipment. Miwen glanced at the loot, and then his eyes lit up. Frost Shield, level 20 purple skill book, Frost Shield, rare, learning level 20 learning requirement, advanced light of resilience effect, summons a frost shield that lasts for 1 minute, significantly increasing physical defense. When enemy melee units attack a unit with ice armor, they enter a frost state, reducing the frozen unit's movement speed by 10% and attack speed by 10%. Purple attributes. 1. Skill level directly increases to advanced after learning. 2. Spirit attribute increases by 20 points, a top-tier skill for priests, and it's purple. The drop rate for purple skill books is super low. This time, the luck is really good. Such a skill book is not available on the market. If purchased at the academy, it would be worth at least 2,000 credits. The value of this skill book is too high, far exceeding all the loot from this time. Just this one skill book surpasses the value of an S-level mission. Captain, I need this frost shield, but its value is too high. Miwen said, "How about this? Let's calculate this time's harvest. Your contribution is the greatest, so you should take the lion's share, and then we can distribute it. I might still need to compensate you both with a lot of gold." The normal distribution rule for teams is based on contribution. Generally, it is evenly split. Additionally, all loot is converted into gold and then distributed. For example, if an 8-person team earns 100 gold in loot, each person gets 20 gold after splitting. If someone takes loot worth 20 gold, they won't get any loot. If they take loot worth 100 gold, they need to compensate each teammate with 20 gold. This is a fair distribution method. Everyone's interests are not harmed. Moreover, in their trio, Li Chen's capabilities in the team are too strong. He will definitely take the lion's share, at least 50%. What are you thinking? Take it. Li Chen directly took out the skill book and handed it to Miwen. If you need it, just take it. We'll split the remaining loot. How can this be? Miwen shook his head. This way, you suffer a big loss, Captain. Let me explain the team distribution rules to you. No, you don't need to tell me. I already know. Li Chen waved his hand and said, now let me explain the rules of our art team. The rule is simple. Whoever needs something can take it. Next time, if I need something, I won't hesitate to take it either, and I won't be polite about it. Zhang Xiaohua nodded from the side. Yeah, Miwen, just take it. That's how we've always done it. But, Miwen frowned slightly and said, if we do it this way so casually, I'm afraid we might have conflicts over the distribution of benefits in the future. Even brothers should settle accounts clearly. I don't want that to happen. Let's establish some rules for the team. After all, Miwen came from a large family. Having seen the intrigues and deceptions among families, she felt that setting rules in advance would help maintain peace later on. Li Chen smiled and said, do you really think setting rules can reduce conflicts? Sometimes, what seems like peace is just a lack of temptation, isn't it? The team Li Chen wanted to build was one that gathered together through emotional connections, not through money or interests. If everything was based solely on money, the friendship among teammates would gradually deteriorate. Well, Miwen was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Yes, setting rules seemed to create peace, but when faced with significant benefits, people could betray each other. Such things were not uncommon in the business world. Partners who seemed to cooperate seamlessly could end up as enemies over huge profits. The established rules could also be disregarded. She had heard of a team that suddenly produced a legendary item. Usually, they had a harmonious distribution, but this time, faced with enormous benefits, the captain took the item and ran, disappearing without a trace. So, everything has its unstable factors, each with its pros and cons. Li Chen said with a faint smile, everyone has their own rules, and my rule is that to become my teammate, you need to pass my test. Once recognized, you can trust each other with your backs. Miwen looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Xiaohua is your brother, but Li Chen said, you have also gained my recognition. I've been paying attention to you during this time and understand your character. You are a kind girl. This was Li Chen's heartfelt words. Miwen was like a blank slate, pure and clean, beautiful and kind-hearted. Such a person was suitable to be a teammate. Moreover, her interest in Zhang Xiaohua indicated something. What did Miwen want from Zhang Xiaohua? It seemed like nothing, and that was just her character. All right, Miwen nodded, accepting this idea. She took the skill book that Li Chen handed over. Miwen said, however, we still need to establish a rule, otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Li Chen replied, you say. Miwen continued, I've noticed that your abilities are too strong, Captain. No wonder Zhu Miaomiao from the second year wants to team up with you. The goal is to create a super strong team for the national competition. That art team will definitely revolve around you, and all of us will have to focus on you, with you contributing the most. So I propose that in the future, the distribution rules prioritize you the most, and you get to choose from the spoils first. Li Chen was about to speak when Zhang Xiaohua immediately chimed in. Xiaoge, I agree with this, you don't need to refuse. Even though we are brothers, I would feel bad about it, let alone Miwen. Then, Li Chen nodded, alright, it's settled. Thus, the art team established a new distribution rule. Li Chen would have the highest priority in selecting spoils. Then came the other teammates, and the remaining spoils would be evenly divided. The atmosphere has built up to this point. Let's become sworn brothers. Li Chen proposed. Great. Miwen was as happy as a little girl. She had only seen such scenes in extracurricular readings, long ago. Before any professionals appeared, there were such plots. Now it was happening in reality. One could only imagine how excited she was. Xiaoge, this isn't right. Zhang Xiaohua leaned over and whispered, it's fine for us to become sworn brothers, but what does it mean for me to become sworn brothers with Xiaowen? Li Chen chuckled. What's there to be afraid of? During the day we're brothers, at night we're husband and wife, each to their own. I'm still your adoptive father. His voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't small either. After hearing this, Miwen's face turned as red as an apple, all the way to her ears. Zhang Xiaohua widened her eyes slightly. That makes sense. And so it was. Li Chen took out a clay table, a clay peach, a clay guangong, and a large bowl, along with 3 small bowls. All tools for their brotherhood. Damn, Xiaogui, you had this planned all along. What do you know? Li Chen smiled faintly. He had prepared all of this in advance. Since their relationship had reached this point, becoming sworn brothers was only natural. But don't underestimate the bond of brotherhood. Liu Bei had a great relationship with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, but only after going through the ritual of brotherhood could their feelings be completely elevated. The team Li Chen planned to form was one he could trust to watch his back. Xiaoge, what's this placed here? This is Lord Guan, Who is Lord Guan? Loyal and righteous, with a heart as vast as the sky. What a loyal and righteous heart, as vast as the sky. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel stirred. Although he didn't know who Lord Guan was, it didn't stop him from being excited. Miwen's heart raced. She thought this was too interesting, very much in the style of the martial world. Li Chen took out 3 incense sticks and handed them to the 2 of them. Come, recite with me. Li Chen, Zhang Xiaohua, Miwen, although we are of different surnames, today we become brothers, united in heart and strength, to resist all races, to report to the country and bring peace to the people. We do not seek to be born on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year, but only wish to die on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year. Heaven and earth, bear witness to this heart. Those who betray loyalty and forget kindness, may heaven and man punish them together. After inserting the incense, the 3 of them worshipped Lord Guan. Elder brother, second brother, third sister. From then on, the 3 of them formed a deep bond in this cold wind and icy spirit, their feelings elevated. The team Li Chen wanted to build was beginning to take shape. A team united to the utmost would surely not be too bad. Zhang Xiaohua asked, Xiaogo, what do we do next? Li Chen replied, sharpening the knife doesn't delay the chopping of firewood. Let's return to the base first, advance our professions. Then we'll change our equipment and go to tackle the mother bug. The Clay Master's level 20 advancement skill, Clay Hand, grants clay properties. After learning this skill, who knows how much combat power it could enhance? Li Chen was filled with excitement, already looking forward to the next advancement skill. In the next moment, the 3 of them used the return stone to go back to the base. What? You guys are here to advance? The staff at the Qingfeng Academy Advancement Center said in surprise. All 3 students were first-year freshmen. The school had just started entering the secret realm world. It had only been a few days, and they had already reached level 20? At a normal pace, it would take at least a month and a half, and that was for excellent students. Ordinary students would need 2.5 months. Yes, we're here to advance. Zhang Xiaohua patted his chest proudly and said, don't treat us as ordinary students. We are an art team aiming to dominate the country. An art team? The staff couldn't help but exclaim, it seems an incredible team has emerged in this year's first-year class. The country subsidizes the level 20 advancement stones, but after this, they won't be free anymore. They will require 50 credits each. Remember to save your credits for the next advancement. Some students have used up all their credits when advancing, which is quite embarrassing. After saying this, he took out 3 advancement stones and handed them to the 3 of them. Go to the advancement room and advance. Teacher, Li Chen said, I want 2. The staff frowned, 1 per person. Do you want me to just give you 2? Li Chen replied, Teacher, I am a dual class. The staff responded, This is fine, quite hidden, let me check. Ah, a dual life profession. Okay. And so it was. Li Chen successfully obtained 2 advancement stones and entered the advancement room. As usual, he crushed the first advancement stone. With just a gentle squeeze, the advancement stone transformed into countless glowing points like fireflies, surrounding him before entering his body. Using advancement stone, advancement successful. Beginner Clay Master, successfully advanced to Intermediate Clay Master. Your basic attributes have significantly increased. Acquired exclusive skill, Clay Hand, 1. You can collect biological traits, 2. You can impart traits to clay, 3. You can create clay in combat. After the successful advancement, he gained an additional skill, and all attributes increased by 20 points. Strength, 6989, Agility, 178198, Mentality, 103123, Constitution, 83103, Second Advancement. All attributes increased by 20 points. Ordinary professions only have 1 chance, and I still have 1 more. Li Chen was overjoyed and immediately crushed the second advancement stone. Using advancement stone, advancement successful. Beginner Demolitionist, successfully advanced to Intermediate Demolitionist. Your basic attributes have significantly increased. Acquired exclusive skill, Time Detonation. Use a small amount of mental power to attach a time detonation mark, allowing you to set a time for detonating bombs, with no distance limit. Advancement successful, all attributes increased by 20. Strength, 89109, Agility, 198218, Mentality, 123143, Constitution, 103123, Level 10 Advancement increased by 10 points, Level 20 Advancement increased by 20 points. I have an extra 30 points in all attributes compared to ordinary professionals. This is equivalent to a legendary item, the first apple. Li Chen murmured, feeling his strength continuously growing. Panel. Name, Li Chen. Profession, Intermediate Clay Master, Intermediate Demolitionist. Level, 21, 1. 0%. Strength, 109. Agility, 218 plus 100. Mentality, 143 plus 480. Constitution, 123 plus 50. Dual Soul, unique talent automatically adapted. you can integrate explosives into clay models to create special clay bombs. Skills: Clay Mastery, Demolition Mastery, Clay Manipulation, Remote Detonation, Clay Hand, Timed Detonation, Swift Swallow Technique, Mountain Shattering Fist, Clay Mastery, Advanced Use Clay to create clay models. Demolition Mastery, Advanced Use powder to create intermediate C2 explosives. Clay Manipulation, Ultimate use mental power to control clay actions within 1000 meters. Remote Detonation, Ultimate set a command to control detonation within 1000 meters. Clay Hand, 1. You can collect biological traits. 2. You can impart traits to clay. 3. You can create clay in combat. Timed Detonation, use a small amount of mental power to attach a timed detonation mark, allowing you to set a time for detonating bombs, with no distance limit. Swift Swallow Technique, passive beginner light and agile, graceful as a swallow, swift as the wind, gentle as the forest. Mountain Shattering Fist, passive beginner unmatched strength, thunderous might, swallowing mountains and rivers, unstoppable. Looking at the 2 additional skills on the panel, Li Chen planned to give it a try. Clay Hand. When Li Chen used this skill, a mouth appeared on his hands, allowing him to place clay and explosive powder inside, instantly creating a C1 flying bird on the spot, which flew at high speed. This meant he could use this skill while in combat. How should I put it? This skill was incredibly useful. Previously, clay crafting could only be done in a non-combat state. Before fighting monsters, he needed to prepare ammunition in advance. However, due to limited backpack space, he couldn't make everything. He could only focus on a few versatile clay bombs as backups. But now, this drawback had been remedied. When encountering different enemies, he could devise strategies on the spot to create special clay bombs. At the same time, Li Chen attempted to input biological characteristics into this C1 flying bird. The characteristics of a small bird were infused into it. The C1 flying bird flapped its wings and hovered in Li Chen's palm. I see, this is what it means to bestow characteristics. Li Chen's eyes lit up, feeling the pressure of controlling the bird significantly reduced. Previously, he had to expend mental energy to control the bird's wings to make it fly, which was the main reason it consumed so much mental energy. If he didn't have such high mental power, it would have been impossible. Even so, he could only barely control 5 flying birds at his limit. But now, after the C1 flying bird was given the small bird characteristic, it could flap its wings on its own. Because the characteristic of a bird is to fly, Li Chen only needed to use a little mental energy to control the direction of the small bird. This way, controlling 20 flying birds at once was no problem. If he changed to a set of level 20 equipment and further increased his mental power, he might even be able to control a large flying bird to carry someone into the sky. As for the other demolitionist's advanced skill, timed detonation, it seemed rather ordinary, but it would likely come in handy at some point. Woohoo! Take off! Li Chen was in high spirits as he put away the clay flying bird and walked out of the advancement room. Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen had only advanced in one profession and were already waiting outside. At that moment, Miwen was comforting a dejected Zhang Xiaohua, who looked gloomy. Li Chen smiled and asked, "Xiaohua, what's wrong with you again?" Zhang Xiaohua sighed, "Don't mention it, I just advanced to a useless skill again." Li Chen asked, "What skill?" Zhang Xiaohua replied, "The Hand of Judgment." Li Chen was taken aback. "What kind of skill is that?" Zhang Xiaohua fell silent. Miwen awkwardly smiled and explained, "Xiaogu, it's a very lackluster skill that a paladin might get, summoning a judgment sword, a single target damage skill that has a chance to deal true damage." Li Chen wondered, "True damage? That sounds pretty strong." Miwen said, "It sounds strong, but it's quite lackluster." Li Chen was confused. Miwen continued, "This skill summons a judgment sword, and the damage dealt is a multiple of the difference in justice values between both parties times strength. If the difference reaches 5 times, it will deal true damage, ignoring defense, magic immunity, and everything." Li Chen exclaimed, "Wow." Miwen added, "The key is that the justice values are pretty much the same for everyone, and the skill takes 3 seconds to cast, making it almost impossible to hit." Zhang Xiaohua, Li Chen. Indeed, it was quite lackluster. Li Chen felt somewhat speechless and then looked at Miwen. "Xiaowan, what about your advanced skill?" Miwen paused and said, "Oh right, I haven't had the chance to say. My advanced skill is the unique damage transfer of the Dark Priest, which is pretty good." Li Chen asked, Wait, what did you say?" Damage transfer, instant skill, lasts 2 seconds, consumes a large amount of mental energy, transfers the first damage taken next, the damage received is 50%, transferred to another target. If it's real damage, it will all be transferred. This skill is a life-saving ability, capable of blocking the boss's ultimate move at a critical moment. Judgment Hand of Justice, takes 2 seconds to cast, summons the Sword of Judgment, evaluates the justice values of the caster and the target, and deals damage equal to the difference in their justice values multiplied by strength. If the difference is over 5 times, it will deal real damage. This skill is primarily used by the paladins of the tribunal for punishing crimes, and the target must be controlled first, otherwise, it's hard to hit.
Li Chen, I have a bold idea. Mi-wen, Zhang Xiaohua, what do you mean?
Justice values are hard to assess, but we can definitely calculate the internal difference.
Li Chen smiled. This skill takes 2 seconds to release, making it easy to dodge, but if you aim it at Mi-wen and then she transfers the target to someone else, it can reliably deal damage. I call it hitting the cow across the mountain.
Upon hearing this, both of them brightened up.
Hey, you really have a point. Li Chen, how about we give it a try? Zhang Xiaohua, trying it means death.
As soon as she said that, Zhang Xiaohua and Mi-wen looked at Li Chen in unison.
Li Chen, with a black line on his forehead, why are both of you looking at me?
Big brother.
Don't call me big brother, I'm not your big brother. 5 minutes later,
the few of them were in a deserted corner of the academy. Zhang Xiaohua took off all her gear, leaving her with only 60 strength. Even with the difference in justice values between Mi-wen and Zhang Xiaohua, it shouldn't be too far apart. It's probably just 1 to 2 times, which would amount to a little over 100 points of damage.
It should hold up.
Although Li Chen had no defensive gear, it didn't matter. The damage from the Judgment Hand of Justice is real damage.
1 point of strength equals 5 health, and 1 point of constitution equals 10 health. Li Chen's health is 109 times 5 plus 173 times 5 is equal to 2,275. Although his defense is almost non-existent, Li Chen's health is high. Simply put, he's a health pack. Li Chen spoke. Come on, let's give it a try.
Zhang Xiaohua aimed at Mi-wen and began to charge her skill. Xiaowan, I'm sorry, accept the Judgment of Justice, Judgment Hand of Justice. This skill isn't instant. It has a 2-second charging time.
Li Chen thought, shouldn't you be apologizing to me? Damage transfer.
As the Sword of Judgment fell, Mi-wen immediately cast her skill.
She set the damage transfer target to Li Chen.
The Sword of Judgment landed on Mi-wen's head, with no damage displayed. This indicates that real damage has already been dealt, with a difference of over 5 times.
2100, white real damage, ah.
Li Chen spat out blood, feeling like he was about to die. This strike from the Sword of Judgment directly dealt 2100 real damage to Li Chen, leaving him with only 175 health, almost sending him off.
Quick, heal big brother. Big brother, are you okay?
Zhang Xiaohua and Mi-wen immediately unleashed healing spells and holy light spells as if they were free, bombarding Li Chen with a flurry of healing, quickly filling him up.
What happened? How did it deal 2,100 real damage?
Zhang Xiaohua's strength is 60. This means the difference in your justice values is as high as 35 times.
Li Chen looked at Zhang Xiaohua. What exactly did you do to provoke such wrath?
Zhang Xiaohua, feeling ashamed, replied, I didn't do anything much, just some childish things in elementary school, like stealing the neighbor's chickens, hitting the neighbor's dog, peeking at the neighbor's big sister while she was bathing, blowing up the school's latrine, and sticking chewing gum in my deskmate's hair.
But I swear, I stopped doing that in middle school. This shouldn't be that serious.
Mi-wen's eyes widened. Zhang Xiaohua, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person.
Li Chen had a black line on his forehead.
When your neighbor really has had the worst luck for 8 generations, but those were just childhood pranks, the justice value shouldn't be off by 35 times.
So, the problem lay with Mi-wen. Li Chen looked at Mi-wen and asked, Xiaowan, what about you?
Mi-wen shot a fierce glare at Zhang Xiaohua before turning to Li Chen, recalling, I didn't do much, really. When I was a kid, I couldn't spend all my pocket money, so I donated to a few Hope primary schools, helped some impoverished students, and donated a bit to disaster areas.
It wasn't much, just a few million copper coins. Li Chen, Zhang Xiaohua, this makes sense. A dark priest with an unusually high justice value.
A holy knight with a relatively low justice value. In short, their justice value difference was as high as 35 times. The combination of their 2 skills was a definite trump card, a perfect match.
Xiaohua, you rogue, bad guy. Xiaowan, let me explain.
Knowing about Zhang Xiaohua's embarrassing moments from childhood, Mi-wen started to bicker with Xiaohua, but it was just playful banter between young lovers.
Ahem.
Li Chen coughed a few times and said, next, we need to equip ourselves. Let's exchange the mission and energy crystals for credits, then use the credits to get a set of level 20 purple gear. We need to be quick. The mother bug is still waiting for us to deal with it. The 2 stopped their playful fighting and nodded in agreement. They immediately obeyed the captain's orders.
First, they went to the mission center.
The mission center was empty, with only staff present.
Submit the mission. Li Chen presented the Ice Soul Crystal as proof and submitted the mission. Impressive, you actually completed a first-grade S mission.
The staff was shocked and then paid out the credits. the team immediately received 1,000 credits. After that, they went to the school's material shop to submit materials. They submitted 8,500 energy crystals and received 850 credits. Then there were the various materials: 2,300 ice soul bear gallbladders, 6,900 ice soul bear skins, 2,100 ice soul wolf fangs, 2,100 ice soul wolf skins. Among them, the bear king heart, bear king gallbladder, bear king skin, and ice soul crystal fetched the most money, especially the ice soul crystal, which directly exchanged for 50 gold coins. In total, these materials exchanged for 90 gold coins, with each person getting 30 gold coins. Li Chen immediately used all the gold coins to buy clay and explosive powder for backup. In terms of credits, this time each person earned 616 credits. Li Chen originally had 10,384 credits, and after this, he returned to 11,000 credits. Exiting the student material shop, they found themselves on the playground. Li Chen and the others glanced at the big screen, and this time they had surged to first place. 1. Art Team, Captain Li Chen 8,620 energy crystals. 2. Void Team, Captain Han Ling 660 energy crystals. 3. Ruthless Team, Captain Yin Nanbao 390 energy crystals. 4. Wind and Cloud Team, Captain Lepu 370 energy crystals. 5. Moonlight Team, Captain Huang Han 260 energy crystals. Ha, we're far ahead. Zhang Xiaohua laughed proudly. Now that arrogant Han Ling and Zhang Yu should be quiet. Li Chen smiled lightly. Let's go get our gear. The three turned around and headed to the Academy's equipment shop. The Academy's equipment shop had purple gear available for credit exchange. In the trading market, it was almost impossible to buy purple gear. Either it was snatched up the moment it appeared, or it was too expensive to be worth it. Hello, I'm looking for rings. Li Chen went straight to a jewelry shop. After communicating with the staff, he began to check the level 20 purple jewelry in the shop. Li Chen examined the rings. The attributes of these rings were quite good, with purple modifiers. Purple modifiers generally had 1 to 2 additional attributes. Some increased healing effects, some increased spell damage, some increased resistances, and others extended the duration of summoned creatures. A wide variety. In the end, Li Chen found the one that suited him best. Ring of Wisdom Enlightenment, Epic, Equipment Type, Accessory Equipment Level, 20 Equipment Requirements, Mental Power 200, Constitution 50 Basic Attributes, Mental plus 60 Purple Attributes. 1. Mental Power plus 20, 2. Mental Power plus 10 Selling Price, 50 credits. The purple attributes of this ring had no special effects, just an increase in mental power. This was exactly what Li Chen needed. Are you sure you want this? The staff member frowned slightly. The attributes of this ring aren't very good. The purple attributes only add mental power without any special effects. It's just gathering dust here. I want this one. Li Chen nodded. Do you have more rings like this? The staff member replied, yes. Do you want more? Li Chen said, give me 9 of them. The staff member? What do you need so many rings with the same attributes for? Are you the Lord of the Rings? Don't you want any other equipment? What serious professional only equips rings? Just tell me if you have them. We really do. The staff member said, this ring is often crafted by the blacksmith, and the purple attributes are random, but rings with these attributes generally don't sell. So over time, we actually have some. Let me check. Coincidentally, there are 9. I'll take them all. You must be crazy. Thus, Li Chen purchased 9 of these rings that only boosted mental attributes. Each ring increased his mental power by 90 points. 9 rings meant an increase of 810 mental power. Li Chen took off the previous level 10 ring and equipped the new purple rings. His attributes surged dramatically. Mental, 143 plus 1110. With all equipment focused on mental power, Li Chen's mental power shot up to over 1,000. 1,000 points of mental power, combined with the properties granted by the clay hand. It seems I can try to control large flying birds to carry me into the sky. Li Chen couldn't help but start to feel excited. If he could achieve this, he would become a high-altitude bomber. Have you changed all your equipment? Yes. Zhang Xiaohua spent all her credits and updated to a full set of level 20 purple gear. Logically, the credits should not have been enough, as weapons are quite expensive. However, during enrollment, Pingchuan promised a scholarship that was a purple weapon, so she exchanged it for an ultra-rare hammer this time. Now she looked even more imposing and powerful, like a real deal. Miwan was the same. With a scholarship, she exchanged for a level 20 purple staff. After reaching level 20, advancing to the next stage, gaining skills, and equipping a full set of purple gear, their combat power had increased several levels compared to before. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. They had done all this to take down that mother bug boss. It had prompted the Legion base to issue a special mission to clear out the small bugs. It was easy to imagine that it would definitely drop good items. The three of them speculated that there should be quite a few higher level teams looking for the mother bug. That mother bug boss should still be alive, otherwise, the school wouldn't be empty. No time to waste, let's go. The three quickly left the academy and arrived at the teleportation array of the Legion base. They returned to the ice and snow grassland teleport point No. 18. There were slightly more professionals here, all waiting for treasure monsters, with about 30 teams. Calculating the time, the treasure monster should be respawning soon. Li Chen said, after we deal with the mother bug boss, we'll come back here. Then, the three headed towards the direction of the Wind Chill Ice Soul stronghold. Once they reached a deserted area, Li Chen called out to a few people. Wait, let's fly over, Li Chen said with a smile. Fly over? Xiaoge, did you buy a flying mount? Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed. The price of flying mounts is very expensive. Niwen also looked quite surprised. And at our level, we can't even ride a flying mount, right? Who says so? Li Chen used the clay hand to start making a large clay bird. Before long, two mouths appeared on his palms, swallowing the clay and then chewing it, before spitting it out, causing the clay ball to grow larger and take shape. Soon, a large clay bird appeared before them. It was a bird 2 meters long, with a wingspan close to 4 meters. After Li Chen endowed it with the characteristics of a hawk, its eyes turned red. I'll give it a try first. Li Chen jumped on, and the bird flapped its wings, generating lift and soaring into the sky. With a mental power of 1,000 points, he could indeed ride the bird into the air. Moreover, it wasn't very strenuous. After being endowed with characteristics, the bird would flap its wings on its own. Wow! Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. This works? The clay master is too powerful. Big brother is amazing. Niwen's mouth slightly opened, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The profession of clay master, which seemed so trivial, was being played to perfection by Li Chen. Now they could even fly. Can an ordinary clay master do this? Niwen fell into thought. After pondering for a while, she felt that an ordinary clay master could do it too, but it seemed unnecessary. First of all, ordinary clay masters had no means of attack and could only help others level up. This was almost unrealistic. No one would want to carry a life profession to level up. Even if a clay master reached level 20, they would need a full set of purple top-tier equipment to stack high mental power to fly into the sky with clay. However, this didn't seem to hold much significance for an ordinary clay master. What are you dawdling for? Get on! Li Chen controlled the clay bird to return to the ground. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua and me when both got on the bird, feeling a bit cramped. Flap flap, the large clay bird flapped its wings, trying to take off. But unfortunately, with the added weight of 2 people, it couldn't lift off at all. Forget it, I'll make each of you one. Li Chen used the clay hand again and made 2 more large clay birds. Making one took about 5 minutes. Of course, he could also make a larger flying mount. However, it would take more time and consume more mental power to control. For example, Li Chen could now control 2,000 clay spiders or 30 clay birds. The combined volume of 2,000 spiders far exceeded that of the clay birds. This was because the larger the volume, the more mental power it consumed to control. It was better to just make 3 smaller ones. After 10 minutes, 2 clay birds appeared. Take off! The 3 of them rode the birds and flew into the sky. Compared to flying mounts, the large clay birds flew too slowly. But at this stage, it was sufficient. Awesome, so cool. Zhang Xiaohua was very excited. Ha! Is this the feeling of a flying mount? Niwen, however, was a bit afraid of heights, gripping the clay bird tightly and not daring to look down. Standing high, seeing far. Up in the sky, the 3 looked down, and the view was vast. Below, nearly 7,000 or 8,000 people were fighting monsters on the frost-cold ice soul, farming the iceworms. 7,000 or 8,000 people, what a concept! It was like a sea of people. It was a showdown between the tide of people and the tide of insects. The insect tide was dangerous because it relied on numbers to overwhelm. With so many professionals farming monsters here, there was almost no danger. But the number of iceworms was extremely high. After killing one batch, another batch would emerge. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. So many people, they've been farming for 2 days, right? These worms still haven't been wiped out. Their numbers are terrifying. These were all level 5 monsters, and they spawned quickly. 7,000 or 8,000 people farming for so long without clearing them out. One can imagine how terrifying the number of these worms was. Let's go, we won't join the crowd. Let's go directly to the location where the wolf pack found the mother bug last time. Li Chen controlled 3 flying birds and headed towards the previous location. After flying for about 10 minutes, they found the spot. Fortunately, the surroundings were bustling, but this place was quiet and desolate. It seemed no one had discovered this area. They were all blocked outside by the tide of bugs. Have you seen Li Chen? No, I haven't seen him. If you see him, remember to contact me. Okay, teacher. Among the crowd, Ping Chuan kept searching for Li Chen. He would even ask first-year students from the same school if they had seen him. He had been looking for a day, but he still hadn't found him. Oh no, could he have already died in there? A bad thought crossed Ping Chuan's mind. 2 students from Gaoshan Academy had died here 2 days ago, and Li Chen had taken on this task even before that. If he had come directly to carry out this task, he might have encountered danger long ago. No, Li Chen and the other 2 are lucky, they should be fine. Ping Chuan reassured himself and continued searching. Have you noticed? The teacher from class 2 was also here, still looking for Li Chen. While forming a team to hunt monsters, Zhang Yu from the Void Squad spoke up. Void Walk. The team leader, Han Ling, flickered and landed, distorting the space and directly eliminating 3 or 4 bugs, moving like flowing water. First-year students were all here to earn money, and the Void Squad was no exception. This material collection task was practically handing out money. Although equipment could be exchanged for credits, gold coins could be used to buy many enhancement potions, materials, enchanting gems, recovery potions, mounts, pets, etc. Without gold coins, one couldn't move an inch. For example, rangers needed gold coins to buy arrows to shoot. Han Ling, it seems they said Li Chen is missing. Zhang Yu, missing? Didn't we see him last time? Han Ling, he disappeared after that. I heard the S-level task location he took on is right here. If he didn't come with the main group and encountered the tide of bugs alone, it's very likely he could have died in there, which is why teacher Ping Chuan is worried about finding Li Chen. Zhang Yu, he better not be dead. We haven't even had a match yet. Han Ling looked at the countless ice-eating bugs still attacking and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Yeah, I hope they're still alive. Although Zhang Yu and Han Ling were rivals of Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua, they didn't actually harbor any ill intentions. After all, they were classmates from the same academy. Naturally, they didn't want Li Chen to die at the hands of the bug tide. That would be a loss for Long Country. There were particularly many teams here hunting ice-eating bugs. Coincidentally, right next to the Void Squad was the Iron Fist Squad. It's better if Li Chen is dead. Iron Fist warrior Han Xiaoqi happened to hear this and said fiercely, if he doesn't die, I'll make sure to kill him. He had been humiliated by Li Chen last time, losing face and still holding a grudge. Han Ling frowned slightly, too lazy to pay attention to this person. Zhang Yu scoffed, Li Chen's defeated opponent, cursing others because you can't win, that's all you've got. Huh? You're asking for death. Han Xiaoqi hit a sore spot and shouted as he charged at Zhang Yu. Li Chen's defeated opponent, and you dare to fight me? Zhang Yu shouted back, suddenly expanding his body into a towering 2-meter-tall tiger man, resembling a tiger vanguard. Boom, the 2 fists clashed. Zhang Yu stood firm, while Han Xiaoqi was forced back several steps. In the next moment, Zhang Yu used the druid skill, Entangle, and wooden vines grew from the ground, firmly restraining Han Xiaoqi in place, preventing him from utilizing his speed advantage. In an instant, Zhang Yu charged forward, his speed as fast as lightning. He stood once again before Han Xiaoqi and delivered a knee strike that knocked him over. Immediately, he brought both hands crashing down. Boom! Han Xiaoqi fell heavily to the ground, firmly pinned down by Zhang Yu's tiger claw, unable to move an inch. What are you doing? The members of the Iron Fist Squad were about to intervene. What's wrong? The remaining members of the Void Squad slowly approached. Suddenly, the Iron Fist Squad members were frozen in place, too scared to move. Hiss! The surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. They never expected that the first-year students were truly hiding dragons and crouching tigers. Previously, the invincible Iron Fist warrior Han Xiaoqi had been defeated by this fierce tiger druid, Zhang Yu, in just 1 round. It was said that this was only the second-in-command of the Void Squad. How strong must the first-in-command, Han Ling, be? Get lost! Zhang Yu kicked Han Xiaoqi hard, sending him flying towards his teammates, crashing heavily into them. His teammates managed to catch Han Xiaoqi, finally regaining their composure. Just you wait, this matter isn't over. Han Xiaoqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face twisted in rage as he spat out a threat, leaving in a disheveled state with his teammates. Zhang Yu released his transformation, reverting back to his human form, and scoffed, "Humph, I'll be waiting. What can you do to me?" Thus, the conflict came to a temporary halt. Many first-year teams nearby looked on in astonishment at the Void Squad. The ruthless team leader Yin Nanbao, the stormy team leader Lepu, and the moon-gazing team leader Huang Han, these were all strong teams made up of first-year students. This was their first time witnessing the second-in-command of the strongest team in action. The fierce tiger druid is indeed powerful, with control, explosive force, and strength all in one. So impressive, it feels like there are no weaknesses. Captain Han Ling hasn't even made a move yet. He's a hidden class, the true number 1 of our Qingfeng Academy's first year. I wonder if the Ruthless Squad can compare. That team is also quite strong. They probably still fall short, all 5 members of the Void Squad are gifted classes. Those who witnessed the fight couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This squad would be a formidable obstacle for all first-year students. Meow meow, the first-year students over there just got into a fight. I heard it was because of Li Chen. It seems Li Chen has gone missing. His class's teacher is looking for him. He apparently took an S-rank mission, and it just so happened to be at this location. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Li Chen. He wouldn't have. Xiong Pan Pan, who loved to join in on the excitement, ran over, chattering away. The two of them also arrived at the Frosty Ice Spirit stronghold to hunt the ice worms. Shu Miao Miao, the top duelist of the second year, had hunted countless cultists and earned a lot of credits, so she shouldn't be short on money. However, she learned that nearly all the third-year teams had come here. So, there must be some mission in the third year. After arriving, Zhu Miao Miao guessed the reason. Behind this insect tide, there should be a mother worm. Miao Miao, are you even listening to me? Xiong Pan Pan noticed Zhu Miao Miao was mechanically killing monsters, seemingly not hearing her. I heard you. Shu Miao Miao frowned slightly. Don't worry, Li Chen won't die so easily. Since he's not here, he's likely deeper inside. Maybe this guy has made some discovery. What discovery? Xiong Pan Pan asked. As she spoke, she swung her large shield, killing the ice worms. Nothing, just speculation. Shu Miao Miao shook her head and then said, "What's wrong with you? You're already level 31. How come you're still so slow at killing level 5 monsters?" Xiong Pan Pan smiled awkwardly. Sorry, because I'm afraid of dying, I've focused entirely on defense, with my equipment primarily for protection and my skills all defensive, so my monster killing speed isn't fast at all. Let me show you my signature skill, which cost me all the credits I accumulated over a year, and I even took out a loan of 10,000 credits to get this skill. After saying that, Xiong Pan Pan's large shield burst into light, releasing a defensive skill. The dazzling colors of the shield enveloped her surroundings, sparkling like crystal, refracting 4 colors of light under the dim sunlight. Crystal Bastion, upon release, summons an indestructible fortress centered on oneself. During this time, the user cannot move, attack, or release other skills, but can reflect magical attacks. The thickness of the Crystal Bastion is determined by the user's constitution. This skill is colloquially known as the Turtle Bastion, and it is indeed indestructible once released. It can withstand the boss's attacks in the front line. However, in PvP, it is absolutely worthless. Others won't bother attacking this turtle shell, while the user will continuously consume mental and physical energy, potentially exhausting themselves to death. Shu Miao Miao. She really didn't expect it to be like this. This was her first time trying to team up with someone, and it was also her first time bringing Xiong Pan Pan along. She had taken Xiong Pan Pan because there were no suitable candidates for their 5-person team, planning to observe her situation and provide some guidance. But in this case, it seemed there was no way to guide her. Xiong Pan Pan anxiously said, Miao Miao, you promised to team up with me, you won't go back on your word, right? Shu Miao Miao replied, let's not talk about that for now. Your bastion is somewhat useful, so let's move forward. Moving forward is too dangerous. Xiong Pan Pan patted her chest and said, the further we go, the fewer people there are and the more bugs there are. These bugs can deal a small amount of real damage. Many ants can kill an elephant. 2 third-year students from the Mountain Academy have already died. It's safer for us to stay here. With so many people killing bugs together, we won't be surrounded. It's fine, you have the Crystal Bastion, so what are you afraid of? Let's move forward. Shu Miao Miao pointed into the distance and whispered, do you see that? That's the team of third-year students Shi Yuanji and Zhou Rinshi. Almost all the third-year teams are pushing forward. They must have some kind of mission, along with second-year students Hu Hongba and Yufei. Xiong Pan Pan looked over and indeed saw that almost all the third-year teams were trying to push deeper. Not only the Qingfeng Academy, but third-year students from other academies were doing the same. Additionally, some strong second-year teams were also attempting to push into the tide of bugs. There must be good things inside. Whether there are good things or not, we'll find out when we get there. Saying this, Miwen slashed at the ice-swallowing bug that lunged at them while moving deeper. Meow meow, even so, it's dangerous. If you don't come, then stay by yourself. I'll think about the team situation again. Okay, I'm coming. With no other choice, Xiong Pan Pan had to take her large shield and follow Zhu Miao Miao's footsteps. At this moment, the tide of bugs was showing signs of fatigue, and their numbers were not as overwhelming as before. After all, with so many people killing, there would eventually be a time when they were all defeated. The third-year students from various academies began to move inward. They knew there were good things there. Their target was the Nebula Nest Mother Bug. Killing it had a chance to drop a brand new enhancement skill book. Meanwhile, Li Chen and the others, using their claybirds, flew directly through the air, bypassing the battlefield where the crowd and the tide of bugs were clashing, and arrived directly at the location of the mother bug. It was quiet here. It seemed the mother bug had sent all the bugs out. Fortunately, we could fly over, otherwise, getting back here would be quite troublesome. The three landed on the ground, arriving at the place where the wolf pack was digging pits. The pit is nearly 2 meters high, with a slope of 30 degrees. It leads down to the ice layer below, where the interior is completely invisible, shrouded in darkness. The mother bug should be down there, Miwon. Yeah, I know. The two of them now have a strong understanding. As soon as Li Chen speaks, the other understands his meaning. The clay spider, imbued with a spark of consciousness, cautiously crawls deeper into the pit. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Still descending, the darkness below is absolute, the path is unclear, but the spider continues to walk, indicating they haven't reached the bottom. It's simply unfathomable. 500 meters, 600 meters. Li Chen can't help but marvel. The lake here used to be terrifyingly deep. Finally, at a depth of 700 meters, Miwon gasps at the sight before her. What? What is this? What is this? Miwon exclaims, clearly surprised. Li Chen asks, what's wrong? Didn't you say you couldn't see much below? Miwon nods, I can't see much, but we've reached the end. There haven't been any ice-eating bugs along the way. They must have all been sent out. Li Chen is astonished. Reached the end? But this is already 700 meters. Zhang Xiaohua thinks for a moment. How about we use clay bombs to blast further in? Li Chen shakes his head. Don't come up with bad ideas. If we use bombs, it will only cause the pit to collapse, and we won't be able to get in. Zhang Xiaohua asks, then what should we do? Originally, they planned to see if the mother bug boss was inside. If it was, Li Chen intended to create a supersized bomb to take it out from a distance. But now there's a dilemma. They thought the wolf pack had dug through to the mother bug's location, but it seems they haven't. We'll have to go down ourselves, Li Chen says, determined to investigate. Isn't that too dangerous? Miwon says, if we encounter a swarm of bugs in this narrow opening, there would be no way to escape. Captain, I can't allow you to take that risk. Who said I was going to take a risk? Li Chen is using his clay hands, two mouths spitting out a white clay line, the underground clay model continuously expanding, and then taking on a human form. This is. Miwon's eyes widen. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua gasps. If that's the case, then the clay master is too abnormal. This is practically a puppeteer. That's right, I'm shaping my doppelganger puppet. Li Chen smiles slightly, clapping his hands. Alright, it's done. The puppet made from clay has some differences from those made with life skills. If a life skill fails, it directly shows a failure, and the materials are lost. But with the puppet hand, whether it succeeds or fails, it will still appear. Miwon, Zhang Xiaohua, standing on the ground is a humanoid puppet the same height as Li Chen. How to put it? It's very abstract, just a silhouette, with hands, feet, a nose, and eyes, but put together, it looks like a mud person. This is unavoidable. It's too difficult to shape a clay figure that looks exactly like oneself. The details required are too many, making it impossible. Although he has mastered clay to an advanced level, it was done by forcefully using a large number of identical clay spiders. Therefore, he couldn't create an exact replica, only an abstract mud figure. Li Chen imbued it with his own human characteristics. The clay figure can perform simple walking and tool manipulation. Additionally, because Li Chen endowed it with his traits, it has a bit of his personality. The mud figure strikes a pose, standing with its hands behind its back, facing away from the world. It even emits a silent smile. He. Li Chen chuckles. What do you think? Miwon gently tugged at the corner of her mouth. Not bad. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth drooped. Yeah, really not bad. Just like you. Li Chen. You too, can you be any more insincere? Take this. Li Chen took a magic scroll from his backpack and handed it to the clay puppet. Firestorm magic scroll, single use, level 60, effect, creates a massive firestorm. The target at the center of the storm will be subjected to continuous attacks, almost impossible to resist. Is this a magic scroll? Miwon asked. Yeah. Li Chen replied, a level 60 magic scroll should be able to break through the passage and see what's inside. After saying that, Li Chen controlled the clay puppet to go down with the magic scroll. Activating the magic scroll was simple, just opening it would suffice. Miwon. Yeah. Without needing much explanation, Miwon immediately cast the light of the mind. With Miwon's vision and command, Li Chen maneuvered the clay puppet, avoiding obstacles in the pit. The clay figure, holding the magic scroll, dashed forward and soon reached a position of 700 meters. The wolf pack had only dug this far before encountering an attack, completely blocked off. Miwon directed, Captain, a little to the left, a bit more to the left. Yes, that's it, right in front. Following Miwon's instructions, Li Chen adjusted the clay puppet, which was holding the scroll, to face the blocked position of the pit. Then, he spread his hands to unfold the magic scroll. Boom! Instantly, the magic scroll emitted flames. A large firestorm spun and swept toward the pit. The pit was made of ice, and fire counters ice. Wherever it went, the ice layer evaporated directly. The diameter of the pit widened, and its length continued to extend. The flames also completely illuminated the pit. The clay puppet, holding the magic scroll, continued to move forward. Following this route, they should be able to find the mother worm. Unless, of course, the Wolf King miscalculated. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. When the depth reached 1,000 meters, the magic scroll's effect ended. The passage was completely opened up. Before them, it was suddenly bright. Deeper inside was a very large space, likely the bottom of the lake. This space was oval-shaped, with a bottom area roughly the size of a football field, likely excavated by the ice-devouring worms. In the center was a gigantic monster. This should be the mother worm of the ice-devouring worms. The mother worm was enormous, its entire body covered with a delicate, porcelain-like, translucent white shell, as if it were formed from the purest ice and snow in nature. Its body structure was complex and strange, blending features of various insects and unknown creatures. The head was broad, with long antennae extending from both sides, gently swaying as if sensing the surroundings. However, this mother worm had no eyes. In front of the mother worm was a mountain of flesh and blood. Ice-devouring worms were constantly bringing more. It was unclear where this flesh and blood came from, as the mother worm kept devouring. Meanwhile, the mother worm's abdomen was unusually swollen, constantly writhing. Its tail end continuously expelled black eggs. Like the eggs laid by frogs, they were clustered together, dense and numerous. The mother worm detected creatures through its antennae, seemingly unaware of the heatless clay puppet. It was likely the same for the ice-devouring worms, as many of them did not attack the clay puppet. Captain, this is the location of the mother worm. Okay. Li Chen carefully controlled the puppet to crawl out of the hole and then stick to the top. It was now confirmed that the mother worm was below, right in front of the passage, and the clay would not provoke the attacks of the low-intelligence worms. They should only be consuming all living creatures around them. What should we do next? Let's make a big move. Li Chen began to mold a spherical clay bomb on site using his clay hands. A total of 299 packs of C2 explosive powder. He shaped it into a large clay sphere bomb with a diameter of 2 meters. Then, he wrapped it in intermediate clay to make it tough and smooth, allowing it to roll easily. Finally, on this clay sphere bomb, he placed a dozen C1 spider clay bombs and used the demolition expert's advanced skill to set a timer for 10 minutes. A pack of C1 explosive powder has a power of 1000 damage. The C2 explosive powder was tested once on the Ice Soul Demon King. The damage was about 10,000, and with 299 packs, that's roughly 2.99 million, minus defense, still around 2 million. The total health of this mother bug shouldn't exceed that number. To be safe, I'll use them all at once. If it doesn't blow it up, there won't be another chance. Li Chen kicked the clay sphere bomb directly into the pit. The bomb would roll down the pit and fall into that space, right above the mother bug. After the timer, it would explode just as it fell. Brothers, retreat. Such a terrifying bomb must have great power. It wouldn't be good if it blew up on them. So exciting. I'm a bit nervous. Just stay back. The three immediately withdrew. The bomb was already set. As for the result, let the bomb roll for a while. The three quickly retreated about 500 meters before stopping. Hey, Li Chen, what are you doing here? At that moment, a voice rang in their ears. It was Zhu Miaomiao from the second year, who had broken through the insect tied with Xiong Panpan to come here. Is it him? Did he arrive before us? Some strong teams from the third year, like Shi Yuanji and Zhou Renshi, also arrived. Who are these three? They actually got here first? Many other students from different academies expressed their confusion. The third-year students had all pushed through together, barely making it here. Yet the three in front seemed to be freshmen. Judging by their equipment, they should be level 20. But why did they arrive before them? Li Chen, what are you doing here? Zhu Miaomiao was clearly surprised to see Li Chen and the others. This place was not somewhere first-year freshmen could come. Hello, Li Chen greeted with a smile. Of course, I'm here to hunt monsters. Zhu Miaomiao was slightly taken aback. You guys came here to hunt monsters? Not just him, the surrounding students were all stunned. Who is this person? Which school is he from? He looks like a freshman. How did he get here? I've seen the equipment on that fat guy. It's a level 20 ice war shield. Looks like he's a level 20 professional. That shouldn't be. How did a level 20 get here? The surrounding students were filled with questions. After all, those who broke through the insect tide to come here were mostly third-year students. Third-year students should all be at level 35 by now.
Level 35 is a threshold. At this level, professionals have undergone 3 advancements. With level 30 equipment and various skills, along with a level 35 ultimate skill, their strength is not on the same level as that of a level 34. So a level 20 freshman coming here would definitely cause a stir. But no matter what, this person arrived first and might have discovered something. Hey you! At that moment, a third-year student walked over. This student, equipped with powerful gear, was a warrior. He spoke, "I'm from Gaoshan Academy. I want to ask you, have you found the boss?" The students from Gaoshan Academy had lost 2 students to the insect tide, suffering significant losses. Therefore, they were determined to succeed in this operation to kill the mother bug. Gaoshan Academy also had the largest number of participants. Basically, the entire year group had come. With the student's question, the scene suddenly fell silent. Is it necessary to tell you? The one who responded was Shi Yuanji from Qingfeng Academy, also a senior. He had seen Li Chen from the same academy. With so many teams arriving now, the porridge was plentiful but the meat was scarce. It was best if fewer people knew. Shi Yuanji, I advise you to mind your own business. The warrior from Gaoshan Academy, named Aotian, showed no fear of Shi Yuanji and laughed. This year we will have a competition, but not now. He is my classmate from Qingfeng Academy. Why should I tell you? After saying this, Shi Yuanji looked at Li Chen and said, "Classmate, don't be afraid. We've got your back. If you want to say something, say it. If you don't want to, then don't. If you really know something, this information is very important, worth 100,000 credits." The third-year students from Qingfeng Academy all stood by Shi Yuanji's side. The 2 schools were in a standoff. Suddenly, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Upon hearing this, Zhu Miaomiao's eyes lit up. Something worth 100,000 credits should not be equipment. The ice worm was only level 5, and the mother worm behind it was probably level 30. Even level 30 legendary equipment wouldn't be worth 100,000 credits. There was only one possibility: this boss must drop a skill book. It could be a legendary skill book or perhaps an entirely new skill. Not just Zhu Miaomiao, but a few second-year teams that had come here were also tempted. No wonder these third-year students were rushing here. The academy had secretly assigned tasks to the third-year students. Li Chen, you don't have to say anything. Zhu Miaomiao came to Li Chen's side and whispered, "We have students from our academy here, and I will protect you." Seeing the situation change, Aotian from Gaoshan Academy looked at Li Chen and said, "Classmate, there's no need to only tell your academy. I can pay. Just tell me the location of the mother worm boss." As soon as he finished speaking, almost everyone turned to look at Li Chen. Suddenly, Li Chen became the center of attention. Li Chen pretended to be tempted and said, "You'll just tell me the location and give me money?" Upon hearing this, Aotian laughed. Of course. Li Chen spread his hands. "But money isn't very useful. Credits seem to be more valuable." "From what you said, that's 100,000 credits. You're wrong, classmate. Money is very useful." Upon hearing this, Aotian was already certain that Li Chen knew the boss's location. He hurriedly explained, "You're a first year, right? Let me explain. It seems that credits can buy purple equipment, but money can too. As long as you get a one-time equipment crafting blueprint, you can spend money to hire a master-level blacksmith to help you forge purple equipment. What you exchange in the academy is just ordinary purple equipment. Also, money can be used to craft various high-end potions and embed gems into equipment. It has so many uses." Aotian rattled on, speaking earnestly. His purpose was to tell Li Chen the importance of money, because credits cannot be traded, let alone the credits from 2 different academies. "So, money does have some use," Li Chen said. "I do know the boss's location. How much are you planning to offer?" Mi Wan and Zhang Xiaohua silently looked at Li Chen, thinking, wow, the captain is planning to make a profit before taking down the boss. Truly the captain, truly the big brother. "I'll offer 50 gold coins," Aotian said happily. As long as he could buy the information with money, it was worth it. Shi Yuanji beside him said, "I'll offer 100 gold coins." Aotian gritted his teeth and said, "I'll offer 200 gold coins." After all, once he got the information, he could share it with other teams from the academy. The money for the information could be pooled together. Shi Yuanji said, "I'll offer 300 gold coins." He also had the same idea, to get the information and share it, splitting the cost together. When 10 teams come together, each team only needs to contribute 30 gold coins. The key is to get the information first. If the 10 teams can take down the boss first, they will earn 100,000 credits. Even if they split it, it's still a huge profit. Wait! Li Chen raised his hand to interrupt. "You seem to have misunderstood. I never said anything about an auction. How about this? I'll give you a discount. 200 gold coins for the information." Selling the information to just one person is a loss. Selling it together is more profitable. Aotian was a bit annoyed. "If you do it this way, everyone will know. and what's the point? I'll buy it. Shi Yuanji immediately raised his hand. I'll pay 200 gold coins. You received 200 gold coins from Shi Yuanji. Li Chen quickly received the gold coin transaction notification. I'll buy too. A captain from the Flowing Water Academy also raised his hand and paid. You received 200 gold coins from Zhang Qinan and me. A captain from the Bright Moon Academy raised his hand and immediately paid. You received 200 gold coins from Yang Lu. Damn it, the other academies had all bought in, and Aotian had no choice but to buy. If he didn't, he would fall completely behind. Damn it, he felt like he was being coerced. If he had known, he wouldn't have opened his mouth, he would have found it himself. You received 200 gold coins from Aotian. Soon, Li Chen received gold coins from the 5 captains of the Gaoshan, Lushui, Qingfeng, Mingyue, and Jian academies. A total of 1,000 gold coins. It felt like becoming rich overnight. 1,000 gold coins equated to 10 million copper coins. Definitely a wealthy person. Li Chen smiled and waved his hand. Let me make it clear, I will only tell you the location. As for who gets the final blow on the boss, don't blame me. The 5 captains who had paid gathered around, and Aotian said, we won't blame you. Li Chen repeated, you can't blame me. Let's confirm that again. The others spoke up one after another. Stop stalling, just tell us. We promise not to blame you. Just tell us the information. Why would we blame you? No need for that. Only then did Li Chen nod in satisfaction and secretly point ahead. Over there, 500 meters away, there's a pit that I dug. You can go straight in and see the mother bug boss. The mother bug is laying eggs under the ice layer. You little rascal, how did you find that out? You even dug a hole? Surely you went in and found you couldn't beat it, then ran back out. Not only do you know the location, but you also dug a hole. This money was well spent. The 5 third-year captains, having received the information, immediately wanted to lead their teams inside. Normally, whoever delivers the final blow to a monster gets the loot. But there's a special case. When a boss is attacked by more than 10 teams, or 100 people, these seasoned players will pay attention to the final killing blow. This can lead to the final blow being dealt by several teams simultaneously, killing the boss together. In such cases, when the system cannot determine, new rules will apply. The team with the highest damage will claim the loot. Therefore, the team that outputs damage first has the highest chance of getting the loot. There were hundreds of teams from various academies on site. It was definitely a case of too many monks and not enough porridge. This is why these teams were willing to spend gold coins to buy information. They all wanted to get a step ahead. Wait! Li Chen shouted, stopping everyone. What now? Is this ever going to end? Can you just say it all at once? The 5 captains stopped in their tracks. There's no time. Li Chen calculated the time. Only a few seconds were left before 10 minutes were up, and said, I advise you not to go. There's going to be a big explosion ahead. Be careful of friendly fire. Everyone? What does that mean? What big explosion? Is this guy crazy? Aotian asked. What do you mean, what big explosion? Just a big explosion. Li Chen snapped his fingers and whispered. Snap. The ground began to tremble slightly. It felt like a precursor to the end of the world. The heart of a slumbering giant beast was awakened. Immediately, an indescribable energy began to surge beneath the ice layer, as if the entire ground was trembling, heralding the impending great change. Then, the entire ice layer started to crack. Only then could the sounds from within be heard. Boom, boom, boom. A destructive force erupted in an instant. Almost everyone struggled to stand, feeling as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Beneath the ice layer, that super bomb was detonated. Huge cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Light pierced through the thick ice layer, illuminating the dim sky as if it were daytime. The devastating shockwave spread wildly in all directions. Everyone stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the terrifying commotion for a long time before returning to calm. In the next moment, information came in. Kill Secret Realm Boss Monster, Nebula Nesting Mother Bug. Kill Level 5 Monster Ice Eating Bug, Experience +1, times 18500, Obtain Material, Stomach Sac of Ice Eating Bug, times 18500. Kill Level 30 Secret Realm Boss Monster, Nebula Nesting Mother Bug. Experience gained, 50,000, obtain, Energy Crystal * 1,000, Nebula Staff, Level 20 Blue Gear, Nesting Robe, Level 20 Green Gear, Fission, Level 20 White Enhancement Skill Book, Evolution, Level 20 White Enhancement Skill Book, obtain 3 gold coins, obtain material, Nesting Mother Bug Recovery Crystal, Forging Material. Information surged in like a tide. This shot consumed 299 packs of C2 super large clay explosives, not only instantly killing that mother bug but also eliminating 18,500 ice-eating bugs in the process. Each gave 1 point of experience, totaling 18,500 experience. But that wasn't the important part.
The key was that this one material could be sold for 100 copper coins, adding up to 1.85 million copper coins, equivalent to 185 gold coins, which was quite a sum. However, it was still a loss because the cost of this shell was 299 gold coins. As the earth-shattering explosion ended, the place of the explosion completely collapsed. Then it spread outward, the ground showing cracks. What's going on? Did an earthquake happen? It's terrifying. I thought we were going to die. What happened? What was that just now? It seems something exploded underground. Exploded? What could explode with such power? The students present looked at the cracks beneath their feet, each showing a look of shock. Where's the hole? The one leading to the boss? What hole? It has collapsed. There's nothing left. What do we do now? Are we supposed to dig down? If I'm not mistaken, the boss must be dead, right? The 5 captains from various academies discussed among themselves, then sensed something was off. They suddenly turned around, looking at Li Chen in surprise. Aotian, with a mouth big enough to fit an egg, took a long time to speak. Did you do this? Li Chen smiled slightly. Guess. Aotian, I guess you're full of it. If it wasn't you, how could you have said it was too late just now? It must be you. Li Chen repeated. Guess. I'm afraid it really is him. Shi Yuanji from Qingfeng Academy looked at Li Chen in disbelief. He knew that Li Chen's profession was a dual life profession, namely a clay master and a demolitionist. That commotion just now was definitely an explosion, and he had prior knowledge. Who else could it be if not him? Who is he? Did he really do it? I've heard of him. He's this year's top scholar from Jiangzhou, clearing the hellish dungeon with full marks. I saw the news. It seems he's a mind master, able to hold the heavenly decree in his mouth. That's nonsense. Those are just rumors. The real professions are clay master and demolitionist. Clay master and demolitionist? Those are practical jobs. The country has tried to bring demolitionists to the battlefield with academy legions, but it didn't work out. Not being able to make large bombs is a major flaw, and they still need protection. But he can combine clay and explosive powder, a clay demolitionist. Damn! Who said clay masters are weak? That's terrifying. The surrounding students were buzzing with discussion, many recognizing Li Chen. After all, he was a figure who had been in the news, achieving a perfect score in the clearance, the top scholar of Jiangzhou. Such news was something students from all academies would pay attention to. Soon, the news spread rapidly. Hiss! The captains of the third-year leading teams from various universities couldn't help but gasp. From what just happened, it was likely this kid who did it. If this is true, then this kid is too terrifying. A level 30 boss typically has around 300,000 health points. One-shotting a boss means he could take out everyone present in an instant. You little brat. Aotian tugged at the corner of his mouth. Are you scamming us for gold? Clearly, he had said he would provide information, but as soon as the news arrived, the boss was gone. Isn't this just a total scam? Hey, you can't say that, Li Chen explained. We agreed beforehand that whoever gets the boss can't have any complaints against me. Aotian was stunned. They had indeed said that. But who would have thought the boss would end up in your hands? Li Chen, isn't that just how it is? Aotian. Everyone. Shock, pure shock. Now everyone in the room reassessed this dual profession individual before them. Dual professioners are indeed not to be underestimated. He really killed it. At this moment, Zhu Miaomia looked at Li Chen with a changed expression. She had thought she found a decent teammate. Now it seemed, not just decent, but far beyond expectations. The green mountains remain, the clear waters flow, we shall meet again. After saying this, Li Chen planned to leave. After all, the boss was already killed, and staying here had no meaning. Next, he should head to the teleport point at Ice and Snow Prairie No. 18. Might as well see if he could encounter that treasure monster. Since the information came for free, he might as well go. Just as Li Chen was about to leave, suddenly, a large group of people came running towards them. The leader was none other than the commander of the 4th Legion, Dong Hao. He rushed over with 5 teams. He had already killed 2 nebula nest mother bugs at 2 other locations. Unfortunately, neither dropped a skill book. Therefore, Dong Hao hurriedly brought his team here. Did you find the nebula nest mother bug? Dong Hao ran over quickly and then stood beside Aotian. The two clearly knew each other, and Aotian acted like a little brother in front of Dong Hao, hurriedly nodding and bowing to greet him. Hello, Brother Dong. He said, Brother Dong, I didn't even see a hair of the boss. Dong Hao sighed in relief. So you didn't fight it then? Aotian awkwardly smiled. We finished it, Brother Dong. Dong Hao frowned and scolded. What are you doing? You didn't even see the boss and it got stolen. Useless. Aotian didn't dare to retort, pointing in Li Chen's direction. Brother Dong, it was that person who did it, but be careful, that kid has some tricks. Hearing this, Dong Hao turned his gaze. Then, he saw Li Chen. How could it be him? A first-year kid could kill a level 30 boss? stop him! Dong Hao immediately shouted, and his team members quickly moved to surround Li Chen, Zhang Xiaohua, and Miwen. Looking for trouble? Let's go! Li Chen immediately spoke up. The situation was dire. It was best to return to the base quickly. The few of them quickly activated their return stones. However, they found that the return stones had lost their effectiveness. What's going on? Why isn't the return stone working? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the return stone in her hand, puzzled. It shouldn't be. We've only used it twice out of 10 chances. Don't use it, Dong Hao said. The return stone was made by the enhanced class, the teleporter. Since they can create return items, they can naturally create items that seal the return. With that, Dong Hao added, I've already sealed off this area, you can't use the return stone. As soon as he said this, the area became lively. The surrounding students looked on in shock. It seemed the commander was about to take action against the students. This was outrageous. Dong Hao, are you crazy? Do you dare to rob us outright? Miwen stepped forward, furious. She had never had a good impression of Dong Hao, and now she felt disgusted. What are you talking about? Dong Hao laughed. As a dignified commander, how could I rob someone? I'm buying. That guy Li Chen is selling me a skill book for 100,000 gold coins. Although 100,000 gold coins couldn't be exchanged for credits, 100,000 credits could be exchanged for 100,000 gold coins. And 100,000 gold coins was definitely not a small amount. Li Chen said coldly, what if I don't sell? Dong Hao's expression turned icy. Not selling is not up to you. With that, a wave of soul pressure surged again. Soul suppression, a skill exclusive to soul knights, releasing mental power to target, causing soul suppression, immobilizing the target and preventing any skills from being released. The suppression strength is related to the difference in mental power between both parties. Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen were about to resist but were once again suppressed by this mental force. Wang Jejun, come here and use your nimble hands to steal from him, Dong Hao said. If you succeed, I'll compensate him with 100,000 gold coins. Dong Hao's intentions were clear. First, he would use a control skill to immobilize Li Chen, then call a thief to steal items from his backpack. With the level difference, as long as there was enough time, they would definitely be able to steal everything from the backpack. They aimed to steal that skill book. Unfortunately, he had calculated everything but failed to account for one thing. The current Li Chen was completely different from before. At this moment, all 10 pieces of equipment on Li Chen were stacked with mental attributes, causing his mental power to surge. Moreover, he had a level 60 legendary piece of equipment. Even Dong Hao couldn't stack all his attributes in mental power. Therefore, the difference in their mental attributes wasn't significant. He couldn't fully control Li Chen. He had only sealed Li Chen's ability to use skills, but he could still move. Is this what you mean? Li Chen took out a skill book and smiled. Fission Enhancement Skill Book. Dong Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. Sell it to me for 100,000 gold coins. Sorry, Li Chen sneered. The next moment, he directly crushed the skill book in public. I don't need your gold coins. Enhancement Skill Book, Fission, White, Learning Level, Level 0, Learning Requirements, None, Effect, adds a fission effect to a certain skill, enhancing the skill. The effect depends on the skill. You used the Enhancement Skill Book Fission, enhancing it to Clay Hand. Enhancement successful. Your Clay Hand skill gains the effect Fission. Clay Hand Fission, consuming mental power. The clay bombs created by your Clay Hand can self-fission internally, increasing in size and power by 1 to 5 times. Seeing this, Dong Hao roared, damn it, how can you learn it? What's going on? You actually learned it. Do you deserve to learn this skill book? You don't deserve it. Dong Hao was somewhat on the verge of breaking down. This skill book might be significant for other classes, but for him, the Soul Knight, it was even more so. He can split his soul's pressure, making it incredibly powerful. For other professions, learning this enhancement skill book might yield an increase of 1, but for him, the increase can definitely reach 4. More importantly, he can take the top spot in the grand competition and receive a wealth of generous rewards. Oh right, there's also this book. Li Chen took out another skill book and said coldly, this enhancement skill book is called Evolution, which can advance a max level skill once again. What? Dong Hao showed an expression of disbelief. There's actually this skill. Another brand new enhancement skill book. This was the first time the Nebula Nest's mother worm had dropped this skill. This mother worm actually dropped 2 skill books. Why did this happen? Could it be because this mother worm split off a large number of ice-devouring worms? If he had known, he would have insisted on coming over to kill this mother worm. Stop! Sell it to me! Don't learn it! Dong Hao was a bit anxious but didn't dare to step forward. He feared that the other party might impulsively learn it. The ability to advance a max-level skill again, this skill book is only slightly inferior to the split, but it is definitely a very powerful skill book. I'll offer 100,000 gold coins. I told you, I don't need it. In the next moment, Li Chen crushed the skill book again and used it directly. After learning these two most valuable books, he had nothing else of value on him, so even if a thief stole it, it wouldn't matter. Enhancement skill book, evolution, white, learning level 0 learning requirements, none effect, advances a skill that has reached ultimate proficiency or a skill that cannot be improved, breaking through to a higher level. Using the enhancement skill book evolution, enhancing to clay hand. Enhancement successful, your clay hand, split evolves into clay soul hand, split clay soul hand, split. 1. You can collect more complex biological traits. 2. You can endow clay with traits, and if it's your own trait, you can inherit a few skills. 3. You can create clay in combat, faster speed. 4. Consuming mental power, the clay bombs you create can self-split internally, increasing in size and power by 1 to 10 times. The skill has become even more powerful. From clay hand, it has become clay soul hand, split. At this moment, the mouth on Li Chen's hands grew a long tongue, revealing a charming smile as he quietly observed everything before him. The strength of the skill has increased again. From collecting biological traits, it has transformed into collecting more complex biological traits. If endowed with his own traits, it would also inherit a few skills. The split effect has also strengthened, increasing from 1 to 5 times to 1 to 10 times. This skill has received an epic enhancement after the 2 skill books. No! What right do you have to learn this skill book? You don't deserve it. Dong Hao, seeing that the 2 skill books had already been learned by Li Chen, let out a hysterical voice. He had exhausted his thoughts, having fought 2 mother worms, yet nothing had dropped. And this mother worm not only dropped split but also evolution. If he had fought it, it would have all been his. But it was obtained by this guy named Li Chen. As if that wasn't enough, he was willing to spend 100,000 gold coins to buy it. That's 100,000 gold coins, which ordinary people simply cannot produce. Not to mention a legion commander, even a commander wouldn't be able to come up with 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins is equivalent to 1 billion copper coins. Only he, backed by the Dong family, could afford this payment. But the kid in front of him didn't appreciate it at all and went ahead to learn it. Kneel down. Apologize. Dong Hao was completely enraged, and his soul pressure grew stronger again. He must have used a temporary skill to boost his mental power. Li Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Beside him, Mi Wen and Zhang Xiaohua were on the verge of collapse. If this continued, their minds might be shattered, turning them into idiots. This was another effect of mental attacks. Clearly, the situation was problematic due to the Legion commander. Yet, none of the students on the field dared to step forward to intervene. Even the third-year students from Qingfeng Academy did not dare to help. Only one person appeared. You should be the one apologizing. Shu Miaomiao suddenly appeared behind Dong Hao. She held a black dagger, infused with poison and ready to backstab, her movements as swift as lightning. No one noticed when she had arrived. With a swift thrust, this knife struck Dong Hao's back, breaking through his defenses, triggering a critical backstab damage, and combined with the poison, it paralyzed him, putting him in a poisoned state. With this, Dong Hao's soul suppression skill was interrupted. He turned around to see Zhu Miaomiao immediately flip backward, using the flying swallow technique to create distance, and then she vanished again into invisibility. Without the soul suppression, Li Chen and the others instantly felt relieved. Shouldn't you be paying attention to me? Li Chen shouted angrily, then he clasped his hands together, revealing a charming smile, and began to spit out clay, quickly molding 10 small C1 clay bird bombs with his advanced skill. The 10 birds flew towards Dong Hao. Fission. In midair, Li Chen expended his mental energy, and the 10 clay birds suddenly expanded internally, transforming into a large clay mass that writhed. In the next moment, its size increased 5-fold. Its power also increased 5-fold. The damage of these clay birds, which consumed a pack of C1 explosive powder, was 1,000. After fission, it directly became 5,000. 10 clay birds could deal 50,000 damage. Of course, this also drained all of Li Chen's mental energy, leaving his face pale. It was evident that the mental energy consumed by fission was terrifying. The remaining mental energy Li Chen had was insufficient to detonate such a massive bomb, but he had already set a 5-second timer for the explosion, which consumed relatively little mental energy. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. At this moment, 5 birds reached Dong Hao's side. Then, boom, 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 boom. A tremendous explosion sounded. -2000, -2000, -2000, -2000, -2000. 10 damage numbers jumped above Dong Hao, a total of 20,000 damage. Everyone showed expressions of astonishment. What terrifying damage was this? If this damage hit, Commander Dong Hao might die. A first-year freshman could kill a commander in an instant? My god, what kind of damage is this? Is the damage of the clay bomb really this high? No wonder it could kill the mother bug boss.
It's fission, did you see that? That's fission. I saw it, what a terrifying skill. It can enlarge that clay bomb. 2000 damage, isn't that damage something a level 40 person could deal? He's just a freshman, and he isn't even wearing equipment, how could he deal such high damage? That's not the issue, the problem is that this fission enhanced the damage by 5 times, which fits perfectly with his clay bomb. 20,000 damage. Commander Dong Hao seems to be a level 45 soul knight. He's not just a pure tank but requires mental attributes, so his health probably isn't over 20,000, right? Commander Dong Hao can't be dead, can he? The students on the field were all shocked. Mainly, the scene before them was too terrifying. Most of these third-year students were between levels 35 to 40. Even when using high-damage skills against a high-defense knight, they could only deal around 1,000 points of damage. In front of him, the new student could cause 2,000 points of damage with each clay bomb. He could unleash 10 shots in one go, it was simply too monstrous. However, the price for such terrifying damage was that Li Chen's mental energy was completely exhausted. Captain, quickly drink this mana supplement to recover your mental energy. Miwen, noticing Li Chen's pale face, hurriedly supported him and took out a potion from her backpack to hand to him. Li Chen took it and tilted his head back, gulping it down. This was the first time he had drunk this clear blue potion. It was sweet, tasted decent, and after entering his stomach, his mental energy slowly began to recover. The intense pain in his head eased significantly. It seemed he would need to stock up on some of these potions in the future. That guy won't die, right? I was just acting in self-defense. Li Chen frowned slightly, looking in Dong Hao's direction. There, smoke was billowing. With a gust of wind, it began to disperse. There he was. Dong Hao reappeared. At the same time, a golden shield emerged around him. The shield slowly dissipated, indicating its duration had ended. My god, what is that? A legacy skill, a knight-exclusive legacy skill, the invincible holy shield. It really is that skill. It can immunize against all damage. I never expected that Commander Dong Hao actually had this skill. The students on the field were shocked, witnessing the knight's legacy skill firsthand. Even Dong Hao's teammates were astonished. He had just learned that Dong Hao possessed such a skill. Very good. Very good. Dong Hao's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. You actually forced out my absolute trump card. You have chosen the path to death. He had almost been killed by a new student in front of everyone. He had lost all face. His skill was stolen, he had lost face, and his fiancée Miwen was supporting that Li Chen. As a man, he was furious. Miwen was indeed supporting Li Chen. However, the bond between them was not romantic but brotherly. But Dong Hao would not see it that way. Li Chen had also been forced to reveal all his trump cards. That last strike had nearly been all of his strength. Now, he had almost no room to fight back. He was ultimately still weak. Die. Today, I will kill you. Dong Hao shouted in anger, summoning a black heavy-armored warhorse. The knight's level 40 major skill, heavy-armored mount. Normal mounts could not participate in battle. Only knights could. Knights could even ride dragons, becoming dragon knights. Heavy armored mount, your mount shares part of your attributes and can equip 3 pieces of equipment to participate in battle. Dong Hao jumped onto the horse's back, swapping his shield and short hammer for a long weapon, a spear. Normal knights wielded a shield and hammer, fighting monsters head-on. But with a warhorse and spear, it meant he was giving up defense for offense. Commander, you can't. This violates the law. Yes, Commander, calm down. Dong Hao's teammates around him urged him. After all, they were just students. They could suppress but not kill. Within the Dragon Kingdom, professionals were not allowed to kill each other. If someone really died, the only outcome would be punishment from the authorities. Die for me. Dong Hao was completely enraged, ignoring their words as he charged forward like a tank towards Li Chen. Slow aura. Zhang Xiaohua immediately activated the slow aura. If you want to kill my brother, you have to step over my corpse first. He held his shield, standing in front of Li Chen. Xiao Ge had done his best. All he could do was stand in front of him, even if it meant death. Dong Hao, stop. Miwen also stepped forward, standing in front of Li Chen. She stood side by side with Zhang Xiaohua, blocking Li Chen's way. The three of them formed a bond of brotherhood. Miwen deeply agreed, not asking to be born on the same day, but hoping to die on the same day. At the same time, Miwen hoped that the other party would consider her identity and calm down. After all, behind her was the Mi family. If she were truly killed, the two families would become mortal enemies. However, at this moment, Dong Hao couldn't care less. Miwen blocking Li Chen only made him angrier. You shameless woman, you will die today too. Dong Hao completely lost his reason, charging forward with unrelenting speed, intending to kill all 3 of them with a single charge. As long as he charged, he could take down those 3 worthless dogs. When Dong Hao entered the range of the slowing aura, his speed decreased significantly.
During the charge, the heavy armored black horse beneath him suddenly stumbled, as if it had fallen into a quagmire, and Dong Hao was thrown off, landing on the ground in a heap. It's a trap. That thief had already calculated he would charge over and secretly set up a trap. A student immediately noticed the clue. Indeed, Li Chen's helpers were not just Zhang Xiaohua and Mi Wen. Xu Miaomio was in a state of invisibility. She had set up the mud pit trap in advance on the road, stopping the knight's charge. Setting up a mud pit trap required a lot of time, indicating that Xu Miaomio had long anticipated that Dong Hao would not die and would at least attack, showcasing her keen battle awareness. The knight's most terrifying charge was intercepted, and its power was instantly halved. Do you think this can stop me? Dong Hao shouted in anger, then used the skill, Flame Four-Winged Angel, another extremely rare knight skill. For transparent wings of flame appeared behind him, temporarily enhancing his strength, speed, critical hit, and skill level, with the next attack carrying flame damage and a critical hit. He gripped his spear and charged towards Li Chen and the others again. His speed was no slower than that of a warhorse. Chains. Xu Miaomio revealed herself, casting chains to bind Dong Hao. Get off me! Dong Hao roared, using his high resistance to break free from the chains, then sweeping his spear towards Xu Miaomio, who retreated in response, sustaining significant injuries. The level difference between the two was too great. After repelling Xu Miaomio, Dong Hao continued charging towards Li Chen. Mi Wen couldn't help but feel anxious, ready to use damage transfer at any moment. The spear was getting closer and closer. It was about to stab right in front of Mi Wen. Crystal Fortress. Xiong Panpan finally appeared. He stood in front of Mi Wen and Zhang Xiaohua, releasing his skill. Crystal Fortress, upon release, summons an indestructible fortress centered on oneself, cannot move, attack, or release other skills during this time, can reflect magical attacks, thickness of the Crystal Fortress determined by physique. Boom! The Crystal Fortress showed cracks, but Xiong Panpan successfully blocked this attack. Xiong Panpan and Xu Miaomio regarded Li Chen and the others as their future teammates, so they spared no effort in helping. Impossible, how can a third-year student block my attack? Dong Hao looked at the scene before him in disbelief. He knew about the Crystal Fortress, a turtle skill, a useless skill, but now, it had successfully blocked his assault. It's her, that bear baby. The girl he had only seen once stood in front of him, warming Li Chen's heart. It was the second-year girl called Bear Baby. She often messaged him to check in, saying good morning in the morning and good night at night, but every time he either played dead or said he was taking a shower, ignoring her. Yet at this critical moment, she stood resolutely in front of him. If it weren't for her, Zhang Xiaohua and Mi Wen would definitely not have been able to withstand this blow. The three of them could have fallen into a dangerous situation. Get away from me! Dong Hao frantically unleashed skills with his long spear, attacking the crystal barrier. Logically, with his level and equipment, he should be able to break through soon. However, Bear Baby was quite extreme. Just like Li Chen, who had stacked all his points into mental attributes, she was equally extreme. She was afraid of dying, so she invested all her points into Constitution, and her equipment was also focused on Constitution. The thickness of this crystal fortress was related to Constitution. While resisting, Bear Baby fearfully said, "Oh no, don't be so impulsive, Legion Commander, you're still young, you mustn't commit a grave sin. Get lost." Dong Hao was beyond listening, continuing his frenzied attacks. Skills crashed down again and again. The cracks in the crystal barrier grew larger, and it looked like it would be broken soon. At this moment, Li Chen's mental power had slightly recovered through potions. Clay spiders accidentally fell from his hands. They crawled from the ground onto Dong Hao, trying to squeeze into the gaps of his armor. Unfortunately, Dong Hao's ultra-rare knight armor was so tightly fitted that they couldn't get in at all. Crack! With the remaining mental power, he controlled 20 C1 clay spiders to explode on Dong Hao. Boom! 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 505050. Dong Hao was blown back repeatedly. Although the explosions didn't deal much damage, the shockwaves still had a repelling effect. Seizing this opportunity, Xu Miaomio appeared behind him and delivered another backstab. The critical hit caused significant damage to Dong Hao. Xu Miaomio struck and then retreated, disappearing again. A small team worked together to take down a high-level Legion commander, but it wasn't over yet. Mi Wen cast a healing spell aimed at Dong Hao. Meanwhile, Li Chen threw a long and used throwing bomb. The throwing bomb didn't require mental power to use. C2 tadpole-type throwing bomb. Boom! The bomb exploded violently on the ground, creating a 3-meter-wide crater. Smoke filled the air, and the power was immense. But Dong Hao knew the power of this clay bomb. Naturally, he wouldn't take it head-on and immediately dodged. This was the downside of the throwing bomb. It was fine for monsters, but it was generally hard to hit a person. You actually made me retreat. As a knight, being forced back by a first-year student was a tremendous humiliation. You're all dead for sure. Dong Hao swallowed a bottle of magic potion, which should significantly enhance various attributes. He then used the Flame Four-Winged Angel to strengthen himself, mounted his heavy warhorse, and entered his strongest state. This time, the crystal barrier developed cracks. Li Chen's mental power was exhausted. Shu Miao couldn't set another trap. Mi Wen and Zhang Xiaohua were too far behind in level and strength. The art team faced an enemy for the first time, but they were also in crisis for the first time. Let's see how long you can resist. Dong Hao activated his charge skill again, enveloped in flames, energy roaring through his body like a flood, like a storm approaching. They're dead for sure. The surrounding students thought so. 3 first-year students and 2 second-year students forcing a Legion commander into such a situation was already quite impressive. The higher the level, the greater the increase, and the equipment improved exponentially. The gap between high and low levels was like a chasm. They were strong, but they were still 4 or 5 years away from the growth needed to match a Legion commander. Right now, it was absolutely impossible to defeat the Legion commander. Die! Dong Hao charged forward. Retreat! Li Chen shouted loudly. Hearing Li Chen's command, the others withdrew at the same time. Bear Baby also dismantled the crystal barrier and retreated. Left behind were the last 4 C2 throwing bombs and a C1 clay spider used to detonate the throwing bomb. Crack! Boom! As Dong Hao attacked, the throwing bomb beneath him exploded. Invincible Holy Shield! At this moment, Dong Hao's invincible Holy Shield had also finished its cooldown, successfully blocking the attack. 2 invincible Holy Shields were simultaneously cast on himself and his horse. The invincible Holy Shield was indeed powerful, sustaining no damage at all. Meanwhile, the assault had reached Li Chen and his companions. Group teleportation. The captain of the top-ranked third-year team from Qingfeng Academy, Shi Yuanji, had somehow arrived beside Li Chen and the others. He pressed both hands on the ground, causing a green magic circle to appear. Then, he teleported the 4 of them to a farther location, avoiding the attack. Shi Yuanji had saved their lives. Thank you, Li Chen awkwardly said. Sorry, I just scammed you out of 200 gold coins. It's fine. You weren't targeting just me. Shi Yuanji straightened his back. I really couldn't stand it anymore. A Legion commander dealing with a few freshmen. Does he really think there's no one left in Qingfeng Academy? Yeah, the Gaoshan Legion, you have already violated the law. Do you know that? Several of Shi Yuanji's teammates rushed over, standing in front of Li Chen and the others. Damn it, I can't watch this anymore. Brothers, come over here. Zhou Rinshi, the captain of the second team from Qingfeng Academy, also arrived with 4 teammates. I'm coming too. Want to kill our classmates? Have you asked us? Students from the 3rd and 4th teams joined in. They were all top teams in their 3rd year, preparing for the national competition. In terms of strength, they might be weaker than the Legion commander, but they were definitely on par with those ordinary Legion soldiers. With several third-year teams blocking the way, Dong Hao would likely no longer be able to easily kill Li Chen and the others. At this moment, Dong Hao also realized that he seemed to have provoked the wrath of the crowd. Even his own teammates were no longer on his side. Damn it! Dong Hao grew increasingly furious. How had things escalated to this point? He had thought he could easily pin Li Chen and the others down to establish his authority, but he had faced repeated setbacks, again and again. Now he was in a situation where he couldn't back down. Any action he took would be wrong. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Dong Hao completely lost his reason and charged madly towards Li Chen. He couldn't care less anymore. No matter what, he had to kill this person first. As for what would happen afterward, he could only rely on his family's power to intervene. A group of third-year students was preparing to step in and subdue this rampaging bull. Dong Hao, are you crazy? A shocking voice echoed from the sky. Above, 3 knights riding majestic griffins descended from the heavens. The newcomers were none other than the people from the tribunal. All 3 were high-ranking judgment knights. In the crowd, someone had returned to Hanzhou, bringing the knights from the tribunal over. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Dong Hao stubbornly shouted, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a madman. Judgment Cage. The 3 judgment knights directly unleashed their control skills, and 3 cages descended from the sky, layer upon layer, a total of 3 layers, locking Dong Hao inside. No! Dong Hao let out a reluctant roar, crashing against the cage in a frenzy. However, it was all in vain. Dong Hao, as a Legion commander, you have committed a grave mistake. The Judgment Knight showed no mercy. Return to the tribunal and face your judgment. The 3 knights landed on the ground, grasped the cage, and flew back into the sky without any compassion, directly taking Dong Hao back to the tribunal. Awaiting him would be a severe judgment. My God, the Legion commander has been captured. He's doomed.
This is a death sentence. A bright future, all gone because of his own actions. Why has the tribunal outside the secret realm come? Did someone tip them off? The surrounding students couldn't help but sigh how powerful Dong Hao was, especially with his inherited skill, the invincible holy shield, yet he had no means to resist against the Judgment Knights. His future was ruined. Li Chen, are you all okay? At that moment, Teacher Ping Chuan finally arrived. I'm fine, Li Chen said in surprise. Teacher, how did you get here? Ping Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Good, as long as you're fine. Indeed, it was Ping Chuan who reported to the tribunal. He knew that reporting to the base might downplay the situation, but reporting to the tribunal was different. If they took him back to the tribunal, those Judgment Knights would not show any mercy. There would be no room for negotiation. Only then could Li Chen and the others be considered truly safe. Of course, along the way, Ping Chuan worried countless times whether Li Chen and the others could hold on. Fortunately, Li Chen really made it through. Li Chen, you don't blame me for not showing up right away, do you? Ping Chuan said, relieved to see that Li Chen and the others were okay. Teacher, how could I blame you? It's all thanks to you. Li Chen nodded, understanding Teacher Ping Chuan's good intentions. In fact, Ping Chuan had noticed the conflict between Li Chen and Dong Hao just 2 minutes after it started. He could have stepped in to stop the farce, but he hesitated at that moment. Li Chen had directly learned the 2 skill books that Dong Hao wanted. It had created a deep enmity. He could have intervened, but then what? It would be too easy for a Legion commander to kill a few students in the secret realm. He couldn't be there to protect Li Chen at all times. Moreover, this Dong Hao had been arrogant and overbearing since childhood, daring to act in front of so many people. In the end, Ping Chuan made up his mind to bypass the base, leave the secret realm, and report the situation to the Han City Tribunal, saying that a Legion commander was publicly killing people in the secret realm. This way, Dong Hao could be brought to justice. Only then would Li Chen be completely safe. Of course, the premise was that Li Chen could withstand Dong Hao's attack. Fortunately, the third-year students of Qingfeng Academy did not stand by and watched. They managed to hold on until now. Ping Chuan looked at Zhou Rinshi and the others, smiling, and you guys did well too. I will report to the school and recommend you for rewards. Thank you, teacher, Zhou Rinshi and the others said. Alright, everyone disperse. Ping Chuan instructed the remaining students from other academies. The matter was over. When those students saw there was no more excitement to watch and the boss was gone, they all crushed their return stones and left. Only a few teams remained at the scene. I'll return the gold coins to you, Li Chen said awkwardly to Shi Yuanji. It's fine. To be honest, you didn't cheat me. It was those from Gaoshan Academy who asked you for information without understanding the situation. I just followed along. You did well, taking advantage of the other academies. It's okay if you don't give it back. Shi Yuanji said he didn't want it, but his body was very honest. He immediately accepted the gold coins. After all, 200 gold coins was not a small amount. Even for third-year students, earning that much money would take quite a bit of time. Li Chen said, to show my apology, let me share a piece of information with you. The remaining ones present were the 4 strong teams from Qingfeng Academy's third year, along with Ping Chuan, Zhu Miaomiao, Xiong Panpan, Li Chen, Zhang Xiaohua, and Mi Wen. What information? Shi Yuanji asked. I know the location of a treasure monster, Li Chen said. What? Shi Yuanji exclaimed, that's great news. Treasure monsters require defeating monsters to drop treasure maps to reveal their respawn coordinates. The chance of a treasure map dropping is very low. Moreover, generally speaking, treasure monsters are not aggressive. Those who obtain the coordinates rarely disclose the information. This news could be worth about 50 gold coins. Don't worry, this information is free, Li Chen said with a slight smile. As the others had helped him earlier, no time to waste, let's hurry up. The treasure monster should be respawning soon. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although Li Chen had tricked him a bit, it actually brought back some goodwill. I'll take you there. Ping Chuan waved his hand, and a 7-colored divine bird appeared, a large flying mount. Get on. Thank you, Teacher Xia. The divine bird let out a long cry and soared into the sky. Under Li Chen's guidance, they quickly arrived at the ice and snow grassland base No. 18. Over there really is a treasure monster. I've seen it in textbooks, but this is my first time seeing it in person. It's already respawned, and there are over 700 people attacking it. After flying for a while at high altitude, they spotted the treasure monster's location. The treasure monster stood 50 meters tall, resembling a towering beast, its body a vibrant green, like a green-skinned monkey carrying a massive treasure chest on its back. It had a health pool of 300 million, could not be attacked, and would just wander around the map. Almost no team could defeat it, because it only existed for 1 hour, after which it would automatically disappear.
Thus, the treasure monster was also known as a DPS detector, a moving live target. As long as they dealt damage to it, they would receive certain benefits. The specific benefits depended on their ranking. It's an equipment treasure monster, Shi said happily. Equipment was categorized as white, normal, blue, advanced, green, rare, purple, uncommon, pink, epic, orange, legendary, inheritance, and mythic. Purple gear could only occasionally drop from bosses. Once they reached pink epic gear, they could only rely on forging. As third-year students, they needed to prepare top-tier equipment for the national competition this year, so encountering an equipment treasure monster was like a timely gift. Li Chen, thank you. Shi and several team leaders expressed their gratitude to Li Chen. It's nothing, Li Chen said with a smile, waving his hand. Let's go down. Ping Chuan commanded the large flying mount to land smoothly on the ground, immediately attracting the attention of many below. After all, large flying mounts were quite rare, usually only possessed by major powers. When a group of students wearing the Qingfeng Academy badge appeared, the professionals below felt a bit disheartened. Oh no, more people are coming, and it's from Qingfeng Academy. How did they get the news? We freelancers were counting on this opportunity to overtake them. Who leaked the information? With the arrival of these students, it would be difficult to secure a top rank. The flying mount landed. Shi and the other team leaders rushed forward to engage in battle. Aren't you going? Li Chen asked when he saw Zhu Miaomio and Xiong Panpan unmoved. Xiong Panpan smiled awkwardly. I won't go, I'm afraid of embarrassing Qingfeng Academy. Above the treasure monster's head, there was a damage ranking. Xiong Panpan's attack power was very low, so going would just be a waste of time. Xu Miaomio said, I'm good at ambushes, but in pure damage output, I'm far below mages and archers. I won't do anything I can't get first in. This was Xu Miaomio's personality. She had to strive for first place in everything. Because she couldn't secure the national first place, she initially didn't form a team. In one-on-one combat, she was an undefeated legend. The two just wanted to take a look at the treasure monster since they had never seen one before. Having looked, there was no need to stay any longer. By the way, just as Zhu Miaomio was about to leave, she suddenly turned back and handed Li Chen a skill book. We agreed that if you join my team, I'd give you this skill book. You've already formed a team ahead of me. Once you reach second year, I'll join your team. Here, take this book in advance. I can't accept this. Li Chen reached out to take it. Skill book, disguise technique, learning level, level 0, learning requirements, none, effect, consumes a small amount of mental power to add a layer of color to an item, creating a disguise effect. Legendary attributes, 1. Ignores class restrictions, 2. Ignores level restrictions, 3. Increases mental power by 100 points. Without a second thought, Li Chen directly used it and learned this skill. Name, Li Chen, class, Intermediate Clay Master, Intermediate Demolition Expert, level, 21, 10. 0%, strength, 109, agility, 218 plus 100, mental power, 243 plus 1110, constitution, 123 plus 50. His mental power instantly surged by 100 points, and his strength increased. I'll wait for you in the second grade. With this parting line, Zhu Miaomio and the others crushed their return stones and left. Are you guys going? Li Chen asked me one in Zhang Xiaohua. His mental power was already depleted, and he couldn't deal any damage. Looking up, he saw that Shi and the others had already dealt tens of thousands of damage and were still outputting crazily. They quickly caught up to the rankings, reaching over 100th place. I'm not even qualified to output. Me neither. Should we just leave? Mi Wan and Zhang Xiaohua said. Thus, the three planned to leave. After all, the damage they dealt was too low. It was purely a waste of time. Don't go. Such a good opportunity. If you miss it, you might never encounter it again. Ping Chuan hurriedly spoke up. Opportunities to fight treasure monsters that drop free equipment are truly rare. Some professionals might not encounter one in their lifetime. But teacher, my mental power is all used up, Li Chen rubbed his head and said. He felt a headache, a sign of mental exhaustion. Why not take this opportunity to see your output limit? Ping Chuan suddenly said with bright eyes. Ha! Li Chen was slightly taken aback. What is output limit? Ping Chuan explained, this is a test assessment for output classes, measuring your maximum output per second and the limit output within a unit of time. Generally, if the monster is too weak, you can't test it out. This kind of neat target is just right. Li Chen said, but I have no mental power left. Ping Chuan replied, the three of us will support your mental power. You output at full strength and let the teacher see your limit. Zhang Xiaohua, Miwan, and Li Chen? The three didn't understand. Ping Chuan clarified, I have a special skill that can graft the mental power of teammates onto you, allowing you to output crazily. Zhang Xiaohua, Miwan, and Li Chen? Mental transfer.
can graft teammates' mental power onto the target. The target uses mental power, averaging the deduction from the grafted person's mental power. The grafted person cannot move or use skills. Ping Chuan briefly explained his skill. He had obtained this skill by chance and later found it not very useful. After all, no matter how high one person's output is, it can't go too far. Moreover, the battlefield is ever-changing, and the grafted person cannot move, which is very dangerous. However, this treasure monster wouldn't attack people, making it a perfect opportunity to try. Try it? Trying it could lead to death. The four quickly reached an agreement and immediately took action. The three moved to a relatively safe spot with fewer people. Mental transfer. Ping Chuan cast the skill. A blue line extended from him, connecting to Mi-Wen, then to Zhang Xiaohua, and finally to Li Chen. Wow, it really works! Li Chen suddenly felt his mental power surge. He became invigorated, and the previous mental fatigue vanished. The main reason was that Ping Chuan was a level 45 mage with very strong mental power. Of course, Mi-Wen also contributed a lot of mental power. Only Zhang Xiaohua was a bit lacking, but much better than a warrior. He, as a paladin, also needed to stack some mental attributes. Go on, let me see your limits, Ping Chuan said with slight anticipation. Being able to solo a level 30 boss, Li Chen's output must be terrifying. Come on, Xiao Gu, Captain, go for it. Mi-Wen and Zhang Xiaohua could only encourage from where they stood, unable to move. Alright, Li Chen smiled slightly and then took out a large clay bird, soaring into the sky. He can actually fly? Ping Chuan showed a look of surprise. If he could fight while flying, that would be incredibly frightening. The flying mount and its rider couldn't communicate telepathically, only allowing for basic commands to fly to a destination. Therefore, controlling height and distance freely was impossible. Thus, flying mounts couldn't participate in combat unless they were special classes. But Li Chen could fly up high with his clay manipulation, which was indeed impressive. Li Chen, don't fly too high or too far, or you'll lose mental energy, Ping Chuan reminded. Okay, teacher. Li Chen stood atop the large clay bird, flying to the height of the monster's waist. Then, he began to output. In almost an instant, 10 clay birds flew toward the monster. Along the way, the birds underwent fission, transforming into large birds. The enhanced clay soul technique allowed him to mold clay at an incredible speed. Li Chen could instantly create 10 small clay birds. The small birds were only the size of a pinky and used just one pack of C1 explosive powder. However, through the fission effect, they could multiply fivefold. Boom 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 boom. 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. In an instant, he dealt 50,000 damage. If we don't count the mental energy, this is my fastest output method. Instantly creating 10 small clay birds, then fissioning them 5 times, causing 50,000 damage in one go. Li Chen murmured to himself. The gains this time were too powerful. With fission and evolution, Li Chen's output had completely skyrocketed. It seemed that in the future, he would need such enhancement skill books to boost his clay bombs. His hands didn't stop, continuing to output crazily. 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. The output numbers kept jumping. The birds kept connecting, and in just 1 minute, Li Chen launched 100 birds. He dealt 500,000 damage. The damage display ranking on the treasure monster's head reached first place, directly surpassing everyone. What the hell? What's going on? The first place is Li Chen? Shi Yuanji, who was checking the damage, exclaimed in surprise. It really is. How did he do it? Zhou Rinshi also showed a shocked expression. He was just a first-year freshman. How did he deal 500,000 damage in 1 minute? Everyone turned to look at Li Chen. They saw him standing on the clay bird, continuously outputting. This is terrifying. The damage per second reached 8,800. Is this something a level 20 can achieve? Even a level 50 probably couldn't reach that, right? Damn, how is he so abnormal? Why did he suddenly stop? At that moment, Shi Yuanji noticed that Li Chen had ceased his output. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the clue. It's teacher Ping Chuan using mental transfer. His mental energy is depleted. In just 1 minute, he drained 3 people's mental energy? But Ping Chuan is a level 45 mage. Even if he continuously output for an hour, he shouldn't be exhausted. It seems this output method is terrifying, but the consumption of mental energy is too great. Several people began to discuss. It seemed reasonable to think so. If the consumption of mental power is low, Li Chen might be able to enter the national competition right now, and be the unbeatable kind. Li Chen, the teacher can't hold on any longer. Ping Chuan shouted at Li Chen. He never expected that as a level 45 mage, he would be drained of mental power in just 1 minute by a level 20 clay master. The output was indeed terrifying,
but the consumption of mental power was also frightening. If he outputted himself, he could do so for an hour without needing to take medicine. Now he had already started coughing up medicine, completely out of mental power. It wasn't just Ping Chuan, Mi Wan and Zhang Xiaohua were also out of mental power. "Teacher, how about we call it quits?" Li Chen shouted. This method of output was indeed fast, but the consumption was too great. Without mental power, he could only rely on his stock. This time, he only had 60,000 C1 clay spider bombs left. All other clay bombs had been used up. Even the materials were running low. He only had 60,000 C1 clay spider bombs left, costing 1.2 million copper coins. It took him a full 6 days, day and night, to make them. Even if he used them all at once, it would only cause 18 million damage. But Li Chen didn't want to use them. Once used, he would have no means of attack left. "We can't give up." Suddenly, Ping Chuan had a bold idea. What if they could really kill the treasure monster? What would happen? He didn't know. Now it was confirmed that Li Chen's output limit was 500,000 damage in 1 minute. In 60 minutes, that would be 30 million damage. With so many people present contributing their output, they might really be able to kill the treasure monster. "Let's form a big team. We'll split the loot," Ping Chuan thought. He then focused on third-year students Shi Yuanji and Zhou Renshi. Shi Yuanji, Zhou Renshi, Zhang Han. "You guys come over." Ping Chuan called them over in disgust. "How about we form a big team and find a way to kill this treasure monster, then distribute the loot?" "What?" Shi Yuanji was immediately intrigued. A treasure monster with 300 million health points could definitely not be killed. He didn't know what benefits would come from killing it. "How do we do it?" Shi Yuanji asked. "We all provide mental power to Li Chen," Ping Chuan said. Shi Yuanji thought for a moment and said, "Li Chen's output is indeed terrifying, over 8,800 per second. But our output isn't low either. Joining in might not even kill it." Ping Chuan replied, "It's simple. Those in your team with lower output can directly provide mental power to Li Chen. You've seen his output." The others were about to nod. Zhang Xiaohua said, "No, it's unnecessary. As long as the mental power is sufficient, Xiao Ji's output can increase several levels. We just need to provide him with mental power." Just now, he was far from reaching his limit. Zhang Xiaohua understood Li Chen very well. In fact, he had noticed that Li Chen's output was very strong in the first 10 seconds. He must have realized that his mental power was depleting too quickly, which is why he slowed down. "Then shall we give it a try?" Shi Yuanji suggested. To be honest, he also wanted to see what Li Chen's output limit really was. "Let's try. Honestly, I want to see too. Great minds think alike." Unexpectedly, the other team members nodded in agreement. "Alright, you all stand in a line to reduce skill consumption." "Okay." Following Ping Chuan's request, 20 people stood in a line. Then, Ping Chuan cast the skill again. A blue light extended from his body, piercing through the 23 people lined up. It should be noted that these 20 people were the top teams of the third year, all between levels 35 to 40. Finally, the end point of the blue light reached Li Chen. "Xiaoge, output bravely, we are all giving you strength." Zhang Xiaohua shouted loudly at Li Chen, and after speaking, he didn't forget to pop a bottle of blue medicine. "Ha, what energy bomb!" Li Chen once again felt an endless supply of mental power. Turning around, he saw that teacher Ping Chuan had somehow lined up the 20 students from the third grade to supply him with mental power. Good. So this is to help him kill the treasure monster with 300 million health, right? If that's the case, then let's try the effect of 10 times splitting. The splitting effect was originally 1 to 5 times, but after using the evolution enhancement skill book, it advanced again. Ultimately, it reached a 1 to 10 times splitting effect. However, Li Chen had always been hesitant to try it. After all, 5 times was already terrifying. 10 times would really consume too much. In fact, Li Chen had calculated that the most cost-effective was the 3 times splitting effect. It didn't consume much mental power. Beyond that, it became somewhat unprofitable. Each increase in multiplication caused the mental power consumption to increase exponentially. But now, with more than 20 people supplying him with mental power, he could definitely try the 10 times effect. Unfortunately, there was no C2 explosive powder. Otherwise, Li Chen was confident he could kill this treasure monster within half an hour. "Come on, let you taste the flavor of the clay bomb." Li Chen felt a surge of mental power. After all, this time it was 20 high-level professionals providing him with mental power. Li Chen waved his hands, and 10 C1 clay birds flew out from each hand. Along the way, the clay birds began to split, then transformed into large clay birds. Their size increased from that of a thumb to that of a majestic eagle. Boom, 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 boom. 10 clay birds flew towards the massive treasure monster. Then they exploded violently, causing the treasure monster to tremble continuously. 10,000, -10,000, -10,000, -10,000, -10,000. One bomb dealt 10,000 damage, and 10 bombs meant 100,000. There was no feeling of mental power depletion at all. So refreshing, so refreshing. This was the first time Li Chen felt this exhilarated. As his level increased, his damage remained unchanged. The only thing that changed was that after enhancing his mental attributes, he could control more clay bombs for output. This feeling should be the true strength he would possess in the future. Perhaps he had already experienced the power he would have at level 60. Since the mental power is sufficient, let's unleash all firepower. Li Chen continuously released clay bird bomb attacks. The birds almost formed a straight line, delivering direct output. He could release 10 birds in 1 second, 600 birds in a minute. In just 1 minute, Li Chen dealt 6 million damage. This was a single person. A single person. The damage kept refreshing, refreshing, and refreshing. On the display panel above the treasure monster's head, Li Chen's damage was far ahead, ranking first, leaving the second place several blocks behind. 1. Patrick Star, 13 million damage. 2. Jiao Shizhua, 86,000 damage. 3. Hao Binjie, 80,000 damage. 4. Lu Kanying, 70,000 damage. Soon, this very special situation caught the attention of the other professionals present. What the hell? What's going on? How did the first place deal 13 million damage? Ridiculous, too ridiculous, someone must be cheating. How did 13 million damage come about? It's still increasing, adding 100,000 damage every second. What the hell? Who is this? Did a level 60 person come here? Impossible. How could a level 60 big shot come to the secret realm? The professionals present were so shocked that they stopped outputting, stunned on the spot. Their highest level professional was over 40. The highest output was from a level 42 freelance mage. Mages have the greatest advantage when attacking these non-retaliating health packs. Yet even so, they only dealt 560,000 damage. How did the first place achieve 13 million damage? Look, it's that person. Suddenly, one of the players spotted someone standing on a flying bird, continuously throwing small birds at the treasure monster, those small birds forming a straight line. Then the birds collided with the treasure monster, causing an explosion. What kind of attack method is that? What profession? I don't know. I've never seen it before. Could it be a hidden profession? This is outrageous. What kind of skill is this? The players saw Li Chen attacking from the air, and the method of attack didn't resemble any profession skills, but rather a series of bomb birds? Forget what profession he is, the damage is still increasing. It's already 19 million damage. Oh my god, oh my god. Am I seeing things? Is this even damage a person can deal? It seems like they used some method. Look, a blue line pierced through everyone, finally landing on that birdman. What kind of human centipede is this? What kind of trick is this? This must be a concentrated damage skill. No wonder it's so exaggerated. Shock. Utter shock. An unprecedented sight. Not just these freelancers, even the third-year students from Qingfeng Academy stood frozen, silently watching Li Chen in the sky. Life professions, claymaker and demolitionist, two useless professions. Combined, they created such a miraculous chemical reaction. Genius. Li Chen is undoubtedly a genius. It's not just that he has talent, but that he can turn decay into the miraculous. Who says claymakers are weak? Who says demolitionists are weak? Li Chen, with his strength, tells the world. There are no useless professions, only useless people. In this world, there is no real distinction between life professions and combat professions. It's people who distinguish them based on circumstances. And Li Chen shattered people's obsession with professions. The combination of claymaker and demolitionist. Such a perfect profession. He can even control clay birds for aerial combat. Oh my! Our school has produced a monster. The speaker was Shi Yuanji, captain of the first team in the third year. So monstrous, I really want to team up with him. How about we let him join the third year? Zhou Renshir said, drooling with envy. Shi Yuanji replied irritably, what are you dreaming about? He's already been grouped with Zhu Miaomiao, the principal's niece. No wonder Zhu Miaomiao, who ranks first in one-on-one, is willing to form a team. This is too strong. I'd be tempted too. Zhou Renshir said, with him around, Qingfeng Academy will definitely win the national competition in 2 years. Our academy hasn't won in years. Shi Yuanji nodded, yeah, he's only level 20, and there are still plenty of opportunities for him to level up. Unlike us, our room for improvement is limited. Zhou Renshir sighed, at this rate, I feel like Li Chen could easily take on Dong Hao. Dong Hao's invincibility can't be maintained forever, while Li Chen can keep releasing clay bombs. This life skill is even more outrageous than inheritance skills. Zhang Xiaohua chimed in proudly, of course, my brother Xiaoga is invincible under heaven. Niwen sighed, Xiaohua,
we really have a great big brother. Everyone else, envious of you too. So envious, being teammates with such a monster is simply incredible luck. It's still refreshing. Damage has reached 21 million. Oh my god, could it really kill the treasure monster? The other students exclaimed in amazement. They couldn't move, couldn't release skills, and could only watch as bystanders. It now seems that there is indeed a chance to kill the treasure monster. Generally speaking, monsters like the treasure monster, with health points reaching hundreds of millions, are nearly impossible to defeat within an hour. So, what might happen after defeating it is anyone's guess. Everyone couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Oh no, brothers, this is terrifying. Shi shouted, I feel like my mental energy is almost depleted. It's important to note that he was a level 36 mage, fully equipped in purple gear, wielding a pink staff, and had a divine skill that increased his mental energy limit, so his mental energy was already quite high. There were many other mages present, and their mental energy was not lacking either. Even so, it still wasn't enough for Li Chen to last a few minutes. If it went on for another 2 minutes, his mental energy would probably hit rock bottom. I can't take it anymore. We need to call for help. Call for help. Shi shouted, it's really possible to kill the treasure monster. We can't let our efforts go to waste. I'll head back to the base and call for reinforcements. With that, Shi immediately used a return stone and vanished from the spot. He had to call more classmates over. Ping Chuan shouted, hurry back, everyone else, keep using blue potions to hold on. We must not let our mental energy run out. Teacher, we've been using them for a while. The other students shouted, and then they all took out potions to restore their mental energy. Some even went all out to quickly recover their mental energy, using those expensive potions that cost several gold coins each for instant recovery. There was no other choice. Li Chen's mental energy consumption was just too terrifying. Even if they desperately cast skills, they couldn't match such a horrifying drain. I'll head back too, Zhang Xiaohua said, his mental energy long gone. I need to go buy some materials. I think my brother's materials are running low too. Group up for a big raid. Is anyone there? Respond quickly, respond quickly. If you're here, gather at the teleportation array quickly. Hurry, hurry. We only need priests, mages, warlocks, druids, nothing else. There are plenty of benefits. Hurry, it's urgent, extremely urgent. After using the return stone, Shi returned to the base teleportation point. Only here could he use the chat system with the Spire Tower. He immediately began to frantically send messages in several of his friend groups. After all, the treasure monster only existed for 1 hour. Time is money. Fortunately, Shi was well liked and had many friends. If it had been someone else, they might not have been able to gather so many people. Moreover, many third-year students had just returned from farming the iceworm, so quite a few were still at the base and hadn't gone out. What's going on, Captain Shi? Rare to see you popping up in the group. Captain Shi, is there a big boss that needs a raid? What's going on? Why no warriors? I, the Heavenly Blade Warrior, am the first to disagree. I, the Great Shield Knight, am the second to disagree. Why not include knights? Only mages and priests? No frontline? Are you trying to wipe the team out? Messages quickly flooded in the group. Everyone was a bit puzzled. When forming a big raid, it's usually to gather an entire team. Who forms a raid like Shi only needing mages and priests, the fragile ones? Shi immediately replied, no explanations, come quickly, the faster the better, I'll only wait for you for 1 minute, come directly to the teleportation point. I, the Fire Rain Mage, sign up, and I'll sign up for my brother too, he's a priest. So urgent? Alright, I'll be there right away. I'm taking a dump, can you wait for me for 2 minutes? Can't wait, we're leaving in 1 minute, hurry if you're coming, there are plenty of benefits. Damn it, I'll just cut it short. Soon, a group of mages and priests could be seen madly rushing towards the teleportation array at the base. Shi the captain of the strongest team in the 3rd year. He sent out such an urgent message, just by thinking about it, one could tell it must be something good. The mages, priests, warlocks, and other professions at the base rushed over. Soon, more than 300 third-year students gathered at the teleportation array. All of them were between level 35 and 40, with high mental strength. Captain Shi, what's the good news? Why not form a front line? What big group is this? Do we need to do anything? The students chattered away. Shi replied, no need, you just have to stand still and wait for the rewards. Everyone? What's going on? Is there really such a good thing? Is there really a free lunch in this world? Shi glanced at the time, a minute had passed. No more waiting, let's go. I'll send you a group invitation for a big team, just follow me. The 300 people clicked to accept, forming a large team of over 300. The team members then clicked to follow mode.
allowing them to move with Shi-Yuenji. He entered the teleportation array and was transported to the ice and snow grassland base No. 18. Upon exiting the base, they quickly ran towards the location of the treasure monster. Soon, they spotted the tall treasure monster, half of its body visible. Damn, there really is something good. That's a treasure monster. It must have been discovered by Shi-Yuenji, right? But there's no need to form a big group for this kind of boss. Rewards are calculated based on individual output. Who cares? Once we get there, we'll just output as much as we can. Maybe we can get some good equipment. I see why we're not forming a front line. The front line's output isn't as high as ours. Wait, I'm a priest. My output is low too. Why am I being called? As they ran, everyone discussed animatedly. Soon, they arrived at the flat area. Just as everyone was about to output, Shi-Yuenji shouted, "Form a long snake formation. Hurry, there's no time to explain. We only have half an hour left." Everyone? What's going on? But since Captain Shi had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. One by one, they followed Shi-Yuenji's position, forming a long line. Just in time, it's only been 2 minutes, and my mental strength is almost depleted. The flat area rejoiced and immediately released a skill. Blue light appeared, wrapping everyone into a candy hawthorn, ultimately landing on Li Chen. On Li Chen's side, he immediately felt his mental strength replenished. This time it was even more terrifying than before. If his mental strength was just a small pond before, now it had become an ocean. Zhang Xiaohua also understood and went back to buy materials, trading them to Li Chen. With materials and mental strength sufficient, all that was left was output. What's going on? Are we just waiting here? Are we really just standing still to get benefits? Are you stupid? Can't you feel your mental strength dropping? The newly arrived students were still confused about the situation when they were penetrated by the blue light, becoming blue packages providing mental strength to Li Chen. Hey, it really is like this. What's going on? Don't you realize? This skill is a rare skill, mental transfer. All of our mental strength is being transferred to the last person. That last person outputs, allowing for the highest damage and the best output evaluation from the treasure monster. Once this was said, the 300 people finally understood the situation. Can he even use the mental strength of over 300 people? Who is this? Who has such a high status? Yeah, who has such a high status? We've become blue packages? I'm a blue package? This is a disgrace. It's a disgrace to me as a fire rain mage. A priest discovered something and shouted, "Don't disgrace us. Look at the damage display above. Oh my god, oh my god." Thus, everyone looked up to see the damage display. Then, there was complete silence. 1. Patrick Star, 29 million damage 2. Jiao Shizhua, 120,000 damage 3. Hao Binjie, 115,000 damage 4. Lu Kanying, 111,000 damage. So, we became the blue pack, and in the end, the mental power was provided by Patrick Star? A student said in surprise. Zhang Xiaohua, that's right, he's my brother. My brother is invincible. Hiss. Everyone gasped. What the hell? One person dealt 29 million damage. Although this treasure monster has a defense of 0, it shouldn't be possible to achieve this, right? Everyone looked up at Li Chen in the sky. Damn, is he still flying and outputting damage? Standing on a bird, releasing strange skills, and then continuously exploding. What kind of profession is this? It's too cool. That person dealt such high damage. Is he a student of Qingfeng Academy? How come I've never heard of such a figure in the academy before? My god, 29 million damage in half an hour. Is this even human? How did he deal that damage? Can someone tell me? The Fire Rain Mage, admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now. I take it back. Suddenly feel like being a blue pack is pretty good. Let's just wait for the rewards. Yeah, waiting. Everyone completely resigned. Such terrifying damage really has the potential to kill the treasure monster. Some of them had encountered treasure monsters before. These things are practically impossible to kill. They have too much health and there are existence limits. But today, it seems possible. In the sky, Li Chen became increasingly skilled. Under such high-intensity skill usage, his clay mastery and demolition mastery finally reached the ultimate level. Clay mastery, ultimate use clay to create clay models. Demolition mastery, ultimate use C3 powder to create C3 explosives. After clay mastery reached the ultimate level, Li Chen's understanding of clay improved another level, and his production speed increased by another 30%. This also meant that the extreme output damage increased by another 30%. 10,000, minus 10,000, 10,000, minus 10,000. Damage kept jumping, and Li Chen became a ruthless output machine. The large group of over 300 people silently provided blue energy, quietly watching Li Chen. 27 minutes later. 1. Patrick Star, 196 million damage 2. Jiao Shizhua, 280,000 damage 3.
Hao Binjie, 240,000 damage for. Lu Kanying, 220,000 damage. Li Chen was already far ahead. Meanwhile, other freelancers, due to exhaustion of mental power, had decreasing damage output. Damn! He has already dealt over 190 million damage. Everyone in the large group was stunned. Seeing this damage, everyone fell silent. Is this even human? Damn, is that guy named Patrick Star really that fierce? He keeps breaking records. One person dealt 200 million damage. Is this something a human can do? Wow, what kind of monster has the Battle Academy cultivated? I kind of regret being free-spirited. I want to join the academy too. There was once an opportunity to enter the Battle Academy in front of me, but I didn't cherish it, and now I can only regret. Don't be sentimental. Even if he's a student of the academy, it's not that exaggerated. It's just that Patrick Star is too abnormal. Freelancers all over the map were exclaiming in amazement. This is simply Patrick Star's personal output showcase. Patrick Star kept refreshing everyone's understanding. From the initial 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, the breakthrough reached over 100 million and hasn't stopped. Now it's soaring close to 200 million. Hooray! I've seen him. I'm the one who told him about the treasure monster. A beautiful woman from the bear country said among the crowd. Damn, what a mess. You can't just blurt out such important information. It's not necessarily a bad thing. If we kill the treasure monster, the rewards might double. Yeah, anyway, everyone gets a reward. It's just a matter of how much. Everyone, let's put in more effort and try to take down the treasure monster. Put in more effort? My mental energy is almost gone. Me too. My mental energy is nearly depleted. Anyway, the treasure monster won't attack us. Let's just do normal attacks. No one really thought they could kill the treasure monster, but now it seemed possible. The freelancers were like they had taken a powerful drug, increasing their output. However, after nearly an hour of fierce battle, everyone's mental energy was running low, entering a state of mental fatigue, and the effects of the potions had worn off. Thus, the warriors began to do normal attacks, dealing damage. Even the mages picked up their staffs to do normal attacks. Every bit of damage counted. They had to kill the treasure monster. Li Chen dealt nearly 200 million damage by himself. Ping Chuan was completely astonished at this scene. It was his idea, mainly to test Li Chen's output limit, but now it seemed to have exceeded all expectations. Although over 300 people were providing mental energy to one person, dealing such terrifying damage was simply outrageous. This guy was definitely a ruthless damage machine, and there were only 3 minutes left until the treasure monster disappeared. Oh no, brothers, my mental energy is empty. Mine too. This is an average consumption. All of us are out. How much health does the monster have left? It still has 18 million health. Oh no, there's not enough time, and not enough mental energy. The students from Qingfeng Academy began to feel anxious. It was already too late to call for help. Would all their efforts go to waste? They had never seen a treasure monster killed before. What would happen now? And this time was the closest they had ever been. The treasure monster had a total of 300 million health. Li Chen alone had dealt nearly 200 million. The other nearly 700 freelancers had dealt around 80 million health. Although those freelancers saw that the treasure monster might actually be killed, they also started using potions to output more damage. But after an hour of frenzied output, everyone was out of mental energy and had entered a state of mental fatigue. In the next 3 minutes, with 18 million health left, it was impossible to kill it, and their large team from Qingfeng Academy had exhausted their mental energy. Li Chen also stopped using the clay bird bomb output. Could it really be all for nothing? Shi Yuanji said with some regret. Zhou Renshi gritted his teeth and said, just a little more, just a little more. Old Shi, if you had called 10 more people, it might have worked. Shi Yuanji frowned. I wanted to call for more. The situation was urgent, and I was afraid of wasting time, thinking 300 people would be enough. Hey, look. What is Li Chen doing? Zhou Renshi suddenly pointed towards the sky. There, snowflakes were beginning to float down. So beautiful. The snowflakes danced, and the north wind howled. That's right, Li Chen sensed the signs of his mental energy about to be exhausted. The combination of clay birds and fission attacks was definitely no longer feasible, and the treasure monster only had the last 18 million health left. The 60,000 C1 clay bombs in his backpack floated down from his hands like snowflakes, landing on the treasure monster. The clay spiders, under Li Chen's exquisite control, were arranged neatly, covering his entire body like armor plates. More and more, more and more. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 60,000. 60,000 clay spiders covered the treasure monster's entire body, turning it snow white. This was Li Chen's final stock. The efforts of 300 people could not go to waste. He had to reveal his trump card. My god, what is that? Everyone on the scene was astonished. watching the treasure monster slowly turn white. So beautiful, the white snow dancing in the air, as if entering winter. Spiders, it's spiders. Countless spiders are sticking tightly to the monster. How could there be so many spiders, and all white? Clay, it's clay, that's the clay master's skill, clay manipulation. If I'm not mistaken, that's his means of attack. Could that Patrick Star be a clay master? Impossible, it can't be. Yeah, how could a clay master be so strong? That's just a lifestyle profession. The freelancers on the scene stared blankly at the now white treasure monster. From the methods just now, these clays are going to explode. What is he planning to do with so many clay spiders? Could it be? Run! Run fast! That thing is probably going to explode together. With someone shouting, everyone at the scene fled in all directions. So amazing! So amazing! Ping Chuan excitedly said, Li Chen actually released tens of thousands of clay bombs in one go. That's too exaggerated. Zhou Rincher said, everyone, don't forget, he is a lifestyle profession, his means of attack can be prepared in advance. There are no usage restrictions, it doesn't consume mental energy, just needs control. These clay bombs should have been made beforehand. Shi Yuanji said, with so many, what is going to happen? So terrifying, covering the entire body. Is Li Chen planning to instantly take down 18 million health points in one go? Holy crap! Holy crap! Does that mean he almost has the ability to instant kill any boss? The third-year students present were in a daze. It was too shocking, simply too shocking. Even those hidden professions couldn't possibly display such terrifying strength. He's so handsome. A third-year female mage was infatuated. Really so handsome, standing on the flying bird, showering down countless clay spiders. Another girl said, I really like him. At this moment, 60,000 C1 clay spiders had completely covered half of the treasure monster's body, and time was down to the last 10 seconds. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Li Chen steered the flying bird away from the massive treasure monster, stopping 500 meters away. Looking at this artwork before him, his heart surged. Li Chen used the last bit of his mental energy to detonate 100 clay spider bombs. The rest would trigger a chain reaction, exploding together. This is my art. So-called art is explosion. Drink! The world seemed to freeze. In the next second, an enormous bright light illuminated the entire sky, dazzling and brilliant. All the clay spiders covering the treasure monster exploded, imprinting its outline, a gigantic silhouette, like a celestial phenomenon in the sky. And the treasure monster, with this strike, completely vanished into the horizon. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the treasure monster. All rewards will be multiplied by 5. Congratulations, successfully killed the treasure monster. All rewards will be multiplied by 5. Rewards will be calculated based on output damage. Your damage ranks first, totaling 200 million damage, rating SSR according to the settlement. You will receive a level 40 legendary equipment successfully killing the treasure monster. The reward is multiplied by 5, upgraded to level 40 inheritance equipment. The treasure monster was killed by you. Damage accounts for 73%, and the reward is multiplied by another 5 times. This is the first treasure monster killed in this secret realm world, and the reward is multiplied by another 5 times. You are the first in the world, with personal damage exceeding 60%, to kill the treasure monster, and the reward is multiplied by 10 times. Final settlement, received level 60 mythical equipment, 3 realms dragon scale magic armor. Your backpack has gained an item, 3 realms dragon scale magic armor. Please check it. I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. The reward multiplied by 5. I got a purple gear. I also got a purple gear. So awesome. We all benefited from that Patrick Star. Completely killed the treasure monster. All the freelancers present were cheering loudly. They also benefited, as the rewards they were supposed to receive were multiplied by 5 times. Many obtained top-tier equipment. Treasure monsters are rarely killed because they have too much health and the time is too short. But now, Li Chen, relying on his own strength, successfully killed it. Of course, it wasn't just his own strength. It was with the help of 300 third-year classmates providing him with mental power that he could achieve this step. Teacher, I didn't let you down. Li Chen controlled the clay bird to fly back to the side of the Qingfeng Academy students. Well done. Ping Chuan released the mental transmission skill, the blue light disappeared, and excitedly said, I never thought my skill would be useful, but paired with you, it's simply outrageous. It really is outrageous. Shi Yuanji said, even if you graphed the mental power of hundreds of people onto a level 60 mage, there wouldn't be much improvement. A level 60 mage can release spells one by one, their own mental power is sufficient. Even when casting forbidden spells, there's an internal cooldown. That's right, everyone could see Li Chen's abnormality. Without considering the consumption of mental power,
his output ability was already comparable to that of a level 60 violent output mage. And the key point is, the speed at which he releases clay bombs is unmatched even by a level 60 violent output mage. So, Li Chen has truly carved out a new path for life professions. His output ability has surpassed the maximum level of 60. However, the premise is that he needs 300 people to provide him with mental power each time. By the way, Li Chen, with such terrifying output, what reward did you get? Shi Yuanji spoke up. This was also the question everyone was currently concerned about. Since the treasure monster was killed, with the 5 times multiplier, Li Chen's reward must be substantial. I'll share it with everyone, Li Chen said, sharing the reward in the team channel. 3 realms dragon scale armor, mythical, equipment type, armor equipment level, 60 equipment requirements, strength 2000, constitution 2000, agility 1000 basic attributes, physical defense plus 1000, magic defense plus 1000, strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000 mythical attributes. 1. All element resistance plus 30%. 2. All attributes plus 300. 3. Comes with 3 realms teleportation skill, allowing for small range instant movement hiss. This is level 60 equipment, and it's the highest mythical gear. Everyone gasped in shock. So terrifying, so terrifying. Is this the strength of level 60 mythical equipment? Too terrifying, especially the last mythical attribute, which allows for instant movement. Everyone present was seeing this level of equipment for the first time. Previously, they hadn't even heard of it. This thing, National Treasure level equipment. Ping Chuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. What is National Treasure level equipment? It is the highest level of mythical equipment currently available. 50 years ago, the highest level was level 50. Now, after the planetary will has grown stronger, the highest unlocked level is 60. Level 60 mythical equipment is undoubtedly National Treasure level equipment. The appearance of each piece of National Treasure level equipment causes a sensation in the world. Its value can no longer be measured by money or credits. Even if we kill the treasure monster, it's impossible for such a level of equipment to appear. Ping Chuan said to Li Chen, trembling. That's right. Li Chen began to explain. My damage ranking is first, damage assessment is SSR, initial reward is level 40 legendary equipment, then killing the treasure monster multiplies it by 5. My personal damage accounts for 73% multiplied by 5, the first treasure monster killed in this secret realm multiplies by 5, and the world's first professional damage accounts for over 60% in the kill, multiplied by 10. Adding it all up, that's 25 times. I estimate that's how I reached the level 60 mythical equipment. Hiss. The crowd gasped again. No wonder the reward is so terrifying. Ahem. Ping Chuan spoke up. Next, let me talk about the distribution of this equipment. The value of this equipment is too great to assess. The equipment will be submitted to the school, then the school will submit it to the country, and in the distribution, Li Chen will occupy 50% of the profits, and all of you will share the remaining 50%. Is that okay? Ping Chuan proposed a relatively fair distribution method. After all, it was mainly due to Li Chen's strength that this reward was obtained. Of course, it also could not be separated from the contributions of others. The more than 300 people helped Li Chen by providing support, continuously using potions. Without their timely arrival, even if Li Chen was strong, he would not have been able to kill. That works. Shi Yuanji nodded on behalf of the students. It's very fair. After all, we didn't do much, just provided mental support to share the rewards, which is good. Although over 300 people are sharing 50%, the value of this equipment is so great that each person will still get a decent share. Li Chen, what do you think? Ping Chuan looked at Li Chen again, asking for his opinion. I have no problem. Let's go with what the teacher said. Li Chen nodded in agreement. With over 300 people, he alone taking 50% is relatively fair in terms of contribution, as he is the main force and should get 50%. Without the help of others, he definitely wouldn't have been able to obtain this National Treasure level equipment. Good, everyone stay in the team and let's head back now to submit it. After saying that, Ping Chuan took the lead and took out a return stone. The others also took out their return stones and crushed them, intending to return to the city. What's going on? The return stone doesn't work? Mine too. Oh no, someone is using an item to block the nearby space. The students of Qingfeng Academy suddenly felt something was wrong. The return stones in their hands lost their effect. Ha ha ha, your mental energy must be exhausted, right? A wild and charming laugh echoed. About 50 or so professionals walked towards Ping Chuan. The leading burly man looked at Li Chen and said, "You're the one called Big Star, right? We've been waiting for you for a long time. Hand over the equipment you just obtained, and we'll spare your lives." After saying that, the people behind him raised their weapons, aiming at Li Chen and the others. You are cultists. Ping Chuan's expression changed as he realized something. Who else would dare to rob openly if not cultists? What cultists? We are from the all-powerful sect. You're looking for death. A cultist took out a staff and unleashed an ice roar towards Ping Chuan, countless shards of ice sweeping through, injuring several people in the crowd, including Ping Chuan. Sure enough, you have indeed overdrawn your mental energy and can't resist. This feels great. The leader of the cult laughed wildly. With this, these proud students of Qingfeng Academy became their prey. All the equipment they had just obtained, as well as the top-tier gear on them, would belong to them. The so-called cultists were a group of practitioners who had awakened their professions using dark awakening stones, fanatically worshipping an omnipotent god. This group of cultists had hidden among the crowd from the very beginning. After discovering the treasure monster, they immediately called for others to come and farm equipment. Farming gear was just a side objective. Their true aim was to hunt down isolated practitioners after the battle and kill them for their loot. Then, they focused on Li Chen and his group of Qingfeng Academy students. Although these students were all easy targets, they were also quite formidable, strong in numbers, and they dared not provoke them. After observing, they found that this group of sheep had all their mental energy focused on one person, and by the end, their mental energy was nearly exhausted. Thus, the leader of the cult began to entertain sinister thoughts. Most of these people were mages, priests, warlocks, and other professions reliant on mental energy. Once their mental energy was depleted, they would have little combat capability left. You're seeking death. Do you dare to rob us without knowing who we are? A few of the melee professions from Qingfeng Academy charged out, trying to break the encirclement and create an escape route for everyone. They were students from the initial 4 strong teams, not reinforcements called later. These 7 were very strong, all at level 36, rushing towards the enemy. Although their mental energy was gone, their physical strength remained, allowing them to use basic attacks against the foes. Seeking death. The cult leader waved his hand slightly. The mages and rangers behind him immediately unleashed their skills: arrows, spells, control skills. Soon, they pushed the 7 melee fighters back. Damn it! The 7 students, covered in dirt and injuries, were sent reeling. The enemy's mental energy was at full capacity, clearly having held back until now. Meanwhile, their own mental energy had entered a state of exhaustion, and the effects of their potions had worn off. The group of over 300 from Qingfeng Academy suddenly found themselves in a perilous situation. What to do? Ping Chuan's forehead was sweating. If under his leadership, 300 students were to die, he wouldn't know how to face life afterward. Normally, everyone would not fear these cultists. However, now that their mental energy was depleted and they were in a state of mental fatigue, with most being mages without skills, they simply couldn't fight back against these cultists. Boss, why waste words with them? Just kill them, one cultist said. As long as we kill them, all the equipment on them will drop. The cult leader replied, don't rush. This person has just received a reward. It must be quite rich. After all, he almost killed the treasure monster alone. Killing would cause the equipment on them to drop, but the gear in their bags would drop randomly. It was possible that nothing would drop. He was certain that Li Chen must have obtained something good. So for the time being, he didn't plan to kill these people, but rather to get that reward first. After saying this, he looked at Li Chen and said, hurry, hand over the reward you just got. Li Chen chuckled, you think just because you say so, I'll hand it over? Who do you think you are? The cult leader said, not going to hand it over? No problem, I'll take it myself. After saying this, he called over a few thieves, preparing to capture Li Chen and use their skills to forcibly loot him. Li Chen raised his hand. Wait, the cult leader asked, what? Have you come to your senses? Li Chen replied, all right. The cult leader asked, what do you mean? Li Chen, I just randomly traded the equipment to one of my teammates. There are 300 people, so take your time stealing. Cultist? All the cultists were confused. Damn, is this guy that cunning? It's a bit difficult to get something from one of the 300 people. The chance of using the skill empty hands to steal is very low. The success rate is determined by the agility of both sides. And these students are not low level. Who knows who has what? Searching everyone is obviously unrealistic. Damn it, since we can't get it, let's just kill them. The leader waved his hand, planning to kill them directly. Getting the equipment from them wouldn't be bad either. Li Chen shouted, everyone, take off your equipment. As soon as he said that, all the teammates understood his intention and immediately took off their gear. Wow, this Li Chen is quite clever. Yes, if they die, they drop their equipment, they can just take it off and put it in their backpacks. Anyway, their combat power is very low now, so it doesn't matter whether they keep their equipment on or not. Suddenly, everyone from Qingfeng Academy took off their gear, some were in normal clothes, and quite a few came out in just their underwear, like Zhang Xiaohua. Fortunately, the girls were more particular, all wearing normal clothes underneath, so no social embarrassment.
Damn it! The cult leader was suddenly anxious, grabbing his head. Normally, when they kill professionals, no one would take off their equipment. They would resist normally and then get killed. But these people had lost their mental strength and had very low combat power. So whether they took off their equipment or not made no difference. With this, the chance of getting equipment by killing them was even smaller. If I had known, I would have just attacked from the start and not wasted time talking to this person. Li Chen smiled and said, "So what now? If you kill us, you won't get much equipment. How about we just leave each other alone, let the green mountains remain unchanged, and the clear waters flow long, and meet again in the future?" The cult leader fell into silence. A dog-headed strategist beside him said, "Boss, since we've come this far, just kill them. Better to act quickly and avoid long nights filled with dreams." "Wait, let me think." The cult leader, a bald man, started rubbing his bald head, thinking hard. People definitely need to be killed. These Qingfeng Academy students have killed quite a few of their instructors every year. They are already on the death list of the all-powerful cult. The question is, how to maximize the benefits. These people had been crazily taking drugs to replenish their mental strength and had entered a state of mental exhaustion. They wouldn't recover in just a few hours. So for a short time, there was no need to worry about their resistance. 5 minutes later, the dog-headed strategist said, "Boss, have you figured it out?" The bald leader, "Don't rush me, let me think some more." 10 minutes later, the dog-headed strategist, "Boss, still haven't figured it out?" The bald leader, "No, I can't come up with any tricks." The dog-headed strategist, "Then just kill them all, better to avoid long nights filled with dreams." The bald leader thought for a moment and finally made up his mind. Since there was no way to handle it, he might as well just kill them all. They could still drop a little something from their backpacks. Over time, these students would inevitably try to pull some tricks. "Do it!" The bald leader gave the order. "Wait!" Li Chen shouted. "Wait!" The cult bald leader quickly raised his hand to stop his teammates. "Look, what is this?" Li Chen took out that level 60 mythical equipment. Then he shared the information, and the data floated above the equipment. 3 realms dragon scale armor, mythical, equipment type, armor equipment level, 60 equipment requirements, spirit 3000, constitution 3000, agility 1000 basic attributes, physical defense plus 1000, magic defense plus 1000, strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000 mythical attributes. 1. All element resistance plus 30%. 2. All attributes plus 300. 3. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. After reading, the cult leader was completely stunned. This was a national treasure level piece of equipment, a fully leveled mythical item. This single piece of equipment was worth more than the lives of everyone present. If he got this equipment and handed it over to the omnipotent cult, his status would rise. "Quick, grab it!" the bald man shouted. Whoosh! In the next second, Li Chen instantly stowed the equipment back into his backpack. He chuckled, "Sorry, I just randomly traded it to a teammate." The bald man wailed, "Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it." The bald man's emotions were pushed to the brink by Li Chen. First, he traded the equipment to a teammate, preventing them from using the clever strategy of empty hands. Then, everyone had to take off their equipment, and the benefits from the kill would be lower. He had planned to kill directly, but the other side pulled out a fully leveled mythical item. What if they killed him and it didn't drop? That would be a huge loss. The dog-headed strategist said, "Boss, what do we do now?" The bald leader replied, "Let me think." The dog-headed strategist added, "I feel like this kid is stalling for time." The bald leader said, "Don't rush. They have entered a state of mental exhaustion. The state of mental exhaustion is a side effect of constantly taking drugs. Any practitioner can recover a large amount of spirit in the short term by continuously using drugs. But once they reach a certain spiritual threshold, they will enter a state of mental exhaustion. In this state, their spirit is effectively negative, and any recovery during this time will only offset this negative value until the state disappears, at which point their spirit will recover." He had already confirmed that these people were indeed in a state of mental exhaustion. They absolutely had no ability to resist in the short term. After waiting for another 5 minutes, the bald leader still couldn't come up with a good plan. This idiot really fell for it. Li Chen thought silently, as he had been stalling for time all along. He had 2 purposes. First, he was using someone else's spirit but hadn't taken any drugs, so he hadn't entered a state of mental exhaustion, and his spirit was secretly recovering. Second, he had been out of combat for a long time and had entered a non-combat state. Li Chen spoke up, "Big brother, how about I suggest something?" The bald leader asked, "What is it?" Li Chen said, "Equipment is valuable, but life is worth more. Although I got this equipment, if I don't have my life, it's useless." The bald leader asked, "What do you mean?" Li Chen replied,
I will use this equipment to buy the lives of our 300 people. As soon as he said this, the students around Li Chen erupted. No way, Li Chen, we can't give it. We can't give it even if we die. This is a fully leveled mythical item. How can it fall into the hands of cultists? If you do this, we will become sinners. The students all spoke out to stop him. During this time, they kept watching Li Chen maneuver. But this piece of equipment was too powerful. It really couldn't fall into the hands of cultists. Shut up! Li Chen shouted loudly, if we lose our lives, what use is it to keep the equipment? Suddenly, everyone fell silent. The bald leader saw the internal strife and smiled. Exactly, if we lose our lives, what use is the equipment? Those who know how to adapt are the wise. After saying this, he looked at Li Chen. Quick, trade it to me, and I will let you go. Li Chen shook his head. That's not going to happen. If I trade it to you, you'll go back on your word and kill us immediately. It would be the same result. Do you think I'm stupid? The bald leader said. So what do you plan to do? It's impossible for me to let you go first. If it comes to it, the only option is to kill you all, with a certain chance of something dropping. Li Chen replied, I have a perfect plan. Both sides can get what they want. You get the max-level mythical equipment, and we get to live. The bald leader asked, Go on, I'm listening. Li Chen smiled, You should have seen my methods just now. My method is a clay bomb, and the trigger condition is to shout the signal Ka. The bald leader thought it seemed that way and then looked at the dog-headed strategist. The dog-headed strategist nodded and whispered, Boss, that's right. I was observing. This kid kept shouting Ka, which should be the signal to detonate the clay bomb. The bald leader nodded and looked at Li Chen, and then, Li Chen said, Next is simple. I will make a clay bomb box and put this equipment inside. If you dare to harm us, I will destroy this equipment. All you need to do is unlock the seal and let us return to the city. Once I'm back in the city, I won't be able to detonate the clay bomb box, and you can take the equipment out yourself. The equipment would indeed be damaged if not worn. The bald leader thought for a moment and found the idea quite good. However, he was still uneasy and looked at the dog-headed strategist. What do you think? The dog-headed strategist pondered for a while before saying, I think we can give it a try. This method is quite good. He really seems to want to live. All right, the bald leader said, You kid, as long as you obediently hand over the equipment, I won't take your lives. This max-level mythical equipment surpassed the value of everyone present. The bald leader planned to let the other side go as long as he got this equipment. Okay. Li Chen used his clay soul hand and began to mold the clay under everyone's watchful eyes. This is his method. The cultists stared intently. Soon, Li Chen shaped a large square box measuring 1 meter in length and width. Look closely, this is the equipment. Li Chen took out the 3 Realms Dragon Scale Armor, mythical, displayed its information above the equipment, and then placed it into the box in front of everyone. The 3 Realms Dragon Scale Armor had a very majestic appearance, streamlined overall, resembling a giant dragon coiling around, showcasing an extraordinary aura. Each piece of dragon scale armor was a brilliant gold, reflecting beautifully with the armor itself, as if the brightest star in the night sky had fallen to the mortal realm. When Li Chen placed it in the box and let go, the shared information disappeared. This meant that the equipment had now become unowned, and anyone could take it. Li Chen closed the box. Wait! The dog-headed strategist shouted, Open it again and take a look. All right. Li Chen opened the box again, and the magnificent equipment lay quietly inside. Close it. The dog-headed strategist was completely reassured. Only then did Li Chen close the box, and at the moment he closed it, his finger moved slightly. However, he used his arm and the box's lid to obscure this action, and no one noticed. Boss, no problem. The dog-headed strategist nodded after thinking for a while. Good. The bald leader nodded. Unlock the sealing item. Immediately, a cultist executed the order, and soon, the area was unsealed. The sealing items for teleportation were unique to the Legion's forces. It was unclear where these cultists had obtained such things. You all go first. I need to guard against them, Li Chen said, letting the others leave first. After all, Li Chen needed to stay behind to restrain the other side and prevent them from making a sudden move. Thus, everyone shattered their return stones and left. When everyone had left, the last to go was Li Chen, who, with a pained expression, said, After I leave, this equipment will be yours. Sigh. With that, Li Chen crushed the return stone and vanished. After Li Chen left, it meant that the clay bomb could not be detonated to damage the equipment. The bald leader rushed over joyfully, The mythical equipment is mine. However, what he didn't know was that the equipment had long been swapped. Li Chen had even set a timer for it. It could be detonated without saying Ka. What a pity, this group of despicable cultists. Let's report to the base quickly and send someone to chase them. Hurry, time is of the essence. Back at the base's teleportation array, the group of students erupted in chaos. Even Shi Yuanji and Zhou Renshi were furious. That was a national treasure-level piece of equipment. A fully leveled mythical item had been robbed. It was infuriating. "Classmates, please calm down," Ping Chuan shouted loudly, then looked at Li Chen. "Li Chen, do you have something to say to everyone?" Ping Chuan felt that with Li Chen's intelligence, he definitely wouldn't let this go so easily. From the first day of school, he had noticed that Li Chen had many clever ideas. "Of course I do." Li Chen smiled and took out the equipment from his backpack again. "Look." It was still that piece of equipment radiating an aura of majesty and sanctity, appearing before everyone. Indeed, it was the Three Realms Dragon Scale Armor. What the heck, it's still here. Then what was in the box just now? No need to think, of course it was fake. Damn it, I was tricked. Fake? I didn't see any flaws. Yeah, I never would have thought. How did he do it? So cunning, so awesome. Li Chen, you're amazing. The entire third-year class was in an uproar. Not to mention the cultists, even they had been fooled. The equipment was still there, not stolen. It was like seeing light after a dark path. A big surprise, a huge surprise. Ping Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Li Chen, when did you swap it?" Li Chen smiled slightly. "The first time, I really put it in. It was when the dog-headed strategist shouted to open and check. That's when I swapped it." That's right, Li Chen had known all along that the other side would check again. So during the second check, he secretly swapped it. This way, there was no way to see any flaws. A cat swapping a prince. The entire process was under Li Chen's control. At first, it was about buying time to recover his mental strength. Then, when he realized he couldn't delay any longer, he began to implement his plan. When he first took out the equipment, Li Chen's goal was to quietly remember the appearance of the equipment. Then he secretly used his skills to create it. The details of the armor were very rich, so it took some time. Fortunately, Li Chen's mastery of clay had reached the ultimate level, otherwise, he really couldn't have made it. However, the clay armor he created, while identical in shape, was white. At that moment, the disguise technique, given by Zhu Miaomiao, came into play. The disguise technique added a layer of camouflage to the clay armor, making it look exactly like the real one. And when Li Chen publicly used clay soul hand to create a clay bomb box, it misled everyone into thinking he could only make clay models with his hands. In fact, he could make it privately with his life skills, directly entering his backpack. And life skills could only be used in a non-combat state, which is to say, after a battle. It would take 5 minutes after the battle to enter a non-combat state. This was the significance of Li Chen buying time. Moreover, all his clay was white, while that piece of armor had color, raising no suspicions at all. Plus, Li Chen had always maintained a very pained expression, just like an award-winning actor. In this way, the other party can be made to believe it. In short, a one-word poem, deceit. When Li Chen explained the situation at that time to Ping Chuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Everything was under Li Chen's control. Clearly in a life-and-death crisis, he could still think of this win-win strategy. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Ping Chuan looked at Li Chen in astonishment. This student not only possessed strength beyond his level but also had unexpected wisdom, fully utilizing his skills to toy with the cultists. So, the equipment you placed over there is fake. That's right, not only is it fake, but it will also explode. Li Chen smiled and said, "Level 20 demolitionist advanced skill, timed explosion. It should be able to kill a few people, at least take out that bald guy." "Good, that's great." Ping Chuan nodded. "I'll report this and credit you for your achievement. The school offers credit rewards for slaying cultists. By the way, the appearance of cultists in the secret realm is a big deal. I wonder how they got in." Ping Chuan immediately sent the information about the cultists to the commander at the base. The base would surely pay special attention to this matter. Among freelancers, the infiltration of cultists is truly hard to guard against. It seems Lin Wanqing also reminded me. I didn't pay attention at the time. Li Chen thought about this. If it weren't for the appearance of the max-level mythical equipment, those cultists probably wouldn't have been so cautious, which was really dangerous. At that time, everyone had little combat ability left. It could have led to a total wipeout. Just thinking about it made him a bit fearful. Everyone go back and rest. Don't go out until you're mentally recovered. Ping Chuan looked at the third-year students and said, "I will take the equipment with Li Chen to submit to the school, and the spoils will be distributed to you later." "Okay, teacher." The students nodded in agreement and waved goodbye to Li Chen. They then left one after another. After this incident, Li Chen became famous in Qingfeng Academy, especially among the third-year students. In the distance, many first-year and second-year students looked towards the crowd. "Everyone, look quickly, isn't that Li Chen? It is him, he's invincible. I just got the news that he killed the Nest Mother Bug boss and obtained the skill books Fission and Evolution." Yes, the Legion Commander Dong Hao wanted to buy those 2 books but got so angry. I heard the two of them got into a fight. Dong Hao couldn't take him down at first and was eventually taken away by the people from the judgment. Damn, that guy is too extraordinary. I think the top dog in the first year isn't Han Ling, but that Li Chen. Of course, no need to say that. Although Han Ling is a hidden class, he definitely isn't Li Chen's match. The guy can stand up to the Legion commander. What's going on? Why is he hanging out with a group of third-year students? They seem to know him well? I don't know. What's the situation? The students were discussing animatedly, talking about what had happened an hour ago. That was the incident where Li Chen clashed with the Legion commander Dong Hao. The final result was that Dong Hao, the commander of the 4th Legion of Gaoshan Academy, was taken away by the judgment. They still didn't know. Just now, Li Chen had accomplished 2 earth-shattering feats. If they knew, what would they think? In the distance, at a milk tea shop, the first year's strongest team, the Void Team of 5, was drinking milk tea there. Han Ling, also a first-year student, fell into complete silence. So amazing. Zhang Yu murmured, Li Chen actually obtained such powerful skills. The fission that can add effects to skills, and the evolution that can evolve a skill. Truly, comparing people makes one die, comparing goods makes one lose. Li Chen, since the start of the school year until now, has done enough impressive things to boast about. And this time, it's even more exaggerated. I heard that with his newly acquired skills, he almost took down the Legion commander in an instant. That's the Legion commander. If it weren't for the invincible holy shield from his inherited skills, he might have actually won. With this, they might need to reconsider their chances of defeating Li Chen's team in the first year. Zhang Yu said, don't be too discouraged, his clay bomb should have weaknesses. Han Ling shook his head, there might have been weaknesses before, but now that he has obtained fission and evolution, those weaknesses are probably minimized. Zhang Yu frowned, yeah, it feels like these 2 enhancement skills are too suitable for Li Chen's clay hands. Since Li Chen only has this one combat skill, and it's been enhanced twice, this kid has such good luck. I heard Dong Hao fought 2 mother bugs and got nothing. Well, another teammate, Yi Yu, said helplessly, guys, I have some news you might want to hear. Yi Yu, the 3rd member of the Void Team, is a necromancer by profession. Necromantic summoning consumes mental energy to pull the recently deceased target's soul back from hell, returning it to its body, retaining some skills, and allowing it to participate in battle under the caster's command. Duration depends on mental attributes. The reason the Void Team can quickly farm monsters is due to everyone cooperating with Yi Yu. They first team up to fight high-level monsters, summon enough undead creatures, and then quickly farm monsters of the same level. Zhang Yu asked, what news? Yi Yu sighed and said, I just took a look at the playground. Li Chen's art team not only killed the mother bug boss but also farmed a big wave in their spare time. They collected a staggering 8,620 energy crystals, which is 10 times ours, so, we've lost this competition thoroughly. Zhang Yu, Han Ling, this kid really has something. I have some news too. Do you want to hear it? This time, the speaker was Shinkai, who also had a hint of sadness. Shinkai, the 4th member of the Void Team, is a lightning mage by profession. Thousand Birds Lightning, active skill, consumes mental energy, unleashes fire and lightning from the palm, causing targets within range to become paralyzed and inflicting certain lightning damage. Yes, this team has 3 mages, a hidden profession Voidwalker mage, a necromancer, and a lightning mage. The traditional team composition is 2 melee, 2 damage dealers, and 1 support. Normally, only 1 mage would be left in a standard team. However, all of them have strong individual abilities, so this combination works fine. What news do you have? Zhang Yu asked. Shinkai said, I just got news from my cousin, who is a fire rain mage. He said he just participated in a large-scale operation organized by Li Chen, and the rewards were enormous. Zhang Yu said, Li Chen formed a large team after that? He's only in the first year. Shinkai replied, the one who helped him form the large team is the 2nd-class teacher Ping Chuan, along with the first team captain of the 3rd year, Shi Yuanji. But that's not the key. The key is that Li Chen killed a treasure monster and obtained a national treasure level equipment, a level 60 mythical armor. What? All 5 stood up. This news is just too explosive. A full level mythical gear. What the hell does that mean? He's only in the first year. First year. Everyone else is dropping level 20 white gear from monsters. He's already got full level mythical gear? It's like everyone else is just kids playing with mud, and Li Chen suddenly kicks open the door to a new world and says, come on, let's go conquer this world. It's that exaggerated. It's just too sci-fi. Is the news true? Zhang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's true. Shinkai said, I've confirmed it several times. My cousin is just waiting to distribute credits. He said he could get at least a few hundred credits. Zhang Yu, Han Ling, Yi Tian, Zhang Yu, old Han, how about we stop calling ourselves the best from now on? Han Ling,
that's exactly what I was thinking. To still call themselves the best in this situation is indeed a bit shameless. Li Chen seems to have far surpassed them. Shinkai said, actually, there's no need to be too afraid. My cousin said he figured out Li Chen's output method. The damage output is quite fixed. At level 20, it's this output. At level 40, it might still be this output. And at level 60, it could still be this output. The only difference is that as the level increases, the duration of the output will be a bit longer. Hanling, I heard that treasure monsters are rare, but they are also DPS detectors, only existing for 1 hour. So how much damage did he output in that hour? Shinkai, 220 million. Zhang Yu, Han Ling, Yi Tian. Zhang Yu, please, don't say anymore. Shinkai. Inside the base, Qingfeng Academy. Li Chen followed Ping Chuan, heading towards the principal's office. Such high-level legendary equipment is too valuable, so it needs to be submitted in person. Just as they reached the office, they heard a fierce commotion inside. Do you know how much it costs to train a legion commander? Do you know the power of the family behind Donghao and Jiangzhou? No, you don't know. We've been strategizing in this secret realm for so long, and with such a significant loss in combat power, have you considered how much we've lost? Then, with a bang, the principal of Gaoshan Academy, Bao Yaxian, kicked open the door to the principal's office. He stormed out, clearly furious about the matter concerning Dong Hao, the 4th Legion commander of Gaoshan Academy. Just as he stepped out, he ran into Ping Chuan and Li Chen. Ping Chuan, it was you who leaked the information, right? Bao Yaxian glared at Ping Chuan, angrily saying, do you know you've caused the Legion base to lose a capable general? I advise you, leave a line for others, so you can meet again in the future. Ping Chuan was scolded so badly that he didn't dare to retort at all. Li Chen was about to say something when Ping Chuan pulled him back, signaling him to stay silent. Fortunately, Bao Yaxian didn't recognize Li Chen. After giving Ping Chuan a good scolding, he huffed and turned to leave. Li Chen apologetically said, sorry, Teacher Ping, for getting you in trouble. It's fine. Ping Chuan waved his hand and said, as long as you're okay, I'll remember this. Li Chen felt warmth in his heart. If Ping Chuan hadn't bypassed the base and directly called the people from the tribunal, he would probably have had a lot of trouble later. Being targeted by a legion commander is not a good thing. With Donghao's temper, who knows when he might come after him. But now, there are no such worries. Being caught by the tribunal's judgment knights basically means there won't be a good outcome. Those people are very fair and show no leniency towards illegal activities. Come on, let's go in. Ping Chuan led Li Chen into the principal's office. Oh, you're here. The office was in disarray, and Li Changfeng was tidying up the things inside. He smiled and said, this Principal Bao is going crazy here. At his age, he's still acting like a child. No wonder people say he's an old child. The older you get, the more you resemble a child. As he spoke, he shook his head helplessly. Then he saw Li Chen, revealing a kind smile. It's Li Chen, right? Look, your teacher values you so much that he doesn't hesitate to offend others and even called in the people from the adjudication office. Yeah, I know in my heart, Li Chen nodded. Principal Li Changfeng smiled and said, yes, that's right, a good child. Don't worry, no matter what happens, Qingfeng Academy will always be your backing, understand? The High Mountain Academy can't stir up any waves. They're always the second best. Li Chen smiled and nodded. This principal was quite interesting. He said others become more childlike as they grow older, but he was no different. Ping Chuan explained his purpose. Principal, I came to report something to you. Li Changfeng said, I know, it's about that Dong Hao causing trouble. Don't worry, I will explain the situation to the higher-ups, report truthfully, and bring this pest to justice. Don't worry about other matters. The Dong family in Jiangzhou wouldn't dare to fall out with our academy. The Dong family in Jiangzhou was very powerful and strong, an old family. 200 years ago, there were no battle academies. Battle professionals appeared in the form of guilds. As a group of old guild leaders rose, they gradually formed family powers. Initially, these families protected a region's peace and contributed to the Dragon Kingdom, but as time passed, they became corrupted. These families gradually grew in power. The Dragon Kingdom might face a situation of splitting territories and establishing kings. The state acted quickly, establishing battle academies to train countless civilian professionals. With countless warriors fighting for the country, they could share the spoils with families from various regions. This suppressed the signs of potential division. However, these old families, passed down through generations, still held considerable power. Of course, there was still a significant gap between the Dong family in Jiangzhou and Qingfeng Academy, the top academy in Jiangzhou. With Qingfeng Academy backing Li Chen, the Dong family wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Ping Chuan said, thank you, Principal, but there's another matter. Li Changfeng asked. What is it? Ping Chuan smiled and looked at Li Chen. Li Chen, show the principal what you've got. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng was slightly taken aback. What? Let me see the world? I am the principal of Qingfeng Academy. I've eaten more salt than you have walked roads. I've lived a long life. What great winds and waves haven't I seen? Ping Chuan, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but your language skills are getting worse. You need to brush up on that. Your choice of words is clearly inappropriate. What do you mean by see the world? Li Changfeng shook his head with a smile, looking helpless. But the next second, he was stunned by the equipment in Li Chen's hands. What? Li Changfeng excitedly dropped his pipe, which fell to the ground. This is a full-level mythical gear. The usually refined principal exclaimed in surprise. Damn, oh my, this young man, where did you get this equipment from? He was stunned, his scalp tingling. Even Li Changfeng had never seen such full-level mythical gear before. Level 60 mythical gear. It was the highest level and strongest equipment under the current planetary will. Each piece of equipment was recorded, and the quantity was extremely rare. Although Principal Li Changfeng was a level 60 full-level professional, he only had a full set of level 60 purple gear. As the principal of Jiangzhou's top academy, he could obtain higher-level equipment from outside, but he was mainly engaged in management work and didn't need better equipment. However, Qingfeng Academy was merely a mid-tier battle academy, tackling world secret realms at the sub-wolf level, and had no access to such high-level equipment. Even he had never seen level 60 mythical gear. But why was it in the hands of a first-year student now? Li Changfeng asked. Did you pick it up? Li Chen replied. Ping Chuan facepalmed and then patiently began to explain the matter of defeating treasure monsters. Li Changfeng suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Above the purple gear, it's basically impossible to obtain. In fact, the country has long been aware of the special monsters known as treasure monsters, which have a chance to drop high-level equipment. Treasure monsters appear in various secret realms, and they are identical, with each secret realm typically hosting 1 to 3 of them. Therefore, the country speculates that these monsters are likely a benefit projected by the will of Blue Star. Ping Chuan said, so we can completely rely on defeating treasure monsters to obtain high-level equipment? Li Changfeng replied, actually, the country has been doing this for a long time. They specifically formed treasure hunting legions, with team members being high-level output mages, targeting treasure monsters. However, the returns are very low because the time and location to find treasure monsters require treasure maps, and the drop rate for treasure maps is extremely low. Once obtained by ordinary practitioners, they tend to keep it a secret. Moreover, even if they are found, the output isn't as terrifying as Li Chen's. After saying this, Li Changfeng looked at Ping Chuan. Ping Chuan, your mental transfer combined with Li Chen's output is too strong. I think you two can join the country's treasure hunting legion right now. Li Chen? Ping Chuan? Li Changfeng, just kidding. I wouldn't let you go. After all, Li Chen's level is still too low. He can only effectively output with the help of 300 people. No one would want to be a blue package forever, and the conditions are too harsh. They almost got wiped out by the cultists. I have to say, Li Chen was really lucky this time, running into Ping Chuan and having a group of students to help. Of course, his strength was also evident. After that, Li Changfeng looked at Li Chen. Li Chen, you have a chance in the future. Find a way to join the Dragon Country's War God Legion and the Treasure Hunting Legion, otherwise, it would be a waste of your talent. Li Chen, War God Legion? Li Changfeng nodded, yes, the War God Legion. The strongest legion in the Dragon Country, composed of the elite among elites, with the top equipment, the best combat awareness, and the most advanced skills. Forming the strongest legion. Li Changfeng explained, for example, this 3 realms dragon scale armor of yours, I will submit it to the country, and the country will allocate it to a suitable war god in the War God Legion. You wouldn't mind, would you? Li Chen, of course I don't mind, after all, I can't use it. I still have a long way to go before reaching level 60. Moreover, this equipment was obtained by over 300 people together. It's not just my achievement, I can't take it all for myself. Li Changfeng said, as long as you understand, our dragon country can be so stable thanks to the war gods of the War God Legion. There are family powers in various places, cultists lurking in the shadows, and external pressures from other countries. There's also the existence of the dark. In fact, the pressure on the country is immense. Most resources are concentrated on training the warriors of the War God Legion. Li Chen, I understand. One can also imagine that this world is one with extraordinary powers. Everyone has the opportunity to gain strength. Therefore, with so many capable individuals gathered together, the management difficulty is evident. A Dong Hao can be so arrogant, especially with the invincible Holy Shield skill. It's clear that the power of family forces in various regions should not be underestimated. If the country does not possess high-end combat power,
it would be impossible to govern the country solely by law. There's a real possibility of a split occurring. Once a split happens, without the protection of a country, a warlord situation could arise, cutting off the upward path for ordinary people, with resources controlled by a small number of individuals. That would be a devastating blow for ordinary people like me. I want to ask, how can I join the War God Legion? Li Chen suddenly became interested in this War God Legion. The country provides equipment and resources, which he really needs, especially for his explosive powder materials. Having the support of the country would be a huge relief. Li Changfeng said, you need to pass through various levels, compete in the national competition, enter a high-level academy, and then compete in the world competition. Only then can you become a top professional and have a chance to join the God of War Legion. Li Chen asked curiously, Principal, aren't our enemies those monsters? What's the point of competing against other professionals? This was a question Li Chen had always wanted to ask. Since the enemies were those invading monsters, the competition between professionals seemed to have no real significance. Why was it so highly valued everywhere? Li Changfeng was silent for a long time before murmuring, because of darkness. Never mind, you don't need to know this for now. It's a matter for the future. If you can't reach that level, you'll never touch it. When you can reach it, I won't need to explain. Li Chen replied, oh. Li Changfeng smiled broadly, easing the heavy atmosphere. In any case, it's simple to reach the global competition and enter the God of War Legion, isn't it? Ping Chuan tugged at the corner of his mouth. Was that really simple? Although Li Chen could deal 220 million in damage, Ping Chuan also noticed Li Chen's drawback. His mental energy consumption was too great. With 300 people as his blue pack, he was constantly popping pills. It wasn't enough to sustain him for even an hour. Moreover, while this method worked against monsters, it was hard to say how effective it would be against powerful professionals. After all, professionals wouldn't just stand still. He looked at Li Chen again and found the young man's gaze so resolute. Perhaps, it really was possible. His own teacher had once been a member of the God of War Legion. What a pity. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. Li Changfeng took the equipment from Li Chen's hands and said, I'll first submit this equipment to the state and see what response we get. After saying that, he traded the equipment. Li Chen sat in the principal's office, patiently waiting. About half an hour later, the news came back. Li Changfeng said, Li Chen, your equipment has exchanged a large amount of resources for the school. These resources account for half the value of this equipment. I will distribute them as credits to those who participated in this operation. The other half of the value will be used by the state to hire a national-level blacksmith to forge a complete set of level 40 legendary gear for you, along with 2 legendary skill books. What do you think? Li Chen's eyes lit up. I think that's great. Li Changfeng said, just tell me your requirements for the equipment, and I'll convey them. Without hesitation, Li Chen replied, the requirement is simple. Stack all the mental power. Li Changfeng said, stacking all mental attributes is no problem. However, it will take time, so you don't need to rush. Level 40, you'll probably reach that by the time you graduate. Li Chen nodded. There was indeed no need to rush for the equipment. He had just acquired a set of level 20 purple gear, which was sufficient. Li Changfeng asked, what about the skill books? Li Chen said, I only need skill books that ignore profession and level rules. Li Changfeng replied, alright, let's add each other as friends first. You go back and wait for news. Later, I will send you the list of skills that the state can provide. Once you've made your selection, let me know, and I will send the trade via email. For the next few days, just rest well at the base and stay in touch. During these days, Li Chen stayed in the academy, resting and not going out. Mainly because the ammunition depot was completely depleted, there was no need to go out. Thus, Li Chen lived a regular life. In the morning, he practiced martial arts in the intermediate gravity room. Besides improving his proficiency in the flying swallow technique and the mountain punch, he spent the rest of the time cultivating the next level 20 martial artist movement skill, the heavenly tiger leap. He had a meal at noon and then returned to the villa to make clay bombs. He made C1 clay spiders and C1 clay birds, which were frequently used. Every day, he rapidly increased his stock by 5,000 of each. The cost of a clay spider is 30 copper coins, and a clay bird costs 100 copper coins. Essentially, 650,000 copper coins, or 65 gold coins, are consumed daily. Although Lin Wanqing can no longer trade with her, Li Chen earned 800 gold coins from other academies last time, along with over 50 gold coins from the Iceworm mission, so he is still quite wealthy. In 3 days' time, Li Chen's ammunition stock increased by 15,000 clay spiders and 15,000 clay birds. The quantity is about enough. Because Li Chen's clay soul hand is very strong now, he can quickly create during battle. He can also use the fission effect to enhance power, though it consumes a lot of mental energy.
Without using the fission effect, it's still manageable. The Qingfeng Academy is currently empty. Most of the students are outside the base grinding monsters to level up. Mi1 and Zhang Xiaohua also went outside to grind monsters. They just acquired new skills and need to gain proficiency by fighting monsters. Additionally, they said they wanted to contribute by bringing back more energy crystals to help their older brother earn extra credits. Li Chen did not stop them and let them go. They indeed need to fight monsters to improve their skill proficiency and combat techniques. After all, relying solely on himself for every battle isn't beneficial for their growth. In the intermediate gravity chamber, Li Chen is training under immense gravity. The gravity chamber can adjust to 6 to 10 times the normal gravity. Previously, Li Chen needed to set it to 7 times. Now, he requires 10 times the gravity for effective training. As usual, Li Chen practiced according to the martial artist's skill manual, while internally deducing the mental techniques based on the manual's characteristics. The martial spirit gem shone beside him, assisting Li Chen in his deductions. He was bare-chested, his spine curved like a full moon, fingers spread wide, pressing against the ground, legs slightly bent, his whole body resembling a fierce tiger. Tiger leaps the ravine, as if walking on flat ground. Li Chen shouted softly, his figure suddenly leaping up. Like an arrow released from a bow or a tiger descending a mountain, he sprang forward, charging ahead. In midair, his body seemed to lose the constraints of gravity, and with this leap, he advanced several meters in the blink of an eye, perfectly embodying the essence of leap. The moment he landed, he pushed off the ground, his body soaring into the air again, standing upright. The flying swallow technique emphasizes agility, prolonged airborne time, and evasion. In contrast, the Tiangang tiger leap is more vigorous and rapid, focusing on explosive power. According to the martial artist's skill manual, once mastered, the legs can step on the air at extreme speed, achieving a double jump. This means jumping in the air and then jumping again, reaching unimaginable heights. If mastered to the highest level, one could even achieve a triple jump, leaping 3 times consecutively in the air. During training, Li Chen continuously repeated the actions of jumping and pouncing. Each time he aimed for greater speed and precision. Sweat soaked his clothes, but his eyes grew brighter. After 3 days, he felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough. A breakthrough. You feel a sense of accomplishment. The Tiangang tiger leap is rapidly improving. With the enhancement of the martial spirit gem, your Tiangang tiger leap is advancing by leaps and bounds. With the synergy of the dual souls, your training speed is double that of others. You have mastered the first level of Tiangang tiger leap. Strength +1, agility +1, constitution +1. After practicing martial artist techniques, I increasingly feel that being a martial artist is the perfect profession. Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim. One reason is that during the improvement of martial artist skills, attributes naturally increase. This is because the body is being trained, and the attributes are developed through practice. It also becomes easier to control one's physical strength and understand oneself. Furthermore, martial artist skills fully utilize one's attributes. For example, with the swallow's body technique, the higher one's agility, the more flexible the body becomes. It is still passive, only consuming some physical strength without depleting mental energy, allowing one to maximize their attributes. Evasion skills with similar effects, such as rolling or dodging, require mental energy to execute. If one encounters cultists again and runs out of mental energy, a martial artist would not be so helpless. For instance, my mountain punch does not require mental energy and can still inflict damage through strength. Similarly, the heavenly tiger leap will allow for greater distance, speed, and height in jumps as strength and agility increase, thus providing an advantage against enemies. Compared to martial artists, skills of other professions seem quite rigid. Skill damage is derived from attributes, and aside from skills, the impact of attributes appears rather insignificant. My methods are too singular. Last time, lacking mental energy, I was very passive against those cultists. Li Chen silently resolved, if I want to go further, I must not stop training as a martial artist. Just then, the information panel flickered. It was an email from Principal Li Changfeng. The country had compiled some legendary skill books with no level restrictions. The principal sent the information for him to choose too. Great, this is also a path. Li Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned off the gravity chamber. On the way back, the academy was deserted. I suddenly thought of a move. Li Chen was in high spirits and jumped to a height of 5 meters. At the peak, an idea struck him, and he waved his hand. The sole hand of his left hand quickly formed a clay line, like a spider's silk, which caught onto a distant tree. Using this line for support, Li Chen swung over. Then, with the sole hand of his right hand, he created another clay line, sticking to the first one. Alternating left and right, he kept moving forward. Wow, it really works. With the clay line from the sole hand, combined with the agility of the swallow's body technique and the jumping ability of the heavenly tiger leap,
he could move like Spider-Man. Upon returning to the villa, Li Chen drank a glass of iced coffee to wake himself up and relieve fatigue. He planned to carefully ponder and select skills suitable for himself. Then he comfortably lay on the sofa and checked his email. The email contained many skills, all legendary entries that ignored profession and level. There were a total of 16 legendary skill books, which were quite rare. It seems the power of the country is indeed formidable. Moss Entanglement Druid skill consumes mental energy to summon moss to control enemies, dealing a certain amount of magical damage. This is a control skill, and it's quite good. Li Chen found the first skill very appealing. If an output-type profession could learn such a control skill, it would definitely be very useful. However, Li Chen continued to look further down, as there were many choices and he needed to be cautious. Life Bloom Druid skill consumes mental energy to plant a seed of life, continuously restoring health during the process, blooming and bearing fruit after 7 seconds, dispelling negative states, ensuring your next skill will definitely produce a spell critical hit. A support skill with a powerful effect, but not suitable for him. Li Chen continued to look down. Brave Guardian Warrior skill absorb part of the damage for allies and reflect part of the damage back to the attacker. Divine Descent Warrior skill enter a magic immunity state for a short time, with all attributes enhanced, significantly increasing movement speed and attack speed. Mental Shield Mage skill use mental power to absorb incoming damage. Empty Hands Thief skill steal items from another's backpack. Hellfire Warlock skill use a large amount of mental power to summon a giant hell demon to assist in battle. Mental Siphon Warlock skill release a chain to bind the opponent, siphoning a certain amount of mental power from the target. Deathlink Warlock skill release a chain to link to the target creature, increasing the damage it receives by 20% and sharing part of the damage taken. Torturous Pain Warlock skill after releasing the skill, continuously deal a percentage of magic damage to the enemy for 3 seconds. Keen Perception Ranger skill passive, increase vision range. Active, see in darkness for a short time. Crusade Knight skill, the more knights in your team, the stronger the attributes. Heavy Mount Knight skill, your mount shares part of your attributes and can equip 3 pieces of equipment to participate in battle. Mental Vitality Mage 30% increase in mental power recovery, 50% increase in potion recovery speed. Wild Summon Ranger summon a porcupine, attack, and an eagle, scouting, to assist in combat. Dark Harvest Dark Warlock each time a target is killed, a soul is harvested. Each saved soul increases damage by 1%, storage time 60 minutes. Upon release, it will enhance your next damage output accordingly. Ice Roar Mage release Ice Roar magic, causing massive damage over a wide area. Is that it? Li Chen was engrossed in watching, only to find it was over. There were only 16 legendary skill books to choose from. This was also because such entries without level restrictions were quite rare. Next, it was time to make a choice. Li Chen's first choice was directly locked onto the Dark Warlock's Dark Harvest. This skill book was a unique skill of the talent class Dark Warlock, and being legendary, it was among the rarest, likely the most valuable here. One could imagine that the country was not holding back. Whatever was available was up for grabs. Moreover, this skill suited him quite well. Dark Harvest Dark Warlock each time a target is killed, a soul is harvested. Each saved soul increases damage by 1%, storage time 60 minutes. Upon release, it will enhance your next damage output accordingly. Assuming the same situation as last time when he killed over 3,000 Ice Spirit Bears, that would mean he could enhance his damage by 3,000%, which is 30 times. Upon release, his next attack would unleash a C1 Clay Bird. 3,000 damage times 30 equals 90,000 damage. If he released a C2 Clay Bird, 30,000 damage times 30 equals 900,000 damage. If he used a fission effect while releasing the C2 Clay Bird, increasing its size by 10 times, that would be 300,000 damage times 30, equaling 9 million damage. Oh my god. The more Li Chen calculated, the more his scalp tingled. If such a situation really occurred, it would likely be a soul-crushing blow. But now, a question stood before Li Chen. That is, could Dark Harvest enhance the damage of his clay bomb? Li Chen wasn't very sure. To be safe, he directly contacted Principal Li Changfeng. Patrick Star, Principal, I'd like to ask, can Dark Harvest enhance the damage of my clay bomb? Li Chen had submitted a max-level mythical item to the students. Now, in front of the principal, he had some leverage, so he could ask questions directly. Soon, the principal replied, Shan Feng, you asked the right person. I've studied related knowledge long ago, and I've also researched the skill of Dark Harvest, Patrick Star, then what are we waiting for? Please tell me, dear principal. Shan Feng, no need to think about it, it's absolutely impossible. Dark Harvest is ineffective against item-based attacks, and your clay bomb falls under that category. Patrick Star, are you sure? Shan Feng, let me ask you, can your mental power enhance the power of your clay bomb? Patrick Star, no. Shan Phone, then it definitely belongs to item-based attacks. Any amplification is ineffective on items, unless you continue to use enhancement skills to strengthen your clay hand. However, aside from fission and evolution, other similar enhancement skills like healing boost or flame boost do not apply to your clay hand. You're quite lucky, the most suitable enhancement skill book has already come into your hands. Patrick Star, alright. Receiving the real news, Li Chen felt a bit disappointed. But it's good, it helped him recognize his attack type. He purely belongs to the item attack type, and he considers himself lucky. The enhancement skill book that suits him has already been obtained. Unless a new enhancement skill book appears in the future, he won't be able to enhance the clay soul hand. Shan Feng, however, I still recommend you choose a Dark Harvest, it has great use. Patrick Star, Principal, what do you mean? Shan Feng, you've produced over 6,000 energy crystals, it should be a one-time deal, right? Plus, you've mastered the martial artist skill, Shocking Mountain Fist. Don't underestimate martial artist skills, combined with Dark Harvest, it can have miraculous effects in certain places, but I can't go into specifics. Seeing this message, Li Chen was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the principal to know him so well. It seemed he had done a thorough investigation. Indeed, last time he had blown up 3,000 monsters in one go, which was a 30-fold damage increase. If he used the Shocking Mountain Fist, he could deal a maximum of 5 times the power attribute damage. With a current power of 110, that would be 550 damage, and 30 times that is 16,500 damage. That damage is quite terrifying. However, for him, a few clay bombs could also achieve that. The principal's implication was that it had miraculous effects in certain places. What kind of place could that be? Could it be that dark place? After thinking for a long time, Li Chen still couldn't figure it out. However, since the principal had spoken, Li Chen felt that the other party wouldn't deceive him. Moreover, as his level increased, his power attribute and martial artist skills should become stronger, and in the future, combined with Dark Harvest, he shouldn't be too weak. I'll choose this Dark Harvest. As for the other book, what should I choose? Li Chen began to consider the choice of the other skill book. Using the process of elimination, Li Chen ruled out some unnecessary skills. For example, the control skill, Wood Whip, was unnecessary for him. Extreme output was the way to go. Summoning skills also didn't suit him, as they required corresponding equipment to enhance the summoned beast's attributes. Output skills were even less needed. He wouldn't equip anything to enhance spell damage. What remained were just a few options. Spiritual Siphon Warlock skill, release a chain that binds the target, siphoning a certain amount of mental power from them. Heavy Mount, Knight skill, your mount shares part of your attributes and can equip 3 pieces of equipment to participate in battle. Deathlink Warlock skill, release a chain that links to the target creature, increasing the damage they receive by 20% and sharing part of the damage taken. Keen Perception Ranger skill, passive, increases vision range, active, can see in darkness for a short time. Divine Descent Warrior skill, temporarily enter a magic immunity state, significantly increasing all attributes, movement speed, and attack speed. Li Chen then began to eliminate the options one by one. Heavy Mount, sharing my attributes. What's the use of sharing all my mental attributes? I can create a mount myself, eliminated. Deathlink, siphoning someone else's mental power. If I blow them up right from the start, there's no need to siphon, eliminated. Deathlink, blow up a monster, and everyone takes damage. Sounds impressive, but there won't be that many monsters waiting for me, and I can already do area bombardment, eliminated. After a round of elimination, only 2 skills remained. Keen Perception Ranger skill, passive, increases vision range, active, can see in darkness for a short time. Divine Descent Warrior skill, temporarily enter a magic immunity state, significantly increasing all attributes, movement speed, and attack speed. To be honest, Li Chen felt both skills were quite suitable for him. One increases vision, fitting for his clay bomb specialist. The other is a life-saving skill, entering a magic immunity state at a critical moment. If he didn't choose Dark Harvest, he would go for one of these two, but now he could only choose one. Choose the expensive one, not the right one. Li Chen took out his phone and started searching for information online. Soon, he learned about the difference between the 2 skill books. Keen Perception is a level 30 skill for rangers, while Divine Descent is a level 50 skill for warriors. Excluding the attribute of legendary, the price difference between the 2 white skill books is over 20 times. Choose Divine Descent. It can synergize with martial skills, and it has some interaction. In the end, Li Chen decided, Divine Descent it is. It also allows him to enter a magic immunity state, very useful. Patrick Star, Principal, I've made my choice, Dark Harvest and Divine Descent. Shan Feng, you little rascal, although both are legendary skill books, there's still a price difference. You chose the 2 most expensive ones, really not saving money for the country. Principal Li Changfeng is quite efficient. After sending the message, he quickly replied, Shanfeng, by the way, that swallowing technique you have was given to you by Zhu Miaomiao, right? Patrick Star, you know about that too? Shanfeng, Miaomiao is a good girl, don't let her down. Patrick Star? Li Chen was filled with question marks. What the hell is going on? Why is it said not to let her down? He has no improper relationship with Miaomiao. Also, what's the deal with you, old man, having a connection with Zhu Miaomiao? No wonder she misunderstood. Legendary skill books have been given out, so it's natural to have some thoughts. But in reality, the two are just in a simple trading relationship. Soon, the principal sent the skill book via email. Skill book, Dark Harvest, Legendary, Learning Level, None Learning Requirements, None Effect. Each time you kill a target, you will harvest a soul. Each soul preserved increases damage by 1%, preservation time limit 60 minutes. Upon release, it will enhance your next damage accordingly. Legendary attributes. 1. Ignores class restrictions. 2. Ignores level restrictions. 3. Permanently increases mental attributes by 100. Li Chen crushed the skill book to learn it. Li Chen gained an additional skill and 100 mental power. I have to say, this kind of attribute enhancement from consuming skill books is quite impressive. However, one cannot be reckless about it, because for any professional, the skill limit is 30. Once this limit is reached, using a skill book will yield one of 3 results. The first is a direct failure, which has the highest probability. The second is that it replaces other skills. If a key skill is replaced, that would be quite foolish. The third is a successful addition of the skill, breaking the limit and obtaining 31 skills. But this probability is very low, akin to gambling. Those professionals' combat skills require a combination of skills. For example, a mage needs many passive skills to increase magic damage. A summoner, on the other hand, needs to learn passive skills that enhance summoned beasts. With 30 skill slots, a combination would nearly fill them up. Therefore, even legendary skill books are used based on necessity. No one would specifically consume books just to increase attributes. It's not worth the cost. Li Chen, however, had no such concerns. Because he couldn't learn normal skills, he could only learn legendary skills. Aside from the 2 skills obtained through advancement, he could only rely on legendary skill books to acquire more. As for what the future would hold, everything was unknown. Skill book, Descent of the Celestial, Legendary, Learning Level, None, Learning Requirements, None, Effect, Instant Skill, consumes a large amount of stamina, enters a magic immunity state after use, all attributes increase by 50, movement speed and attack speed increase by 50%, lasts for 6 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes, legendary attributes. 1. Ignores profession restrictions. 2. Ignores level restrictions. 3. Permanent increase of 100 to strength attribute. Li Chen learned it directly, gaining another skill. At the same time, his strength surged to 210 points. Name, Li Chen. Profession, Intermediate Clay Master, Intermediate Demolition Expert. Level, 21, 10. 0%, Strength, 210, Agility, 219 plus 100, Mental, 343 plus 1110, Constitution, 124 plus 50, Dual Soul, Unique Talent automatically adapted. You can integrate explosives into clay models to create special clay bombs. Skills, Clay Mastery, Demolition Mastery, Clay Manipulation, Remote Detonation, Clay Soul Hand, Fission, Time Detonation, Swallow's Body Technique, Descent of the Celestial, Dark Harvest, Disguise Technique, Mountain Shattering Fist. Let's try this skill's effect. Descent of the Celestial. Li Chen used this skill directly, without consuming mental power, but he instantly felt a significant loss of stamina. Stamina is not health, it's fatigue. The higher the constitution, the higher the fatigue. When the body enters a fatigued state, all attributes will correspondingly decrease. However, at the moment of using the skill, a transparent gas appeared around Li Chen, like steam bursting forth, even making his hair stand up as if he had touched static electricity. In the next moment, his body began to swell, expanding continuously. His head quickly hit the ceiling, and Li Chen grew from his original height of 1.8 meters to 3.6 meters, doubling in size and becoming a giant. All attributes increased by 100, and both attack speed and movement speed were significantly enhanced. Fortunately, due to the skill's effects, his clothes also grew larger. There was no scene of the Hulk bursting out of his clothes. All transformation skills are like this. I feel so strong. Li Chen exerted a little force, using the swallow's body technique to jump outside the room. Then, with a leap, he soared to a height of 15 meters. Boom! Upon landing, the soil in the yard was smashed into a large pit by Li Chen's massive frame. However, this feeling lasted only 6 seconds. Li Chen soon felt like a deflated ball, returning to his original height.
How amazing, this skill is truly worth it. 6 seconds of eruption, combined with martial skills, can truly create miracles. A trump card, an absolute trump card. Li Chen felt fortunate about his choice. However, after using this skill, Li Chen felt slightly fatigued. This was due to the significant amount of stamina consumed in advance, but it was still manageable. This skill, when released at a critical moment, can produce a magic immunity effect, immune to control skills. Simply perfect. Li Chen sighed, it was like having an extra life. The most feared were those control skills that rendered one immobile. As for the other skill, Dark Harvest, it couldn't be tried for now. Although it couldn't be used on bombs, harvesting a certain amount of souls, followed by a divine attack, also had some synergy. Time to wrap up. Let's continue resting. Li Chen was in a great mood, then returned to the villa's hall and lay down to watch TV. People can't always work so hard, sometimes they need to relax. A balance of work and rest is what allows one to go further. He watched TV for the entire afternoon. Until 4 in the afternoon, Li Chen suddenly remembered something. Right, Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen said they would be back today. I'll whip up a few signature dishes for them to experience the big brother's culinary skills. With that thought, Li Chen went to the fridge to get some ingredients and headed to the kitchen to cook. Meanwhile, on the other side, Miwen and Zhang Xiaohua were at a base fighting monsters. One was in the front row, the other dealing damage. A male-female pairing made the work less tiring. We've been at it for 3 days and only got 100 crystal stones. So exhausting, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but lament. Without Xiaogu, the days were just not exciting at all. It's a form of training, Miwen replied irritably. But inside, he felt quite pleased. Over these days, he had seen Zhang Xiaohua's strength. Despite his cheerful exterior, he wasn't that weak, he was quite strong. It was just that compared to Li Chen, the gap was more pronounced. In fact, his combat awareness was already at a high level. This time, after a few days of rest and buying a few skills to supplement, their strength would reach a new level. It's already 4 in the afternoon, let's go. We promised Big Brother we would gather today, and he said he would prepare a few signature dishes for us, Miwen said with a smile as he put away his staff. Zhang Xiaohua shivered for some reason. What's wrong? Miwen asked. Nothing. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly shook his head. Mainly, Xiao Ji's cooking was dark cuisine. Forget it. It's not good to speak ill of Big Brother behind his back. Then let's head back. Miwen smiled slightly, and the two crushed their return stones. The next moment, they were back at the base. The two walked towards Qingfeng Academy. Alright, Miwen said, last time when we parted, Big Brother told us to come back in 3 days, saying not to tire ourselves too much, and that everyone should relax at the villa for a while. Anyway, our levels and equipment have already completed the tasks ahead of time. Normally, it would take 3 months to reach level 20, but we've already achieved it early. Did Xiao Gu really say that? Zhang Xiaohua's steps grew heavier. Eating one meal of Xiao Ji's cooking was fine. Eating for a while, wouldn't that be deadly? By the time he wasn't killed by monsters, he'd be done in by Xiao Ji's dark cuisine. He did, Miwen smiled. He said we should take a good rest for a while and adjust our skills. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly turned around, pulling Miwen towards the mission center. By the way, Miwen, since we're back, let's see if there are any good missions at the mission center. Miwen was bewildered as he was dragged to the mission center. To his surprise, there were actually many people in the mission area. Everyone was gathered around to watch a newly appeared SSS level mission. However, as everyone discussed who would dare to take it on, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and her mood became incredibly excited. Great! Finally, there was a reason to go out. Even if it meant eating dry rations in the wild, that was better than eating the meals made by Brother Xiao. Why did an SSS level mission suddenly appear? This mission is open to all grades, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years can all participate. Can't you see? This is a clue mission, and the clues are very important. The students were all focused on the newly appeared mission on the big screen. Legion Base 1 to 3 year mission, find the Nebula Ruins, obtain the Heart of the Nebula, mission level, SSS, base monsters, unknown, monster level, unknown, mission content, find the Nebula Ruins, enter the ruins, and obtain the Heart of the Nebula within the ruins. This mission is quite special. If there are clues, do not enter. Please report directly to the mission center to receive rewards. Mission deadline, 1 month, mission reward, 3,000 credits, failure penalty, deduction of 3,000 credits. From the mission description, this task was clearly a clue mission. A clue, in this context, refers to a key condition that appears within the secret realm to progress through the secret realm world, but it requires searching for clues throughout the entire secret realm world. Such missions can be simple. If you find the clues, you can report them directly to receive rewards. The subsequent matters will be handled by the base, which will send out Legion warriors to resolve them. It can also be difficult because clues are not easy to find. Although the students were eager to take on the task,
no one stepped forward to accept it. For a mission like this, it was better to wait until they found something before taking it on. Accepting it early would occupy a mission slot. If they failed to find clues, they could even fail the mission and lose credits. 1-1, why don't we take on this mission? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes twinkled with a hint of temptation. There's no need to take this mission early, Miwen shook her head, dismissing Zhang Xiaohua's idea. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, you really don't understand my good intentions. Brother Xiao told us to rest for a while. If he keeps making dark cuisine every day, won't that be deadly? 1-1, think about it. Why did Big Brother want us to rest for a while? Well, I really don't know. Zhang Xiaohua smiled lightly, because he's lazy, because he's become complacent. Me 1? Zhang Xiaohua, normally, it takes us 3 months in the first year to level up to level 20, but we reached level 20 in less than 10 days, earning credits and getting equipment. Me 1, so? Zhang Xiaohua, so, Big Brother has become complacent. We need to spur him on. We must keep him moving on the path to becoming stronger. In the future, he will understand our good intentions. Me 1? Zhang Xiaohua, think about it, if we take on this SSS mission and fail, we will lose 3,000 credits, and Big Brother will have to go look for clues. Me 1, but if we fail, we really will lose 3,000 credits. Zhang Xiaohua, we won't fail, I guarantee it. Me 1. Zhang Xiaohua, our levels are sufficient, and we have the equipment. We don't need to level up deliberately, the remaining time can be entirely used to search for clues. And don't forget, our Big Brother can control birds to fly, searching will be even easier. Miwen's eyelashes fluttered slightly, it did make sense, but she still felt that Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have ulterior motives. Miwen rubbed her forehead, leaned on the table, and pondered for a long time before finally looking up. Let's go back and discuss it with Big Brother. Where is he? When she lifted her head, she found that Zhang Xiaohua was no longer in front of her. Soon, a series of voices reached her ears. Damn, someone has taken this mission. Who is it? So bold. Maybe they got a lead in advance. The students present were all surprised because someone had taken the SSS mission. No need to think, it was definitely Zhang Xiaohua. Miwen's brows furrowed in anger. Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua replied, gotta run. Qingfeng Academy, Villa area. I'm back. Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open with Miwen and walked inside. So luxurious. The lavish villa came into view. It was Miwen's first time in this villa. In fact, compared to Miwen's home, this villa was far from it, but since Miwen had always lived in the dormitory, suddenly arriving at the villa felt like a long-awaited rain after a drought. 1-1, why don't you live here too? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Miwen with a mischievous glint. Are you trying to get me killed? Miwen turned away angrily, ignoring Zhang Xiaohua. Oh, you're back. Just in time, come try my cooking. At that moment, Li Chen came out of the kitchen with a plate of food. The first dish was his signature dish, potato chicken, followed by garlic shrimp, fish-flavored shredded pork, and steamed bass, along with rich and tender dongpa pork. All were home-cooked dishes, one of Li Chen's little interests. It smells so good. Miwen excitedly sat at the table, drooling. She had eaten many good things growing up, but several of these dishes she had never tried before. Boss, is your cooking really this good? Not really, just a little practice. Sit down and eat. The three of them sat down, but Zhang Xiaohua sensed something was off. Xiaogu, did you really make this? You didn't buy it from the base, did you? Zhang Xiaohua said with disbelief. She still remembered 3 years ago when Li Chen first invited her to his home. He cooked and then ended up throwing up, and since then, she never dared to compliment him again. Could it be that after 3 years, he had improved? Li Chen replied irritably, nonsense, all these dishes are my original creations. This dongpa pork and this mapo tofu, only I make them, no other branches. Delicious, so delicious. Miwen had already picked up her chopsticks and was surprised after tasting the steamed base. Zhang Xiaohua fell silent. What the hell was going on? It was really delicious? She tried a bite of this so-called original dongpa pork. Instantly, the rich and fragrant taste exploded on her taste buds. It was so delicious. Was this really made by Xiaogu? It was completely different from her impression. Zhang Xiaohua took a discerning bite. Oh my god, it was really good. Xiaohua, why are you looking at me like that? What happened to the dark cuisine you promised? Don't you know, after 3 days apart, one should see each other with new eyes? Li Chen chuckled. 3 years ago, Zhang Xiaohua had used the excuse of coming to his house for a meal to sneak a peek at his older sister, and he had served her a dark cuisine dish. Unexpectedly, this girl still remembered. Oh no, I was careless. Zhang Xiaohua began to wolf down the food. Damn, if I had known you had this skill, I wouldn't have taken that SSS mission. Is Li Chen there? At that moment, a knock came from outside the door. It was obviously Zhu Miaomiao and Xiong Panpan, coming to visit. Their villa was also nearby. More guests are coming.
Li Chen asked Mi-won to go welcome them and bring them in. Mi-won and Xiong Pan each dragged a suitcase. Li Chen was confused. Why did you bring luggage? Xiong Pan smiled sweetly, her two dimples blooming. Don't you know, a small team lives together? You don't really think such a big villa is meant for just one person, do you, Li Chen? That's right. The villa provided by the school has 6 rooms on the second floor. Each room has the same layout, complete with its own bathroom and shower. Clearly, it's meant for the team to live in. Surely someone would ask, will mixed-gender living lead to early romantic relationships? Naturally, there are no such concerns. The academy encourages dating, not to mention dating. Getting married on the spot is also fine. Li Chen, so, are you all planning to live here? Xiong Pan, what else? You're the captain, of course, we should stay with you. Aren't you welcoming us? Xiong Pan put down her luggage and saw the table full of dishes, exclaiming in surprise, so lavish. How did you know we were coming? Is this to welcome us? Li Chen had no choice but to respond, welcome, of course, welcome. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled, so very welcome. After saying that, she looked at Mi-won. Won, our team is now just missing you. It wouldn't be right if you didn't come. Well, Mi-won's face immediately turned red. The 5 members of the team were already gathered, and with 4 of them living in the villa, it really wouldn't make sense for her not to come. However, Mi-won was shy and couldn't bring herself to speak up. Mi-won, right? I've heard about you from Meow Meow. We'll be teammates from now on. Xiong Pan walked over, linking her arm with Mi-won's, and smiled. You should come over too. It's more lively with more people. It's fine. Being together makes us more in sync. With the girls helping to speak, Mi-won finally said, the girls' dormitory doesn't have many people right now, and I'm a bit scared to stay alone at night, so I guess I'll move over. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed, and so, the 5 of them gathered. Li Chen's villa instantly became lively. Stop talking, let's eat first. If we don't eat now, it will get cold. Li Chen invited everyone to take their seats, marking the welcome. At the dining table, everyone chatted and ate, gradually becoming more familiar with each other. Shu Miao had a personality that was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. At first, she didn't say much, but as they got a little more familiar, she started to talk more. Mi-won's personality was somewhat similar to Zhu Miao's, but she was even shyer. Xiong Pan, on the other hand, was more outgoing, and with her around, the atmosphere was very lively. The team's first gathering for a meal felt very harmonious. After finishing the meal, Xiong Pan volunteered to wash the dishes, and then Mi-won followed her. Shu Miao was staring intently at Li Chen. Li Chen felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at by a girl. What are you looking at me for? A few days ago, you dealt 220 million damage and got a max-level mythical item? You found out? Not just found out, you've already become famous. Shu Miao smirked. She didn't expect Li Chen's strength to exceed her expectations. By the way, that fake equipment you left behind, the clay-timed bomb, successfully killed 3 cultists. That cultist was just about to put it in his backpack when he was blown up on the spot. This was information Zhu Miao later received. The base sent people to hunt down that group of cultists and learned it from them. Li Chen said, isn't that a good thing? The cultists deserved to die. Over 300 students almost fell into the hands of those cultists. Shu Miao smiled and said, it is a good thing, but you need to be careful in the future. You must have made it onto the cult's death blacklist. Li Chen was surprised. Is that true? Shu Miao nodded. How could it be false? Your output is terrifying. You've already attracted the attention of the cultists, so be careful when you go out in the future. Li Chen, what will happen? Shu Miao, not much. You might have become a task in the cult's mission center, and the level is probably not low, at least S level. Li Chen? I never expected that one day I would become the target of a mission. Shu Miao said, but don't worry, I'm on the cultists' blacklist just like you. See, I'm doing just fine. She then shared some insights with Li Chen on how to prevent assassination attempts. It seemed she had experienced her fair share of them. The most important thing to watch out for was when fighting bosses in the wild, as thieves could suddenly appear and stab you in the back. Li Chen listened carefully and committed it to memory. Suddenly, Zhu Miao said, let's have a match. Li Chen replied, huh? Shu Miao asked, are you scared? Li Chen smiled, I'm afraid I might hurt you. When he first met Shu Miao, he couldn't defeat her. But now, it was hard to say. Shu Miao chuckled, who knows who will hurt whom? Li Chen thought for a moment. Alright, let's do it. Shu Miao probably wanted to train her assassination prevention skills. After all, she was also a thief with strong assassination abilities. This is exciting. Zhang Xiaohua was a bit thrilled. He wanted to see who would come out on top between Xie Ge and Zhu Miao. One was a ruthless damage-dealing machine, while the other was the top duelist. A match between them would definitely be intense.
Soon, Li Chen and Zhu Miaomiao arrived in the yard. The villa's yard was quite large, about 100 square meters, barely enough to serve as a stage. Begin! Zhang Xiaohua took on the role of referee. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chen shouted, "Be careful!" He sent out 20 C1 clay spiders towards Zhu Miaomiao, striking first. Next time, remember not to remind your opponent. Also, you could have set up the clay spiders a bit earlier, Zhu Miaomiao said as she vanished, entering stealth mode. Li Chen's clay spiders naturally missed their target and stood still, losing their objective. "How did you know I wasn't prepared in advance?" Li Chen raised his hands. "Rise!" Just as Zhu Miaomiao disappeared, 2 C1 clay earth dragons burst from the ground and exploded. With the force of the explosion, Li Chen thought he could force her out of hiding. Wait, that's not right, she's not here. The explosion of the clay earth dragons had no effect. Could it be that skill? Li Chen thought, recalling that Zhu Miaomiao could slip into the shadows of objects. He didn't know what skill that was, but it certainly wasn't a standard thief skill. Snap! Li Chen made a quick decision. He controlled the 20 clay spiders to move to the shadows under 2 trees and explode. Boom! 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 The explosions rang out continuously, but they didn't force Zhu Miaomiao to reveal herself. Instead, they startled Xiong Panpan and Miwen, who were washing dishes in the kitchen, causing them to rush out. Miwen asked anxiously, "What's going on? Why are they fighting?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly explained, "It's nothing, just a friendly spar." Xiong Panpan shook her head. Li Chen is in big trouble, he's bound to lose. After all, no one had ever surpassed Zhu Miaomiao in a duel. Zhang Xiaohua retorted, "That's not certain. The outcome isn't decided yet." Xiong Panpan laughed, "Just wait and see." The group continued to watch the match. Indeed, after another round of random bombarding, Li Chen's efforts were in vain. Wow, she's amazing, so elusive. Li Chen suddenly felt that fighting a professional was different from battling monsters. Professionals could dodge, hide, and use skills. Thieves were much harder to deal with than knights. "If you can go invisible, then I'll just fly up." Li Chen threw out a large clay flying bird, jumped on it, and soared into the air. "You've lost." Suddenly, the clay flying bird in midair seemed to be cut by a thread, the cut smooth, splitting into 2 halves. Li Chen fell downwards, and below, a sharp knife trap had appeared without him noticing. As long as Li Chen fell down, it would probably be dire. "Go!" Li Chen immediately used the clay soul hand, spitting out a thread. It stuck to a nearby big tree, and with a sudden pull, he changed direction in midair, flying towards the tree. This way, the sharp knife trap became ineffective against him. However, Zhu Miaomiao, worried that Li Chen would actually fall into the trap and fearing he might be killed, was anxious. After all, it was just a spar, she couldn't take his life. She was in a state of invisibility, using the skill moon step in the air, intending to catch Li Chen. However, when Li Chen pulled, changing direction, it led to a direct collision between the two. Li Chen felt as if he had crashed into a transparent body, soft and squishy. Then, he found himself falling down, lying flat. In her panic, Zhu Miaomiao revealed her form. At that moment, her cheeks flushed red, pressed under Li Chen, they shared a deep kiss. Was their first kiss just gone like that? The scene fell into silence. After a long while, "Ah, what are you two doing?" Xiong Panpan was the first to react, shouting with a face full of jealousy. How could the little puppy she liked be intercepted? What was supposed to be a friendly spar turned into a romance? Cough cough. Li Chen hurriedly got up, coughing to cover his embarrassment. He hadn't expected such a situation to arise. Zhu Miaomiao got up from the ground, silent. She turned and went back to the hall, stomping upstairs with her luggage. Finding a room, she directly dove into it. Damn, that bastard. Zhu Miaomiao's cheeks instantly turned red at the thought of what had just happened, blushing all the way to her ears. She had never thought about dating in her life. All she wanted was to become stronger, to enter the national competition, to enter the world competition, to stand at the highest point, then follow in her father's footsteps, shattering the darkness. She hoped her father was still alive, but that was just a wish. Her life was dull and flavorless, without surprises, as calm as water. There was always a distance between her and anyone else. However, the situation just now suddenly added a splash of color to this 16-year-old girl's black and white world. "Xiaogu, how does it feel? Is the taste okay?" Zhang Xiaohua said mischievously. "I think you're just itching for trouble." Li Chen replied irritably, then beckoned, "Come on, we didn't finish our fight earlier, you fight me." Zhang Xiaohua quickly begged for mercy. "Xiaogu, just let me go, I'm no match for you." Miwen then said, "Xiaohua, go ahead and fight. Sparring within our team is beneficial for improving our strength. You saw it just now, even our boss, when facing Miao Miao, had no good way out. Just now, Miao Miao was being lenient, wanting to catch the boss, otherwise, she could have taken the opportunity to strike." Li Chen nodded, "Right, that's indeed the case. I've already lost this match." Zhang Xiaohua felt there was some truth to it. Their experience in PK was too little, and after this 3-month training ends, the academy would hold a first-year team points competition. It's very beneficial to practice more now and improve skills for the competition. Then let's go. Xiaogu, take it easy. Zhang Xiaohua equipped her weapons and walked to the center of the yard. Ni1 and Xiong Panpan watched from the side, curious to see how many moves Zhang Xiaohua could withstand. Go for it. Zhang Xiaohua picked up her hammer and charged at Li Chen first, launching a giant hammer strike with the hammer glowing. Its power greatly increased. Too slow. Li Chen used the flying swallow technique, sidestepping easily to avoid it. Zhang Xiaohua's movements felt like they were a bit too slow in her eyes. It made sense, considering her agility attribute was too high. The Swallow's agility skill book plus 100, the last apple plus 30, plus 2 advancements, and being a dual class character, so my attributes have also improved. With agility exceeding 300, I should be quite a bit faster than Zhang Xiaohua. Judgment. Zhang Xiaohua immediately cast Judgment. The iron hammer fell from the sky, right where Li Chen had dodged to. It came crashing down right above him. I didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to have learned to predict. She wasn't as weak as I thought. If this hit of Judgment landed, Li Chen would enter a stunned state. Xiaohua, you can do it. Li Chen smiled slightly, exerting force with his legs, instantly disappearing from his spot. Heavenly Tiger Leap. Although he hadn't fully mastered it, he had learned the first level, Explosive Evasion. In this critical moment, Li Chen used his explosive power to dodge the attack of Judgment. At the same time, crack! 2 C1 flying birds flew towards Zhang Xiaohua, one after the other, exploding in front of her. Li Chen didn't use special effects, he used normal C1 small birds, dealing 1000 damage. With Zhang Xiaohua's level 20 build and equipment, she should be able to withstand it. 500, Zhang Xiaohua used block to defend, successfully reducing the damage significantly. Shield counter. After blocking the first hit, Zhang Xiaohua used shield counter to reflect part of the explosion's power forward, causing the damage to preemptively detonate the second flying bird in midair. She actually succeeded with the shield counter? The timing of the shield counter was crucial, capable of bouncing back all damage. Everyone was a bit surprised at her high timing control. High-level Holy Light Spell. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua immediately cast healing on herself. This book was dropped from a boss when they were in Zhangchang. After leveling up the Holy Light Spell to max, she immediately learned the high-level version. Instantly, her health was fully restored. Crack! The next second, dozens of spiders exploded beneath Zhang Xiaohua's feet. High-level Holy Light Spell. Zhang Xiaohua healed herself again. The Holy Light Spell provided instant replenishment, and its effect was quite good. Crack! 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 Holy Light Spell, Holy Light Spell, Holy Light Spell. The subsequent battle scenes became a bit dull. Li Chen continuously released clay bombs from a distance, while Zhang Xiaohua kept healing herself. Li Chen was reluctant to blow Zhang Xiaohua up in one go, and Zhang Xiaohua had no way to deal with Li Chen. Xiaogu, I surrender. Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand in surrender. She knew she had already lost. With Xiao Ji's output capability, she should have been finished after the first attack. The back and forth was purely for fun. I can't. My class can't spar with others. Li Chen rubbed his head, not intending to continue fighting, and said helplessly, if I strike, someone dies. If I don't, I can't show my strength. Zhang Xiaohua. At that moment, on the second floor balcony, Zhu Miaomia witnessed the match and spoke up. Your shield counter and timing control are quite good. If it weren't for Li Chen's agility being far superior to yours and his training in agility, you had a chance to control him and take the initiative. For your next skill configuration, focus mainly on control, and then on support skills. Zhu Miaomia was fully focused on the match, so when the fight started, she immediately regained her mood and came out to watch. She initially thought Zhang Xiaohua could only join the team because of her connection to Li Chen. Now it seemed that Zhang Xiaohua's talent was quite impressive. Alright, the top student of the year. Zhang Xiaohua gave Zhu Miaomia an okay gesture. Zhu Miaomia nodded slightly and then said, Ni1, you should have a match with Li Chen too. Ha! Ni1 was slightly taken aback, realizing this was meant to guide her. Okay then. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly reminded, Xiaogu, be gentle. Li Chen shot her a glance. Who needs your advice? Li Chen spoke up. Ni1, come at me with all your strength, don't worry about hurting me. Ni1 nodded. Okay. After saying that, she cast Healing Spell on Li Chen. Under the influence of her talent, her healing spell could be considered a double-edged sword. Li Chen intended to dodge, but to his surprise, he was directly hit. A green mist enveloped Li Chen. I can't believe I can't dodge. Li Chen felt a tingling sensation all over his body, which was quite uncomfortable. -500, -500, -500. He was continuously losing health. So powerful.
Shu Miaomio exclaimed in surprise. The Dark Priest seems very ordinary, just converting healing spells into damage skills. But in reality, the seemingly low-level healing spell is meant for teammates, instant cast, and appears directly. These 2 points can be considered divine skills, so it's almost impossible to dodge. Mi-1, and your skill placement is very accurate. Your spatial imagination is incredibly high. Shu Miaomio discovered another genius teammate. This teammate was a step above Zhang Xiaohua. The landing point of a mage's skill is determined by their intent. When spatial imagination is strong, it can land very accurately where desired. Most mages deliberately train this ability, but Mi-1 almost naturally possessed a strong spatial analytical ability. At the same time, after casting her skill, Mi-1 immediately cast enhancement skills on herself: Light of Strength, Light of Agility, Light of Resilience, Frost Shield. She began to reposition, trying to create distance from Li Chen. Unfortunately, Li Chen was an ultra-long-range damage dealer. A C1 clay bird flew towards Mi-1. Only one, after all. Li Chen's damage was too high, fearing that one hit would take Mi-1 out. This match felt quite constrained, but as long as the bird exploded, it would mean the match was over. Shu Miaomio on the balcony shouted, Mi-1, try to hit the bird. With your spatial imagination, you should be able to do it. Okay. After the reminder, Mi-1 raised her staff, and a light flashed as she released Holy Fire. This was one of the few attack skills of a priest, summoning sacred flames to engulf the enemy, dealing holy damage and then continuously causing burning damage. A ball of fire appeared out of nowhere, accurately enveloping Li Chen's bird. Boom! The next moment, the bird exploded in mid-air. Boom! The bird burst in the air, but due to the close distance, the shockwave from the explosion still caused some damage. Not only Mi-1, but also Zhang Xiaohua and Xiong Panpan nearby lost health. It's indiscriminate damage from a prop attack. Well, after all, it's a life profession, not a combat profession. Shu Miaomio noted this and silently remembered. It seemed that in the future, when Li Chen released clay bombs, it could potentially hurt teammates. It might even hurt himself. So, Xiong Panpan can also be useful in team competitions, starting with a devastating clay bomb right away. Using Xiong Panpan's defensive ability to absorb damage is a good strategy, provided that the bomb isn't attacked beforehand. Shu Miaomio thought. At this moment, the match between the two also came to an end. Li Chen already knew that his clay bomb would be attacked and exploded early, scattering the clay spiders, which were numerous, to attack separately, overwhelming Mi-1. When the spiders landed on Mi-1's clothes, it signified victory, and Li Chen recalled them. Li Chen said, Mi-1, you did well, this healing spell almost took me out. Mi-1 replied, not at all, Big Brother held back, otherwise, I would have lost long ago. After they finished, the two exchanged humble words. Shu Miaomio analyzed, Mi-1, with your talent, you don't have to be a pure support, you can be a damage-dealing priest. Just pick a few key auxiliary skills. Mi-1, huh? Shu Miaomio explained, your strongest skill is your healing spell. Although it's just a level 1 skill, don't underestimate it, it's instant cast and almost impossible to dodge. As long as your magic damage is high, it's not inferior to high-level skills. So, what you need to do is stack magic damage, and later, the priest also has skills like Mind Shock and Holy Nova as auxiliary damage methods. Additionally, you can use enhancement skill books to strengthen your healing spell. My suggestion is to add the poison attribute. Mi-1, add poison? Why is that? Shu Miaomio said, because healing spells are continuous healing, conversely, damage is also continuous damage, which can continuously extend the duration of poison. Ideally, you could also get a legendary skill book that ignores class restrictions, like the Warlock's Agony. Combined with poison, it would be a perfect match for your skill. No wonder Zhu Miaomio was the top duelist in her grade. She was well versed in the characteristics of various classes and understood most of the skills available on the market. She suggested that Mi-1 add the poison effect to her healing spell, then combine it with the Warlock's Agony. Even a level 1 healing spell would become terrifying once paired correctly. Of course, this special approach would consume a lot of resources. Without sufficient financial backing, it would be unthinkable. But Shu Miaomio knew that Mi-1 had the support of her family, which is why she dared to say so. The Warlock's Agony, huh? Okay, I'll remember that. Mi-1 nodded, looking for a way to get a book from her family. However, as soon as that thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. Mi-1, what are you thinking? Being with Zhang Xiaohua meant declaring a break with the family. The marriage partner, Dong Hao, had even been sent to the tribunal. 3 months later, when she left the secret realm, her family would definitely want to skin her alive. Better to find a way on her own. Agony? Li Chen was slightly taken aback,
recalling that he had seen this skill book before. It was one of the 16 legendary skill books provided by the country. He wondered if there was a way to get it from the country. I really didn't expect the art team to exceed my imagination. Shu Miao couldn't help but feel a bit delighted. She initially thought this team relied mainly on Li Chen and herself. Now it seemed that was not the case. Everyone had their own strengths. The future looked promising. After watching 3 matches, Zhu Miao turned to Li Chen and said, "And Li Chen, what's your situation? Don't you have any equipment? How come you have no resistance at all? Miwen's damage to you seems a bit high." Li Chen replied, "I do have it, a full set of purple gear." Shu Miao frowned. "Where's the purple gear?" Li Chen spread his hands, revealing 9 rings. "Here, weapons, armor, helmets, and other equipment cannot be hidden. Only accessory-type gear can be concealed." Shu Miao face-bombed, feeling a headache. "You're like the Lord of the Rings." Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen, great minds think alike. Li Chen looked up at Zhu Miao on the second-floor balcony and explained, "My situation is special. As you can see, I use item-based attack methods. Equipment doesn't help me much. I only need mental attributes to control the clay. But without any resistance, you're too fragile." Shu Miao thought for a moment and said, "You could pair it with a cloak." Li Chen, "A cloak?" Shu Miao nodded. "That's right, a cloak. It's a relatively niche piece of equipment, mainly used for rangers, but now rangers rarely equip it, so the price is very low. Although the resistance of a cloak isn't high, it does provide some resistance, so it's not completely absent. When resistance is at 0, even a slight increase can lead to a significant improvement. Plus, it will boost your movement speed and help maintain balance in the air. You should also be good at aerial combat, which will help you a lot." Li Chen nodded, planning to pay attention to the cloak equipment later. He thought the competition was about to end. Immediately, Zhu Miao turned her gaze to Xiong Panpan. "Xiong Panpan, it's your turn." Xiong Panpan pointed at herself. "Me too?" Li Chen was sweating. They were going to have a wheel battle against the team leader. Xiong Panpan shook her head vigorously. "I'm level 31, and Li Chen is only level 21. That's a whole 10 levels difference. Isn't that bullying the weak? Let's forget it." Shu Miao frowned. "Well, that's fine. After all, Xiong Panpan wasn't good at fighting." Shu Miao had already placed her in the role of a meat shield. 1 pure meat shield, 1 half meat support control, 1 support output, 1 output, plus herself. This team was already formed. Who would have thought that just as Zhu Miao said to count? "Well, if we're fighting, then everyone should fight. I can't be the only one left out." Xiong Panpan suddenly changed her mind. Perhaps she could have the same experience with Li Chen as Zhu Miao just had. Love, isn't it coming? No matter what, she had to get Li Chen. After all, she had already given him her that. After saying this, Xiong Panpan looked at Li Chen and said, "Li Chen, be careful." With that, she picked up her large shield and charged forward with a berserker charge. "You be careful too." Li Chen became serious. The opponent was a level 31 warrior, 10 levels higher than him. Crack! Li Chen released 2 C1 flying birds, heading towards the opponent. "Useless, I have a 2-handed shield." Xiong Panpan smiled slightly. Her large shield was taller than her, completely blocking her body. The bomb exploded but didn't cause much damage. "How can you use a 2-handed shield? How do you attack?" Li Chen dodged the attack with a swallow's movement. He threw out C1 flying birds from the side, which were once again blocked by the large shield, impenetrable. Clay spider bombs crawled densely towards her. "Break!" Xiong Panpan shouted, using the warrior's roar skill. Boom! The sound waves shook, and before the clay spiders could crawl over, they exploded on the spot. Li Chen had known this. It had happened the first time he encountered a cultist. However, Li Chen noticed that the clay flying birds were larger and more stable. They wouldn't be blown up by the warrior's roar skill. Level 31 is indeed powerful. Try this, clay clone. Li Chen became more serious, using clay soul hand to start making clay. He hadn't used it in his previous battles with Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen. 2 small puppet clones appeared in his hands. Li Chen threw them on the ground, and under the effect of fission, they grew 10 times larger. Then, Li Chen used disguise technique, adding a layer of disguise. At this point, his mental energy was almost depleted. Thanks to the evolution of clay hand into clay soul hand, his speed had greatly increased. Plus, his clay mastery had reached the ultimate level. A few nights ago, Li Chen had practiced for a long time in front of the mirror. It took him this long to reach this step. Everything happened in 1 second. At this moment, there were 3 Li Chens standing on the scene. Seeing this, Miwen exclaimed in surprise. What? Have they all reached this level? She couldn't tell which of the 3 was the real one. Of course, the one in the middle was definitely the real one. After all, Li Chen's process of molding clay had been seen. 3? Xiong Panpan was stunned. This was possible.
There was such a technique? The clay clones had more of Li Chen's characteristics. They inherited some skills, the swallow's movement and the mountain punch. The clones charged towards Xiong Panpan from the left and right. At the same time, Li Chen continued to use C1 flying birds to restrain her, forcing Xiong Panpan to defend without any chance to spare. Meanwhile, the clay clones bypassed the large shield's obstruction and rushed towards Xiong Panpan, hugging her tightly from both sides. I win. Li Chen did not detonate the clay clone, it was just a sparring match. Of course, this was not a clay bomb, so it couldn't be detonated. It was merely a contest, no need to make it real. It was like using wooden weapons in a competition. You won? Are you sure? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Li Chen. What? You can teleport? Li Chen realized that the clay he had been holding had vanished. He immediately turned and retreated in one fluid motion, but it was too late. Xiong Panpan had truly appeared behind him. She wielded a large shield and charged at him, knocking Li Chen over in midair. Fortunately, Li Chen used the technique of Tiangang Tiger Leap to slap the ground with his palm in midair, flipping over to stabilize himself. Crystal Fortress, Mount Tai presses down. In the next moment, Xiong Panpan appeared directly above Li Chen. She summoned a massive circular crystal fortress, pressing down towards him. This was originally a defensive skill. However, Xiong Panpan used it as an offensive skill, which was quite a creative twist. But the key was how she appeared beside Li Chen. Was it the mage's blink? That shouldn't be possible. A warrior's mental power was too low. It couldn't withstand such consumption, and the cooldown for blink was quite long. It couldn't be this short. It wasn't a teleportation skill either. Xiong Panpan had almost instantaneously appeared. I got it. Shu Miaomiao's mind raced, and then she was struck with shock. This is a warrior's legacy skill, Absolute Life Guardian. You can only designate one target for life. When did you decide to give it to Li Chen? Absolute Life Guardian, instant cast, no cost, no cooldown. 1. You will designate a target, becoming your guardian target. 2. You can instantly appear beside the guardian target. 3. If the guardian target dies, this skill disappears. You can only designate one target for life, because once the target dies, the skill directly disappears. This skill has significant limitations. It can only be used on one person and cannot be changed. At the same time, the skill's effects are quite exaggerated. Instant cast, no cost, no cooldown. There isn't even a distance limit. At any time and place, she can instantly teleport to Li Chen's side. Crystal Fortress, Mount Tai presses down. At this moment, Xiong Panpan dodged Li Chen's attack and appeared directly above him, casting the Crystal Fortress down towards him. What's going on? Li Chen was instantly pinned to the ground by the Crystal Fortress, unable to move. What the heck? How did you get above me? Guess, Xiong Panpan replied with a smile. I concede. Li Chen surrendered. The opponent's elusive tactics were indeed impressive. I won. Xiong Panpan released the skill, and as her body left the embrace of the Crystal Fortress, she fell directly onto Li Chen. Li Chen? Xiong Panpan's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly got up and extended her hand. Li Chen grabbed Xiong Panpan's hand and stood up from the ground. He looked into her eyes and sincerely said, "Thank you." Xiong Panpan asked, "Why are you thanking me?" Li Chen replied, "Last time, you saved us." If it hadn't been for Xiong Panpan stepping in and using the Crystal Fortress to block Dong Hao's attack, they would have been in serious trouble. It's nothing, Xiong Panpan said with a sweet smile. Li Chen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, seriously examining the girl before him. She had delicate and beautiful features, her round, egg-shaped face looked quite sweet, and when she smiled, 2 dimples appeared. Her skin as pure and flawless as fresh snow, with a hint of pink. Overall, her aura resembled that of Chen Yanxi. Her fluffy, large waves added a touch of casual beauty to her. Actually, she was quite pretty, the kind that grows on you. Li Chen thought to himself. Xiong Panpan, if I'm not mistaken, you used Absolute Life Guardian? Shu Miaomiao excitedly jumped down from the 2nd floor. Xiong Panpan nodded. How did you get this? Shu Miaomiao was a bit surprised. Inherited skills are not so easily obtained. Skills are divided into regular skills, rare skills, special skills, inherited skills, and mythical skills. Regular skills are common skills for professionals. Rare skills are those of scarce professions, with a very low drop rate. Special skills are newly released skills that may not necessarily be very strong and are quite random. However, special skills can sometimes be very powerful, even surpassing inherited and mythical skills. Inherited skills are extremely powerful skills for that profession, they are quite special, cannot be learned by other professions, and the skill books are very expensive. The price of a white inherited skill can rival or even exceed that of a legendary regular skill book. Therefore, Zhu Miaomiao did not believe that Xiong Panpan could afford this book. Xiong Panpan spoke the truth. Actually, I got this skill when I advanced to level 10. Indeed, every time one advances, there is a chance to obtain the inherited skill of that profession, but the probability is very small, almost negligible. Who would have thought that Xiong Panpan's luck would be so good? Shu Miaomio was slightly taken aback. So, you weren't just afraid of dying and invested all your points in constitution, it was because of this skill that you... Yeah, Xiong Panpan said. At that time, I was thinking that if I met my one true love, I would always protect him. Shu Miaomio, Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua, what are you two talking about? We don't understand? They were indeed a bit confused about what was being said. Niwen explained, haven't you figured it out yet? Sister Panpan used an absolute life protection skill that can only target one person for a lifetime. Ah, Li Chen was stunned, feeling a bit at a loss. Shu Miaomio asked again, when did you decide? Xiong Panpan, it was when Donghao attacked last time. At that moment, our captain was in grave danger, and I didn't think too much. Shu Miaomio nodded slightly. That's fine, a super strong output captain, as fragile as jelly. One absolute output, one absolute protection. With your protection, our team's last shortcoming is also covered. Hearing this, Li Chen felt a bit moved, but he didn't know what to say. Thanks. You're welcome. The few of them returned to their rooms. The three girls arranged their own rooms. Li Chen returned to his room but felt a bit awkward for some reason. So, he lay on the bed and made a clay bomb for a while. Puppets made with clay soul hands do not belong to living items and cannot be stored in the backpack. Over time, they will disappear like other items. However, clay made from life skills can be retrieved if not used, but only bombs made with clay soul hands can have special properties. So, making clay bombs during battle is the strongest. Mental strength still needs to be stacked, this cannot change. As for the cloak, he would look into it after reaching level 30. Our boss has stirred up a romantic entanglement and is caught in a love triangle. In the room, Mi Wan and Zhang Xiaohua were discussing this matter. Zhang Xiaohua asked, how did you figure that out? Niwen said, haven't you noticed? Xiong Panpan should like the boss, and Shu Miaomio, even though she seems ordinary, looks at the boss differently than others. She must also like the boss deep down, just hasn't said it out loud. Zhang Xiaohua, I didn't see that Zhu Miaomio likes Xiaogu. Niwen, it should be right. It's a woman's sixth sense. Zhang Xiaohua, then. It's a bit troublesome. Niwen said, it is troublesome, and Xiong Panpan has already taken the initiative by using Absolute Life Guardian on Li Chen. This will definitely make the boss feel grateful, and gradually, he will develop feelings for Xiong Panpan. Zhang Xiaohua asked, what about Zhu Miaomio? Niwen replied, that's why this is the most troublesome part. After saying that, Niwen looked at Zhang Xiaohua, if you dare to be like the boss and flirt around, be careful, I'll beat you up. Zhang Xiaohua said, I don't have that charm. Niwen responded, so you mean if you had that charm, you would dare? Zhang Xiaohua replied, I wouldn't dare. Niwen said, that's more like it. Late at night, the darkness was thick as ink. In the early morning, Li Chen lay in bed, unable to sleep, troubled by some thoughts. In the blink of an eye, a girl appeared on his bed. She was lying on the bed, propping her chin up and smiling brightly at Li Chen. Who else could it be but Xiong Panpan? You can't sleep either, Xiong Panpan said, her almond-shaped eyes looking at Li Chen. Li Chen was about to say something. However, Xiong Panpan leaned in directly and lightly kissed Li Chen's lips like a dragonfly touching water. Li Chen, now we're even. Xiong Panpan was still brooding over what happened between Li Chen and Zhu Miaomio during the day. After that, she got up and left the room. Although Xiong Panpan's skill allowed her to teleport at any time, it didn't let her leave whenever she wanted. She walked out of Li Chen's room, gently closed the door, but it still made some noise. Then she returned to her own room and shut the door. The others in the other rooms were all professionals. Especially Zhu Miaomio, as a thief, had very keen senses. Naturally, she heard the unintentional noise. Was she doing it on purpose? Zhu Miaomio frowned slightly. Really? I wouldn't compete with you. In the next moment, Zhu Miaomio felt a stir in her heart. The slight affection she had for Li Chen was extinguished in its infancy. The next morning, sunlight streamed in through the window. Li Chen got up from bed and went to the first-floor hall. Niwen and Zhang Xiaohua, the little couple, were busy preparing breakfast together. Soon, Zhu Miaomio and Xiong Panpan also came down the stairs. Everyone's up. Let's eat. The few of them sat down separately, eating the sandwiches and milk that had been prepared. For a while, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Listen up, there's a boy named Xiao Shuai. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua started telling jokes to lighten the mood. He told a few jokes, and everyone laughed along to cooperate. After laughing, the silence returned, making it even more awkward. Let's get serious, you are already level 20, it's time to prepare for entering the second year. Shu Miaomio broke the silence. The three nodded. Yes, staying in the first year had no real meaning anymore. they had already outgrown it. It was time to prepare for entering the second year. In fact, strong students in the first year would all prepare to skip grades. Shu Miaomio had originally entered school early and needed to settle down, so she didn't skip grades. Li Chen asked, "What do we need to prepare for entering the second year?" Shu Miaomio replied, "First, you need to level up to 30, which shouldn't be difficult for you. Once we leave the secret realm, we can go to dungeons to level up faster. You are already level 20, just 10 levels away." The three nodded, continuing to listen. Shu Miaomio continued, "Then, you need to equip level 30 gear and skills. In the secret realm, this is the fastest way, as the drop rate is very high, and it's also a good place to obtain energy crystals. Next, we should do as many quests as possible and earn credits to prepare a full set of level 30 gear and skills. But before that, I need to help you match your skills, and we can get it done in a day." Shu Miaomio means that everyone should team up next, so they can simultaneously take on tasks for both the first and second grades. Since they belong to different grades, they can each take on tasks for their respective grades. The two teams will combine to quickly complete tasks and gain resources. But now there's a problem. Zhang Xiaohua awkwardly raised her hand. "We've already taken on an SSS level task, and if we don't complete it first, we'll lose credits." Shu Miaomio? Li Chen? Zhang Xiaohua shared the task with the team. Legion Base 1 to 3 grade task, find the nebula ruins, obtain the heart of the nebula, task level, SSS, base monsters, unknown, monster level, unknown, task content, find the nebula ruins, enter the ruins, and obtain the heart of the nebula within. This task is quite special. If there are any clues, do not enter. Please report directly to the task center for rewards. Task deadline, 1 month, task reward, 3,000 credits, failure penalty, deduct 3,000 credits. Shu Miaomio was a bit puzzled. Why did we take on this clue task? There are too many uncertainties. Although we only need to provide clues to get rewards, what if we can't find anything? Zhang Xiaohua, I didn't think that much. Actually, it was to avoid eating Li Chen's dark cuisine every day. But unexpectedly, Xiao Ji's cooking was amazing. Regret. Li Chen smiled and said, "Just as I like it. If we're going to do it, let's do an SSS level task. There's no need to take on ordinary tasks. How about this? We'll split into 2 groups. You 4 form one team to do the second grade tasks and collect energy crystals. I'll go look for clues." This suggestion was quite good. Li Chen could fly, so finding clues would be faster. Moreover, this was just a subwolf level secret realm, and the sky wouldn't pose too much danger. Alright, it's settled then. Shu Miaomio nodded, and at this moment, everyone had finished their breakfast. Next, Shu Miaomio would provide special guidance to Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen, pairing skills. It might take a whole day. Their credits were also quite sufficient, plus they received 1,000 credits yesterday, which came from defeating mythic equipment. Pairing a set of super strong level 20 skills was not a problem. Li Chen didn't need to pair skills. With the help of Zhu Miaomio and Xiong Panpan, Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen would definitely grow rapidly, and their speed shouldn't be slow. Meanwhile, he could take this time to rest a bit. Then I'm off. With that decided, Li Chen planned to go ahead. Li Chen went to the yard and used clay soul hands to make a clay owl. The owl's flying speed was a bit slower, but it was more stable in flight. Moreover, the characteristics Li Chen endowed to the owl made its eyes sharper. If it discovered anything, it would alert Li Chen. Then, he stood on it. The owl flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. Soon, it disappeared into the horizon. How cool! The others silently watched Li Chen leave. Being able to use a flying mount to reach the sky at level 20 was indeed very stylish and impressive. Shu Miaomio looked at Xiong Panpan and smiled. "Why don't you go after him too?" Xiong Panpan shook her head and laughed. "He's running so fast, let him take his time." There seemed to be sparks. Miwen and Zhang Xiaohua pretended not to hear. "Let's go. First check out the skill bookstore at school." The group began to move. Once they equipped themselves with level 20 skills, their strength would surely rise another level. Suddenly, it feels much easier. Li Chen flew high in the sky and suddenly felt very relaxed. This was the reason he didn't want a date like Zhang Xiaohua. "I always feel that the pressure is immense. It's better to be carefree and at ease alone." Li Chen rode his owl, leaving Qingfeng Academy and flying towards the base. Wow, so cool. How does that person have a flying mount? What flying mount? That's made of clay. You can control it with clay manipulation. Isn't that Li Chun from Qingfeng Academy? Unbelievable. Are clay masters really that outrageous? The students below, seeing Li Chen's suave demeanor, were filled with envy. The price of flying mounts is extremely high, and they are often unavailable. Enhanced profession beast tamers train flying mounts, and as soon as they appear, they are bought up. Let alone flying mounts, ordinary mounts are hard for regular people to acquire. Moreover, only level 45 professionals can control flying mounts. The clay master profession is so abnormal they can fly at just level 20. And this guy is also a clay bomb master, high-altitude bombardment, who can withstand that? Amidst a flurry of envious gazes, Li Chen gradually flew further away. He didn't use the teleportation array because he had no idea where this nebula ruins was located. It could appear anywhere. Li Chen planned to start from the Legion base and search little by little. At high altitudes, he wouldn't encounter any monsters. Below him, the scenery was laid out in full view. This planet was extremely desolate, almost barren, covered in cold soil and glaciers, and it was very cold. Li Chen didn't dare to fly too high. The higher he went, the colder it became. It seems like the world progress is starting to speed up. So, the nebula ruins is a key point? Li Chen opened the progress panel of the Secret Realm world. Current Secret Realm world Ice and Snow Cloud Star, World Danger level, Subwolf level, Current World Progress, 62. 15%, tip, after completely the world, the Secret Realm will break the two-way teleportation channel and be transformed into a dungeon by the will of the Blue Star Planet, granting a large number of rewards. Tip, the current world is too dangerous for you, please be cautious. Tip, your personal contribution to the world progress is 0.5%, please continue to maintain this, and after the world is successful, you will receive a large number of rewards. I actually have 0.5% progress? It must be because of the mother worm. So, this world has a lot to do with the nesting mother worm. I remember when I first arrived, the progress was 36%, and it took 2 years. In less than half a month, it has already increased by 26%. This indicates that the base has almost grasped the key to the nebula ruins must be the key. Perhaps, in these 3 months, we might conquer this Secret Realm world. Li Chen murmured to himself while searching. The Secret Realm world is not about killing all the monsters, that's impossible. Instead, there are key points, and as long as they are cleared, they can be completed. Once cleared, the ownership of the Secret Realm dungeon will be determined based on the contributions of various countries. The more dungeons a country controls, the stronger its national power naturally becomes. It is said that in the past, those old family guilds became powerful because they cleared the Secret Realm world and gained exclusive rights to many dungeons. Searching for clues is very tedious and boring. Sometimes, when Li Chen felt tired, he would land in a safe spot to rest before continuing his search. Unknowingly, 10 days passed. During this time, he found many clues, but after checking, they turned out to be nothing. Gradually, Li Chen also lost track of where he had flown. It felt like everywhere was a similar environment. What's that? Suddenly, Li Chen looked down and made a new discovery. Perhaps it was related to the nebula ruins. Snowflakes fell, dancing in the air. The ground was covered with a thick layer of snow, a vast expanse of white. In the distance, the mountains, adorned with snow, appear even more majestic and spectacular. At the summit, it seems to hide secrets yet to be discovered by the world, quietly waiting for exploration. The trees are dressed in their finest, branches laden with crystal-clear icicles, each one like a carefully crafted work of art by nature, shimmering with dazzling light. Occasionally, a gust of wind blows through, causing the branches to sway gently, the icicles clinking against each other, producing a crisp and melodious sound, like a heavenly melody that refreshes the spirit. A group of professionals is exploring something in the snow, heading towards the mountains. Strangely, this group of professionals is quite different. These people are not from the Dragon Kingdom. Li Chen stands on a clay owl, observing the situation below. They are generally shorter, with smaller eyes and little mustaches. The key point is their hairstyles, almost all uniformly parted in the middle. Those who can maintain this hairstyle are either from the land of the stick or the foot basin country, and they all come from a large region, the Eastern Ocean region. Strange, how did I run into people from the Eastern Ocean region? Li Chen mutters softly, could it be that in just 10 days, I've flown into another country's territory? With the invasion of various races, the Secret Realm world invades Blue Star at all times. The countries of Blue Star actively open teleportation channels, choosing to enter and resist, because passing through the Secret Realm world brings benefits and allows them to grasp the changes in the will of Blue Star. This is also a welfare provided by the will of Blue Star for self-preservation to various countries. The positions of each country differ, so the locations of the secret realms they enter are naturally different, but generally speaking, based on the teleportation points, a rough range can be radiated. Professionals from each country operate in their respective areas. As the Secret Realm world approaches its end, they may finally converge in key areas. By that time, each country relies on its own means to find ways to gain more progress in the world. Thus, they can grasp the copy of this Secret Realm world. For example, whichever country can obtain the copy has the chance to find enhancement skill books like fission and reinforcement, as well as materials from the monsters in the copy, thereby becoming stronger. Meanwhile, countries that do not obtain the copy can only look on helplessly. Wow, I unknowingly flew into the territory of the Foot Basin country? Li Chen is somewhat surprised. In 15 days of flying, he has ended up here. Mainly because, in the air, there are no obstacles like valleys or mountains to block him, and there's no need to deal with monsters. So, the sense of space is somewhat diminished. Unknowingly, he has flown into someone else's territory. Let me observe a bit more. The sky is blanketed with heavy snow, and Li Chen's clay is white. Before setting off, he changed into a white down jacket, making it easy to conceal himself. As a professional, in such an environment, keeping warm mainly relies on his own body. In fact, wearing a down jacket has a similar effect, merely a psychological comfort. However, at this moment, Li Chen, dressed in white, is indeed hard to spot. Li Chen takes out an iFlyTech translation earphone he purchased online, which is equipment for professionals entering the secret realm, allowing communication with foreigners. He slowly lowers his flying height to continue observing. Sure enough, he hears the language of the Foot Basin country below. These words are translated into the language of the Dragon Kingdom through the earphone's synchronous translation. The progress of the world's secret realm has suddenly increased so much. The country must have found the key point to break the deadlock. Our guild has sent a mission for us to find a place called Nebula Ruins. Our guild has also issued this mission. The Nebula Ruins should be the key to passing through this world. The news came from the Dragon Kingdom, and I heard that the Dragon Kingdom's legion has been searching for a long time. We just received news over here. The Dragon Country is despicable, sneaking around and making a fortune quietly. At this rate, this instance will belong to the Dragon Country again. I've heard that this instance is very crucial, with two powerful new skills, fission and evolution. Because of this skill, all countries have increased their troops stationed here. These aren't things we should concern ourselves with, we just need to complete our tasks. It seems there are nebula ruins nearby. Let's take a look. The whispers below were all heard by Li Chen. Sure enough, there were clues about the nebula ruins. These people should be professionals from a certain guild in the Foot Basin country. The current domestic situation in the Foot Basin country is still in the guild era, with guilds becoming the main body of the nation. Although the Foot Basin country later imitated the Dragon country and established higher education institutions, or advanced vocational schools, it was not successful. Half of the students who failed the entrance exams directly entered guilds after awakening. The other half who were admitted to the higher education institutions would enter the schools, but after graduation, most would still choose to join guilds instead of the school's military corps. This is because the resources in guilds are abundant, far surpassing the benefits of joining the school's military corps. There aren't many talents left for the country. It's essentially providing talent input for the guilds. These should all be guild members, judging by their levels. They should be around level 40. I've heard that the guilds in the Foot Basin country are as numerous as the stars, with over 1,000. These should all be people from different guilds, gathered together for some reason. Li Chen inferred their levels based on the equipment they wore. This was a technique Shu Miao had taught him. If there was no reconnaissance skill, this method could be used to judge a professional's level. Therefore, Li Chen spent some time checking the diagrams and noting the differences in equipment levels. How about blending in to take a look? Li Chen thought for a moment and decided to infiltrate among them, to fish in troubled waters. Let's see what benefits he could gain. With that in mind, Li Chen rode his owl and flew high into the sky. Then he found a secluded spot and landed. Disguising as a summoner is the best fit for me. Li Chen thought for a moment and planned to disguise himself as a level 40 summoner. A summoner is a relatively common talent profession. Not particularly strong, but not weak either. Li Chen took out a comprehensive guidebook from his backpack, which he had bought at the trading post, a large book made by the life profession illustrator. It contained all sorts of information, including the summon creatures of summoning skills. However, only the summon creatures were included. More powerful skills were not recorded. Level 40 summoning skills: Night Shadow Wolf, Dark Leopard, Mighty Berserk Bear, Death Berserk Bull, Cyclops, Vine Giant, Elemental Summon Water, Fire, Wind Elements. Death Berserk Bull, this skill is quite strong. Li Chen thought for a moment and decided to summon the Death Berserk Bull to showcase his identity. After all, if he appeared too weak, he might be looked down upon, failing to achieve his goal of blending in. Li Chen immediately used Clay Soul Hand to mold the Death Berserk Bull according to the guide. 10 minutes later, 2 clay models of the Death Berserk Bull were completed. However, they were just ordinary clay models. The Death Berserk Bull stands at a height of 1.8 meters, a massive creature. Creating such a large clay bomb was likely to fail easily. Moreover, the mental energy required to detonate it was too much. However, Li Chen intentionally made the bellies of the Death Berserk Bulls hollow. There's a universe within. Li Chen controlled the 2 Death Berserk Bulls to open their mouths,
and C1 clay spiders crawled in densely, ready to be deployed at any moment inside. Each Death Berserk Bull's belly stored 1,000 C1 spiders and 10 C1 flying birds. Disguise technique. Li Chen used disguise techniques to add a layer of camouflage to the Death Bull. The dark black outer skin and blood-red eyes looked incredibly lifelike. Then, according to the illustration, Li Chen crafted a set of mage equipment from clay. He took off his down jacket and put on the clay robe and clay staff. After that, he enhanced the disguise with his camouflage technique. Once he was done, Li Chen looked almost indistinguishable from a summoning mage. The only thing he feared was a rogue using detection spells to probe him. But it didn't matter. With his high mental strength, he had a strong resistance to detection, and the mental strength he had accumulated served to prevent detection spells. By the way, Li Chen made a comb from intermediate clay and styled his hair into a middle part. Now he looked the part. Li Chen, accompanied by 2 Death Bulls, walked towards the area where there were more people. His arrival quickly attracted a lot of attention. After all, a summoning mage capable of summoning Death Bulls was undoubtedly a formidable force. "Hey, where are you from?" A few young professionals from the Basin Kingdom approached him, asking curiously. The language of the Basin Kingdom was translated into the language of the Dragon Kingdom by the tiny translation device hidden in his ear. Li Chen understood their question. In high school, he had to take a foreign language class, and to make it easier, he had chosen to minor in the simplest language, the Korean language. "I don't quite understand what you're saying," Li Chen replied simply in Korean. "I'm a summoning mage from Korea, Simida." Of course, he couldn't say too much. Revealing too much would definitely give him away. So, Li Chen planned to act like a rather aloof Korean. "Oh, so you're from Korea, friendly. One of the Basin Kingdom people immediately responded in Korean. They didn't find it strange, as the territories of Korea and the Basin Kingdom were very close, belonging to an overlapping area where encounters were common. The two countries were in the same region and had a close relationship, so some people had learned Korean. "Why are you alone?" The one who seemed to be the leader of the group asked in Korean. He was the only one in the team who could speak Korean. "I prefer to level up alone," Li Chen replied simply, and then he started to walk away. He created an impression of being very strong but also very solitary. The few professionals from the Basin Kingdom exchanged glances, their eyes rolling. A master from Korea had arrived. Perhaps they could persuade him to join them. How could they let such a high-level fighter leave? They decided to try to recruit him. After all, once they found the Nebula ruins, there would surely be many people competing for it. The more experts they had, the greater their chances. As for the benefits, a foreigner could easily be kicked aside later. "Wait a minute," said a man named Kito Genichiro. "Are you interested in teaming up? We happen to be one person short." Li Chen pretended to be unwilling, not interested. Kito Genichiro smiled. "Brother, there's a big hall, rare equipment, top-notch stuff, you can't miss it." Hearing this, Li Chen feigned interest. "What rare equipment?" Kito Genichiro said. "There's a hidden boss. Killing it can yield a lot of equipment. Let's team up, we'll help you get rich." Li Chen appeared to be deep in thought. They must have noticed his strength and wanted to recruit him, but they didn't plan to share the benefits. After all, they were clearly looking for the Nebula ruins but were talking about defeating a hidden boss. How cunning. Seeing this, Kito Genichiro smiled. "Don't hesitate, brother. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, opportunities are fleeting. If you miss it, there won't be another chance." With that said, Li Chen showed a look of interest. He then nodded. "All right," putting on a full act. Li Chen's Patrick Star was already written in the language of the sticks on the panel. When Patrick Star was written in the language of the stick country, it completely lost its flavor. It felt just like translating "I love you" in English to "I love tiger oil." So there was no fear of being discovered later. Gue Tu Xian Lang happily said, "I'll form a team with you. Gue Tu Xian Lang has sent you a team invitation. You have joined the team." Team leader, Gue Tu Xian Lang. Members, Keiko, Yamamoto Taro, Bloodblade Senghua, Saito, Patrick Star. Stick country text, distribution mode, random roll point distribution. This was a 4-person team, and after Li Chen joined, it became a 5-person team. However, Li Chen noticed that their leader and Keiko, Yamamoto Taro should know each other. The others were not very familiar with one another. Although they were all professionals from the same guild, the team was only temporarily formed. There were many professionals from this guild who would team up with each other. In such an unfamiliar team, they adopted a random roll point distribution. After all, since they didn't know each other, it was reasonable to rely on luck to avoid the leader running off with the loot. At this moment, the group was located in a mountain range, where the temperature was not very low, only -10 degrees, but it was snowing heavily. Many teams nearby were searching for something. Li Chen quietly followed behind Gue Tu Xian Lang's team, hardly speaking. "Baka, where exactly is this ruin?" Gue Tu Xian Lang complained. The team had been searching for half an hour without any special discoveries. Along the way, they even encountered level 30 monsters. However, Li Chen did not take action. Revealing himself would be risky, so he continued to pretend to be cold. Fortunately, he rolled a level 30 white equipment worth 1 gold coin. This summoning mage isn't pulling his weight, teammate Bloodblade Sanyuet complained. Li Chen didn't take action but still received the equipment, which made him a bit unhappy. Keiko quickly said, "Keep it down, be careful not to be overheard." She was the only girl in the team and was a priest. The others fell silent, afraid that Li Chen would understand. As a result, Li Chen pretended not to understand. When their gazes swept over, he even friendly nodded at them. Seeing this, another teammate named Saito said, "He seems to not understand our language." Bloodblade Sanyue laughed. "This fool, not saying a word, really doesn't understand." Yamamoto Taro suggested, "It's good if he doesn't understand. If we get something good, we can just kick this guy out and run back to town." They were all from the same guild, so they could naturally split the benefits privately. And Li Chen, being a foreigner, hadn't even received any benefits yet, and they were already thinking of kicking him out. Li Chen wanted to laugh. Do they really think I don't understand? Damn, they'll be the ones crying later. Look, the people ahead seem to be attacking that valley. Let's go take a look. Following Gue Tu Xianyi Lang's team, they arrived at a hollow valley. The valley was originally covered in snow, making it impossible to see inside. But someone had a sudden idea and used a skill on the valley, triggering a small avalanche that revealed what was inside. Strangely, there was a mural on the valley wall displaying bizarre patterns. The pattern was made up of countless lines, with a huge strange creature in the center, resembling a beetle, its scales shimmering with a ghostly blue light in the sunlight. Surrounding the beetle were intricate vines and strange flowers, their shapes twisted and varied, with vibrant colors. A small team discovered it and thought it might be some kind of mechanism. They fumbled around for a long time without finding anything. Then someone used a magical skill to attack the totem. The pattern, which had started as grayish-white, began to gain color. It was as if the spell infused it with energy, activating it. As more and more mages from various teams began to join the attack, Gue Tu Xianyi Lang spoke up, "Should we attack?" There were no mages in the previous team. Gue Tu Xianyi Lang was a knight, Shuaren Sonyu was a warrior, Huizi was a priest, and Saito and Yamamoto Taro were rangers. This team primarily relied on the rangers for damage output. Now, however, there was a summoning mage. Everyone's gaze turned to Li Chen. Li Chen calmly replied, "Save your mental energy." Well, alright. At this moment, Gue Tu Xianyi Lang did not suspect that Li Chen was pretending to be a mage. He just thought this guy was a bit clever. After all, if a monster really appeared, conserving strength would definitely be more advantageous. Gue Tu Xianyi Lang secretly led the team to hide a little further away, allowing those mages to unleash their spells on the totem in the valley. About 10 minutes passed. The energy should be full. Suddenly, the valley with the painted patterns trembled, and it actually cracked open. A large cave appeared inside, seemingly leading to a massive underground cavern. With a whoosh, countless enormous white beetles emerged. Each beetle was as tall as a person. They swarmed out densely, charging towards the crowd. The mages at the front had no time to evade. They saw the swarm of beetles spewing out a white, sticky substance, quickly wrapping it into cocoons. About 10 people, right before everyone's eyes, became like cocoons. It was unclear whether they were alive or dead. Everyone's expression changed. The scene shifted. It was still a valley, but in a different location. The Qingfeng Academy Special Legion, the 44th Army Teacher Corps. This legion was composed of teachers from the academy, not only from Qingfeng Academy, but also from other academies. In fact, the academy's teachers, like the legion, were also graduates of the academy. After graduation, they served the academy and the country. However, their service mainly involved teaching students. Now that the students were free to move, they could also carry out some tasks. At this moment, there was an urgent mission at the Legion base. That was to search for the Nebula ruins and obtain the Nebula stones inside. The Nebula stones were the key to entering the core area of a secret realm, the Ice and Snow Celestial Dome. Entering the Ice and Snow Celestial Dome and defeating the world boss inside would allow them to clear this world. Each Nebula stone could allow a 5-person team to enter. The more they obtained, the more advantageous it would be. When the Dragon Kingdom Legion was advancing in the core area, they received this news. Somehow, this news suddenly spread. Various countries were now searching for the whereabouts of the Nebula ruins. Moreover, there were many good things within the Nebula ruins themselves. A student at the Legion base provided a clue, saying there were ruins here. The base Legion immediately dispatched available troops, and indeed found that it was really here. Mages, cast spells and attack this totem, shouted Li Yan, the first-year director of Qingfeng Academy. Activating the totem will open the underground passage to the ruins. Li Yan was the first-year director and also the vice-captain of this legion. The academy had a total of 20 teams, all composed of first-year teachers from Qingfeng Academy. Including other academies, there were a total of 100 teams. Good. The mages in the legion began to cast spells and attack the totem. Yes. With the mage's output, the totem was soon activated, and the valley opened. A swarm of beetles rushed out of the valley, attacking the crowd. Warriors, prepare to defend. After defeating the monsters, the valley should open. The clay beetles will release white clay to wrap people up. Hold the line, don't let them break through the defense. Protect the rear. Clay Beetle, Level 30 Secret Realm Monster, Health, 7000/7000, Skills, Clay Armor, Clay Bind, Cocoon. Cocooning. Although the level is not high, there are a vast number of them, nearly over 1,000. Fortunately, the frontline warriors were well prepared, standing aside to block the onslaught. The damage-dealing classes behind immediately began their attacks. Countless skills were unleashed towards the clay beetles, and soon large swaths of them were being slaughtered. Hellfire Wall. Pingchuan cast a firewall spell, flames igniting over an area of 10 square meters, causing the beetles to crackle as they burned. If Li Chen had set up traps in advance, he could probably wipe them all out in an instant. While attacking the monsters, Pingchuan suddenly thought of that kid Li Chen. The scene of Li Chen attacking the treasure monster was still vivid in his mind. 20 minutes later, the teacher's legion had killed all the monsters. Pingchuan, what are you thinking about? A teammate noticed Pingchuan was still in a daze and nudged him. Nothing. Pingchuan came to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Let's go, hurry to the ruins. This teammate said, we need to hurry, there are only 10 ruins in total, which means there are only 10 nebula stones. Ultimately, only 10 teams will enter the Ice and Snow Skyland. This secret realm dungeon is very important, with skills for splitting and evolving, especially evolution, which applies to most skills. This is the first ruin we've discovered. Other countries are also searching for it, and some have even entered our Dragon Kingdom's territory. Yeah, that's right, Pingchuan said. Although our Dragon Kingdom occupies 15% of the secret realm progress and is currently in a favorable position, this Ice and Snow Skyland is the most critical node. If other countries get it and enter, they could instantly surpass our secret realm progress. We absolutely cannot fall behind. To break through this secret realm, the country has already dispatched more personnel. Not just the Dragon Kingdom, but other countries are also secretly increasing their manpower. All are trying to clear the secret realm dungeon and hold it within their own country. After all, whoever possesses this secret realm conversion dungeon will have access to the materials, skills, and resources within. In the future, if others want materials from the dungeon, they can only purchase them from other countries. If they are not from the same major region, they won't even have the qualification to buy. Let's go, enter the ruins. We must get more nebula stones. The Dragon Kingdom cannot lose. With that, the members of the Teacher's Legion began to enter the ruins. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the territory located at the border of the Foot Basin Kingdom and the Stick Kingdom, this is where Li Chen was hanging out, and the ruins were opened. They probably also found the entrance to the ruins for the first time, so they were unprepared. Countless clay beetles rushed out. They caused significant casualties to the mages activating the totems in the front row. The mages in the front row were wrapped in cocoons, then a swarm of beetles pierced their orifices, injecting them with a melting liquid, dissolving them into juice, which they then consumed. Before they could even resist, over a dozen mages were dead. Only then did the members of each team begin to position themselves to block the beetles' attack. Li Chen noticed that the professionals from the Foot Basin Kingdom were clearly a bit flustered. This is the difference between a guild and a legion. A guild gathers people through interests, while a legion is organized and disciplined. Patrick Star, you're clever. You didn't attack just now. Guitu Zuanyulan laughed heartily. We dodged the first attack. Li Chen nodded slightly, still maintaining his aloof demeanor. Then, Guitu Zuanyulang organized the team to block. Warriors stood in front to defend, while others dealt damage from behind. Li Chen stood at the back, occasionally waving his hand to release a fireball spell when a stray beetle charged through. Fireball explosion spell. Li Chen waved his hand, and a fireball with a diameter of 50 centimeters flew out. It struck the monster, exploding with a bang and causing damage. 8000. The beetle monster was instantly killed by Li Chen. Killed a level 30 secret realm monster, clay beetle, experience plus 300 materials obtained, energy crystal *1, advanced white clay *10. Since it was a 5-person team, the experience gained was quite small.
However, what surprised Li Chen was that the monster he killed was called a clay beetle. Moreover, it dropped a material, advanced white clay, that couldn't be bought on the market. The characteristic of basic white clay is its softness, making it easy to create biological-type clay bombs. The characteristic of intermediate white clay is its toughness, suitable for making fixed-type clay bombs. He wondered what the effect of this advanced white clay would be. Why does your fireball technique explode like a bomb? Gue Tu Xianyi Lang showed a look of surprise. Not just him, the other teammates were also quite shocked. A single skill dealing 8,000 damage was just too exaggerated. Li Chen replied calmly, "My fireball technique has been enhanced with a skill book, giving it an explosive effect." Gue Tu Xianyi Lang exclaimed in shock, "No wonder it's so powerful, an explosive effect, that's the first time I've heard of it." After all, they were from different countries, so encountering new effects was normal. However, they had no idea that Li Chen's fireball technique was a counterfeit. It was simple. Along the way, Li Chen had been secretly making clay bombs. He shaped the clay bombs to look like fireballs and added a layer of flame disguise, using his control over the clay to launch them. It looked just like a mage casting a fireball. Li Chen said, "But it consumes a lot of mental energy, very much. I can't use it lightly." Upon hearing this, Gue Tu Xianyi Lang was overjoyed. "Soga, no problem. From now on, you don't need to take action. Just act at critical moments." He felt like he had struck gold. A summoning mage who could summon 2 death bowls and had such explosive output. Once they entered the ruins, it would definitely be useful. The only downside was the excessive mental energy consumption. Li Chen nodded, "Alright, then I'll trouble you to protect me. I will act at critical moments to maximize the benefits. What do you think?" "Sure, no problem. I'll protect you. Before we encounter the boss, we'll do the damage, and you conserve your mental energy. If we find good stuff, we'll all share equally. We're full of team spirit." The other teammates nodded in agreement. They understood the principle of using good steel on the blade. Preserving strength now would allow them to reap benefits later. After all, there were 100 teams present, many guilds. Who could laugh last was the key. Kill. Wipe out these monsters, and we can enter the ruins. Baka Yoru. Eat my thunder technique. These monsters are afraid of fire. Flame rocket. The scene was quite chaotic as 100 teams began to clear the clay beetle monsters. These beetles were not very strong. They relied on their numbers. However, there were many professionals present, and somehow, they all found their way here. Soon, about 1,000 monsters were nearly wiped out. After dealing with these monsters, the teams from the Foot Basin Kingdom rushed into the ruins. "Let's go, we'll go in too." Gue Tu Xianyi Lang's team was relatively weak, hiding at the back. Li Chen had not taken action since then, entering a state of disengagement. He secretly used his life skills to continuously make fireball technique clay. Consuming basic white clay *10, explosive powder *8 production successful. Obtained item, C1 fireball type clay bomb, creator. Patrick Star Clay Mastery Skill Proficiency +1 Clay Mastery has reached the ultimate level, cannot be further improved. Before long, his backpack gradually filled with 20 C1 Fireball-type clay bombs. Spending 8 pieces of explosive powder causes 8,000 damage. The crafting of clay as a life skill consumes relatively little mental energy. In a slow recovery state, one can almost always maintain a full mental energy level. Is this the entrance to the ruins? Li Chen followed the team to the place where the valley had split open, preparing to enter. This place felt somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Li Chen's brow twitched. No wonder it feels so familiar. I remember now. Li Chen suddenly recalled that he had indeed seen a similar place before. It was back at the Ice Soul Stronghold map. The place where the Ice Soul Demon King summoned the Ice Soul Bears was also a valley. That valley looked very much like this one, as if a giant object had fallen from the sky and smashed it open. And this valley also seemed like a giant object had fallen from the sky and crushed it. Once I go back this time, I should check that place out, Li Chen thought. Gue Tu Xianyi Lang saw Li Chen looking around and hurriedly reminded him, "Brother Starfish, let's go, or someone else will snatch all the benefits." Li Chen nodded slightly and caught up with the team's pace. Entering the cracked valley walls, they could see a staircase leading underground, and the depths were pitch black. Someone in the team immediately took out a lighting tool, a glowing orb, which emitted light. The white light was soft, illuminating a 10-meter radius clearly. This must be some kind of item made by a specialized profession. The staircase continued to descend, deeper. After about 20 minutes, they reached the bottom. Before them was a large circular passage, with nearly 100 cave entrances connected to it, seemingly leading to the interior. Some entrances were closed, while others were still open. In front of them, another team chose one of the cave entrances. Once they entered, the entrance automatically closed, indicating it was no longer accessible. There were no other teams in front of them,
they must have all chosen their entrances. The ones in front have all been chosen. Which one should we pick? Gue Tu Xianyi Lang was caught in a dilemma. There were still 3 entrances left unchosen, and he didn't know what the differences were. There are differences. Saito pointed to the symbols above the entrances and said, "Look quickly, everyone." Keiko took out a luminous pearl and shone it up. Sure enough, there were some faint symbols carved above. After saying that, everyone looked up at the symbols. The meaning they conveyed was quite simple. They should represent that these passages all lead to the ruins. The passages varied in length. The longer the passage, the weaker the monsters inside. The shorter the passage, the stronger the monsters. In simple terms, the passage determined the speed of entering the ruins. Baka, the passages with simple monsters have all been chosen. The remaining 3 caves are all for tough monsters, Gue Tu Xianyi Lang said somewhat dejectedly. Yamamoto Taro said, "There are pros and cons. Dealing with tougher monsters means a shorter time to enter the ruins. We might arrive earlier." Saito replied, "That's true, but we have no choice left. Let's hurry in. Let's go in, or we won't get any meat." The things at the center of the ruins seem very important. The guild said they might be worth several thousand guild points. Most of the team members also planned to enter quickly. "Then let's go in." Gue Tu Xianyi Lang waved his hand. "Let's go." A few of them immediately entered one of the caves, and Li Chen followed behind. Upon entering the cave, the heavy stone door closed behind them. This meant there was no turning back. It was a passage 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, with neat white rock blocks on both sides, as if artificially excavated, yet also seemingly naturally formed. There was a faint glow inside, as if the rocks were emitting light. In some places, the surface displayed the patterns of monsters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the monster patterns on the white rock wall began to writhe, and many creatures emerged. Blocking the passage, there were suddenly 20 to 30 beetles. "Take them down!" Gue Tu Xianyi Lang charged ahead. The damage dealers behind began to attack. The arrows released by 3 rangers illuminated the corridor. The rangers' output was impressive, and they consumed little mental energy. With their special arrows, even normal attacks could deal significant damage. Soon, one by one, the beetles were taken down by the team. Kill 30 level Secret Realm Monster Clay Beetle, experience plus 300, obtain materials, high-grade white clay *3. It feels great to share experience and materials without lifting a finger. Li Chen stood at the back of the team, not having made a move. He could still receive some loot from these minor monsters. Coincidentally, he could use this high-grade white clay. "This secret realm is too important for me." Li Chen frowned slightly. The high-grade white clay was exactly what he needed. If this secret realm was cleared by other countries and the dungeon was mastered, he would no longer be able to obtain such materials. The Foot Basin Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom were not in the same region and did not allow trading. He had to conquer this secret realm. Monsters continued to surge from the secret realm, and the team kept clearing them as they advanced. Just as Li Chen was lost in thought, Gue Tu Xianyi Lang suddenly shouted, "An elite monster has appeared, everyone be careful." From the wall, a 35-level elite monster emerged, a standing beetle with strong arms and legs, wielding a weapon made of white clay. Knife Shield Clay Beetle, 35-level Secret Realm Elite Monster, Health, 80,000/80,000, Skills, Slash, Shield Bash, Defense, Flying Knife, Slash. Elite monsters are weaker than bosses but much stronger than ordinary monsters. Their appearance in the Secret Realm indicates a decent drop rate. Although the drop rate is lower than that of bosses, they are easier to deal with and can occasionally drop good items. This clay beetle, holding a knife and shield, charged towards the group. As usual, except for Li Chen, the other 5 team members outputted in an orderly fashion. The front row drew damage while the back row dealt damage. This elite monster quickly reached the bottom of its health and then fell. Kill 35-level Secret Realm Elite Monster, Knife Shield Clay Beetle. Experience gained, 3,000, obtained, Energy Crystal *50, High-Grade White Clay *100, Material, Healing Aura, 30-level Paladin Rare Skill Book, Nature's Bow, 35-level Green Equipment, obtained 1 gold coin, Healing Aura is rolling, Gue Tu Xianyi Lang 3 points, Wheezy 2 points, Yamamoto Taro 6 points, Bloodblade Sungyu 5 points, Saito 1 point, Patrick Star 12 points. Patrick Star has the highest points. Healing Aura belongs to Patrick Star. Unexpectedly, the small elite monster dropped a 30-level rare paladin skill book. Everyone was staring at it. As a result, Li Chen rolled a 12 and obtained this excellent skill book. Gue Tu Xianyi Lang said, "Brother, this skill book should be worth 600 gold coins. Let's split it, and someone give 100 gold coins." Li Chen replied, "Isn't that unnecessary?" Gue Tu Xianyi Lang asked, "What do you mean by that?" Li Chen said, "You guys are too weak." Gue Tu Xianyi Lang replied, Yes, we are not very strong." Gue Tu Xianyi Lang admitted this, compared to other teams, they were indeed not strong. Li Chen said lightly, then that's fine, you guys are too weak, and later when we enter the ruins, it will all depend on me. As the trump card of the team, isn't it fair to take a little more? What do you mean by that? Gue Tu Xian Yilang frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. The attributes of this 30-level rare skill book were quite good. Skill book, Healing Aura, Rare, Learning Level, Level 30 Learning Requirement, High-Level Holy Light Spell at Max Level Rare Attributes. 1. Instantly upgrade to high level upon learning. 2. Randomly increase Spirit attribute by 5 to 10 points. It has a permanent attribute enhancement effect and saves time on skill level upgrades. Most importantly, this is a skill book for a talent class. The drop rate for talent class skill books is generally lower than for normal classes. Unexpectedly, it dropped from just a small elite monster. But of course, among the 6 people rolling for it, it ended up in the hands of a player from the stick country. Whether it was luck or misfortune, you don't plan to keep it all to yourself, do you? Yeah, such a valuable item should be shared, right? Besides, you didn't even contribute, it was all 5 of us who fought. By contribution, you wouldn't get a dime. The other teammates expressed their dissatisfaction. Oh, I didn't participate because you all decided that, Li Chen feigned displeasure and said, according to your logic, if I don't fight, I can't get the loot, so if I attack the monster now, you all shouldn't get any either? Li Chen deliberately led their thoughts astray, pulling them into a trap. The implication was that if they only counted damage output, then the loot should go to the one dealing damage. For the monsters he fought later, the other teammates wouldn't be entitled to any loot. Gue Tu Xian Yilang frowned and said, that's not what I meant. Li Chen replied, according to our stick country's rules, the ace gets to choose the loot first at critical moments, and in your weak team, I am the ace. Gue Tu Xian Yilang was surprised. Does stick country have this rule? Li Chen chuckled. What else could it be? Gue Tu Xian Yilang fell silent, clearly deep in thought. Soon, several team members huddled together, walking aside to discuss privately. What should we do now? This is troublesome. If that skill book goes into his backpack, it means he doesn't want to share. Then what should we do? How about we just take him out? A few players from the Foot Basin country whispered in their native language, even considering taking out Li Chen. However, seeing the 2 death bulls beside him, they quickly dismissed the idea. In this narrow passage, the 2 bulls blocked their way, and with that explosive output from Li Chen, they risked losing more than they gained. How about we just follow his rules? Let me ask. Gue Tu Xian Yilang looked at Li Chen. What are your stick country's rules? Li Chen smiled. In stick country, the ace gets to choose the loot first, but can only select one item, the rest you all share. As for how to divide it, I don't care. Gue Tu Xian Yilang asked, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Li Chen chuckled. People from stick country never lie to Foot Basin country people. Just as he finished speaking, another elite monster suddenly appeared on the stone wall. A huge, upright clay beetle monster wielding a large axe. Large axe clay beetle, level 35 mystic elite monster, health 80,000/80,000, skills, charge, / explosive fireball, go. Li Chen threw out 2 fireball spells again. The fireballs flew towards the monster and then exploded violently. 80008000. This elite monster seemed to have no resistance to explosive damage, taking 8,000 damage, and Li Chen instantly dealt a high damage of 16,000. Hiss! The others gasped in shock. What kind of output is this? Is this really the output of a level 40 summoner? It's even more ferocious than a damage dealer. No, it could even rival a level 50 damage dealer. In this sub-wolf difficulty mystic realm, most players are only around level 40. He was simply a bit over the top. Moreover, the casting speed was incredibly fast, probably because it was just a fireball spell. So, have you made your decision? If not, I'll just turn around and leave. I don't want this skill book anymore, I'll return it to you. Li Chen spoke, forcing them to make a decision. The other teammates immediately rushed forward to confront the monster. Alright, Gue Tu Xian Yilang gritted his teeth and decided, it's agreed. You can choose one piece of loot first, but I have a request too. Li Chen's output was terrifying. Gue Tu Xian Yilang felt that with this person around, they could truly benefit deep within the ruins. Others might not know, but he understood their purpose for coming to the ruins. It was something called Nebula Stone, which was the key to entering a certain space that contained even more crucial items. Li Chen, you say. Gue Tu Xian Yilang said, we want the Nebula Stone that cannot change. What is the Nebula Stone? Li Chen was slightly taken aback, but he immediately agreed. Fine, I don't want the Nebula Stone. I will choose other loot first, even if it's the final boss. I will only take one piece of loot. Deal. Gue Tu Xian Yilang agreed. Soon, with the output from several professionals, the monster fell. Kill level 35 Secret Realm Elite Monster, Great Axe Clay Beetle.
Experience gained, 3000 gained, energy crystal asterisk 50, high quality white clay asterisk 100, material, jump healing beam, level 30 priest rare skill book, overlord axe, level 35 green gear, gained 1 gold coin healing aura is rolling, Guetu Shen Lang 5 points, Huizi 11 points, Yamamoto Taro 1 point, Bloodblade Songyua 3 points, Saito 1 point, Patrick Star 2 points. Huizi has the highest points. The jump healing beam belongs to Huizi. Good skill. Huizi's eyes lit up. She was a priest class. This skill book was very useful to her. Please give me this skill book. One of my friends is a priest. Li Chen wasn't very lucky this time and didn't get the skill book. It must be said that the monster drop rate in this ruin was indeed high. Even elite monsters could drop top tier skill books, and 2 had dropped. This is what I used. I'll give you gold coins. Huizi hurriedly spoke. No, I want this book. We agreed earlier, according to the rules of the Korean peninsula, I have the right to choose first. Li Chen looked at Huizi and then at Guetu Shen Lang. Guetu Shen Lang nodded helplessly. Yes, I agreed. Huizi, give him the book. The ace has the right to choose first. This is the rule of the Korean peninsula. Huizi, but. Guetu Shen Lang whispered in the Korean language. Huizi, give it to him. This fool probably doesn't know about the nebula stone. He already agreed not to take the nebula stone. The most valuable thing in the ruins is the nebula stone. We still need him to fight the ultimate boss. Huizi frowned, somewhat unwilling. Guetu Shen Lang explained, if we get the nebula stone, we can hand it over to the guild. With such a skill book, you can buy as many as you want, even legendary skill books. What? The others were surprised. They hadn't heard of the nebula stone, but Guetu Shen Lang shouldn't be talking nonsense. So many teams were searching the ruins, probably for this item. Yamamoto Taro whispered, then, give it to him, this guy's output is explosive. Maybe he can really get the nebula stone. After all, our team is a bit weak, and we might not have a chance to enter the center of the ruins, but with him around, there is a chance. Alright then. Huizi nodded helplessly. She walked towards Li Chen, revealing a charming expression, and said sweetly, brother, do you really want it? If you give it to me, you can do whatever you want. She wanted to make one last attempt, using her beauty to persuade. This Patrick Star looked quite young. He should be unable to resist his own temptation, right? Li Chen remained unmoved, extending his hand, signaling her to hand it over. Huizi leaned her 2 mountains against Li Chen and nudged him, brother. Li Chen was still unfazed. If you don't give it to me, I'm leaving. The rules we set must be followed. Having taken advantage, he still wanted the goods. Humph. Huizi, helpless, had no choice but to trade the skill book she had just obtained to Li Chen. Huizi trades you the rare skill book, Jump Healing Beam. Very good. You are all very trustworthy, and I am also a person of integrity. Li Chen smiled slightly and said, I guarantee you will be glad about this decision. I will handle the final boss, and I will only take 1 item. You just wait to divide the loot. Each of these 2 skill books was worth at least 1,000 gold coins. Li Chen hardly lifted a finger and obtained 2 skill books. One was useful for Zhang Xiaohua, and the other for Mi-1. The 5 continued down the passage. During this time, they encountered many monsters from the walls, easily resolving them. The elite monsters here appeared at fixed intervals. Every 100 meters, 2 elite monsters would appear. However, the elite monsters they encountered later did not drop anything particularly good, just some equipment that Li Chen couldn't be bothered to take. I don't want the items dropped by these 2 elite monsters. You can trade me some high-grade white clay materials, no problem, right? Li Chen made his request. He wanted some high-grade white clay materials. Sure, no problem. Guetu Shen Lang and the others immediately traded the materials to Li Chen. Although they didn't understand why this summoner needed clay, it wasn't very useful. It was something for crafting professions and not worth much. Received 200 high-grade white clay from Guetu Shen Lang. Received 200 high-grade white clay from Huizi. Received. Soon, Li Chen's backpack had an extra 1,000 high-grade white clay. High-grade white clay was not yet available in the trading market. Li Chen estimated this was its first appearance. In the future, when the secret realm transformed into a dungeon, the professionals would be able to farm it, and he could buy it. The premise was that the Dragon Kingdom could clear the secret realm and obtain the dungeon ownership. The secret base of the Dragon Kingdom has released a task to find clues about the ruins, and these guild professionals are also searching for the ruins. That nebula stone is probably related to completely clearing the secret realm. Li Chen couldn't help but speculate about the nebula stone. Although he said he didn't want it, he had to find a way to get it. This way, the Dragon Kingdom could control this dungeon, and he wouldn't be limited by materials. He still didn't know what the high-grade white clay was for. Li Chen planned to go back and conduct some experiments. Half an hour passed. The team was nearing the end of the passage. At this moment, a large white beetle monster appeared, blocking the entrance.
This was the strongest monster in the passage. Once they dealt with it, they would be able to leave the passage and enter the true ruins. Clay Beetle King, Level 20 Secret Realm Boss, Health, 200,000/200,000. Skills, Weapon Transformation, Clay Shield, Clay Clone, Clay Regeneration. It's a Level 20 boss. Everyone, get into formation and take it down. Gue Tu Xian Lang immediately called to his teammates to form up. Gue Tu Xian Lang led the charge, with 2 warriors standing at the front, wielding heavy shields and long swords to block the monster in the passage, continuously attacking. Huizi, as the priest, stood behind the warriors, constantly casting healing and buffing spells. It had to be said, her figure was quite alluring, and she always seemed to shake a little when casting her spells. The other 3 rangers were scattered around the periphery, their movements light and graceful, with their longbows drawn to the full, glinting with a cold light. Saito excelled at rapid fire shooting, arrows raining down like a storm, each time releasing a triple shot, one arrow following another, with each arrow dealing slightly more damage. It was likely related to his skills. -300, -600, -1000, critical hit. In Sato's case of rapid fire, the third arrow had a high chance of being a critical hit, dealing the most damage. Yamamoto Taro was skilled in summoning and traps. The hunting dogs he summoned were also helping with damage output, continuously setting traps that dealt damage as the monsters moved. One must say, the single target physical damage of rangers was quite high. Against such clay monsters, which had a high resistance to pure physical damage, a triple shot could still deal nearly 2000 damage. A level 40 ranger can deal over 2000 damage with a triple shot. A level 40 warrior, with a single skill output, is about 800. Li Chen was watching from the back, observing the output levels of the level 40 professionals. They were all level 40, yet their damage seemed a bit low. First, the clay monster had very high physical defense. Secondly, it should be due to their equipment and skills. The guild professionals were still not as good as the students from the Dragon Kingdom Combat Academy. Li Chen had seen the output of third-year students from his own Qingfeng Academy, like Shi Yuanji and Zhou Renshi, which was far higher than this. It should be noted that Shi Yuanji and Zhou Renshi were not even level 40 yet. No, I was mistaken. Li Chen shook his head, dismissing that thought. These people should be from a small guild, while Shi Yuanji and Zhou Renshi were from the best batch of students at the Jiangzhou First Combat Academy. The two sides couldn't be directly compared like that. If comparisons were to be made, it should be between the big guild members or the students from the Foot Basin countries' universities for fairness. So, low-level professionals, as long as their equipment and skills are strong, can crush high-level individuals. Level does not represent everything, Li Chen silently thought. Just like him, with his set of purple gear, which was quite valuable, ordinary professionals could only rely on their level, equipping high-level ordinary gear to make up for the gap in strength. The effect of a level 20 purple gear could certainly rival that of a level 30 white gear. The battle continued for over 20 minutes. During this time, Li Chen sat on the ground to recover his mental strength, quietly crafting fireball clay bombs. His bag now had 100 more bombs, totaling 230 C1 fireball clay bombs. Afterward, Li Chen sat quietly to rest and recover his mental strength. At the same time, he was observing the boss's attack capabilities. Since it was a clay monster, Li Chen felt he could absorb some experience. The Clay Beetle King, with its 8 legs, activated the weapon transformation skill. Its 8 limbs simultaneously transformed into various weapons. Sharp blades, massive hammers, sturdy shields, long spears, broadswords, and even bows launched fierce attacks. So, the purpose of advanced clay is to be made into weapons? Li Chen couldn't help but speculate. He saw that these clay weapons were incredibly resilient. The 8 limbs continuously swung their weapons to attack, each strike causing the walls to tremble, and a single slash could crack the ground. The warrior Kido Genichiro also launched an attack. A slash was blocked by the clay boss's shield, causing very little damage. This clay monster had a high resistance to physical output, related to its clay nature. If it's this resilient, would making it into clay bombs make them unbreakable? Li Chen suddenly had this thought. His clay bombs had the drawback of being prematurely detonated by attacks. Using high-grade white clay, will it compensate for this flaw? Such high physical defense, everyone keep attacking, break through its clay shell. Gue Tu Xian Lang commanded the team, successfully withstanding its offensive with the skilled defense and counterattack techniques of the professionals. Soon, the clay shell was broken, and the damage surged. Immediately after, the Beetle King released the clay shield skill, donning itself with another layer of indestructible defense. Hey, this seems like a way to improve my resistance. Li Chen was suddenly inspired. If he made a layer of armor with high-grade clay, would it enhance his physical defense? Melt! Huizi timely cast the melting spell, directly dispersing part of the clay shield, giving the teammates a chance to attack. In the fierce battle, the Clay Beetle King also used the Clay Clone skill to confuse the enemies, splitting into many small beetles to attack. But the ranger quickly shot arrows, concentrating fire to deal with the small beetles first. In the end, the health bar of the Clay Beetle King gradually approached zero. Zzz. It activated its final clay regeneration skill. Its body actually began to heal the cracks, significantly increasing its health. Quick, concentrate fire. Take it down. Otherwise, it will recover a lot of health. Gui Tu Xian Lang shouted loudly. Everyone put in their all to output damage, even the priest started attacking. But the health was still rising rapidly, showing no signs of decline. Fireball explosion spell. Ka! Li Chen seized the opportunity and threw out two C1 fireball spells, exploding. With the explosion of the clay bombs, the rapidly rising health was pushed back down. The beetle boss began to crack and then fell to the ground, completely dead. If Li Chen hadn't supplemented this attack, the boss's health would have come back up, and they would have to fight for a long time again. After all, it was 5 level 40 professionals, plus Li Chen. Taking down a level 20 boss was still easy. Finally, the boss was defeated. I have to say, the monsters in this ruined passage have a much higher drop rate than outside. A purple item appeared. Wait. Li Chen suddenly froze. There was actually a pet egg among the loot. Kill 20 level secret realm boss monster, Clay Beetle King experience gained, 5,000 gained, energy crystal asterisk 300, high grade white clay asterisk 100, material, clay beetle pet egg, 20 level rare pet egg, dance of chaos bow, 20 level purple item, tranquil orchid robe, 20 level purple item, clay liquid sack, material, gain 10 gold coins healing aura is rolling points. Gui Tu Xian Lang 3 points, Wheezy 2 points, Yamamoto Taro 6 points, Bloodblade Sanyue 5 points, Saito 8 points, Patrick Star 13 points. Patrick Star has the highest points. The Clay Beetle Pet Egg belongs to Patrick Star. Dance of Chaos Bow, 20 level purple item, belongs to Saito. Tranquil Orchid Robe, 20 level purple item, belongs to Bloodblade Sanyue. Clay Liquid Sack, material, belongs to Yamamoto Taro. My luck is really good. Li Chen was slightly stunned. It even rolled into his backpack? Isn't this just his? It's impossible to spit it out. Li Chen had learned about pet eggs. Monsters have a certain chance to drop pet eggs. They need to be handed over to the enhancement profession hatcher to help incubate the pet. Pets do not grow into monsters. They are basically small companions that do not grow up. They are truly pets. Pets are different from summons. They do not help professionals in battle. Most pets have no skills. Their role is to accompany the professionals as pets. A small number of pets carry skills, but they are generally not combat skills. It's just some life skills, like being able to blow rainbow-colored bubbles to cheer people up, or a little lion that shines during the day under sunlight and glows at night. Although the role of pets is quite limited, there will still be people who buy them for fun. Anyway, the price of any pet egg is at least 1,000 gold coins or more. Some pet eggs that look particularly good can sell for thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins. However, this clay beetle looks a bit strange, so it probably won't be liked by many. A level 20 pet egg has dropped. Guetu Shinichiro exclaimed in surprise, and the other team members were equally shocked. Only a very few monsters drop pet eggs. Moreover, the drop rate is extremely low. But this thing has rolled into Patrick's backpack. According to the rules, I get to choose first. I want this pet egg, Li Chen said. The others fell silent. This is a pet egg, more precious than skill books. But once it's in this guy's hands, can it be spit out? Just bear with it, hold on a little longer. Guetu Shinichiro said helplessly in a low voice. We've come this far, let's keep holding on. There's a big boss behind, he can't take everything. It has to be this way. Anyway, this beetle pet egg probably won't be liked by anyone. Yeah, the clay beetle is just too ugly. It definitely isn't worth much. Right, even 10 gold coins, no one would want it. The other teammates also comforted themselves in their hearts. After defeating the Clay Beetle King, the stone door at the end of the passage slowly opened. Let's go, hurry up, the door is open. Everyone quickly left the passage. The moment they exited the passage, the door slammed shut. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by a vast expanse. This was a huge circular space. Except for the lack of spectator seats, it resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum. The outer edge of the circular space was lined with entrances to various passages. Many professionals were already waiting inside. It was clear that almost all teams would end up here after entering the passage. In the very center of the space was a massive altar-like area, adorned with ancient patterns, featuring a total of 108 petals. Currently, 100 petals were lit, while 8 petals remained dim. People are here, finally people are here. You can only enter, not exit. A total of 108 passages, all must be entered to activate. Baka, it seems someone has failed. Hurry up and bring more people.
The professionals from the Foot Basin Kingdom were getting a bit impatient. What's going on? I'll go ask. Guetu Shinichiro was confused. He planned to inquire with other teams. Soon, he returned to his team. Brothers, something's wrong. This ruin can only be entered, not exited. All 108 petals need to be lit. This is bad. It seems we are the last team to enter. Guetu Shinichiro shared the information he had gathered. So, that means there are no teams behind us. How long do we have to wait for? The other team members also began to feel anxious. What if no other teams find the location of the ruins? Wouldn't they be trapped here? Since we're here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. Li Chen sat down on the ground, closing his eyes to rest. It seemed that no one would be coming for a while. It would be better to take this opportunity to craft some C1 fireball clay bombs. Then let's rest for now. The other team members were also tired and began to rest in place. After about half an hour, no other teams had entered the ruins. This meant they were completely trapped here. They could only patiently wait for other teams to find the ruins and quickly come in to break the seal. Meanwhile, many professionals began to wander around and chat. Hey, isn't that Kito Genichiro? A man with a small mustache walked over, laughing. You guys are here too, huh? You're so weak. Will you even get anything? This trip is pointless. Oh, not entirely pointless, after all. Without you, this ruin seal can't be broken. A blatant mockery. The implication was that Kito Genichiro was merely there to fill the numbers. You! Kito Genichiro, furious and embarrassed, shouted, Miyamoto Saburo, don't go too far. You stole my stuff last time, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Kito Genichiro and Miyamoto Saburo were not from the same guild. Their respective guilds were likely in a hostile relationship. Last time, while Kito Genichiro was grinding monsters in the wild, he was robbed by Miyamoto Saburo, who took a very valuable item, and one of his guild teammates was even killed by Miyamoto Saburo. What's the matter? Come at me, you idiot. Miyamoto Saburo suddenly showed a fierce expression, his tone very high. Kito Genichiro's face turned red from the confrontation. He indeed was not a match for Miyamoto Saburo, having suffered losses several times. However, being humiliated in front of so many people was unbearable. So he made a bold statement. You better watch your words, I have a very powerful friend. What kind of friend can you have? Just a waste. Miyamoto Saburo dismissed him, still arrogant. In his view, friends of a waste were also wastes. As the ancient saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Damn it! Kito Genichiro initially wanted to swallow his anger, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, he helplessly looked at Li Chen and, in the language of the stick country, said in a negotiating tone, Friend, can you help me teach this ignorant person a lesson? Oh, my friend. Li Chen smiled slightly. It'll cost you a lot to ask me to take action. Upon hearing this, Kito Genichiro felt hopeful and whispered, Friend, give me some face, keep your voice down. Li Chen smiled without saying a word. Kito Genichiro said, I'm willing to pay 50 gold coins. After all, as a level 40 professional, he could afford 50 gold coins. Li Chen was slightly taken aback, not expecting Kito Genichiro to offer so much. It seemed he had quite a grudge against Miyamoto Saburo. Alright, Li Chen said with a smile, but I'm afraid I might accidentally kill him. Upon hearing this, Kito Genichiro was first stunned, then overjoyed. Friend, if you can kill him, I'll pay more, 100 gold coins, and all the equipment that drops will be yours. Killing him is fine, our stick country has a samurai spirit, and as long as both sides agree to a duel, life and death don't matter. Got it. Li Chen nodded slightly, indicating he accepted. The opponent's profession is a talent class Mirror Knight, with very strong defense, and has a powerful skill called Mirror Reflection that can deflect 50% of damage and rebound spell attacks. I fell victim to this last time. Kito Genichiro quickly explained the opponent's situation. Understood, Li Chen said lightly, now pay up. If it were just spell reflection, it was indeed quite strong. But unfortunately, his bombs were explosive, belonging to item attacks, which couldn't be reflected. You received 200 gold coins from Kito Genichiro, current wealth, 990 gold coins, 100 copper coins. I must say, Kito Genichiro was quite generous with the money. Kito Genichiro immediately straightened his chest and looked at the opponent, arrogantly declaring, Miyamoto Saburo, my friend says he will step in to teach you a lesson. Do you dare to have a duel between samurai, like a man? Miyamoto Saburo was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the other party to be so confident. They were actually going to have a samurai duel. He had invited them several times before, but they had always refused. The so-called samurai duel is a life and death confrontation, one that does not accept legal responsibility. Moreover, if someone truly dies, the victor will claim all the equipment and items of the defeated. Miyamoto Saburo hesitated for a moment. Could it be a trick? Had he really made a powerful friend? Coward, coward. Kito Genichiro laughed heartily, continuously mocking him. The sight of his opponent being put in a difficult position was quite satisfying. Additionally, many people were gathered around to watch, which made him feel proud. In contrast, Miyamoto Saburo felt his pride slipping away. He frowned and asked, "Who is the one dueling me?" "This is my friend, a summoner." Kito Genichiro pointed at Li Chen. "You wouldn't dare fight even a single mage, would you? I thought you were impressive, but it turns out you're just a coward, lacking the spirit of a warrior." Li Chen slowly stepped forward. Beside him were 2 death bulls. Those are death bulls, summoned by a level 40 summoner. He actually summoned 2, that's quite impressive. I didn't expect Kito Genichiro to have such a friend. The surrounding professionals were all astonished. I thought it was something serious. Miyamoto Saburo saw that it was just a mage and immediately laughed. His own class was Mirror Knight, possessing excellent defensive capabilities and the ability to reflect magical attacks. He was least afraid of mages, a natural counter to mages. Even if it was a summoner, it was still a mage. Although there were summoned creatures, the primary means of attack remained magic. Moreover, he was very confident. With his level 40 purple gear, he was sure he could win. "Captain, kill him. I thought Kito Genichiro had a big shot on his side, but it's just this trash. He's just a mage, he's no match for you, Captain." Other teammates in Miyamoto Saburo's group also chimed in. "I'll take this duel," Miyamoto Saburo declared. He still had confidence in defeating a mage, even a summoner. "Alright, let's duel in the spirit of the samurai, life and death unaccounted for," Kito Genichiro shouted loudly. At this moment, no one realized that Li Chun was from the Korean peninsula. Kito Genichiro had not revealed this information either. "Look, there's a duel. Interesting, let's go watch. I heard it's between Miyamoto Saburo of the Yamaguchi Gumi and Kito Genichiro of the Inagawa Kai. Isn't Kito Genichiro a useless warrior? Does he dare to fight?" "It's not him. It's one of his friends fighting in his place." Instantly, the surrounding professionals gathered to watch the duel. All the professionals consciously stepped back, forming a circle. They left ample space for the duel between them. In the Foot Basin country, when grievances arise, they resolve them in this manner. It's simply called a samurai duel. Kid, you're really foolish, sending yourself to die for Kito Genichiro." Miyamoto Saburo laughed as he looked at Li Chen. "I've asked Kito Genichiro to duel me several times, but he didn't dare. You really aren't afraid of death." Li Chen entered the arena, loosened up a bit, and didn't respond. Answering would easily reveal his intentions. He needed to maintain his aloof persona. "Don't say I'm bullying you." Miyamoto Saburo waved his hand, showing a teasing expression. "Come on, I'll let you go first. You better use all your strength, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't get another chance." In his eyes, Li Chen was already a dead man. The Mirror Knight was best at dealing with mages. Let the opponent attack first, reflect it back, and then strike. He would surely slay the opponent. "Fireball." Li Chen waved his hand, casting Fireball. Instantly, 3 fireballs flew forward. "Be careful," Gue Tu Xian Lang suddenly shouted. Didn't he already explain the opponent's weakness? He shouldn't have attacked with magic first. He should have used his Death Bull to attack first, then look for an opportunity. Gongben Sanlang immediately laughed and shouted at Li Chen, "Is this all you've got, Fireball? A level 1 attack spell? That's hilarious. You had your chance and you blew it." "I'm laughing. After all this, you're just a rookie. Who even uses Fireball at this level? Isn't that a beginner's spell from level 1? Even if it's a test, you shouldn't use such a trash skill. It can't reveal anything. So garbage. I bet this guy is definitely going to lose." Seeing Li Chen use Fireball, the onlookers immediately began to mock him. After all, Fireball was too weak, almost no one used it. Even as a test, it wouldn't yield any results. Fireball. Li Chen threw out several fireballs towards Gongben Sanlang. Now, there were a total of 6 fireballs. Li Chen deliberately controlled the movement speed of the first 3 fireballs. Then he accelerated the last 3 fireballs' speed. This made all 6 fireballs arrive in front of Gongben Sanlang almost simultaneously. This did not raise any suspicions from others. After all, Fireball was just a level 1 spell. It had a fast release speed, low consumption, but also low power. In reality, Li Chen had consumed quite a bit of mental energy. About 10% was used. Because controlling the Fireball was different from controlling flying birds. Birds relied on their wings for propulsion, to take off or move forward. Especially after he endowed them with animal traits, controlling them consumed even less mental energy. But Fireball was just a ball. Controlling it to fly consumed more mental energy. It was like flying with a sword. It was exhausting, but flying with birds was much easier. However, regardless, all 6 fireballs reached Gongben Sanlang. Mirror reflection, a talent active skill. After casting, a mirror appears in front of you, reducing the damage you take by 50%. If it's a magical attack, it will also reflect projectile-type magical skills back, with 100% power. The mirror lasts for 3 seconds and has a cooldown of 90 seconds. Gongben Sanlang sneered, with such a trash magical skill, you think you can bait out my talent skill, mirror reflection? Dream on. Considering his skill had a 90-second cooldown, he didn't plan to use it against Fireball. He estimated that the opponent was just testing him and hadn't used their strongest skill. A few fireballs, with his high defense, would hardly do anything. I've given you your chance, next is your death. Ka! Gongben Sanlang charged towards Li Chen without resistance, spouting threats. But, before he could finish his sentence, his voice was drowned out by a massive explosion. Boom 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 boom. The tremendous sound echoed throughout the ruins, deafening. The shockwaves from the explosion spread continuously, the massive waves making it hard to open one's eyes. -4000, -4000, -4000, -4000, -4000, -4000. Each clay bomb dealt significant damage to Gongben Sanlang, a total of 24,000 damage. And this Gongben Sanlang, a level 41 knight, only had 20,000 health in total. The massive explosion left Gongben Sanlang in ruins. In an instant, one-hit kill. Li Chen casually clapped his hands and couldn't help but sneer. You thought you could tank my clay bombs? Do you think you have an invincible holy shield? Back then, Li Chen had almost one-shot the regiment leader Dong Hao. Dealing with a knight just over level 40 was naturally a piece of cake. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. A tremendous explosion echoed, and then, gradually, the smoke dissipated. The equipment left scattered on the ground signified that Miyamoto Saburo was dead. The scene instantly fell silent. Not a sound. Only Li Chen quietly walked over, collecting the items on the ground one by one. Acquired item, Dragon Bloodhammer. Acquired item, Rhino Round Shield. Acquired item, Purple Lightning Armor. Acquired item, Purple Gold Helmet. Li Chen had assembled a complete set of level 40 purple gear. His backpack also yielded some random materials and equipment. They were all worthless purple items, dropped by the boss. Compared to the purple gear forged from stones, there was still a noticeable gap, but most of a professional's wealth lies in their equipment. A complete set should be worth around 2,000 gold coins. After all, it was level 40 purple gear. Li Chen couldn't help but complain. According to the rules, the victor seems to be able to take everything from the loser. Bushido? What a ridiculous rule. Who came up with that? One could imagine that professionals in the Foot Basin country were definitely not as safe as those in the Dragon country. The Dragon country had sound laws and a powerful national support. Aside from the unstable factor of cultists, it was still very safe. Meanwhile, the Foot Basin country was filled with perverse and savage professionals. What just happened? It wasn't until Li Chen had gathered everything that some professionals on the scene snapped back to reality. My god, Miyamoto Saburo was killed in an instant? He was a level 40 knight, fully equipped in purple gear. How could he be killed so easily? Yeah, even a level 50 mage couldn't possibly kill Miyamoto Saburo in one hit. His reflection skill must not have been used, right? Oh man, he's gone. He probably won't get a chance to use it in this life, maybe in the next. This can't be true. That was just a fireball spell. What fireball spell? Have you ever seen a fireball spell explode like that? The professionals from the Foot Basin country were utterly shocked. Miyamoto Saburo being killed in an instant was a big deal. He was a knight class, a solid meat shield in the front line. Warrior classes could go full meat, half meat, or damage output. Knights were generally all meat, with no other paths. To be killed by a summoning mage, and not even by a summoned beast? Was that fireball spell enhanced with a skill book? It really seems so. At least I've never seen a fireball spell with such power. I heard there's a special way to strengthen skills, using a level 1 skill combined with various enhancement skill books to make that level 1 skill exceptionally strong. This summoning mage is probably using that kind of tactic. I've heard of that route too, because level 1 skills consume little mental energy and are quick to cast, making them the best foundational skills. But this skill path is particularly expensive. The price of enhancement skill books rivals that of legendary skill books, and they're hard to find. This summoning mage is too strong. The professionals speculated about Li Chen based on their experience. They believed he had enhanced the level 1 fireball spell with various skill books. He must have been able to cast multiple fireballs simultaneously, combined with some special effects. This resulted in the instant kill. In short, everyone present became wary of Li Chen. A master had appeared. Ha, strong, too strong. Kita Janikara couldn't help but be overjoyed, proudly looking at those around him. This is my friend, my bro. The implication being, from now on,
they should lower their heads when speaking to him. In Kitajanikura's team, the others were thoroughly astonished by this person called Pikachu from the Foot Basin country. It seemed their previous restraint had been justified. As long as this mage was around, they might really get some loot later. This ruin was likely to spawn a super boss. There were 100 small teams on site, but only one team ultimately defeated the boss. This means that only one team could claim the loot. The final blow was definitely dealt by multiple teams. Who would get the spoils would likely depend on which team dealt the most damage. With this summoning mage present, their team's chances were quite high. Li Chen killed Gui Tu Xian Yilang, and a few members from the other side were somewhat displeased. But there was nothing to be done. Li Chen's strength was evident. Moreover, it was a duel between warriors. "The captain is dead, we should retreat," said several members of the team led by Miyamoto Saburo. With the captain dead, it signaled that they would gain nothing from this encounter. The remaining 4 of them crushed their return stones. However, there was no response. The return stone doesn't work? The group broke out in a cold sweat. They then tried to find a passage on site. However, they discovered that all the doors in the stone walls were closed. Attempts to attack with skills also failed to open them. Everyone gradually realized this. If they didn't wait for other teams to arrive, it seemed that so many people would be trapped in this ruin. Many teams took out houses from their backpacks and entered them to rest. These houses varied. Some were wooden cabins, others were brick houses, crafted by the life professions of mason or carpenter. As long as the materials used were obtained from the dungeon, the crafted items could be stored in their backpacks as a whole. Gradually, more and more people entered the houses to rest. Since they had nothing to do anyway, they might as well lie down and relax inside. "Let's rest too, and wait for others to arrive," said Gui Tu Xian Yilang and a few others, who also took out their houses to wait. These guild members usually leveled up and farmed in the wild, rarely returning to town throughout the seasons, instead resting in these specially made houses. This was also a custom of the Foot Basin Kingdom. "Little brother, don't you have a house?" Huizi looked at Li Chen, throwing him a flirtatious glance. "Would you like to come to my place to rest?" My house has a lovely ambience. After seeing Li Chen's strength, Huizi wanted to take good care of this younger brother. If she could gain some benefits, that would be even better. "No need," Li Chen waved his hand. Although Huizi had a hot figure, she had tattoos on her neck and fingers, depicting a snake, which made it clear she wasn't a good woman. Meanwhile, she began to make a house out of clay. "What a pity." Huizi feigned a sorrowful expression as she entered her house, glancing back at Li Chen before stepping inside. "You're always welcome to come in for tea, little brother." "Li Chen, too bad I have things to do right now. Otherwise, I would definitely take it out on you." Soon, Li Chen finished shaping the clay house. He used high-grade white clay to see how effective it would be. Consumed high-grade white clay *200 crafting successful. Obtained item, clay small house, creator, Patrick Star. Then, Li Chen used a disguise technique to add a layer of camouflage, making it look like an ordinary wooden cabin. "Let's check the hardness." Li Chen suddenly punched it, and boom, the small wooden house didn't budge. High-grade clay is indeed very hard. Once crafted, it feels just like stone. Li Chen couldn't help but marvel. The clay house made from high-grade clay consumed some mental energy to craft, but its hardness was exceptional. If used to make clay bombs, it would definitely be hard to trigger them prematurely by others. "I need to think of a way to leave a backup plan." Li Chen placed 2 dead wild bulls at the door, pushed open the house door, and entered. The clay house was very small. Inside, there was only a bed and a table, with an area of less than 5 square meters. On the floor, there was a small hole. It was intentionally left by Li Chen. Li Chen released C1 Mud Land Dragon, drilling into a small hole and burrowing into the ground. He then drilled towards the stone door where he had entered. A series of land dragons lay in wait beneath the stone door. This ruin could not use the return stone. If things went awry, he could blow it open and escape. "Oh no, we're trapped here." Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom Base's Legion had also entered the secret realm. The Dragon Kingdom Base Legion, the Qingfeng Academy's 44th Teacher Legion, the Gaoshan Academy's 32nd Teacher Legion, the Lushui Academy's 27th Teacher Team, the Mingyue Academy's 29th Teacher Team, and the Jian Academy's 17th Teacher Team. 5 academies, a total of 100 teams, trapped here. Other legions from the base had tasks to attend to. Therefore, 5 academies sent teachers to carry out special missions. As a result, they entered the secret realm and discovered that 108 teams were needed to unlock the ruins. Currently, they were still short by 8 teams. The key issue was that the return stone could not be used here. Everyone tried to open the passage stone door but found that their skills were ineffective against it. This meant that these 100 teams could not leave. If they waited too long without anyone coming, a crisis might arise. It was possible to starve to death inside. Of course, such a situation wouldn't occur in the short term. Everyone's backpacks contain some supplies for living. A teacher from Manhwa Academy said, "The base will send someone, right?" Ping Chuan shook his head. "The base probably can't find our location. This is a secret operation, and I'm the only one who knows where we are." That's right. To prevent the location from being leaked, this mission was confidential. Before the teams from each academy arrived here, they had no idea what task they were about to undertake. The only person who knew this location was Ping Chuan. The location of this ruin was at the Fenghan Bingpa stronghold. It was also where the Star Cloud Motherworm had appeared last time. It was the valley that Li Chen had discovered. Why did Ping Chuan find this place? It was because he thought Li Chen might encounter misfortune here last time, so he searched everywhere and, by chance, found this valley. Later, the base issued a task to find clues about the Star Cloud ruins. Ping Chuan immediately thought of this place. After some investigation, it turned out to be true. Thus, he reported to the school, and the base quickly organized this operation, requiring Ping Chuan to keep the location of the ruins confidential. This meant that even the base couldn't find this place. They might really be isolated and helpless. So, we can't get out? The teachers from various legions began to feel anxious. Li Yan from Qingfeng Academy shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. The mission has already been issued. Students should discover this place. After all, this is the Fenghan Bingpa stronghold, and there was a large-scale mission to kill the iceworm before." Hearing this, everyone felt a bit more at ease. If students discovered this place, they would definitely report it to the base for rewards. Then, the base would learn of this location, and they might be saved. A teacher asked, "By the way, before we set off, who took on this task?" Li Yan replied, "It was a team from our school called the Art Team." Upon hearing this, Ping Chuan's eyes lit up and said, "It's Li Chen's team. There's a chance. There really is a chance. That kid Li Chen is very clever. He will definitely find this place." After saying that, he added, "If Li Chen is here, using the clay bomb, he might be able to blow open the stone door." As soon as this was said, everyone felt even more reassured. Li Chen was the student who had recently gained a lot of fame. It was said that the clay bomb almost sent the Legion leader Dong Hao away. That's the Legion commander Dong Hao, even more formidable than most of the teachers present. Truly, the new waves of the Yangtze River pushed the old waves aside, a promising talent from Qingfeng Academy. Li Chen, Li Yan recalled that student. At the time, he had looked down on him a bit, a sly and cunning fellow. But now, he might really play the role of a surprise soldier. Sometimes, clever students can indeed surprise people more than dull ones. Just then, suddenly, a stone door opened. Whew! Everyone's eyes lit up. This meant that another team had entered the center of the ruins. The first to step out was a student, Zhang Xiaohua. "They're here, someone's coming." Everyone turned to look at the open stone door. Zhang Xiaohua, "It's really you guys." Ping Chuan was overjoyed upon seeing this. Zhang Xiaohua was from the art team, and they were the ones who took on the mission. With Zhang Xiaohua here, it meant Li Chen was also here. If Li Chen was around, he might be able to blow open the stone door. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Oh, Teacher Ping, you're here too?" Zhang Xiaohua and Min Wei saw their teacher. Meanwhile, Xiong Pan and Zhu Miaomiao also spotted their second-grade teacher. Almost all the teachers were trapped here. Xiong Pan asked, "Teacher Zhang?" Everyone was a bit puzzled as to why so many people had gathered here. The 4 who arrived were indeed the 4 from the art team. Of course, except for Li Chen. The 4 had been separated from Li Chen for half a month. During that time, they had been completing missions and leveling up. Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen had both reached level 23. Then, Miwen suddenly remembered that half a month ago, they seemed to have seen a valley at the Cold Wind Ice Soul stronghold, which could possibly be a ruin. So, the 4 immediately came to this location. Upon arriving at the valley, they indeed discovered the ruins. They were supposed to report back to the base directly, but they found that the ruins had already been opened, and the monster corpses were still warm. Zhang Xiaohua suggested not to go back to report the mission, but to hurry inside and see if they could gain some benefits. Thus, they directly entered the ruins. Later, they found many entrances and chose one to go in. They broke through the passage and gained quite a few benefits. Then, they entered the center of the ruins. Ping Chuan quickly approached and asked, "Is it just you few?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "Yes, what's wrong, teacher?" Ping Chuan asked, "Where's Li Chen?" Zhang Xiaohua explained, "Li Chen separated from us to take on a mission to find the ruins." "Oh, isn't he inside here? I thought he was in the ruins too." Ping Chuan exclaimed, "Oh no, It was a complete blunder. These students discovered the ruins but didn't report it to the base. Now they had entered alone. The 108 petals represented 108 passages. Only when all passages were opened would the ruins be revealed. Originally, 101 teams had entered. Now, with Shu Miao Miao and the others, there were still only 101 teams. 101 teams, and they were still short by 7 teams to unlock the seal of the ruins. What's wrong, teacher? Zhang Xiaohua was a bit confused. It's like this. Ping Chuan began to explain the situation. After listening, the 4 of them understood what was going on. This ruin could only be entered, not exited. Unless all 108 passages were opened, the ruins would not unlock, and everyone would not be able to leave. But now, including them, only 101 passages had been opened. They were still short by 7. If the people outside didn't know the location, they would remain trapped here. The key was that Li Chen hadn't come. If Li Chen could come, he might be able to blow open the stone door. Everyone had just tested it. Magical skills were ineffective against the stone door. The warriors' attacks didn't budge it either. Originally, there was great hope, but now it fell silent again. Don't panic, I have clay explosives. Let's see if we can blow open the stone door. Zhang Xiaohua smiled slightly and took out 3 firecrackers from his pocket. Ha! Ping Chuan's eyes lit up with hope again. That's right, Zhang Xiaohua is Li Chen's brother. He naturally has the clay bombs given by Li Chen. If they can blow open the stone door, they can get out and call for support. This would completely open the ruins and obtain the nebula stone. Zhang Xiaohua walked towards the passage and the stone door. Step aside, be careful not to hurt anyone, Zhang Xiaohua said as he threw the clay firecracker at the stone door. Boom! Dust flew, and debris scattered. Effective! The stone door must have some special item that makes it immune to magic and physical damage, but it has no resistance to these everyday items. The stone door was blown open with a large gap. Great! Xiaohua, keep it up, Ping Chuan said excitedly. Just a few more shots, and they could blow the stone door open. It's gone. Zhang Xiaohua spread his hands. He didn't expect that 3 firecrackers wouldn't be enough to blow open the stone door. Ping Chuan was startled. What do you mean it's gone? Zhang Xiaohua replied, the firecrackers are gone. Brother Xiao gave me a lot before, but I've used most of them. I only have these 3 left, and I've already used them. Ping Chuan, everyone, how could they run out at such a critical moment? Isn't this a complete disaster? If they can't find a way out, wouldn't all the teachers from the 5 major battle academies be wiped out? Wait, Shu Miao Miao's brows furrowed slightly as she looked at Xiong Pan Pan. I think I have a way. I think I have a way. Shu Miao Miao's gaze fell on Xiong Pan Pan. Oh, right. Miwen almost simultaneously thought of this. If no one present could leave, there was one exception. Xiong Pan Pan, who possessed the inherited skill of Absolute Life Guardian. Absolute Life Guardian, instant cast, no consumption, no cooldown. 1. You will designate a target to become your guardian target. 2. You can instantly appear beside the guardian target. 3. If the guardian target dies, this skill disappears. Zhang Qingxuan, the teacher of Class 6, Year 2 at Qingfeng Academy, approached. She looked at Zhu Miao Miao. Miao Miao, do you have a good plan? Zhang Qingxuan is Zhu Miao Miao's teacher and also her cousin. Although she is a teacher, her actual strength is not as good as Zhu Miao Miao's. Although Zhu Miao Miao is only over level 30, her true strength is comparable to an average level 40. Most of the teachers present are only at the level of Legion soldiers. They are just more experienced and can provide some guidance to the younger generation. I don't know if it will work, Shu Miao Miao explained. Xiong Pan Pan has the inherited skill Absolute Life Guardian, and she has already bound a target. I don't know if this teleportation ability can break the seal here. The crowd gasped. What? Absolute Life Guardian? This inherited skill cannot be obtained easily. It mainly relies on being randomly acquired during advancement, but the chances are very low, almost negligible. Zhang Qingxuan looked at Xiong Pan Pan in surprise. She knew that this girl, who was at the bottom of the class in terms of strength, was heading towards becoming a pure tank. So that's how it is. It makes sense now. This little girl must have found the person she wants to protect for life, right? Zhang Qingxuan asked. Pan Pan, who have you bound to? Xiong Pan Pan smiled slightly. Li Chen. Ping Chuan exclaimed excitedly. Great, you should try to teleport out. If you can get out, go with Li Chen and send the news back to the base. Li Yan added, if you can get out, consider it an SSS level mission completed, and the school will give you credits. No problem. Xiong Pan Pan answered very straightforwardly. This is really good news. As long as she can be by Li Chen's side, it means she has left this place and earned credits. Until now, she still owes the school a loan of 10,000 credits. If she can't pay it back, after graduation, she must join the academy's military or become a teacher at the academy, unable to advance any further. It didn't matter before.
Now that she has joined Li Chen and Miao Miao's team, she might be able to go further. Then I'm off, Xiong Pan Pan said with a smile, then activated her absolute protection skill. Everyone watched Xiong Pan Pan with bated breath, the only hope of the entire village. The next moment, Xiong Pan Pan disappeared from her spot. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the spatial penetration ability of the inheritance skill is no joke. Next, they just had to wait for Li Chen to bring reinforcements. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the same nebula ruins, inside a clay cabin, Li Chen had already set up 20 C1 earth dragons under the stone door he planned to escape through, ready to detonate and blow open the door. Let's take a break and gather our strength, Li Chen said, lying on the clay bed to rest. Since leaving the base, he hadn't had a proper rest. He didn't know when someone would come to completely lift the seal in this ruin, so he decided to rest here for a bit. Li Chen had barely rested for a moment when he turned over. In front of him was a cute face, propped up on her hands, chin resting on them, looking at him. Who else could it be but Xiong Pan Pan? Xiong Pan Pan, surprised? Unexpected? Li Chen, not just surprised, it's downright shocking. Suddenly appearing here would startle anyone. Xiong Pan Pan got up, looked around, and found herself in a small cabin with only a bed and a table, then sat at the table. Li Chen, weren't we supposed to go out to look for clues about the ruins? Why are you sleeping? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Why did you suddenly appear here? How did you get here? Li Chen asked. Something happened. Xiong Pan Pan began to explain the situation. The Dragon Country Base's military corps, 5 teacher corps, were all trapped in the nebula ruins and couldn't get out. Now, 7 more teams were needed to lift the seal of the ruins. So, she tried to use this skill to teleport out. Unexpectedly, she really made it out. Where is this place? Xiong Pan Pan first questioned, then said, never mind that, let's hurry out and relay the message to the base. 3,000 credits in hand. Li Chen. Xiong Pan Pan, what's wrong? Li Chen, you really came at the wrong time. Xiong Pan Pan? Li Chen got up, pulled Xiong Pan Pan to the window, and opened it a crack. Look outside. Xiong Pan Pan looked out the window. Good heavens, isn't this the nebula ruins? There are many professionals outside, and many wooden cabins. What's going on? This is another ruin, the territory of the Foot Basin Kingdom. I blended in. Li Chen explained how he disguised himself as a level 40 summoner and infiltrated the team. Moreover, they were facing the same situation here, not enough teams to open the ruins. Everyone had been stuck here for a day, and many were resting inside the wooden cabins. Xiong Pan Pan was completely dumbfounded. Oh my, I just escaped from the tiger's den and fell into the wolf's lair. Li Chen, you could say that. Xiong Pan Pan, I'm a bit in awe of you now. Li Chen really had some guts. Not only had he blended into the territory of the Foot Basin Kingdom, but he had also infiltrated the team. He had even entered the ruins. Xiong Pan Pan was surprised. Are you trying to steal a chicken? Shoo, keep it down. Li Chen replied irritably. What do you mean steal a chicken? This is for the glory of the country. Think about it, the base values this nebula relic so much, there must be good stuff here, key points that involve advancing the progress of the secret realm world. Xiong Pan Pan stared at Li Chen. What are you looking at me for? You're so handsome, cut it out. Li Chen closed the window and said, now it's a problem. You suddenly popped up, it might raise suspicions. Just stay inside the cabin and don't come out. You can teleport to me anytime. Xiong Pan Pan nodded with a smile. She suddenly felt this was thrilling, like playing an undercover game. Li Chen was really different, so different. He was handsome and playful. He actually came to the territory of an unfriendly country. Xiong Pan Pan looked at Li Chen with a smile, then glanced at his hairstyle and teased, why is your hairstyle parted in the middle? Li Chen was speechless. Your focus is quite special. Xiong Pan Pan laughed, right? The two chatted casually like this. Little did they know, 3 days passed. In the relic, no teams had come. During this time, Li Chen stayed inside the cabin, taking food from his backpack when he got hungry. Until the afternoon of the 3rd day, there was a knock on the door. Shoo, someone's here. Li Chen had Xiong Pan Pan hide behind the door before opening it. He used the half-closed door to block her figure. The one knocking was Gue Tu Xianilong. He excitedly said, Pikachu, we have a chance to get out. Li Chen was excited. Did a team find their way here? How many are left? Gue Tu Xianilong shook his head. Not that. Someone is going to commit seppuku. Li Chen? What the hell, seppuku? Are the people from the Foot Basin country this extravagant? But what does this have to do with getting out? That's right, seppuku. Gue Tu Xianilong said, you'll know when you go take a look, everyone has to pay. Alright, I'll go take a look. Li Chen signaled for Xiong Pan Pan to stay hidden inside, then closed the cabin door properly. When he stepped outside, he found the captains of various teams calling their members to gather.
Before long, 100 teams had gathered in one place. In the center stood a man, looking around 30, very thin, with a sharp nose, appearing quite shrewd. Everyone present seemed to be waiting for him to speak. Soon, all the teams were assembled. Continuing to wait here is meaningless. Seeing everyone gathered, the shrewd man shouted loudly, "Let me say this, my talent profession is a very rare yomi sorcerer. I can die and come back to life."
What? There's such a talent profession? Die and come back to life? Damn, that's amazing. So envious, the scene instantly became a bit heated. What does dying and coming back to life mean? It's like having an extra life. I will now commit seppuku, and I can return to a certain position to resurrect, then bring people here to unlock the seal. The sharp-nosed man shouted, "However, I can't die for free. Everyone present, each person must pay 50 gold coins, and I will commit seppuku." So this was the sharp-nosed man's plan. The national conditions of the Foot Basin country are different, controlled by countless guilds, and there are no large forces, so there's no concept of credits or contributions. The prices of all items are measured in gold coins. Only items and equipment that have reached the inheritance level are exchanged item for item. Thus, the role of gold coins is infinitely magnified.
With 500 people present, if each gives him 50 gold coins, that's 25,000 gold coins. A truly terrifying number. Anyway, there's no guarantee of any benefits here. It's better to get the gold coins directly. Moreover, once he goes out, he can come back in again, and who knows, there might be some advantages.
Can he resurrect?
What an amazing skill! Li Chen couldn't help but be surprised. This netherworld sorcerer's innate skill was really impressive. If he was willing to share this talent, it probably meant he could resurrect more than once.
But there should be a cooldown period, maybe 2 years, maybe 3. Currently, there was no information about this talent class on the market. It must be kept secret. Trading one skill for 25,000 gold coins seemed quite reasonable. After all, if he continued to be trapped here, he might die anyway. 50 gold coins? That's way too much. Yeah, you're asking for too much. Can't you lower it a bit?
The people in the arena were initially a bit pleased, but upon hearing the price, they became reluctant. 50 gold coins was not a small amount.
Is 50 gold coins too much to buy you a way out?
The man with the crooked nose said with a displeased expression, "If you're unwilling, then let's all die here together. Anyway, I can resurrect if I die, but you can't.
Don't even think about killing me. If I'm killed, I definitely won't reveal the information about this place." After saying that, he acted as if he was about to leave.
Before he left, he threatened them, saying that anyone who dared to kill him would also be trapped here.
Hey, don't go.
Seeing there was no room for negotiation, someone called out to him.
Fine, 50 gold coins it is. Come on, let him earn. Baka, this guy really knows how to take advantage of the situation.
As some people compromised, gradually more began to discuss privately. They also started to yield. Although 50 gold coins was quite a bit, it wasn't too much either. It fell within an acceptable range. It seemed this crooked-nosed man had calculated this well. If everyone agrees, then trade the gold coins to the team leader. There are a total of 100 teams, each with 5 people, totaling 250 gold coins.
Alright, the people on site began to take action.
Li Chen also traded 50 gold coins to Gue Tu Xian Yilang. The money collection lasted for half an hour. During this time, some were unwilling, and it wasn't very smooth, but those who had paid encouraged the others, and in the end, the money was collected. The crooked-nosed man received 25,000 gold coins, looking quite satisfied.
Very well, I will keep my promise and send someone to rescue you.
Then, he took off all his equipment, sat on the ground with his bare arms, and knelt.
The crooked-nosed man made a few gestures, similar to a prayer.
He then took out a long sword and aimed it at his abdomen, stabbing it in with a crunch. The sorcerer's health was not high, being a mage class. Without his equipment, he had almost no defensive resistance. The blade pierced his belly, and then he slashed.
Blood and intestines gushed out.
At this moment, if a priest were to heal him, he might have a chance to survive. But he was committing suicide, and everyone watched seriously. Soon, this netherworld sorcerer fell directly into a pool of blood.
What a tough guy! Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Strangely, unlike other professionals, he didn't drop his equipment upon death.
Instead, he transformed into a beam of light and disappeared.
He must have been resurrected somewhere.
Wow, if only I could get this skill. There was a hint of envy in Li Chen's eyes, but it was almost impossible. The skills of innate classes were unique skills.
They couldn't be obtained from skill books. This was something to be envied.
After the crooked-nosed man died and left, everyone waited here for 3 more days.
During these 3 days, everyone was safe and sound.
Most people stayed in the wooden house and slept. Many were running low on supplies, and if no one came soon, it was likely that they would start killing each other for resources.
In the clay cabin,
Li Chen lay on the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling. After all, everything was made of clay. There wasn't much difference between the bed and the floor. Xiong Panpan was sleeping on the bed. These 6 days had indeed been a bit boring. During this time, Li Chen had been chatting with Xiong Panpan to pass the time. Gradually, Li Chen learned about Xiong Panpan's background. It turned out that this seemingly cheerful girl had an unfortunate childhood. Xiong Panpan was an orphan, abandoned by her parents when she was young, and later picked up and raised by an old woman who scavenged for a living, relying on her grandmother's hard work to grow up. She worked hard to get into Qingfeng Academy, hoping to succeed and repay her grandmother. Actually, my wish is very simple, Xiong Panpan said. I just want to repay my grandmother who raised me well, so after entering Qingfeng Academy, I didn't work as hard as before. Outstanding students will enter advanced combat academies, ordinary students will stay in the school legion, or remain as teachers. Only very poor students have the chance to be sent down to the cities below to become reserve soldiers, and then I can go back to my hometown and take care of my grandmother. This was Xiong Panpan's thought. Normally, students entering Qingfeng Academy would work very hard, yet she chose to be the bottom student. I still remember, in the cold winter, my grandmother rummaging through trash cans on the street, picking up discarded plastic bottles. I remember when I was in school, others said I had a bad smell, calling me a scavenger. Xiong Panpan recalled the hardships of those years, but thankfully, all of that was behind her now. As a professional now, she could easily earn a lot of gold coins. She had improved her family's living conditions, and her grandmother no longer had to rummage through trash cans to survive. After saying this, Xiong Panpan looked at Li Chen. You cried, were you moved? Li Chen touched the tears at the corner of his eye. I didn't cry, the wind and sand got in my eyes. Xiong Panpan chuckled. Where's the wind and sand in this cabin? These words, she had only said in front of Li Chen over the years. For some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity when she first met Li Chen. Li Chen then asked, since you plan to return to your hometown, why do you want to join our team? Our team is heading towards the national competition. Xiong Panpan smiled, because poor students can return to their hometowns, but top students, those who enter advanced combat academies, also have high privileges, allowing their families to change cities and live nearby. I didn't dare to think about it before, but since Miao Miao is willing to team up with me, I definitely hope to take a step further. Li Chen nodded. I see. I will help you realize this wish. I also have a relative in my hometown, and I plan to bring her to live by my side. By the way, Xiong Panpan looked at Li Chen and suddenly spoke. Does this count as cohabitation? Li Chen, just now it was so sentimental. Is it really okay to be like this now? Xiong Panpan, brother, do you think Miao Miao will be angry if we live together? Li Chen, Xiong Panpan, do you think Miao Miao will be jealous? After all, your first kiss. Li Chen, Xiong Panpan, don't worry, I don't mind. I will treat my brother well and only feel sorry for him. Li Chen, you're so mischievous, why are you so playful? But to be honest, even the coldest heart would be warmed by a sunny girl like Xiong Panpan, let alone Li Chen's heart wasn't cold. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. Then, a voice came. People are coming. People are coming. The seal can be lifted. That underworld sorcerer hadn't deceived everyone. He really brought in 8 teams, about to open the remaining passages. Of course, the main reason was that there were benefits to be gained inside. So everyone present didn't have to worry about people not coming. Everyone get ready, I've brought people back. The remaining 3 teams will soon pass through the final passage and break the seal. As soon as the underworld sorcerer returned, he immediately reported the information to his guild leader. Upon receiving the news, the guild sent their elite members. Inside the wooden house, Li Chen observed the situation outside. Pan, wait for me here, look for an opportunity to blend in and slip out. There are many people here, and not everyone knows each other. With that, Li Chen left the wooden house. Gue Tu Xianyi Lang was already waiting outside with several other team members. Friends, come gather. Coming. Li Chen walked over and joined the team. Everyone stood together, patiently waiting. The teams began to occupy advantageous positions. Xiong Panpan, peering through the window of the wooden house, noticed that with so many people around, no one was paying attention. She used her absolute life guardian skill to teleport next to Li Chen, blending into the crowd. With so many teams, no one would notice an extra person. Then, Li Chen stored the clay wooden house back into his backpack. After waiting for about half an hour, several teams finally emerged from the passage. The enormous totem in the center of the nebula ruins had a few remaining petals turn red. Boom, 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 the entire ruin began to tremble. Everyone be careful, the ruin boss is about to appear. Someone shouted loudly. The seal was broken, and the monster appeared. As the urgent warning echoed in the vast ruins, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone's breathing became heavy and slow. A faint beam of light penetrated through the collapsed ceiling above, barely illuminating the ancient and mysterious altar in the center. The altar was covered with runes and totems eroded by time, as if whispering, telling tales of forgotten pasts and forbidden powers. The patterns on the totem began to glow, first with a faint blue light, then quickly turning into a dazzling crimson, as if hellfire was burning within the ancient stone. Accompanied by a deep and prolonged rumble, the stones on the altar's surface began to crack, as if something was struggling beneath, yearning to break free and see the light of day. Suddenly, a gigantic and twisted arm shot out from the crevice, covered in rough white scales, its fingertips shimmering with ominous light. Following that was another arm, and then a massive body, slowly yet irresistibly crawling out from the abyss of the altar totem. The monster had a body as grand as a mountain, its skin cracked and white. It looked like weathered rock from 1,000 years, embedded with crystals that flickered with eerie light. Its eyes were deeply set in enormous sockets, burning with ghostly blue flames, as if it could see into the deepest fears of the human heart. Its huge mouth was filled with uneven fangs like sharp blades, occasionally dripping with an unknown viscous substance, exuding a suffocating stench. As the monster fully broke free from the altar's restraints, it let out a deafening roar, a sound filled with both pain and ecstasy. The dust seemed to be stirred by this force, forming a small storm. Nebula Nesting Demon Bug King Devour, Level 40 Secret Realm Boss, Health, 1-300-000/1-300-000. Skills, Abyss Devour, Nebula Mist, Nest Fission, Nebula Shadow, Stardust Explosion. The monster's information appeared before everyone. All present were around level 40 professionals, having seen their fair share of storms. But a level 40 boss monster with 5 special skills was something they had never encountered. The skills with 2 characters were ordinary skills, while those with 4 characters were special skills. The power of special skills was terrifying. It was clear that this level 40 boss would be extremely difficult to deal with. Intruders, die! The Nebula Nesting Demon Bug King Devour let out a deep voice that echoed continuously. With a wave of its large hand, it launched its first attack. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, tearing the air apart with a shrill sound. Frontline, hold the line. Suppress and output. The front lines of each team braced themselves, unleashing defensive skills to block the monster's advance. Although it was a boss, it wasn't enough to instantly kill level 40 players, but the terrifying damage from the first hit made everyone aware of the monster's high physical attack power. Healer, heal me quickly. I've lost a third of my health. Hurry, heal me. The front line shouted in panic. The healers from each team began to restore health. The damage-dealing classes in the backline were also busy, launching their attacks. With over 100 teams and more than 500 people, dealing with a level 40 boss was more than enough. It was just a matter of who could ultimately kill the monster and claim the rewards. The monster's health rapidly decreased. Ah, help me, help me. Suddenly, a warrior was grabbed by the monster, crushed in its hand, and swallowed whole, causing the monster's health to surge back to full. The skill, Abyss Devour, allowed it to consume enemies and replenish its health. That unfortunate warrior sacrificed his life just like that. What the hell? The frontline players broke out in a cold sweat. It was their first time encountering such a situation. Once grabbed and devoured by the monster, even the priests couldn't save them. Unless it was that underworld warlock, otherwise, they were doomed. Some warriors began to feel fear and started to retreat. The frontline suppression line immediately became loose. Once the front line weakened, the control and suppression on the boss decreased, and this monster already had high resistance, meaning it was controlled for a very short time. After the suppression weakened, the nebula-infested Worm King used Nebula Shadow Shift. The next moment, the nebula-infested Worm King swapped places with a backline mage. This skill was a teleportation ability that exchanged positions with another person. The position of the boss was now occupied by a mage. The mage immediately sensed something was wrong and shouted loudly, "Don't attack, it's a teammate." Unfortunately, it was too late. Countless spells that were originally aimed at the monster had already been cast. In an instant, they struck that poor mage. They hadn't formed a large group because they came from different guilds, so the skills from different teams could harm each other. The mage let out a scream, instantly killed. Meanwhile, the monster's position appeared in the backline. Instantly, the fragile mages in the backline suffered, and several were killed in an instant. Quick, swap positions. How did the frontline warriors let the boss use its teleportation skill? Damn it, my brother is dead. The battlefield was thrown into chaos, with some dead and others injured. Without a commander, 100 teams couldn't form a cohesive unit, each fighting for themselves. It was manageable against weaker monsters, but against a powerful one, significant drawbacks emerged. The nebula-infested Worm King opened its mouth, a massive light sphere forming, aimed at the mages. This was its other skill, Stardust Explosion. Boom! A huge beam surged forward, and Li Chen was also caught beneath this beam. It was too fast to dodge. With no front line to help block, the backline's fragile members were in grave danger. Even Li Chen couldn't withstand this blow. There was no time to run, it was too fast. Crystal Bastion. Xiong Panpan immediately stood in front of Li Chen, unleashing a protective skill. Boom! Xiong Panpan's skill successfully blocked the attack for Li Chen, but the beam's attack range was vast. Dozens of mages and priests around were instantly killed. That was close. Cold sweat dripped from Li Chen's forehead. The strength of the nebula-infested Worm King was terrifying. Moreover, he was very wise, knowing not to get entangled in the front row but to first eliminate the back row. If it weren't for Xiong Panpan coming here, he would have been in grave danger today. The scene was chaotic, and the back row mages suffered severe damage. Roughly calculated, about 20 back row damage dealers had died. But soon, a capable person began to command the battle. Everyone, stop running around. This monster can devour and recover a large amount of health. Fighting individually won't work, we can't wear it down. If too many in the back row die, we all will perish here. Front row, quickly hold the line. The person speaking was a small leader of a guild, a level 45 knight. He had considerable prestige here. With his command, the situation gradually stabilized. Mainly, everyone wasn't foolish. If they didn't unite a bit, they would really run into trouble. A small level 40 boss could wipe them out. A boss with 5 special skills. Having only shown 3 skills, it had already demonstrated impressive power. The remaining skills, Nebula Mist and Nest Mutation, had yet to be used. The warriors quickly repositioned and surrounded the boss again. Other damage dealers retreated, and Li Chen also quickly fell back to the last position. To avoid exposing himself, Xiong Panpan first charged forward. Then she cast Absolute Life Guardian, teleporting to Li Chen's side and hiding behind him. Xiong Panpan's goal was to protect Li Chen. As for whether these people from the Foot Basin country lived or died, it had nothing to do with her. Front row, suppress the damage. Back row, follow up. The level 45 knight shouted loudly, and the scene regained order once more. At this moment, the boss's health was still nearly full. Nebula Nesting Magic Bug King Devour, level 40 Secret Realm Boss, health 1200000013000000. This time, the front row warriors dared not slack off, using all their strength to suppress it. Various trump cards emerged one after another. Many people took out skill scrolls to suppress the monster. With the monster suppressed, it couldn't use its teleportation and devour skills. Only then did the Nebula Nesting Magic Bug King's health begin to drop. Fireball. Li Chen also started his output, casting Fireball. Xiong Panpan was stunned at this scene. She approached Li Chen and whispered, "Li Chen, when did you learn Fireball? Have you become a mage?" "Shoo." Li Chen explained quietly, "It's not a real fireball, it's made of clay." Upon hearing this, Xiong Panpan's eyes lit up, and she gave a thumbs up. Amazing, so amazing. This fireball looked just like the real thing, even fooling herself. A clay master could play like this? Li Chen continuously cast Fireball, but it didn't explode. He planned to detonate them all at a critical moment. Thus, he could steal the kill on the boss and claim the loot. I can't stick them too low, I might get hurt, Li Chen thought, starting to control the fireball to fly higher. The Nebula Nesting Magic Bug King Devourer was 30 meters tall. Most people's skills had distance limits. The farther away, the lower the output. Therefore, they all attacked the monster's feet and belly. Li Chen controlled the fireball to stick to the back of the monster's head, ensuring that other classes couldn't hit the fireball to avoid premature detonation. Soon, Gue Tu Xianyi Lang noticed this. Gue Tu Xianyi Lang was a warrior, standing at the front to output damage to the monster, but his health was very low, so he ran back to let the team Squeezy heal him. Then he looked at Li Chen. "Friend, I just saw a lot of fireballs stuck to the boss's head. Did you do that?" Li Chen nodded. "That's right, it was me." Gue Tu Xianyi Lang asked curiously, "Why isn't your fireball technique exploding? Is it misfiring?" Li Chen smiled slightly. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you, my fireball technique has an additional special effect, which is that I can control the detonation. At that time, we can take down the boss in one go." "What?" Gue Tu Xianyi Lang was taken aback for a moment, then immediately overjoyed. This fireball technique is too powerful. Not only does it have explosive output, capable of instantly killing a level 40 Mirror Knight, but it can also be played so creatively, allowing for a simultaneous detonation. At that critical moment, detonating it all at once means the monster will definitely be killed by their team. The loot will definitely be theirs. It's a sure thing, a sure thing. See, am I not the ace? Yes, absolutely the ace. Gue Tu Xian Lang nodded frantically, continuously giving Li Chen a thumbs up. After Huizi fully restored Gue Tu Xian Lang's health, he moved to the front position. Before leaving, he walked over to the other team members and whispered to each of them, "Brothers, the loot is ours. You must protect this Patrick Star, and also, when we roll for loot, if the Nebula Stone rolls to us, then fine. If it rolls to him, strike first. Use control skills to subdue him." It seems that there is a 90% chance the loot will belong to their team. Although Patrick Star said he didn't want the Nebula Stone, who knows if that guy is telling the truth? Gue Tu Xian Lang still doesn't trust him. After all, he's not from the same guild, and he's a foreigner. If the Nebula Stone rolls to Patrick Star and he refuses to hand it over, then they will control him and call other teams from their guild to surround him. No matter how powerful he is, he will have to obediently hand it over. Hi! The other teammates understood. With the output from 100 teams, the monster's health was rapidly declining. After all, it was 100 teams dealing damage. The output was terrifying. This was still the nebula-infested Magic Worm King, which had devoured several frontline healers. Otherwise, its health would have dropped even more. The nebula-infested Magic Worm King used its Devour skill. If the frontline health was above 20,000, they could still be saved, but if it was below 20,000, they would be instantly killed. In total, over a dozen warrior professionals had already died. Nebula-infested Magic Worm King Devour, Level 40 Secret Realm Boss, Health 500,000/1 300,000. Come forth, my minions. It seemed that the health had reached a limit. The nebula-infested Magic Worm King suddenly unleashed the skill Nest Fission. The belly of the nebula-infested Magic Worm King split open, and 3 monsters crawled out. Nebula-infested Mother Worm, Level 30 Secret Realm Boss, Health 450,000/400,000. Skills: Hatch, Evolve, Whip, Corrupt, Devour. This is the nebula-infested motherworm. Li Chen couldn't help but be astonished. This is a level 30 boss, and 3 appeared at once. It's simply terrifying. Originally, the nebula-infested Magic Worm King was already difficult to deal with. Now, with 3 more boss monsters, one can imagine that many people are likely to die here today. But it doesn't matter, the ones dying are from the Foot Basin Nation. The Foot Basin Nation is in an unfriendly relationship with the Dragon Nation. It's a pity I don't have the energy to deal with these nebula-infested motherworms, Li Chen said with some regret. These motherworms can drop skill books for Evolve and Fission enhancements. For now, they can only prioritize taking down that big boss to maximize their benefits. The Nebula Stone should be the most crucial item. After the nebula-infested Magic Worm King appeared, it began to lay eggs. Then it hatched a large number of ice-devouring worms, attacking the professionals. Ice-devouring worm, Level 5 Secret Realm Monster Special, Health 300/300, Skills: Bite, Ice Devour, Digest, Crystallize, Evolve. Although the ice-devouring worm is a level 5 monster, its bite skill can inflict 1 point of true damage. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. With 3 nebula-nesting motherworms unleashing their full firepower, they continuously split into small ice-devouring worms. The numbers are truly terrifying. Then, the nebula-nesting Demon Worm King released its final skill, Nebula Mist. Initially thought to be a special skill used to create mist that obscures vision, it turned out not to be the case. The nebula-nesting Demon Worm King summoned a rain of mist, and under its illumination, all level 5 ice-devouring worms began to evolve. Countless clay beetles appeared. It turns out this skill is used to catalyze the minions to activate their evolution skills. Clay Beetle, Level 30 Secret Realm Monster, Health 7,000/7,000, Skills: Clay Armor, Clay Bind, Cocoon, Pupa. Among the swarm of beetles, some monsters began to evolve further, becoming elite monsters. Great Axe Clay Beetle, Level 35 Secret Realm Elite Monster, Health 80,000/80,000, Skills: Charge, Slash, Kill. Sword Shield Clay Beetle, Level 35 Secret Realm Elite Monster, Health 80,000/80,000, Skills: Slash, Shield Bash, Defense, Flying Knife, Slash. The situation changed in an instant. Now, a level 40 boss summoned 3 level 30 bosses, and the level 30 bosses summon ice-devouring worms, which were catalyzed into a swarm of level 30 monsters and elite monsters. Everyone on site couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If they weren't careful, they might be wiped out. The nebula-nesting Demon Worm King must be the ultimate form of evolution. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. From a tiny ice-devouring worm, evolving to this extent, there must be even more powerful monsters above the nebula-nesting Demon Worm King. Under the skill of Nebula Mist, more and more ice-devouring worms were crystallizing, then evolving into even stronger monsters. Fortunately, this skill is a continuous one, and the nebula-nesting Demon Worm King needs to keep releasing it. During this time, it cannot inflict damage on the professionals, otherwise, it would surely be doomed. But with so many small monsters and many elite monsters, it was still difficult to handle. Monsters are coming, quick, kill them, or we'll be in trouble. Assign some warriors to protect the rear, and find a way to take down these 3 mother worms first. Otherwise, if they keep evolving small monsters, we really won't be able to hold them off. Everyone, bring out your trump cards. If you keep hiding them, there won't be any chance left. The leader shouted urgently, demanding that everyone first deal with the monsters that had split off. Thus, everyone shifted their focus to the small monsters. First, eliminate the small and elite monsters. Then deal with the nesting mother worms, and finally take down the demon worm king. Gui Tu Xian Lang charged to the rear, blocking the small monsters. One by one, the small monsters rushed towards Li Chen. Li Chen could naturally kill them in an instant, but his mental power was limited. If he used it to deal with the small monsters, he wouldn't be able to kill the nebula-nesting demon worm king. Li Chen spoke up, "My mental power is limited, I can't deal with the small monsters." Gui Tu Xian Lang commanded, "Everyone protect Big Star." He directed his teammates to form a defensive circle, shielding Li Chen in the back. The small monsters rushing over were killed by Gui Tu Xian Lang's team. In this way, Li Chen was in a very safe situation. "Very good, keep protecting me." Li Chen nodded in satisfaction and continued to unleash fireballs at the nebula-nesting demon worm king. The scene was quite chaotic, and Li Chen's fireballs flew high, so no one noticed this detail. At this moment, the nebula-nesting demon worm king had only 450,000 health left. With no one attacking, naturally, no one worried about the monster being stolen. "Great! It's just our team sneaking in." Gui Tu Xian Lang felt a surge of joy in his heart. With this, the star cloud-nesting demon worm king would be slain by their team. The front line held the defense while the back line dealt damage, and the small monsters fell one by one. Kill, kill, kill. Monsters dropped like flies, and 100 teams at the scene were continuously slaying monsters. Compared to the relic boss, dealing with these ordinary monsters was much easier for the professionals from the Foot Basin Kingdom, who had more experience. Half an hour passed, and the small monsters were nearly all defeated. Everyone had begun attacking the nesting mother worms. Once they took down 3 of them, the star cloud nesting demon worm king, with only 200,000 health left, would meet its end. At this moment, Li Chen maintained a steady rhythm, releasing fireball clay bombs to keep his mental energy at a moderate level, ensuring it wouldn't be depleted. In half an hour, he had set up 200 fireball clay bombs. The damage is enough to instantly kill the star cloud nesting demon worm king, Li Chen thought. Next, I need to prepare to escape. With that in mind, Li Chen stopped setting up fireball clay bombs. Instead, he secretly used the clay soul hand to create a clay clone. Soon, he would use this clay clone to confuse everyone. He would slip away to a safe spot. Before long, Li Chen had created a clay clone. Then he used the disguise technique to make it look exactly like himself. Meanwhile, he quietly slipped away to a more distant location. With so many people around, everyone was focused on fighting monsters, and Li Chen stood at the back, so no one noticed his little actions. Before long, the 3 nesting mother worms were also defeated by the professionals. Got it! Wow, the loot from these nesting mother worms is great. I got a skill enhancement book evolution. Haha, this one dropped a fission enhancement skill book. We're rich, we're rich. The teams that obtained the loot from the 3 nesting mother worms were overjoyed. They all got good items. It must be said that although this monster was difficult to deal with, requiring 100 teams to take down a level 40 boss, the loot it dropped was very rewarding. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. The teams that didn't get any loot felt helpless. They could only set their sights on the final boss, the star cloud nesting demon worm king. However, as everyone's attention shifted, someone noticed something was off. What's going on? Why is the monster's head red? A professional noticed that the star cloud nesting demon worm king's head had turned very red. It looked as if it was wearing a red hat. The monster's entire body was white, making the red head stand out. When everyone observed closely, they discovered the clue. Why are there so many fireballs on the star cloud nesting demon worm king's head? It really is a fireball. It's the level 1 mage skill fireball. Why is the fireball sticking to the monster's head? Yeah, this is too strange. The professionals at the scene were completely baffled. This sight was too odd. Fireballs released would disappear upon hitting a monster, but this fireball seemed to have solidified, sticking to the monster's head. It felt as if raindrops were suspended in the air. Didn't expect this. The star cloud nesting demon worm king is ours. Gui Tu Xian Lang laughed loudly. My friend's explosive fireball skill can remotely detonate. With so many fireballs, it can already kill it instantly. After saying this, he proudly looked at Li Chen. Of course, he was looking at Li Chen's clay clone. The real Li Chen was already standing next to the stone door of the passage. Oh no! Quickly attack, get the last hit. Hurry, output, crazy output. We must not let him succeed. Other teams, upon hearing this, could no longer care about anything else. Everyone charged towards the nebula-nesting demon worm king to launch the final assault. As long as they landed the last hit, there was still a chance to snatch the monster's loot. This idiot. Li Chen was speechless. He didn't expect that this ghostly-headed Genichiro would directly reveal this matter. But it didn't matter. When it came to stealing monsters, no one could outdo him. Art is stealing monsters. Ka! Li Chen shouted the command and detonated the clay bombs. With the explosion of 10 clay bombs, the numerous clay bombs stuck to the head of the nebula-nesting demon worm king also detonated. Boom boom boom. 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 The sound of explosions was incessant, continuously erupting on the head of the nebula-nesting demon worm king. Although the boss had high resistance, the damage to the head was significant, as it was a relatively weak spot, each causing 4,000 damage. -4,000, -4,000, -4,000, -4,000. A total of 200 bombs caused a total of 800,000 damage. So, from the very beginning, if they had provided Li Chen with cover and bought time, as long as there were enough bombs set up, he could have handled this relic monster by himself. No matter how powerful, it was merely a victim of art. 800,000 damage. Instant kill. Nebula-nesting demon worm king devour. Dead. At the same time, a flood of system messages came to Li Chen's information panel. Kill the secret realm boss monster, nebula-nesting demon worm king devour. Experience plus 100,000. Obtain level 40 purple equipment nebula staff. Obtain level 40 purple equipment nebula robe. Obtain level 40 purple equipment behemoth shield. Obtain special legendary skill book nebula shadow. Obtained pink inheritance skill book abyss devour. Obtained purple enhancement skill book fission. Obtained purple enhancement skill book evolution. Obtained 10 gold coins. Obtained special item nebula stone. Damn, invincible. The drop rate of relic monsters is terrifying. After seeing a series of messages, Li Chen was completely stunned. A legendary skill book, an inheritance skill book, 2 enhancement skill books. The harvest this time was too terrifying. Roughly calculated, it was worth at least 200,000 gold coins. Just as Li Chen was about to blow open the stone door, he found that the stone door had already opened automatically after the relic boss was killed. Time to go. In the next moment, Li Chen used his movement technique and entered the passage. He sprinted towards the exit of the relic. The head of the nebula-nesting demon worm king exploded and crashed down. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. They didn't know which lucky team had obtained the final loot. Ha, it's dead, it's dead. It was our team that killed it. History will remember this moment. Genichiro shouted loudly. With such a high output from the last hit, the loot belonged to them without a doubt. Then, he looked at the information panel to see what they had gained. Ha, didn't we kill it? It shouldn't be like this? Genichiro was stunned. There was no information coming from the panel. The boss was dead, but there was no loot information. Could it be that another team killed the monster? Who killed it? He couldn't help but ask. All the professionals present were confused, and no one stepped forward to speak. Captain, we got played. Yamamoto Taro shouted. It was that Patrick Star who killed it, but he has already left the team. The loot was taken by him alone. What? Genichiro's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly opened the team panel. Captain, Kato Genichiro, team members, Keiko, Yamamoto Taro, Bloodblade Senghua, Saito. The team now only has 4 members left. That Patrick Star has long since disappeared. They had been busy clearing out the small monsters and hadn't noticed this at all. Baka Yoru, surround him. Hurry! Kito Genichiro shouted urgently, then led his team to encircle Patrick Star. Everyone, come help. This person is a professional from the stick country. We can't let him escape. This is our foot basin country's Nebula Stone. Yamamoto Taro quickly called for help from the same guild's team. More and more people surrounded Patrick Star. Kito Genichiro revealed a fierce expression and shouted, Patrick Star, you are untrustworthy. We agreed that you wouldn't take the Nebula Stone. Hand it over. Spit out all the loot, or you will die here today. However, Patrick Star just stood there without responding. Kito Genichiro cursed, why aren't you talking? Are you mute? Patrick Star still remained silent. Control him. Saito immediately released a control skill, the binding chains, attacking Patrick Star. However, after wrapping the chains around Patrick Star, when he pulled hard, they actually broke, revealing white clay inside. What the hell? Kito Genichiro frowned. It's fake. It's a clone. The real one has run away.
This must be some kind of skill. Someone nearby immediately noticed the clue. Quick, find him. Son of AB *TCH, son of AB *TCH, Baka Yaru. Kido Genichiro fell into extreme anger. All along, he had been enduring this person from the stick country. He had taken all the loot just to get the nebula stone. In the end, not only did he fail to catch the chicken, but he also lost everything. Now the benefits from the final boss of the ruins were taken by him alone. Everyone's efforts were in vain. Kido Genichiro, you fool, what kind of person did you find? Traitor, you let the stick country people take our loot. Do you know that this nebula stone is related to the future ownership of this world's dungeons? The professionals present all pointed their fingers at Kido Genichiro. He was the one who brought them in. 100 teams from the Foot Basin country fighting a dog, while a stick eats meat? It was simply a great humiliation. Kido Genichiro was sweating profusely, not daring to refute at all. Instead, the person who had just commanded the battle shouted, "What's the use of saying this now? Hurry up and catch him." Everyone looked towards the cave entrance. All the passageways had opened. But to catch someone, the passage that Patrick Star had used to come was definitely the best, because it was familiar, and they could move quickly. Moreover, the passage Patrick Star took was also a shorter route. We came from that passage. Kido Genichiro pointed to a cave entrance and then ran towards it. Quick, chase. The other professionals also rushed towards the passage. Rangers and thieves, due to their high agility and speed boosting skills, were very fast. Catching up to a mage was not a problem. The rangers and thieves at the front discovered that 2 Death Bull monsters were standing at the cave entrance. Summons can't be too far from their master. Could it be that this kid hasn't run far? Then we have a chance to catch him. With this thought, more than a dozen rangers and thieves rushed to the front. Especially the thieves. If they caught someone, they had the chance to use sleight of hand to steal things, and if they managed to steal the nebula stone, they would soar. However, when they reached the Death Bulls, the time clay bombs that had been placed in the Death Bulls' bellies suddenly exploded. Boom! The Death Bulls exploded suddenly, killing 3 thieves and 1 ranger. Moreover, the entrance to the passage was collapsed, completely blocked. Damn it, how could this Death Bull self-destruct? The professionals behind were instantly furious. We have to take another passage out and definitely chase them down. The knight immediately commanded, knowing that the nebula stone represented the fate of the nation, especially the secret realm dungeon with the evolution skill. Whichever country obtained it would see its national strength increase by at least 30%. And this knight was actually an undercover agent from the Foot Basin country, sent into the guild. Seeing something belonging to the Foot Basin country being snatched away made him tremble with rage. Thus, all the professionals entered the passage they had come from. When they left the passage and returned to the way they came, they found a huge spiral staircase leading out of the ruins. At that moment, the staircase had collapsed, stones piled on the ground, completely blocking the way back, as if it had been blown up. It was obvious that it was the summoning mage who had done this. Damn it! Beneath the dark ruins, countless professionals from the Foot Basin country roared in anger. Impotent fury. For the time being, these people won't be coming out. At the entrance of the ruins, Li Chen clapped his hands, looking at his masterpiece. To prevent these people from chasing, Li Chen had directly blown up the entrance to the ruins. So refreshing, so satisfying. Just thinking about how they must feel makes me very happy. Xiong Pan couldn't help but feel very pleased, saying, "These people from the Foot Basin country tried to invade our dragon country 100 years ago, starting a war and killing many of us. It's truly despicable. They deserve to die in there." Li Chen was taken aback. He understood that the Foot Basin country referred to that little sun country. It seemed that this blue star and Earth, although not the same world, were quite similar. Perhaps there was some connection between them? Alright, let's hurry back. This place isn't safe. Saying this, Li Chen took out a teleportation stone to use. However, he found it was completely ineffective. It won't work. Xiong Pan explained, the return city stone is actually a fixed-point teleportation stone, and we're too far from the Dragon Country base for it to work. We need to walk back a bit. That's simple. Li Chen first drank a bottle of special magic water costing 1 gold coin to quickly restore his mental strength, then used clay soul hands to create 2 clay flying birds. Get on the birds. Ha! Xiong Pan stood on one of the birds, and then Li Chen controlled the 2 flying birds to soar into the sky. So impressive. But I have a question. Xiong Pan said curiously, why not make another bird so we can ride together? Is it that you don't want to? Li Chen replied, it's not possible, you're too heavy. Xiong Pan. So, you were thinking about it, right? Xiong Pan thought happily. At this moment, the flying birds had soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters, weaving through the clouds, heading towards the Dragon Country base. In the high sky, Li Chen controlled the flight while checking the gains from this undercover mission. This undercover trip had yielded a bountiful harvest.
Important loot included Healing Aura, Jumping Healing Beam, Clay Beetle Pet Egg, Special Legendary Skill Book Nebula Shadow Escape, Inheritance Skill Book Abyss Devour, Purple Enhancement Skill Book Fission, and Purple Enhancement Skill Book Evolution. Li Chen examined them one by one. Skill Book, Healing Aura, Rare, Blue, Learning Level, Level 30, Learning Requirement, Holy Light Technique at Max Level, Effect, Group Healing Skill, continuously consumes a small amount of mental power, creates a healing aura with a diameter of 10 meters, restoring 2% health to teammates every second. Blue Attribute, upgrades to intermediate after learning. This one is definitely for Zhang Xiaohua. Li Chen couldn't help but look at Xiong Pan. She is entirely focused on vitality, and her equipment is also primarily based on vitality. This aura, combined with her high health, should yield exceptional results. Skill Book, Jumping Healing Beam, Rare, Blue, Learning Level, Level 30 Learning Requirement, Group Healing Spell at Max Level Effect, fires a healing beam that bounces between teammates 5 times, healing each time, with each bounce increasing the healing effect by 5%. Blue Attribute, upgrades to intermediate after learning this skill is exclusive to Miwen, a quick healing skill. Li Chen thought, with Zhang Xiaohua and Xiong Pan as the two frontliners, this healing spell bouncing between them should work quite well. Plus, Zhang Xiaohua has her own healing skill, making her practically unkillable. Item, Clay Beetle Pet Egg, Green, Usage Level, Level 20 Current Status, Unhatched Effect, Unknown Green Attribute, 5% chance of randomly appearing enhancement skill after hatching. Oh, this pet egg's green attribute is great. Li Chen's eyes lit up with joy. Generally speaking, most pets come with life skills. Having a 5% chance of an enhancement skill is already quite good. Just not sure what it could be. If the chance triggers, it would mean he could cultivate an enhanced professional. However, the pet egg cannot hatch on its own. He would need to find an enhancement professional and incubator to help hatch it, which would cost gold. Next comes the main event. The Special Legendary Skill Book Nebula Shadow Swap. Skill Book, Nebula Shadow Swap, Special Skill, Orange, Skill Type, Special Skill Learning Level, Level 0 Learning Requirement, None Effect, consumes moderate mental power to swap positions with a target within sight, cooldown time 160 seconds, Legendary Attributes, 1. Permanently increases mental attribute by 100, 2. Permanently increases vision range by 20%. Is this a special skill? I heard special skills can be learned by any profession. The effects are all sorts of strange, some are useless, some are very strong. But this one is simply a divine skill for me. After carefully studying the skill description, Li Chen couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This means he can swap positions with his clay clone at any time in the future. It could produce unexpected effects. I'll use it right away. Without a second thought, Li Chen learned the skill. Mental, 343 plus 1110 mental. 443 plus 1110 his mental power increased by 100 points, boosting his strength again. Plus, there's a special effect that increases his vision range by 20%. In an instant, Li Chen felt like he could see much farther. Pan. Li Chen looked at Xiong Pan. Xiong Pan was taken aback, then felt the scenery in front of her shift. The next moment, she clearly sensed something was off. Although she was still standing on the bird, it was a different bird? She had just been on Li Chen's left, so how did she end up on the right? What's going on? Xiong Pan looked at Li Chen and suddenly realized, did we swap positions? Li Chen smiled and said, that's right, the special skill Nebula Shadow Swap was just released by that Bug King. Impressive. Xiong Pan's beautiful eyes widened. It actually dropped this skill. Most special skills have no damage, but their effects are often quite limited. But Li Chen's skill is incredibly powerful. For example, during Team PK, he could swap the opposing mage's position, or if they encountered danger, he could switch places with a tank teammate. It's simply a divine skill of spatial manipulation. Hee, you get to share in it too. Li Chen tossed a skill book to Xiong Pan and smiled. You saved my life in front of Dong Hao, and then saved me again in the ruins. This is for you. What is this? Xiong Pan received the skill book. Skill book, Abyss Devour, Inheritance Skill, Pink Epic, Skill Type, Warrior Inheritance Skill, Learning Level, Level 40, Learning Requirements, 1. Constitution 600 points, 2. Warrior Class, Effects, 1. Consume stamina to summon the mouth of the abyss to devour the target, dealing 10% of own health as true damage and restoring own health, CD 60 seconds, 2. If the target dies after being devoured, it enters Devour Mode, 3. In Devour Mode, skill CD is reduced by 50%, temporarily inheriting 30% of the target's constitution attribute, and body size increases by 5%, 4. Devour Mode ends after leaving combat, and the inherited constitution attributes disappear. Epic Attribute, permanent increase of 50 to constitution attribute. My goodness, this skill is perfect for me.
Xiong Panpan was so surprised she was almost speechless. All along, she had positioned herself as an absolute meat shield. She had invested points in Constitution and stacked her equipment with Constitution. Her health was very thick, but this skill could convert her health into damage. Once she used this skill to devour and kill a target, she would enter Devour mode, inheriting 30% of the target's Constitution attribute, and the CD would be reduced by 50%, setting off a rhythm of eating and devouring. Although the mode would end after leaving combat, as long as she was in battle, she would grow stronger with each fight. As her constitution increased, so would her damage. This skill, is it really for me? It's too precious. Xiong Panpan looked at Li Chen, feeling a bit shy. If it suits you, then it's yours, Li Chen explained. Don't misunderstand, I mean no other intention. Your absolute guardian target is me. The stronger you are, the safer I am. The other party had locked an inheritance skill onto him, so Li Chen would return the favor with an inheritance skill. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Then I'll take it as a token of our affection. Xiong Panpan smiled slightly. Li Chen ignored her and turned his attention to the last two skill books, the Purple Enhancement Skill Book Fission and the Purple Enhancement Skill Book Evolution. Enhancement Skill Book, Fission, Purple, Learning Level, Level 0, Learning Requirements, None, Effects, adds a fission effect to a certain skill, enhancing the skill. The effect depends on the skill. Purple Attribute, Permanent plus 20 to Mental Attribute. I've already learned this one, and the remaining skills aren't suitable for adding this effect. Li Chen gave up on learning this skill. Enhancement skill books add effects to skills, and using them indiscriminately would only backfire. Moreover, excessive enhancements would carry a risk of failure. He would take it back and see who among Zhang Xiaohua and Minwen would be more suitable. Finally, there was one skill left. Enhancement Skill Book, Evolution, Purple, Learning Level, Level 0, Learning Requirements, None, Effects, upgrade skills that have reached ultimate proficiency or skills that cannot be further improved to a higher level. Purple Attribute, Permanent plus 20 to Mental Attribute. Should I try to evolve the clay hand again? Li Chen directly used the skill book. Using Enhancement Skill Book Evolution, enhancing to Clay Soul Hand. Enhancement failed, your Clay Soul Hand, fission cannot be further improved. Alright, failure. Li Chen turned his gaze to his other skills. Currently, the skills that could still be evolved were Clay Mastery, Demolition Mastery, Clay Manipulation, Remote Detonation, Timed Detonation, Dark Harvest, Divine Descent, and Nebula Shadow. Unexpectedly, in just over 2 months, I have acquired so many skills. Which skill should I evolve for maximum benefit? Let's choose to evolve Clay Manipulation. After considering for half a day, Li Chen made this decision. After all, my main reliance is on clay bombs, so clay manipulation is very important. Enhancement Skill Book, Evolution, Purple, Learning Level, Level 0 Learning Requirements, None Effect, advanced skills that have reached ultimate proficiency or skills that cannot be improved in proficiency to a higher level. Purple Attribute, Permanent plus 20 Mental Attribute using the Enhancement Skill Book Evolution, enhancing to Clay Manipulation. Enhancement successful, your Clay Manipulation has improved. Clay Manipulation, Ultimate, Clay Mastery, consumes a small amount of mental power to manipulate the behavior of clay within your line of sight. Beyond 1,000 meters, the further the distance, the more mental power consumed. The description has changed. It used to consume mental power, but now it states a small amount of mental power. Moreover, there are no range restrictions. As long as it is within my line of sight, I can control it. If paired with Minwen's mind light, I can provide warmth from a distance. It's much easier now. Li Chen clearly felt that controlling the flying birds had become much simpler. This also meant that I could release more clay bombs. I should be able to use the return stone to go back. The two of them had been flying in the sky for a day and arrived at the edge of the Dragon Kingdom base. In the next moment, Li Chen crushed the return stone. A flash of light, and they returned to the Dragon Kingdom base. Xiong Panpan directly used her skill to follow him back. Once they arrived at the base, the two immediately headed towards the academy to report what had happened. Qingfeng Academy, Principal's Office. Are you saying that the Teacher's Legion is trapped in the secret realm? Li Changfeng exclaimed in surprise. No wonder there hasn't been any news from the Legion for many days. But how did you know what was happening inside? And how did you get out? Li Chen and the others went straight to Principal Li Changfeng of Qingfeng Academy. Xiong Panpan explained, Principal, I have a legacy skill, Absolute Life Guardian, which can break the teleportation seal inside. I see. Li Changfeng nodded. I have studied this skill. Its teleportation priority is very high and can penetrate most spatial seals. That's why it is called Absolute Life Guardian. Generally, skills with the word absolute have very high priority. Xiong Panpan explained the situation inside. They have been trapped for many days.
and we need 8 more teams to break the seal, otherwise, everyone will be trapped inside. Xiong Panpan briefly described the rules inside the ruins and the matter of breaking the seal. Li Changfeng smiled. This time, you have done a great service. This task is worth 3,000 credits. Not only did you discover the ruins, but you also rescued the Legion, so an additional 2,000 points. Oh, right, Principal. Li Chen remembered the matter of the nebula stone and then took it out, saying, what rewards can this stone be exchanged for? Special item, Nebula Stone Effect, used by the team leader. It is the key to enter the Ice and Snow Celestial Realm. After use, it can teleport up to 5 people. What is this? Principal Li Changfeng took it and immediately froze in place. Nebula Stone? Where did you get this? Did it drop from the boss in the ruins? But the ruins haven't been breached yet. How could it appear? Li Changfeng was extremely excited. This was the Nebula Stone. Right now, the progress of secret realms in this world relies on the Nebula Stone. But clearly, the Teacher's Legion is still trapped in the ruins. So where did this Nebula Stone come from? Could it be that Li Chen has cleared a ruin by himself? But that's impossible. How could one person clear the ruins? At least 108 teams are needed to unlock the secret realm. I got this from the Foot Basin country. Li Chen briefly explained how he had taken advantage of the situation over there. Well done, Li Changfeng said excitedly. According to the clues we've gathered, there are only 10 pieces of Nebula Stone in the entire secret realm. If we add your piece, we will have 2 pieces. Once we break through this secret realm, the copyrights will definitely belong to our dragon country. Li Chen asked, what reward can I get for this? Li Changfeng replied, if you hand over this piece of Nebula Stone, it will be considered a significant contribution to the secret realm, and the school will reward you with 10,000 credits. Once we obtain the secret realm, you will receive a copy of the secret realm that allows you to infinitely farm the copy stone. How does that sound? Li Chen was slightly taken aback. Beside him, Xiong Panpan whispered, this reward is huge. You can farm this copy infinitely, which means more opportunities to get the skill books Fission and Evolution. These skill books are very valuable. Li Chen quietly asked, aren't copies open for anyone to enter? Xiong Panpan explained, trash copies can be entered freely, but high-level copies are partially controlled by families and partially by the state, and they all require spending gold coins. It's quite expensive, you know. For a copy like this, it costs at least 20 gold coins each time. Upon hearing this, Li Chen understood. He could infinitely farm the Ice and Snow World secret copy in the future, saving a lot of money. Moreover, this copy could drop high-level white clay. He would be able to farm materials himself. Thinking of this, Li Chen nodded, okay, Principal, thank you. Just like that, Li Chen received 10,000 credits. This task was worth 5,000 credits, totaling 15,000 credits. Adding the previous 11,000, he now had 26,000 credits. With these credits, he could finally get level 40 equipment. No time to waste, I'll quickly arrange the teams, and you all will take them over, Li Changfeng said. Since the base's legions were all on missions, Li Changfeng arranged for 8 teams. Considering the high drop rate inside, he decided to keep the benefits within the school. All the teams were made up of third-year students, who would have no problem dealing with the monsters in the passage. As for the boss of the ruins, the Teacher's Legion would handle it. Before long, Xingfeng Academy sent over 8 strong third-year teams. Everyone gathered on the school playground, and the principal asked Li Chen to lead the team inside. Unsurprisingly, he ran into familiar faces again. Shi Yuanji and Zhou Renshi were among them. Many people there had participated in the treasure monster incident last time, so quite a few recognized Li Chen. As soon as Shi Yuanji saw Li Chen, he smiled. Li Chen? What a surprise! Seeing you, I knew something good must be happening. Zhou Renshi came over and patted Li Chen on the shoulder. Quick, tell us, what good news do you have? Last time, over 100 people followed Li Chen to obtain national treasure level equipment and earned 1,000 credits. Seeing Li Chen again made them all very happy. Li Chen smiled slightly. The principal specifically instructed me to keep it a secret. This news was absolutely confidential. Principal Li Changfeng had specifically instructed that they must not leak anything before reaching their destination. Alright, we'll follow your lead. Let's go, Shi Yuanji said with a smile. Then, Li Chen led everyone through the teleportation array to the Cold Wind Ice Soul Stronghold. Is this it? The third-year students were astonished. Following Li Chen's lead, they quickly arrived at the entrance of the ruins. From the outside, the entrance looked like the location of the Nebula Ruins. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't this the site of the SSS mission? Could it be that this is the Nebula Ruins? You actually found it, you little brat. How come you always run into good luck? I earned 3,000 credits, I'm so lucky. The students from the 8 teams looked at Li Chen with envious eyes. What would they think if they knew Li Chen had earned over 10,000 credits? At the entrance of the ruins, all 8 teams gathered, and Li Chen began to explain the precautions. He mainly talked about the situation inside and the monsters that would soon appear. By the way, you guys choose one team to go in half a day later. Li Chen explained, the monsters will break the seal when all teams pass through the ruins passage, and the boss will appear. Let's go in first to give everyone some preparation time, set up traps in advance, and then directly kill the monster when it comes out. You can play like that? Zhou Renshi was stunned. Of course. Li Chen smiled lightly. Alright, we'll do it your way. These people had witnessed Li Chen's methods, a ruthless output machine. If they set up a large number of clay bombs in advance, killing the monster would be a matter of minutes, right? Inside the ruins, hundreds of teachers from various academies had waited for several days. Finally, people arrived. They're here, they're here. Several teams entered at the same time. Xiao Gu, Zhang Xiaohua ran over happily like a child. Captain, Xu Miaomio and Ni-Wen also looked over. Sorry to keep you waiting. Li Chen approached Zhang Xiaohua, nodded slightly, and greeted her. Ping Chuan excitedly walked over. Li Chen, you finally came. We've been waiting for you for so long. Luckily we had Xiong Pan Pan here, otherwise we might have starved to death inside. Everyone waited a long time again. 7 teams had already entered, but they were still missing the last team. Li Yan walked over, puzzled, and asked, what's going on? Why is one team missing? This was no joke. If one team was missing, the rest would be trapped here. Don't panic, everything is under control. Li Chen looked at everyone and shouted, all personnel, attention, stand at ease, listen to my orders. The teachers? What's going on? A student commanding the teachers. Is the world upside down? Is this student Li Chen? The top scholar from Jiangzhou. I heard he dealt 220 million in damage by himself, but he can't be this arrogant. We are all teachers. All the teachers were a bit confused, not knowing what Li Chen was up to. Li Yan felt a bit helpless. This student was really mischievous. However, he still called everyone to gather and listen to what Li Chen had to say. Li Chen opened with, I have already cleared a nebula ruins and submitted a nebula stone to the base. Everyone? Is that true? He can't be lying, right? How could he possibly clear the nebula ruins? Even if he's strong, it requires 108 teams to unlock, right? The teachers were skeptical. How could a first-year student do that? Ping Chuan looked at Li Chen and said, Li Chen, this isn't a joke. Are you serious? Li Chen nodded. Of course, teacher. How could I joke about something like this? The boss that appears in the ruins is the nebula-nesting magic insect king, Devourer, and it's very difficult to deal with. On the side of the Foot Basin country, to kill this boss, about 100 people died. I think we should aim to take down the boss with 0 casualties. Ping Chuan couldn't believe it. So you're saying you stole the ruins boss from the Foot Basin country? Li Chen nodded. Yeah. Meanwhile, Xiong Panpan's teacher, Zhang Xingxuan, walked over and asked, Pan Pan, is what Li Chen said true? Everyone was still a bit skeptical and could only ask another person. Xiong Pan Pan smiled and said, yes, teacher, after I used my skill to teleport out, I arrived inside the nebula ruins in the Foot Basin Kingdom. We were fishing in troubled waters inside, and then Li Chen blew up the boss in one go and obtained the nebula stone. Great, that's wonderful. Zhang Xingxuan couldn't help but exclaim, you two are truly bringing glory to the country. With 2 nebula stones in our possession, we can completely master this secret realm dungeon. Teacher Zhang cast a highly approving glance at Li Chen. Subsequently, the others had no choice but to believe this matter. After all, it wasn't a trivial issue. Students wouldn't joke about such things. Of course, it was also because of Li Chen's reputation. If it were any other student, even if they had a hidden profession, no one would believe it. But the strength of Li Chen's dual life profession was well recognized by all the teachers present. In fact, it could be said that with items like clay bombs, Li Chen's strength had already surpassed almost all the teachers present. Teachers, after all, were just ordinary military soldiers. The main reason was that Li Chen's power was too exceptional. His damage capability was comparable to that of level 50 or 60 professionals. Ping Chuan said, you just mentioned a way to kill the boss without taking damage. What is it? Now we're getting to the point, Li Chen explained. I specifically had a team wait for half a day before coming in. The purpose was to buy time so I could set up the bombs in advance. I see, Ping Chuan said happily. Alright, Li Chen, you can proceed with your plan, and the teachers will help you communicate it to everyone. Okay, Li Chen nodded. Li Chen then began to set up clay bombs at the location where the monsters would appear. The bombs were simple, just square clay bombs stacked together. Next, Ping Chuan went to negotiate with the people from various academies. He explained the situation and then stated that the loot would be exclusively for Li Chen's team. The rest would be submitted to the base, converted into credits, and distributed to individuals. Although opening the ruins required the efforts of so many people, after all, Li Chen had made the greatest contribution this time. Not only did he bring people here, but he also had the ability to kill the boss without taking damage. Everyone nodded in agreement, with no objections. Many teachers from various academies wanted to see for themselves what kind of strength this widely talked about Li Chen truly had. Soon, Li Chen had set up 100 square clay bombs. Each bomb used 10 packs of explosive powder. This was the limit of what Li Chen could make with his crafting skills. If he tried to increase the size of the clay bombs further, the clay and explosives would fail to fuse. To continue increasing the bomb size, he would likely need to use enhancement skill books, evolve his clay mastery and demolition mastery to achieve larger sizes. However, if he used the clay soul hand to make the clay bombs, there would be no upper limit, but it was very draining on mental energy and required him to mold them on the spot. Just as he was about to continue setting up, suddenly, Zhou Rinshi arrived with a team inside the ruins. Li Chen asked, "Didn't you say half a day? How did you get in so quickly?" Zhou Rinshi said, "Not good. The cultists have found this place. There are so many of them. Our small team couldn't resist, and we had no choice but to rush in and enter the ruins first." Li Chen looked closely and indeed saw battle scars on Zhou Rinshi. They must have been sustained during the encounter with the cultists. What? These cultists are so bold. Li Yen couldn't help but be shocked. There were 500 teachers in the military corps present. How dare the cultists have any ill intentions towards them? Also, how did the cultists find them? Strange, didn't our base send a legion to deal with the cultist problem? How did they end up here? A teacher from the Mountain Combat Academy said. Yes, what's going on? A teacher immediately noticed something was off. At this moment, there was no time to think. With the arrival of Master Zhou Run, the ruins monster, the nebula-nesting demon insect king, had already appeared. Insignificant humans, die. The nebula-nesting demon insect king let out a thunderous roar. Fall back, Li Yen shouted, then used an illusion skill to conjure a gigantic monster, placing it in front of the boss to halt its advance, forcing the boss to attack the illusionary creature. Everyone retreated to avoid being injured by the explosions. Insignificant monster, die. Li Chen shouted, art is an explosion. Ka. The next moment, 100 C1 cubic clay bombs detonated. A tremendous sound erupted at the site. As the ruins expanded, the nebula-nesting demon insect king crawled out from the totem. In the next instant, the bombs Li Chen had prepared in advance struck its vital artery. 600000 Nebula Nesting Demon Insect King Devour, Level 40 Secret Realm Boss, Health, 700000/130000. Skills, Abyss Devour, Nebula Mist, Insect Nest Fission, Nebula Shadow Escape, Stardust Explosion. With a total health of 1,300,000, Li Chen had instantly dealt 600,000 damage. This was still due to insufficient setup time. Given enough time, Li Chen could have taken it down in one blow. What the hell, did it just lose 600,000 health? The clay demolitionist is so strong, and this is a life profession. That's outrageous. A level 20 student is already comparable to an army. The teachers from the faculty were all stunned. What kind of output was this? It had surpassed their understanding. With Li Chen's precise strike, the roar of the nebula-nesting demon insect king echoed throughout the ruins, shaking the hearts of everyone present. At this moment, morale soared. Everyone unleashed their ultimate skills, pushing the siege to a climax. Output the boss. The faculty team immediately began to surround the boss. The warriors took the lead, clad in heavy armor, wielding greatswords and battle axes, charging fearlessly into the insect king's attack range, using their flesh and blood to form the first line of defense. The warriors' battle roar skill ignited powerful battle intent, not only boosting their own attack power but also inspiring their teammates around them, making their attacks even fiercer. The mages stood in relatively safe positions, their staffs waving as various magical lights shone, with fireballs, frost novas, and lightning storms following one after another, enveloping the insect king in a dazzling and deadly display of magic. Several high-level mages even joined forces to cast Elemental Storm, creating a massive elemental vortex in the air that continuously tore at the insect king's defenses, causing its health to plummet further. The rogues moved with agility, like ghosts traversing the battlefield, using stealth and rapid assault skills to deliver deadly strikes from behind. Their poison throw further drained the insect king's health, causing it great suffering. The priest stood at the back of the team, holding holy staffs, chanting sacred spells to provide continuous healing and shields for their frontline comrades, ensuring that every warrior could keep fighting. The knights guarded the team with unwavering faith. Their holy shield and taunt skills effectively drew the insect king's attention, creating valuable output opportunities for other classes. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Xiaohuan when used a joint skill during this assault, utilizing damage transfer to deal a real damage of 8,000 to the monster in one go, which was quite impressive, mainly because the disparity in their justice values was too great, resulting in extremely high damage. The exceptionally high real damage made the Insect King feel the judgment from the light. Soon, the health of the nebula-nesting demon Insect King was nearing its end. It began to split and spawn mother insects, dividing into ice-devouring insects. Then, using the nebula mist to evolve the devouring ice worm. However, Li Chen had mentioned this earlier, and everyone was already on guard. Before the little devouring iceworm could evolve, it was killed. The rangers utilized ranged weapons, such as bows and crossbows, to strike the little worms with precision. Their aim shot and multi-arrow skills quickly resolved the situation. The warlocks cast forbidden spells, summoning demons and souls to engage in a battle of souls with the Worm King. Their Shadow Flame and Death Entanglement skills made the Worm King suffer greatly. The druids resonated with the power of nature, summoning beasts to assist in the fight while using Fountain of Life and Wrath of Nature skills to restore their teammates' health and deal significant natural damage to the Worm King. With the combined efforts of over 500 professionals, the health of the nebula-nesting demon Worm King rapidly decreased, each skill release accompanied by cheers and tension. Soon, under the concentrated fire of all the professionals, the Worm King let out a final desperate roar, its massive body crashing down, scattering stardust fragments everywhere. It must be said that the unity of the Teacher Legion was far superior to those guild professionals from the previous Foot Basin Kingdom. Their organization was orderly, with no casualties. In contrast, the professionals from the Foot Basin Kingdom seemed like a rabble when gathered together. Since the final blow was dealt by Li Chen, who had the highest individual damage, causing nearly 900,000 damage, the final loot went to Li Chen's team. Kill the Secret Realm Boss Monster, Nebula Nesting Demon Worm King Devouring Experience plus 20,000. Obtain level 40 Purple Equipment. Skydance Fan, obtain level 40 Purple Equipment. Crimson Sun's Claw obtained Special Legendary Skill Book. Summon Swarm obtained Pink Inheritance Skill Book. Nebula Mist obtained Purple Enhancement Skill Book. Fission obtained Purple Enhancement Skill Book. Evolution obtained 10 gold coins. Obtained special item, Nebula Stone. Your level has increased, please allocate attribute points. After killing this boss, Li Chen's experience allowed him to level up. He immediately allocated his attribute points, 1 strength, 2 agility, 1 constitution. It's done! Everyone was surprised at how quickly it was resolved. It took less than a few minutes to finish. Mainly, the output from that clay demolisher at the beginning was terrifying. Meanwhile, all the loot entered their backpacks. However, Li Chen could not take all the loot for himself. He had previously promised that he could take 1 share alone, and the rest had to be submitted to the base, then rated by everyone based on the earnings. It must be said that the drop rate of relic monsters is indeed high. Almost every time you kill one, you can get legendary level equipment. However, such monsters do not respawn. Killing one means there is one less. They will only respawn when the area turns into a dungeon. But the drop rate will become very low, and even after killing hundreds, you might not get a legendary skill book, and even if it drops, it cannot be claimed by just one person. This is why legendary items are very expensive. Li Chen, choose 1 piece of loot, the rest needs to be submitted, Ping Chuan reminded. Okay, let me take a look. Li Chen nodded and then looked at the loot. Skill book, Summon Swarm, Special Skill, Orange, Skill Type, Special Skill Learning Level, Level 0 Learning Requirements, None Effect, consumes all mental power to summon a devouring iceworm, which has 5 skills and exists permanently, evolving stronger as it devours, disappearing upon death. Legendary attributes. 1. Permanently increases mental attribute by 50. 2. Increases constitution attribute by 50. Oh, wow, this skill is quite interesting. Li Chen was slightly taken aback, discovering a divine skill. This should be for summoners. The skill initially summons a single ice devourer. However, this ice devourer can continuously evolve, making it a growth-type summoning skill. It might eventually grow into a boss-level summon, the Nebula Nesting Devourer King. Thinking carefully, Li Chen felt that this skill wasn't suitable for him. When he farmed monsters, he often left nothing but scraps, and the summon wouldn't even get a hair to devour. Moreover, he didn't have any equipment or skills to increase the damage and health of his summons. Teacher Ping Chuan said, by the way, this swarm summoning skill is very expensive, taking up 80% of this loot's earnings. You might want to skip it. After all, this was a large operation involving hundreds of people, and it wouldn't be fair for one person to take all the rewards. Besides, even if Li Chen didn't deal damage, the others present could still take down the boss. Because of his rescue operation, he could enjoy a piece of loot all to himself. However, this loot was quite valuable, and there might be objections. Alright, I'll choose another one. Li Chen wasn't unreasonable, so he looked at other skills. Skill book, Nebula Mist, Inheritance Skill, Pink, Skill Type, Inheritance Skill, Learning Level, Level 40, Learning Requirements, 1. Spirit Attribute 800, 2.
Priest class, effect, continuously consumes spirit power to summon a mist, greatly enhancing all attributes of teammates within the mist, and extending the duration of status type skills indefinitely. Epic attribute, 1. Permanently increases spirit attribute by 50, winky face, wow, what a divine skill. Li Chen immediately set his sights on it. This thing should be learned by me. 1. Releasing Nebula Mist, combined with the descent of the divine, would truly be like a god coming down. Paired with Xiong Ponpon's devouring mode, it would be incredibly powerful. If the two worked together, it would be like a demon lord descending from the heavens, truly a god of the mortal realm. With the team set up this way, they would be invincible. Then I'll take this Nebula Mist skill. If he could choose one piece of loot, Li Chen decisively chose this pink inheritance skill. Skill book, Nebula Mist, inheritance skill, pink, skill type, inheritance skill, learning level, level 40, learning requirements, 1. Spirit power 500, 2. Priest, effect, continuously consumes spirit power to summon a mist, greatly enhancing all attributes of teammates within the mist, and extending the duration of status type skills indefinitely. Epic attribute, 1. Permanently increases spirit attribute by 50, winky face. If Miwen learned this skill, she could keep herself in a state of divine descent, allowing Xiong Panpan to remain in devouring mode, which was very impressive. You see, Pingchuan asked Li Yan for permission. Li Yan was the leader of the Qingfeng Academy Teacher Corps. This skill is also very expensive. Li Yan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Li Chen has taken most of the credit this time, so let's give him one piece of loot, and the rest should be submitted to the base. In fact, he had some selfish motives. After all, Li Chen was a student of Qingfeng Academy, one of their own. If it were students from other schools, it wouldn't be so easy to negotiate. After discussing with everyone, they ultimately allowed Li Chen to obtain this skill. As for the other loot, it was submitted to Li Yan. The subsequent rewards would be distributed as credits to their accounts. However, just this one pink inheritance skill was already the most he had received. This pink inheritance skill was worth around 150,000 credits. It was more expensive than ordinary legendary level skills. After settling matters here, Mi Wen and Zhang Xiaohua gathered around. Zhang Xiaohua excitedly hugged Li Chen. Xiao Gu, you're amazing. I heard you got a nebula stone over in the Foot Basin country. This matter is a bit absurd, but considering it's Li Chen, it makes sense. The two brothers haven't seen each other for a long time, and suddenly being apart for so long feels a bit strange. You're not bad either, Li Chen said, brushing off Zhang Xiaohua's hand with a smile. I just saw you and me when pairing up with a set of level 20 skills, pretty impressive. He had noticed Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen while dealing with the boss earlier. Despite being only in their 20s, they appeared calm and composed against a level 40 boss. Thanks to Miao Miao, Miwen said with a smile. Shu Miao Miao had given the two a lot of advice on skill combinations. During this time, it was also thanks to Zhu Miao Miao and Xiong Panpan that Mi Wen and Zhang Xiaohua's strength improved rapidly. Li Chen looked at Zhu Miao Miao and said, Miao Miao, thank you. Shu Miao Miao crossed her arms and nodded slightly. In a team, there's no need to be polite. Xiong Panpan muttered from the side, why don't you thank me? Li Chen snorted, we're so familiar now, is it necessary? Xiong Panpan shot him a look. That's more like it. Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen exchanged glances, their eyes widening slightly. What was going on with these two? What had happened during their time apart? The boss was defeated. The stone door of the relic passage slowly opened, signaling that everyone could leave. Everyone be careful, Zhou Rinshir said. There are cultists outside, about 100 of them. He had entered the relic early because of the cultists' attack. I wonder how they found out about this place. Li Yan said coldly, these cunning villains will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. They must have set traps outside, waiting for us to come out. Just then, sand and mud began to surge into the passage. Oh no, it's collapsing. Li Yan went to check the situation, and upon looking, he discovered a major problem. The entire structure of the relic was in a state of collapse, with most of the sand and mud pouring in from outside the passage. The cultists outside have blown up the relic. The demolition experts are really useful. Thanks to that clay demolition expert Li Chen for reminding us. Some life professions can play a role in the secret realm. So, we followers of the all-powerful church are stronger than ordinary professionals. After all, each of us has a life profession in addition to our combat profession. Outside the secret realm, a group of cultists was blowing up the relic. The cultists initially had life professions and could not become professionals. Later, they worshipped the all-powerful evil god and became dark professionals through dark stones. However, they could still retain their previous life professions. This meant that everyone effectively had dual professions, a combat profession and a life profession. However, no one had ever attempted to develop life professions before. They were all considered useless and left idle. Until Li Chen appeared,
using clay bombs to thrive in the secret realm world. This made the cultists remember that they also had demolition experts and clay masters. At this moment, a group of demolition experts and clay masters among the cultists were put to good use. Previously, when Li Chen was attacking treasure monsters, his high-intensity output was noted, and then he used explosives to kill the cultists. This made everyone aware of the power of the clay demolition expert. Thus, a branch leader of the Jiangzhou cult immediately summoned his followers. Originally possessing life professions as clay masters and demolition experts, they gathered to study clay bombs together. But unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. Clay and bombs simply could not be fused into one. The production process only resulted in failure. However, the cultists researched another method of use. That is, the demolition experts would make explosive bombs, and then use the clay masters to create clay dogs, controlling them with clay to carry out tasks with the bombs. Of course, this method of monster hunting is not very effective. A bomb made from a pack of explosive powder only causes 100 damage. A demolition expert can produce a maximum of 500 damage worth of explosives at a time. The clay puppies used to transport the bombs are very slow, and their damage is not high. Although these bombs deal low damage to monsters, they are incredibly effective at destroying terrain. After all, they were originally tools used for blasting mountains, mining, and building roads. Using the terrain to trouble the professionals is the role of the demolition expert and the clay master. They successfully utilized the terrain to wipe out an entire legion before. Now, by trapping these professionals inside the ruins, they will eventually die. Meanwhile, on the other side, the cult members have already rushed to the Dragon Kingdom base. As long as they obtain the Nebula Stone and advance their progress, the all-powerful cult will be able to control this dungeon. This dungeon is a must for the all-powerful cult. There are 2 enhancement skills, evolution and fission, within the dungeon. If we, the all-powerful cult, master this dungeon, we will become incredibly powerful. Outside the ruins, a man wearing a black mask stood with his hands behind his back, directing everyone. Under his command, the clay masters and demolition experts continuously bombarded the ruins with explosives. Blow up the entrance to the ruins and trap them. Also, we must capture Li Chen alive at the Dragon Kingdom base. His clay bombs can unleash tremendous power. No matter what, we, the all-powerful cult, must obtain the method to create detonating clay. Only by fusing clay and explosive powder can we create the detonating clay. It is the strongest damage-dealing item. Li Chen, join our all-powerful cult and take control of the world. Ha ha ha. The man revealed a mad smile, laughing maniacally. As he laughed, black gas emanated from the mask on his face, looking very eerie. This person has an extraordinary background. Wang Tianming, leader of the all-powerful cult's Jiangzhou branch Dark Talent class, Wailing Warrior. The branch leader has come in person. Boom boom boom. One clay puppy after another, carrying C1 bombs, entered the ruins and exploded. This C1 plastic bomb is a conventional explosive made by life-class demolition experts, consisting of a shell, explosive powder, detonator, and circuit board. This type of explosive has little effect on monsters and is very hard to hit. However, its ability to destroy terrain is even more formidable than that of combat classes. Soon, the entrance to the ruins was completely collapsed by the explosions. The valley caved in, and debris fell into the ruins, burying it. Thus, even if the professionals were powerful, they could not escape. Let's go, head to the Dragon Kingdom base and force out Li Chen. Wang Tianming, the leader of the Jiangzhou branch, led everyone away towards the Dragon Kingdom base. Right now, all the major legions are on missions. Even the teacher legion has been buried by them. Over at the base, there are just a group of students who cannot resist them at all. Next, as long as they capture Li Chen, they will obtain the method to create detonating clay. Then they will return to the ruins and retrieve the nebula stones from the teacher legion, who are trapped inside and half dead, completing the task assigned to them. Half an hour later, inside the Dragon Kingdom base, it was quiet. The students were engaged in their daily learning and training activities, completely unaware of the impending crisis. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the walls of the Dragon Kingdom base collapsed from explosions. Demolition experts are so useful. Wang Tianming laughed wildly, directing the demolition experts and clay masters to bombard the walls of the Dragon Kingdom base, and soon the walls fell down. Do. The base's alarm system quickly went off. The sharp sound shattered the tranquility, breaking the daily order. Attention everyone! Attention everyone! Unidentified forces are invading. Immediately activate the defense mechanism to protect student safety. The voice echoed through every corner via the broadcasting system, steady and powerful. A transparent protective shield suddenly appeared around the Dragon Country base, safeguarding it within. This was a formation set up in advance by the formation mages, activated using energy crystals. Dragon Country base leader,
come out immediately. Wang Tianming shouted loudly at the entrance of the Dragon Country base. His dual swords radiated with a glowing effect, indicating that this equipment was of max level, even above legendary grade. Additionally, several others beside Wang Tianming were similarly equipped. Their weapons emitted dazzling effects, all of them at level 60, max level. How dare the cultists come here, seeking death? A reprimanding voice rang out. Suddenly, several figures shot out like streaks of light. They landed at the entrance of the Dragon Country base, glaring angrily at the cultists. They were the principals of various academies: Li Changfeng from Qingfeng Academy, Bo Yaxian from Gashan Academy, Li Mingji from Lushui Academy, Ren Danlei from Jin Academy. Humph, a bunch of old relics from a bygone era. Wang Tianming sneered, suddenly flying forward. The 5 principals stepped up to confront him, but they saw a black aura emanating from Wang Tianming, who wore a black mask. Dark talent profession, Wailing Warrior. Among the cultists, he was a high-ranking existence. Wailing, 1. Passive, you can equip 2 additional weapons without occupying equipment slots, gaining their attributes. 2. Switch, you can freely switch weapons during combat, temporarily enhancing the main weapon's attributes. 3. Each switch boosts your attributes, stacking and lasting for 30 seconds. 4. Active, enter Wailing state at the cost of burning life force. All attributes increase by 300%, attack speed and movement speed also increase by 300%. With this passive talent, a powerful professional would be forged. Wang Tianming equipped 3 legendary weapons. This gave him the attributes of 2 more weapons than ordinary professionals. It is known that among equipment types, weapon damage bonuses are the highest, bar none. He could equip 2 more weapons than others. The additional attack attributes were terrifying. Coupled with the ability to switch weapons freely, he could face different situations with different weapons, and temporarily enhance weapon attributes. Even more terrifying was entering the Wailing state, significantly boosting his power. Seeking death, Li Changfeng, Bao Yaxian, and the other principals entered combat mode and charged at Wang Tianming, intending to kill this powerful cultist. Logically, Li Changfeng and Bo Yaxian were not weak. After all, becoming the principals of combat academies was no easy feat. However, they were merely logistics personnel, and their equipment was not very good. Faced with the exceptionally well-equipped Wailing Warrior Wang Tianming, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Li Changfeng and Bo Yaxian, both warriors, charged at the forefront. Their combat experience was rich, and they had mastered martial skills, using powerful techniques to attack from both sides. Wang Tianming initially used his dual swords to block, but suddenly switched to a spear, sweeping it horizontally and easily forcing the 2 back, inflicting considerable damage. Meanwhile, the other principals unleashed ranged attack skills, but clearly, it was ineffective against Wang Tianming. Today, I will fight against the 5 academy principals alone, Wang Tianming shouted. His body seemed to be surrounded by a layer of dark flames, a symbol of his life force burning. In the Wailing state, his eyes were blood red, exuding a heart-pounding aura, as if he were a war god returned from hell, unstoppable. This is the Wailing state, so powerful. I saw a cultist use it 30 years ago. That cultist was killed by the war god Legion. I never expected that wild grass would not be blown away, and the spring wind would bring it back to life. Even after death, this profession can still be inherited by other cultists. Li Changfeng couldn't help but say. 30 years ago, he had seen the same kind of practitioner, the crying ghost warrior. Everyone felt the sudden surge of momentum from Wang Tianming, and their hearts couldn't help but shudder. Although they were all presidents of combat academies with rich practical experience, at this moment, they felt unprecedented pressure. Wang Tianming's speed in the crying ghost state was astonishing, almost turning into a shadow that the naked eye could barely capture. Soon, under Wang Tianming's terrifying offensive, Bao Yaxian from Gashan Academy was the first to be injured, his right arm severed by a single strike. Wang Tianming wielded 3 weapons, dual swords, a 2-handed knife, and a spear, each equipped with corresponding killing skills. His strength was truly terrifying. Old Bao, retreat quickly. Li Changfeng sensed that if they didn't retreat soon, all 5 of them would likely die at Wang Tianming's hands. His power was too frightening. They could only retreat back to the base and use the protective shield to block the cultists, waiting for the commander of the Dragon Country's main army, Zhang Lifeng, to return. First, drive him back. The 5 presidents understood each other and combined their strength for a powerful strike, forcing Wang Tianming to retreat. They then immediately fled back into the base. They could enter and exit the protective shield within the base at will, but the cultists were kept outside. The 5 presidents of the combat academies, nothing but empty names. Wang Tianming sneered, then waved his hand, commanding his subordinates to attack the base's protective shield. The shield had health points. As long as they kept attacking,
it would eventually break. While attacking, Wang Tianming shouted to the base, "As long as you hand over Li Chen, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, in 10 minutes, once the shield is breached, there will be no mercy. Li Chen, come out quickly to meet this lord and discuss the grand plan." The cold wind howled, in the valley, beneath the nebula ruins. Under the bombardment of numerous large bombs, the ruins completely collapsed. Without rescue from the outside, those inside would be completely trapped. The collapse of the upper levels caused a large amount of rubble and mud to pour into the passage. The entire exit passage was filled, making escape impossible. The practitioners began to think of ways to use their skills to attack, but the effects were poor, and if they attacked too violently, they might destroy the ruins and risk being buried. What do we do now? These cultists are too insane. Yeah, taking advantage of us being in the ruins. They're causing trouble up there. Everyone was furious but felt helpless. Li Yin squinted, observing everything, but it's strange, this operation was supposed to be absolutely confidential. Before reaching the objective, only Pingchuan knew the location, who leaked it to the cultists. He looked around, already confirming one thing. That is, there was likely a cultist infiltrated within the Legion. This was a bad sign. Xiaogu, what do we do now? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Li Chen. Can you conjure a groundhog to dig a tunnel for us to escape? As soon as this was said, everyone turned to look at Li Chen. Yes, Li Chen was a clay master and had the ability to manipulate clay. Perhaps he had a way to dig a passage out. At this critical moment, the role of a life profession was greater than that of a combat profession. What good is a groundhog? Li Chen smiled and shook his head. At that moment, he was using his clay soul hand to create clay models. Li Chen's skill in molding clay was definitely at a master level. After all, he had already molded hundreds of thousands of clay pieces. Practice makes perfect, like a skilled butcher carving an ox. After consuming 50 units of basic white clay, 10 units of intermediate clay, and 20 units of advanced clay, Li Chen successfully created a new clay model. A pangolin suddenly appeared before everyone. In the next moment, Li Chen endowed the pangolin with its characteristics. The pangolin's small eyes widened slightly. Its vivid appearance was quite unique. What is this creature? I've never seen this before. What is it? What is it used for? The teachers present were all bewildered. It was the first time they had seen such a thing. In this world where the game merges with reality, many creatures have gradually disappeared. For example, this pangolin, most people have never seen one. Li Chen used high-grade clay to cover the pangolin with a layer of hard keratin scales. These scales were like the armor of ancient warriors, tightly arranged together, providing strong protection. The pangolin had a small, conical head. Its eyes were not large but very spirited, always alert to its surroundings. Its mouth was pointed, suitable for digging and searching for food. Its limbs were short and strong, with sharp claws that could easily dig through soil and rock, so the claws were also made of high-grade clay. Its tail was relatively long, helping to balance its body while walking and climbing. Li Chen made the body with low-grade clay, the skeleton with medium-grade clay, and the hard shell with high-grade clay. The overall appearance of the pangolin looked both cute and special, making one involuntarily develop a strong interest in this magical animal. What is this? So cute! Mi-wen exclaimed. It really is adorable, Xiong Pan said, squatting down to hold the pangolin in her arms. Many female teachers came over to touch it. Thanks to Li Chen's craftsmanship, it looked so much like a real creature, and with the characteristics he endowed it with, it seemed to come to life, almost too real. This was still without using any disguise technique. It would be even cuter with it. However, the white clay pangolin was also very cute. Li Chen found it a bit strange. It was just an ordinary pangolin. Was it really necessary for everyone to be so excited? But soon, Li Chen understood. This was Blue Star, invaded by myriad races, where the game merged with reality to combat them. A creature like the pangolin, which was rarely seen on Earth, would naturally be unknown here, likely extinct long ago. This is a pangolin, Li Chen explained. Li Yin stared at Li Chen, puzzled. Does our planet have such a creature? Li Chen replied, no, I imagined and created it. Li Yin was surprised. Your imagination is quite rich. When you have time, help me think of an underworld to deal with cultists. Li Yin was an illusionist. He could construct illusionary worlds, build hell, and severely punish criminals or cultists. Li Chen, I can really help you come up with an 18-layer hell. What? Li Yin was startled. Is there really an 18-layer hell? Li Chen said, it's what I imagined. Li Yin excitedly said, when can we exchange ideas? Li Chen, not for free. Li Yin, fine. This kid really wouldn't let go until he saw results. However, it sounded so mystical, he really wanted to exchange ideas if given the chance. Li Yin realized that the effects of the hell he created were getting weaker and no longer matched his title of Living Yama. He needed to make it more terrifying. Go!
Li Chen controlled the pangolin to start digging a tunnel. The pangolin, endowed with characteristics, was born to dig. Li Chen only needed to guide it to the tunnel entrance and determine the direction. Once the target was set, the pangolin lowered its head, and its strong front claws began to dig vigorously. Its claws were like sharp shovels, quickly pushing the soil aside. As the digging deepened, the pangolin's body gradually sank into the tunnel. Its movements, though seemingly slow, were filled with strength and rhythm. The pangolin continued to advance. Its scales rubbed against the soil, producing a faint rustling sound. With each swing of its front claws, it could dig out a large chunk of earth, while the soil behind it was cleverly pushed aside by its tail, keeping the path ahead clear. How amazing! Ping Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, this pangolin, its claws and armor seem to be born for burrowing, and Li Chen actually imagined such a creature and could mold it. Clay masters are quite ordinary professions, but a clay master who can create living beings is truly terrifying. The key is that the clay hand can bestow characteristics, but how did Li Chen manage to create the pangolin's traits? Although traits are a form of thought, they can't just be imagined out of thin air, can they? Before he could think further, he saw Li Chen mold a second pangolin, a third pangolin, a fourth, all running towards the tunnel, starting to dig. Teacher Ping, Li Chen called out to Ping Chuan. Got it. Ping Chuan understood immediately. Li Chen's mental energy was running low. Let's work together to transfer mental energy to Li Chen. Ping Chuan quickly explained the reason and then sought everyone's agreement. Mental transfer can graft a teammate's mental energy onto a target. The target uses mental energy, averaging the deduction from the grafted person's mental energy, while the grafted person cannot move or use skills. A blue line emanated from Ping Chuan. The blue line passed through each person's body and finally landed on Li Chen. Instantly, Li Chen possessed terrifying mental energy. Like a creator, one pangolin after another rapidly emerged from Li Chen's hands. Soon, supported by immense mental energy, a pangolin army appeared. It should be noted that everyone present was a teacher of level 40 or above. Moreover, there were 500 of them, with mental energy even more terrifying than last time. This Ping Chuan's skill is quite impressive. This is possible. How many people's mental energy can be transferred to the last person? Theoretically, there is no limit. It can penetrate infinitely and concentrate on one person. We teachers have all become blue packages. What can we do? We can only rely on this student. This student molded an entire army of pangolins. It's absurd. What's more, he can fuse explosive powder with clay to create detonating clay. The clay made from detonating clay is incredibly powerful. Clay masters are weak? Where are they weak? They are very strong. I have completely changed my view of clay masters. Any clay master has great potential. The teachers present were shocked to see Li Chen's abilities for the first time. A full 500 pangolins were digging into the earth, one after another. Their movements were agile and coordinated, working together seamlessly, orderly. They resembled a well-trained underground construction team. The soil was continuously transported out of the tunnel, quickly piling up into small hills. At this moment, Li Chen stopped molding pangolins and instead used all his mental energy to control the 500 pangolins, digging rapidly. At this speed, it should take less than half a day to break through. The remaining people all became Li Chen's blue packages, continuously providing mental energy. What an opportunity! Among the crowd, a teacher from the Gaoshan Academy's eyes flickered. This teacher, named Lu Huabua, was a summoner. Now, he was penetrated by the blue light of mental transfer, unable to control himself. But his summoned beast was not sealed and could be controlled. The helmsman wants to capture Li Chen, but he doesn't know Li Chen is inside. As long as I capture Li Chen, I will have accomplished a great feat. Lu Huabua's mouth twisted into an evil smile. That's right, this Lu Huabua is a cultist mingling among the teacher corps. To be precise, Lu Huabua is not a traitor. The real Lu Huabua is already dead. The Lu Huabua before him was a counterfeit. As long as I capture Li Chen and threaten him with his life, I can control everyone here. No one will be able to escape. We just need to wait for the leader to arrive. Lu Huabua thought to himself. He knew the leader Wang Tianming's plan. First, to bury this place, leaving the teacher's army isolated and helpless. This would weaken the defense of the Longhua base. Then, he would go to the base to capture Li Chen and obtain the method to fuse the explosive clay. After that, he would return here to acquire the nebulous stone. This was the leader's plan. He had revealed information to Wang Tianming through his summoned beast, the robin. Once the robin returned, he would know the leader's intentions. However, after entering the ruins, he could no longer relay information. So, the leader had no idea that Li Chen had entered the ruins. But it didn't matter. As long as he controlled Li Chen, it would be a great achievement. As for the other objective, the nebulous stone, it was still in Li Chen's possession and had not been handed over. Roar! A roar echoed as Lu Huabua's summoned beast,
the mighty fire ape charged at Li Chen. The mighty fire ape was a level 40 summoned beast of Lu Huabua. Standing 5 meters tall, it was enormous, with hands like fans, capable of both offense and defense. "Be careful," a teacher shouted loudly, but it was already too late. The mighty fire ape lunged at Li Chen from behind. Its massive hands grabbed Li Chen completely, holding him firmly. With Li Chen under control, the controlled pangolins also ceased their actions. "It's Lu Huabua's summoned beast. Lu Huabua, what are you doing? Why are you attacking student Li Chen?" Teachers who recognized Lu Huabua began to question him. "Ha ha ha, so what if it's me?" Lu Huabua laughed heartily, then controlled a fire ape to grab himself, moving away from the mental transfer's position. With this maneuver, he also broke free from Pingchuan's control. He stood on the palm of the fire ape, next to Li Chen, in front of everyone. "Pingchuan, you continue. If you dare to stop, I'll kill Li Chen," Lu Huabua threatened, looking at Pingchuan. Pingchuan's mental transfer was, in fact, a control skill. It kept teammates from moving or using skills. As long as he continued to release the mental transfer, it was equivalent to controlling everyone. "Indeed, there is a traitor," Pingchuan said coldly. "You actually became a traitor and joined the Wutian." "Nonsense! It's the celestial god," Lu Huabua roared in anger, correcting him. Cultists would fanatically believe in their sect and would never allow others to insult it. The traitor has indeed revealed himself. Pingchuan released the mental transfer skill, and the blue lines on everyone disappeared instantly. This meant everyone could move. Lu Huabua immediately became flustered and excitedly said, "Aren't you afraid I'll kill Li Chen? If I kill him, none of you can get out." Pingchuan smiled faintly and said, "Take another look at what your summoned beast, the mighty fire ape, is holding." "What?" Lu Huabua looked at his summoned beast, which was merely holding a clump of Li Chen's clay clone. Due to its immense strength, the clay had been somewhat deformed. "Impossible, I was clearly watching." Lu Huabua's expression turned incredulous. Without a hostage, he was doomed. "From the very beginning, I prepared a clay clone," Li Chen said as he slowly walked over from another direction. Ever since Master Zhou Ren entered the ruins and mentioned that there were cultists surrounding them, he had shaped the clay clone and hidden it in the shadows. With the position exposed, there had to be a traitor. Then, Li Chen privately set up a trap with Pingchuan. By using the mental transfer skill to connect everyone, he aimed to identify the traitor eager for merit. Sure enough, one had indeed appeared. In the moment Li Chen was captured, he used his skill, Nebula Shadow Shift, to swap places with his clay clone, so what the opponent caught was merely his clay clone. "Kill him!" The Freed Teacher Legion immediately charged towards Lu Huabua. "Let me handle this." Kaleidoscope. Li Yan waved his hand, stopping everyone. He then looked at Lu Huabua and unleashed the kaleidoscope illusion. His single-target illusion was more effective the more fear the opponent felt. At that moment, Lu Huabua was already in a state of panic and fell into the trap instantly. Lu Huabua was trapped in the illusion scene, kaleidoscope. His expression went blank, standing still, unable to move. His summoned beasts also disappeared as their master lost consciousness. "Everyone wait, let me interrogate him and see what the situation is," Li Yan said, intending to extract some information from this cultist through the illusion. He wanted to find out what was going on. Why would a teacher from Gaoshan Academy become a cultist? "Li Chen, can you tell me about the 18 layers of hell?" Li Yan looked at Li Chen. The more terrifying the illusion scene, the better the interrogation effect. Seeing Li Chen pretend not to hear, Li Yan said, "I'll pay." Li Chen made an okay gesture. Li Yan. However, half an hour later, Li Yan was overjoyed. The 100 gold coins spent were worth it. He obtained Li Chen's description of the first 5 layers of hell. The first 5 layers were tongue-pulling hell, scissors hell, iron tree hell, sin mirror hell, and steamer hell. Soon, based on these descriptions, Li Yan optimized the hell illusion scene in his mind, creating a more terrifying hell illusion, which could truly be called the infernal hell. As expected, this cultist Lu Huabua couldn't withstand the third iron tree hell and confessed everything. It turned out that the real Lu Huabua was already dead. He was not a teacher from Gaoshan Academy at all. He was an imposter. Within the Wutian sect, he was the deputy leader of the Jiangzhou branch, a dark talent profession evil witch mage. His skill extracted people's souls, transferred bodies, occupied others' bodies, replacing all their abilities, inheriting all their equipment in physical form. The soul of Lu Huabua's original body had been extracted, discarded, and had become a wandering ghost. The current Lu Huabua was actually a cultist named Fengde. Upon receiving this news, the entire teacher legion couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. There was someone in the cult with such an evil ability, extracting souls, occupying bodies. This Lu Huabua had been occupied by a despicable person, who replaced him.
However, he still had a family, still had children. It was simply terrifying to think about. At this moment, Lu Huabua, whose body was occupied by the cultist, stood with his eyes closed, completely still, like a wooden sculpture. His own consciousness was trapped in Li Yan's illusion world. Please, let me die, I don't want to live anymore. The cultist trapped in the illusion world was living a fate worse than death. Iron Tree Hell, as the name suggests, is a terrifying space shrouded in iron trees. The iron trees here are not the slow-growing, hard-leaved plants of the natural world, but rather the terrifying trees unique to hell, nourished by molten iron and forged by flames. The trunks of the iron trees are incredibly thick, as if forged from steel, and their branches and leaves are sharp as knives, glinting coldly, as if they could slice through any living being that touched them. The cultist was bound to the trunk of the iron tree, unable to escape. The branches and leaves of the iron tree would continuously grow, extending, piercing into the body, scraping flesh, penetrating skin, and reaching deep into the marrow, causing unbearable pain. Even more despairing was that the branches and leaves of the iron tree seemed to possess life. They would adjust the depth and intensity of their piercing based on the sinner's level of suffering, making the pain endless. Very useful, too useful. Li Yan couldn't help but sigh. The hell described by Li Chen seemed almost real. It felt like a place he had personally experienced, incredibly vivid. Moreover, the tortures within were unbearable. Even the fanatical cultists, those madmen who swore never to betray, could not withstand the third level of hell and had to confess everything. Tell me, how many of you came this time, and what is your purpose? Li Yan spoke, continuing to press for answers. Speak up, and I will give you a quick death. The cultist replied, I'll tell you. Our heavenly god sect's superiors issued an order requiring each branch to control major secret realm dungeons, to possess more resources and seize the initiative. We have established strongholds and teleportation points in the secret realm world. This ice and snow world dungeon has evolution and fission enhancement skill books, making it our primary target. The branch leader Wang Tianming personally came. I've told you everything I know. Kill me, please, just kill me. After hearing this, Li Yan couldn't help but gasp. No wonder these cultists were so arrogant. They had actually established strongholds and teleportation points in the secret realm world, attempting to seize control of the world. If the cultists obtained the Nebula Stone and significantly advanced the dungeon progress, it was indeed possible for them to take control of the dungeon. Wang Tianming came too? Cold sweat broke out on Li Yan's forehead. Wang Tianming was the leader of the Jiangzhou branch, incredibly powerful. A typical level 60 practitioner would barely last a few rounds against him. He had killed countless people. He was the number one enemy within the Dragon Kingdom, someone who required the War God Legion to eliminate. Now, he had also come to this sub-wolf level dungeon. The cultist truthfully said, yes. Wang Tianming personally came, and besides the Nebula Stone, there is another purpose. Li Yan shouted, what purpose? The cultist replied, to capture Li Chen alive and obtain the method for the explosive clay. Li Yan fell into silence. Indeed, the cultists had discovered the strategic significance of Li Chen, a special item that caused item damage that could stack infinitely, with no upper limit. It was even more powerful against people than against monsters. In fact, after Li Chen demonstrated his strength, the school had begun researching claymasters and demolition experts. They found that individual claymasters and demolition experts were not very effective. A demolition expert could at most create a C1 plastic bomb with 500 damage, mainly used for terrain destruction. As for the claymaster, they were even less useful unless their mental power was exceptionally high, allowing them to control the clay to fly into the sky, serving as a rudimentary flying mount. However, Li Chen could fuse clay and explosive powder to create explosive clay, then mold it into bombs with terrifying control and even greater power. So, the cultists wanted to obtain this? Impossible, the Dragon Kingdom would never leak such a thing to the cultists. Alright, you can die now. In the illusion, Li Yan drew his sword and stabbed it into Lu Huabua's chest, completely killing the cultist, allowing his body to be freed and to rest in peace. In reality, Lu Huabua was dead, eyes closed, standing lifeless. Everyone understood what had happened. The cultist's soul was already dead. A teacher took a coffin from his backpack, placed him inside, and carried it on his back. They would hand it over to his family once they left the secret realm. 2 pieces of news. Li Yan looked at everyone and said, first, the powerful cultist Wang Tianming has taken the opportunity to attack the Dragon Kingdom base. The goal, capture Li Chen alive and seize the explosive clay. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was taken aback. Isn't Li Chen here with us? Yes, but they think they can find him at the base. Capturing Li Chen and obtaining the explosive clay would be disastrous? Li Chen must not fall into the hands of the cultists. All the teachers shared this sentiment. They had already witnessed Li Chen's power, almost taking down the boss in one breath.
Such terrifying strength naturally meant that Li Chen could not be captured. The second piece of news, Li Yan said, I have learned the location of the cultist stronghold. He paused and continued, I propose that after we leave here, we split into two groups. One group will go to find the Dragon Kingdom core and bring back Commander Zhang Lifeng to drive the cultists away. The other group, I plan to directly strike at the heart of the enemy. Commander Zhang Lifeng was also the strongest practitioner at the Dragon Kingdom base this time, responsible for strategizing in the secret realm world. With him around, they could deal with the ghostly warrior Wang Tianming. Moreover, if they could destroy the cultist stronghold, they could completely cut off their retreat and teleportation points, trapping them like fish in a barrel. Alright, let's do as Li Yan says. We can catch all the cultists in one go. Let them come and go without return. Soon, Li Yan's proposal received unanimous agreement. The next step was to leave the ruins. Everyone, continue to transmit mental energy and let Li Chen dig through the ruins. Ping Chuan began to direct everyone, then released a mental transmission, ultimately passing the mental energy to Li Chen, allowing him to control the clay armadillo to dig a passage. Half an hour later, with a massive amount of mental energy, Li Chen completely dug through a passage. Everyone exited through the passage, returning to the entrance of the ruins, seeing the light again. We really made it out. The clay master is simply invincible. So strong, the clay master can actually do this. Thanks to this student from Qingfeng Academy. Back on the surface, everyone looked at Li Chen with newfound respect. The shock was immense, making their scalps tingle. His output ability was unmatched, and he had such a special skill. It was very likely he would soon enter the War God Corps and probably make it onto the Hidden Dragon list. Next, everyone would split into two groups. One would seek help, while the other would attack the cultist stronghold. Teacher, I want to take this opportunity. Li Chen looked at Ping Chuan and expressed his thoughts. He wanted to create a supersized clay bomb to directly wipe out the cultist stronghold, avoiding combat as much as possible to minimize personnel casualties. Since the cultists wanted his life, Li Chen would naturally do everything he could to eliminate this evil organization. Ping Chuan asked, Can you do it? Li Chen replied, Whether it can succeed, we have to try. To be honest, he wasn't very confident about the supersized clay bomb. But with so many people here, it was the perfect opportunity. Alright, I'll discuss it with everyone. Ping Chuan nodded slightly, then looked at the crowd and shouted, Everyone, please don't leave just yet. I still need everyone's strength. I still need everyone's strength. Ping Chuan sincerely said, Please continue to provide mental energy to Li Chen, so he can create a supersized clay bomb for high-altitude deployment to directly eliminate the cultist stronghold. Now that everyone was here, they could provide mental energy for Li Chen. Can we really make a supersized clay bomb? I am willing to lend you a hand. I am willing too. Then let's all hold off on leaving for now and provide mental energy to Li Chen. The 5 teachers from the Combat Academy present all agreed with this idea. Thus, the mental transmission array was activated again, channeling energy to Li Chen. With the support of these 500 high-level practitioners, Li Chen suddenly felt his mental energy swell like an ocean, inexhaustible and boundless. Here we go, let's give it a try. Kuwenpeng. Li Chen began to use the clay soul hand to create an unprecedented masterpiece. Kuwenpeng, a mythical creature. In ancient texts and legends, the form of Kuwenpeng is ever-changing, possessing both fish and bird characteristics. When it soared through the deep sea in the form of a koan, its massive body was unmatched, seemingly capable of covering half the ocean. Its skin shimmered with a deep-sea glow of blue and purple, like scales covered in stars, slowly swimming amidst the swirling currents. And when it transformed into a pang, flapping its wings high above the 9 heavens, its wings were so broad they could not be measured, each feather shining with the brilliance of the sun, casting golden light upon the world below, like the brightest star in the sky. As Li Chen crafted the first supersized clay bomb, he couldn't help but be very meticulous. Fortunately, his mental energy was abundant, allowing him to continuously mold it with his imagination. He shaped the clay into an embryo, then kept adding details. With a body like a whale and wings like a great pine, everyone was witnessing the emergence of the Kuwenpeng. An entire hour passed. Gradually, it began to take shape. The colossal clay bomb appeared before everyone, a giant measuring 50 meters across, an enormous object. Then, Li Chen attempted to infuse the characteristics of both the whale and the pang, and surprisingly, he succeeded. This clay bomb had nearly exhausted all the materials Li Chen had on him. Almost 10,000 packets of C1 explosive powder were used. The Kuwenpeng, a creature recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, was born in Li Chen's hands in this alternate world of Blue Star. Indeed, it can be done. My clay soul hand can infuse multiple characteristics, creating a new life form. I can try to create more new life forms in the future. Li Chen thought to himself, gaining new insights into his abilities. My heavens,
what is this thing? The crowd present, witnessing this 50-meter wingspan giant, the Kunpung clay bomb, was left speechless, filled with indescribable astonishment and shock. This is simply a miracle, an elderly teacher said, his voice trembling. His eyes sparkled with disbelief, as if he had witnessed a new miracle. Li Chen, how did you do this? This is not just a bomb, it is a work of art, a piece of art infused with endless imagination. Another young teacher exclaimed excitedly. His face radiated admiration and envy for Li Chen's talent. Merging the bomb and clay felt like giving birth to a new life. They were all teachers from various schools, but at this moment, they regarded Li Chen's methods with deep admiration, seeing him as a peer. Incredible! I feel as if I am seeing a real Kunpung soaring before my eyes. A female teacher whispered in awe, her eyes sparkling with a dreamlike glow, deeply attracted by the extraordinary aura of the Kunpung. This will be a revolution in the history of combat. Li Chen, you have created an entirely new way of fighting. Ping Chuan's voice was filled with barely concealed excitement. He understood the potential of this colossal clay bomb. Once put to use, it would deliver a devastating blow to the cultists. I have never seen such a shocking work. Li Chen, your talent has truly opened my eyes. A teacher from a different academy couldn't help but exclaim. His tone was filled with respect and admiration for Li Chen. The crowd around them buzzed with discussion. Every face was lit up with shock and emotion. They understood that this Kunpung clay bomb not only represented Li Chen's personal creativity and strength but also signified the perfect combination of combat technology and art. However, such a massive object was beyond Li Chen's control. To continue manipulating it, he would need boundless mental energy. Split into two groups, Li Yan immediately began to direct the arrangements. There were a total of 500 people present. Li Yan sent 100 warrior-type practitioners to call for support, while the remaining 400 followed Li Chen to the cultist's lair. The 400 stood on the Kunpung, forming a mental energy transmission formation once again. Li Chen stood at the head of the Kunpung. Li Chen, are you ready? Let us together send this Kunpung into the high skies, allowing it to shine the brightest light above the cultist stronghold. Ping Chuan's voice rang out again, filled with determination and anticipation. Ready, prepare for takeoff. Li Chen nodded, attempting to pilot the Kunpung into the air, to send this behemoth soaring high, to let it radiate the most brilliant light over the cultist space. Xiao Gu is amazing. Zhang Xiaohua was completely in awe of Li Chen. They were all just students, and the people present were all teachers from the Battle Academy. Yet, Li Chen had clearly become the center of attention. No one regarded him as a student. Damn, the gap between Li Chen and me is too vast. Zhou Rincher couldn't help but exclaim. Although he was the captain of the second-ranked team in the third year, that was about it. And Li Chen had already become a figure of renown. Even the teachers from the 5 major academies willingly acted as his supporters. Terrifying, so terrifying. Thankfully, they weren't in the same grade. Such an opponent was simply an insurmountable mountain. Up! Li Chen spread his arms, conducting like an artist. The Kunpung flapped its wings and, in an instant, soared into the high skies, flying beyond the clouds. Li Chen, the cultist's lair is in that direction. Li Yan, knowing the coordinates of the cultist stronghold, began to guide the way. He felt a bit excited. What kind of effect would this massive clay bomb have when dropped? Soon, under Li Yan's guidance, Li Chen arrived above the cultist's lair. In a valley among the snowy mountains, it was very concealed. What is that flying in the sky? What a huge creature! Is it a monster? What kind of monster is this? Quick, call everyone to gather. Soon, cultist members below discovered this scene. They saw the Kunpung soaring high, its massive figure blocking out the sunlight. The shadow it cast created an unprecedented sense of oppression among the cultists on the ground. They looked up in awe. They saw a colossal creature they had never encountered before circling in the air, and fear welled up within them, causing them to stop their actions and stare in astonishment at the spectacle above. All the teachers immediately released their flying mounts and took to the skies. Li Chen stood atop Ping Chuan's 7-colored bird, his gaze firmly locked onto the cultist's lair. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his mental energy. Now is the time. Li Chen silently chanted, swinging his arms forcefully, commanding the Kunpung to dive down. The Kunpung seemed to understand his command, its wings flapping as it plummeted like lightning, carrying an overwhelming momentum. Run, the monster is coming. Run, enemy attack, enemy attack. The cultists below, seeing this, were filled with terror and scattered in all directions, trying to escape the impending disaster. Crack! Just as the Kunpung was about to crash into the ground, Li Chen triggered the bomb's detonation device. A massive explosion echoed with a loud boom. The Kuanping bomb exploded in the air, releasing tremendous energy. A powerful shockwave spread outward, instantly destroying the surrounding buildings, trees, and cultists. The ground shook, and dust flew everywhere. The entire cultists' lair was reduced to ruins in the explosion. A gigantic mushroom cloud formed above the lair from the massive blast, and who knows how many cultists were inside. No matter how many, they all turned to dust, scattered by the wind. Boom, the enormous sound echoed across the sky. My god, oh my god. The teachers riding on large flying mounts were stunned. What the hell is that? I heard that hundreds of years ago, when the resources of the blue planet had not yet been exhausted, weapons similar to this appeared. I have also seen it in ancient texts. It seems to be called a nuclear bomb. I heard that it was a weapon capable of destroying the world, and it was later banned. The power of this is too terrifying, comparable to forbidden spells, no, even more terrifying than forbidden spells. A middle-aged teacher spoke, his voice trembling. This is no mere weapon, it is the wrath of the gods descending upon the world, cleansing all evil and impurity. Another teacher murmured, as if he had witnessed a miracle, his soul shaken like never before. Such power is enough to change everything. A young female teacher spoke softly, yet with unwavering determination, her gaze piercing through the swirling dust as if she could see the outline of a future world. If the Dragon Kingdom gives birth to such power, the battlefield of the myriad races will change. A wise-looking teacher spoke gravely, his words carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, plunging everyone present into deep thought. As the aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided, the sky began to clear, and everyone used their detection skills to probe below. Everything had turned to dust, the mountains were flattened, leaving behind a massive pit with almost no signs of life. They're all dead, killed in an instant. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The means displayed by Li Chen had surpassed everyone's imagination. This was no longer the realm of combat professionals, it was a weapon of humanity. Not only had it destroyed the cultists' lair, but it had also planted a seed of contemplation deep within everyone's souls about the future direction of humanity. Li Chen's existence was no longer that of a student or a mere warrior. He would change the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom Base. The cultists were launching a frenzied attack on the Dragon Kingdom base. The protective shield guarding the base was on the verge of collapse, ready to shatter at any moment. Inside the base, the main forces were absent, leaving only a few students behind. This group of cultists had 8 fully leveled professionals stationed, and with a powerhouse like Wang Tianming among them, the base had no way to resist. Moreover, most of these students had never participated in human-to-human warfare. They had originally thought that cultivation was PvE, but now it had escalated to PvP. Suddenly faced with such a situation, some students fell into panic. How could this happen? Why did these cultists dare to attack the Dragon Kingdom base? A girl clutched her friend's hand tightly. Her voice trembled with a sob, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. What should we do? Mom and Dad, where are you? A boy curled up in a building of his academy, holding his head in his hands. His body trembled with fear, tears streaming down his cheeks. Other students tried to remain calm. They attempted to leave through the teleportation array, only to find that it was unusable at that moment. Helpless, they searched for a place to take refuge, only to discover there was nowhere to escape. Outside the protective shield, the cultists were attacking frantically. Each attack dimmed the shield's glow further. We can't just sit here and wait for death. A seemingly strong girl stepped forward, her voice trembled, but her eyes shone with an indomitable light. Everyone gather together, help each other. Perhaps we can find a chance to survive. Unfortunately, there were not many students like this, and not many stood up. Standing firmly at the door to guard were the principals of the 5 academies and some staff from the Dragon Kingdom base. The panic spread like a plague, and many students had lost their sanity, fleeing in all directions, searching for a non-existent safe place. Some students fell in the chaos, trampled by the panicked crowd. Some cried in despair, allowing fear to consume their souls. Who can save us? I don't want to die. I'm only 17. Who will save me? I would give anything. Among the crowd, Fang Ro-Ro's face was pale, collapsing to the ground. She had heard of the cruelty of cultists. After killing, they would dismember their victims, and if it was a woman, they would also be violated. It's over. The protective shield is about to break. In this chaos, the light of the protective shield finally reached its limit. With a deafening crash, it completely collapsed. Haha, is that all? Wang Tianming led the cultists into the Dragon Country base. The cheers of the cultists, the sounds of their attacks, and the increasingly desperate screams and cries of the students merged into a chaotic sea. Of course, not all students were terrified. This was the Battle Academy of Jiangzhou, not all cowards. Among the crowd, some courageous students formed a team, standing behind the principal. As soon as the principal gave the order, they would strike. Although there was a significant level gap between the two sides,
most cultists were above level 40. Old man, hand over Li Chen, and I'll leave immediately. Wang Tianming shouted at Li Changfeng, the principal of Qingfeng Academy, who stood at the forefront. Li Chen, he's one of your Qingfeng Academy students, right? Hand him over quickly, or we'll start a massacre. Don't be fooled by their current advantage. That was because they had learned that the main force of the Dragon Country base had all gone out, leaving the defense weak. Once the main army returned, they would not be a match. Wang Tianming just wanted to get Li Chen quickly and avoid further trouble. Li Changfeng smiled and said, Li Chen is just an ordinary student. What do you want him for? The immediate plan was to buy time. As long as the main army returned, everything would be resolved. Although they had 5 max-level principals on their side, Wang Tianming alone could hold them off, and the remaining students who had never fought were no match for the cultists who had killed. Every second they delayed increased the students' chances of survival. Stop wasting time. I want Li Chen. Wang Tianming sneered, Old man, I know you want to stall for time. I'll count to 10, hand over Li Chen, and we'll leave. Or, we'll slaughter everyone here. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown was pronounced word by word, like the tolling of a death bell. Principal, why not just hand over Li Chen? Suddenly, a student shouted, Yeah, we can't let him die alone and endanger all of us. Another student stepped forward to shout. The number of voices in the crowd calling for Li Chen's surrender gradually increased. Hearing this, the faces of several principals turned ashen. Let alone a strategic-level student like Li Chen, they could not hand over even an ordinary student to the cult. It seemed that the education at the Battle Academy still had flaws. The students were afraid of death. Although such students were in the minority, they still existed. In the crowd, Fang Roro from Jin Academy shouted, Let Li Chen go. We will always remember him, honor his sacrifice for us, and in the future, we will avenge him. Fang Roro was very afraid of death. Seeing that the 5 principals of the Battle Academy united were not even a match for the cult leader made her even more terrified. If the other side intended to massacre them, these students, only in their teens, would surely be doomed. She had heard that Li Chen had offended the cultists last time and had blown up several of them. It must be so, they were here for revenge. Since it was Li Chen who caused the trouble, let him die. They couldn't let one person drag everyone down, could they? Fang Roro felt increasingly wronged as she thought about it, so she shouted, Li Chen, if you're a man, don't drag everyone down with you, come out, and face it like a man. Li Chen, if you're a man, don't drag everyone down with you, come out, and face it like a man. Fang Roro shouted loudly. She already held animosity towards Li Chen and now wished he would die. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Although many hoped Li Chen would step forward to stop this catastrophe, they dared not voice it. This sentence was shouted out by Fang Roro. Li Changfeng glared angrily, shouting, Which academy, which class are you from? You're a warrior, how can you let your fellow countrymen go to their deaths? Wang Tianming, seeing the internal strife, smiled and said, Oh, Principal Li, you're mistaken. I never said to let Li Chen die, I will ensure he lives well. Seeing this, Fang Roro hurriedly said, Look, Li Chen won't die. If he just steps forward, he can stop. Slap! A sound of a slap echoed. Rendanle, the principal of Jin Combat Academy, slapped her face. You are expelled. You are not worthy of being a warrior. How could the academy produce a failure like you? That is a cultist, our enemy. Fang Roro was stunned by the slap. She cried out in grievance, So what if I am? But I will die. I'm just a child. I'm only 17. I don't want to die. I joined the Combat Academy just to graduate peacefully and to have a good job afterward. Why should I die for Li Chen? I still have a bright future, a wonderful youth. Do you not understand that the moment you joined the Combat Academy, you became a warrior, ready to go to the battlefield at any time? Rendanle shouted loudly. Fang Roro choked back tears. No, I didn't know. I just want to live. Others may not dare to say it, but I dare to say it. I just don't want to die. All right. Wang Tianming clapped and walked towards Fang Roro, saying, Yes, no one has the right to take away your chance to live. You seem to know Li Chen. Fang Roro nodded. Yes, I know him. Wang Tianming smiled. You go find him. I guarantee I won't kill you. Okay. Fang Roro immediately agreed upon hearing this. She quickly began to act. If she could find Li Chen, she could avoid death. You dare? Do you believe I will kill you right now? Rendanle's murderous intent surged. She would not allow her academy students to become the pawns of a cult. Otherwise, Jin Combat Academy would become a joke. Saying this, she reached out to grab Fang Roro. Principal Ren, do you think I'm invisible? Wang Tianming activated his ghostly state, instantly appearing in front of Rendanle, sweeping his spear with the skill Unstoppable, which had a knockback effect, sending her flying back several meters. Put! Rendanle spat out a mouthful of blood, injured severely.
Fong Roro suddenly froze. This was a cultist who could kill without blinking. She was actually going to help them, and the principal was injured because of it. Now, she had become the target of everyone's ire. If she really found Li Chen, even if she could survive, could she still live in the academy? But if she didn't find Li Chen, she would die. You wretched thing, you become a traitor, do you know that? Ren Danlei shouted at Fong Roro. How could this little girl be willing to go this far just to survive? Willingly working for a cult, rubbing the dignity of the combat academy into the dirt. Little girl, it seems there is no place for you in Long Country anymore. Wang Tianming noticed this and grinned, but now, it's no longer up to you. The doors of our Heavenly God sect are always open for you, welcome to join. If they could recruit a student from the combat academy, it would be a heavy blow to the academy system of Long Country. Fong Roro, you can't. You mustn't agree to them, a girl from the same dormitory and team urged. If she agreed, she would truly be on the wrong path. Fong Roro, you still have time to turn back. Ren Danlei looked at Fong Roro and said, if you really dare to do this, you will be a traitor, and I can kill you. Why? Fong Roro cried out, feeling increasingly wronged. Why do you have to treat me like this for a Li Chen? Did I do something wrong? What did I do wrong? It's not me who's wrong, it's Li Chen. He offended the cultists. She didn't understand. Clearly, handing over one person would save countless lives. Why wouldn't the principals agree? It was clearly your fault. It was you who couldn't handle the cultists that put my life in danger. It was clearly your fault. It was your lack of strength. If you were weak, why not compromise? You've lived long enough, at your age. But I haven't lived enough. I don't want to die. Time is running out, Wang Tianming said with a sinister smile. You have 5 minutes to find Li Chen and bring him to me. I will spare your lives. After 5 minutes, I will start the slaughter here, and within half an hour, none of you will leave alive. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere turned icy. Wang Tianming's strength was evident. The 5 principals were no match for him. Slaughtering other lower-level students was as easy as killing ants. His death cry state burned his life force. With no cooldown and no duration limit, he could truly kill all the students here in half an hour. I'll find him. Fong Roro looked at the silent students and shouted unwillingly, you all remember, the reason you can survive is thanks to me, Fong Roro. If I join the cult in the future, it will be because the principals forced me. I am the one being sacrificed. Fong Roro had already prepared for the worst. Find Li Chen, then join the cult to survive. Saying this, she looked towards the direction with the most students. The cultists didn't know Li Chen, but she did. As long as she found Li Chen, she could survive. After 3 years of being classmates, she knew exactly what Li Chen looked like. However, at that moment, Li Chen, I found you, Fong Roro shouted in surprise, pointing towards a direction in the crowd. Li Chen, you're really not a man. Why don't you stand up yourself? She didn't expect to find Li Chen so easily in the crowd. Li Chen! Li Changfeng's expression changed. He didn't expect Li Chen to be at the base. Li Chen, I've been looking for you so hard, catch him. Wang Tianming waved his hand, and immediately dozens of cultists rushed towards Li Chen. No need to catch me. I'll come myself. Li Chen smiled and raised his hand, indicating he would walk over. He approached Wang Tianming. I wonder what you want with me? Indeed, this person was Li Chen. After bombing the cultists' base, everyone used the return stone. However, they found that the return stone couldn't be used, indicating something had gone wrong at the base. The teacher's army immediately rushed towards the base. They discovered the base was under attack by cultists, and the protective shield was on the verge of collapse. Leading them was the death cry warrior, Wang Tianming. Li Yan knew. This Wang Tianming was very powerful, one of the top combatants among the cultists. With 400 teachers, they probably couldn't stop Wang Tianming. Thus, he began to devise a strategy. The 400 teachers positioned themselves to the south of the Dragon Country base, connecting the mental transmission array, allowing Li Chen to dig a tunnel from underground and enter the Dragon Country base in advance. Therefore, Li Chen appeared among the students at this moment. Of course, it's to discuss matters of cooperation. Wang Tianming revealed a friendly smile. If we can cooperate, there are many benefits. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Really? Li Chen showed a look of unwavering belief. Absolutely, Wang Tianming affirmed. Then fine. Li Chen smiled slightly and then looked at Fong Roro. My first request is to kill this woman. Li Chen had endured her for a long time. Now she was openly asking him to die. She deserved to die. As soon as these words were spoken, Fong Roro's expression changed drastically. Fong Roro first looked at Li Chen and scolded, Li Chen, you bastard. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how would I be like this? The one who deserves to die is you. Fong Roro then looked at Wang Tianming and shouted, no, you can't kill me. You said that if I found Li Chen, you wouldn't kill me. If you kill Li Chen, I'll give you anything. Shut up, you think you deserve to negotiate with me? Wang Tianming sneered coldly, instantly transforming into an invisible shadow. In the next moment, Fang Ruru, who was a good 30 meters away, fell into a pool of blood. Fang Ruru was dead just like that. The Ghost Cry warrior, terrifying indeed. No one saw Wang Tianming's movement. In an instant, he had killed her. He wasn't wrong. In half an hour, he could really kill everyone here. He was not an ordinary max-level practitioner. His strength far exceeded his level. He was a transcendent practitioner. Now, can we talk about cooperation? Wang Tianming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a wicked smile, "Join us, become the ruler of the universe, and in the future, you could become a deity." Become a deity in the future? Li Chen was somewhat surprised to hear this. What kind of trick was this cult playing, to say such things? Of course. Seeing that Li Chen was moved, Wang Tianming slowly walked over and said kindly, "The main god of our heavenly god sect has already paved the way for us to ascend to godhood. In the future, when planetary consciousness can no longer provide nourishment for practitioners, only by stepping onto the divine position can one continue to advance. Step onto the divine position, become a true god, and you can attain immortality." Ha ha ha. The heavenly god sect still has 1,800 divine positions. If you join, I will represent the heavenly god sect and give you a place. Wang Tianming's attitude was very sincere. He genuinely wanted to win over Li Chen. Although Li Chen was only level 23, his potential would be countless times stronger than a level 60 practitioner. As the leader of the Jiangzhou branch of the heavenly god sect, he belonged to the upper echelons and had the authority to promise a divine position. As soon as these words were spoken, the cultists behind Wang Tianming showed envious expressions. All the followers were vying for this divine position to attain immortality. It required strong abilities and a significant amount of contributions to obtain. What merit did Li Chen have to be valued so highly, to gain a divine position just by joining? The future planetary will cancel. Becoming a god, immortality? Li Chen felt there was something deeper going on. The waters were very deep. Yes. Wang Tianming nodded slightly and said, "One day, the blue star wills will shatter, and at that time, the practitioner system will cease to exist. Only by occupying a divine position can one continue to advance and attain immortality. The heavenly god sect will bestow divine positions." After saying this, Wang Tianming extended his friendly right hand towards Li Chen. "Join us, and I will give you a divine position. Together we will attain immortality and control the universe." Wang Tianming's voice was so loud that even the students in the base could hear it. They trembled in shock. So this was the benefit of the heavenly god sect. They didn't know if it was true or not, but if it was, could they really attain immortality? No wonder there were so many people talking about cults. Their ability to entice people was too strong. Many students on the scene were moved upon hearing the word immortality. They all looked at Li Chen, wondering whether he would agree or refuse. "Damn, you're making me a bit tempted here." Li Chen twisted his neck and walked towards Wang Tianming. "You're a cult, and the words of cultists are all about seducing people's hearts." He then spread his arms wide and suddenly hugged Wang Tianming. The distance was too close, and Wang Tianming momentarily didn't react, caught in Li Chen's embrace. Wang Tianming's expression changed, and he shouted, "What are you doing?" Li Chen laughed heartily. "Do you think you can seduce me? Ha ha, what's the use of immortality? It's just living like an old turtle. What a terrible idea. How about experiencing my art, then?" Cut. Indeed, the Li Chen in front of him was merely a clay clone of Li Chen. The real Li Chen was currently in the shadows. Li Chen's clay manipulation had successfully evolved into clay control. Clay control consumes a small amount of mental energy to manipulate clay within the field of vision. Beyond 1,000 meters, the farther the distance, the more mental energy consumed. As long as there is a line of sight, he can control it, no matter how far. Meanwhile, Miwen's mental light was attached to a small clay bird. The clay bird flew into the air, observing the movements below. Then, Miwen used the newly learned level 20 skill mind sharing to share her vision with Li Chen. This way, Li Chen, with vision, could control the clay from a super long distance. Of course, this consumed a lot of mental energy. It required the support of 400 people to transmit mental energy to achieve this. At the moment, behind Li Chen were those teachers, transmitting mental energy to him, allowing him to control the clay bomb from a super long distance. "You are a clay bomb. Good. You had bad intentions from the start." Wang Tianming finally realized that the Li Chen hugging him was fake, made of a clay bomb. He didn't expect that this clay bomb looked no different from a real person. It could even speak. It was so absurd that he didn't even notice. However, to think he could kill him with such a trick was underestimating himself. Before Li Chen's clay bomb clone exploded, Wang Tianming directly broke free and instantly escaped the blast radius,
his strength and agility were astonishingly fast. After all, he was a level 60 maxed out professional, one of the top combat powers of the Celestial sect, equipped with legendary gear, various super strong skill books, and innate skills. Although Li Chen was strong, he still couldn't deal with him. In fact, Li Chen didn't want to act directly. He intended to fish in troubled waters, first agreeing to join the cult, then looking for an opportunity to self-destruct. However, Li Yen said this wouldn't do. If he joined the cult in front of so many students today, it would be a huge blow to all the students. Even if it was fake, it wouldn't work. They had to confront it head-on. They needed to completely sever ties with the cult and set an example for the students. Even if they couldn't win, with remote control of the clay, there wouldn't be much danger. As long as they could hold out until reinforcements arrived, they would achieve their goal. Since you don't want to cooperate properly, don't blame me. Wang Tianming's face turned ashen. He had said so much just to win Li Chen over. If they cooperated well, he could give him a chance to become a god. Unfortunately, this person didn't know what was good for him. Then he could only capture him himself, using severe torture to extract the method to detonate the clay. Then, directly let the evil sorcerer Feng De use dark sorcery to let a trusted confidant occupy Li Chen's body and gain all his abilities. You refuse a toast and instead want a penalty drink. Die for me. Wang Tianming moved quickly and soon found another clay clone of Li Chen. He reached out and grabbed the neck of the clay clone. Fake, die. Wang Tianming felt it was clay and directly crushed it. His strength carried a dark aura, with a silencing effect. The crushed clay bombs surprisingly failed to detonate. Even if you kill one of me, there are still countless others. At this moment, countless clay clones of Li Chen emerged from all directions. Each clone was a clay bomb. Wang Tianming's expression changed. He hadn't expected capturing Li Chen to be so troublesome. He couldn't kill directly. If he killed the main body, he would lose the formula for the detonating clay. But if he didn't kill directly, each one was a clay bomb. This would make Wang Tianming hesitant. So strong, such powerful clay bomb technology. Wang Tianming instantly became excited. The more powerful Li Chen appeared, the more he felt this trip was worth it, incredibly worth it. In the Celestial God sect, all practitioners were transformed from Celestial God stones. After becoming combat professionals, they still retained their previous life professions. Among them were many clay masters and demolition experts. If he could obtain such technology, the overall strength of the Celestial God sect would rise to a new level. I must get it. I must get it. I will definitely catch you. Ha, Li Chen, you are too perfect. Wang Tianming's eyes grew increasingly frenzied as he activated his ghost cry state and charged out. He had to capture Li Chen alive. But unfortunately, he didn't know that Li Chen was not even present. Wang Tianming was sure that clay manipulation had a range of only 1,000 meters. Therefore, Li Chen must be among those clay clones. Not only did Wang Tianming think so, but the principal and students present also believed the same. But in reality, he was very far away, in a military underground air defense cave at Qingfeng Academy. Fool, you just keep looking. Not a peep from anyone, haha. Li Chen laughed heartily, continuing to remotely control the clay. With the aerial view of the clay birds and the super long-range control of the clay, Li Chen was now playing the game, remotely controlling characters and toying with the opponent. This is my art, ha, ha. Boom boom. In the Dragon Country base, Li Chen's figure was running around, self-destructing. At the same time, he controlled over 100 clay clone bombs, moving around, running towards the outside of the Dragon Country base, occasionally attacking cultists. Dozens of cultists had already been blown up by Li Chen, but Wang Tianming didn't care at all. If they died, he would just recruit more. But there was only one person like Li Chen. His value was comparable to an entire branch of the Celestial God sect. No, even 2 or 3 branches. So, even though many cultists had been blown up, Wang Tianming still did not order the cultists to attack those clay clones. He wanted to personally test each one to find the main body. Clay manipulation had a range of only 1,000 meters. This meant that among these clay clones, there must be one that was the real Li Chen. Holding on to this thought, Wang Tianming activated his ghost cry mode. He moved like a ghostly shadow, so fast that even explosions couldn't harm him. His speed was too fast. The ghost cry warrior, as a talent profession, was nearly unmatched in strength. It absolutely belonged to the SSS-level talent professions. Even hidden professions wouldn't stand a chance. However, the 5 principals would not allow Wang Tianming to continue unchecked. Stop him, Li Changfeng shouted. The principals of the 5 academies all took action to block Wang Tianming, but they were quickly beaten back by Wang Tianming. The gap in strength was too great. The strength of the 5 academy principals was definitely at a high level. But unfortunately, Wang Tianming's strength had already reached the pinnacle of combat professionals. He could easily take on a high-level legion by himself.
We need to help the principal. In the base, many third-grade students began to form teams to join. These third-grade students also ranged from levels 35 to 40. But unfortunately, Wang Tianming was a top-tier combatant in the cult, his strength ranking among the best in the world, and there was no one present who could match him. Facing such a strong opponent, it was impossible to compensate for the gap in strength with numbers like when fighting a boss. You rely on numbers to fight the boss. Wang Tianming laughed and pointed at himself. I'm different from you, I've always soloed bosses, ha ha ha. Then, he charged into the students' ranks. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, he killed anyone in sight, and soon a large number of students were dead. Throughout, Wang Tianming did not command the cultists to attack. He was just playing alone, taking on everyone by himself. Wang Tianming was not a good commander, he was simply powerful. Additionally, he seemed a bit deranged. He appeared to relish the feeling of slaughter. The leader is so strong, incredibly strong. Ha, even the heads of the 5 academies are no match for him. One person dominating the entire base, truly worthy of being the leader. The cult members, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel excited. Suddenly, a cultist shouted, "Leader, not good, Li Chen has escaped." While Wang Tianming was slaughtering the students, Li Chen had already controlled the remaining 50 clay clones and was running towards the outside of the base. As long as he could escape the Dragon Country base's range and find other teleportation points, Li Chen could use them to leave. With so many teleportation points, once he got away, it would be hard to find him again. Li Chen, you are so heartless and ungrateful. I really like it. Wang Tianming wiped the blood from his face and turned to chase after Li Chen's clone. He killed those students in hopes of luring Li Chen to come and rescue them. After all, he had come specifically to capture Li Chen. If the academy students died for him, he would definitely feel guilty. This way, he could force him to show himself. But in the end, Li Chen not only did not rescue the students but instead took the opportunity to escape from the Dragon Country base. Truly heartless and ungrateful. The cultists guarding the entrance of the Dragon Country base, due to orders, did not dare to attack or stop Li Chen, allowing him to escape calmly. Do you think you can escape? Wang Tianming sneered and chased after Li Chen. With Li Chen's speed, he couldn't escape quickly at all. Although those clay clones inherited some of his traits, they were only partial, and their movement speed was not fast. Let alone the clay clones, even if Li Chen himself came, he would be caught up in an instant. Fortunately, there were a total of 50 clay clones, each fleeing from different directions. This forced Wang Tianming to chase them one by one. Soon, he caught up to the first clay clone. Ka! The clone shouted Ka, then self-destructed. Wang Tianming immediately escaped the explosion range and moved on to the next clay clone. In no time, he had caught up to 10 clones. These clones either self-destructed or were crushed by Wang Tianming. Wang Tianming had a skill that could release a black aura, which seemed to have a decomposition effect. The clay bombs attacked by the black gas would start to disintegrate from the inside, losing their effectiveness and shattering into pieces. Li Chen was well aware of Wang Tianming's strength and did not dare to be careless. He carefully controlled the clones, constantly fleeing. At the same time, he was also trying to lead Wang Tianming to that place. Just as Wang Tianming continued his pursuit, several clay bomb clones found an opportunity and surrounded him. Ka! Li Chen immediately detonated the clones. With a loud bang, the explosion created a shockwave that tore through the surrounding air, sending dust flying. The explosion this time affected all directions around Wang Tianming, and with a clone carrying 10 packs of explosive powder, the range of its power was not small. Wang Tianming could not avoid the center of the explosion at all. The explosion is physical damage. Wang Tianming was knocked back a few steps by the powerful shockwave. His face darkened, his gaze fierce, fixated tightly on the direction where Li Chen was. The release of a skill similar to magic caused physical damage, accompanied by fire damage, shock damage, and so on. The destructive power was terrifying. It was equivalent to long-range physical damage, very formidable. The more Wang Tianming understood the characteristics of the clay bomb, the more he wanted to obtain it. Because, before using the Divine Stone and becoming a professional, he was also a claymaster. Li Chen, you can't escape. Wang Tianming roared, his figure transforming into a shadow once again, chasing after Li Chen. Li Chen knew that the speed of his clone could not compare to Wang Tianming. He could only rely on direction to buy time. He continued to control the clone to flee in all directions, trying to confuse Wang Tianming. The two were like playing a game of cat and mouse. With 30 mice, it was only a matter of time before they were all caught. The people present couldn't help but worry for Li Chen. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed, as if shrouded in a cloud of smoke. Finally, only one of Li Chen's clones remained. Because the clay master's clay manipulation skill had a range of 1,000 meters. So, without a doubt,
this one must be the real body. It's over, Li Chen is going to be caught. The students held their breath, not daring to breathe loudly. In their line of sight, Li Chen's neck had already been grabbed by Wang Tianming. Wang Tianming, with one arm, lifted Li Chen into the air. "Ahaha, I've finally caught you." Wang Tianming laughed arrogantly. "Li Chen, now I give you one last choice." Ha! Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. The Li Chen in front of him was still a clay clone. The sensation was that of clay, not human. It had no warmth. "You are a clay clone." Wang Tianming's expression changed. He immediately activated the black mysterious demon eye skill to look around. This skill had a function, capable of detecting everything. However, he did not see Li Chen's presence within the 1,000-meter diameter range. This meant that this was the only clay clone of Li Chen. But the ultimate clay manipulation only had a control range of 1,000 meters. Wang Tianming himself was a clay master, he was clear about this point. But why was there such a situation? At this moment, 300 meters outside the Dragon Country base, Wang Tianming held Li Chen's neck, lifting him in midair. The two were in a standoff. It's over, has Li Chen been caught? It must be. The clay master's second life skill, clay manipulation, when upgraded to ultimate, has a control range of 1,000 meters. There are no clay clones left within that 1,000-meter range. So, the one being caught by that cult leader is Li Chen's real body? It should be. Who else could it be besides the real body? Inside the Dragon Country base, the students watched the scene before them, discussing among themselves. It's over, Li Chen has been taken. If Li Chen has been taken, doesn't that mean we're safe? Are you stupid? That cult leader values Li Chen so much, even wants to give him some divine position, he must have ulterior motives. I suspect it has something to do with Li Chen using clay and explosives. Many cultists are former life profession turners. If they learn this technique, they could use clay bombs against us in the future, and we would be doomed. The students chattered, having roughly guessed the situation. The cultists' eyes were fixed solely on Li Chen, likely because he wanted the clay explosion technique. After all, only Li Chen could combine clay and explosions to mold controllable clay bombs. At this moment, everyone thought Li Chen had been captured and was doomed. But in reality, only Wang Tianming knew the truth. What he had caught was merely a clay clone. The sensation of a human hand is different from that of clay. It can be distinguished. Thus, he held Li Chen up, lost in thought. Wang Tianming furrowed his brow, beginning to recall the inconsistencies. No, you can't possibly have only one clone while your main body isn't nearby. Controlling clay requires a massive amount of mental energy. You're only level 20, how could you control so many clay clones? Even I, controlling clay, couldn't achieve this. Suddenly, Wang Tianming had a realization. His eyes lit up. You've evolved the clay control skill. In this dungeon, there were skill books that could evolve and enhance skills. This could only explain it. So, the real Li Chen was still lurking in the shadows, never having shown himself. His control range had already surpassed 1,000 meters. Ah, you guessed too late. Li Chen smiled slightly. Look at what's beneath your feet. Wang Tianming looked down. He was sinking without realizing it. His entire knee was already buried in the mud. This was a trap Li Chen had set up in advance. Long before entering the Dragon Country base, he had prepared this trap. See one clay earth dragon pool. The entire piece of land was filled with clay earth dragons. When someone stepped on it, the earth dragons began to wriggle, making the ground soft like mud, causing it to sink. Wang Tianming's expression changed. So, you plan to lead me here all along? Li Chen's clone nodded with a smile. That's right. Wang Tianming, even this trap was set up before you entered the base? Li Chen's clone, yes. Wang Tianming, so, everything was part of your plan? Li Chen's clone, what else could it be? At this moment, Li Chen's clay clone and Wang Tianming had sunk to the waist in the earth dragon pool. Within the pool, there were 3,000 C1 clay earth dragons, like a muddy quagmire. Once trapped inside, if it exploded, the power would be unimaginable. Wang Tianming sneered, a clever plan. Do you think you can blow me up? Li Chen's clone, we'll find out with a little explosion. Wang Tianming, alright, then bring it on. Li Chen's clone, come on. Wang Tianming, come on, don't be shy. Li Chen's clone, then here I come. Li Chen couldn't understand why Wang Tianming was so arrogant. He was clearly trapped in his own earth dragon pool trap. Even in this situation, he remained so calm. Did he really think he was invincible? I'm just waiting for you to sink deeper into the earth dragon pool. What are you waiting for? Crack! In the next moment, Li Chen detonated the clay clone. Following that, the entire earth dragon pool erupted with all 3,000 C1 clay earth dragons exploding simultaneously. The sound of the explosion echoed through the heavens and the earth. The energy released from the explosion of 3,000 C1 clay earth dragons was like 3,000 miniature stars annihilating at once. emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire area as bright as day. The destructive force surged from the dragon pool, sweeping wildly in all directions, unleashing an unprecedented storm. At that moment, the air seemed to be completely torn apart, forming countless visible cracks, accompanied by sharp sonic booms, spreading far away. The massive shockwave was like a raging sea. It devoured the surrounding mountains, trees, and even buildings further away, turning them to dust, raising clouds of dirt and debris that blotted out the sun. Such terrifying power made it impossible for any living being to survive within. Wang Tianming was undoubtedly doomed. Qingfeng Academy, Underground Military Air Defense Shelter. We did it! Wang Tianming is dead, Li Yan shouted loudly. Miwen also shared her thoughts, sending a message to him. Throughout the process, Li Yan participated and provided guidance. When he saw Li Chen advancing step by step, using his clones to lure Wang Tianming into a prearranged trap, he felt a bit nervous. Fortunately, they ultimately succeeded in blowing Wang Tianming up. It must be said that this student's abilities had exceeded his expectations. After all, this was Wang Tianming. Even if their entire teaching team attacked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Yet Li Chen managed to kill Wang Tianming using his uniqueness. Although it required the mental support of 400 people, achieving this was already remarkable. Xiao Guo, awesome! Zhang Xiaohua was the first to shout, igniting a wave of praise. This student is indeed impressive. Li Chen, doesn't this make him the best in Zhengzhou? Wang Tianming's strength ranks among the top in the global professional community. To kill him is no easy feat. Although we relied on our 400 people, in reality, none of us alone could match Wang Tianming. As Zhang Xiaohua's voice rang out, the teachers in the underground shelter couldn't help but feel excited. Only Li Chen couldn't bring himself to be happy, because just before he detonated the bomb, he sensed that Wang Tianming was too calm. Perhaps he had an invincible holy shield? No, that shouldn't be possible. The invincible holy shield is a legacy skill exclusive to knights. Warriors can't possess it. So why was he so calm? Thinking of this, Li Chen spoke up. Everyone, don't celebrate too early. I feel like things aren't that simple. Let's take another look and confirm whether Wang Tianming is really dead. Miwen nodded and continued to use her mental sharing to relay the view of a bird in the sky. The view appeared. At this moment, the explosion site was still shrouded in smoke. After a long wait, the smoke finally cleared. However, while Li Chen and the others were still watching the direction of the explosion, they heard a loud voice coming from the Dragon Country base. Wow, Li Chen, you almost really killed me. From the crowd of cultists, Wang Tianming walked out calmly, clapping his hands. Suddenly, he looked up sharply at the bird in the sky. You almost got me killed. Let me guess. You little mouse are probably hiding in some corner, and if I'm not mistaken, there are quite a few people transmitting mental energy to you? What's going on? How is he not dead? The students in the Dragon Country base showed surprised expressions. They had thought that Li Chen had sacrificed himself in an explosion to kill Wang Tianming. Yet, in the end, Wang Tianming was completely unharmed. How did he do that? Someone asked. He swapped places with someone. A particularly observant student said, I just saw it. He swapped places with a cultist. The one who died in the explosion was another cultist. What about Li Chen? Is Li Chen still alive? I don't know. I think Li Chen might still be alive, that Wang Tianming hasn't left. Everyone was now confused, unable to grasp the situation. However, they could see that Wang Tianming was still searching for Li Chen's figure. You really are a dangerous individual. Wang Tianming toyed with the nebula stone in his hand. This meant he had also found a nebula relic and obtained something from inside, killing the relic boss to gain the skill of nebula shadow escape. Just at the moment of the explosion, Wang Tianming had swapped places with a cultist, letting the cultist die in his stead. Let me guess. You little mouse, I'm afraid you're hiding in some corner. If I'm not mistaken, there are quite a few people transmitting spiritual energy to you? Wang Tianming sneered as he looked up at the clay bird in the sky. At first, he had noticed a bird circling above but hadn't paid it much attention. But now, Wang Tianming realized that the real Li Chen was likely hiding in the shadows, in a place he couldn't find. The bird in the sky must be Li Chen's eyes. Wang Tianming suddenly leaped, and two wings appeared on his armor. It was legendary armor with built-in flight capabilities. In the next moment, he jumped into the air and grabbed the clay bird, crushing it. Indeed, it's made of clay, Wang Tianming said coldly. He hadn't expected Li Chen's clay manipulation to be this powerful. Just relying on the vision provided by the clay, he could control so many clay bombs from a distance, making him dance around and almost killing him. Li Chen, are you hiding in this base? Wang Tianming sneered. Do you think I can't find you? You can't escape. With that, he charged towards the Qingfeng Combat Academy. If he were to hide, the opponent would definitely choose his own academy first, as it was more familiar. And indeed, that was the case. Li Chen would never have thought that the opponent could detect him, hiding directly in his own academy. He really hadn't expected that. At this moment, Wang Tianming entered the Qingfeng Combat Academy. Immediately, he activated the inherited skill Black Mysterious Demon Eye and looked around. This skill had a function, capable of detecting everything. Finding Li Chen and the others was just a matter of time. Inside the military air defense cave of Qingfeng Combat Academy. Oh no, the bird's vision is gone. Li Chen saw Wang Tianming jump to a height of over 10 meters, sprouting 2 pairs of wings in the air, and then killing the clay bird that was acting as his eye. Now, there was still one eye left in the setup, which was a clay little frog in a hole in front of the air defense cave. From the frog's perspective, Wang Tianming's movement speed was incredibly fast. With his ability, he was continuously searching for Li Chen's figure. Soon, his gaze turned towards the underground air defense cave. The hearts of everyone in the air defense cave skipped a beat. He found us. He's got you. Wang Tianming smiled and charged towards the air defense cave. With his ability, Wang Tianming had already discovered the existence of the underground air defense cave. I have no choice but to fight. Li Chen was so nervous that sweat was dripping from his forehead. The opponent was too strong. Facing Wang Tianming, Li Chen felt he was definitely no match. The opponent's speed was too fast. Large clay bombs couldn't hit him at all. Before he could detonate them, they were either rendered harmless or dodged. If it were small bombs that could explode on him, there might be a chance to hit him, but the damage from small clay bombs was definitely insufficient. Moreover, the opponent might not even give him that opportunity. I can only rely on numbers. Li Chen continuously took out C1 clay spiders and C1 flying birds from his backpack. As long as there were enough of them, he would eventually hit the opponent. Boom! The door of the underground military air defense cave was kicked open by Wang Tianming. The two sides finally met face to face. Li Chen, you really are here, ha ha. Wang Tianming looked over and found that Li Chen indeed had people supporting him with spiritual energy. There were quite a few, 400 people, all above level 40. No wonder Li Chen could remotely control so many clay bombs at once. What now? Pingchuan looked at Li Yan and asked, should we all work together to deal with this Wang Tianming, or should we continue to send mental energy to Li Chen and let him use clay bombs to fight back? Li Yan thought for a moment and shouted, even if we all go together, we can't defeat this Wang Tianming. My illusion techniques are ineffective against him. His resistance is too high. We can only rely on Li Chen and let him give it a try. Wang Tianming was someone who could take on high-level legions. People like them, from mid-level teacher legions, simply couldn't compete. They could only place their hopes on Li Chen, hoping he could use the clay bombs to buy time until reinforcements arrived. Alright, everyone responded, planning to let Li Chen handle it. Wang Tianming approached the military air defense hole of the Qingfeng Combat Academy like a bolt of black lightning. Each of his steps seemed to tear through the air, accompanied by a series of low rumbles, as if the very earth was trembling. The light of the black mysterious demon eye flickered in his eyes, penetrating layers of soil and gazing into every corner of the air defense hole. Li Chen, join our heavenly god sect. Wang Tianming's voice echoed in the air defense hole, carrying an undeniable tone. No way. Li Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the tension in his heart. He quickly calculated in his mind how to maximize the use of the clay bombs in his hands to confront this powerful enemy. His fingers danced, and C1 clay spider and C1 flying bird were thrown out like raindrops, rapidly setting up a complex trap network around the air defense hole. If the opponent wanted to approach him, they would have to endure the damage from the explosions. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Li Chen murmured to himself, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. Wang Tianming's black mysterious demon eye instantly captured the rapidly moving clay bombs. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he flickered strangely, easily dodging a C1 clay flying bird that attempted to ambush him. At the same time, a chilling aura erupted from his body. Shadow binding, Wang Tianming shouted, and a pitch-black chain extended from the void, instantly wrapping around Li Chen's right foot. This was a sorcerer's skill, a control technique learned from a legendary skillbook. Nebula Shadow Swap. Li Chen immediately swapped himself with a clay clone to evade the control. Nebula Shadow Swap. Wang Tianming was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed loudly, Li Chen, you must have come out of a ruin, right? No, when I received the news, you weren't in the Nebula ruins, so you must be in another Nebula ruin. Since you have this skill, it means you also have a Nebula stone. Ha, now that I have your Nebula stone,
plus the one over there, that makes 3. This dungeon belongs to our heavenly god sect. Wang Tianming's guess was surprisingly accurate. Li Chen continuously used clay bombs to attack, but Wang Tianming seemed to be at ease, dodging the explosions while using the power of the Wailing Ghost to counterattack. Each of his attacks was precise and deadly, and many clay bombs were destroyed by an invisible force before they even got close. His figure darted through the smoke of the explosions like a ghost, making him hard to pin down. Li Chen, your little tricks are nothing but futile to me. Wang Tianming's voice echoed in the smoke, laced with disdain, as his figure transformed into a black line. It's time to end this game. It's time to end this game. Wang Tianming's voice echoed in the smoke, carrying a hint of contempt. Almost all the clay bombs on the scene had been destroyed or detonated by Wang Tianming. His figure transformed into a black line, charging towards Li Chen. Stop him. It was no longer possible to use clay bombs to block Wang Tianming. They were too close, and using large bombs would hurt their own people, while small bombs wouldn't have much effect. Ping Chuan cancelled the mental transmission skill, and the Teacher's Legion regained their mobility. The warriors charged forward, blocking in front of Li Chen. Meanwhile, the mages unleashed their attack spells towards Wang Tianming. Countless magical skills radiated brilliant light. However, in the next moment, Wang Tianming vanished from his spot, evading all attacks. Any professional skill, even instant cast skills, could theoretically be dodged. As long as a person disappeared, they could not be hit. Where Wang Tianming had been, a teacher appeared, clearly having swapped places with him. Wang Tianming had used Lucky Shadow Escape to exchange positions with Ping Chuan. This teacher nearly got crushed by so many magical skills. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, immediately raising a magical shield and summoning a defensive turtle familiar to block the attacks. And where this teacher had vanished, Wang Tianming appeared, right next to Li Chen. Star Cloud Shadow. Li Chen recognized the skill, astonished. So, you've also entered the Star Cloud ruins and obtained the spoils of the Star Cloud nesting magic insect king. No wonder you survived the explosion earlier. You used the skill. Wang Tianming sneered coldly. Aren't you the same? You, a level 20 brat, managed to get it. Impressive. I'll give you one last chance. Join the Celestial Sect, and I'll spare your life. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Li Chen. However, the next second, he sensed something was off. The sensation in his hand was still that of clay. So, the Li Chen in front of him was just a clay clone. The real Li Chen was somewhere else. Li Chen controlled the clone, directly grabbing Wang Tianming's hands, and smiled. You want to use Star Cloud Shadow, but you need vision to activate it, right? What if I deprive you of your sight? Several more Li Chens emerged from the ground, hugging Wang Tianming, and then the clay clones began to melt, wrapping around Wang Tianming like slime, immobilizing him. At the same time, the surrounding teachers unleashed control skills on Wang Tianming. Mind Shock, Binding Shot, Frost Nova, Magical Crystal Arrow. A series of stunning skills were directed at Wang Tianming. Celestial Descent. Wang Tianming immediately used the Warrior Inheritance skill, Celestial Descent, causing his body to grow large and enter a magical immunity state, rendering him immune to those control skills. In the Celestial Descent state, Wang Tianming instantly broke free from Li Chen's clay control, leaving Li Chen with no choice but to detonate the clay clone bomb. Boom, boom, boom. Celestial Descent grants magical immunity, while Li Chen's clay bomb is an explosion, dealing physical damage. -2000, -2000, -2000. The clay bomb, capable of dealing 30,000 damage, inflicted 6,000 damage on Wang Tianming. His physical defense was too high, but at least, damage had been dealt. Damn it! Wang Tianming, somewhat disheveled from the explosion, charged fiercely out of the encirclement, continuing to search for Li Chen's figure. During this time, several teachers fell in pools of blood, killed by Wang Tianming. On the other side, the principals of the 5 academies were still outside, taking the opportunity to deal with the cultists, so they couldn't rush over immediately. Now, they could only rely on the Teacher's Legion to stop Wang Tianming from taking Li Chen away. They had to protect Li Chen. Even if the cultists took an ordinary student, they would intervene, let alone a strategic student like Li Chen. Soon, Wang Tianming caught hold of Li Chen again, but this was yet another clay clone. Damn it, how many clay clones have you set up here? Wang Tianming was furious, jumping in frustration. He had never imagined that dealing with a level 20 professional would be such a hassle. Guess. The clay clone of Li Chen smiled slightly, once again grabbing Wang Tianming. This time, Li Chen shouted, his Nebula Escape skill is off cooldown. Losing sight will prevent him from using it. As long as he couldn't use Nebula Escape, he would have to endure his own explosive damage. He would definitely be able to blow the opponent up. I understand now, your main body isn't here. Wang Tianming suddenly realized something.
This place was not where Li Chen's main body was located at all. With Li Chen's level 20 attributes, it was impossible for him to control so many clay clones. His main body must be hiding somewhere, and someone was transmitting mental energy to him. Blind, visual deprivation, visual isolation. The surrounding professionals all used their skills on Wang Tianming. As long as they could make Wang Tianming lose sight, they could stop him from using Nebula Escape. Such a trash skill can't affect me, Wang Tianming sneered. His own resilience was very high. These skills might only cause him a fraction of a second of effect, practically nothing. Control skills and status skills would be greatly weakened against someone with high resilience. Sure enough, those skills hit Wang Tianming. They only made him lose sight for a second or two. The next moment, he planned to use Nebula Escape to leave. However, Li Chen wouldn't give him that chance. Don't be in a hurry, I still have a blind skill. What? Ah, you bastard, you're poking my eyes. Li Chen's clone reached out, its fingers made of high-grade clay as hard as iron, aiming for Wang Tianming's eyes. Just as he poked, it was the exact moment Wang Tianming was blind for 1 second. By the time he regained his sight, it was already too late. Although the professionals' bodies were enhanced by data, with higher levels and better physiques, they became tougher and harder to dismember or penetrate. However, parts like the eyeballs were still quite fragile due to their structure. 100, although the damage wasn't much, this strike completely blinded Wang Tianming, causing blood to spurt out. Wang Tianming was now completely blind. He needed to find a priest to heal him immediately to recover. But the problem was, he came alone and didn't bring any healing. The next moment, the clay bomb exploded again. 2000, -2000, -2000, in an instant, it dealt another 6,000 damage to Wang Tianming. However, his health was extremely high, at level 60 with top-tier equipment, reaching a terrifying 80,000. Despicable scoundrel, you took my eyes. Wang Tianming was furious and unleashed a blade storm skill, instantly pushing back everyone around him, with some unable to dodge and getting killed on the spot. In any case, the teacher's side suffered heavy losses as well. Nearly 20 people had already died. Li Chen is a bit sinister. Yeah, he even resorted to poking eyes. It doesn't matter, the opponent is a cultist. As long as we can win, any method is fine. The surrounding teachers complained a bit, then continued to besiege Wang Tianming. You fight unfairly, you bastard. With his eyes poked out, Wang Tianming could no longer continue fighting. You wait for me, I'll kill you. Wang Tianming was completely enraged. He fled in the direction he came from, intending to find someone to heal his eyes. Once his sight was restored, he planned to kill Li Chen. Want to leave? Li Chen sneered coldly. Do you think this is a vegetable garden, where you can come and go as you please? Teachers, quickly form a mental transmission formation. I want to exorcise the evil. At the front of the Dragon Country base, taking advantage of the cultist Wang Tianming leaving to pursue Li Chen, the 5 principals immediately organized personnel to attack the cultists within the base. They weren't afraid of Li Chen being in temporary danger. Although Wang Tianming was coming for Li Chen, he did not intend to take his life. However, the remaining cultists were all elite members, the best from the Jiangzhou branch of the Celestial sect, many of whom were dark talent professionals. The remaining students, even those in their 3rd year, had some disparity in levels and equipment. As both sides clashed, a chaotic battle ensued, and the academy was at a disadvantage. At that moment, suddenly, a cultist rushed over from a distance. Not good, something big has happened, the cultist said as he reached the vice leader's side. What happened? Another vice leader, also a max-level professional, asked. Our stronghold has been wiped out. The cultist replied, a super-large clay bomb fell from the sky and directly flattened our lair. Everyone is dead, and the teleportation array has been destroyed. The cultist had seen the lair being leveled with his own eyes on his way back from outside. A massive mushroom cloud appeared above the lair. He waited for the commotion to settle before returning, only to find the lair had become ruins. Everyone was dead. What? The vice leader of the Celestial sect's Jiangzhou branch's expression changed. With the lair destroyed, they had lost their foundation in this secret realm. Moreover, without the teleportation array, how would so many of them return to the real world? By the time reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom base arrived, they would have nowhere to escape. This is bad. It must be that Li Chen's doing. The cultist vice leader had already sensed that the situation was off. Right now, the leader had gone to pursue Li Chen and had not returned yet. An hour had already passed. If they didn't leave soon, the reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom base would likely be back. Quick, go call the leader back, the plan has failed. The vice leader's face changed drastically, and he began to consider retreating. Just as he was about to go personally summon the leader Wang Tianming back, a tremendous noise erupted. Countless professionals were rushing back from the distance. The Dragon Kingdom reinforcements had finally arrived. Unable to use the teleportation array, the Dragon Kingdom base's legion had finally made it back to the base on foot, encircling the cultists. They're here, the reinforcements are here, we're saved. Finally, the reinforcements have returned. Great, the death knell for these cultists has sounded. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, the students of the Dragon Kingdom base erupted in excited voices. Sorry to keep you waiting. The returning legion was the first legion of the Dragon Kingdom base, led by General Zhang Lifeng, the strongest in the base, a war god who had retired from the War God Legion. His strength was immense, and he was also a super-tier professional. The commander is here. The commander is here. The students and the 5 principals were invigorated. The battle, which had seemed slightly dispirited due to the disparity in numbers and strength, instantly turned around. The cultists fell into panic. They had originally thought that with their lair as a backing, they could act recklessly in this secret realm, but they never expected their lair to be destroyed in one fell swoop, cutting off their escape route. The vice leader was anxious, fully aware that if they did not retreat now, they would face total annihilation. Retreat! Immediately retreat! The vice leader issued an urgent command. But it was too late. The Dragon Kingdom base's reinforcements had already formed a siege, surrounding the cultists. The return stone can't be used. It's over, the lair is really gone. What do we do now? What do we do? The cultists fell into chaos. Originally, they could leave at any time using the return stone. But now, with the lair's teleportation array destroyed by Li Chen, the return stone was naturally unusable, and they had no way to escape. We can only fight our way out. One Zhang Lifeng can't stop us, the vice leader said coldly. Unable to teleport away, they could only fight their way out. Fortunately, they were all elite fighters. There were a total of 10 level 60 max level professionals. Even if Zhang Lifeng returned, it would only add one more level 60 person. As long as they could hold on a little longer, the helmsman Wang Tianming would finish dealing with Li Chen and come over. They were still at an advantage. The helmsman's strength could handle a fully equipped level 50 legion all by himself. They could definitely break out, as long as they were at the Dragon Kingdom base, before all the legions returned. However, the next scene left the vice helmsman utterly despairing. The War God Legion is here. A voice rang out. In the distance, a massive flying dragon soared toward them. The banner on the dragon was the dragon totem. This was the flag of the War God Legion. The dragon circled in the air, carrying not just the emblem of the War God Legion, but also the hopes and faith of countless people from the Dragon Kingdom. As the dragon approached, an indescribable pressure enveloped the entire area. The cultists felt a chill. The glimmer of hope they had held on to shattered in an instant. The War God Legion. How could they appear here? The vice helmsman's voice trembled with disbelief. The War God Legion, as one of the most elite forces in the Dragon Kingdom, possessed combat power far beyond that of ordinary legions and had repeatedly saved the nation from crises at critical moments. Their appearance was undoubtedly a fatal blow to the cultists. The dragon slowly descended, and a middle-aged man clad in golden armor, carrying a long sword, stepped down. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, as if he could see into people's hearts. This man was none other than Lei Ming, the captain of the 10th squad of the War God Legion. Cultists attacking the base? That's simply seeking death. Lei Ming's voice was steady and powerful. Each word struck the cultists' hearts like a heavy hammer. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The cult's vice helmsman issued the order again, but it was already too late. In the next moment, the dragon landed. Surrounded by the 5 members of the War God Squad and the 1st Legion of the Dragon Kingdom base, the cultists were completely encircled. Each member of the War God Squad was an elite among elites, a team composed of top combat professionals selected through the world competition. Teacher, sorry to startle you, Lei Ming said, looking at Li Changfeng. This captain of the War God Squad had once been Li Changfeng's student. Back then, Li Changfeng was not yet the principal, he was still a teacher. It's fine, I'm just glad you're here. Li Changfeng nodded with relief. Indeed, the base had long since notified the country. The progress of the world strategy here had already entered its final stages. The country needed to send elite forces to take over and ensure everything was foolproof. After all, this secret realm had an evolution enhancement skill book, which was a very valuable strategic resource. Li Changfeng said, Lei, quickly deal with the cultists here, their teleportation array is destroyed, and they can't leave. On the other side, there's a tricky person, Wang Tianming. Hurry up on your side to avoid danger over there. Wang Tianming is here too? Last time our squad chased him, he got away. Lei Ming nodded slightly and said, that's great, today, we can finally wipe out the Jiangzhou Heavenly God sect. In the next moment, Lei Ming transformed into lightning and charged into the cultists. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, he began to slaughter the cultists. The counterattack had begun. My god, is this the power of the war god? So strong, one man can hold back 1,000. Each one can handle dozens, even 100 people at the same time. So cool, their movements are like flowing water, a delight to behold. Today, the students were truly fortunate. They could witness the most advanced combat power of the Dragon Kingdom. The terrifying strength of the 5 members of the War God Squad left everyone astonished. Moments later, the cultists were either dead or wounded, their ranks in disarray. At this moment, within the Dragon Kingdom base, only the figures of the God of War team could be seen. A small squad effortlessly overwhelmed more than 100 people, as if it were a performance. Led by a thunderous assault, the God of War Legion displayed a shocking combat power. Thunder was a dual-class warrior and mage. As the captain, he was not only proficient in lightning spells but also as elusive as lightning itself. Every strike he made was accompanied by deafening thunder, instantly turning groups of cultists into charred remains. His great sword swung with terrifying lethality, summoning countless arcs of electricity that wove through the enemies, forming a deadly electric net with no escape. The second team member was a phantom ranger, creating 3 phantom duplicates, moving across the battlefield like a ghost with extraordinary speed. But he was not limited to ranged attacks. He could also shoot at close range and switch to a long sword to launch attacks, resembling a swordsman. He undoubtedly possessed the skills of a martial artist, using the martial artist's agility and sword techniques to glide across the battlefield. A long sword glinting with a cold light, each appearance was marked by the fall of a cultist, leaving behind silver trails and the astonished gazes of enemies. His figure flickered in and out, making it impossible for the enemies to lock onto him, forcing them to watch helplessly as their comrades fell one by one. The third member, a nightmare warlock, transformed into the nightmare of the cultists. He closed his eyes and softly chanted, a strange aura filling the air, and soon, one by one, the cultists fell into deep fear and despair, some collapsing to the ground, others turning on each other, as if ensnared by an invisible nightmare, completely losing their will to fight. The nightmare warlock opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with a ghostly blue light. With a mere gesture, he could amplify this mental shock several times, utterly destroying the enemy's psychological defenses. The fourth team member was a chosen knight, clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive shield and long sword, resembling a moving mountain, unstoppable. He charged forward, and with a clash of his shield, cultists were sent sprawling, while his sword swung, splattering blood everywhere. The chosen knight's defense was nearly flawless, even the fiercest attacks could not penetrate his shield. Each of his counterattacks was enough to show the enemies what true power was. The last member was a gifted berserker, a raging warrior on the battlefield. His fury erupted like a volcano, uncontrollable. Every time he swung his massive battle axe, a scorching aura filled the air, and each axe strike could create a gust of wind, cleaving enemies in two. The berserker's fighting style was simple and brutal, yet exceptionally effective, instilling unprecedented fear and despair in the cultists. Most terrifyingly, the 5 of them seemed to have been working together day and night, transforming into a single entity, likely using a mind-sharing skill, sharing vision with no blind spots, their coordination seamless, with no attack able to harm them. Under the mutual cooperation of these 5 members of the God of War team, the cultists of the Celestial sect seemed to face the apocalypse. The originally orderly resistance quickly collapsed, turning the battlefield into a one-sided slaughter. The cultists were either struck by lightning, pierced by long swords, consumed by fear, crushed by heavy armor, or engulfed by rage, leaving only desperate wails behind. This battle not only showcased the God of War Legion's overwhelming strength but also deeply impressed all the blood gods present with the power of their nation. Behind them stood a formidable backing. They're dead, all the cultists are dead. The Dragon Kingdom base erupted with shouts like a tsunami. The God of War team was too strong, simply crushing everything in their path. Having survived the life and death crisis, everyone let out a sigh of relief. However, within the base, many staff members and students were still injured or dead, prompting the staff to immediately initiate rescue operations. "I'm sorry, I arrived late," Lei Ming said apologetically as he approached Li Changfeng. "I didn't expect that we would encounter an attack from cultists here. The cult has fully mobilized and occupied the secret realm world, but they are all in the tiger-level secret realms. I didn't expect that even this wolf level would have elite cultists. The levels of the secret realm world are divided into subdog, true dog, subwolf, true wolf, subtiger, true tiger, subdragon, true dragon. It's fine, after all, you didn't know there would be cultists attacking," Li Changfeng hurriedly replied. "But this isn't the time to discuss that. There is still a cultist here, capturing a student within our academy." Lei Ming was surprised. "What? Why are they capturing a student?" Li Changfeng looked at Lei Ming and said, "Oh, you're wearing the 3 Realms dragon scale armor?" Lei Ming nodded. "Yes, I had accumulated a lot of war god points, but couldn't find good equipment. Suddenly, the Dragon Group brought in a piece of max-level mythical gear that suited me perfectly, so I bought it immediately. What's wrong? Lei Ming was one of the rare dual-class practitioners, a warrior and a mage. He could wear warrior gear and cast mage spells, making him flawless in both melee and ranged combat, whether for offense or defense. Additionally, as a dual-class practitioner, he had 60 skill slots, allowing for better combinations. Moreover, dual-class practitioners gained double the advancement attributes. Dual-class practitioners were undoubtedly superior to single-class practitioners. Even hidden classes might not necessarily outperform dual-class practitioners consistently. Li Changfeng quickly explained, that piece of equipment was crafted by a student from the academy, and that student is currently being pursued by Wang Tianming. Wang Tianming? He's a formidable character, one of the targets on our War God Legion's arrest list. Lei Ming tightened his grip on his weapon. Teacher, lead the way. With that, the two quickly headed towards Qingfeng Academy. I will kill you all. I will kill you all. In the underground air raid shelter of Qingfeng Academy, Wang Tianming had completely gone mad. Blood tears streamed from his eyes, his eyeballs completely blinded by Li Chen's fingers. This left many teachers astonished at Li Chen's peculiar methods. Other practitioners typically used skills to blind their enemies, such as blinding, smoke, or sealing techniques. But Li Chen was different. He directly inserted his fingers into someone else's eyes. Wang Tianming had never seen such a move before, and being controlled, he fell victim to it. Even though his physique was terrifyingly strong, his eyeballs were still fragile. Healing potions could not heal the eyes. If a practitioner lost a hand or a foot, they could only rely on a priest to use healing spells. Healing spells could restore health and bodily functions, but potions could not do that. Now, Wang Tianming wanted to escape to let a priest heal him, but the 400 teachers present in the Teachers' Legion would not allow him to leave so easily. Constantly, people used skills to push Wang Tianming back and control him. Having lost his sight, Wang Tianming's speed advantage was gone, turning him into a headless fly, crashing around aimlessly. Li Chen, I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces. Wang Tianming fell into madness, constantly switching weapons and attacking his surroundings. But all his attacks missed. Everyone kept their distance, only throwing skills from afar, never getting close. Is it possible to do this? In the crowd, Zhu Miaomia watched this scene, noting this point in her heart. Everyone was blinded by the professional skills, believing that combat relied solely on skills to strike the enemy. In fact, someone like Li Chen can poke his eyes with his fingers too. Although it's simple and unadorned, it's very effective. Zhu Miaomia silently looked at Li Chen. He really is a genius in battle. In such a fight, he couldn't intervene. As an assassin, getting close to high-level characters could be life-threatening. But Li Chen, relying on remote clay bombs, could deal with powerful enemies of a higher level than himself. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't be in danger. And at this moment, it seemed Li Chen was doing something else. Your time of death has come. Li Chen was kneading clay with his hands, not forgetting to say, Teacher Ping, hurry and connect me with more people, add some mental power. Ping Chuan, okay. Teacher Ping, hurry and connect me with more people, add some mental power. Okay. Teacher Ping Chuan immediately began using his mental transmission skill. Soon, a teacher came over to act as Li Chen's blue pack. As for Miwan, Zhu Miaomiao, Shi Yuanji, and other students, it goes without saying that they couldn't participate in such a high-level encirclement, so they naturally became Li Chen's blue pack. Zhou Rinshur said, actually, being a blue pack is pretty good. At least I feel like I've contributed. Shi Yuanji said, yeah, if we don't act as a blue pack for Li Chen, we can only watch from a distance and can't play a significant role. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, if this gets out, we can say that we also contributed to the kill of Wang Tianming. The other students nodded in agreement. They strongly agreed with this statement. Who is Wang Tianming? Just now, they heard the teachers say he is the top combat power of the cult. The top combat power of Long Country is the God of War Legion under the Dragon Group, and the top combat power of the cultists are the leaders of various branches. Each leader is comparable to the gods of war in the God of War Legion. Some are even stronger than the gods of war. For example, Wang Tianming, as long as he is willing to sacrifice his lifespan and enter the Ghost Cry state, his strength triples, which is terrifying. A professional strength tripling cannot be solved by numbers. For example, if two people A and B have equal strength, A's strength triples, B's strength remains unchanged. O is far greater than 3 BS. After tripling his strength, A can take down 10 BS, or even 20 Boliviano. It's that exaggerated. If Wang Tianming's strength is the same as that of the God of War, then after entering the Ghost Cry state, he could take on an entire God of War squad. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. Wang Tianming cannot possess strength that completely surpasses the God of War without entering the Ghost Cry state.
even if he does, it should only be greater. Teacher, if I kill this cult leader, how many credits can I earn? Li Chen asked curiously while kneading the clay. That would be a lot, Ping Chuan explained. The school has tasks for killing cultists, but it's not open to you first-year students. But you're an exception. Killing a 20 to 30 level cultist earns 100 credits. 31 to 40 level earns 500. Above level 50, there isn't such a task yet. The school won't let you students kill level 50 cultists. That's too dangerous. However, I can tell you, above level 50, killing one is at least 1,000 credits. The Kuanping clay bomb you dropped in the cultist's lair probably killed at least 300 people, which counts as 300,000 credits. Killing this Wang Tianming, he alone is probably worth 200,000 credits. As he finished speaking, the teachers and students around were stunned. They worked hard as teachers in the academy for a year, bringing students and doing tasks, and might only earn about 20,000 credits. Li Chen's previous clay bomb just earned 300,000 credits? If he killed Wang Tianming, he could still get 200,000 credits? They earned a lot from this. Ping Chuan smiled bitterly. Xiao, I could never earn this many credits in my lifetime. Li Chen said, for these 200,000 credits, I will do whatever it takes to take down Wang Tianming. Ping Chuan replied, but you can't take all the credits for yourself, everyone has contributed. This should be considered a hunt, but if you really can kill Wang Tianming, taking 100,000 credits for yourself is not a problem. At that moment, Wang Tianming was still tied up by the teacher's army. Li Chen finally had enough time to mold the clay bomb. Come on, it's time to show my real skills. Li Chen continued to knead the clay, not stopping. However, everyone was watching Li Chen, only to see a lot of noise but little action. They all thought Li Chen would mold something big, but nothing came out. Zhang Xiaohua voiced her doubt. Xiaogu, you've been kneading for so long, why haven't you made anything? Li Chen replied irritably, open your eyes and take a good look. So everyone widened their eyes and looked closely. It turned out that the ground was not empty but covered with a dense layer. That's right, it was ants. Ant clay bombs, pitifully small. Super mini clay bombs. This was a new attempt. An ant clay bomb used very little clay and very little explosive powder. Based on the reference that one pack of explosive powder causes 1,000 damage, proportionally, an ant clay bomb could cause about 30 damage. It was very material efficient. But saving materials didn't mean saving mental energy. Molding an ant clay bomb consumed mental energy similar to that of a clay clone. Both too small and too large clay required a lot of mental energy. Only regular clay had low mental energy consumption. This is an army of ants? Zhang Xiaohua fell silent. What was Xiaogu trying to do? The others were also puzzled. Shouldn't he be making a big clay bomb? Why was it getting smaller? Was this damage really enough to kill Wang Tianming? Ping Chuan also questioned, Li Chen, the damage from your clay bomb shouldn't be high, right? Based on my judgment, the more explosive powder you use in your detonating clay, the higher the damage. Li Chen nodded, that's right, teacher. Ping Chuan asked, then why not mold a big one? Li Chen smiled, teacher, let me ask you, how did Wang Tianming go blind? Ping Chuan replied, you poked his eyes out with your finger. Li Chen said, what does that indicate? Ping Chuan responded, it indicates that eyeballs are quite fragile. Li Chen smiled, exactly. Ping Chuan asked, what was Li Chen trying to say? The fragility of eyeballs had what connection to the ant clay bomb? Everyone was a bit confused. Only Zhang Xiaohua gasped. She understood. The human body has vulnerable parts. The eyeballs are just one. Another one is the inside of the human body. Just imagine, if the ant clay bomb were to burrow into Wang Tianming's stomach and explode, what kind of damage would that cause? This was exactly the tactic Li Chen often used against bosses. However, bosses were generally large, and they could easily swallow a regular clay bomb to have it enter their bodies. But a human mouth is very small, so Xiaogu was making ant clay bombs to detonate inside. Moreover, ants are small and not easily detected. It's a pity I can't make them any smaller. Li Chen felt a bit regretful. If he could create a nano-sized clay bomb, it would be incredibly powerful, being inhaled into the body and exploding in the lungs. But for now, the smallest he could make was an ant. Any smaller, and he couldn't produce it. Perhaps, I should use my evolution skill to evolve clay mastery. I need to elevate my clay techniques to the next level. As for the effect, let's see right now. At this moment, Li Chen has already controlled the C1 clay ant, heading towards Wang Tianming, who is entangled with a group of teachers. The scene resembles a desperate struggle of trapped beasts. Wang Tianming, having lost his sight, is like a mad lion, roaring and charging wildly, but unable to hit his target. I will kill you, Li Chen. Damn it. I kindly offered you a divine position, and you actually plotted against me. You despicable scoundrel, shameless and lowly. Wang Tianming keeps cursing Li Chen, furious to the point of near death. He thought he could take on this group of teachers alone, but was ambushed by Li Chen, leading to his blindness. He could really die here. This causes Wang Tianming's mental breakdown, shouting crazily. However, Li Chen does not respond to him at all, which only infuriates Wang Tianming further. Meanwhile, Li Chen has already controlled the C1 ant, continuously crawling onto Wang Tianming's body, then burrowing into his mouth, ears, and nostrils, infiltrating everywhere. In short, in this frenzied state, the blind Wang Tianming has no idea what is happening. But everyone present can clearly see that those little bugs are frantically burrowing into Wang Tianming's body. Those must be Li Chen's clay bombs. Who would have thought that clay bombs could become so small and even penetrate the body? Everyone couldn't help but shiver. The C1 worker ant army is one of Li Chen's attempts. If this tactic can succeed, it proves to be effective. Then in the future, he could really try nano-sized clay bombs. But how effective it is now still needs to be tested. Wang Tianming in front of him is the best experimental subject. A max-level professional, with super-tier combat power. A warrior standing at the pinnacle of the professional pyramid. If he can kill him, it means that his combat plan is valid. No, what have you done to me? Suddenly, Wang Tianming shows a look of terror. He also feels something is wrong with him. Although he is blind, he still has his sense of touch. Earlier, he felt a tickling sensation in his mouth and thought he was bleeding. Until he reached in and grabbed a few, rubbing them, he realized they were clay. It was done by Li Chen. He has planted clay bombs inside his body? Oh, you found out, huh? Li Chen finally spoke, laughing. Unfortunately, you discovered it too late. Yes, just as you thought. You're seeking death. Wang Tianming was furious. This guy is too sinister. First, he blinded him. Then he actually got clay bombs into his own body. He no longer has the thought of capturing Li Chen, only wanting to tear him to pieces. Fortunately, he couldn't find Li Chen before. Now that Li Chen has spoken, he can locate him. Since he knows the location, he can kill him. Thinking of this, Wang Tianming tries to calm himself down, then charges towards the direction of Li Chen's voice. You better save your energy. Li Chen smiled and said, the direction you're charging towards is just the direction of my clay clone. No matter how hard you try, you can only break one of my clones. And inside you, I have planted about 1,000 clay bombs. You better think about how to survive. Damn it! Wang Tianming charged halfway, then stopped. I'm about to start. Li Chen reminded him. Let's see if he can defend against the clay bombs I planted inside him, knowing the situation. If he can't defend, then this counts as a means to control the enemy for a short time. If he can defend, then think about how to improve. 3, 2, 1. Li Chen began the countdown. Just like before, when Wang Tianming forced the academy students to find him, the countdown was the same. However, the tides had turned now. I swear, I will kill you. Indestructible. Wang Tianming immediately stopped in his tracks. At the moment Li Chen detonated the bomb, he activated his defensive skill Indestructible. A golden light enveloped his body, transforming him into a stone statue. As soon as this skill was unleashed, the expressions of all the teachers present changed. My god, a mythic skill, Indestructible. He actually possesses a mythic skill, that's outrageous. So strong, Wang Tianming's strength must rank among the top 5 in the cult. Indestructible is a level 60 warrior mythic skill. The so-called mythic skills are abilities that only characters from myths possess. Once activated, Indestructible lasts for 3 seconds, rendering the user absolutely invincible. Similar skills, like the Knight's Legacy skill, Invincible Holy Shield, last only 1 second. Moreover, after receiving physical attacks, it rebounds with 3 times the force. This must be Wang Tianming's ultimate trump card that gave him the confidence to charge into the Dragon Kingdom base. Crack! At that moment, Li Chen also detonated the clay bomb. Everyone watched this scene with bated breath. Would Li Chen's clay bomb break through from the inside? Or could Indestructible withstand everything? Boom, 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 boom. Countless muffled explosions echoed from within. The sound was swift, quickly fading away. Moments later, Wang Tianming tried to move, then laughed heartily. Ha, useless, I withstood it, I am immortal, ha, ha. Li Chen frowned slightly. Could Indestructible be that strong? Could it defend against explosions from within? Just when everyone thought the clay bomb had failed, suddenly, Wang Tianming spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was rapidly disintegrating, as if being devoured by something. Chunks of flesh were falling off bit by bit, starting with his hands, then his stomach, flesh continuously dropping until his entire lower body fell away like mush, leaving him only half his height. And it wasn't over, his upper body was also disintegrating. Don't forget, Li Chen's clay bomb had also entered his nostrils and ear canals. -500, -500, 500, minus 500, 500. The blood loss symbols began to appear now. Moreover, this kind of blood loss was beyond even a priest's ability to save. It was a destruction starting from the internal structure, a complete devastation. Indestructible indeed put him in an invincible state. His exterior was as hard as the toughest material in the world, impervious to damage, but the inside was not. His internal organs had been ravaged by the bomb, riddled with holes. Just now, Indestructible temporarily maintained his hard exterior, preventing it from collapsing. Once the skill was lifted, a chain reaction occurred. No, no, no! Wang Tianming felt his body disintegrating, unleashing a reluctant roar. No, I don't want to die, I can't die yet, I haven't become a god. His voice grew fainter as his vocal cords began to disintegrate, followed by his brain, and finally, he turned into a puddle of flesh. If it weren't for the indestructible skill, he would have been blown to dust immediately. This mythic skill only allowed him to live a few more seconds. The clay bomb could cause internal destruction, defeating the mythic skill. Wang Tianming was dead. He was dead, and his equipment fell to the ground. Those were fully leveled legendary gear, of immeasurable value. It's a pity that any equipment from cultists must be surrendered to the state. This is the rule, to prevent professionals from killing each other for treasure. But 200,000 points are finally in hand. Is he dead? The scene was immersed in a deathly silence. Everyone had thought about grinding the blind Wang Tianming to death with their numerical advantage. But even though Wang Tianming was blind, he was still very difficult to deal with. There were thoughts of using clay bombs to blow him up alive, but no one expected such a cruel way to die. However, when everyone realized that this person was a cultist, and that thousands of professionals had died at his hands, it became quite satisfying. He really died? A voice trembled, filled with disbelief. The atmosphere at the scene gradually awakened from its deathly silence. In its place was an indescribable sense of relief and release. People exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with complex emotions, both the comfort of the cultist finally facing justice and the shock at the brutality of the process. After all, many teachers had died during this time. Great, so great. Some began to cheer, the crisis was finally resolved. We killed a superclass professional. We really did it. Someone whispered, their voice full of incredulity and excitement. Yes, we did it. Another person responded, a hint of pride in their tone. Regarding the way Wang Tianming died, although it was cruel, an inexplicable sense of exhilaration rose in the hearts of everyone present. This ending is his fate. Someone mused, their words revealing a deep hatred for the cultist's actions. And when the topic turned to Li Chen, everyone's expressions became even more complex, a mix of admiration, gratitude, and disbelief intertwined. Li Chen, he is truly amazing, a voice sincerely praised. Yes, who would have thought that a life professional could achieve this? It's hard to believe. Another person echoed, their eyes shining with admiration. Great, truly great. In the end, this phrase became the voice of everyone. Wang Tianming's death meant that the remaining cultists would not be so terrifying. Next, we will counterattack and kill those cultists outside. Li Yin believed that the matter was not over yet, not allowing everyone to continue basking in joy. After all, Wang Tianming had brought a large group of cultists here, and there were still more outside. Right, it's not over yet. Everyone collected their emotions and prepared to continue fighting. Just as everyone was heading towards the Dragon Kingdom base outside the school, at that moment, Principal Li, along with the War God team, also arrived here. When Principal Li saw everyone and then looked at the corpse on the ground, he revealed an expression of disbelief. It's you. How are you all here? And Wang Tianming was killed by you? Li Yan looked at the War God team and understood that the cultists outside had probably been dealt with. He nodded. Yes, Principal, Wang Tianming is dead, killed by Li Chen. What? Li Changfeng was completely stunned. Not to mention him, the War God team beside him was all in shock. Lei Ming incredulously said, how is this possible? Our War God Legion once had 2 small teams surrounding him alone, and he still escaped. Who could kill him? Did he really do it? Lei Ming from the Lei Ming team could hardly believe it. Wang Tianming, the leader of the Tianshan cult's Jiangzhou branch, was notorious for his numerous crimes, having killed countless people, and was the #1 wanted criminal of the War God Legion. This person had brutally killed nearly 1,000 professionals and committed various major crimes. Among those responsible for capturing him was the Lei Ming team. Wang Tianming had once snatched a boss right under the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom's pioneering legion in a sub-dragon level secret realm, taking away the loot. The Lei Ming team had once chased Wang Tianming in the secret realm together with the Tianhe team,
10 people chasing one, and yet he still managed to escape. Just because this Devil May Cry warrior is too impressive. After entering the Devil May Cry state, his speed triples, making it impossible to catch up. And now, Wang Tianming actually died at the hands of a first-year student from the Combat Academy. This is simply unbelievable. Really, Li Yan responded. Of course, it wasn't just Li Chen fighting Wang Tianming alone, our teaching team was also helping. That's still quite remarkable. Heroes emerge from youth. Lei Ming couldn't help but exclaim. He then walked over to Li Chen, smiling and extending his right hand in a friendly manner. Hello, Li Chen. I am Lei Ming, the captain of the 10th Squad of the War God Legion. On behalf of the War God Legion, I want to thank you. The War God Legion is the strongest legion in the Dragon Kingdom, with the highest authority. Any member inside has a rank higher than that of a provincial governor. Not to mention, this is the captain of the War God Squad, a figure at the top of the pyramid. It is a great honor for someone like him to take the initiative to shake hands with Li Chen. Li Chen extended his hand to shake with him and joked, "No need to thank me, I just did it for the credits. This guy is worth 200,000 credits, which is the price of 2 legendary skill books." Everyone? Lei Ming was slightly taken aback, then laughed. "You're quite humorous, just like Wei Xiong from the 13th Squad." Upon hearing this, the other 4 members of the War God Squad raised their eyebrows slightly. Wei Xiong is the captain of the 13th Squad, with a hidden profession, Demon Clown Thief. A very powerful thief, elusive and often leaving only his clones behind. His personality is somewhat similar to Li Chen's. "This piece of equipment was also dropped by you, right?" Lei Ming pointed to his armor with a smile, saying, "I originally bought this armor because I was interested in the blinking skill inside, to capture Wang Tianming. In the end, you caught him instead. The future looks promising. I believe it won't be long before we become teammates." Li Chen replied, "That would be my honor." Thus, Lei Ming and Li Chen got to know each other, and they added each other as friends. Lei Ming indicated that if there were any questions in the future, he could be consulted. Li Chen was also happy to have a high-ranking war god as a friend. Just as the two were conversing, Ping Chuan shouted loudly, "Wang Tianming dropped a nebula stone." It turned out that after Li Chen killed Wang Tianming, Ping Chuan went over to collect the equipment. As a result, he found a nebula stone among the dropped items. "Nebula stone? That's great." Li Changfeng hurried over to take it, saying, "With this, our Dragon Kingdom now has 3 nebula stones, one from Li Chen, one from the Teacher Legion, and this one from Wang Tianming. The secret realm world will soon be cleared." Hearing this, Lei Ming was a bit surprised again. Not only did Li Chen kill Wang Tianming, but he also managed to get a nebula stone by himself? With such strength, he should be able to smoothly enter the War God Legion in the future. "Next, it's our War God Legion's turn to take over," Lei Ming said. "The next 2 squads will soon arrive here after clearing another secret realm world. The key secret realm world is ultimately tackled by the War God Legion. The nebula stones will also be used by the War God Legion. With them taking over, the skill world will be cleared quickly. I never expected that this secret realm world, which had been under siege for years, would suddenly progress so quickly and be nearing its end." The several principals discussed and decided that the students should not go out for the next few days. They would wait for the world to conclude. Thus, due to the many casualties at the base, Li Chen and the other students requested to return to their dorms to rest. Meanwhile, the War God Squad began to execute a new mission. Using the Nebula Stone, they would break through this secret realm world. In the following days, the students mostly stayed at school. Because the secret realm world is about to be sealed unilaterally after clearing, even though the training time in the time secret realm is 3 months, less than 2 months have passed. However, the sudden acceleration has brought the secret realm world to its end. During this rest period, Li Chen's settlement rewards have been announced. For killing the cultists, Li Chen alone has earned a total of 300,000 points. After all, it wasn't just Li Chen's achievement, so the credits are graded. The other teachers and students who helped Li Chen each received their own points. That morning, in Li Chen's villa, the 5 members of the team came out of their rooms. Mi Wen and Shom Pan Pan had already prepared the meals. The 5 gathered together to have breakfast. Li Chen curiously asked, "I now have 326,000 credits. I wonder if that makes me the top in the academy?" Zhang Xiaohua enviously replied, "Xiaogu, do you even need to ask? Absolutely number 1. I checked the academy's points ranking yesterday, and not only are you first among the students, but you're also first among the teachers. No one has more than you. The second place is Miao Miao, and she only has 50,000 points." Li Chen smiled broadly, "Awesome." Mi Wen said, "The captain is already famous. These days, everyone is talking about the captain's achievements. Breaking through the ruins and killing max-level professionals, these events have spread. By the way, quite a few teams have sent us challenge requests, including some 2nd and 3rd year teams." Li Chen smiled awkwardly. "It's really a case of a tall tree attracting the wind.
Zhang Xiaohua asked. Xiaogu, should we accept the challenges? Li Chen shook his head. No. Accepting such challenges without benefits would just be a waste of time. Moreover, it wouldn't be good if someone got killed. Only real team competitions have meaning for participation. Miwan added, by the way, the results of our art team's energy crystal competition have also come out. We've already settled early, and we are in first place, having collected 20,000 energy crystals, earning the team 100 points. Additionally, the credit reward is 500 points per person. Team points determine the future qualification for the national competition. In the second semester of the third year, only the top 3 in points can qualify for the national competition. Currently, we are first in team points as first-year students, but if we jump to the second year, we would be last, so we need to remain undefeated in the second half of the year to have a chance at the national competition. Miwan is very meticulous, keeping track of everything about the team. Li Chen smiled. Remaining undefeated shouldn't be a problem. After all, he could handle max-level professionals, so he wasn't worried about these students. Shu Miaomiao reminded him, Li Chen, remember not to underestimate anyone at any time. She cautioned, don't forget, your strength is so powerful this time because hundreds of people are providing you with mental support. If you take away the assistance of these hundreds, think about how much your strength would decline? This struck a chord with Li Chen, who was feeling a bit overconfident. He realized that he couldn't always rely on a support group of 400 or 500 people. It wasn't realistic. In fact, even at max level, he wouldn't reach the strength he had when dealing with Wang Tianming in a solo situation. The road ahead is still long. There are many geniuses, but not many who grow into true talents. There are too many examples of those who falter midway. Okay, I remember. Li Chen nodded slightly, realizing he couldn't be arrogant or complacent. Just then, suddenly, system information appeared before everyone. Emergency alert! Emergency alert! Secret Realm World, Ice and Snow Cloud Star, World Danger Level, Subwolf Level, Current Progress of World Strategy, 100%, Alert! The Secret Realm World has been completely cleared and will soon unilaterally seal the passage. Please be prepared to exit the Secret Realm World at any time. Alert! Your contribution to the world progress is 1%, and rewards will soon be distributed. Notification: your contribution to the progress of the world is 1%. Rewards are about to be distributed. Zhang Xiaohua also received the news, surprised. Oh, the Secret Realm World has been cleared? The God of War team sent by the God of War Legion took over the Nebula Stone. They must have completely cleared the secret realm. Miwan said, so fast. It seems the God of War team is not to be underestimated. Shu Miaomiao explained, of course, they are the top combat power of the Dragon Kingdom. All practitioners aim to join the God of War Legion. And there are rewards? Do you have any? I don't have any. What rewards? Li Chen was slightly taken aback and found out that only he had rewards. The progress of others was all 0. Only his progress was 1%. Li Chen estimated it should be related to him killing the Mother Bug and the Nebula Ruins. Don't underestimate 1%. In the Ice and Snow Cloud Star Secret Realm, the entire Dragon Kingdom base, dozens of legions took 3 years to achieve 36% progress. Just when Li Chen entered, he hit a node, which triggered an acceleration, and in just 2 months, he obtained 3 pieces of Nebula Stone. Other countries should have also obtained Nebula Stone and entered the Secret Realm. In the end, the Secret Realm was cleared. Shu Miaomiao said, I didn't expect that you could get the rewards from the Secret Realm World at just level 20. If I'm not mistaken, there should be rewards for attribute points and resistances. Reward settlement: you have gained the favor of the Ice and Snow Cloud Star Secret Realm, receiving 10 free attribute points and permanently gaining ice resistance plus 5%. So that's how it is. Li Chen was a bit dazed. I got 10 free attribute points and an ice resistance plus 5% reward. Although it's not much, it's permanent. No wonder high-level practitioners have such high attribute points. It must be from clearing the secret realm. After saying that, Li Chen allocated the attribute points. Same as before. Name: Li Chen. Profession: Intermediate Clay Master, Intermediate Demolition Expert Level, 22, 20. 0%, Strength, 213 Agility, 222 plus 100 Spirit, 469 plus 1110 Constitution, 127 plus 50. Zhu Miaomiao nodded. Yes, this is the benefit of clearing the secret realm, but it's also very dangerous. Many practitioners perish here every year. Notification: the secret realm world is about to close. Notification: this secret realm world has been captured by the will of the Blue Star Planet and transformed into a dungeon. Notification: Dungeonborn Ice and Snow remains. Notification: the Dragon Kingdom occupies 31 5% of the progress in the Secret Realm world, ranking first, and the country that obtains this dungeon is the Dragon Kingdom. Notification: the Secret Realm world is about to close. As the messages appeared, Li Chen felt the school tremble. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. The entire academy was being teleported away. Soon, the commotion ceased. The group walked out of the building, and Li Chen jumped onto the roof of the villa, looking outside. The originally dim sky had vanished. In its place was bright sunshine and fresh air. They were back. From the Secret Realm world to the real world. That oppressive feeling disappeared instantly, and he felt much more relaxed. The school has sent a notice for us to gather on the playground. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the messages in the group and said, "Let's go." The five left the villa and arrived at the playground. Once at the playground, it was clear that Li Chen and his group of five attracted a lot of attention. After all, Li Chen's performance in the Secret Realm world had been too outstanding. "Li Chen, you did well." At that moment, a first-year student, Han Ling, walked over and said, "I underestimated you before, but I won't lose next time." This Han Ling was recognized as a strong player in the first year. However, now this recognition might be discounted. Because this time, Li Chen's team not only secured first place in the energy crystal competition but also accomplished some earth-shattering feats. Of course, Han Ling was not idle either. During their time in the Secret Realm, their team also achieved many significant things. They found a nest of a mother bug and managed to kill it, obtained a book on evolution skills, and completed an S-level mission, earning a lot of points. Without Li Chen, they, as first-year freshmen, would indeed be remarkable. But with Li Chen's presence, it seemed somewhat insignificant. Zhang Xiaohua was just about to show off when the principal called for all classes to assemble. Li Chen also returned to his class, Class 2 of Year 3. "Li Chen, you're here. Li Chen, everyone is waiting for you." "Hello, Li Chen, long time no see." Those students who were originally unwilling to stay in Class 2 now took the initiative to greet Li Chen one by one. This is the power of reputation. Li Chen smiled and nodded in response. At this moment, Principal Li Changfeng, standing on the podium, began to speak. "Dear students, the training in the Secret Realm has come to an end. Everyone performed very well this time, especially a few individual students. The performance was outstanding, and that is our art team. The art team truly shone during this Secret Realm training. The 3 nebula stones obtained by the base are all closely related to the art team. This also led to the Secret Realm, which was originally supposed to last 5 years, ending early. Let's give a round of applause to the members of the art team." No one expected that the principal's opening remarks would directly commend the art team in front of everyone. Principal Li Changfeng did this intentionally to encourage the students. During this Secret Realm, many students were cowardly in the face of cultists, paralyzed by fear when encountering life-threatening situations. In contrast, Li Chen navigated effortlessly between the cultists and the Foot Basin country. Such a student must be rewarded to set an example for everyone. The playground suddenly erupted with whispers of surprise and discussions, as classmates cast envious and admiring glances at Li Chen and his team members. "Oh my gosh, the principal personally named and praised them. This treatment is too good." A girl with glasses exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Our team? Isn't that Li Chen's team? They're actually this strong." A burly boy muttered, his tone a mix of surprise and a hint of unwillingness, clearly yearning for such recognition himself. "They found 3 nebula stones? And killed a mother bug? Ridiculous." Not everyone knew about Li Chen's exploits, a girl with a ponytail said in astonishment. "Damn, too strong. I thought he was just a slacker, but now it seems outrageous. The top team in the first year must be the art team, right? Li Chen is simply the hero of our school. His future is definitely limitless." A usually quiet boy couldn't help but speak up, his eyes filled with admiration. "So shocking. I thought Han Ling's team was already impressive, but I didn't expect Li Chen's team to be even stronger. Truly the dark horse among dark horses." A senior girl sighed. Her gaze lingered on Li Chen for a long time, her eyes practically sparkling. Even some classmates who usually weren't interested in Li Chen's team cast admiring looks at this moment, beginning to realize that life and careers are not as simple as they imagined. Soon after, the playground erupted in thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. Considering the art team led by Li Chen, who fearlessly took action against evil forces, the academy has decided to grant a special reward, hoping that other students will take this as an example. "We, as righteous professionals, will not show any mercy to evil forces." As he finished speaking, Li Changfeng waved his hand, and a teacher brought out the rewards. When everyone saw the rewards, their eyes nearly popped out with envy. This reward was simply too extravagant. Each member of the art team would receive a mount. These were mid-tier mounts that the Academy's beast tamers had cultivated for a long time. Each mount was worth around 50,000 credits. Even most teachers did not have mounts, with only a few possessing large mounts issued by the school,
which were only for transporting students and had temporary usage rights. Mounts were virtually unavailable in the outside market. Even ordinary mounts were priced in the tens of millions of copper coins and were snatched up instantly. This was because cultivating a mount was extremely difficult. It required a specialized profession, catchers, to capture juvenile monsters in the wild using pokeballs. After capturing them, they would undergo years of training by beast tamers before they could be raised. Although Zhu Miaomio and Xiong Panpan had not yet joined the team, their actions were included, so they were also categorized as part of the team and received the reward together. At this moment, 5 uniquely shaped mounts stood on the podium. They resembled horses but were not quite horses. Their bodies were horse-like, with larger, somewhat silly-looking eyes, white bodies, and a single horn on their heads, similar to unicorns, with the horn being multicolored. Their tails matched the colors of their horns, which were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Li Chen was taken aback and asked, "Principal, what kind of horse is this?" Li Changfeng smiled and replied, "This is the Sunshine Rainbow Pony." Li Chen, "My hair, such a coincidental horse. Really? This is a vast world, full of wonders. This is possible. What a cute horse. I absolutely love it." Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, rushing up to the podium and affectionately stroking it, only for the rainbow pony to snort and kick her back down. "Everyone?" A nearby beast tamer chuckled, "This Sunshine Rainbow Pony won't obey your commands until the contract is confirmed." At this moment, the other members also stepped onto the stage. The Academy's beast tamer proudly stated, "This is my latest breed, a hybrid of the ice white horse, the unicorn goblin, and the rainbow slime. It has the speed of the ice white horse, the endurance of the unicorn goblin, and the bond of the rainbow slime, making it perfect for an entire team." This is the ability of specialized professions, allowing different monsters to hybridize and cultivate a brand new species to serve the professionals. Li Chen was left speechless. Was this beast tamer out of his mind? Goblins and slimes, they can hybridize too? Your imagination is a bit too rich. Li Chen touched one of the rainbow ponies, and information appeared. Mount, Sunshine Rainbow Pony, special species, basic attributes, movement speed, 50m/s, endurance, height, can run continuously for 36 hours, can run on ice and water surfaces, special skill, sunshine charging, does not require feeding, can absorb energy from sunlight to replenish its rainbow horn, special skill, rainbow horn, can be pulled out and eaten, instantly replenishing a large amount of stamina and mental energy, regrows 1 every 10 days, special bond, when 5 sunshine. Rainbow ponies appear in the same team, the bond rainbow walk activates, allowing the 5 ponies to create a rainbow for a brief high-altitude walk. Note, the mount has no combat ability. If attacked, it will panic and lose control, returning directly to the backpack space. Huh? Li Chen was a bit surprised after seeing the message. He knew about the riding pets, most of them had no skills. As expected of the Academy's beast tamers, the riding pets they cultivated had skills. Although the skills couldn't be used in battle, they served as support. For example, this special skill, Rainbow Horn, could instantly replenish stamina and mental energy. Although it took 10 days to grow one, it was better than nothing. Additionally, if all 5 were together, they could even become flying mounts. Although they couldn't fly for long periods, short bursts over mountains were no problem. Li Changfeng smiled and said, "This is your reward, old Zhang. Give them the contracts." Beast tamer old Zhang nodded. "Alright." Next, old Zhang contracted the 5 Sunshine Rainbow ponies to Li Chen and the others. After the contracts were signed, Li Chen gained ownership of the riding pets. He could summon them at any time or store them in his backpack. Li Changfeng looked at Li Chen and the others, smiling, "You 5, try out the bond skill and let everyone see." Li Chen? Wasn't this just showing off in front of the whole school? Zhang Xiaohua, okay. The attention-seeking Zhang Xiaohua loved to show off. Xiong Panpan was indifferent. Xu Miaomio and Miwen frowned, wondering if this was really okay. Especially Zhu Miaomio, who had always been quite aloof and low-key. It felt so awkward in front of all the teachers and students. Miaomio, seeing Zhu Miaomio's resistance, Li Changfeng said earnestly, "In the future, you will participate in national competitions and need to present yourself in front of the nation. You can't be like this, you need to get used to it in advance, or you'll be nervous during the competition." Xu Miaomio, fine. She actually knew that her uncle just wanted them to show off in front of the whole school, to make everyone envious and encourage the students. Recently, many students had performed poorly against the cultists. "Since the principal has spoken, let's just do it," Li Chen said with a slight smile. He then mounted the pony. Soon, the others also got on their ponies. Instantly, the rainbow bond appeared. Under each pony's hooves, a rainbow halo emerged, and as they walked, a rainbow appeared on the ground. Then, go! The 5 rode together, running towards the sky. The rainbow followed, and the ponies trotted on the rainbow, soaring into the sky. Mind share. Miwen activated the mind sharing ability, allowing the 5 to share their vision. This way, everyone had a more comprehensive view, enabling them to use the rainbows under their hooves to create a wonderful scene together. The 5 sunshine rainbow ponies galloped freely in the azure sky. The rainbows blooming beneath their hooves intertwined like 5 brilliant ribbons, weaving a breathtaking tapestry. With the ponies' light steps, the rainbows twisted and turned in the air, sometimes converging into a massive rainbow bridge spanning the horizon. At other times, they scattered like rainbow rain, dotting the blue expanse. Woohoo! Zhang Xiaohua screamed excitedly, and the pony seemed to sense its owner's joy, stepping more cheerfully, with the rainbow dancing along joyfully. This is so thrilling. Xiong Panpan sat steadily on the pony's back, enjoying this unprecedented flying experience. Sigh. So awkward, there are still people taking pictures. Shu Miaomiao felt a bit speechless but could only go along with it. Art, this is art. Li Chen laughed heartily as they adjusted their speed and direction in perfect harmony, allowing the 5 ponies to form a flawless formation in the air. Finally, the rainbow tail wrote 2 big characters, Qingfeng, just like pilots using jet trails to draw in the sky. This scene left the entire school in awe. Principal Li Changfeng was astonished. He just wanted them to show off a bit, but they went all out. What the heck? What kind of mount is this? This mount is way too powerful. Mom, I want one too. The students were all envious. This mount was just too cool. I want one too. In the end, Li Chen and the others returned to the podium and put away the little white horse. The principal saw that the goal had been achieved and shouted, "This is our academy's latest product, the Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. There will be more and more in the future. As long as you face evil forces like the art team and do not bow down, daring to resist, you will also have the chance to obtain one. The little white horse can be obtained in a brand new way without exchanging credits. I announce that starting today, if you accumulate 30,000 credits by killing cultists, you will be given a Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse for free." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole school erupted. Yes, this was Principal Li Changfeng's goal. Now, the number of cultists in Long Country was increasing, and they had fully declared war. Various schools had begun to take action, and the students had to take on responsibility. Wow, the Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse is standard equipment. Hearing this, Li Chen fell silent. In the future, everyone at Qingfeng Academy would have a rainbow little white horse. That image was too beautiful. However, it would probably be very difficult. After all, accumulating 30,000 credits by killing cultists was not an easy task. After the principal announced this news, the school was dismissed. Everyone returned to their classes. Class 2 of Year 1. Only a pitiful 13 students remained. The previous 10 students had been tricked and lured here by Ping Chuan. However, now they had no feelings of resistance. After all, Li Chen had become the public enemy of the school, turning into a star. A strong person who had killed the cultist leader and saved the students at the base. Who would refuse to be in the same class as a strong person? Li Chen sat in the classroom, and a girl named Fangwen, wearing glasses, gently poked his back with her finger. Li Chen turned to look. Fangwen smiled and whispered, "Hi, Li Chen." "Li Chen, what's up, Fangwen?" Fangwen whispered, "After class, can I ride your little white horse, Li Chen?" "Fangwen, please, I really want to ride it." "Li Chen, the mount won't recognize anyone other than the contract holder." "Fangwen, then can you take me with you?" "Li Chen, the little white horse can't bear the weight of 2 people." After saying that, he ignored her. "All right." Fangwen pouted. Nearby, Mi Wen and Zhang Xiaohua saw this scene and secretly laughed. The captain's romantic luck was increasing. It's a pity that he was already taken. At this moment, Ping Chuan on the podium said, "The secret realm training has ended. Most of you are around level 20 or close to it. Moreover, you have gained some credits and copper coins in the secret realm, accumulating initial funds. Next, we will have 3 consecutive days of classes to discuss skill combinations, equipment combinations, and career planning. This is the step for the Battle Academy to enhance students. In the first month, the Academy focuses on skill proficiency. Additionally, it allows students to get to know each other and form teams, serving as a warm-up process. Then comes the Secret Realm training. Although leveling up is slow, the drop rates are high. At this time, the students had formed teams. They could quickly accumulate their first pot of gold in the Secret Realm. Most of them had reached level 20 or were close to it. Using this first pot of gold, they could match level 20 skills and equipment to normally grind dungeons, level up, complete tasks, and continue to accumulate resources. Li Chen also accumulated his first pot of gold in the Secret Realm. However, his first pot of gold was quite large, earning over 300,000 credits. Nevertheless, Li Chen patiently listened to the class. After all, understanding more about skill combinations was useful. For the next 3 days, Li Chen attended classes on time, finding it relatively easy and enjoyable. Time passed quickly. On the 4th day, Li Chen arrived at the pet incubation room. The pet eggs he had placed there for incubation were ready. "Teacher, have my eggs hatched?" Li Chen asked in the academy's incubation room. There were a total of 10 clay beetle pet eggs. He had obtained one himself. Item: clay beetle pet egg, green, usage level, level 20 current status, unhatched effect, unknown green attribute, 5% chance of randomly appearing enhancement skills after hatching. The other two were obtained from Zhang Xiaohua, who had also passed through the ruins passage. The skills acquired from the ruins included healing aura and jump healing beam, which were given to Zhang Xiaohua and Miwon. The remaining 8 were purchased from other teachers using credits. They weren't expensive, costing 20 credits each. Mainly, the clay beetle was of little use, and no one wanted it. However, the hatching cost was high. Hatching one egg required 50 credits, which was more than the egg's value. "All hatched, take a look," the academy's incubation room replied, then displayed the information to Li Chen. Pet, clay beetle food, clay basic attributes, none special skills, none hint. The pet has no combat ability. Once attacked, it will panic, lose control, and return directly to the backpack space. Then, a clay beetle appeared in front of Li Chen. Its head was slightly rounded, with a pair of small, delicate eyes that sparkled with a keen light. Its long antennae gently curved upwards at the tips, adding a touch of liveliness and curiosity. Chirp chirp chirp, the clay beetle made sounds towards Li Chen. It looked adorably silly, just like the one he had made from clay. Li Chen looked at the clay beetle and then at its attributes. Well, it really was a pet. It had no attributes at all. No wonder it wasn't worth much, and it needed to eat clay to survive. To Li Chen, it wasn't worth even 1 credit. He could make one on the spot. He had spent 20 credits to acquire it and then 50 credits to hatch it. What a loss! The incubation master said seriously, "Classmate, the value of a pet lies in the emotional value it provides to its owner. I know you are a clay master and can make a clay beetle, but that is fake. You need to control it, just like putting on a puppet and playing with it. This one is real, it can interact with you." Chirp chirp chirp, the clay beetle acted cute towards Li Chen. The incubation master said, "See, isn't it adorable?" Li Chen replied, "If it's just a pet, why would I want to raise a beetle? Wouldn't it be better to have a cat or a dog?" Li Chen felt a bit disappointed. The incubation master smiled slightly. "Don't worry, you have 10 eggs. Li Chen retorted, "You have 10 eggs. The incubation room awkwardly corrected, "No, I meant you have 10 pet eggs. Why not look further? There might be a surprise." Li Chen said, "You really know how to build suspense." With that, Li Chen continued to look down. Sure enough, the first 9 were ordinary pet eggs, until he reached the last one, which was different. This pet egg had a 5% chance of randomly appearing enhancement skills. Li Chen was essentially gambling on this probability. Unexpectedly, he hit the jackpot. Pet, clay beetle food, clay basic attributes, none special skills, clay synthesis, beginner confuse low-level clay into high-level clay. Hint: the pet has no combat ability. Once attacked, it will panic, lose control, and return directly to the backpack space. Oh, this is somewhat useful. Li Chen felt a bit more at ease. I am a clay master, and clay has little effect on me. Basic clay is easy to obtain and very cheap. Intermediate clay is quite expensive, and if I can synthesize it using lower grade clay, I can save a lot of money. As for advanced clay, it is currently unavailable on the market. The Ice and Snow Ruins dungeon has just appeared, and I need to farm it myself. If I can synthesize advanced clay by purchasing intermediate clay, this pet would be very useful to me. By the way, what if I use advanced clay to synthesize even higher grade clay? This thought suddenly popped into Li Chen's mind. This one, Li Chen said, asking the hatching master to contract this pet for him. With the pet in hand, Li Chen put it back in his backpack. The hatching master asked, "What about these 9 clay beetles?" "Let me ask," Li Chen replied. He used the system's photo function to take a picture of the clay beetles and sent a message to Miwon, Zhu Miaomiao, Zhang Xiaohua, and Xiong Panpan, asking if they wanted them. Soon, the 4 replied. Miaozai, no, too ugly. Little mosquito, I don't like raising bugs. Little red flower, Wenwen doesn't like them, so I can't take them either. Bear baby, compared to the clay beetles, I prefer you. If you don't have time to accompany me, just make a clay clone to keep me company. Patrick Star, why don't you just go to heaven? Thinking of making a clone of me? No way. Well, it seems that no one wants this thing as a pet. Teacher, I'm giving them all to you, Li Chen said. Thank you, classmate. I'll gladly accept, the hatching master replied, grinning from ear to ear. he loved collecting all kinds of pets. One wall of the hatching room was covered with his pet illustrations. Just as Li Chen was about to walk out, he casually glanced at the wall and one of the pet illustrations made him stop in his tracks. This is. Li Chen's eyes widened in surprise. This is. Li Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Among the pet illustrations on the wall, he saw a very special one that made his bloodline stir, a panda. A giant panda. What is this? Li Chen asked, pointing at the illustration. Although Blue Star and Earth have many similarities, they are different in many ways. Many creatures that exist here are not found there, and vice versa. Oh, this one, the hatching master said with a smile, is called a panda, and it's also a pet. It comes from the secret realm world Yen Huang planet, which is the predecessor of the current zombie paradise dungeon. So, the place I was in before my transmigration is called Yen Huang planet in Blue Star, and it belongs to a planet that invaded Blue Star, which has now become zombie paradise? What is the reason for this? Why did Yen Huang planet invade Blue Star? What is so special about Blue Star that it attracts invasions? The hatching master continued. By the way, the person who came here to hatch is named Lei Ming, and he is your senior. About 10 years ago, he was as famous as you in the school, pushing forward the world progress of conquering Yen Huang planet. This panda pet egg is the only one in the world, and he got it to hatch here. Lei Ming was once a prominent figure in the school, just like Li Chen. Li Chen curiously asked, "What is the attribute of this panda?" The hatching master smiled. "Since you gave me 9 beetles, I'll show you." With that, he shared the panda's attributes with Li Chen. Pet, panda, food, bamboo, basic attributes, none, special skill, Huaxia Kung Fu, mythical under the panda's gaze, your speed and efficiency in learning martial arts techniques are increased tenfold. Note, the pet has no combat ability. If it encounters an attack, it will panic and lose control, returning directly to the backpack space. Holy crap! Kung Fu Panda! Li Chen swore directly. This pet skill is incredible. Are you surprised? The incubator laughed. Thunder is a duel class, a child of destiny. After getting this pet, he learned many martial arts skills, which is why he became a member of the War God Legion and even a captain. He is the face of our Qingfeng Academy. And in the world, there are very few pets that can greatly assist professionals. This panda ranks among the top 3. Most pets are pretty useless. Useful pets are rare. Skills as impressive as this panda's can be counted on one hand worldwide. Awesome! Li Chen said enviously, I want one too. The incubator shot him a disdainful look. Dream on, this thing is a priceless treasure. Thunder soared because of it. It's not something that can be measured by money. Li Chen nodded. Yeah, it's the kind that isn't for sale at any price. The incubator said, however, if you get a chance to join the Dragon Kingdom's War God Legion in the future and build a good relationship with Thunder, maybe he can let you use it. Under the panda's watch, your speed and efficiency in learning martial arts skills will increase tenfold. In other words, anyone can benefit. You're from the same academy, so you really have a chance. Thanks, Li Chen said as he walked out the door. Perhaps other students wouldn't have the opportunity, but he did. As he walked, he found Thunder's friend and sent a message. To his surprise, the other party replied instantly. Patrick Star, Thunder, are you there? Thunder, yeah, what's up? Patrick Star, do you have a panda? Thunder, good kid, how did you find out? That's classified information, did my dad tell you? Patrick Star, your dad? Thunder, the old incubator in the school's incubator room, that old man is my dad. Oh, no wonder that old man looked so proud whenever he mentioned Thunder. So they are father and son. Patrick Star, Thunder, I think your pet is really cute. I'd like to see it if I get the chance. Thunder, you want to learn martial arts skills? Patrick Star, did you figure that out too? Thunder, no problem, but I have a task right now and no time. I'll contact you when I find a moment. See you. Patrick Star, thanks, Thunder. Li Chen thought he would be rejected. He didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. The war god didn't seem as high and mighty as he imagined. But thinking about it, it made sense. If an ordinary student made such a request to Thunder, they would definitely be ignored. But he wasn't an ordinary student. His actions in the secret realm were enough to attract the attention of higher-ups. The premise of being respected is having the qualifications to be respected. In Thunder's eyes, he should already be classified as a genius. Awesome! Li Chen felt great. He then went to the school's intermediate gravity chamber to practice martial arts skills. For the next few days, Li Chen was too lazy to attend classes. He spent all his time in the gravity chamber learning martial arts skills. With the enhancement of the martial spirit gem and the dual soul fusion, his martial arts skills improved, and the heavenly tiger leap leveled up again. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that the school's courses finally ended. Next, he would focus on improving and honing himself according to the course content. That meant leveling up through dungeons or completing tasks to earn points. The Dragon Kingdom controls many dungeons, where corresponding materials, equipment, and skill books can drop, allowing students to farm according to their needs. Entering a dungeon is also quite simple. First, at school, use points to buy a dungeon stone. Then, use the teleportation array to go to the corresponding dungeon location. The art team consists of 5 people, and Xu Miaomio and Shon Panpan are in their second year, with different levels, so they aren't on the same path for now. Therefore, Li Chen planned to team up with me one and Zhang Xiaohua. Li Chen had no special requirements for equipment or skill books, so he asked Zhang Xiaohua and me one if they had any needs, and then they went to grind dungeons together. Zhang Xiaohua said he needed a defensive skill, which he wanted to obtain from the Flame Demon Hall dungeon. Mi-Wan, on the other hand, needed a strengthening skill book related to poison and wanted to go to the Withering Insect Plague dungeon first. Li Chen promised to accompany them the whole way and help them take off. He told them to prepare first, and they would handle the related quests and dungeon stones. He himself went to the school's skill bookshop. With over 300,000 credits, he planned to get a few legendary skill books and further strengthen himself. Li Chen decided that in the future, he would only learn legendary level skill books. Consuming books could increase attributes, which was perfect for him. Walking into the skill bookshop, it was still the same staff member. "Hey, young man, you're back again?" the staff member said cheerfully. "What do you want to buy this time? Still looking for martial artist skills? Have you finished the ones you bought last time?" Li Chen slammed the table. "Bring me all the legendary skill books." Having credits made him bold. The last time he said this, he was slapped in the face. This time would be different. He brought 360,000 credits. The staff member rolled his eyes. "Young man, boasting can get your tongue twisted." Li Chen directly slapped his school credit card on the table. "Why don't you take a look before you speak?" The staff member swiped the card and was instantly dumbfounded. Wow, 360,000 credits. Working here for a year, he only earned a few dozen credits. Who is this guy with 360,000 credits? "Sir, please wait." The staff member quickly took out a catalog from the cabinet. "All the legendary skill books are here, take a look." The staff member pulled out a list for Li Chen to see. Li Chen glanced at it. There were a total of 8 legendary quality skills. "Is that all?" Li Chen asked, somewhat speechless. "You think that's few?" The staff member replied, also speechless. 8 is still not enough? Although some have been bought, this is the accumulation of Qingfeng Academy over the past 50 years. Other academies can't even buy them if they wanted to. Legendary skills permanently increase attribute points. Do you know how precious they are? You can't buy them outside even if you have money. That's true. Li Chen nodded slightly. Previously, he had learned too many legendary skills, which made him mistakenly think they were as common as cabbages. In fact, every legendary quality skill is priceless and hard to come by. Even ordinary skills, once they have legendary quality, basically provide permanent attribute increases and are invaluable. Alright, let me take a look. Li Chen began to check the descriptions of these 8 legendary skills. Skill book, Elemental Resonance, Legendary, Learning Level, Level 30, Learning Requirements, Elemental Spells at Max Level, Effect, Master the basic principles of the 4 elements, fire, water, wind, earth, able to summon small elemental spirits to assist in battle, with each spirit providing different enhancement effects based on its attribute, e.g., Fire Spirit increases attack power, Water Spirit restores health. As the skill proficiency increases, the user can gradually unlock higher-level elemental summoning and fusion skills, permanently increasing all elemental resistance by 5%. Legendary attributes: 1. Summoning speed increased by 10%. 2. Mental power increased by 100. Price: 80,000 credits. This skill is a level 30 skill for summoning type mages. The legendary attributes enhance summoning speed and mental points. It's not suitable for him. Even if it were suitable, he couldn't learn it. It didn't meet the requirements. He could only learn skills with the attribute unregulated. Li Chen continued to look at the next one. Skill book, Weaving Life, Legendary, Learning Level, Level 40 Learning Requirements, Healing Spell at Max Level Effects. 1. Master the Essence of Life, capable of healing severe injuries, even restoring bodies and limbs. 2. Consume all mental power to save a target on the brink of death. Legendary attributes: 1. Recovery speed increased by 10%. 2. Mental power increased by 100. Price: 130,000 credits. This is a skill for a level 40 priest. It is a resurrection skill for priests. Of course, it cannot bring the dead back to life. In this world, once dead, one is truly dead, unable to be resurrected. This refers to the ability to revive a target that is on the verge of death. For example, last time with Wang Tianming, all his internal organs were destroyed in his own clay explosion, but due to his indestructible nature, his body remained intact. If at that moment, there was a priest nearby using this skill on him, he would have a chance to be revived. However, last time there was no priest around Wang Tianming, so he could not be saved. This skill is suitable for me one, but there's no need to buy it. After all, while this skill is rare, it's not too difficult to obtain. We can get this skill book, just without the legendary attributes. Li Chen continued to look down. Skill book, Power of the Stars, Legendary, Learning Level, Level 40 Learning Requirements, Spell Shielded Max Level Effects. Harnessing the power of the stars significantly enhances the user's strength, intelligence, and speed, while granting a star shield that absorbs and retaliates against external damage. Legendary attributes: 1. Constitution increased by 50, 2. Mental power increased by 100. Price: 90,000 credits. The mage's defensive skill isn't very good. Li Chen directly chose to skip it. He glanced over several skills in succession. None were suitable for him. Moreover, none had unrestricted attributes, so he couldn't learn them. Li Chen felt a bit disappointed. He had originally hoped to carefully select a skill. It seemed he had no options at all. Li Chen now just wanted an unrestricted skill book to appear. As long as it wasn't too outrageous and suited him, he could consider it. He was a dual-class character and could learn 60 skills. Even if it was just for attribute boosts, that would be fine. When Li Chen looked at the last skill book, his eyes lit up slightly. Skill book, Shapeshifting Sprite, Legendary Quality, Mythical Skill, Learning Level, None Learning Requirements, None Effects. Spend part of your mental power to summon a shapeshifting sprite, which can help manipulate your internal attributes, allowing you to change your attributes at will. The sprite lasts for 1 hour, and after it disappears, attributes revert to their original state. Legendary attributes: 1. Ignores learning requirements. 2. Mental power increased by 50, Constitution increased by 50. Price: 1 million credits. This skill. Li Chen was momentarily stunned, his mind racing, and then he trembled slightly. This is so damn suitable for me. He needed to control clay bombs from a distance to deal with enemies. He could shift all his attribute points to mental power, becoming an explosive ranged attacker. When not needed, he could switch back immediately. In extreme danger, he could even instantly max out his constitution points. Damn! Why is this skill so expensive? Li Chen was somewhat speechless. The price of 1 million credits, could anyone afford that? He had only earned a little over 300,000 credits from running an entire branch of the Celestial God sect in Jiangzhou. Is this expensive? A staff member laughed. This is a mythical skill. Do you know what a mythical skill is? It's the power of a god. This should be the ability of some kind of sprite god. Additionally, this book is of legendary quality, possessing a no-rules entry, which means anyone can learn it. Li Chen was speechless. But isn't it too expensive? The staff member replied, normally, a skill book of mythic and legendary level would never be sold. It can only be exchanged for goods. If we were to estimate its value, this type of skill book should be worth over 3 million credits. But this book is quite special. No one can use it, which is why it's being sold so cheaply. Li Chen said, so, if I buy this skill book for 1 million credits, am I getting a steal? The staff member replied, isn't that right? Otherwise, do you think a mythic skill, especially one without rules, would be available to you? Li Chen. After thinking about it, Li Chen found it reasonable. Other professions generally have fixed attribute points and possess defensive skills for survival. They don't need to swap attribute points around. It doesn't have much effect. But he was different. It was hard for him to learn survival skills, and he mainly relied on his mental attributes. Now that I have the survival skill Divine Descent, if I combine it with this variant spirit and fully transform my physique, my survival ability will improve significantly. So, Li Chen awkwardly said, but I don't have enough credits. He thought he was quite wealthy. Unexpectedly, he was still poor. The staff member said, if you don't have enough, you can take out a loan. Li Chen, a loan? The staff member, yes, but the normal loan limit for students is 10,000 credits. If you have special contributions, it can be raised to 20,000 credits. But I heard you did something quite significant, so you could try asking the principal if the limit can be increased. There might be a chance. But, Li Chen asked, but what? The staff member replied, but if you can't pay back the loan before graduation, you'll have to stay at Qingfeng Academy and work for it to repay the loan. All right, I'll go try asking the principal. You must help me hold it. Li Chen thought for a moment and decided to give it a shot. Don't worry, if I don't help you hold it, no one else will be able to afford it, the staff member said, exasperated. Li Chen nodded slightly and then walked out the door. Mythic skills are already the top-tier skill books in this world. Now that this opportunity is in front of him, if he misses this chance, there won't be another. Although Li Chen felt that the ability to swap attributes around didn't seem to reach the level of mythic skills, since it was a mythic skill, it must have great utility. With that thought, Li Chen headed towards the principal's office. After Li Chen left, the staff member called the principal. Principal, it's done, everything is according to your plan. He is now preparing to ask you to increase his loan limit. Dear principal, how have you been lately? As soon as he entered the principal's office, Li Chen greeted Li Changfeng warmly. Not bad. At that moment, Li Changfeng was grading documents on his desk and glanced up slightly. Principal, you're busy, have a drink of water, don't wear yourself out. Seeing the principal's cup was empty, Li Chen took the initiative to fill it from the water dispenser nearby and placed it on the desk. This kid knows how to handle things, Li Changfeng thought to himself. However, Li Changfeng remained calm and took a sip of water, saying, Xiao, you must have something to discuss with me? Li Chen smiled, just a small matter, I need your help. Li Changfeng said, go ahead, you've made significant contributions to the school. The higher-ups have already praised us. The strategy against the Ice and Snow Cloud Star and the eradication of the Heavenly God Factions branch have made huge contributions to the Academy. Feel free to make any requests. Li Chen said, I just want you to increase the loan limit. Li Changfeng smiled, no problem, how much do you want it raised to? Li Chen said, increase it to 670,000. Li Changfeng spat out a mouthful of water, how much? Li Chen replied, 670,000. Li Changfeng exclaimed, are you joking? He feigned a shocked expression, but inwardly thought, my acting skills are not bad. Li Chen smiled slightly, do I look like I'm joking? Li Changfeng asked, what do you need so many credits for? Li Chen answered, it's for that mythological skill book from the school, the Shapeshifter. Li Changfeng said, alright, you're really eyeing that book. Even if the Academy's Legion commander wanted that book, he wouldn't earn it in 10 years. Li Chen replied, if it really doesn't work out, then forget it. After saying that, he prepared to leave. His request was indeed a bit excessive. A loan of 670,000 credits. 1 credit could be exchanged for 1 gold coin, so 670,000 gold coins equated to 7 billion copper coins. The value was already higher than the total assets of many listed companies. Seeing Li Chen about to leave, Li Changfeng was full of question marks. Wait a minute, aren't you going to negotiate a bit more? You should negotiate a bit more. If you negotiate a bit more, I would agree. Just as Li Chen was about to walk out the door, Li Changfeng reached out. Wait, Li Chen asked. Li Changfeng awkwardly smiled and said, considering your contributions to the school, and the possibility that we might become relatives in the future, I've decided to give you a break and open a back door. Li Chen was confused. He knew about his contributions to the school, but what did becoming relatives in the future have to do with anything? Li Changfeng said, I approve, increasing your loan limit to 670,000. Li Chen replied, wait, I want to think about it some more. Li Chen suddenly felt something was off. It was Li Changfeng who seemed off. He had just appeared to be struggling. How did he change so quickly? Could it be a trap? Li Changfeng typed on the keyboard. The credits have already been deposited into your account, the loan is effective. Li Chen asked, this is just processing the credits, right? Old man, something's not right with you. Li Changfeng smiled, oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, the school loans have interest, with an annual interest rate of 30%. 30? Li Chen's eyes widened, holy crap, that's usury. Li Changfeng said, hey, what are you talking about? This isn't usury, it's a mutual agreement. Besides, student loans help you improve yourself, allowing you to earn credits back faster, right? The initial resources are the hardest to come by. Li Chen was silent. Li Changfeng calculated, you now have a loan of 670,000 credits, with an annual interest of 200,000 credits. Spread out, that's about 16,000 credits a month. Make sure to pay it back. Li Chen thought, this interest is way too high. Should I just pay it back now? Li Changfeng added, oh, I forgot to remind you, to prevent students from playing around with loans and increasing the school's workload, the school established a rule long ago that the loaned credits must be repaid after 3 months. Li Chen exclaimed, is this a sure thing for me? Does that mean I have to lose 48,000 credits without doing anything? Li Chen asked, Principal. Li Changfeng replied, what else is there? Li Chen inquired, what if I can't pay it back? Li Changfeng said, no worries, there won't be any life-threatening situations, you just have to stay at the academy and serve it. Li Chen thought, work to pay off debt? Are all those excellent Legion commanders tricked by you this way? Alright. Li Chen asked, Principal, is there a quick way to earn credits? Li Changfeng replied, there is. Li Chen asked, what is it? Li Changfeng smiled, the first method is to kill cultists. However, the cultists in Jiangzhou were mostly wiped out by you last time, so they probably won't show up for a while. Li Chen asked, what about the second option? Li Changfeng replied, the second one. The credits can be earned too quickly.
But, Li Chen pressed. But what? Li Changfeng continued. But it's a bit dangerous. Li Chen urged, go on, tell me. Li Changfeng explained, that would be entering the demon realm, where countless resources await you to claim, all of which can be exchanged for credits. However, the risks are significant. I don't mind you going in, but even if you do, it should be when you're in your third year. Li Chen thought, by the third year, with interest and principal, the credits will have rolled over to over 1 million. The demon realm? What kind of place is that? Li Chen asked, intrigued. It's a special zone, but due to its unique circumstances, only those below level 40 can enter. It existed even before the will of Blue Star was born. It's chaotic and disordered, a paradise for crime, but it also holds countless treasures. Every year, countless people enter, and the number of those who die inside is incalculable. As he spoke, Li Changfeng's expression grew serious, as if recalling some thrilling past experiences. He continued slowly, the demon realm is a strange space that exists on the edge of reality and illusion, unbound by any known laws. It's a holy land that countless adventurers and explorers dream of, but also a place where countless lives come to an end. I have been there once and nearly died inside. There, the sky might be dark red or green, constantly changing. The ground is riddled with cracks, and lava erupts from time to time, with the air thick with the scent of sulfur and blood. The creatures there, whether plants or animals, become extraordinarily powerful and fierce. They live by preying on intruders, as if that place is their territory, and any outsider is at the bottom of the food chain. Yet it is this extremely harsh environment that nurtures countless rare resources and treasures. There are exotic fruits that can directly enhance strength, mysterious runestones containing ancient powers, and long-lost powerful martial arts. Each one is a treasure hard to find in the outside world, capable of being exchanged for a large number of credits. But to enter the demon realm, you must be mentally prepared. There are no laws, no morals, only power determines everything. You might encounter adventuring teams that kill each other for resources, or you might face crazed creatures driven by evil thoughts, having lost their humanity. Worse still, the demon realm hides some ancient and powerful beings, perhaps the resentful spirits of fallen strong ones, or mysterious creatures unknown to the world. Their strength is unfathomable, capable of killing any unwary intruder in an instant. Therefore, while the demon realm is a great place to earn credits quickly, my advice to you is to proceed with caution. Your strength is formidable, but in that land, strength does not mean everything. Wisdom and luck are equally important. Moreover, you must always remember that coming back alive is the most important thing. After all, you only have one life. Credits can be earned again, but if you lose your life, you lose everything. After hearing this, Li Chen suddenly became interested in this place. His clay bombs seemed to only be able to unleash their artistic brilliance in such a place, testing his ultimate artistry. However, Li Changfeng, the principal, had said so much to him. Could it be that he had already planned for him to go there? Alright, principal, let's leave it at that for now. I'll find a way to repay the credits. In the end, Li Chen accepted the loan. He then left. After Li Chen left, the principal looked at Li Chen's back and murmured, to destroy the realm of demons, this chaotic place. Perhaps only Li Chen can do it. How many years has it been? This has always been a stubborn ailment for the Dragon Kingdom. Just because it requires level 40 to enter, it has caused endless headaches for the Dragon Kingdom. That place is the cradle of cultists, the source of evil. Otherwise, a mythical skill worth 5 million points wouldn't be so easily given to him. After saying this, he sighed deeply and continued with his work. When Li Chen walked out of the principal's office, he was completely dazed. He had unwittingly loaned out 670,000 credits. This amount of credits was truly terrifying. Students could hardly earn that much, and even the Academy's Legion commander was in a precarious position. Yet, Li Chen had managed to loan it out just like that. Moreover, the principal had also given him a whole bunch of suggestions about the realm of demons. It felt like he was doing it on purpose. But it didn't matter. Strengthening his power was what truly mattered. After obtaining the points, Li Chen's total reached 1 million. Returning to the skill bookstore, he naturally bought the skill book. Once he had it in hand, he learned it immediately. Skill book, variant spirit, legendary quality, mythical skill, learning level, none, learning requirements, none, effect, consumes a portion of mental power to summon a variant spirit, which can help manipulate internal attributes. You can freely change your attributes. The spirit lasts for 1 hour, and after it disappears, attributes revert to their original state. Legendary attributes: 1. Ignores learning requirements. 2. Mental power increases by 50, constitution increases by 50. After learning it, Li Chen's mental attribute points increased by 100. He looked at his attribute panel, which was already very formidable. The attribute points were quite exaggerated. The attribute gain per level was 5 points, and the maximum level was 300 points.
he had consumed 4 legendary books. His attribute points were definitely higher than those of an ordinary max-level professional. Name, Li Chen. Profession, Intermediate Clay Master, Intermediate Demolition Expert. Level, 22, 20. 0%, Strength, 213, Agility, 222 plus 100, Mental Power, 569 plus 1110, Constitution, 127 plus 50, Dual Soul, Unique Talent automatically adapted. You can integrate explosives into clay models to create special clay bombs. Skills, Clay Mastery, Demolition Mastery, Clay Manipulation, Remote Detonation, Clay Soul Hand, Fission, Time Detonation, Swift Swallow Technique, Dark Harvest, Disguise Technique, Mountain Shattering Fist, Divine Descent, Nebula Shadow Escape, Clay Mastery, Ultimate use clay to create clay models. Demolition Mastery, Ultimate use powder to create C3 explosives. Clay Manipulation consumes a small amount of mental power to control the behavior of clay within visual range. Beyond 1,000 meters, the farther the distance, the more mental power consumed. Remote Detonation, Ultimate set a command to control detonation within a 1,000 meter range. Clay Soul Hand, Fission, 1. You can collect more complex biological traits. 2. You can endow clay with traits. If they are your own traits, you can inherit some skills. 3. You can create clay in combat, faster speed. 4. Consuming mental power, the clay bombs you create can self-fission internally, increasing in size and power by 1 to 10 times. Time Detonation, use a small amount of mental power to attach a time detonation mark, allowing you to set a time for the bomb to explode, with no distance limit. Swift Swallow Technique, passive, beginner light and agile, graceful as a swallow, swift as the wind, gentle as the forest. Mountain Shattering Fist, passive, beginner unmatched strength, thunderous might, swallowing mountains and rivers, unstoppable like a bamboo shoot. Dark Harvest, each time a target is killed, a soul is harvested. Each saved soul increases damage by 1%, with a saving time limit of 60 minutes. When released, it will enhance your next damage dealt accordingly. Nebula Shadow Shift, consumes a certain amount of mental power to swap positions with a target within your line of sight. Cooldown time 160 seconds. Variant Sprite, mythical unique, consumes a portion of mental power to summon a variant sprite, which can help adjust your internal attributes, allowing you to change your attributes freely. The sprite lasts for 1 hour, and after it disappears, your attributes revert to their original state. Let's try the ability of the variant sprite first, Li Chen thought, directly releasing this skill. It consumed a lot of mental power, about 1/5 of it. After using it, a small green sprite appeared beside him. It was tiny, about the size of a pinky finger, hovering around him. The sprite looked extremely cute, like a flower fairy that had accidentally wandered into the mortal realm, wrapped in a soft and delicate glow. She had 4 pairs of crystal clear, gossamer wings that fluttered gently in the sunlight. Her petite nose was slightly upturned, and her cherry-like lips were gently pursed, exuding an innocent sweetness. Her big, watery eyes stared at him, like 2 bright stars embedded in the night sky, sparkling with curiosity and purity. This doesn't seem like a temporary summon, it feels like it truly exists. Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Temporary summons lack intelligence and exist only briefly. Each summon is a completely new entity, unrelated to the previous one. In contrast, real creatures possess intelligence and have coherent memories. This green variant sprite felt very real to Li Chen. At the same time, it seemed as if a contract had formed between his mind and the variant sprite. Let's try the full meat form, Li Chen thought. The variant sprite pointed her little finger at Li Chen's body and gave it a slight tap. His attributes began to change continuously. It wasn't an instantaneous transformation, there was a process. After about a minute, the attribute points underwent a tremendous change. Li Chen felt his mental power wither away, disappearing. He could no longer control even a C1 spider. Instead, his body became extremely robust. Li Chen looked at his attributes. Strength, 213 Agility, 222 plus 100 Mental, 569 plus 1110 Constitution, 127 plus 50 after transformation. Strength, 5 Agility, 5 Mental, 5 Constitution, 2376. Wow, amazing. Li Chen was incredibly shocked. He finally understood why this variant sprite was a mythical skill. He had thought it could only adjust basic attributes. He didn't expect it could even adjust the attributes of equipment. This was quite absurd. Spending 1,000,000 credits was definitely worth it. Mythical skills are unique, one of a kind. This means that others might not even know about this effect. Had he stumbled upon a great fortune? If he could change the attributes of equipment, there was a terrifying advantage. This meant that his future equipment choices would no longer be limited to mental power attributes. As long as he could equip something with high attributes, he could use the variant sprite to adjust and convert it to mental power. Constitution, 2376. Li Chen's health reached a terrifying over 23,000. Even if his defense was low, he wouldn't be afraid of taking real damage. Moreover, there was another benefit. Wait, can I do this? First, I can adjust to have 20,000 health, allowing Zhang Xiaohua's healing aura to restore a percentage of health quickly back to a few thousand, and then switch back, and I'll be at full health. The transformation of the variant sprite has no cooldown. Similarly, the more Li Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Then, using his clay soul hand, he created a C1 spider. His mental energy was completely drained. After that, Li Chen took a bottle of mental energy recovery potion from his backpack. With his current mental energy at only 5, it was instantly replenished. Li Chen used conversion to transfer all his attribute points back to mental energy. 1 minute later, the conversion was complete. After conversion, strength 5, agility 5, mental 2376, constitution 5. Damn, it really works. The low mental energy recovery blue amount, converted back to high mental energy, was a proportional recovery. Li Chen's mental energy limit instantly became very high, but after the proportional exchange, the mental energy value, that is, the blue amount, was still full. Invincible. This meant that he had already found a way to solve the problem of blue amount scarcity. Transforming spirit, YYDS. So, in the future, after Li Chen's mental energy was exhausted, he would first lower his mental energy. This way, the blue amount limit would become very low. Then, he would drink the blue potion, and it would be quickly replenished. Immediately after, he would readjust his mental energy. The blue amount limit would increase, but the full blue amount would still be there. It was equivalent to indirectly refilling the blue amount. Health could also use this method. The only drawback was that it required 1 minute of conversion time. Other than that, it was all advantages. Strong, too strong. Li Chen was overjoyed and returned his attributes to their original state. That previous state was still too extreme. Leaving only 5 points in strength, constitution, and agility made him feel very uncomfortable. His body was uncoordinated, and his movement speed slowed down. In the future, when transforming, he still needed to leave some attributes behind. For example, when only responsible for ranged output, he would use all mental energy. When encountering danger, he would increase agility and constitution to escape or withstand damage. If it was a normal confrontation, he would find a safe place to adjust constitution and mental energy to replenish health and blue amount. In short, the use of transforming spirit was very flexible. Everything depended on the situation at the time. It couldn't be rigid. In a great mood, Li Chen returned to the villa. Shu Miaomio and Xiong Panpan had set off to grind dungeons yesterday. Meanwhile, Mi Wen and Zhang Xiaohua had gone to the gravity room to practice martial arts. Since he had recently guided them, their martial arts improvement speed had also increased rapidly. The body technique was still very useful. Having body technique skills during combat made them much stronger. Li Chen then began to create a stockpile of clay bombs in his room. He was about to go grind dungeons, so he needed to prepare a sufficient stock. C1 spider, C1 bird, C1 grasshopper, C1 ant, C1 earthworm. These commonly used ones needed to be prepared in larger quantities. As for other types of bombs, it was better to mold them on site, as they could be endowed with special properties. Li Chen's skill proficiency was very high, and he molded them quickly. Therefore, the mental energy consumption was also rapid. During the process of molding clay bombs, Li Chen directly converted all his attribute points into mental energy. The efficiency increased significantly. Previously, his mental energy would be depleted in 3 hours. But now, with higher mental energy, it took half a day to deplete. In half a day, the efficiency increased from 2,000 pieces to 4,000 pieces, doubling. When his mental energy was exhausted, he could only drink potions and wait for recovery. But now, that was unnecessary. He just needed to convert all his mental energy into constitution, drink the potion, and recover in a few seconds. Then he would return the mental energy. His mental energy would be fully restored. He could continue molding clay bombs, leading to another increase in efficiency. 3 days passed quickly. With such high efficiency, Li Chen's stockpile became very abundant. Regular bomb stock, C1 spider * 10,000, C1 bird * 10,000, C1 earthworm * 10,000, C1 ant * 10,000. In total, it cost 500 gold coins. There are still 500 gold coins worth of materials on hand. Along with the remaining explosive materials, the more than 1,000 gold coins he had painstakingly earned were all spent just like that. This made Li Chen sigh. While others were making money, he was spending it like water by grinding monsters. If it weren't for the good items he obtained, it would be a losing business. By the way, I still have the clay beetle, let it help me synthesize some clay.
Li Chen thought of his pet. The pet space could store 3 pets, and they usually stayed inside. The space was about the size of a room. Li Chen tossed in some primary clay for the clay beetle to synthesize. The clay beetle received the order and began to consume the primary clay. After about 10 minutes, it produced a lump of intermediate clay. The price of intermediate clay is 100 copper coins, while primary clay is 10 copper coins. 3 primary clays can be synthesized into 1 intermediate clay. Calculating this way, he saved 70 copper coins, which was quite cost-effective. As for advanced clay, it couldn't be bought anywhere and could only be farmed. The clay made from advanced clay is very hard and can be used as the shell for clay bombs. With a hard shell, it is not easily detonated by others in advance. The price of advanced clay is estimated to be even higher. Li Chen searched the trading post. Someone was already selling it for 300 copper coins each. He experimented again. 3 intermediate clays could be synthesized into 1 advanced clay. In other words, 9 intermediate clays could be synthesized into 1 advanced clay. 9 primary clays cost 90 copper coins, allowing him to save 210 copper coins. Next, Li Chen tried using advanced clay. Synthesis failed. Your clay beetle's level is not enough. It was useless. The clay beetle couldn't synthesize higher level clay, but it showed that the level was insufficient. Li Chen felt there might be opportunities in the future. Xiaobai, just stay in the space and synthesize clay. Li Chen tossed in 10,000 primary clays, letting the clay beetle slowly synthesize in the space. At the same time, the clay beetle would also digest a bit and self-improve its skill level. One day, there should be a chance to synthesize higher-level clay. It seemed that this clay beetle was quite helpful to him. The academy gave a 2-month upgrade period. During these 2 months, most first-year students would reach level 25. After this 2-month period of improvement, most students would see significant upgrades. Next, the Academy League would officially begin. Li Chen was also preparing for the Academy League. Achieving first place in the first-year league would allow him to prepare for skipping grades. At night, Miwan and Zhang Xiaohua returned to the villa to rest after school. Xiao Gu. Li Chen spoke. Most of the other teams have basically left. When shall we start our action? These past few days, Li Chen had been replenishing the ammunition stock and hadn't set out. Miwan and Zhang Xiaohua practiced martial arts techniques in the gravity room, waiting for Li Chen. Tomorrow, I'm ready now, Li Chen said. Alright, I'd been eager to go, Zhang Xiaohua replied. Yesterday, I ran into Han Ling. He said that although our art team is currently in the spotlight, he will soon surpass us and let's meet in the league. Li Chen laughed. During the league, we'll beat him until he can't find his teeth. Miwan then said, Bro, our team only has 3 people now, a full team is 5. The league is really hard to say. After all, Han Ling is a hidden class, and the other 4 in his team are all talented classes. Should we find 2 more teammates? Li Chen shook his head. No need to look for anyone. Our team of 5 is already set, and it wouldn't be appropriate to kick out 2 members later. We tried finding people before, but no one came. Now that there are people, I don't want anyone anymore. When they were in a low point, no one came. Now that they were doing well, Li Chen didn't need such teammates. Zhang Xiaohua said, what's there to be afraid of? It's just 3v5. Our brother Xiao can even defeat Wang Tianming, so 1v5 is nothing to fear. Thus, the 3 decided not to recruit anyone else. When the college league came, only the 3 of them would participate. The 3 rested at the academy for another night. Early the next morning, they arrived at the Instance Dungeon teleportation area of Qingfeng Academy. There were many teleportation arrays here. Each teleportation array would correspondingly transport them to a specific area in the wild, saving a lot of travel time. They could go directly to the nearest teleportation point for whatever instance they needed. Let's go to the Inferno Hall first and help Xiaohua unlock her defense skill, Li Chen said. He remembered that Zhang Xiaohua had a defense skill that needed to be farmed in this instance. Buying it directly with credits was too expensive. Moreover, they needed to level up, and farming instances would also help them gain experience. The efficiency of monster farming in instances was much higher than leveling up in the Secret Realm world, although the drop rates were significantly lower. However, many skills in the Secret Realm world had already been closed off, and they could only be obtained through instances. Adoptive father. Zhang Xiaohua was deeply moved. When they arrived at the academy's teleportation area, there were not many students left. Most had already left a few days ago. To reach the Inferno Hall, we need to go to the Fire Mountain Range. This Fire Mountain Range cannot be accessed directly. We have to first reach Maple Leaf Valley and cross Rainforest Island to get there. Miwen checked the map and immediately provided the optimal route. Miwen, I'll leave the navigation to you, Li Chen nodded. Having a meticulous girl in the team made things much easier. Once the team was organized, Li Chen stepped into the teleportation array. Teleport. Teleported to Maple Leaf Valley, cost 10 gold coins,
automatically deducted from the backpack. Sorry, you do not have enough gold coins.
Li Chen.
The three of them stood in the teleportation array for a long time without any movement.
Mi-wen immediately understood the situation.
The captain must have spent a lot of money making clay bombs, and he was definitely out of funds.
But directly giving money to the captain felt a bit awkward.
Oh dear, Mi-wen secretly dropped some money on the ground, then pointed at it with a feigned surprise. How did a pile of gold coins end up here?
Who dropped it?
I said I lost my money, turns out I accidentally dropped it.
Li Chen understood and directly picked it up, stuffing it into his backpack. Zhang Xiaohua?
In the next moment, the three of them vanished. This teleportation array was a one-way random teleport, only capable of sending them to a general location. When they opened their eyes again, Li Chen and the others found themselves randomly teleported to a certain place in Maple Leaf Valley. However, as soon as they appeared, they found themselves caught between two groups of people, and behind them was a beam of white light. Li Chen was very familiar with this white light. It was a wild random instance.
Why were there monsters in the wild?
To put it simply, it was because other planets had successfully invaded Blue Star, polluting the area and causing monsters to continuously teleport here. Just like the last time with the Ice and Snow Nebula's secret realm.
If they didn't clear it, those monsters would eventually occupy Blue Star's land. Once Blue Star's land was fully occupied, there would be no place for humans to survive.
If they cleared it, the secret realm would become an instance, and the monsters would be unable to escape from the instance, thus not posing a threat to human survival. The gathering of wild monsters and the occasional appearance of random instances were manifestations of Blue Star's will to resist, turning some powerful monsters that teleported into a small instance.
Avoid excessive harm to Blue Star.
This small copy is essentially a projection of a small part of the secret realm world.
The drop rate inside is equivalent to that of the secret realm world.
The key point is that the random dungeons in the wild can be entered without any cost.
Free entry, high drop rates, and random appearances. Occasionally rare bosses will show up. Blue Star now has countless professionals, and for them, it's like receiving random benefits.
Currently, there are two groups of people fighting over a random dungeon in the Red Leaf Valley.
Human survival locations are based on city-states.
The Red Leaf Valley is located in a dangerous place 300 miles outside of Han City. One group is a family force from Han City, while the other is students from the Lanshan Combat Technical School in Dan City. The so-called Combat Technical School is for students who did not get into the Combat Academy.
For instance, those who didn't even reach level 10 before the assessment and failed the exam.
Some of these failed students may join family forces, while others are continued to be absorbed by the state and join the Combat Technical School. Zhangzhou has a total of 10 combat academies, but each city has several combat technical schools. Students from these combat technical schools can eventually participate in military exams and join the National Army, which is also a way to rise.
The Combat Technical School is one level lower than the Combat Academy.
It's like the difference between undergraduate and associate degrees in Li Chen's previous world. If Li Chen could get into a high-level combat academy, he would be considered a graduate student, a more advanced talent, and receive more important assignments. Students from the Combat Technical School are mostly ordinary professions, with almost no gifted professions. However, that doesn't mean the Combat Technical School is poor. It can also produce some impressive students. Career paths can change a lot, and one opportunity might lead to soaring success. For example, a member of the War God Legion named Long Ao came from a combat technical school, gradually climbing up from the Legion to finally reach the War God Legion. At this moment, students from the Lanshan Combat Technical School had a conflict with a guild called Jiuchang Mountain from Han City. They were both fighting for the ownership of this random dungeon.
The random dungeon was first spotted by students from the Blue Xiang Technical School.
However, the Jiuchang Mountain Guild, relying on their numbers and strength in the area, forced them to leave. Now, both sides could start fighting at any moment. Li Chen, Zhang Xiaohua, and Mi-wen happened to be in the middle of the two groups. Who are these three people, and how did they appear here?
A small leader from Jiuchang Mountain asked curiously.
They suddenly appeared. They must have been teleported, and only the Combat Academy has large teleportation arrays, so they should be students from the Combat Academy, explained a guild member nearby.
What's so great about the academy? Shouted Jiuchang Mountain's small leader, Wang Chang.
Hey, you there, hurry up and get lost. This is none of your business. Li Chen looked around and roughly understood what was happening. The two groups were standing on either side, seemingly fighting over this dungeon. Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua had been in the random dungeon before. The drop rate was very high, the same as in the secret realm world.
Hey, with my temper, who do you think you're telling to get lost?
Zhang Xiaohua shouted with hands on her hips, unable to hold back after being told to leave.
Mi-wen said, Captain, what do we do now? Li Chen smiled and said, since we are here, let's settle in. Mi-wen asked, What does that mean? Li Chen explained, since we are here, let's make arrangements. Let's go, into the dungeon. Saying this, Li Chen led Mi-Wan and Zhang Xiaohua towards the direction of the dungeon. As luck would have it, their teleportation point was right in front of the teleportation portal of this random dungeon. This was all the arrangement of heaven, how could they not go? Wait, what are you doing? You can't go in. Wang Chang from Jiuchang Mountain shouted. These three people simply do not take them seriously. Do they not know that a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake? So what if they are students from the Battle Academy? Just 2 or 3 of them dare to challenge them? Zhang Xiaohua's anger flared up, and he shouted, random dungeons have no ownership rights. You say we can't enter, who do you think you are? A level 20 knight dares to be arrogant. Are you looking for death? Wang Chang from Jiuchang Mountain shouted, go, catch this little fatty for me. These professionals were all around level 30, some even at level 35. Among them, someone used a detection spell to find out the levels of Li Chen and his group. Just over level 20, and they dare to snatch their dungeon? Li Chen's brows slightly furrowed. He had long heard about the arrogance of guild members, but he didn't expect them to be so bold as to take action. Is there still law? Is there still a king's law? Several warriors charged towards Zhang Xiaohua, ready to take him down. Just you guys? Zhang Xiaohua rushed to the front, blocking them. A few small minions weren't even worth Xie Ji's effort. With a technique of dragon soaring movement, he dodged the first round of attacks. After all, he came from Qingfeng Academy. Although Zhang Xiaohua hadn't fully mastered the martial artist techniques, he could still use some of the skills. These martial artist techniques were not something outsiders could learn. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaohua activated the slow aura, slowing down the enemies. Then, with a shield bash, he directly sent the foremost warrior spitting blood, the shield also having a knockback effect, causing him to stagger back several steps. After coming out of the Ice and Snow Nebula secret realm, Zhang Xiaohua had mixed with Li Chen and earned quite a few points. These points were used to acquire some skills and a full set of purple equipment. Although these outside professionals were level 30, none of them had a single piece of purple gear, so they were naturally no match for Zhang Xiaohua. Meanwhile, Mi-Wan also took out her staff, ready to strike at any moment. Li Chen stood by, watching, also not taking this group seriously. So impressive. The professionals from Jiuchang Mountain immediately sensed they had encountered a tough opponent. This level 20 student was incredibly strong. You can really fight. Wang Chang intended to use the name of Jiuchang Mountain to pressure the other side. When you come out to mix, you have to talk about power in background. Being able to fight is useless. We are from Jiuchang Mountain. If you offend us, hum. Zhang Xiaohua held his head high. What the hell is Jiuchang Mountain? I've never heard of it. I'm from Qingfeng Academy. What do you want? You. Wang Chang suddenly felt a bit intimidated. He had originally wanted to rely on Jiuchang Mountain's background to pressure the other side, but the other party's power was too strong. They really were students from Qingfeng Academy. The #1 battle academy in Jiangzhou is not a joke. This was the first time Zhang Xiaohua felt how useful the name of Qingfeng Academy was. The arrogance of those people was immediately suppressed quite a bit. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Meanwhile, Li Chen noticed a detail. The number of people on both sides was increasing. Many people had just rushed over from a distance. Just looking at their equipment, they were all level 30 professionals, not too high in level. As the number of people grew, Wang Chang from Jiuchang Mountain waited for a higher level small leader. The two whispered to each other. That small leader stepped forward. 3 friends. This small leader's attitude was much better, politely saying, "It was my brother who spoke rashly just now. I apologize to you on his behalf. This is a token of apology." After saying that, he gave a signal. A little brother walked over with a box and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. This small leader named Wang Mang still thought Zhang Xiaohua was the leader. After speaking, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua. "Could you 3 please step aside? This dungeon was discovered by us. According to the rules of the martial world, whoever sees it first owns it." Zhang Xiaohua opened the box and saw several gems embedded in equipment. They were just cheap goods, worth less than a gold coin, only a few thousand copper coins. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat speechless, and Li Chen was even more so. What kind of play is this? Just as he finished speaking, a student from Lanxiang Combat Technical School shouted angrily, "Nonsense, this dungeon was clearly discovered by us, and you guys are trying to take it for yourselves." Wang Chang shouted back, "You're the one talking nonsense. This Red Leaf Valley, our guild sends people to patrol here every day, specifically looking for this large dungeon. It belongs to our guild." The student from Lanxiang Combat Technical School was also a bit displeased. "It was clearly our school's people who saw it first. Why do you think you can claim it as your own?" The two sides immediately began to argue again, shouting about wanting to fight, but for now,
they were just exchanging words. The students from the technical school were all third-year students, above level 30. They had long been bullied by guild members. It was indeed them who discovered the dungeon first. The reason they didn't go in immediately was that this was a wild random dungeon in Red Leaf Valley, a large dungeon called Deep Fire Abyss. This dungeon appears once every 2 years, randomly. At this point in time, all the professionals in Hancham came to search for it. The students from Lanxiang discovered it first and immediately called their schoolmates. Such a large dungeon generally requires 300 people to clear without injury. So, at the first moment, no one went in. They were calling for people. As a result, because too many people came, it became too obvious, and the members of the Ninefold Mountain Guild noticed. Thus, the Ninefold Mountain Guild members wanted to claim it for themselves. After all, Lanxiang Technical School was a trash school, and their guild members looked down on them. On the Lanxiang side, having been bullied for years, they decided to unite today, taking advantage of the crowd, and planned to stand firm against the Ninefold Mountain Guild members. The verbal battle escalated, completely ignoring Li Chen and the others. Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Xiaogu, what do you think?" Li Chen thought for a moment. Since heaven has randomly transported us here, this is fate's arrangement. Looking at the situation, it seems that these technical school students did indeed discover this place first, and the Ninefold Mountain Guild wants to claim it for themselves. We should, Zhang Xiaohua interjected, act on behalf of heaven. Li Chen laughed, exactly, act on behalf of heaven. The Ninefold Mountain Guild is too despicable. They are nothing but a bunch of petty people, bullying a group of technical school students. What's that all about? To act on behalf of heaven, let's enter the dungeon. With that, he continued walking towards the dungeon's teleportation circle. All right, Zhang Xiaohua followed closely behind. Mi-wen looked confused. These two brothers were shamelessly singing in harmony. Were they really going to take the dungeon that others were fighting over? But this feeling seemed quite good. Mi-wen, who had always been a good girl, was experiencing the thrill of being the bad guy for the first time. How to put it? There was a sense of tension and excitement. Being in the same team with them was really not boring at all. Perhaps, this is youth, this is rebellion. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, a shout rang out. Wang Cheng pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You took our compensation and still want to go in? You untrustworthy scoundrel." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. When did I take it? At that moment, Wang Chang realized that the compensation box they had given was left on the ground. Perhaps a few thousand copper coins were expensive for them, but to the students of Qingfeng Academy, it was worthless. Not to mention Li Chen, who had several legendary skills worth a lot. This is why everyone wanted to enter Qingfeng Academy. The resources inside were unimaginable to outsiders. Damn it! Wang Chang stomped his foot in anger, but he didn't dare to make a move. After all, they were students of Qingfeng Academy, and if something were to happen, the teachers there would be very protective. You can't go in. At that moment, a student from Lanxiang shouted from the other side. What? Are you going to stop me too? Zhang Xiaohua looked over. That's not it, said a student named Gong Jia, who was leading the group. I'm thinking of your safety. This instance is a large-scale one. You need a big team to enter, or else you'll go in and never come back. This student didn't seem as arrogant as those from the Zheozheng Mountain Guild. Plus, since they were all from the same school, it was easier to talk to them. Li Chen asked, "Oh, how do you know this so well? Aren't outdoor instances random? How do you know the information about this instance?" Gong Jia replied, "Outdoor instances are random, but there are certain patterns. For example, in the Red Leaf Valley, the outdoor instances that appear can be distinguished by 3 colors based on the portals. The red one is very likely the large instance, the Abyss of Ghostfire. It only appears once every 2 years, and this instance is very dangerous. At least 300 people are needed to pass through without deaths. Without a strategy, many of those 300 will die. You 3 going in is really dangerous. Even for Qingfeng students, it's a one-way trip." This student rattled off a lot of information. Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua didn't quite understand. However, Mi-wen, having attended more classes, understood the situation. Mi-wen quietly explained, "Captain, it is indeed like that. Outdoor instances are random, but in fixed areas, if you study carefully, you can find patterns. This is a world where the invasion of Blue Star was successful. Initially, the professionals were relatively weak, and many weak areas were occupied. Other planetary wills occasionally send over stronger monsters. Now, the will of Blue Star has also become stronger, trapping the powerful monsters sent over in an instance to prevent damage to Blue Star. Then they are randomly dropped into this area for the professionals to deal with." At this point, Li Chen roughly understood what was going on. So, these natives of Hancheng had grasped the patterns. Gong Jia quickly nodded. "That's the situation. This large instance is very difficult, and we have a strategy. If you're unwilling to call for help, I'm willing to cooperate with you." This guy was smart.
they couldn't compete with the Jiuzhong Mountain Guild. But if they cooperated with the students of Qingfeng Academy, those people would definitely be less reckless. Li Chen looked at Mi-Wen and asked, Mi-Wen, if the three of us go in, can we take all the benefits of this large instance? Mi-Wen nodded, then worriedly said, that's the situation. But shouldn't we really call some people from the academy? At least bring Miao Miao and Pan Pan? If we call them, the opportunity will be gone. Li Chen smiled slightly and turned to walk directly into the red circle. Is the large instance really that difficult? I'm here to tackle large instances. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed excitedly, that's right, my brother is invincible, and I'm here to take on large instances. With that, he pulled Mi-Wen and followed him in. As the three entered, the red portal slowly closed. The crowd of hundreds was completely stunned. What was happening? 3 people just went in. This was the large instance, the abyss of ghost fire. 3 people going in, wasn't that just asking for death? Foolish, simply foolish. They're crazy, they've gone mad. Gong Jia from Lanshan Technical School had an expression of disbelief. This was the large random instance, the abyss of ghost fire. 3 people going in was pure suicide. The air around seemed to freeze. All eyes were focused on the slowly closing red portal, and hundreds of professionals exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock and confusion. The members of the Jiuzhong Mountain Guild were momentarily stunned, then burst into fits of laughter. They seemed to be watching a farcical comedy. Their actions towards Li Chen and the other 2 were filled with mockery and disdain. They had only allowed them to leave out of consideration for the fact that they were students of Qingfeng Academy, worried that the 3 might call for help from their peers. But now, not only had they not called anyone, the 3 had gone straight in. Even if the students of Qingfeng Academy were strong, it was impossible for them to clear the dungeon. Could it be that these 3 were imposters, pretending to be students of Qingfeng Academy? Do they really think they can challenge the abyss of ghostly flames? It's simply a pipe dream. 3 fools, absolute fools. Wang Chang laughed so hard he nearly fell over, as if he could already envision the scene of Li Chen and the others dying in the dungeon, which filled him with an inexplicable sense of pleasure. It felt like a victorious counterattack against the arrogant demeanor of the students from Qingfeng Academy. The flame skeletons inside the abyss of ghostly flames were incredibly powerful, especially when a group of them appeared, capable of using ranged skills like flame jet and flame impact. How could the 3 of them possibly defend against that? They're doomed. Let's just wait here, Wang Meng instructed, not leaving immediately. He ordered the guild members to stay put and rest. Entering a random outdoor dungeon could yield 2 outcomes. The first was clearing the dungeon. Once cleared, the dungeon would disappear. The second was failure. If the progress was less than 10%, the dungeon would not disappear but remain open. Then the next batch of people could enter. So, all they had to do was wait for those 3 clueless kids to die. At that moment, the students from Lanshan Technical School had a different expression. They were first shocked, then turned to worry. Gong Jia furrowed his brows, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. He knew well the dangers of the abyss of ghostly flames. Even if they mobilized everyone and prepared thoroughly, they wouldn't dare to step in lightly. These 3 young people from Qingfeng Academy seemed even younger than them. Although they were from Qingfeng Academy, it was hard for him to understand how they could so recklessly enter a large dungeon. Did they really just go in like that? One student from Lanshan Technical School murmured, disbelief in his voice. Students from Qingfeng Academy are indeed all crazy, never playing by the rules. Another student shook his head and sighed, his tone a mix of envy and helplessness. The murmurs in the crowd rose and fell. Most were discussing the recklessness and ignorance of Li Chen and the others. Only a few silently prayed, hoping that these 3 young people could return safely. Similarly, the students from Lanshan Technical School did not leave. They were also waiting for the dungeon to reopen. After all, those 3 young people were surely doomed. Dungeon, Abyss of Ghostly Flames, Type, One-Time Random Dungeon, Recommended Level, Level 30, Recommended Number of Players, 100. The Abyss of Ghostly Flames is located deep within an ancient and mysterious forest. Legend has it that this was the battleground of ancient gods and demons. After the war ended, the powers of the gods and the resentments of the demons intertwined, forming a unique spatial rift known as the Abyss of Ghostly Flames. It is shrouded in dark flames year-round, and the air is filled with an ancient and eerie aura. Meanwhile, on the other side of the portal, Li Chen, Zhang Xiaohua, and Mi-Wen found themselves in a completely unfamiliar environment. A dim forest, strange flickering flames, and an oppressive, ancient atmosphere in the air made them feel both tense and excited. Is this the Abyss of Ghostly Flames? Mi-Wen looked around, her voice trembling slightly. It was a mix of fear of the unknown and anticipation for the adventure. That's right, it looks quite interesting. Li Chen's lips curled into a playful smile, his eyes sparkling with a challenge. The 3 of them were about to tackle a large dungeon solo,
this operation was not only a test of their own strength but also a challenge to their teamwork and intelligence. Of course, the premise was that Li Chen had enough confidence in his abilities. If it had been before, he might not have easily stepped into a large dungeon, but now, he had resolved his mana issues. The mythical skill, Transforming Spirit, allowed him to adjust his mana infinitely. Zhang Xiaohua looked eager to try, patting his chest confidently as he said, "Miwen, don't worry, with Brother Xiao, we'll definitely clear the dungeon smoothly." The three exchanged smiles, their silence filled with unspoken understanding. In the distance at the entrance lay a dark forest. The trees towered into the clouds, each nearly 100 meters tall, blocking out the sunlight and filling the air with an eerie atmosphere. It seemed they needed to traverse this forest to reach the interior. Moreover, there were no other paths. "Let's go, time to move." The three of them entered the forest. The ground was littered with dry branches and leaves, making a crunching sound underfoot. This place resembled a secluded area of a secret realm, isolated from the rest. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Before their eyes appeared several 2-meter-tall giant wolves, cloaked in dark fur, their eyes glimmering with a green light. Shadow Red Wolf, level 30 dungeon, health, 5000 over 5000, position, skills, bite, Shadow Assault level 30 monsters, be careful, Li Chen said. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua charged forward, and Miwen began to deal damage. A few minor minions didn't even require Li Chen's intervention. Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen were ready to showcase their progress during this time. Miwen cast Frost Shield, creating a protective barrier around Zhang Xiaohua that slowed physical attacks and increased defense. Facing the suddenly appearing Shadow Red Wolves, Zhang Xiaohua charged without hesitation, his figure appearing exceptionally agile in battle, like a cheetah poised to pounce. He whispered an incantation, gripping his knight's sword tightly, and a brilliant holy light burst forth from the sword tip, shooting straight at the nearest Shadow Red Wolf. Holy Light. Although Holy Light was a healing skill, it could also damage dark creatures. The radiance of Holy Light illuminated the surrounding darkness. The struck Red Wolf let out a piercing howl, its dark fur instantly torn apart by the sacred light, its health rapidly declining. Meanwhile, the other Shadow Red Wolves lunged forward. Zhang Xiaohua activated his slow aura, causing the air around them to seem to freeze, slowing the movements of the Shadow Red Wolves and giving them more reaction time. Miwen stood a bit farther back, her hands gently moving as she chanted. Suddenly, a wave of flames spread from her fingertips, engulfing several red wolves. Holy fire! The red wolves were instantly scorched by the flames, their vision severely impaired, making their movements clumsier. Following that, Miwen unleashed Holy Nova. The light erupted on the red wolves, significantly reducing their health. Under Zhu Miaomiao's training, Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen had already demonstrated impressive combat power. They faced monsters much higher in level with remarkable composure. "Hey, not bad," Li Chen observed from the side, not intervening. He quietly appreciated their battle, understanding his companions' fighting styles so he could better coordinate with them in the future. Judgment. The battle proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen's cooperation seamless. Zhang Xiaohua used the judgment skill for quick strikes against the red wolves, constructing an impenetrable defense with his shield to block the monsters and protect the backline. They truly achieved a balance of control, defense, attack, and healing, a perfect unity. As Miwen provided support, she timely used the healing spell to restore Zhang Xiaohua's health, ensuring his combat effectiveness remained unaffected. At the same time, she activated silent steps, minimizing their movements during the battle to avoid attracting more enemies. Soon, the 10 Phantom Red Wolves were dealt with. Kill Phantom Red Wolves, experience plus 1000, materials obtained, Phantom Wolf Skin, Shadow Stone, can be used to synthesize special equipment. They were already fighting monsters above their level, yet the experience was still divided among 3 people. But each wolf only provided 1000 experience. Li Chen felt that his experience bar barely increased, just a little. The higher the level, the harder it became to level up. The required experience increased exponentially. After eliminating the 10 Phantom Red Wolves, the 3 continued deeper into the area shrouded in mysterious energy. Just as they cautiously ventured into this region, a low, dense howling suddenly shattered the surrounding silence. Immediately, a large group of ghostly red wolves surged from the dark corners, their eyes flickering with eerie light, their numbers nearly filling the open space. "So many. Let's see what we can do with just the 2 of us. Let's test our limits." Miwen and Zhang Xiaohua immediately entered combat mode. Faced with this sudden massive enemy horde, their expressions were serious. But they didn't let Li Chen intervene. They still wanted to see where their limits lay. A level 30 large dungeon was a perfect test. Zhang Xiaohua raised his shield again, casting the retribution skill, trying to weaken the wolves' assault as quickly as possible, but there were simply too many wolves. Each of his attacks hit the target,
yet they couldn't effectively slow the wolves' advance. Zhang Xiaohua's health began to drop dangerously low. Miwen, meanwhile, was casting healing spells to maintain Zhang Xiaohua's health while also using area healing spells to deal with the monsters. The area healing spell had a wide range, but there were just too many monsters. If they couldn't clear them out quickly, the monsters would only continue to gather, leaving them with very little space to maneuver, caught between enemies. "Xiaogu, save me!" Zhang Xiaohua finally called for help. Despite always appearing calm and composed, at this moment, facing an almost insurmountable number of enemies, he felt unprecedented pressure. Just moments ago, he had nearly been overwhelmed by the wolf pack. He really had to rely on Xiaogu, he couldn't handle it alone. After all, a large dungeon was no joke. The number of monsters here was far greater than in ordinary dungeons. They had to rely on numbers to solve it. However, for Xiaogu, it was not a problem. In dreams, I seek her 1,000 times, suddenly turning back. That person is there in the dim light. Li Chen set a suave entrance line and shouted, "Step back, I'll handle this." Miwen and Zhang Xiaohua immediately retreated behind Li Chen. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but say, "Did you notice? Our big brother is quite the poet." Miwen nodded, "I noticed. He speaks eloquently, it just flows out. If he weren't a professional, he could be a poet." Zhang Xiaohua added, "I heard there's a hidden class called Bard, and the more impressive the verses, the higher the damage." Miwen remarked, "It's a shame the captain hasn't awakened this class, it would be a waste of his talent." Li Chen interjected, "Are you two chatting while I'm fighting monsters?" Miwen and Zhang Xiaohua replied, 0.0" Li Chen instructed, "You two, protect me well. Next, I will switch to a very fragile form, but my mental power will surge." This time, Li Chen entrusted his back to the two he trusted the most. They nodded, mentally preparing to protect Li Chen at all costs. Summoning the variant spirit, Li Chen directed all his attribute points towards mental conversion, leaving only 50 points in strength, 50 points in constitution, and 50 points in agility. All other attribute points were converted into mental power. The mental power quickly rose to over 2,000. In the next moment, Li Chen used the ammunition depot from his backpack, and his hands began to release C1 flying birds. For such a large number of monsters, using the clay soul hand to mold them consumed too much mental power, which was terrifying. There were nearly 1,000 wolves, just like the bear pack he encountered in the secret realm world, so molding them directly was definitely not feasible. Although the clay molded with the clay soul hand could be endowed with properties to reduce mental consumption, when the numbers were too high, using the ammunition depot was more cost-effective. At that time, he had set traps in advance to solve the problem all at once, but setting traps took too much time and was not efficient. Super heavy fire output. 500 C1 flying birds formed a dense swarm and flew out in a continuous stream. With a mental power of over 2003, the number of flying birds controlled by Li Chen increased, and the blue energy also increased. A new move, C1 bird swarm. Boom 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 boom. A barrage of explosions. This method of output was simply pleasing to the eye. The wolf pack was bombarded into disarray, one after another falling dead. Kill Ghost Red Wolf, experience plus 1,000. Kill target, trigger Dark Harvest, current souls, 1. Kill target, trigger Dark Harvest, current souls, 2. While killing the wolf pack, Li Chen's Dark Harvest was also rapidly reaping souls. The aftermath of the explosions echoed in the open area, dust and smoke intertwining into a chaotic scene, where faintly, the figures of the Ghost Red Wolves could be seen struggling and collapsing in the chaos. This wave of attack from Li Chen had a strong visual impact, a thrilling sense of pleasure. "Awesome!" Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shout, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Miwen was also in awe, although she knew Li Chen was powerful. Witnessing such a shocking scene deepened her understanding of his strength. "Captain, your bird swarm is truly breathtaking." Li Chen smiled slightly, saying little. Facing such a large number of enemies, relying solely on the conventional methods of him, Miwen, and Zhang Xiaohua would have been difficult. But now, he had successfully resolved everything in the simplest and most direct way. As the smoke gradually dissipated, only a few injured Ghost Red Wolves were left struggling on the battlefield, the rest had turned to dust. Kill Ghost Red Wolf times 980, experience plus 980,000, materials obtained, Ghost Wolf Skin times 980, Shadow Stone times 200, can be used to synthesize special equipment, Ghost Heart times 10, rare material, can be used to enhance equipment quality or create special potions, kill target, trigger Dark Harvest, current souls, 1056, this time, the experience bar increased by 30%. Seeing the significant growth on the experience bar, the three of them revealed satisfied smiles. Although the experience from defeating higher-level monsters was somewhat reduced, the sheer number made up for it. After this wave,
both Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua felt they were one step closer to the next level. It seems that this kind of large-scale dungeon is the fastest way to level up. Miwen couldn't help but sigh, having gained so much experience in such a short time. Yeah, but such good fortune is hard to come by. My mental power is completely drained. I need to rest. Li Chen felt very fatigued and sat down on the ground to rest. However, suddenly, he sensed something was off. What? Li Chen's gaze immediately turned towards the deeper darkness. There, it seemed something was glowing. Variant spirit, convert to strength and constitution for me. The dangerous thought had just emerged in Li Chen's mind when he immediately began the conversion. His mental power had been nearly exhausted from the earlier bombardment. Whether for survival or recovery, he now needed to convert it. The true test of the copy. Often, it is not the obvious monsters, but the dangers hidden in the most inconspicuous corners. I sense danger. Miwen's mental strength was also high, making her very sensitive to danger. She quickly positioned Zhang Xiaohua to guard in front of Li Chen. It was clear that the captain was currently in a weakened state, and the little sprite beside him seemed to be using Li Chen's skills, casting magic on him, seemingly rendering him immobile. At this moment, they had to be extremely cautious. It's coming! Zhang Xiaohua suddenly saw something and raised her shield in an attempt to block. A dark shadow suddenly sprang out from the dark forest. It was astonishingly fast, heading straight for Li Chen. Roar! It was an exceptionally large ghostly red wolf, with 2 pairs of wings, moving as swiftly as a specter, its eyes flickering with a strange red light, clearly not an ordinary monster. Its target was directly aimed at Li Chen, as if it could sense his current weakened state. The gigantic ghostly red wolf howled, and a black sound wave spread out, immediately crashing toward them. Ghostly Red Wolf King, Level 30 Secret Realm Boss, Health, 200000/200000. Skills, Ghostly Howl, Shadow Assault, Soul Drain, Death Gaze. The Ghostly Howl, a control skill that instills fear and reduces armor. Following the howl, everyone's armor decreased by 30%. Fortunately, it's a percentage-based armor reduction skill. Li Chen thought with relief. My armor is 0. How can you reduce it? Indeed, since Li Chen was not wearing any defensive equipment, his defense attribute was 0. The benefit was that against such percentage-based armor reduction skills, it was ineffective for him. Boom! Zhang Xiaohua held her shield and withstood the ghostly Red Wolf King's first attack. Just one attack took away a third of Zhang Xiaohua's health. It should be noted that Zhang Xiaohua was fully equipped in purple gear, which was top-notch. A regular level 20 warrior would have been instantly killed. High-level Holy Light. Zhang Xiaohua immediately cast Holy Light on herself to replenish her health. Healing. Miwen also quickly healed Zhang Xiaohua, soon filling her health back up. Buy time, we must buy time. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, taking a health potion and a potion to increase her defense, bracing herself, putting her life on the line. The Red Wolf King attacked Zhang Xiaohua again and again, and she, time and again, held her large shield against it. Xiao Ge, I'll hold this monster. Zhang Xiaohua's voice was filled with undeniable determination. She knew that to deal with a level 30 boss like this, only Xiao Ge could turn the tide. Yeah, good brother, hold on. Li Chen nodded slightly. The mutant sprite beside him was rapidly converting his attribute points. Once the conversion was complete, he would be able to use that move. Just give me 40 more seconds. The ghostly Red Wolf King seemed to see through their intentions, suddenly transforming into a black shadow, moving faster than before, almost leaving an afterimage in the air, charging straight at Li Chen. This was the skill Shadow Assault, which greatly increased speed and penetration damage. At a critical moment, Zhang Xiaohua reacted quickly, pushing her shield forward, cleverly using the terrain to deflect the ghostly Red Wolf King's direction. It narrowly brushed past Li Chen, heavily damaging a giant tree nearby. The ghostly Red Wolf King's eyes turned even more crimson, releasing a chilling gaze, attempting to shatter their will with a mental attack. Death Gaze was a mental control skill that could cause a person to temporarily lose consciousness. Close your eyes, his eyes are very red, it will infect you with red eye disease. Li Chen sensed something was off with those eyes and hurriedly warned. The 3 of them closed their eyes. Sure enough, as long as they closed their eyes, they could ignore that skill. Li Chen's guess was correct. That skill was indeed a soul-shaking impact delivered through one's gaze. Xiao Ge, how much longer? I can barely hold on. Zhang Xiaohua was already covered in wounds, having entered a damaged state. The healing spell's effect on her was diminishing, and if this continued, she would be in life-threatening danger. 10 more seconds. Hold on. Zhang Xiaohua continued to endure, working with Miwen to block the Red Wolf King. Finally, they succeeded. It's done, time's up. Li Chen's eyes widened, it was time for him to counterattack. The attribute points had been fully adjusted. Adjusted attribute points: Strength, 1891, Agility, 100, Spirit, 100, Constitution, 300. After the attribute points were converted, here I come. In the next moment, Li Chen charged towards the monster. At the same time, a pair of black gauntlets appeared on his hands. He directly swapped one of the rings for a weapon. That's right, he was directly changing it into warrior equipment. A level 20 purple gear, a warrior weapon. This was what Li Chen had exchanged his last bit of credits for, just for this moment. Black Iron Fist, epic, equipment type, weapon, equipment level, 20, equipment requirement, strength 300, constitution 50, basic attributes, 1. Physical damage plus 30%, 2. Attack speed plus 20%, 3. Strength plus 60, purple attributes, 1. Critical hit plus 10%, 2. Ignore armor penetration 5% me 1, give me a buff. Li Chen shouted loudly. Okay. Although Mi-wen didn't know what the captain was planning, she immediately complied. Light of strength, light of agility, light of resilience, frost shield. In one breath, Mi-wen granted the captain 4 enhancement buffs. Roar! A black line shot out from the Red Wolf King's mouth, aimed at Li Chen. The Red Wolf King used Soul Drain on Li Chen, capable of siphoning his attribute points. God Descends. As Li Chen charged towards the boss, he activated God Descends, becoming immune to magic. God Descends, instant skill, consumes a large amount of stamina, grants magic immunity, increases all attributes by 50, and boosts attack, movement speed, and attack speed by 50%, lasts 6 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes. Li Chen's height instantly tripled, and his hair stood on end. White steam billowed from his body, giving off an incredibly strong aura. My god, what's happened to Xiao Ge? Zhang Xiaohua was utterly astonished. Wasn't Xiao Ge a ranged damage dealer? Why was he suddenly going to confront the boss head-on? What kind of skill was this? It seemed to be a warrior's legacy skill, God Descends. How could a clay master learn God Descends? Sixth style of the mountain punch shattered rivers and mountains. Li Chen unleashed a punch, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The mountain punch had a total of 10 styles, and in terms of attack power and explosiveness, the sixth style was the strongest, reaching its peak might, like a collapsing punch that could shatter mountains. It could consistently deal damage equal to strength *10 without consuming mana. With his strength tripled, his massive body could match the Red Wolf King's size. This punch landed squarely on the Red Wolf King's forehead. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, shaking the earth and mountains. -230000. Damage numbers popped up above the Red Wolf King's head, and then it collapsed helplessly to the ground. Instant kill. One punch, instant kill. Holy crap. Zhang Xiaohua and Mi-wen were left dumbfounded. Li Chen's strength was 1891. With Mi-wen's strength enhancement buff, his strength increased by 30%, reaching 2458. Using the shattering mountain punch, he dealt 10 times the damage. Converted to physical damage, that was 24,580. With the additional physical damage from the boxing gloves, increased by 30%, it dealt 31,950 damage. Therefore, the damage from this punch caused 31,950 points of damage. Additionally, don't forget that the Descent of the Divine Being also boosts attack power by 50%. Although it lasts only a few seconds, it further enhances Li Chen's attack. The damage of 31,950 points increased to 47,925. But that's not all. Dark Harvest. Each time a target is killed, a soul is harvested. Each saved soul enhances damage by 1%, with a preservation limit of 60 minutes. When released, it will increase your next damage accordingly. Dark Harvest. Current souls. 1056. Li Chen also activated Dark Harvest, and upon triggering, the damage increased by 1056%. The damage of 47,925, when increased by 1056%, resulted in a final damage of 506,080. Of course, due to the boss's defense, it ultimately only dealt 230,000 damage. This Red Wolf King had high defense but low health, resulting in an instant kill. The level 30 boss, the Phantom Red Wolf King, crashed to the ground. There was no sound of breathing. Dead, completely dead. It was still Li Chen who killed it with a single punch. Zhang Xiaohua and Mi-wen's mouths were wide open, as if they could swallow an entire egg. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How? How is this possible? Zhang Xiaohua's voice became a bit hoarse from shock. Xiao Ge, you actually one-punched and killed a level 30 secret realm boss? Mi-wen was also in shock, murmuring, this power, this damage. Xiao Ge, what kind of monster are you? Li Chen smiled slightly, the state of the divine being descending faded, and his form returned to normal. Actually, it's quite simple. Li Chen shrugged and said, I just used the metamorphic spirit to convert all attributes into strength, then used the descent of the divine being to boost damage, and finally unleashed that strength with the mountain shattering fist, and at the end, used Dark Harvest to continue increasing damage. Stunned, completely stunned. What kind of routine is this? Miwon was incredibly shocked. The Descent of the Divine Being is a warrior's inherited skill, the Mountain Shattering Fist is a martial artist's skill, and Dark Harvest is a warlock skill. That's already 3 legendary skills, and they are all very powerful skills. What skill is the Metamorphic Spirit? Li Chen, a mythical skill. Zhang Xiaohua, Ni 1? Is this something a person can do? The captain already has 3 skills from other professions and even got a mythical skill? Li Chen explained, I took out a loan for credits to buy the mythical skill, Metamorphic Spirit, which can convert attributes. The reason I asked you to protect me earlier was that I converted all my attributes to mental attributes, making me very fragile. Ni Wen, I see. Xiao Gu, awesome. Zhang Xiaohua gave a thumbs up. With you here, I feel completely at ease. Ni Wen also smiled in agreement. That's right, Xiao Gu is our core and the anchor of our team. As long as you are here, we have the confidence to overcome any difficulties. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua and Mi Wen's words, a warm current surged in Li Chen's heart. He knew he was not fighting alone. He had these 2 reliable teammates. They trusted and supported each other. When he was converting attributes and became a fragile long-range cannon, he wouldn't have dared to do so without trustworthy teammates. By the way, I should recover a bit now. After saying that, Li Chen took out a small bottle of ordinary blue potion from his backpack and drank it. His mental power was fully restored. Then, he put away the boxing gloves. Using the Metamorphic Spirit, he converted all attributes back to their original state. Although his mental power increased, the total amount of blue remained proportional. So, Li Chen once again entered a state of full blue. Switching attributes, harvesting from a distance. Switching attributes again, close combat slaughter. Reverting attributes, also restoring full mental power. This is simply a perfect cycle. Alright, let's not just stand here. Li Chen dusted off his clothes and said, we haven't had a chance to see what the boss dropped. Only then did Li Chen check the system messages. Defeated level 30 boss monster, Phantom Red Wolf King. Experience gained, 50,000 obtained. Red Wolf King's treasure chest, epic, obtained. Shadow Fawn, legendary material, can be used to forge special equipment, obtained. Shadow Totem, collecting all totems can unlock hidden levels in this map, obtained. Shadow Claw, level 30 assassin purple gear, obtained. 3 gold coins achievement, defeated the boss with a single punch. All members receive an additional 50% experience bonus for 1 hour. As these reward messages appeared before the 3 of them, their faces lit up with surprise. Wow, so many good things. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes sparkled. He first noticed the Red Wolf King's treasure chest shimmering with purple light, filled with anticipation. Mi Wen, on the other hand, was very interested in the Shadow Fawn, as this legendary material held immeasurable value in forging special equipment or enhancing skills. As for Li Chen, his gaze lingered on the Shadow Totem. Outside, 2 groups of people were fighting fiercely over this dungeon. This should be the main value of this dungeon. Once collected, it could unlock hidden levels. Otherwise, with just the few items dropped by the boss, it wouldn't be worth mobilizing so many people. After all, this was a level 30 large dungeon. With hundreds of people outside, defeating a single boss might only yield a purple item, which could be worth just a few copper coins. There might be even more precious treasures and powerful enemies hidden in Genka. It seems our luck is pretty good, Li Chen said with a smile. This shadow totem probably doesn't appear easily. I wonder what effects it has once collected. It's a pity we don't have a strategy guide. Zhang Xiaohua and Mi Wen nodded repeatedly. When the time comes, we should still investigate this map. We have plenty of time. This dungeon has no time limit. We could stay in here for a month without any problem. And there are plenty of monsters inside since it's a large dungeon. Li Chen agreed with this opinion. Everyone, let's take a break here before we set off again. Li Chen then took out the Red Wolf King's treasure chest, epic. The chest presented a deep wine red color, resembling wolf fur dyed by the sunset, shimmering with an enticing luster. Which of you two has better luck? Li Chen asked with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua smiled awkwardly. I'm pretty unlucky. How about letting Mi Wen try? Li Chen directly tossed the treasure chest to Mi Wen. You do it. Well, okay, I'll give it a try. Women naturally love unboxing, and the temptation of opening a treasure chest is simply irresistible. She opened the chest, and a golden light burst forth. Golden light signifies something good has come out. But upon looking, it was another treasure chest? A Russian nesting doll? Random skill book chest, epic, effect, randomly produces a skill book upon opening. Not lower than epic, it's a skill book chest. Mi Wen's eyes lit up. This was quite rare. A treasure chest inside a treasure chest, another chance to open it. Li Chen said, Mi Wen, you're lucky, why don't you open it? Mi Wen reached out to open it but suddenly stopped. Captain, you should do it. I've used up all my luck today. One can't always have good luck, and switching is the best choice at this moment. Alright,
I'll give it a try. Li Chen reached out, touched the treasure chest, and opened it again. Luck was on his side. He found an epic level skill book. Skill book, Holy Light Technique, Epic, Learning Level, Level 30 Learning Requirement, Advanced Holy Light Technique at Max Level Effect, a powerful single-target healing skill that restores a large amount of status and can restore functions, deals excessive damage to undead creatures, with a dazzling effect. Epic attributes: 1. Spirit plus 30, 2. Constitution plus 20. This was definitely one of the most crucial skills for a Holy Knight. Besides being able to restore a large amount of health, the key point was its ability to restore functions. For example, last time when Wang Tianming was blinded. At that time, just using this skill to heal would restore his eyesight. If a hand was severed, it could also be used to restore it. Such skills were extremely rare. One would need to go to at least a Yahoo level secret realm for it to appear. He never expected to obtain it this way, and it was an epic level skill book, permanently adding attribute points. The random skill book treasure chest was truly random. Damn, did we just open a treasure chest and make you a wedding dress? Li Chen laughed, tossing the skill book to Zhang Xiaohua. With this book, we won't have to fear losing hands or feet or getting our eyes poked out. Zhang Xiaohua excitedly received it. Adoptive father, allow me to pay my respects. Damn, we've been waiting for so long, why haven't those 3 died yet? At the entrance of the Red Leaf Valley, where the random dungeon was located, the members of the Ninefold Mountain Guild were starting to get impatient. Time is money. They had gathered hundreds of people here, waiting for half a day. It shouldn't be possible. 3 people entered the dungeon, how could they survive for so long? Yeah, this dungeon only has strategies known to some forces in Han City. Not to mention, the wolf pack they encountered right after entering the dark forest. They wouldn't be able to handle it. There are 1,000 level 30 shadow red wolves there, plus a wolf king that can ambush. With such monsters, even 5 teams wouldn't dare to say they wouldn't die. They only have 3 people. How could that be possible? Among the crowd, the professionals from the Ninefold Mountain Guild whispered to each other, filled with confusion and doubt. A warrior in armor, holding a long sword, frowned tightly, while the mage beside him gently waved his staff and said in a low voice, by common sense, even the top adventurer teams, facing the difficulty of this random dungeon, wouldn't be able to last so long inside. Unless, the mage's eyes seemed to think of an unbelievable possibility. Unless they have mastered some special skill or possess extremely rare high-level equipment. A well-dressed thief with a monocle interjected. His tone carried a hint of jealousy and unwillingness. He had almost scored enough to get into the combat academy. Although it was the worst, he was still close. Later, he chose to join the guild. But these 3 students were not only students of the combat academy but also from the first academy. He knew that the students of the Qingfeng Academy were strong, but not to such an extent. How could they survive for so long? Ridiculous, too ridiculous. On the other side, students from the Lanshan Combat Technical School also began to murmur. They hadn't left either, still waiting. But after waiting so long without seeing the dungeon reset, it was hard to understand. Based on the time, they should have already encountered the wolf pack? One of the students said, is there a possibility that they didn't go deep into the dungeon at the entrance? Impossible. The leading student, Gong Jia, shook his head. Although this dungeon has no time limit, if they don't clear it, they can't come out. They would be trapped inside. So, they would only have 2 outcomes, either die inside or clear the dungeon and come out. Perhaps they realized the dungeon's difficulty was too high and are wasting time inside? That is a possibility. Dongjie nodded slightly. Maybe we can just wait a bit longer, let them starve inside. After all, a professional's backpack can't carry too many supplies. Thus, both sides waited in the dungeon with different thoughts. As a result, this wait extended into the night. Consequently, wooden cabins were erected outside the dungeon, just like a summer camp in the wild. At this moment, within the Zheozhong Mountain Guild, a few people noticed and began to discuss privately in a deserted area. Brothers, something feels off. 3 students, all from Qingfeng Academy. They've been in the large dungeon for a day and haven't died. I'm afraid. The 4 of them whispered to each other, their eyes suddenly brightening. Could it be that person? One of them exclaimed. Indeed, these 4 were members of the Zheozhong Mountain Guild. At the same time, they held another identity, members of the Heavenly God sect. The branch of the Heavenly God sect had been completely destroyed. It was annihilated in a sub-wolf level dungeon, and the branch leader, Wang Tianming, also died inside. Most members perished in a massive explosion. Only a few, who were undercover in various organizations, managed to escape due to their ongoing missions. However, the deputy leader of the branch was still in charge. Xu Xia, the deputy leader of the Jiangzhou branch, was a dark talent profession, the evil sorcerer. He ordered within the branch that this person had already been placed on the Heavenly God sect's death list. All undercover agents were to search for a student from Qingfeng Academy named Li Chen,
a clay demolition is skilled in using clay bombs. Once discovered, there would be a substantial reward for reporting. Eliminate this person. The 3 students we just saw, one is a priest, one is a knight. The other one hasn't made a move yet, so we can't confirm if it's him? One of them said. I have a feeling it very well could be. Another cultist replied, think about it, would ordinary students dare to enter a large dungeon in a group of 3 knowing the risks? And they haven't come out for so long. We've dealt with students from Qingfeng Academy before, they're not that formidable. It must be the dog Li Chen. He wiped out all our branch members by himself, even the branch leader died at his hands. Alright, I'll report this. You 3 stay here and keep watch. Okay. Thus, this cultist found an opportunity to slip away and went to report to the branch. On the other side, inside the dungeon, after traversing the dark forest, they stepped into a brand new area. This was a red mountain range, filled with various winding paths. Within the mountains, the roads twisted and turned, some wide, some narrow, some steep, some gentle. Surprisingly, the stones were all red, as if dyed with blood. There was a particularly formidable monster here. A red bone skeleton wrapped in flames, looking extremely terrifying. Red bone flame skeleton, level 30 dungeon, health, 3000, position, skills, flame jet. This type of skeleton had low health, but its skills were powerful. Its attack method was also ranged, making it quite troublesome. The flames it spewed from its mouth were hard to defend against. Not only could they deal significant magical damage, but they could also destroy Li Chen's clay bombs. Once Li Chen's clay bombs encountered this type of flame, they would detonate prematurely. Especially when enough red bone flame skeletons gathered, the flames would converge, making it impossible to dodge. Damn it, this is so troublesome, Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed while fending off attacks and rushing to kill the skeletons. Kill red bone flame skeleton, experience plus 1000 materials obtained, red bone, fire crystal, can be used to synthesize special equipment. Let's just treat this as leveling up. Li Chen and the others had been grinding skeletons here for most of the day. When encountering monsters that were scattered and not clustered together, and could also break clay bombs, Li Chen's advantages were not evident. After grinding for most of the day, they had not killed as many as they did with the wolf pack before. The experience bar had only increased to 60%. Of course, compared to others, they were still fast. After all, they were fighting monsters above their level, and there were only 3 of them sharing the experience. C1 flying bird. Li Chen threw out another flying bird. This fire skeleton had only 3000 health and low defense, and combined with Miwen's healing damage, one flying bird was just enough to blow one up. Boom! Unfortunately, this flying bird was hit by the fire of the fire skeleton mid-air. Then, it exploded in the air. Xiaoge, your bomb was detonated early again, Zhang Xiaohua said gleefully from the side. Sigh, my bad temper. This was the first time Li Chen had been so frustrated since he started. I, a dignified clay demolitions expert, who killed Wang Tianming, can be bullied by a little skeleton? The drawback of flying clay bombs had already shown itself. That is, in the air, they could easily be detonated early by fire-type magic skills. Li Chen had been mentally prepared for this. Knowing this in advance was also beneficial for combat. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. C1 Earth Dragon. Li Chen released the Earth Dragon, trying to attack from underground. However, the red rocks of this mountain were too hard. The Earth Dragon's head was skewed and couldn't burrow in. If the clay Earth Dragon could talk, it would definitely want to say, "This is granite, I can't do it." Well, both air and ground attacks have failed. Using the pangolin would work, but that speed is too slow. You guys fight the monsters, I'll figure out how to enhance my clay bombs, Li Chen said to the 2. Okay. Mi-1 and Zhang Xiaohua maintained a certain speed to clear the monsters. Fortunately, the skeletons were not dense, and with 2 healers, they could keep healing without any danger. Occasionally, Li Chen was hit by fire, but Mi-1 quickly helped him recover. Having healers is great, and 2 of them. The healing was very comfortable. Meanwhile, Li Chen began experimenting with how to create more special clay bombs. Double-winged bird? Li Chen used the clay soul hand to mold a double-winged bird, with a total of 2 pairs of wings. Although it consumed more mental energy, the flying speed was further enhanced. The speed increased by nearly double. Go! Li Chen controlled the double-winged bird to fly towards the fire skeleton. Whoosh, 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 the fire skeleton spewed flames, and the range of this fire was quite large. Although the double-winged bird was fast, it still couldn't dodge and was engulfed, then exploded. This move won't work. The double-winged bird clay bomb can be kept, as it increased speed, suitable for dealing with fast monsters, enhancing accuracy. Li Chen thought to himself. The next moment, Li Chen created C1 leopard cat. Still a small bomb. The small bomb was quick to mold, and if needed, he could use the fission effect to enlarge it. The leopard cat was very fast, running quickly along the ground towards a skeleton. Boom! It was still covered by flames and detonated early. The running speed of C1 leopard cat was extremely fast, even faster than the double-winged bird, but it would still be hit by large area attack skills. If it were a single target skill, the leopard cat could indeed be effective. What should I use? Different enemies require different clay bombs. This is Li Chen's strategy for dealing with enemies. Relying on one type of clay bomb cannot handle all situations. What about intermediate clay? No, using intermediate clay greatly reduces the flexibility of clay creatures. I can only use basic clay. Then, cover the advanced clay on the surface as armor? With this thought, Li Chen began to experiment further. He molded another C1 leopard cat. The difference this time was that the C1 leopard cat was clad in a layer of armor made from advanced clay, designed to resist flames. It should accurately be called C1 armored leopard cat. Sure enough, after equipping the armor, the flames spewed by the fire spirit could not trigger an explosion prematurely. Click! Li Chen successfully detonated the leopard cat, instantly killing a fire skeleton. It worked! Using intermediate clay as the core and advanced clay as armor can solve the problem of clay being easily detonated by magical skills. But, here comes the problem again. Creating such clay is very cumbersome and consumes a lot of mental energy. Li Chen had found a solution, but he was not satisfied with it. For dealing with powerful monsters, using armored clay was naturally more cost-effective. If even a small monster required armored clay, it would consume too much of his mental energy. Not worth it. Is there a better way? Li Chen's mind raced with thoughts. Just then, he saw Zhang Xiaohua's method of fighting monsters in the distance, which inspired him. Zhang Xiaohua wielded a shield, fighting monsters while dodging. This guy, fighting monsters while chattering away, very lively. A fire skeleton shot flames at Zhang Xiaohua. You little brat, think you can burn grandpa? Watch me soar like a dragon. Although Zhang Xiaohua was a chubby guy, he was a nimble little fatso. He suddenly jumped, reaching a height of 3 meters, successfully dodging a burst of flames. He looked just like a little fat flea. Indeed, teacher Pingchuan was right. Martial skills are useful. Although Zhang Xiaohua hadn't fully mastered the dragon soaring technique, he had learned a couple of tricks from it, like soaring high. Students from Qingfeng Academy are indeed stronger than other professionals. Standing on the shoulders of giants allows one to see further. Flee! Flee! Zhang Xiaohua, oh Zhang Xiaohua, thank you. Zhang Xiaohua dodged the skeleton spirit's bomb by jumping. So, why couldn't he create such clay bombs? Li Chen immediately began to work, molding flea clay. No fleas in this world? No problem, there were in the last world. Fleas can jump as high as 70 centimeters and can leap a distance of 531 centimeters. The jumping ability of a flea is equivalent to a 1.7-meter person jumping to a height of 220 meters, with a jumping distance reaching 200 times its body length. This is thanks to the flea's unique body structure, which is very small but has relatively long hind legs, giving it greater jumping power. After enhancing his mental energy, his memory also improved significantly. Knowledge learned in his past life and photos viewed could be quickly recalled in his mind. Based on this knowledge, after a few failures, Li Chen successfully created a flea. C1 flea was born. Using the clay soul hand, he imbued the characteristics of the flea into it. One lively flea after another came into existence. The amount of explosive powder for a C1 flea was the same as that for a clay spider. It could deal 300 points of damage. Go! Li Chen created 10 fleas, sending them leaping towards a fire skeleton. Whoosh, 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 flames shot out, but the fleas had already jumped high into the air, their incredible jumping ability allowing them to soar over and land directly on the skeleton. Now, the fire skeleton had no way to deal with the fleas. Some burrowed into the hollow eye sockets of the fire skeleton, some dove into its skeletal structure, and others entered through the pelvic area, all making their way inside. Art, click! Li Chen detonated the bomb, and 10 fleas exploded in an instant, killing instantly. Although there were 10 fleas, in reality, they consumed very little mental energy to control, even less than C1 flying bird. Feasible, I've found a way. New clay bombs. Li Chen began to continuously release C1 fleas to kill the flame skeletons. Sharpening the knife does not delay the woodcutter. Although researching the clay bombs took some time, now, speed and efficiency had increased several times. Experience was rapidly growing. On the other side, Zhang Xiaohua was fighting when she suddenly sensed something was off. Wenwen, why is the experience growing so fast? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Miwen, thinking she was doing something. Miwen's group healing spell was a monster-slaying skill. However, these skeletons were ranged monsters, making it impossible to gather them together for cleanup. When she looked over, indeed, Miwen was also clearing monsters one by one, without any special moves.
I'm not doing anything, Miwen said, stunned. Then it's me. Zhang Xiaohua saw a figure in the distance. It was Li Chen. Li Chen was running swiftly, weaving through the crowd of monsters. With the flying swallow technique, he dodged and moved, evading attacks time and again. This was likely due to the agility boost from the variant sprite, increasing his speed. As he ran, fleas continuously jumped out from him, leaping in all directions, densely packed. Then those fleas jumped into the skeletons' bodies, detonating directly, killing instantly. The flame skeletons fell like weeds. The speed of monster slaying was simply terrifying. His movements flowed like water, graceful and effortless. So cool, so perfect. Is this something a professional can pull off? Both Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen were in shock, captivated by Li Chen's figure. The combination of martial skills and clay bombs was truly both stylish and powerful. However, just as they were marveling, not far away, a pair of eerie eyes was watching them. Kill red bone flame skeleton, experience plus 1000, materials obtained, red bone, fire crystal, can be used to synthesize special equipment. After finding a method, Li Chen's speed in killing monsters became very fast. Soon, all the red bone flame skeletons in this mountain area were wiped out. The three continued forward, continuing to slay monsters. There are so many monsters in this large dungeon, Zhang Xiaohua said happily, and the drop rate is high, a great place to level up. The reason ordinary dungeons allow for quick leveling is that the monsters are relatively dense. However, the drop rate decreases. In the secret realm world, monsters are more dispersed, so leveling is slow. But in this large random dungeon, the monster density is high, and the drop rate is also high. It's like a welfare gift right in front of them. Unknowingly, the three of them had been grinding monsters here for an entire day, until they had cleared all the monsters in this area. Yet, they still had not found the boss. This was quite strange. Where's the boss? I don't know, let's look around. Thus, the three of them began to search the area. Previously, they had obtained a totem from defeating the Red Wolf King. It was said that gathering the totem would unlock a hidden level. This totem should have been dropped by the boss. If that's the case, why hadn't they seen the boss? Large dual-winged bird. Li Chen immediately used clay to create a large dual-winged bird, called Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen to board, and then flew up into the sky. Now, utilizing the mental energy of the variant sprite, with Tao's mental power enhanced, Li Chen was already able to carry 3 people while flying. Xiao Ge, look quickly, water is coming out over there. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly saw something and pointed in a direction. With Zhang Xiaohua's exclamation, Li Chen and Miwen followed her gaze and saw a volcano in the distance violently spewing hot lava, as if the anger beneath the earth's crust was being unleashed recklessly. Amidst the rolling lava, a gigantic, blood-red hand slowly emerged, covered in flames that seemed capable of melting everything. What is that? The sudden change startled the three of them. They stared intently at the arm that was gradually breaking free from the lava, watching as it stretched longer and longer until a giant, towering several dozen meters tall, composed entirely of lava and flames, slowly stood up from the volcano. This giant had a skeletal form, but each bone appeared to be made of metal, shimmering with a heart-stopping red light. Its eyes were like 2 blazing flames, staring directly at Li Chen and the others, as if it intended to completely devour them. Roar! A massive jet of fiery lava erupted from the giant's mouth, shooting towards Li Chen and the others in the sky. If they were hit, they would surely be turned to ash. Up! Li Chen immediately controlled the winged bird, flapping its wings and flying higher. At a height of 700 meters, the lava could not reach them and fell away. That was close. Zhang Xiaohua broke out in a cold sweat. What is that thing? Is it a boss? Li Chen couldn't help but feel alarmed as he looked at the giant in the lava. This monster was probably more than level 30. Why did it feel like a world-destroying demon? Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, divided into 2 sides, both lined with wooden houses, 100 were from the Zhejiang Mountain Guild, and 100 were from the Lanshan Technical School. They had been waiting here for 2 days and nights. If those 3 haven't died, they should have reached the Red Rock Mountains by now. Wang Chang from the Zhejiang Mountain Guild frowned and said, "The Red Rock Mountains are the first major challenge in this dungeon. Without a strategy, they can't get through." Beside him, Wang Meng squinted. First, there are the red bone flame skeletons scattered throughout the mountains. These skeletons are ranged attackers that can shoot flames. The best way to deal with them is through water mages' magical attacks. Besides that, rangers, summoners, and other damage-dealing classes can't inflict effective damage on them. The flame skeletons' flame attacks are area damage and very hard to dodge. Plus, their numbers are terrifying. 3 people simply can't survive. Even if they do survive and manage to kill them all, the real challenge comes next. Once all the flame skeletons are defeated, the giant in the lava will appear. Although it's a level 30 boss, its power is extraordinary. As long as that giant is submerged in the lava, it can use the magma from the volcano to attack. Magma is a part of nature,
harnessing the power of nature. Its damage far exceeds that of a level 30 boss, it might even reach level 50. To deal with the magma giant, they must find a way to lure it out of the volcano. Only then can they significantly weaken the magma giant's strength, and those three are simply incapable of doing that. Moreover, they might not even understand this. Even if they reach this stage, they are doomed. So, let's wait a bit longer. We will soon be able to enter the dungeon. Wang Chang nodded with a smile. Brother, you're right. Those three clueless kids will surely die at the hands of the magma giant. Thus, the Jiuzhang Mountain people patiently waited. On the other side, the Lanshan Technical School people held the same thoughts. Suddenly, a person walked into the crowd of Lanshan Technical School. Brother Lei, Brother Lei, Brother Lei. The people around greeted him with respect. This Brother Lei, named Zhao Lei, is the strongest at Lanshan Combat Academy and the president of the student council. Brother Lei, it's been 2 days. If they're still alive, they should have reached the Hongyan mountain range. The Lanshan Technical School reported, those three are from Qingfeng Academy, and their strength should be considerable, but in the face of this large-scale random dungeon, no matter how strong an individual is, it's futile. That's right, Brother Lei. A teammate beside him echoed. The difficulty of this dungeon can't be cleared by just 1 or 2 people. The sea of flame skeletons in the Hongyan mountain range, and that terrifying magma giant, which one isn't a team dungeon level challenge? It's already a miracle that they have survived this long. Miracle? Student Council President Zhao Lei smiled slightly. I want to see if their miracle can last until they encounter the magma giant. Without a detailed strategy and without team coordination, facing a boss of that level is like hitting a stone with an egg. You asked them to cooperate with us before, but they refused to listen. Do they look down on our combat technical school? They just had good luck, have a talented profession, and started off stronger than us. Who knows who will be stronger in the later stages? Another teammate added, with a hint of schadenfreude in his tone, that magma giant has hidden skills. Once triggered, the entire volcano could erupt. By then, the whole area will turn into a sea of fire. Let alone those three, even an elite team would find it hard to escape unscathed. What a pity, the top students from Qingfeng Academy. Zhao Lei stood up, his gaze passing through the gaps in the wooden cabin, as if he could already see the scene of despair for Li Chan and the others. We'll just wait here quietly for their good news. Once they fail, we can go in and easily take the dungeon rewards. Isn't that wonderful? As for the people from the Jiuzhang Mountain Guild, I've already made arrangements. Later, we'll have the Civil and Wood Mage class create a wall, and as soon as the dungeon reopens, we'll act immediately. Indeed, Lanshan Technical School is a vocational school. There are several special majors that train students in specific directions. Among them, the strongest major is the Civil and Wood Mage class. The students in the Civil and Wood Mage class are all mages. After entering the school, they focus on earth and wood spells, specifically trained to supply talent for the military. This student council president, Zhao Lei, has already made plans. The moment the dungeon reopens, there will be an earthquake, and then a wooden wall will be erected to block the Jiuzhang Mountain Guild. They will take the opportunity to enter the dungeon first. Just as everyone at Lanshan Technical School was immersed in their plans, the situation inside the dungeon quietly changed. Although Li Chan and the others were shocked by the power of the magma giant, the dual-winged bird circling in the air gave them precious time to think. If it were a high-altitude flying mount, that sudden attack would have startled it, causing it to retreat back into space. But Li Chen's dual-winged bird wouldn't. It was entirely under his control. Try throwing a clay bomb down, Li Chen said, directly tossing a C1 armored dual-winged bird from the sky. Boom! The bomb flew into the air and was destroyed by the magma. Even the armor couldn't withstand the magma's attack. Xiaogu, we need to find a way to deal with that guy, Zheng Xiaohua said, looking at the monster below. Li Chen replied, it's a bit tricky, that magma can break through even the high-level clay armor I made. Zheng Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, if that's the case, doesn't that mean we can't deal any damage to him? Can we lure him out of the magma? Mi Wen's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Zheng Xiaohua realized, it really could work. That giant's attack methods all use the magma from inside the volcano. If we can lure it away, that would be great. Thus, they began to try. However, whether using attack methods or taunting methods, the magma giant treated the volcano like a bathtub, never coming out from inside. Li Chen began to think, how could they lure the magma giant out? Moments later, Zheng Xiaohua suddenly had an idea. Xiaogu, use Nebula Shadow to swap it out. Zheng Xiaohua said, the Nebula Shadow swap relies mainly on mental strength and size. First, your mental strength must be higher than theirs, and then the size difference can't be too great. Use the divine transformation to enlarge yourself and swap it out. No way, that's too dangerous. Miwon rejected the idea, saying, the boss has high resistance, even control skills will have their duration significantly shortened. Moreover, your mental strength might not even be higher than theirs. Even if we assume it works, appearing in the magma would definitely be dangerous. Li Chen shot a glance at Zhang Xiaohua. You want me to die, don't you? Zhang Xiaohua awkwardly smiled. I was wrong, Xiaogu. I take it back. I kneel to you. Of course, he didn't mean it. It was just a sudden thought that came out without much consideration. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, this method isn't reliable, but I have an idea. The two looked at Li Chen. What idea? Li Chen said, why don't we just blow up the volcano? The magma will flow out naturally. Blow up the magma. Oh right. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. This method was simple yet brutal. He hadn't thought of it before, instinctively feeling that if they blew up the volcano, the magma would cover the entire land, posing a danger to them. In fact, there was no need for such concerns. Xiao Ji's clay flying mount perfectly solved this problem. As long as they weren't on the ground, the magma couldn't harm them. Feasible. Miwon thought it was a good idea. Then let's use this method. Li Chen said, but after we blow up the volcano, we can't land. We must not land, or it will be very dangerous. If it doesn't work, we can just give up on this boss and go straight to the next area. To clear the dungeon, they only needed to defeat the final boss. Skipping this minor boss wouldn't hinder their progress. If he wanted, Li Chen could even use the not afraid of monster attacks flying clay to fly directly to the final area. But there was no need, they were there to level up by fighting monsters, not just to clear the dungeon. In any case, being able to fly put them in an invincible position in ordinary dungeons. Let's blow up the volcano first. You know, the demolition expert's specialty is blowing up mountains to clear paths. Let's move a bit farther away. That giant won't focus on us. Li Chen flew far away, descending from a high altitude. Now, they were about 2,000 meters from the volcano. The boss lost sight of them, and Li Chen lost sight of the boss as well. The next moment, Li Chen smiled slightly and began to use soul clay to make clay bombs. What he created was red-boned flame skeletons. One by one, red-boned flame skeletons were made by Li Chen, then colored with a disguise technique, quickly resembling monsters. Mind light. Mind share. Miwon cast mind light on the clay red-boned flame skeletons. Then she shared her vision with Li Chen. Now, Miwon was over level 20, fully equipped in purple gear. Using mind light was easy for her, allowing her to provide vision to 3 targets simultaneously. Thus, a dozen skeletons headed towards the volcano. The magma giant seemed unaware that anything was amiss. It did not attack these flame skeletons. Then, Li Chen remotely controlled the skeletons. Finding a weak spot, the skeletons clung to the volcano's wall. They were all set to explode by Li Chen's timing. After about 3 minutes, timed explosion. Boom boom boom. A dozen skeletons exploded simultaneously. A deafening roar erupted, as if an invisible giant hand had suddenly torn open the volcano's mouth. The tremendous explosive force blew the entire top of the volcano away, and thick smoke mixed with scorching magma gushed out, both spectacular and terrifying. The magma surged like a flood, quickly covering the surrounding area of the volcano, and the giant that had been submerged in the magma was violently pushed out by this force, staggering to stand atop the torrent of magma, letting out a thunderous roar. Success! Li Chen exclaimed. But there's too much magma inside this volcano. We need to fly up quickly. We can't stay too close to the ground. The temperature is terrifying. From a distance, Li Chen could already feel the heat wave emanating from the magma. The temperature of this magma was definitely much higher than that of blue stars, probably reaching several thousand degrees, even tens of thousands. Miwon also said, it's indeed terrifying. If the monster breaks the volcano on its own, those who can't fly will probably die here. Only level 60 professionals have the ability to fly. Li Chen maneuvered the dual-winged bird, skillfully dodging the splattering magma fragments, quickly gaining altitude while observing the movements of the magma giant. Once out of the magma, the giant seemed less imposing. Although still powerful, its movements had become much slower. Clearly, the magma was not only an attack method for it but also the source of its strength. Its information was displayed. Red Rock Flame Demon Giant, Level 30 Special Boss, Health, 500000/500000. Skills, Ignore Magma, Natural Power, Magma Eruption, Furious Strike Special Boss, a monster that can harness the power of nature. Upon seeing the information, Li Chen knew he had made the right bet. This kind of monster became incredibly powerful by utilizing the forces of nature. But once it lost that power, its first 3 skills would be useless, leaving only one effective skill, Furious Strike. However, its fury would be in vain. The magma giant could not fly and could not use magma eruption,
making it a perfect target for Li Chen. Next, all that was needed was to drop bombs from the sky to easily take it down. And this method was something only he could use. The ground had already turned into a sea of magma, with no foothold available. If an ordinary team came to challenge, it wouldn't matter if there were hundreds or even thousands of them. Once this great volcano erupted, they would surely be wiped out. It's time to strike hard, Zhang Xiaohua shouted excitedly, as she began to unleash punishment from the sky, hurling hammers down onto the magma giant's head. The giant could only rage helplessly. Niwen was continuously casting healing spells and dealing damage. Li Chen began to use his soul hand to unleash bomb damage. Soon, the monster's health was reduced by half. Awah! The monster let out a reluctant roar, swinging its fists at the sky, but only hitting air. At that moment, a pair of eyes was watching everything. This method of fighting monsters without taking damage is so satisfying. Zhang Xiaohua was so moved she almost cried. Li Chen's large dual-winged bird hovered 80 meters above the monster's head, which was the maximum range of Zhang Xiaohua and Niwen's skills. Their output was just enough to hit. If it were another boss, they definitely couldn't play like this. Most bosses had long-range attack capabilities, but the giant, having lost its magma pool, could no longer harness the power of nature, making it even weaker than an ordinary boss. 5005006000600. Zhang Xiaohua and Mi Wen's damage output continued to pop up. Li Chen's clay bombs were also being released, though not in large quantities. After all, they could wear it down and deal with some clay bombs. Additionally, because he was controlling the dual-winged bird flying in the air, which required continuous consumption of mental energy, Li Chen's output was not much. Fortunately, although Zhang Xiaohua's output was poor, Mi Wen's output was not low. 500500500500500. With a healing spell, dealing damage of about 2,500 per second. As Zhu Miaomio suggested, Niwen could take the output route. This talent class, the Dark Priest, was indeed very powerful. The healing spell was instant, consumed little mental energy, and was hard to dodge. Niwen didn't need to stack spell damage, instead, he needed to stack healing bonuses. Stacking healing bonuses was much faster than stacking spell damage. Although he could only use one healing spell for output, with the high healing from the spell, converted by his talent, his damage capability was also quite considerable. Soon, the boss's health was nearly depleted. Keep it up. Victory is within reach, Li Chen encouraged. Combo skill, Ni1. Zhang Xiaohua saw the monster was about to die and planned to use a combo skill for some output. Hand of Justice. Zhang Xiaohua spent 2 seconds summoning a Sword of Judgment. Hand of Justice costs 2 seconds, summons a Sword of Judgment, assesses the justice values of the caster and the target, dealing damage equal to the difference in justice values multiplied by strength. If the difference is over 5 times, it will deal true damage. This skill encouraged those who learned it to do more good deeds. It was used to judge evil people. The downside was that the skill was hard to hit. If the skill holder's justice value was low, the damage would also be low. But Niwen's justice value was relatively high. The difference in justice values between the two was 35 times. Damage transfer. Niwen released his skill before being attacked. This was also a god level, very rare skill that Niwen awakened at level 20. Damage transfer, instant skill, lasts 3 seconds, consumes a large amount of mental energy, transferring 50% of the damage he receives to another target. If it is true damage, it will transfer all. Hitting a cow across the mountain. 17500. This hit dealt 17,500 true damage. Although it was a lot, it was a bit low for the monster. However, this skill was definitely a godly skill in PK. It could instantly take down a backline target without issue. The monster fell to the ground with the final blows from the two. Kill the level 30 boss monster Red Rock Flame Demon Giant. Experience gained. 50,000 obtained. Red Rock Flame Demon Giant's chest, epic, obtained. Heart of Flame, legendary material, can be used to forge special equipment, obtained. Flame Totem, collecting all totems can unlock hidden levels in this map, obtained. Giant's Belt, level 30 Night Purple equipment, obtained. 3 gold coins achievement, defeated the boss without taking damage. All members receive an additional 50% experience bonus, lasting 1 hour. Perfect, another treasure chest. The drop rate in random dungeons is just high. Zhang Xiaohua shouted excitedly. Then, he looked at one of the pieces of equipment, the giant's belt. This belt was better than the one he was wearing, with a lot of fire resistance. Zhang Xiaohua directly equipped this purple item. Let's change positions. This place is no longer suitable for landing. Li Chen steered the large dual-winged bird away into the distance. His mental energy was already somewhat depleted. He urgently needed to find a place to use the variant spirit to recover his mental energy. As Li Chen controlled the dual-winged bird away from the spot where the Red Rock Flame Demon Giant had fallen,
they flew for about 10 minutes and arrived at a brand new area. This place was completely different from before, changing from rocks to land, still that very fertile black soil. Fertile to what extent? It felt a bit greasy and fertile, the kind that oozes oil. Li Chen controlled the double-winged bird to land on the ground, then got off. The ground was soft and squishy, leaving a footprint with every step, which was very uncomfortable. This feels awful. Li Chen and the others all felt uneasy. Just as Li Chen was about to take a break and recharge his mental energy, suddenly, Miwen screamed and jumped onto Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly hugged her. "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." "Li Chen, can't you not show off your affection?" His gaze fell down. The ground was crawling with countless red ants. Each of these ants was the length of a finger, numerous, and emitted a faint red glow, looking exceptionally eerie. "Is this red ants? Are they monsters?" Miwen looked down, a hint of seriousness flashing in her eyes. Zhang Xiaohua also noticed the ants, gulping nervously. "With so many ants, are we really going to fight them?" Red leaf poison ant, level 10, health, 300, skills, bite, paralysis. They're monsters, damn, and they're level 10 monsters. When Li Chen tentatively attacked a group of ants with a clay bomb, he found that their defense was astonishingly high. The bomb exploded, killing only a few nearby ants, while the rest seemed completely unharmed and continued to crawl. These ants are tougher than the ice-swallowing worms. Li Chen quickly analyzed the situation. The ants had very high armor defense. Zhang Xiaohua suggested, "Xiaogu, why don't we use our flying advantage to bomb them from the air?" Li Chen shook his head. "We can, but my mental energy hasn't recovered yet." Dealing with that magma giant earlier had drained too much of his mental energy. Now it was nearly depleted, making it impossible to maintain prolonged flight. "Wait, I have an idea." Zhang Xiaohua shouted, "Summon Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse." Li Chen and Miwen instantly understood. They simultaneously summoned the Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. "Oh no, we need 5 to fly." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized this issue. Special bond: when 5 rainbow little white horses appear in a team, the bond Rainbow Walk activates, allowing the 5 little white horses to transform and walk briefly in the air on a rainbow. "You just figured that out." Li Chen directly broke off the rainbow horn from the little white horse's head and swallowed it whole. Miwen and Zhang Xiaohua then realized that the rainbow horn was edible. "Captain, go ahead." Li Chen took the rainbow horn and ate 2 more. I have to say, the replenishing effect of this rainbow horn was excellent. His mental and physical energy was instantly replenished significantly. Then, Li Chen controlled the large double-winged bird, carrying the 3 of them, and flew into the sky. "I can maintain flight for 20 minutes, after that, it's up to you." "Hey, wait." Li Chen thought that if he killed them himself, it would be better when encountering the boss later. Dark Harvest, current souls, 1210. The ants below were densely packed. If he killed them all, he didn't know how high the souls would stack up. It must be a terrifying number. Thinking of this, Li Chen changed his mind. "Think of a way to gather them all together. Then, take them out in one shot." Outside the dungeon, the sky had shifted from dawn to dusk, the sun rising and the moon falling, time quietly passing. The crowd from the Ninefold Mountain Guild and the Lanxiang Combat Skills School still gathered at the dungeon entrance, their faces filled with a mix of exhaustion and anticipation. 3 days and nights of waiting had made their once confident expectations waver. "Wait a minute. Why hasn't the dungeon reopened yet?" Wang Chang said, feeling very frustrated. "If they haven't died, could it be that they really defeated the magma giant? Based on the timeline, if they haven't died, they might have defeated the lava giant. But is that possible? How can 3 people defeat a level 30 boss?" Wang Meng said, "It really is possible. Don't underestimate 3 people. Some of those strong players on the leaderboard can solo dungeons and kill bosses by themselves." This was no exaggeration. Those who made it onto the leaderboard were all formidable individuals. When they were at lower levels, soloing bosses was a common occurrence. If they were students from a technical school, no one would believe it. These 3 were all students from Qingfeng Academy. Perhaps they really did possess strength that surpassed their levels. "Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous," Wang Chang said angrily. "Are they really going to clear it? Then we've waited in vain. Damn it, our guild has waited 2 years for this dungeon, and it's been snatched away by an outsider." Wang Meng replied, "Don't worry, even if they have defeated the lava giant, they must have used some trick. Our strategy for attacking the lava giant is simply to lure it out of the volcano. Once it's out, this special boss, the lava giant, is just a sitting duck, not even as strong as a regular boss. They might have thought of some method to achieve that." But, another member laughed, "But they absolutely cannot get past the Black Land. The Black Land is infested with countless red leaf poison ants. Although these ants are low level, their numbers are terrifying. Once bitten, you enter a paralyzed state and can be overwhelmed by countless ants." "Exactly." Wang Meng laughed. "The scariest part isn't just that. The scariest part is that these ants are very small, making it hard for melee classes to hit them. They can crawl onto you and burrow into your armor, rendering all your defenses useless. Right, Wang Chan laughed. There was once a level 50 warrior who entered this dungeon, thinking his high level and defense would allow him to charge in alone. As a result, the red leaf poison ants burrowed into his armor, biting and paralyzing him. The damage from the ants inside his armor was extremely high, and they also had a paralyzing effect. In the end, he was literally bitten to death by these level 10 red leaf poison ants. Wang Meng nodded. Those three, one is a knight, one is a priest, and the other's profession is unknown, but he looks like a sidekick and should be relatively weak. Without 100 mages casting large area spells together, they simply can't contend with this army of red leaf poison ants. With that said, everyone felt that those three were doomed. On the other side, the Battle Technical School had the same thoughts. They are definitely doomed, said Zhao Lei, the president of the student council at Lanxiang Battle Technical School. If they had survived this long, they should have reached the Black Land by now. The Black Land is a particularly challenging level in this dungeon. Other levels might have shortcuts, but the Black Land relies solely on brute strength. Only mages can effectively deal with these small monsters. Warriors, rangers, and other classes cannot exert their strength. Brother Lei, should we take action against the Juchanshan Guild? Said Gong Jie beside him. The civil engineering class mages are ready, and the bulldozer warrior class is also on standby. Today, the students of Lanxiang Technical School were united in their goal to teach the Juchanshan Guild a lesson. They had been bullied by them every day, and it was time to get back at them. This was the wild, large-scale fighting, and the law would turn a blind eye. Moreover, the authorities had always adopted a lenient attitude towards guilds of this strength. Zhao Lei said calmly, "Don't rush. Wait for the dungeon to reset, and then seize the opportunity to take the dungeon first." Gong Jie nodded. "Alright, then let's wait for those three students to die." In the copy, the Black Land, Li Chen and the others flew in the sky. Originally, he wanted Mi-Wan to slowly use group healing to kill the monsters, but now, Li Chen changed his mind. He wanted to kill them all in one blow, stacking Dark Harvest to collect souls. To solve it in one shot, Li Chen needed to condense a large bomb. However, just now, he had consumed a lot of mental energy, and now he still needed to maintain the flight of the dual-winged bird, which was simply impossible. Moreover, this place was not suitable for landing, and the previous area was covered by lava. No rush, think again. As long as the mind doesn't slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. Li Chen looked around and began to think of a method. There was no landing point, not a single rock, nor a single tree. This was just black land, nothing else. All right, there were also the dense red ants on the ground. Hey! Suddenly, Li Chen made a discovery and exclaimed, "Don't you think the sky here is very low?" In fact, Li Chen had noticed it earlier. It was just that he didn't pay attention during the battle. Now that he calmed down and took a look, he found this point. Mi-Wan and Zhang Xiaohua looked up and nodded. Didn't feel it before, but now that you mention it, it really is low. What does it matter? Of course it matters. There are clouds in the sky. Li Chen pointed to the clouds above, which were also red, like ghostly flames. Just like the name of this copy, the Abyss of Ghost Fire. So what if there are clouds? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. If there are clouds, we can use them for leverage. Li Chen smiled slightly, using clay soul hands to create a clay line as thin as iron wire, extending towards the sky. But the distance was not enough. Although the sky was low, it was still about 2,000 meters high. Go! Li Chen pinched out a small dual-winged bird, which quickly flew to the high altitude, grabbing the end of the line and continuing to fly upwards. Good wind, use your strength to send me up to the blue clouds. Good poem, good poem. Xiao Gu has great literary talent, but what are you doing with a line? The small dual-winged bird grabbed the line and then wrapped around one of the red clouds, tying it tightly. Li Chen pulled hard. Very good, effective. He tied the line to himself and jumped off the dual-winged bird. Then, Li Chen hung in the air, unable to move, but he wouldn't fall. Flying mounts consumed too much mental energy, hanging like this wouldn't. This is wire hanging. We hang here, so I don't have to expend mental energy using a flying mount. Awesome, so awesome. Zhang Xiaohua was completely in awe. How did this brain come up with this? The clay was simply being played with by Xiao Gu. Come on, let's hang together. After saying that, Li Chen began to replicate the method, making 2 more clay lines. Thus, the scene was like this: 3 people, like great beings, stepping in the void. Of course, they couldn't move. So it was, stepping in place. Below, the dense red leaf poison ants appeared dazed, completely at a loss, how to attack the people above. The 3 hung in the sky. Now,
They were in an absolutely safe state. Li Chen used the variant spirit to transfer his mental attribute points to physique. Then he drank a bottle of mental recovery potion. Once his mental energy was fully restored, Li Chen transferred most of his attribute points back to mental state, entering turret mode. Meanwhile, the bored Zhang Xiaohua was playing tricks beside him. Ha ha ha, tui, ha ha ha, tui tui tui. Zhang Xiaohua was extremely pleased, spitting downwards to mentally attack the ants. Me 1, Li Chen. The two silently turned their heads, pretending not to know. Take this hammer. Zhang Xiaohua released a punishment. A hammer came down, instantly crushing many red leaf poison ants. Niwen also cast a group healing spell. Soon, the ants below were healed to death by Niwen's magic. But then the problem arose. The ants below were dead, and that was it. They were suspended beneath the clouds and could not move. I have a solution. Zhang Xiaohua took a roasted chicken out of her backpack and threw it down. Immediately, a swarm of ants rushed over from a distance. In an instant, the roasted chicken was reduced to nothing but bones. Below them, many ants gathered. Oh, these ants here like roasted chicken too? Li Chen was a bit surprised, but upon reflection, it made sense. In fact, he had already sensed it vaguely. This world was not a game world. The reason it seemed like a game was that the planets had digitized it. These monsters were still living beings from another world. However, the planets had parsed them and added a layer of data. This made it easier for professionals to understand them. The various abilities of these professionals were the same, they were all real abilities, but the planets had wrapped them in a layer of data for easier comprehension. So, it was reasonable that these ants would eat roasted chicken. Do you have any more roasted chicken? Li Chen asked Zhang Xiaohua. He hadn't brought much food. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I have fiery roasted chicken *999 and 20 sets in my backpack. 999 and 20 sets meant 19,980 roasted chickens. Me 1. Li Chen was speechless. What the hell? Why bring so many useless things to take up space in your backpack? A normal professional wouldn't carry so much useless stuff. Zhang Xiaohua explained, Xiaogu, this isn't ordinary roasted chicken, this is fiery roasted chicken, the latest masterpiece of the enhanced profession of roasted chicken master Sukuan. Eating it in a non-combat state can restore a large amount of stamina and condition. It can also add a bit of strength. Last time he had a live stream event, buy one get one free, so I bought a bunch. Alright, Zhang Xiaohua, you've really made it big and have money now. You indeed bought a ton. But it's great, it's just what we need at this moment. Quick, take out all your roasted chickens. Li Chen suddenly had an idea. As long as they spread these roasted chickens around this area, all the ants in the vicinity would definitely gather. By then, a clay bomb would send them all to the west to meet Buddha. Xiaogu, roasted chicken. Zhang Xiaohua took out the roasted chickens one by one. Li Chen made a dozen clay birds, controlled them to grab the roasted chickens, and then flew them far away to drop them on the ground. Xiaogu, what a waste. Just using roasted chicken to lure them over is enough. Zhang Xiaohua looked pained. My roasted chicken. When you go fishing, don't you first bait the spot? Li Chen said irritably. There were many ants underground, and it was clear that they weren't all there. Li Chen planned to feed them first to lure all the red leaf poison ants out. Sure enough, when the roasted chickens were thrown on the ground, the ants on the ground went crazy for them. Then, more ants emerged from the ground. Those red ants crawled out one by one from the fluffy black soil, and then they surged forward, increasing the number of ants on the ground by 5 or 6 times. In the higher places, the ants piled up together, reaching 2 or 3 meters in height. From a distance, it looked like red blood was boiling. Those with a fear of dense clusters would definitely feel their scalp tingle upon seeing it. Xiaogu, amazing. I didn't expect there were so many ants hiding in the ground. Zhang Xiaohua finally realized Xiao Ji's method. Xiao Ji's mind was so useful, he could always think of points she hadn't considered. Miwen, light of the mind. In the distance, Li Chen had no visibility and could not control the clay. But with Miwen, it was different. With the light of the mind and shared consciousness, Li Chen had the vision of the clay. Just like that, he controlled the flying birds, continuously feeding roasted chickens to the black land within a radius of several kilometers. Half an hour later, the scene on the black land became increasingly spectacular and horrifying. It seemed that the ants of this black land had all been attracted out. Next, Li Chen changed his operation. Instead of feeding, he had the clay birds grab the roasted chickens and fly low, drawing the ants over. Thus, under the relentless roasted chicken offensive, it was as if an invisible force summoned them, surging in from all directions. In the sky, the clay birds controlled by Li Chen were like diligent messengers, constantly shuttling back and forth, each dive accompanied by the precise dropping of roasted chickens. These roasted chickens acted as bait,
emitting an enticing aroma that stirred the ant swarm on the ground into waves of agitation. As time passed, the number of ants on the black land became impossible to measure with the naked eye. They piled up, dense and numerous, resembling a writhing Red Sea, surging with great momentum. From a high vantage point, one could see that within this red tide, roasted chickens were occasionally devoured, leaving only a pile of white bones. Those roasted chickens that were not immediately consumed became the focal point of contention among the ants. Countless ants surrounded them, forming swirling vortices, a scene both magnificent and heart-stopping. Xiao Gu, this number of ants is terrifying. Zhang Xiaohua was completely stunned, wide-eyed. He had never seen such a dense and massive biological group, and this scene was enough to shock anyone. Xiao Gu, is this clay line sturdy? Zhang Xiaohua was afraid that the line would break, and he would fall down, ending up as a pile of bones, with not even a scrap left to eat. You better not move around. What if it breaks? Li Chen scared Zhang Xiaohua a bit, turning him into a wooden statue, completely still. Li Chen was still confident in his clay, and since he was using high-grade clay, it was impossible for it to break unless attacked by something external. Next came the main event. Li Chen needed to guide all the ants here. Under Li Chen's command, she began to direct the clay birds to concentrate on dropping roasted chickens in a specific direction, forming a huge bait circle. The goal was to attract as many ants as possible into this area. High-altitude feeding and drawing monsters across the map, this was something only Li Chen could do. The result was a success, mainly because ants are low in intelligence, making it easy to achieve. I can start making bombs now, but I'm out of blue energy. Let me recover my mental strength first. You all take my place and throw roasted chickens over. Don't let the ants leave, Li Chen instructed, beginning to use the variant spirit to recover his mental strength. Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen then started tossing roasted chickens towards the gathering direction, ensuring that the ants that had already gathered would not leave. 2 minutes later, Li Chen completed the conversion of his mental strength. He was fully restored again. Then he began to make a small C1 Kuanpeng clay bomb. The explosive powder and clay fused to create the detonating clay, which only Li Chen could use. Thanks to his super high mental strength, ultimate clay mastery, and upgraded clay hands, you can make clay in combat mode faster. The clay soul hands with 2 mouths continuously wriggled, spitting out clay to create models. After several minutes, the C1 Kuanpeng was about to be completed. Meanwhile, Li Chen's mental strength was nearly exhausted. Of course, this C1 Kuanpeng was far inferior to the last one made in the Ice and Snow Nebula. After all, that was a large bomb crafted by gathering 400 high-level professionals, capable of flattening the entire enemy stronghold. The Kuanpeng is about 15 meters long. However, the ants below, though numerous, are much denser, almost clinging to each other. A 15-meter Kuanpeng is enough to wipe them out. Go! Li Chen controlled C1 Kuanpeng to fly towards the preset gathering point. It landed directly on the ground. In an instant, the massive Kuanpeng clay bomb fell like a stone into the ocean, engulfed by the army of ants. Art is explosion. Ka! Li Chen detonated a clay spider held in the Kuanpeng's mouth. The next second, boom! A deafening roar erupted, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting. The entire space seemed to be torn apart by this force. At the center of the explosion, a dazzling ball of light suddenly expanded, swallowing all surrounding brightness. Following that was endless darkness and chaos, a doomsday scene woven from the smoke and debris generated by the explosion. Outside the light ball, visible shockwaves radiated from the explosion point, spreading wildly in all directions. Wherever they passed, everything was ruthlessly torn apart and shattered, turning to ashes. The air was filled with a pungent burnt smell and the fragrance of earth, a testament to life and matter returning to nothingness under extreme power. The ant swarm was instantly vaporized by the high temperature or thrown far away by the shockwave, turning into black raindrops dancing in the air, ultimately falling silent. The aftershocks of the explosion lasted for a long time until everything returned to calm. The land once occupied by the ant swarm was now a scene of devastation, with a massive pit that seemed bottomless, surrounded by countless severed limbs and melted soil. Meanwhile, the information panel continuously relayed messages. Kill red leaf ant, experience +5, acquired material, paralysis poison sac, dark harvest, current souls, 1211, kill red leaf ant, experience +2, acquired material, paralysis poison sac, dark harvest, current souls, 1212. Since Li Chen and the others were all above level 20, and the monsters were only level 10, the experience gained from defeating them was relatively low due to the level difference. However, the numbers were overwhelming. Dark Harvest, current souls, 521,200, that one shot directly killed nearly 520,000 ants. It was equivalent to a single bomb clearing all the monsters on the map. Even if each ant only provided 2 experience, the total was still considerable. 1 million experience, directly leveling up by 2 levels. Li Chen's level rose from 22 at 80% 24 at 10%. He gained 10 additional free attribute points. Allocate points. Li Chen allocated his points as he originally planned. Level 25, 10, 0%, Strength 215, Agility 224 plus 100, Spirit 575 plus 1110, Constitution 129 plus 50. Zheng Xiaohua and Miwen, who were originally level 23, had now reached level 25. This leveling efficiency was absolutely impressive. An ordinary person might need to spend half a month to level up, grinding monsters day and night to achieve it. Yet Li Chen completed it in an instant. This is the charm of art. So awesome, I leveled up. Zheng Xiaohua laughed heartily. I leveled up too, Miwen said with a smile. Everyone was very happy to level up twice. Li Chen's spirit power was completely depleted. He began using the variant sprite to recover his spirit power. As expected of a mythical skill, it was very effective for restoring spirit power. However, this skill was not very useful for other professions. After all, other professions did not require so much spirit power. Even mages could not deplete their mana in a short time. Mages released their skills one by one, and their consumption was not fast. They could easily replenish their spirit power with potions. Only Li Chen was practically a mana reservoir. It is probably for this reason that this mythical skill has fallen into my hands. It feels almost tailor-made for me. During the process of recovering my mental strength, Zhang Xiaohua was lost in thought. The attentive girl, Mi Wen, was flipping through the loot information. Logically, such low-level monsters would almost exclusively drop materials. However, low-level monsters can also drop good items. The chances are very low, almost negligible. Mi Wen thought that having taken down 520,000 ants, they were bound to drop something different. Sure enough, she found 2 treasures. The first was a ring. Paralysis ring, epic, equipment type, accessory equipment level, 10 equipment requirements, mental strength 50, constitution 20 basic attributes, mental plus 10 epic effect. When equipped, physical attacks have a 30% chance to cause paralysis. Paralysis, body stiffens and cannot move for 1 second. Xiao Hua, look at the effect of this ring. Miwen was astonished and shared the item information. Wow, this epic effect is amazing. Zhang Xiaohua was equally shocked after seeing it. Low-level equipment can indeed have impressive items. This paralysis effect is incredible. Aside from the low equipment level and minimal attribute boost, it's practically perfect. A rare effect. This ring can be kept. Miwen said, either Zhang Xiaohua wears it, or it can be saved for Miwen. Although the level is low, it's just a ring, so it shouldn't have much impact. Just this one effect can rival level 60 equipment. Indeed, this paralysis ring is top-notch, we should keep it. Li Chen usually discarded low-level equipment directly into the trading market. Fortunately, Miwen was attentive, otherwise, they would have missed this exceptional item. There's another one, this one too. Miwen shared another item, excitedly saying, it's truly effortless to obtain what I wanted. The poison attribute effect actually appeared here. Enhanced skill book, poison paralysis, white, learning level, level 0 learning requirements, none effect, adds poison paralysis effect to a certain damage type skill, with a 10% chance to paralyze the target for 1 second. The main goal of this outing, aside from leveling up, was to give Zhang Xiaohua a defensive skill. The second was to grant Michigan one a poison effect skill. Unexpectedly, after killing 520,000 ants, they were lucky enough to have it drop. This skill book is quite valuable. If it were dropped by a large team, they would have to sell it and split the profits. Each person would end up with very little. But for the 3 of them to enjoy the benefits of a large dungeon together was incredibly satisfying. What suited them could be used directly. This poison effect is perfect for you, Zhang Xiaohua said. Although there's only a 10% chance to cause paralysis, your healing spell is continuous and can heal 5 times. Conversely, that means it can deal damage 5 times, and each time can independently trigger the chance, so the chance of paralysis over 5 hits is 50%. Li Chen was speechless. Your calculation is incorrect. Zhang Xiaohua asked, what's wrong? Li Chen explained, you need to understand that each trigger is an independent event. The result of one trigger does not affect the result of another. Although this world teaches some math knowledge, it doesn't teach too much. It mainly relies on the abilities of the professionals. Zhang Xiaohua was confused. I don't understand, just tell me the result. In the probability of 5 triggers, at least one trigger's probability can be calculated by finding the probability of none triggering and then subtracting that from 1. The probability of none triggering is 0.9 so the probability of at least one triggering is 1.0.9 5. The calculation result is the probability of triggering at least once is approximately 95%. Li Chen explained, this means that Mi Wen's skill could paralyze the enemy 5 times, each for 5 seconds, but the chance of paralyzing at least once is 95%. Zhang Xiaohua asked, is there a difference between 50% and 40%? Li Chen replied, isn't there? Zhang Xiaohua countered, is there? Mi Wen. I have to say, although the answers from both were close, the captain's explanation was more comprehensive. As expected of the captain, his mind is sharp. Li Chen said, Mi Wen, the skill is yours now. With this special effect, you can become a controller plus damage dealer plus healer. Ha! Li Chen suddenly felt that all 3 of them were quite versatile. Mi Wen didn't hesitate and directly learned the skill from the skill book. There is a possibility of failure when learning enhanced skill books, but the first attempt has a high chance of success. Fortunately, Mi Wen succeeded on her first try. Healing spell, paralyze captain, what do we do next? Are we going to find the ant boss? Zhang Xiaohua asked. No more searching. Li Chen looked into the distance. I've decided to go straight to the final boss of this large dungeon's last level and deal with the final boss first. Zhang Xiaohua and Mi Wen were stunned. Who plays like that? But soon, the two understood. The captain's dark harvest had accumulated to a terrifying number. Now, even a casual punch could wipe out any boss in this dungeon. And this skill only lasts for 1 hour. So, finding the final boss directly is the optimal solution. Let's go! Li Chen controlled his high-level dual-winged bird and flew deeper, directly attacking the final boss. At this moment, in the shadows, a pair of eyes was watching everything. Good news! Although the souls from the previous skeleton kills had long since disappeared, there were still many souls from the virus ants remaining. Dark Harvest, current souls, 520000. Bad news. The soul preservation time is only 10 minutes left. Li Chen had already flown for 30 minutes at the fastest speed. Still, he hadn't found the end or seen the final boss's figure. Hurry up, hurry up. Li Chen was a bit anxious, continuing to fly, racing against time. He had already crossed several regions. The first was the desolate Bone Sea, where bones were piled high, and the shadows of skeleton soldiers flickered in the moonlight, as if still carrying out their endless patrols. Then, he swept past the fiery inferno. The red light reflected on his tightly furrowed brows, and the scorching air almost burned his wings, but he didn't pause for a moment. Next, Li Chen traversed a misty forest made of illusions. Every tree and every leaf here seemed to be constantly changing, trying to confuse the minds of intruders. At this moment, he was soaring over a red earth landscape, where there was nothing but endless darkness and distant flickering red lights. The air here was cold and thin, making it hard to breathe. Time was running out. Just then, with only 30 seconds left before the soul's shelf life ended. Look, what is that? Mi Wen was the first to notice. She had learned a skill to increase her vision. Found it! Li Chen's eyes lit up as a massive altar appeared ahead. On the altar, a huge and fierce figure emerged. It was the final boss. A giant beast covered in red scales, with eyes like torches, standing 30 meters tall. Only 20 seconds left. One punch to finish it. Li Chen silently thought, controlling the dual-winged bird, unhesitatingly adjusting direction, charging straight at the red-scaled giant beast. Captain, be careful, Mi Wen said with concern, then applied various buffs to Li Chen. I know. Li Chen nodded slightly, and in the next moment, he unleashed the descent of the celestial being. Although he wasn't quite clear about the current state of the boss, there was no time to waste. At this moment, the bird controlled by Li Chen had already flown high into the sky, out of the boss's line of sight, so the boss did not notice him. Heavenly Tiger Leap. Tiger leaps across the mountain gorge. Li Chen executed the martial artist technique, Heavenly Tiger Leap, and leaped fiercely towards the boss, the powerful rebound force propelling the bird into the sky. Meanwhile, Li Chen descended from above at an even faster speed. Have you ever heard of a fist technique that descends from the heavens? Li Chen unleashed the sixth form with the highest explosive power, shattered mountains and rivers. The incredible speed, combined with the element of surprise from above, caught the boss completely off guard. This punch struck right at the forehead. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The massive body of the red-scaled giant beast trembled involuntarily after receiving this sudden blow, the flames in its eyes dimming significantly, its enormous body swaying as if it could hardly withstand this unexpected heavy blow. It worked! Mi Wen shouted excitedly from the high-flying bird. Clenching her fists tightly, her eyes sparkled with excitement. But, Zhang Xiaohua wondered, why wasn't the boss killed in one hit? Let the bullet fly for a while. Li Chen said calmly. Boom! The tremendous sound resonated through the heavens and the earth once more. The power of Li Chen's punch was simply too great, enough to shatter mountains. A massive amount of energy began to gather within the boss's body. The first explosion was the initial manifestation of energy, and after 3 seconds, the energy erupted completely within. This punch was simply apocalyptic. The space seemed to tear apart, a visible wave of energy rippling outward from the point of impact, crazily expanding and compressing the surrounding air, producing a sharp whistling sound. Where the energy wave passed, the red earth appeared to be gently swept by an invisible hand, instantly stripped of a layer, revealing the deep and mysterious layers beneath. The distant scattered red lights dimmed under the impact of this energy, as if even the light of the stars could not compare to the might of this punch.
"Please call me the Emperor," Li Chen said calmly.
Due to insufficient mental power, he summoned 2 small birds, stepping on one with each foot, and flew towards the distance. At this moment, the body of the red-scaled giant beast began to tremble violently under the impact of this force, as if it were being gripped by an invisible giant hand, constantly being compressed and twisted. The flames in the giant beast's eyes gradually extinguished amidst the tremors, replaced by a silence and despair. As the energy continued to gather and release, every inch of muscle and every scale within the giant beast became increasingly fragile under this force. Finally, with the second massive explosion, this energy erupted completely, tearing the red-scaled giant beast's body apart from the inside like a volcanic eruption. Blood and scales splattered everywhere, forming a curtain of crimson rain that stained the entire red earth a deep scarlet. The giant beast's massive body began to gradually disintegrate under the impact of this force, ultimately turning into a pile of flesh and scales, scattered across this blood-soaked land. Li Chen's punch not only completely destroyed the red-scaled giant beast but also left a huge deep pit on this land. 249210000. This was the number deducted from the monster's head, far exceeding its original health. Li Chen had no idea about the monster's information, what skills it had, or how much health it possessed, but he knew that no matter what it was, with the support of 520,000 souls, everything would perish beneath his fist.
Li Chen's power is 1891.
With the buff from me when that amplifies power by 30%, it rises to 2458. When using the mountain crushing fist, it deals 10 times the damage. Converted to physical damage, that amounts to 24580. Adding the physical damage from the gauntlets, which increases by 30%, brings it to 31,950. Therefore, the damage dealt by this punch is 31,950 points. The Descent of the Divine enhances attack power by 50%. The 31,950 points of damage increase to 47925. Dark Harvest. Each time a target is killed, a soul is harvested. Each stored soul enhances damage by 1%, storage time limit, 60 minutes. When released, it will increase your next damage output accordingly. Dark Harvest, current souls, 520000. Li Chen also activated Dark Harvest, and upon triggering, the damage increased by 520,000%. The 47,925 points of damage were amplified 5,200 times. In the end, it resulted in 249210000.
Nearly 250 million in damage. The total health of the monster was nowhere near that.
So, the death was particularly tragic.
Xiao Gui, you're invincible. Damn!
At this moment, the 3 of them landed. Zhang Xiaohua was completely stunned by this scene. This was the final boss in a super large dungeon, and it was taken down with just one punch.
Is this something a human can do? He's just a clay master. Please call me the Emperor.
Li Chen smiled slightly. It seemed he had found a super powerful way to one-shot monsters. As long as he killed enough small monsters, nothing could withstand his punch.
Moreover, this tactic could only be used by him.
This skill belonged to the warlock, whose damage output was not high and was considered a support class. He himself could not kill a large number of monsters in a short time. Only mages could kill a lot of monsters quickly.
But even they couldn't one-shot so many. And, the mythical skill could only be one. Mages could not possess a variant spirit to transform their power to punch monsters. But he could.
Emperor!
Zhang Xiaohua and Miwen were in utter shock. The next second, both of them excitedly laughed.
Xiao Gu, we got something good.
Killed a level 35 boss monster, Abyssal Red Demon.
Experience gained, 80,000 obtained. Red Demon Treasure Chest, Legendary, obtained. Heart of the Red Demon, Legendary material, can be used to forge special equipment, obtained. Abyssal Totem, collecting all totems can unlock hidden levels in this map, obtained. Flame Armor, level 30 Warrior Purple Gear, obtained. 10 gold coins achievement, defeated the ultimate boss with one punch. The first person in history, this harvest multiplied by 5, all members receive an additional 50%
experience boost for 1 hour.
P.S. You have consecutively one-shot bosses. Continuing this will earn you the only permanent achievement in history, One Punch Man. I can't believe it, a legendary treasure chest. Li Chen was also stunned. this was his first time obtaining a legendary item. Treasure chests only appear in random dungeons. In other dungeons and secret realms, items drop directly. It seems to be because of the five-fold harvest. Quick, let's open it and see. Zhang Xiaohua was already a bit impatient. So dazzling. Li Chen took the treasure chest out of his backpack. The legendary treasure chest indeed looked different, radiating colorful lights. Captain, you open it. Yeah, Xiaogu, you open it. The two unanimously decided to let Li Chen open it. In fact, they always felt that the captain was the one with the best luck. He always managed to get good items from monsters. Last time in the Ice and Snow Cloud Star, Li Chen killed a mother bug and got 2 skill enhancement books. Looking back at that Soul Knight Donghao, he fought 2 monsters and didn't get a single book drop. In the end, he was so frustrated that he wanted to forcibly seize their treasure chest. This is the manifestation of luck. It's really unpredictable. Some people are just born lucky, winning the lottery all the time, while others are born unlucky, even drinking cold water gets stuck in their teeth. Alright, I'll give it a try. Li Chen also felt that his luck was quite good. He took a deep breath. Then, he opened it. A brilliant light burst forth. Inside, there was a blueprint. Clouds and Auspiciousness Cloak, crafting blueprint legendary, equipment level 30 effect, can craft the legendary Clouds and Auspiciousness Cloak. The blueprint will disappear after crafting required materials. Supergrade Fabric *30, Azure Cloud Spirit Feather *10, Heart of Ancient Wood, Star Fragment, Heart of Ancient Wood, Celestial Dragon Scale, Void Spirit Dust. It's just a level 30 legendary equipment? Li Chen felt a bit disappointed. He was hoping for a legendary skill book. It seems he was thinking too much. Legendary equipment is fine, but the key point is that it's just a level 30 item. Moreover, it's just a blueprint, requiring money and materials to craft. Captain, it's already quite good. This is legendary equipment. Miwan explained. Do you understand the value of legendary equipment? Even a level 30 legendary item has better attributes than a level 61. If it were put on the market, those max-level professionals would go crazy for it. Although it's a level 30 legendary item, it is still legendary equipment. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. Even a level 60 purple item can't compare in attributes. Not to mention, the legendary attributes might include a very powerful skill or passive ability, comparable to a skill. Yeah, Xiaogu, just be satisfied. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, legendary skill books are extremely hard to come by. This is just a level 30 super large dungeon. It's absolutely impossible for one to appear. Just getting a level 30 legendary equipment blueprint is already peak luck. Alright, after some persuasion from the two, Li Chen gladly accepted. Moreover, this cloak is very suitable for him. Shu Miaomio had once said that his resistance was too low and suggested he get a cloak to increase his resistance. It really is true that when you mention Chow Chow, he arrives. Okay, when we get back, I'll have the Academy's blacksmith make it. Li Chen stored the crafting blueprint in his backpack. This is another benefit of the Academy. Legendary equipment crafting blueprints cannot be crafted by professionals. They need to be handed over to a specialized profession, blacksmiths, for crafting. If you don't have a backing, you can only spend money to find someone outside. Just think about it. Ordinary equipment crafting blueprints are fine, but handing a legendary crafting blueprint to a stranger blacksmith is really worrying. What if they take the blueprint and run off, leaving you with nothing? Even if you're backed by a guild, the higher-ups might get tempted. However, this situation absolutely wouldn't occur in the Academy. The teachers in the Academy are all on staff, former students of the Academy, and might spend their whole lives there. They wouldn't do such a thing. Not to mention, Xingfeng Academy is the #1 combat academy in Zhangzhou. The teachers there are well experienced. Although legendary equipment crafting blueprints are rare, they definitely wouldn't be greedy. Oh, everyone look, there's a teleportation portal appearing on that altar? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua pointed towards the altar. A red teleportation portal had already opened above the altar. This means we've defeated the final boss and can leave the dungeon. Miwan explained, in random outdoor dungeons, most of the time, defeating the final boss allows you to leave directly. We've skipped over other area levels and come straight to the end. Li Chen recalled a game he played in his previous life called Super Mario. There is a level that allows you to jump to the top, skipping many levels. Their current situation is quite similar. Only Li Chen, with his long-distance flying ability at level 20, can achieve this. Other professions cannot. Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaogu, what do you think? Li Chen, let's go back and clear the remaining levels. There are still 3 levels to skip on the way back. Returning now to fight is extremely totemic, unlocking hidden levels, maximizing benefits. After all, they came to farm resources, not to rush through the levels. Quick completion might offer rewards,
but it definitely won't yield as much as clearing everything. So it is. The three of them took a moment to recover, then headed back the way they came. As they walked further away, suddenly, a stone in the distance shifted, and that stone transformed into a person. A human, bald. He was wearing professional gear, looking like a professional. Strangely, there was a diamond-shaped gem embedded in the center of his forehead. Has such a powerful professional appeared in Blue Star? The bald man murmured to himself, then walked towards the portal. Through the portal, he left the instance. Outside the instance, a sudden wave appeared at the red portal. A bald man walked out from the instance. Wang Chang stared intently, then exclaimed in astonishment, "The instance has opened. Could it be cleared, yet it hasn't disappeared? What's going on?" Wang Meng was also puzzled. That can't be. Did those three clear it? That's impossible. How could three people clear a super large instance? And Wang Meng fixed his gaze on the bald man. Who is this bald guy? He clearly didn't go in. So why is he coming out? Not only the members of the Ninefold Mountain Guild were confused. The students from the Blue Xiang Combat Technical School were also baffled. It seemed the instance had been cleared, yet it hadn't closed. The bald man who walked out was not one of the people who had entered the instance before. Where did this bald man come from? It couldn't be. If he had entered before those three students from Qingfeng Academy, then those three students wouldn't have been able to enter. Could it be that a monster from the instance came out? Indeed, there are cases where monsters leave the instance due to some accident, but the chances of that happening are extremely rare. Moreover, this bald man doesn't look like a monster, he appears to be a professional. The students from Blue Xiang Technical School, who originally planned to take action against the Ninefold Mountain Guild, were frozen in place. The current situation was somewhat incomprehensible. "Hey, who are you? How did you get in?" Wang Chang shouted at the bald man, weapon in hand. The bald man silently turned his head, looking at Wang Chang with a disdainful gaze. Wang Chang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and took a few steps back. He felt this person was extremely dangerous. At this moment, among the crowd, the recently arrived vice leader of the Jiangzhou branch of the Celestial God sect, Zhu Xia, a dark talent profession, the evil sorcerer. He was here to kill Li Chan and take revenge for the Celestial God sect. Upon seeing the bald man, his eyes widened in disbelief, his lips trembling slightly. The whole person fell into a state of extreme madness. "It's the messenger of the gods. The messenger of the gods has come. It's the messenger of the gods. The divine messenger has come to Blue Star." Zhu Xia showed a joyful expression, filled with ecstasy. He had never seen a divine messenger in person, only in images. He never expected to see one here. But why did the divine messenger come out of this random instance? Could it be? Yes, it must be. Outsiders cannot directly enter Blue Star. They can only invade Blue Star through the will of the planet. The divine messenger should have originally been in this world where the invasion of Blue Star was successful. Every so often, this world would teleport monsters over. When the monsters being transmitted are particularly powerful, the will of Blue Star will resist, transforming them into instances from which they cannot escape, thereby reducing the damage the monsters inflict on Blue Star. This is the origin of random instances. The divine messenger should have been transmitted here at the same time the world invaded Blue Star. Thus, he was already within the instance from the very beginning. It wasn't until the people in the instance defeated the final boss and opened the exit that the divine messenger took the opportunity to emerge. The messenger of the gods. "Helmsman, what is the messenger of the gods?" said the cultist who had informed the deputy helmsman, hiding in the Ninefold Mountain. "The divine messenger is the one who leads our celestial sect, the envoy of the celestial." Zhu Xia's eyes sparkled. "Our sect's supreme helmsman is in contact with a divine messenger, and the celestial stone that helps us awaken our professions is a gift from the divine messenger. The divine messenger is the spokesperson of the gods." He only wanted to kneel and worship before the divine messenger. However, with so many people present, they could not expose themselves. At that moment, on the other side, Wang Chang and others from the Ninefold Mountain Guild had no idea who this person was. They only knew that this bald man had left their instance. "Hey, I'm asking you a question," Wang Chang asked impatiently. "How did you get in, and did you see three students inside the instance?" He had asked several times already, but the bald man remained indifferent, ignoring him completely, instead surveying the surroundings, planning to leave. "Stop!" Wang Chang blocked his path, scolding, "Can't you understand human language?" After several attempts, Wang Chang felt embarrassed and increasingly annoyed. As he spoke, he took out his weapon, preparing to teach this bald man a lesson. Suddenly, the bald man's eyes lit up, and he reached out towards Wang Chang. Wang Chang's head began to swell from the inside, growing larger and larger. He struggled and shouted, "Bang!" With a sound, his head exploded like a watermelon. Then, he slowly fell to the ground. Instant kill. No one knew what had just happened. No one knew what skill had been unleashed. Silence. An overwhelming silence. Neither the people of Ninefold Mountain nor the students of Lanxiang expected that someone would die. Everyone was stunned, frozen in place. Although there were those among the professionals who had killed before, especially among the guild members who might have killed in private, they would never kill openly. But this bald man killed without hesitation, and in such a bloody manner. Someone's been killed. Someone's been killed. The third group leader has been killed. He dared to kill in public. The members of the Ninefold Mountain Guild began to shout. Wang Chang's second brother, Wang Meng, immediately glared angrily. You dare to kill my brother, you're looking for death. Brothers, kill him. Instantly, Wang Chang organized the members of the Ninefold Mountain Guild, preparing to take down this bald man. Warriors charged forward, and mages unleashed their skills without restraint at the bald man. Buzz, the bald man supported himself with one hand, and a transparent shield appeared around him. All attacks struck the shield, creating ripples, but could not penetrate that seemingly weak yet actually resilient barrier. Humph, a bunch of mortals dare to oppose the gods. The bald man, the divine messenger mentioned by Zhu Xie, muttered incantations. Of course, he used a strange language that no one could understand, but his tone was filled with disdain and contempt. What skill is this? Wang Meng's face changed dramatically. He did not expect this bald man to possess such powerful defense. This was likely a max-level professional. No, even more powerful than a max-level professional. This might already be a transcendent professional. The so-called transcendent professional possesses equipment and skills above legendary level, with combat power far exceeding that of ordinary max-level professionals. For a moment, the attacks from the guild members seemed to lose their effect. Wang Chang shouted urgently, "Keep attacking. He can't defend forever. We have the numbers, we can overwhelm him with skills." Even a max-level professional couldn't take on 100 opponents alone. Not to mention, they had 400 to 500 people, holding a numerical advantage. With 500 people attacking together, there was no way he could withstand it. However, the divine envoy did not give them much time to react. He raised his hand lightly, and a brilliant light shot from his palm, instantly transforming into several small beams that accurately struck a few warriors at the front. Bang! 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 They were hit as if by an invisible force, their bodies exploding from within, just like Wang Chang's cause of death instant kills, with the priests unable to heal them. What the hell is this skill? Someone in the crowd shouted in terror. This attack, beyond common sense, filled everyone present with unprecedented fear. Quick, retreat. The people from the Ninefold Mountain Guild have messed with something they shouldn't have. That bald guy is probably a monster from the dungeon. Lanxiang's students were so frightened that they kept backing away. Although many of them were potential professionals, they felt utterly powerless against such a being. To them, the bald figure emerging from this dungeon could very well be a humanoid monster. A bunch of ants, getting my hands dirty, the bald man said quietly, and then his figure suddenly became blurry. It was as if he merged into the space around him. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Wang Meng. With one hand clawed, he reached directly for Wang Meng's throat. Wang Meng was horrified and tried to dodge, only to find his body seemingly bound by invisible chains, unable to move. Bang! Wang Meng, like Wang Chang, had his head explode, dying instantly. It should be noted that Wang Meng's level was even higher than Wang Chang's. He was a knight with high health and defense, yet he died so easily at the hands of the bald man. The team leader is dead. After Wang Meng's death, the crowd from Ninefold Mountain was left leaderless. Everyone stopped in their tracks, afraid to continue attacking the bald man. We need to find the puppet organization in this world, to complete the task given by our master. The bald man seemed to kill an ant, then quietly left. Everyone timidly stepped back, clearing a path for him. Just like that, the bald man left openly. The remaining people dared not pursue him, not even daring to look at him. This was power. When a person's strength reaches a level that makes others look up in awe, all that remains is to look up. The scene was immersed in a deathly silence. It wasn't until the bald man walked far away that the people present dared to move, starting to breathe again. On the other side, the bald man walked aimlessly. Suddenly, a group of people emerged from the shadows, approaching him. Dare to come and seek death? The bald man looked over. We have seen the divine envoy. The leader, Zhu Xie, knelt on one knee, and behind him, a group of cultists also knelt. We have seen the divine envoy, the crowd said as they rose. The bald man's lips curled slightly. It seemed this group was the puppet organization he was looking for. It came without effort. The bald man, the divine envoy, had piercing eyes. He scanned the group of devout worshippers kneeling before him. A faint smile appeared on his lips, as if he were already accustomed to such scenes. You are the disciples of the celestial god sect in the Dragon Kingdom. The bald man spoke in the language of this world, his voice deep and authoritative. Each word seemed to carry an irresistible power,
making everyone present feel a tremor in their hearts. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xie quickly replied respectfully, "Yes, Divine Envoy, we are from the Jiangzhou branch of the Dragon Kingdom. We have been operating in Jiangzhou to fulfill the will of our master." The Divine Envoy nodded gently, his gaze lingering on Zhu Xie for a moment, as if assessing the loyalty and capability of this helmsman. "You seem to know something about me? How did you recognize me?" Zhu Xie felt a tightness in his heart and quickly lowered his head, speaking with the most devout posture. "Great Divine Envoy, I am the deputy helmsman of the Jiangzhou branch, so I know you are the messenger of the celestial god. The gem on your forehead is the celestial spirit stone. I have seen it in illustrations. The celestial spirit is the guiding light leading us to glory, a gift from the celestial god." The bald man nodded in satisfaction, feeling the worship and awe the cultists had for him, and he was pleased. "Good, I see your devotion. But remember, true faith is not mere verbal flattery, but loyalty in action." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xie quickly expressed, "Rest assured, Great Divine Envoy, our celestial sect has always upheld the will of the Lord, dedicated to spreading the faith and developing followers. We are willing to offer everything for you and the Lord God." The envoy slightly nodded, then shifted his tone to one of seriousness. "However, my descent to Blue Star is not merely to receive your worship. I have an important task that requires your assistance." Zhu Xie's heart stirred, and he quickly asked, "Great Divine Envoy, what is the task?" "We will do our utmost to accomplish it." The envoy's gaze was profound, as if penetrating the boundaries of time and space, seeing a more distant future. "A divine artifact, the specific location is unknown, but according to the information, it is hidden in some corner of Jiangzhou. This artifact will be the key for our celestial sect to conquer Blue Star and establish a new order. Only in a world led by the celestial sect will there be no war and death, only everlasting peace. We will do our utmost." Zhu Xie's eyes flashed with a hint of fervor upon hearing this. He understood that assisting the envoy in completing such a task would be a tremendous honor and reward for their celestial sect. "Great Divine Envoy, please rest assured, our celestial sect will spare no effort and go to any lengths to find this divine artifact." Zhu Xie's tone was resolute, as if he could already see the day when their celestial sect, under the envoy's leadership, would conquer Blue Star and establish a new order. This world was too dark, too unfair. Living as a profession could only make one a lowly person. How dark it would be without the celestial sect. Only the celestial sect could create a world where everyone is equal. Only it could dominate all races and become the ruler of the universe. The bald envoy nodded in satisfaction and said, "Remember, my name is Mog, and from now on, I will lead you." He then gently raised his hand, and a beam of light shot from his palm, landing on Zhu Xie's forehead. Zhu Xie felt a warm power surge into his body, invigorating his spirit. "This is my blessing for you, may it help you better accomplish my task." The envoy's voice echoed in Zhu Xie's ears, carrying an endless majesty and power. Zhu Xie felt the changes in his abilities. His innate skills had indeed become even more powerful. The envoy was truly a divine envoy. Only a divine envoy could possess such great power. His heart was filled with gratitude and awe. He deeply bowed, expressing his thanks for the envoy's grace in the most devout manner. "Thank you, great divine envoy. We will not disappoint your expectations." Zhu Xie's voice was firm and powerful, as if he was already prepared for what was to come. Mog the envoy asked, "How many people are there in your Jiangzhou branch now?" Zhu Xie replied, "Great divine envoy, currently there are only over 600 people, with 5 at level 60, 100 between levels 30 to 50, and the remaining 500 at level 20. Mog frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied. "Why are there so few people? Did not the celestial lord grant you millions of celestial stones? How have you only developed this much over the years? What exactly have you been doing? To find the divine artifact, this small number of people is not enough. It's like searching for a needle in the ocean." "Your Excellency, the God Envoy," Zhu Xie said, trembling with fear, "originally, we had thousands of people, with 3,000 as the main force, but during an operation in a secret realm, we were wiped out. It was in the Ice and Snow Cloud Star, where the helmsman Wang Tianming led most of the elite there. In the end, almost all were buried there, especially that large clay bomb, which killed nearly 80% of the members. Almost all were elites. It was just now, someone from your instance did it." Zhu Xie hurriedly said, "We were waiting outside the instance to kill this person and avenge our members." "That person just now?" God Envoy Mog said lightly, "That person does have some skills. This God Envoy could have easily left the instance, but I was worried that the Blue Star will discover me inside the instance and directly erase me, so I waited for the Blue Star professionals to clear it before leaving. I have seen that person, he can clear that random instance by himself." "What?" Zhu Xie was shocked. He originally thought it was the God Envoy who left on his own.
He didn't expect that it was that kid Li Chen who cleared the instance before the god envoy could leave. It seems that Li Chen is too strong. That is a super large instance. Although it's only level 30, even at level 60, he shouldn't be able to clear it. No wonder he could wipe out the branch in the ice and snow cloud star. Xu Xia vowed, God envoy, I will kill him. God envoy Mog said, no need. Xu Xia was somewhat puzzled. Why not? Mog said, this god envoy sees the potential in that person. I originally wanted to kill him directly to prevent him from becoming a future threat to the celestial sect. However, that person has a mark on him. After killing him, he will automatically resurrect somewhere, and it will alert the high-level organizations of Blue Star. There's no need, this time, my purpose is to find the divine artifact. He saw the resurrection mark on Li Chen. That is also the power of a god. Otherwise, he would have acted just now in the instance. A resurrection mark. Xu Xia exclaimed in surprise, then said, it seems that Qingfeng Academy has invested heavily in Li Chen. It must be that old man Li Changfeng who gave the resurrection mark to Li Chen. Damn. The resurrection mark is something comparable to a mythical skill book. It allows a person to come back to life once, incredibly precious. He didn't expect that old man Li Changfeng would be so generous. Mog was not very concerned about Li Chen but said, you people from the Jiangzhou branch are too few, it will delay my important matters. The divine artifact is the most critical task. As for avenging the Jiangzhou branch, he was not that kind-hearted. These members were just a group of puppets, a group of expendables. It's just that now, there are too few people in the branch. Xu Xia said, God envoy, I will speed up the recruitment of new members. Mog shook his head, too slow. This god envoy cannot wait. Cultivating a high-level member from scratch takes too much time. The Jiangzhou branch has secretly planned for so many years to cultivate a few thousand professionals. It is impossible to revive in a short time. Mog asked, is there any force that can be used immediately? Xu Xia shook his head, then suddenly remembered something and said excitedly, God envoy, I do have an idea, but, Mog, speak. Xu Xia said, the Jiangzhou Tribunal has locked up a group of powerful professional criminals. These criminals have committed heinous crimes. If we can use them, we can immediately supplement powerful new forces, but the tribunal is not so easy to attack. There are many strong people inside. After saying this, he secretly looked at the expression of the god envoy. Before, it was impossible, but now that such a powerful divine envoy is here, perhaps it really can break through the judgment office and capture those criminals. The judgment office, ha! Mog smiled faintly and said, I want to see just how formidable it is. Lead the way. The judgment office, a prison for professionals. It is an organization established by the Dragon Kingdom specifically to deal with high-powered professionals who commit crimes. The members inside are all selected from the military corps, professionals with judgment talent. For example, judgment knights, judgment mages, judgment warriors. Although judgment talent is not very effective against monsters, it is quite formidable against professionals. The Jiangzhou Judgment Office is located on an isolated island in the Han River, just outside Han City. It is a fortress built of solid obsidian, towering into the clouds, imposing and grand. Its existence is a psychological shadow for all criminal professionals in Jiangzhou City, as it holds countless fearsome criminals. The entire island is set up with formations that seal all the skills, backpacks, and equipment of the professionals inside, rendering them unusable. Professionals here, aside from having slightly higher attributes, are no different from ordinary people. The cells are individual rooms, each made of 30 centimeters thick special steel plates. Cast as a whole, even a max-level warrior cannot leave a mark with a punch. In the judgment office, the visiting room, Dong Hao, the commander of the 4th Legion of the High Mountain Academy, is meeting with the head of the Dong family. Father, please, save me, get me out of here. Dong Hao clutched the cell bars, crying out. He no longer had his former arrogance, he was disheveled, his expression dull, his eyes vacant, completely like a different person. Donger, you have disappointed your father too much. The head of the Dong family, Dong Tianhong, shook his head and said, your scheming is too poor, you cannot bear great responsibilities. If you were sanctioned by the local authorities, I could still save you, but now you have entered the judgment office, which is directly controlled by the state. There is nothing I can do. Dong Tianhong is Dong Hao's father, and Dong Hao is the heir. He tried every means but ultimately could not save him. Dong Hao had attempted to kill a student in front of too many people. This was an unforgivable crime. If he were to blame anyone, it would be his own impulsiveness. Dong Hao cried, Father, what does this mean? Am I to stay here in darkness for the rest of my life until I die? Dong Tianhong nodded, yes. The position of heir can only be inherited by your brother. You can rest easy here. I will send someone in to manage things, trying to make your later years a bit more comfortable. Dong Hao was heartbroken. No. Why? I still have such a bright youth, such a wonderful time ahead. I am not married yet. My fiancé is still with my enemy. The more Dong Hao thought, the more heartbroken he became. He felt like the most pitiful person. That detestable Li Chen, why didn't he just surrender? Why resist? It led to him being captured here. His fiancée, Mi Wen, was still Li Chen's girlfriend. No, 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 I won't accept this. Thinking of this, Dong Hao fell into madness again. Dong Hao frantically said, Father, I ask for nothing else. I don't want the position of family head, give it to my brother. But I only ask one thing from you. Dong Tianhong said, Speak. Dong Hao said, I want Li Chen dead. I want everyone related to Li Chen dead. And Mi Wen, that shameless woman, I want her dead too. Dong Tianhong said, You are truly insane. Although Mi Wen's family is a bit weak now, they still have considerable background, she cannot be easily killed. As for Li Chen, that is even more impossible. He is now being closely watched by the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom and is a top genius of Qingfeng Academy. You have made a fool of yourself, and now you want the entire family to accompany you to your doom? Upon hearing this, Dong Hao was directly stunned. So that Li Chen is a top genius? But so what? I am the heir of the Dong family. He pleaded, I beg you, Father, I just want Li Chen dead, otherwise I won't be at peace. I have nightmares every day, if he doesn't die, I will die. Dong Tianhong said, You no longer have the qualifications to negotiate. You have lost, completely and utterly. Moreover, do you think Li Chen can be killed just like that? Do you know? Li Chen single-handedly killed the cult branch leader, Wang Tianming. That person's strength is countless times greater than yours, and even more so than mine. The family cannot provoke someone who shouldn't be provoked just because of your hatred. Dong Tianhong directly rejected Dong Hao's request. He had already learned about Li Chen's feat of killing Wang Tianming alone. Although many people had transmitted spiritual energy to him during that time, it was still a form of strength. Even a max-level mage couldn't possibly use up that much mana. At the very least, it indicated that Li Chen possessed terrifying power under certain circumstances. Coupled with the fact that he had already attracted the attention of the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dong family could not easily move against him. Now that the country was heavily suppressing families, if they went too far, they would become the first targets of suppression. Families value interests above all. Dong Hao had no room for redemption now. This son could be abandoned. Leave, take care of yourself. After saying this, Dong Tianhong left a large sum of money for Dong Hao and departed. Although he had lost his freedom, this money would at least allow Dong Hao to live a bit more comfortably inside. This was the only thing a father could do. Soon, Dong Hao was taken back to that small cell by the prison guards. No, no, Dong Hao cried bitterly, filled with immense regret. He regretted why he had once used his power to bully others. If he had given up that skill book back then, he wouldn't have ended up like this. He just never expected that an inconspicuous level 20 life profession could hold such great power. It could kill a max-level transcendent powerhouse like Wang Tianming. This made Dong Hao even more regretful and frustrated. His life was ruined like this. He would forever remain in this prison, with no chance of rising again. Li Chen, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Dong Hao shouted hysterically at the empty cell. God, please save me. I am willing to offer everything to you, even my soul. Meanwhile, is this the judgment place? There's a sealing formation. The divine envoy Mog and Zhu Xie's group arrived outside the judgment place. They felt a heavy and solemn aura rushing towards them. The defenses of the judgment place were strict. On the city walls, patrolling judgment warriors donned silver armor, holding long spears, their gazes sharp as eagles, surveying the surroundings. This kind of sealing formation is nothing to me. The divine envoy Mog snorted coldly, exuding a heart-pounding aura that shook the surrounding space. He took out an item and shot out a beam of light. Immediately, their equipment and skills were unsealed. This was too easy. Seeing this, Zhu Xie secretly rejoiced at encountering the divine envoy. Mog's strength far exceeded his expectations. He closely followed Mog, ready to obey orders at any moment. Mog had no time for unnecessary words. He directly raised his hand, gathering a brilliant light in his palm, like the blazing sun overhead. Then, he swung his arm fiercely. That light transformed into a beam, striking directly at the door of the judgment place. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the door of the judgment place was blown open, debris flying and dust rising. The guarding judgment knight was knocked back several steps by the sudden attack, his face showing shock. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm sounded instantly throughout the judgment hall, and 10 judgment warriors quickly assembled. Clad in magnificent silver armor, wielding long swords and shields, they charged towards the messenger of Mog and others with agile forms. Who dares to attack the judgment hall? Seeking death, are we? The judgment mages and warriors responded in kind, rushing in from all directions. The judgment hall had been attacked before,
but it was rarely breached. When the defenders arrived, they found a group of cultists. Is this all? The messenger of Mog surveyed the surroundings, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand again, and a radiant light flickered in his palm. This time, he directly summoned a massive barrier of light, protecting himself and Zhu Xie within, while the attacks from the charging Judgment Knights and mages vanished without a trace the moment they touched the barrier, like a cow sinking into the sea. You may find it easier to die by self-inflicted wounds, the messenger of Mog's voice echoed within the barrier, carrying an undeniable authority. What a powerful enemy! The Judgment Knights exchanged glances. They had never encountered such a formidable foe. Moreover, the 3 strongest Judgment Knights inside the Judgment Hall were currently out on a capture mission, not present here. Thus, for a moment, they found themselves at a loss. The messenger of Mog did not give them a chance to breathe. He flashed forward, appearing before a Judgment Warrior, and with a wave of his hand, the man swelled from within and then exploded, losing all signs of life. The messenger is mighty! Zhu Xie exclaimed excitedly. The cultists around him followed suit, their morale soaring. Quick, seal him! This person is extremely powerful. The defenders inside the Judgment Hall immediately began to counterattack. Waves of sealing skills shot towards Mog. The skills are strong, but unfortunately, they cannot hit me. Mog seemed to have used an acceleration skill, a flowing light darting behind him, like a specter weaving through the battlefield. With each strike, a Judgment Warrior fell. Soon, all 10 Judgment Warriors lay at his feet, while the Judgment Mages and Sorcerers retreated in disarray before his overwhelming divine power. It was even smoother than expected. The people on Zhu Xie's side hardly made a move. The messenger alone nearly breached the Zhengzhou Judgment Hall. Those usually powerful judgment professionals appeared so weak under Mog's hand. It wasn't that the people of the Judgment Hall were too weak, but that Mog was too strong. Strong to the point of being terrifying. Before long, the Judgment Hall was in ruins. The messenger of Mog stood high, watching it all with indifference. Zhu Xie, select the strong among these criminals. They will become the new force of the Celestial Sect. Those willing to follow the Celestial Sect can stay, those unwilling, kill. Mog commanded. These criminals were merely tools for him. If they could be used, he would use them. If not, they would be killed. The messenger of Mog issued his orders. Yes, Zhu Xie responded, immediately leading his subordinates into the cells of the Judgment Hall. Meanwhile, God, please save me. I am willing to offer you everything, even my soul. Dong Hao was praying in his cell. Then, he heard commotion outside. However, since the cell was completely enclosed, with no windows, Dong Hao had no idea what was happening outside. Yet he could vaguely sense that a fight was occurring in the Judgment Hall. Could it be that my father sent someone to rescue me? No, it can't be. Dong Hao shook his head. Although the Dong family had some influence in Zhengzhou, it was far too weak compared to the Judgment Hall. Moreover, his father had no intention of rescuing him. Then who could it be? Could it be people from other forces? Dong Hao was filled with doubts. Could it be that my prayers have really been heard by the gods? Just as he was lost in thought, the iron door of the cell was suddenly opened violently. Blinding light flooded into the dim cell, causing Dong Hao to squint. He struggled to adjust to the light and saw a group of people in black robes with strange smiles entering, led by Zhu Xie. Who are you? What do you want? Although Dong Hao felt anxious, he forced himself to ask calmly. Zhu Xie curled his lips into a cold smile, walked up to Dong Hao, and looked down at him. Dong Hao, you are in luck. The divine envoy from the Celestial God sect has recognized your potential and decided to give you a chance to regain your freedom. After entering the cell, Zhu Xie instructed his subordinates to rescue the criminals and headed straight for Dong Hao. Dong Hao was very powerful, a top student from the Mountain Academy, the commander of the 4th Legion, and backed by a strong family. He was someone worth recruiting. Cult? Divine envoy? Upon hearing this, Dong Hao felt an inexplicable excitement mixed with doubt. Can you really get me out? What are the conditions? Watch your words, it's the Celestial God sect. Zhu Xie's expression turned cold as he shouted. Yes, the Celestial God sect. Dong Hao immediately softened, no longer the arrogant person he used to be. Zhu Xie tempted him. Although you have killed many members of our sect, the Divine Envoy is willing to give you a chance for redemption. As long as you are willing to join our Celestial God sect and reform, you can regain your freedom and even gain great power. Hearing this, a flicker of struggle crossed Dong Hao's eyes. He had once been the commander of the Legion, standing on the opposite side of the cult. The cultists who had died at his hands numbered not in the hundreds, but at least in the dozens. Now, the ones saving him were not his family, but the cult members. How ironic. He knew well what joining a cult meant. There would be no turning back. What am I thinking? I have long since lost the chance to turn back.
Dong Hao sighed to himself, but the thought of regaining his freedom and avenging his grievances made it hard for him to suppress his inner impulse. Alright, I agree. Dong Hao finally made up his mind and gritted his teeth as he spoke. I know your enemy is Li Chen, and so is mine. We have a common enemy. He. Shu Xia nodded in satisfaction, signaling his subordinates to take Dong Hao out of the cell. Along the way, Dong Hao saw the tragic state of the judgment office and couldn't help but feel relieved that he had made the right choice. Was the cult really that strong? They had even breached the judgment office. Under Zhu Xia's lead, Dong Hao arrived before the divine envoy Mog. Mog merely glanced at him and sensed the hatred in his heart. Not bad, a person of potential. Mog slightly nodded, then extended his palm and gently pressed it against Dong Hao's forehead. A warm and powerful force surged into Dong Hao's body, making him feel an unprecedented comfort and strength. My talent has become stronger. Dong Hao's expression changed as he exclaimed in surprise. Soul suppression, a skill exclusive to Soul Knights, releases mental power to target, causing soul suppression, rendering the target immobile and unable to release any skills. The suppression strength is related to the difference in mental power between both parties. Soul pressure releases mental power to target, causing soul suppression, rendering the target immobile and unable to release any skills. After you kill a professional, it can permanently enhance your mental power. The suppression strength is related to the difference in mental power between both parties. His talent skill had changed. Killing professionals could actually permanently enhance mental power. Dong Hao looked at this scene in disbelief. The ability of this divine envoy was too strong. He could so easily make him stronger. Submit to me, Mog said. From the moment he enhanced Dong Hao's talent, Dong Hao became his puppet. His ability to enhance talents could also bestow a spiritual seed, strengthening his control. I am willing to serve you forever. Dong Hao knelt down directly. From now on, you are a member of the Celestial Sect. The voice of the messenger of Mog echoed in Dong Hao's ears, as if it had magical power, drawing him deeply into it. Yes. Dong Hao respectfully lowered his head, filled with awe and gratitude towards the messenger of Mog. After that, more and more vicious prisoners, like Dong Hao, had their talents enhanced by the messenger of Mog and joined the Celestial Sect. Soon, Dong Hao saw the figure of his father, Dong Tianhong, in the crowd. It turned out that after meeting Dong Hao, Dong Tianhong had just wanted to leave. However, the tribunal was attacked, and the attacker was incredibly powerful. This prevented Dong Tianhong from leaving the island. Thus, he pretended to be a criminal, trying to find a way to escape. Temporarily submitting, he hoped to escape later. Messenger, may I request one thing? Dong Hao looked at the messenger and knelt on one knee. Speak, the messenger of Mog said indifferently. I want to kill him. Dong Hao pointed at his father, Dong Tianhong. This man had abandoned him here and even gave the position of family head to his second brother, ultimately not planning to take revenge for himself. He hated his father to the bone. Go, kill him, and you will grow stronger. Thank you, messenger. Dong Hao walked towards his father, Dong Tianhong. Old man, you really deserve to die. Due to the seal, Dong Tianhong could not use his skills and had become an ordinary person. Only by joining the Celestial Sect could he gain the ability to break the seal. Let you be the first ghost on my path to becoming stronger. With that, Dong Hao plunged his sword into his father's chest. No, you can't kill me. I am your father. Dong Tianhong could never have imagined that as the head of the Dong family, he would die at the hands of his own son. Ha ha, this is your father? Shu Xia exclaimed with joy. I didn't expect to encounter the head of the Dong family. Would you mind if I had someone replace him as your father and take control of the Dong family? I'm quite skilled at soul swapping, you know. Shu Xia was a dark talent class, the evil sorcerer, capable of swapping souls. As long as someone replaced Dong Tianhong, it would be equivalent to controlling the Dong family, enjoying all the resources, wealth, and manpower within. Right, it's been a while since I heard your name. You were quite a headache for the Legion back then. Dong Hao thought of this and suddenly became excited. Of course, I wouldn't advise it. This way, the Dong family would still be under my control. How wonderful. Ha ha ha. My poor brother, I will treat you well. And Li Chen, I will tear you to pieces. 3 days passed in a flash. On the other side, in the abyss of Ghostfire, Li Chen and the others had safely dealt with the remaining 3 levels. However, their luck wasn't great, as they didn't obtain any valuable items. Just some purple gear and some useless skill books. They could probably sell them at the trading post for about 300 gold coins. It is worth mentioning that the 3 of them leveled up again. Li Chen reached level 26, while Zhang Xiaohua and Ni Wen reached level 27. They were about to break through level 30, reaching the level to skip to the second year. This was mainly because this super large dungeon was for hundreds of players. Now, with just a few of them enjoying it,
they naturally leveled up quickly. Additionally, Li Chen successfully obtained 7 totems: Shadow Totem, Flame Totem, Red Ridge Totem, Bone Totem, Abyss Totem, Scarlet Spirit Totem, and Destruction Totem. Not bad luck. We have gathered 6 totems. Miwon explained. From the description of the items, these 6 totems will disappear once they leave the dungeon, and each boss does not guarantee a drop. If even one doesn't drop, the hidden level won't appear. We are very lucky, all of them dropped. In other words, they could attempt to challenge the hidden level. Miwon asked, should we go for it? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Li Chen. Xiaogu is the strongest, his word is final. Let's do it, why not? Li Chen smiled. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must be tried. I would rather make a mistake than do nothing at all. Besides, if we can't win, we can immediately escape through the dungeon exit. That's true, Miwon nodded. Alright, let's activate the hidden level. Li Chen took out the 6 totems from his backpack and brought them together. However, nothing happened. Strange, is this not the correct way to activate it? It seems it's not that simple. The group was momentarily stunned, then began to think. Without a guide, it was indeed a hassle. They needed to figure out how to use these totems. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that when they defeated the last boss, the large totem on the ground had shone with 6 different colors of light. It seemed to indicate a deep connection between the totems and the history of the Abyss of Ghostfire. Perhaps the key to activating the hidden level wasn't just about gathering the totems. It might require some kind of ritual or a specific location. Are we overlooking something? Li Chen looked around, trying to find clues in the surrounding environment. Since these totems were obtained from various bosses, should they be used in specific locations or arranged in a certain order? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately began to recall the scenes of each boss battle in her mind, trying to remember if there were any hints about using the totems. Miwon opened the fully revealed exploration map, carefully studying the layout of the Abyss of Ghostfire, hoping to discover hidden mechanisms or altars. The first boss was in an area shrouded in shadows. The Shadow Totem was obtained there. Zhang Xiaohua spoke first. Right, the Flame Totem was in a red mountain range, Miwon added, her finger tracing a path on the map connecting the locations of each boss. Li Chen looked at the path linked by the battle sites and gradually had an idea. If we return to their respective territories in the order the bosses appeared and use the corresponding totems there, we might trigger the hidden level. Good idea. Miwon and Zhang Xiaohua agreed unanimously. Regardless of whether it would work, they had to give it a try. If it didn't work, they could always find another way. He could control the flying birds, ignoring the terrain, so he wasn't worried about wasting too much time. Thus, they set off along the remembered route to each boss's territory. After some twists and turns, they finally found suitable locations in each territory according to the order of the boss's appearances and placed the totems one by one. When the last totem, the Destruction Totem, was placed on an ancient altar at the deepest part of the Abyss of Ghostfire, the entire abyss seemed to tremble. A dazzling light shot up from the altar, enveloping the 3 of them. When the light dissipated, they found a portal appearing before them. A dungeon within a dungeon. This was indeed extremely rare. Everyone initially thought it would directly summon monsters. Looks like we guessed right, Li Chen said. Luck. Zhang Xiaohua and Miwon also showed joy on their faces. So, are you all ready? Li Chen asked, his eyes shining with determination. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua and Miwon replied in unison. With Li Chen around, any challenge seemed less daunting. Alright, let's go in then. The 3 exchanged smiles and resolutely stepped into the portal of the hidden level. In an instant, they vanished. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the people from Jiuzhong Mountain and Lanxiang Technical School were still there. However, they were not waiting for the dungeon to open. Instead, the vice president of the Jiuzhong Mountain Guild, Wang Tian'er, had personally come to check the situation. So many people from the guild had been killed, it was imperative to find out why. The students from Lanxiang Technical School were there to watch the spectacle. It was rare to see the Jiuzhong Mountain Guild suffer such a significant loss. 2 team leaders had been killed, along with over a dozen guild members. Who did this? How dare they kill so openly? Wang Tian'er was furious. It was a bald man. A member of the Jiuzhong Mountain Guild said, that person was exceptionally strong, and his skills were incomprehensible. Strangely, he came out of the dungeon. But oddly enough, we were waiting after the dungeon appeared and didn't see anyone go in. Later, 3 students from Qingfeng Academy went in first. Then that bald man came out of the dungeon. This is really strange. Wang Tian'er said, let's wait for those 3 students to come out and ask what happened. Thus, the Jiuzhong Mountain Guild members continued to wait. Meanwhile, the students from Lanxiang Technical School, seeing no benefits to be gained, planned to leave. But just then, the light of the portal suddenly changed color, shifting from red to dark red. Others might not understand what was happening, but the locals were well aware. After all, the strategy for this random dungeon was no secret to them. The portal turning dark red means the people inside have unlocked the hidden level. Zhao Lei, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and turned back, astonished. My goodness, it hasn't been opened in over a decade, and now it actually is. Could it be that those 3 students gathered all 6 totems? Wang Tian'er said in shock. This random dungeon appeared once every 2 years. However, the bosses inside had a high chance of dropping totems, but it was not guaranteed to drop a totem every time. Even missing 1 totem meant the hidden level could not be unlocked. Each time they attempted the dungeon, they were either missing this or that. They hadn't gathered all the totems in over a decade. Unexpectedly, it was taken by an outsider student. It should be noted that the hidden level was a welfare dungeon, very easy to clear. It could drop legendary level equipment. It was the only one. It was a dungeon that dropped legendary equipment directly without needing a forging diagram. The key point was that there was a certain chance of dropping a key inside. That key could open the door to another super large dungeon in Handan City, the Sky City. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Chen, Zhang Xiaohua, and Mi Wen, who had entered the portal, found themselves in a stone chamber. Indeed, it was a stone chamber made entirely of stone on all sides. It was only 10 meters long and wide, with an area of 100 square meters and a height of 10 meters, a cramped space. Damn, it's so small here? Li Chen was instantly stunned. In such a small space, if a monster appeared, he wouldn't be able to use the clay bomb. The clay bomb did not distinguish between friend and foe, it could injure himself as well. If he got too close, Li Chen, who had no resistance, wouldn't be able to withstand it. It really is small. Xiaoga, your clay bomb seems unusable here, Zhang Xiaohua said, looking at Li Chen. If he accidentally injured his own people, it would be a loss. Bala Bala little witch, transform. At that moment, Li Chen had already summoned the variant spirit and began to transform. Fortunately, there is the miracle of the variant spirit, which prevents the situation from becoming too passive. Li Chen converted his attribute points into a more tank-like warrior build. Strength, 216 agility, 225 plus 100 spirit, 577 plus 1110 constitution, 130 plus 50 strength, 600 agility, 300 spirit, 200 constitution, 1308. After adjusting his attributes, Li Chen immediately rummaged through his backpack for a few pieces of defensive purple gear suitable for warriors or knights and put them on, replacing his rings. This is the second benefit of the variant spirit. After changing attributes, one can equip the desired gear. However, since the rings added a significant amount of spirit points, his overall attributes decreased slightly after equipping the new gear. Once the effect of the variant spirit ended, the gear would be automatically ejected. But it didn't matter. With the defensive gear on, Li Chen's defense attributes increased several levels. Xiao Gu, you're amazing. You can transform from a mage into a warrior. You're the first one. Zhang Xiaohua admired him wholeheartedly. To them, Li Chen was equivalent to a ranged output mage. But a mage could never become a warrior. Yet Li Chen could. And it wasn't baseless. He possessed the flying swallow technique and the mountain shattering fist. In fact, he was akin to a martial artist. Mi Wen analyzed the current situation and said, monsters should appear soon. Let's find a corner to lean against to avoid being attacked from behind. Okay. The 3 immediately found a corner. Li Chen and Mi Wen leaned against the sides, while Mi Wen stayed at the right angle. This way, the monsters could only attack Mi Wen and Zhang Xiaohua, while Mi Wen could heal from the back, which should handle most situations. Soon, the monsters appeared. The first batch consisted of 2 shadow red wolves. Mi Wen said, it seems the order of monster appearances here is the same as the monsters we encountered in previous levels, and there won't be any bosses since this space is too small to accommodate them. At that moment, the 2 red wolves charged towards Zhang Xiaohua and Li Chen. Zhang Xiaohua immediately launched an attack, smashing the wolf's head with her hammer. Li Chen also struck with a mountain shattering fist, quickly dispatching the 2 wolves. Kill Shadow Red Wolf, experience plus 1000 materials obtained. Shadow Wolf Skin, Shadow Stone, can be used to synthesize special equipment. Kill Shadow Red Wolf, experience plus 1000 materials obtained. Shadow Wolf Skin, Shadow Stone, can be used to synthesize special equipment. They killed 2 level 30 monsters without taking any damage. Their current strength made dealing with level 30 small monsters incredibly easy. Immediately after the 2 wolves died, 4 more wolves spawned. They were still easily dealt with. After the 4 wolves were killed, 8 wolves appeared right away. And so, the cycle of monster spawning continued. This dungeon is way too easy, Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed joyfully. Compared to the outside levels, this hidden level was terrifyingly simple. Outside, they had to deal with wolf packs without any cover. Here, the wolves spawned slowly, and they could lean against the wall, only needing to face one direction of wolves. They had thought the hidden level might be quite difficult, but in the end, was it really this easy? It is a bit simple, Li Chen couldn't help but agree. He had previously worried that such a small space would hinder his abilities, but now it seemed he had overthought it. Even without clay bombs, the three of them could handle it easily. In this small space, each time they finished off the monsters, the number of monsters would double. The monsters kept increasing. Eventually, the shadow red wolves completely filled the entire 100-meter space, densely packed. But don't think that made it hard to deal with. In fact, it was quite simple. Although Li Chen was squeezed by so many monsters that he couldn't unleash his full potential, the monsters were in the same predicament. So many monsters were crammed together, unable to move or retreat. Miwon was at the back, casting a group healing spell, and almost all the monsters were affected. -200, -200, -200, -200. The entire field of vision was filled with numbers indicating lost health. The scene was quite magnificent. Not only that, the group healing spell also enveloped Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua. +300, +300, +300, +300. It was like a skill that could heal teammates while also damaging monsters. It was simply a double whammy. Miwon felt great. It was her first time experiencing such a thrilling feeling while fighting monsters. Before long, all the red wolves were easily dealt with. Now, they wouldn't continue farming red wolves. Zhang Xiaohua asked, I guess soon, the red bone flame skeletons will spawn? Li Chen replied, that should be the case. This monster is also a hassle. Let's use the same method as before. We'll take the front, Miwon, you deal damage. Li Chen never imagined he would one day become a meat shield. As expected, just as Li Chen and Zhang Xiaohua predicted, an ominous, burning aura began to fill the air. Soon after, flames erupted in the originally empty stone chamber, and two red bone flame skeletons, wielding flaming staffs, slowly emerged from the sea of fire. Their eyes flickered with ghostly red flames, looking particularly fierce and terrifying. They're here. Miwon tightly gripped her healing staff and immediately released two healing spells. Healing spell Paralyze. Your healing spell, altered by your talent, can deal damage to enemies, with a 10% chance to paralyze the target for 1 second when dealing damage. The healing spells hit the two skeletons, causing them to lose health 5 times. Then, the special effect triggered. The two flame skeletons were paralyzed, unable to cast their skills as they were interrupted repeatedly. Such a strong control skill. Li Chen was incredibly surprised. The healing spell that added a paralyze effect was too powerful. Taking advantage of the skeletons being paralyzed, Li Chen used the flying swallow technique to approach and finished one off with a stunning mountain fist. Xiao Gu, leave this one to me. Zhang Xiaohua swung her warhammer like a moving mountain, charging fiercely at the other flame skeleton and smashing its skull with a single blow. Soon, the monsters began to respawn in a continuous cycle, increasing in number. But it was simple. Miwon's healing spell provided control. Li Chen, using the flying swallow technique, nimbly maneuvered through the narrow space, dodging the flame skeleton's attacks while looking for opportunities to use the stunning mountain fist, taking down one after another. He completely destroyed those skeletons trying to approach Miwon. Miwon stood behind them, continuously casting single-target healing spells, providing paralyze effects for control, while also healing Zhang Xiaohua. This kept Zhang Xiaohua's health above the safety line. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua healed Li Chen, forming a cycle. The battle gradually intensified, the temperature in the stone chamber rising sharply, flames and sweat intertwining, and the air filled with a pungent burnt smell. But the three of them seemed oblivious, fighting relatively easily. Finally, with their seamless cooperation, all the skeletons were defeated, and the respawning stopped. The space instantly quieted down a bit. Just as the three were taking a break, a treasure chest suddenly appeared on the ground. Level 30 mysterious treasure chest? The three were somewhat puzzled. Can treasure chests drop from small monsters? Is this a benefit of the hidden dungeon? Chapter 181, Legendary Equipment. No damage farming. Level 30 mysterious treasure chest. Effect, unknown, no one knows what's hidden inside. A treasure chest dropped? Li Chen picked up the chest. This was also the first time they had seen such a treasure chest. The effect is unknown? Let's open it and see. Li Chen didn't think much and directly opened the treasure chest to see what was inside. To his surprise, all three of them were astonished. Inside was actually a level 30 legendary equipment? Wow! Legendary equipment can just appear like this? Legendary equipment. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth dropped open in shock. Equipment above purple grade cannot be dropped by any boss. At most, getting a forging blueprint would be quite impressive. However, forging blueprints require various expensive materials. It's not easy to forge them either. Just like the cloak forging blueprint Li Chen obtained earlier, the materials needed were all expensive and hard to gather, but having it drop directly saved them the tedious process. Cloud earrings, legendary level, equipment type, accessory equipment level, 30 equipment requirements, spirit 200, agility 200 basic attributes, spirit plus 100, agility plus 100, charm plus 5 legendary effect. Jumping creates a floating effect. Wow, such strong attributes. Li Chen was immediately attracted to this piece of equipment. The basic attributes provided a boost of 100 spirit and 100 agility. To put it in perspective, his level 20 purple equipment only had a base attribute boost of 60 spirit. Just a 10 level difference made such a huge gap in attribute points. However, this equipment was an earring, which felt a bit awkward. What is charm plus 5? Do professionals even have this attribute? In the end, Li Chen focused on the legendary effect. Legendary effect. Jumping creates a floating effect. He didn't know what the specific effect was. He would only find out after reaching level 30 equipment. In any case, this legendary equipment was very suitable for him. Naturally, Li Chen took it without hesitation. Soon after, new monsters spawned below. As expected, they were the small monsters that determined the dungeon level. In the dungeon, the third level was the Dark Land. The spawned small monsters were the red leaf poison ants. Niwen's 2 healing spells instantly killed them. However, although there were only 2 now, more would definitely spawn later. Zhang Xiaohua immediately frowned. These ants may be weak, but when there are too many, it becomes more troublesome. They can squeeze through the gaps and harm our backline. They can even get into our armor. If they bite, we might get paralyzed. This was indeed a problem. These red leaf poison ants were only the size of a fist, making them difficult to deal with. Using the previous method probably wouldn't work. Li Chen looked up at the ceiling. It was 10 meters high. That's about the height of 2 floors. Got it. Li Chen made a ladder, climbed up, and then at the highest right angle, he created a platform with clay and stuck it to the stone wall. This platform could hold 3 people. As long as they were on it, the red leaf poison ants below wouldn't be able to attack them. Come up. Li Chen waved. Wow, Brother Xiao is so talented. This works too. Zhang Xiaohua was incredibly impressed. Brother Xiao always found ways to use the terrain for some clever moves. Once the 2 climbed up to the platform, Li Chen took the ladder back. Sure enough, 4 red leaf poison ants spawned. After they appeared, they crawled towards Li Chen and the others. Ants can climb trees, so they could naturally climb the stone wall as well. However, on the way, they were taken care of by Niwen's healing spell. This is perfect. Using this height difference, these ants didn't even have a chance to attack us before we took them out. It's like farming monsters without taking any damage, Zhang Xiaohua said excitedly. Earlier, they would still lose health while farming monsters, but using this method, they didn't lose a single drop of blood. The monsters couldn't even touch them. Next, they repeated the previous monster farming process. The 3 of them stayed high up, mainly relying on Niwen for damage output. However, because it was a level 10 monster, Niwen could kill it instantly. The ants kept spawning more and more, eventually filling the entire room. This should be the last wave. Niwen cast a group healing spell. The monsters that had just spawned immediately turned into corpses. This time, the monsters stopped spawning. It seemed they were about to spawn the next level's monsters. The next level was the Desolate Bone Sea, which featured melee white skeletons. At that time, it was a dense sea of skeletons. When Li Chen dealt with it back then, he used a large clay bomb to finish it off. Then he punched the boss to death. However, the space was too small now, so that approach wouldn't work. The 3 of them remained on the high platform, using a no-damage method to farm monsters. Niwen was using healing spells for damage output. Li Chen watched from the side. Mainly, he was afraid that using bombs would cause the stone chamber to collapse. That would be troublesome. It's worth mentioning that Zhang Xiaohua's Holy Light spell was particularly effective against these skeletal monsters. One cast could instantly kill a white skeleton. So, although there were many monsters, the 2 of them handled them easily. The kids have grown up. Li Chen looked at the 2 and couldn't help but sigh. At first, they relied on Li Chen for damage output. Gradually, Niwen and Zhang Xiaohua also grew stronger. Many times, Li Chen didn't need to intervene. Moreover, it wasn't suitable for him to always take action. First, the mental energy consumption was high. Although the variant spirit could restore mana, after using it many times, it would enter a state of mental fatigue, leading to diminishing effects. It seemed that the mental fatigue state was calculated based on the continuous use of skills. This point couldn't be changed no matter what. Second, he had already spent 300 gold on materials in this dungeon. Damn, his output was quite violent. But farming monsters consumed materials too quickly. 500 gold would be used up in no time. Farming this large dungeon had already cost him 300 gold. If the rewards didn't exceed 300 gold, it would be a huge loss, so letting the two of them deal damage could save a bit. In the end, the space was filled with dense white skeletons. It looked like an army of the undead. But it was futile. Although Miwon's group healing spell dealt with these monsters slowly, the monsters had no way to harm Li Chen and the others in the air. They were worn down. Soon, the white skeletons were nearly all dealt with, and everything was finally resolved. After stopping the monster spawn, a treasure chest appeared on the ground again. One treasure chest for every 2 levels. This is truly a welfare dungeon. Li Chen couldn't help but say. This hidden dungeon was easier than the outside ones and didn't have a boss. The key was that the treasure chest could drop legendary equipment. No wonder the Ninefold Mountain Guild and the students from Lanshan Technical School were fighting over it. It was probably because of this hidden dungeon. After all, the monsters and bosses outside could also drop some items. But think about it. This was a super large dungeon, divided among hundreds of people. How much would each person actually get? They were definitely aiming for the hidden dungeon. Moreover, Li Chen speculated that the hidden dungeon was likely not just about the legendary equipment. Completing this hidden dungeon might yield even more important items that could attract competition from the 2 factions outside. Another treasure chest. Xiaohua, it's your turn to open it this time. Li Chen handed the treasure chest to Zhang Xiaohua. Always opening treasure chests had made him a bit numb. Finally, it's my turn. I've been waiting so long. Zhang Xiaohua was incredibly excited. Ever since they entered here, Li Chen and Miwon had taken turns opening treasure chests. They wouldn't let him open one, saying his luck was bad. Up until now, he hadn't opened a treasure chest at all. Maybe the accumulated luck would yield something good. With that, Zhang Xiaohua eagerly opened the treasure chest. Then, the 3 of them were stunned by what they saw come out of the chest.